130 years ago, the Silent Night organization first revealed itself to people. The world was mired in war and drowned in the blood of countless victims. Life had become a nightmare, and people had lost hope. And one day, the Murim Masters gathered together to found the Central Celestial Alliance. The alliance decided to create a clan that would oppose the Silent Night. Its leader was Bak Chin-Hu, a renowned figure in the martial arts world. When the Northern Heavenly Clan was formed, the Central Alliance promised to provide it with all possible support. The alliance collected a huge amount of elixirs and techniques for the clan and helped it gain strength to push back the Silent Night. As time went on, during Yu Kwang-ho's reign, the Northern Heavenly Clan gained recognition and gathered thousands of new followers. The fateful battle between good and evil was approaching. On the battlefield, the fourth leader, Jin Kwang-ho, a man known as the Great Wall of the North, rose to prominence. The Northern Heavens Four became the backbone of the entire clan. They were the ones who could single-handedly change the course of the war. Their weapons and skills were on a completely different level. They always attacked the enemy at the vanguard of the troops, breaking their necks. The first to enter the battle was the melee fighter. One swing of his fist left no chance for anyone who got into the range of his blow. His name is Zhou Chen-Wu, and his incredible close combat skills have earned him the nickname Demon Fist. Less muscular, but very agile and fast grandfather. He always appeared above his enemies unnoticed, and dealt such crushing blows with his long spear that the stones under his enemies' feet turned to dust. This is Kuyun Mu Sheng, whose fighting style has earned him the nickname Raging Hurricane. The next fighter from the Northern Heavens Four was an unusually fast and agile swordsman who could sneak into enemy lines and deliver a sudden, crushing blow. His name is Yeon Zhonghua, and for his skills, he has become known as the Phantom Cursed Blade. The last master did not let his enemies get close and destroyed everything in his path. Jae Hyuk Shim, known as the Master of the Long Deadly Whip, is nicknamed the Lord of Iron Blood. As expected of a true leader, he was always at the forefront and was not afraid of battle. Every swing of his blade was deadly. This was the first time the Silent Night army had encountered anything like this, and their numerical superiority was not bearing fruit. Jin Kwang-ho's body was a weapon in itself. With just one kick to the ground, he caused enormous destruction to the rocks where their fateful battle had taken place. These four played a key role in driving Silent Night from the northern lands. On the day when the struggle between Silent Night and the Northern Heavenly Clan reached its climax, Silent Night disappeared. But then, before the eyes of 13-year-old Jin Muon, a tragedy occurred that changed the course of history. His father, known as the Great Wall of the North, fell under pressure from his own clan. The leader faced those whom he had raised and with whom he had fought many battles for the sake of peace throughout the alliance. Despite his terrifying strength, he could not destroy his own clan in a battle with the strongest. Leader Jin didn't know what the Central Heavenly Alliance was doing, and he had to face the powerful people who ruled the world of Marima. From the 9 heavens came the sage, Seo Moonhwa, a genius who had revived his family and whose thirst for knowledge had allowed him to become an advisor to the Heavenly Lord. He accused Kwang-ho of treason, but the completely honest and fair warrior never collaborated with enemies and understood that he had become a victim of conspiracy. According to the sage, even the 4 pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan opposed him. Having looked over the ranks of troops that came for his head, the man was convinced of this. The warriors with whom he managed to change the course of history were already here. They turned away from their leader, with whom they fought shoulder to shoulder. Despite their shared worldview and the path they had traveled together, the 4 pillars have now completely turned away from their leader. None of these legendary fighters showed any emotion. They all avoided eye contact with their leader, whom they had betrayed. Jin Kwang-ho considered them his brothers. He didn't understand why they betrayed the Northern Heavenly Clan. Then he truly became the last warrior of his clan. Looking around, he realized that he still had something to protect. His ridiculous-looking son was still too young. Everyone was conspiring against the leader, so he understood that trying to get out of here would only delay the inevitable. The Northern Heavenly Clan leader's incredible raging power began to spread throughout the palace, and he shouted that he had understood what the Central Heavenly Alliance was planning. Addressing his enemies, he declared that he would submit to them. Even though the man claimed to be submissive, the Nine Heavens sensed his terrifying power and only confirmed that the Northern Heavenly Clan had become too powerful and could become a hindrance to the alliance. Their actions were driven by fears that as long as such a strong and influential organization existed, they would never have complete control over the continent. By admitting defeat without a fight, the leader acted wisely and saved the lives of his followers by declaring that the Northern Sky Clan was dissolved and all followers should leave it and find a new home. This was the last order of the leader Jin Kwang Ho, which sadly spread throughout the clan palace. By renouncing everything he had achieved, he tried to save what he held so dear. Addressing his enemies, he mentioned his son, who lost his mother when he was a child and grew up in the barren northern lands. His last request was to spare the life of his heir, who posed no threat to them. The sage understood that it would be a good idea to finally end the family line, but he doubted that the crowd would allow him to do so. The last moments of the true warrior's life touched those present, and they showed respect to the leader of Kwang Ho. Master Seo Moonhwa had no choice but to keep his word, for if he did not, the leader of the rival clan would turn against them. Then, the leader of Jin Kwang Ho grabbed his sword with both hands and pointed the blade at himself. As a member of the Murim warrior clan, little Move-On understood what was happening. He decided not to hurt his son with long goodbyes and simply apologized. The guy lost everything he had with tears in his eyes. The Northern Sky Clan was created to protect people from the silent night, and they have fulfilled their duty with honor for centuries. But in the end, the fourth clan leader was betrayed by his comrades. 3 years after those events, the son of a war hero lived a worse life. He was a victim of constant persecution by ill-wishers, and this time he was caught again. It seemed he was already familiar with the ill-wishers standing before him. Looking into the eyes of those ruthless killers, he wondered what they were trying to achieve. The man with the huge nose and thick beard was surprised that the son of the former leader of the Northern Clan turned out to be a very strong fellow. Apparently, they weren't the first group to deal with him. This time, Chung Pasan came to the rescue, and the fat man immediately declared himself not as kind as those who had come before him. He stated that they did not want to waste several more years on interrogations, so they asked him to tell them directly where he hid the weapons and equipment, or they would kill him and return to their mainland. In response, the proud son of the hero Murim only began to laugh. The ridiculous villains felt uneasy when the cornered guy behaved like this. Addressing the boy, the fat man tried to explain to him the full danger of the situation and continued to threaten him with slow and painful reprisals. After a silence in response, Pasan nevertheless gave a sign to his ward. The bald man accepted his boss's order and took action. With one incredibly fast blow, he wounded the boy's tied hand. Jin Muan screamed out as the pain from the loss of his nail was sharp. At that moment, the guy suddenly uttered the name of his offenders. As it turned out, this group belonged to the Murim Alliance. Everyone was at a loss when Jin Muan turned to the 9 heavens to find out why they had forgotten the promise he made to his father. Despite such a life, he continued to fight. However, the Central Heavenly Alliance made a great mistake. The moment Silent Night completely erased its presence, the world began to believe in their disappearance. After the first line of defense against the enemies was disbanded, a certain number of free troops appeared. The Central Celestial Alliance decided to send these mercenaries to keep an eye on the northern lands of Murim. It was a godforsaken place, the fortress of the abandoned Northern Heavenly Clan. In fact, the security was just a pretext. The real reason was to keep an eye on a certain person. They feared that he would begin to study the martial arts of the Northern Heavenly Clan and set out on the path of revenge. Just 3 years ago, the prosperous palace was reduced to ruin. Only one person did not leave him. We are talking specifically about the heir to the will of the Northern Heavenly Clan. At 16 years old, Jin Muan was a source of fear for the 9 heavens. The former leader of the Jin Kwang Ho clan allowed the boy to read only ordinary books so that he would not learn martial arts. Everything related to martial arts was taken away by the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Northern Heavens Four, and after a thorough check, they couldn't find anything else. Meanwhile, after several years of inactivity, the boy began to come to his senses. He declared that he needed to earn a living and began to learn blacksmithing. The leader of the third group of mercenaries found it hard to believe that the heir of the great Northern Heavenly clan wanted to make a living as a blacksmith. But what worried him even more was that they hadn't found any hidden techniques inside the building. His deputy, Seo Mu-shong, seemed to be a less talkative man, merely observing the deep melancholy of the boy they were ordered to monitor. Jun himself had no intention of making contact with them, knowing that they were there on the orders of those responsible for his father's death. A severe betrayal and unexpected destruction of life turned a boy into a man. Returning home, he realized that this new group of guards would be his headache. Most often he spent his time in the House of 10,000 Spirits. As the name suggests, this place held thousands of martial arts scrolls, but the Northern Four took everything from here. Each of these traders took the scrolls of the martial arts techniques they practiced. And almost all of the Northern Heavenly clan's disciples followed the Northern Heavenly Four, and each of them took part in the clan's destruction in order to take a leading position on the mainland. Jin Muan was left alone, or more accurately, abandoned by those who followed the traders. When he was alone, he often had to remember his father's last moments and his words. At that moment, Jun Muan learned that he had become the new leader of the Northern clan. He certainly didn't want this at such a young age, but due to the cruelty of the Nine Heavens, he was forced to grow up. He often had to wake up from such nightmares. To avoid arousing suspicion, he continued his usual boring life. Looking at this, one could say that time had stopped, and the devastation of the Northern Heavenly clan reflected the state that Jin Muan was in. He spent entire days in the forge, improving his own skills even without a mentor. Even though he considered himself pathetic, he had no intention of stopping. He believed that he rose up in order to build and strengthen his own will. He had no excuses. He believed that if he failed, then for him it would mean that his father had tried in vain, and the life that had been given to him was worthless. But his calmness did not give peace to the new group of guards who wanted to get the hidden knowledge and return home. That's how he ended up being interrogated by those vile masters. The squad leader believed that in this way he would be able to complete his mission and return home. At the same time, his deputy, Seo Mu-sung, believed that they had gone too far when they began torturing an innocent child. The guy had no choice but to ask what they were doing there. He tried to remind them of the promise the sage of the Heavenly Alliance had made to his father. With a cold and piercing look, he stated that they hardly had permission to do this. When asked where the artifacts and martial arts scrolls were, the guy replied that the Central Heavenly Alliance had cleared everything out. Regarding his murder, Jin Muan said that the disciples of the Northern Heaven's Great Four only follow the Alliance because they were forced to do so 3 years ago. He was certain that there were still people loyal to the Northern Heavenly clan among them, and in that case, the murderers would not escape punishment for what they intended to do to the heir. He also mentioned that the previous security was the same, but in the end, they had to wait quietly for those 3 years. The proud Cheng Pasan considered this to be insolence, and with a furious cry grabbed his blade. But the deputy did not allow him to draw his weapon and stopped the hot-tempered man. The smarter and more reasonable Seo Mu-sung said that it would be better for their sake to let the young man go, since there might be some truth in his words. Furthermore, the argument was that they had already searched this place several times and could not find any hint of the existence of martial arts scrolls and artifacts. As he left, the angry and dissatisfied Captain Cheng ordered his charges to let the pathetic guy go. The new leader of the Northern Heavenly clan's resolve was unwavering. Addressing the uninvited guests, he declared that they had come to him uninvited and should therefore behave accordingly. He then said that if they behaved calmly, he would forget what had happened. In response, the man warned the boy that as soon as he noticed anything suspicious, the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Great Four warriors would give him permission to kill him. In the end, the deputy released Jin Muan. Addressing his subordinates, the leader asked them to closely monitor the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. Even though the guy was exhausted, even though his body was shaking, he stayed on his feet. Among all those present, only the deputy leader of the group showed a little sympathy. He approached the boy after the torture and handed him a handkerchief to stop the bleeding, after which he asked them to forgive them for what happened. Jin Muon didn't expect that someone would actually show concern for him. When Seo handed over the handkerchief, he silently followed his comrades. Watching the fighter leave the alliance, the guy could barely stand on his feet. While stopping the bleeding, the guy thought about what he had just said. The clan heir fell to his knees, realizing that his words about people loyal to the clan were just nonsense. It seemed to him that no one cared about his father's destroyed clan, because otherwise, someone would have come and pulled him out of this hell. Despite the situation, he continued to fight, because he was sure that the enemies would only be happy when they learned of his death. Upon returning home, the boy decided to climb back up to the roof of the building that previously housed the knowledge and artifacts of the Northern Celestial clan. Although everything had indeed been taken from the Northern Heavenly clan, he believed that the clan's heart would not stop, because the clan's greatest secret, which even the 4 great pillars did not know, was still undiscovered. It was about the last greatest scroll of martial arts, and as it turned out, this scroll was the clan itself, or rather, its palace. When the sun sets in the east, the ruined walls begin to cast shadows on the ground, and the mysterious drawings on the walls turn into writing on the ground. The Wall of 10,000 Spirits was built by the first leader of the sect and contained all of his knowledge. 4 generations later, this secret was obtained by Jin Kwang Ho. For this reason, in his childhood, instead of training his son in martial arts, his father taught him the language of the Lower Moon Kingdom, in which the greatest scroll was written. To everyone, these were just old engravings on the walls, because everything was designed so that only Move-On could read them. For this reason, the intruders might have thought he was simply wasting his time standing on the building's roof. Jin himself hoped the guards would continue to think so. All the teachings of the previous clan leaders were on these walls, and the boy had a long way to go before he mastered the last scroll of martial arts. Under the surveillance of the Central Heavenly Alliance, he couldn't attract unnecessary attention to himself, so he kept everything secret and patiently waited for his chance. At one point, while on the roof, the guy noticed a carriage starting to approach their palace. It was Mr. Huang, whom he had been waiting for so long. An old man named Huang Chul is a former member of the Northern Heavenly clan. After leaving the clan, he became a traveling merchant and did everything he could to help Jin Muon. His gaze was filled with love, and he addressed the troubled youth as young master. Huang Chul himself was an orphan with no martial arts talent. While other clans rejected him, the Northern Heavenly clan accepted him. Sect leader Jin Kwang Ho did everything he could to teach him the basics so he could at least defend himself. Huang Chul never forgot this kindness, so when everyone else abandoned the clan, he was the only one who continued to do everything he could to help his savior's heir. He visited the young master whenever he had the opportunity. Jin Muon greeted the person dearest to him with a sincere smile. He thanked the man for coming all the way to see him. During the conversation, the worried man saw that the boy's hand was wounded and assumed that the new guards had done it. After this remark, the young gentleman hid his hands behind his back and began awkwardly making excuses, as if it wasn't them and he had accidentally injured his finger himself, which was nothing to worry about. To change the subject and not make the man worry, he turned his attention to the contents of the cart and said that Mr. Huang should not bother himself and bring so much stuff for him. Although Muon wanted Mr. Huang to start living for himself, the man replied that he would continue to try because his heart ached because the young master of the clan who saved his life should not suffer like this. The old man's care was the most pleasant moment in the boy's life. Huang not only brought him food and medicine, but also a very expensive, thick winter blanket. At one point, the guy noticed some stone and asked what it was. The man replied that he had received it while he was in Unnam. He claimed that the stone had fallen from the sky and that an entire tribe had worshipped it as a deity. With a worried and sad expression, he said that that tribe had been exterminated, and therefore the stone no longer belonged to anyone. Hearing this, the guy was simply shocked that there was someone in Murim who could commit such an atrocity. According to the old man, their habitat looked like they had been fighting with the Broken Fist clan. Powerless at the time, Master Muon could only harbor anger at those who were destroying the Murim from within, starting with his father's clan. As it turned out, having destroyed the tribe, the Broken Fist clan decided to settle in Unnam. After the betrayal of the Northern Sky clan, each of the Great Four founded their own clan within Murim. Yang Chenhua, known as the Cursed Ghost Blade, gathered an elite group of sword key users and settled in the west. They became known as the Guardians of the Western Heavens. Kuyun Mu Sheng, known as the Raging Hurricane, gathered a group of those calling themselves Fluttering Skies, but they remained idle. The Iron Blood Lord Jae Hek Shim, having gained the greatest fighting power, built the Iron Castle in the north. And the Demon Fist Zhou Chen Wu, who was known for his cruel and vicious nature, created that very bloodthirsty group called the Broken Fists. Looking at the boy, Huang realized that he was depressed about what was happening in the world without his father. To cheer up the young gentleman a little, the man cheerfully said that since Miwon had taken up blacksmithing, he decided to bring him some iron. With a smile on his face, the boy thanked the man and promised that he would use it wisely. It was already snowing outside and starting to get cold, so the guy invited his truly dear guest to come inside. At the same time, the deputy captain was watching them. He didn't notice anything unusual about the palace owner's guest, but was pleasantly impressed by his devotion to the Northern Celestial clan. Besides, he genuinely felt sorry for Jin Muon, seeing him wander aimlessly, wasting time in the forge, climbing to the top of the tower and gazing at the sky. He couldn't sense his chi and had no reason to fear him. Seo Musang was sure that the boy had nothing left but to exist because it was his duty to his father. Recalling their recent time together, the man believed the boy's words were a bluff, but if he had elaborated on his story, it would have seemed more plausible. He was also saddened by the fact that, for his age, he was making rather wise decisions, and if he had learned his father's martial arts, he would have become a strong leader. His peace was interrupted by the appearance of a messenger hawk from the capital. After reading the letter, the captain was furious, because they had sent some respected guests to a place that was hardly full of attractions. When Chung had cooled down a bit, he ordered his soldiers to begin rebuilding one of the royal buildings for receiving people. The deputy accepted the order with trepidation and began assigning soldiers to different tasks. All the things that Master Huang brought were brought into the small room of the young leader of the Northern Heavenly clan. The guy, as usual, treated the old man to excellent tea and asked about the situation in the world. The man replied that all the talk so far was about a martial artist named Dam So Jong. He had become famous in Mirim and had declared that he would fight and defeat 100 martial artists. Such a bright personality intrigued the guy, and he wanted to know more about what other rumors were circulating. Dam So Jong is the third son of the invincible master Dam Jok Shim, one of the 9 heavens. At first, people ridiculed him and didn't take him seriously. He was only 18, but every time he challenged someone, he left chaos and destruction in his wake. He currently has around 93 victories in a row and inspires nothing but fear and respect among the people of Murim. Huang believes that at this rate, the young man will become a legend in the world of Murim. He also shared rumors that he is heading north, and many clans are on edge over this news. Jin said that he found that young warrior amazing. After a pleasant tea party, Jun Muon tried to persuade his dear guest to stay for the rest, but he could not afford it. As he left, he told the young gentleman he would return after the winter. He had done so much for the boy that he continued to thank him for the honor of seeing him at least once. Master Huang moved on, while his master continued to look after him with longing. While walking through his palace during a snowfall, the boy noticed one of the guard group's masters approaching him. It was the deputy captain, and he addressed the boy with respect, calling him Mr. Jin. He said that an important guest from the Central Heavenly Alliance was planning to visit them in the spring, and that they would like to restore and use Huaqian Palace for this purpose. The guy calmly replied that they could do whatever they wanted since the building would be empty for a long time anyway. Jin Muan didn't want to continue this useless conversation and said goodbye. While walking around the palace, he noticed that someone had entered their library. The guy decided to check what was inside when suddenly he noticed strange traces. At one point, someone suddenly attacked him from behind and put a knife to his neck. An unknown female voice asked him who he was. The guy calmly replied that he should ask this question. Bringing the knife closer, the girl insistently asked for an answer, saying she'd asked first. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the man said he owned the place. The girl was surprised and asked again if the guy was claiming to be the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. But after the guy's answer, there was silence. She was interrupted by the sound of a knife falling onto the stone floor. After that, the guy heard a body fall to the ground and immediately looked around. It turned out that a seriously wounded girl had sneaked into his library and had just lost consciousness. Her appearance was extremely unexpected. The guy probably hadn't seen a woman for 3 years. He immediately began to panic, fearing that she was a criminal and why she was in such a deplorable state. First, he decided to find out if she was alive. Bending down, he heard her faint breathing and the movement of her chest. Having a kind heart, he could not pass by, so he picked up the girl in his arms and carried her home. When he laid her on the bed, he noticed a huge wound under her left collarbone. Taking a closer look at the wound, he realized how serious it was. By learning some basic martial arts knowledge, he could easily recognize what a deadly poison that directly targets internal energy looked like. The only way to treat this was with a protective antidote, and he had one at his disposal. In fact, there was only one poison in his first aid kit that could help with such a serious injury. Huang brought this antidote along with other medicines. He must have sacrificed a lot to protect the young master from the poisonous wound. The guy didn't even know who this woman was, but looking at her condition, he thought that if he could save someone, he should do it without any doubt. Still, he sacrificed his only antidote for the benefit of a stranger who, upon meeting him, desperately attacked him with a knife. With trembling hands, he took the needles for acupuncture. Remembering what he had been taught in medical classes, the boy carried out the treatment. The goals were installed correctly, as they were able to stop the bleeding. After such hard and precise work, the guy sighed with relief. It was obvious that this stranger had gotten into a serious battle. Looking at her, he couldn't even guess who she was and where she came from. As a result, he encountered more and more unexpected guests. After a few days, the first results of the treatment became apparent. When the girl woke up, she was on guard and could not understand where she was. When the girl got up, she realized that she suddenly found herself on someone's soft bed under a blanket. Due to the sudden movement, she felt a sharp pain. Her injured shoulder was making itself felt. Looking around, she asked herself out loud what had happened. She began to worry that someone had saved her in such a hopeless situation and even cured her. There were old, bloody bandages lying on the table, which indicated that the stranger even took care of the constant bandaging of her wounds. Afterwards, she saw a guy who looked into her room and asked her to wait a little while until he finished cooking the porridge. The strange concern and friendly tone from the stranger seemed surprising to her, and she did not even feel any danger. The last thing she remembered was sneaking inside the forgotten library building of the Northern Heavenly clan. While she was wandering around with the wound inside, someone suddenly came inside. Even though her strength was leaving her body, she couldn't let the stranger know where she was. She thought it was one of the killers who was chasing her. Hearing that it was the heir of the clan, she did not have time to answer the counter question and lost consciousness. Still, she wondered why he had decided to help a seriously wounded stranger who had attacked him with a knife. When the guy returned, he simply shocked the girl by telling her that she had slept for 3 whole days. She felt something was wrong and, holding her wounded shoulder, she boldly asked why someone like him had cured her. It wasn't a bad question, since he himself looked like someone who would benefit from some treatment, at least getting rid of worms. In response, the guy said that at first he didn't know whether she was sent to kill him or whether she was a passerby on the verge of death. However, he admitted that he couldn't just stand there and watch someone die right in front of him, and that's why he couldn't leave her in the library. Looking away, he hesitantly clarified that at the very least, he wouldn't want anyone else to die in his house. The girl was shocked by his sincere words. The guy seemed simple and open to her, and so she didn't think he did it out of evil intentions. She also noticed she couldn't sense any chi from him. The strange air of the northern clan truly looked human, and he truly helped out of his kindness. The awkward pause lasted a little longer, and the guy got tired of picking his nose, mysteriously waiting for at least some word from the strange stranger. Still, he had something to do, so he turned around and carefully asked her to finally eat herself, since for the last 3 days he had had to feed her with his own hands. In response, she unexpectedly, boldly, albeit hesitantly, said that in that case she would stay as a guest until she had fully recovered. The guy was surprised that she made the decision herself, without even asking the master of this palace. As he put on his kimono before going outside, he asked the stranger's name. The girl got a little angry and emotionally asked why he needed to know her name. In response, the guy did not tolerate such insolence, and nervously said that he not only cured her, but also allowed her to eat and sleep at his place for free, while she decided to stay for a long time without even asking his permission. However, the girl realized her situation and hesitantly answered that her name was Yoon Ha-sul. Having finally heard the name of the mysterious stranger, the guy decided not to interrogate her story about how she ended up in his palace in such a state, and simply clarified that she could find some clothes here, while in the pantry there was some food that would last her for several months. When he left the house, he said that he would be in the building opposite, and if she needed anything, she could come to him at any time. When the guy left, the girl felt intense pain again. She thought about how she first needed to restore her internal energy and then slowly eliminate the poison from her body. Eun Ha-sol thought Jin Moo-won was a bit of a weird guy, as he probably didn't know who she really was. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan himself went to the library roof. He couldn't stop thinking about that unusual girl with the serious injuries. He knew he was risking his life for her, even without knowing who she was or where she came from. Still, he'd allowed her to stay, and because of that, he felt like it was connected to his loneliness. Remembering the girl's name, he thought it sounded pleasant and beautiful. A group of fighters from the Celestial Alliance still had no idea what was going on. They were very busy preparing one of the buildings for the visit of important guests. Seo Musong also participated in this process. The deputy captain not only worked, but also gave orders. While everyone was busy working, their captain got drunk on sake, ate too much chicken, and fell asleep on his huge bed in a strange palace, whose owner was not happy to see him as a guest. 3 whole days passed like this, but the girl still did not leave her house. He had already begun to worry whether she was okay and whether he should visit her himself. Over these few days, the girl was only able to restore half of her internal energy. Under normal circumstances, she should have fully restored it before attempting to flush the poison from her system, but time was running out. It was one of the most dangerous poisons for Qi. It was called the all-consuming flame of darkness. She didn't know what antidote Jin Muon had used, but he had bought her some time. Since the medicinal properties had begun to wear off, the antidote's effect had almost completely worn off. Fighting the poison was more difficult, and due to the danger of dying, she had to use all her internal energy, which she had managed to restore, in order to remove the poison from her body. The girl concentrated on the energy of her head and stomach, after which she began to expand the second source in order to use it to cleanse the poisonous wound. Despite the excruciating pain, she tried to focus on her goal. But at one point, the poison began to spread rapidly and suppressed her small amount of qi and even spread to her left eye and part of her brain. The unexpected pain made the girl suffer, and she began to lose control. She felt like this was the end. In her final moments, She regretted not even thanking the good man for letting her stay in his abandoned palace and taking such kind care of her. At that very moment, a stranger appeared in her room. It was some kind of secret warrior, dressed in black robes and a closed bandage on his face. He immediately grabbed the girl and lifted her body. After this, he began to pierce the girl's body with his fingers in different places around her wound, where the dangerous poison was concentrated. Having created several channels to her chakra, the stranger began to release his own chi energy and share it with the girl. Addressing the girl, he addressed her as young lady and asked her to focus on utilizing her internal energy. The treatment was almost complete, and his internal energy reserves were sufficient to finish what he had started. After this, he asked the girl to direct chi into her fingers. The veins in her arms looked full, meaning she was still conscious and able to manipulate her body. After a few seconds, some dark liquid began to seep out of her fingers. When the liquid fell on the sheet, it began to burn it. The girl was barely able to open her eyes, and her savior reported that he barely managed to help her remove the poison. When the man lowered his mask, the girl was simply shocked to learn that her loyal protege had survived that desperate situation. It was Sa-Ren who offered a sincere apology for coming to her aid so late. Raising his mistress, he swore that he lived to serve his master and young mistress. The girl reassured her faithful servant, saying that without his help, she would never have been able to rid herself of the poison. She asked him not to worry about their protection, as they had been ambushed, and few could have done anything in such a situation. As it turned out, he too had been wounded and in hiding, so he had only recently resumed the search. The mistress believed he should have gone looking for his master first, but the servant replied that he was not the one to worry about. He believed that his main task at this moment was to help the young miss fully recover. Sa-Ren believed that using the Northern Heavenly Clan as a refuge was a wise decision for the girl. They thought it would be hard for their enemies to believe they were hiding in such a place. Addressing the wounded lady, he suggested that she stay in this place for some time, in order to restore her internal energy. At the same time, he was going to find the master. He promised that after completing his task, he would return to her with orders from the master. Meanwhile, the seemingly carefree, lonely young man was simply going about his blacksmithing business. But as it turned out, he continued to study energy sources. This time, he was studying the source of all things, and how when it covers everything, one can access the shadow. While repeating the words from the greatest scroll, he decided to make sure he was alone. There was no surveillance, and in parallel with his work, the guy began to practice martial arts skills. By concentrating his internal energy, the guy created a kind of shadow. According to the master, the inner shadow should be the same as the one that exists around him. The shadow literally swallowed up everything around him, and the boy was able to use the perception of its entire area. While practicing his strength, he once again became convinced that there was no one around him. This is the first technique from the 10,000 Shadows scripture, called the inner shadow. The first leader of the sect, Park Jin-Hoo, was a vagabond. He became a brilliant swordsman who was able to create this martial arts technique after many years of wandering. The essence of this skill was shrouded in mystery and obscurity. Just by looking at Jin Moon, most martial artists would be hard-pressed to tell whether he possessed internal energy or knew how to control his own chi. Even after 4 generations, the 10,000 Shadows technique had not reached its peak and remained an incomplete martial art. The boy hadn't planned to learn this art, but he had little choice, so after another repetition, he focused on using this mysterious power. With a quick slash, he used a certain amount of chi to check his progress. Inside the building, it only hit a certain radius, slightly larger than a physical blow. The boy was hungry, so he decided to return home. He had no idea that a single swing of his blade had cleared all the snow within a huge radius behind their abandoned clan's forge. At the same time, the girl came to her senses and found the strength to go outside. Looking around, she was saddened by the state of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The guy was surprised when he saw her on the street, after which he noted that she looked much better that day. He admitted that he had been thinking of visiting her since she had not been out for the last few days, and he had even begun to worry that something had happened to her while he was away. Returning to his house, he invited her to join him and eat something hot. The girl could not believe his simplicity and calmness, but still could not refuse such generosity on his part. When she went inside, she stopped at the entrance, and the guy realized that she wanted to say something. A little hesitantly, Yoon Ha-sol thanked the guy for what he did. The guy was surprised by her manners and words about how, thanks to him, she managed to survive. Still, he wasn't one to feel like a hero, so he suggested they start eating, but like a true warrior, the girl restrained herself and forced herself to say that she was fine. The guy wasn't very persistent, but because of her good manners, the girl still sat down at the same table with him. While eating his rice, Jin Muon asked his guest not to hold back as the food was not poisoned. But she was more worried about why he didn't ask her anything, and calmly accepted the strange situation that had happened. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what exactly he needed to know. In response, Ha-sol was surprised that he didn't even know who he had saved and sheltered. As it turned out, the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan simply had no intention of sticking his nose into other people's affairs. He thought it would be better this way. Mr. Jin felt that if he found out who she was, he would no longer be able to enjoy the carefree time spent in her company. Hearing this answer, the girl was confused and hesitantly asked if he was extremely stupid. As expected, Jin was furious at her rudeness and nervously asked her to finish her questioning and eat, as he was already getting annoyed listening to her growling stomach. That evening, the boy climbed onto the library roof as usual. There was another secret within the wall of 10,000 shadows, and it was time to begin studying the Blade of Inner Darkness. It was a mysterious sword technique designed for assassination. The clan's heir had already mastered the basics of fencing to properly master this sword technique. As before, the boy worked carefree, and not feeling the presence of unwanted guests, trained his fencing skills. At the same time, Yoon Ha-sol also did not waste time and replenished her internal energy reserves. One day, Jin was working in the forge as usual and got distracted. He didn't even notice the girl squatting in front of him. Her appearance startled him greatly, and she said she wasn't entirely sure whether he was concentrating well at work or if his senses were dulled. She said she had been sitting there for quite a long time, just waiting for him to call her to eat. The guy was furious, because 3 whole months had passed since their meeting, and all this time she continued to behave so shamelessly and did not even think about returning home. But the girl did not pay attention to his displeasure, and once again asked him to cook something to eat. The heir of the Northern Heavenly clan didn't understand why he was doing this, but he still suggested that they go and do some cooking. Observing the young master of this palace, Ha-sol found his way of life a mystery. She found it strange that the clumsy heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, who had just fallen before her eyes, not only did not know martial arts, but did not even have the foundation to learn them. After the fall, the guy did not lose his composure and confidently stood up, heading towards the exit of the forge, in which he spent all his time, causing the girl sadness for his fate. When he began to shout discontentedly about the girl's slowness, she sped up a little. While the boys were carefree eating the food that Mr. Huang had brought them, guests were already hurrying to them. As expected, representatives of the Central Celestial Alliance arrived in the spring. These were the children of the 4 dead heavens. The heirs of the Demon King Shum Mu-wa's crimson power, daughter Shim Su-ah, and son Shim Wan-li, and also the granddaughter of the So-moon family named Hyerian. Accompanied by mighty warriors, they arrived at the central entrance of the forgotten palace of the Northern Heavenly clan. The general of the 4 dead heavens named Mok Yun Peng was not very happy that they had not yet been met by the Alliance's wards. But a moment later, a trio of ridiculous warriors appeared and greeted the gentleman. First, Jang Bei-san introduced himself as the captain of the 3rd mercenary group of the Central Alliance. In response, the general merely inquired whether their quarters had been prepared. The deputy captain answered. He said that he personally prepared them for the gentlemen because they must want to rest after a long and tiring journey. But at one point he met the gaze of someone he didn't want to see in such a situation. The strange man in the red cape looked at the deputy in surprise. He recognized him and asked if he was So Mu-sen. The warrior was clearly displeased at being discovered. Recognizing his old friend, Yep-ol began to explain how they hadn't seen each other in a long time and how he couldn't believe they had met under these circumstances. The mercenaries led the dear guests inside, where they saw what the palace looked like now. The eldest of the honor children, Heron, said that she even felt a little sorry for the Northern Heavenly Clan, as it was now in ruins. The brash eldest son, Shim Wan-li, coldly replied that that's how their world works, and if you lose your power, you die. He used the example of a hunting dog, saying that after the hunt, no one needs it anymore. The girl's brother was rude as always, and she asked him to behave more decently, although it was hard to tell from her appearance that she was a moral person. Meanwhile, Ha-sol and Mu-won were strolling around inside, not expecting to see strangers there. The girl was as brazen as ever and wondered why the boy had no food other than meat. But when the guy turned the corner, he saw a whole crowd of uninvited guests approaching them. The girl followed him, continuing to grimace like a child. The mercenaries hardly expected to meet the heir to the palace on their way. Seeing unfamiliar faces, the representatives of the alliance's high families stopped in bewilderment. There was exactly the same pause on the part of the heir and his unexpected guest. The most restless at this unplanned moment were the captain and his deputy. The children of the alliance's respected families were surprised by the strangers, and the eldest among them assumed they were facing the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Mr. Jin. Shim Wan-li watched the children with great interest. While Mr. Jin calmly looked towards the uninvited guests, the girl was a little worried. There were so many unfamiliar people here, and she couldn't even sense any of them, leading her to conclude that she had become too soft and her senses dulled. Like a true warrior, she decided to focus, so as not to let her guard down while in danger. The first to start the dialogue was a cheeky guy, who suggested that the person in front of him was the heir of the Northern Clan, after which he introduced himself. He also introduced his ridiculous younger sister, as well as Lady Haryong, the granddaughter of the So-moon family, who stood to his left. In response, the guy began to take a short pause. He nevertheless decided not to create problems for himself and introduced himself in response. He introduced the silent girl on the left as his cousin, who was temporarily staying with him. The mercenaries were shocked, and the captain asked what his team had been doing if they hadn't seen this suspicious girl, who was their target's cousin. The deputy apologized and promised to find out who she was as soon as possible. With a sly and mean smile, the son of the great family asked how the boy knew who they were. The calm lord of this palace replied that he had heard about them, because their names were known throughout Murim. Calling the north a forgotten wilderness, the impudent youth expressed surprise that their names were also known there. After this, he suggested they skip the formalities and postpone their conversation. Meanwhile, Lady Heron whispered to Mr. Shim to be more polite. The agitated fat captain began to sweat nervously because the kid had invited someone into his home without their permission. He felt he needed to be taught another lesson. Continuing to bow before the guests, the captain invited the gentlemen to go to their rooms. Looking at the awkward guy, the girl thought that he was not as stupid as he seemed at first glance, because he knew how to behave correctly and was capable of lying without batting an eye. As she continued walking, she wondered why the stranger was acting like the owner, while Mr. Jin was the rightful owner of these places. That evening, General Mok came to meet with Lord Shim. The young warrior said he had come to this place to bask in the former glory of the Northern Celestial Clan. But looking at the palace, he called the place wretched. The brazen heir of the Shin family also said that the peace on the mainland was just an illusion created by the old men of the Central Heavenly Alliance. In his opinion, those old men were doing everything they could to prevent their system from being destroyed. He also believed that if the influential people of the Heavenly Alliance could, they would live forever to continue exploiting the corrupt system for their own ends. In response, General Mok Eun-pyong emphasized that he considered it his duty to do everything possible to help the future masters of the four deadly heavens, which are the children of the Shim family and Mrs. Harian. The cunning young man replied that he would have to wait several decades before inheriting this organization. But as it turned out, he hadn't planned on waiting that long and believed this place would be the beginning of something impressive. With a sly and evil smile, he said that he had some troubling things left to deal with. Meanwhile, the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan continued to work diligently. During this tranquil process, he again let his guard down and didn't notice Mr. Shin sneaking up behind him. The cheeky young man laughed and said he never thought the sound of a hammer could be so pleasant. As it turned out, he had been monitoring the area all this time and was confident that he would not be able to miss the presence of strangers. After looking around, Wan Li said that for someone who had no internal energy, the heir of the Northern Clan was tolerating the heat of the forge quite well. He called this place too boring because of the feeling that time had stood still. Taking the blade in his hands, he asked if he could evaluate his products and asked how the heir of a great clan could even live in such a place. The guy, tired from work, did not answer and continued to observe the insolence of the uninvited guest. While examining one of the swords made by the young blacksmith, Mr. Shin noted that this blade was very good and could be sold for a lot of money. But a moment later, he caused the guy to bewilderment when he pointed the blade at his neck. The brazen provocateur doubted that the heir to the northern wall hadn't studied martial arts. He asked not to be made fun of and declared that if he had truly given up, he would have been dead long ago. In the past 3 years, Mr. Jin had never been this worried. Mr. Shin was testing him, and if they fought, things would only get worse. Not to mention the consequences of fighting the son of one of the 9 heavens from the Central Heavenly Alliance. He couldn't allow his power to be revealed, because then everything he'd endured would be meaningless. For the first time, the situation seemed simply hopeless. With a cold and piercing gaze, the impudent son of a wealthy family said that if the boy wanted to live, he needed to show what he was worth. After these words, the crazy bastard pointed his sword at the guy and lunged forward. At that moment, the young master of the palace felt his thirst for blood and realized that this was no joke at all. Unfortunately for him, there was no other choice. Concentrating his power, the boy began to release his chi in order to defend himself. But at the last moment, when the enemy already sensed the presence of some kind of power emanating from Mu Wan, the young master of this palace changed his mind. Even though it happened in a split second, he managed to think about the situation. The guy realized that he shouldn't fight him yet. At the last moment, he thought that if he couldn't detect it earlier, then he was a martial arts master, and there was even a chance that he would simply be killed for using martial arts and for using them incorrectly. When it came to choosing, he leaned towards the option that would increase his chances of survival, and instead of his neck, he put his shoulder under attack. Just a moment before the impact, Mr. Shin felt some strange chi. Before the impudent son of a great family did something strange, several more guests of the palace came to see him. Mrs. Heron and some woman came to the scene to prevent the gentleman from causing trouble. Jin Mu Wan himself was quite seriously injured and could not stand on his feet. Lady Heron and her faithful servant stopped Wan Li and tried to help the wounded man. The boy began to scream demonstratively. He admitted it had hurt, but was glad the blow hadn't been fatal. Meanwhile, Shin Wan Li was deep in thought about how the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan couldn't dodge a very simple attack, which meant to him that the rumors were true and this guy really didn't know martial arts. But at the same time, he couldn't understand the strange chi he sensed just before he struck. He assumed his own senses were failing him, as he'd been on edge ever since he arrived at the palace. Horrified by the state of the heir to this palace, Lady Heron excitedly asked what the son of one of the pillars of the alliance was doing. Looking closely at the wounded Mu Wan, the heir of the large family thought that he should rest, and after that, continue to slowly and closely observe the strange youth. In response to the lady's question, He demonstratively dropped the sword and justified himself by saying that he thought this guy would be able to dodge something so light. After that, he turned around and headed for the exit, calling the guy pathetic. The caring girl decided not to spare any expense and threw a spiritual restoration pill into the poor guy's mouth, saying that this medicine was known for its restorative effects and therefore his wound would heal quickly. After this, the good-natured girl apologized to Master Jin, saying that she had no idea that Master Shim would be so cruel. The heir to the palace did not answer. He was covered in cold sweat and continued to shake, demonstrating the unbearable pain. The lady asked permission to escort him out of the room and apologized again for what had happened. When the guy woke up, he saw the silhouette of a girl in front of him. He was already in his room and Yoon Ha-sol was next to him. First of all, the girl with a serious look assumed that it was the guests who treated him so cruelly. Not hearing an answer, she nervously stated that he was actually an idiot, because even if he was weaker than them, he should still at least resist, and if he couldn't do that, he should try to run away. While she was angry, Jin gently placed his hand on her hand. He thanked the girl for her concern, saying that, apart from Mr. Huang, no one had scolded him for a long time. Hearing this, the girl froze and did not know how to respond. When she came to her senses, she reflexively hit the guy and embarrassedly asked why he was saying something like that so suddenly. After this awkward moment, she said that she had to leave this place soon. The boy wasn't pleased to hear this. Moreover, the wound felt as if his insides had been destroyed. Ha-sol had already fully recovered and could continue what she had started. This decision was not made lightly. One day, while once again restoring her internal energy, the girl forgot to control the presence around her. At one moment, a man appeared in front of her, but fortunately it was Sa-ren. Addressing the young lady, he reported that their master was safe and fully recovered. Ha-sol was pleasantly surprised. The caring master asked her to get ready, as it would be good for them to set out on their journey soon. Meanwhile, the master, still unknown to us, reached the nearby wastelands. He came to the northern abandoned lands for the first time and believed that there was a strong life energy there. A moment later, he noticed the presence of uninvited guests and asked them not to ruin his mood with their hiding. Several people began to emerge from underground. The mysterious men in dark cloaks replied that the man's senses were very keen. After this remark, they asked him to say who he was and where he was going. This warrior didn't know who they were, but he was already interested. He liked their unusual weapons and the chi energy that emanated from them, as it was not like the one that emanated from the martial artists he had fought before. The man was already mentally admiring the northern region and the many interesting martial arts there, which he hadn't encountered before. Still, he wasn't about to answer the stranger's questions and instead asked why he had to say anything. The stranger coldly said that he would spare him if he left quietly. But the self-confident and serious man did not take his words seriously and said that the only one who should leave was the strange mole that had burst out of the ground. Adjusting his hat, the stranger with a cold gaze called the master an arrogant fool. After these words, he waved his daggers, which were attached to long chains, and shouted that now they would think that he was here to help the woman they didn't like. Rushing into battle, the master replied that he did not know what woman was being discussed, but if it was a fight, then he was always in action. 5 fast fighters rushed towards the daredevil. They all pointed their weapons, attached to chains, towards the lone warrior. To their surprise, when the dust column began to clear, the man still had a confident smile on his face. As soon as these guys tried to get their weapons back, they realized that their chains were stuck fast. As it turned out, this fighter was able to withstand all their efforts with one hand. After that, he pulled the chains towards himself and prepared his right fist to strike. With the first attack, he managed to get rid of the stranger's annoying weapon. These ninjas had never encountered anything like this before, and they had no choice but to draw their bloody blades. Using blood for bloody destruction, they intended to finish off this daredevil with one blow. Within a moment, the fighter focused his energy into both fists and rushed into the attack. The powerful collision of 2 forces created a huge column of dust. As a result, the fighter was able to defeat these so-called hidden ghosts, although he was wounded. As he watched the enemy, he noticed that they were using bone flares, sacrificing their body to gain more attack power. Pulling the enemy blade from his back, the unknown master admitted that he was not facing the average combat masters, as they turned out to be even stronger than he thought. He had quite a lot of experience in fighting, and he admitted that even the speed sword master Park Sang-won was not as strong as them. Still, he did not regret entering into a senseless battle, as he did not even think about changing the final destination of his route. A mysterious warrior approached the Northern Heavenly Alliance palace. At the same time, Mu-won left the house to take a walk and was noticed by Mrs. Hiren. The girl immediately came closer and asked if he was feeling better. She was just on her way to visit him to give him more medication. Holding his shoulder, the young gentleman replied that this was not the first such wound. The confused girl, holding the medicine in her hands, apologized once again for the behavior of the Master Shim and for the fact that they had invaded his house without permission. The guy repeated his words that this was not the first time for him, after which he said that since they were here, they should spend their time with pleasure. The innocent girl thanked him for his kind words and expressed surprise at the kindness of the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. She also admitted that she expected Master Jin to hold a grudge against such guests, especially since their grandfather was one of the 9 heavens from the Northern Central Alliance, and not to mention that her grandfather was So Moon Hwa, a sage seeking knowledge. Of course, Mu-won knew this without her, but he didn't react to these words in any way. As she handed the boy the medicine, she asked him to trust that she wasn't as bloodthirsty as her grandfather. She also kindly said that if there was anything she could do to help Master Jin, she would do it without hesitation. This entire unusual conversation was already being monitored. On the roof of one of the buildings sat the bodyguard of the So Moon family, Master Yoon So-so. That same evening, as Master Shin walked through the building that had been prepared for their visit, he saw a strange shadow in one of the rooms. It was Lady Heron, and she really scared him, because she looked like some kind of ghost. The girl with a cold and rude look asked him not to make her repeat the words that he should not get involved with the young master of this palace. The guy decided to ignore it and justified himself by saying that it didn't matter, since the guy couldn't even dodge his attack and was too pathetic. In response, the girl, with an unexpectedly confident and arrogant look, said that Mu-won played a colossal role in their plan. The hypocritical girl intended to exploit him as the heir to the Northern Heavenly clan as much as they could. Meanwhile, somewhere in Murim, another bloody battle ended. The terrifying warrior destroyed another fighter. It was the chaos demon Tae-mu Kang. He was disappointed with this battle, since the enemies did not even resist. After these words, his faithful ward arrived, and the man asked what had happened to the Hidden Ghosts gang. The man reported, according to him, after transmitting the location of their targets, the guys were waiting for further instructions, but after losing contact, they found their bodies near the meeting place. The demon was shocked that their elite force was destroyed so suddenly. His protege clarified that they were all killed by some child, and he could now be where their main target is, some girl, and most likely they are talking about Ms. Ha-sol. After clarifying the details, Mu-kong ordered the gang of black wolves to start hunting rabbits. Inside the Northern Heavenly Clan palace, things were still quiet, but not for the deputy captain. Musan was suddenly discovered by his old friend. It was a member of the Deadly Four, the elite tiger guard, Yep Wool. He recalled his comrade suddenly disappearing, but he guessed he'd find him in just such a place. As it turned out, there could be no friendship between them, as one of them had stolen his comrade's woman. Seo Musang wasn't pleased with his luck, as the guy with the ridiculous face had even become an elite tiger guard. The mercenary group's deputy captain asked his so-called friend to focus on his mission and never show up again. In response, the fighter thoughtfully inquired if Musang was still truly angry about it. He said he still felt guilty about what happened, but had explained his point of view more than once. With an arrogant look, he declared that the lady of their hearts had chosen him, and not only that, but had also insisted on marriage. Another provocation forced the deputy to act rashly, and calling on the insolent guard to remain silent, he grabbed his sword. The guard didn't expect that his words would bring So Moon-san to such a state, and was at a loss for a second. Before delivering a furious blow, the fighter, who had lost his common sense, asked how Yep-Wol dared to lie and continue to laugh at him. But a moment later his enemy, who seemed confused, managed to take his knife out of its sheath and make a quick lunge. He pulled off a stunning attack that broke the mercenary captain's deputy's blade and caused 2 cuts on the poor guy's right hand. Looking back, the brazen and impudent guard asked his old friend to cool down and said that he had tried to be polite as soon as he met him. So Moon-sang was devastated, having been cruelly provoked not only into a relationship, but also reminded of a past love tragedy. The brazen and hypocritical Yep-Wol said he'd be there for a while and they wouldn't be able to avoid each other, so they needed to change their outlook on life. He also added that the wound is not too deep and should be treated in advance. At such a difficult moment, the past itself came flooding back to Moon-san's mind. His happy life came to an end when his friend took away his girlfriend, whom he simply took by force. Having lost to his offender in a duel, he was broken and began to laugh in panic. As soon as Mu-won recovered a little, he went to the forge again. When he returned home, the impudent Ha-Sol immediately forced him to cook. As usual, she showed her dissatisfaction with the fact that the lunch turned out to be the same as the previous ones. After her dissatisfaction, the guy silently held out an interesting thing in her direction, an iron flower that he had made with his own hands. The girl was quite puzzled, and the guy explained to her that it was in fact a gift. She was surprised and confused when she received something like this. Eating his meat as if nothing had happened, the boy explained that since she was leaving soon, he wanted to give her something before they parted ways. The girl began to feel embarrassed by this gift, and a blush appeared on her face. She was so confused that she didn't know how to dispel this silence filled with pressure. The girl was surprised to hear that she had received a gift on this day and year, after which she quickly noted that this time the food was very tasty. That same day she looked at that iron rose many more times. The girl thought that he was incredibly handsome, and that the feeling of receiving a gift was unusually pleasant. Her reverie was interrupted by Seren's appearance. The girl immediately hid the gift and was surprised by its unexpected appearance. The man came to his mistress and informed her that the master would soon arrive at this place. At that moment, his piercing gaze noticed that she was hiding something. The girl justified herself by saying that she didn't understand what they were talking about. Bowing his head respectfully, Saren stated that the young lady was their only and last hope, so he asked her to remember this and avoid personal attachments. In response, the girl purposefully declared that she would not allow this to happen. Saren replied that he would trust his mistress. But at that very moment, he felt that something was wrong. Meanwhile, by the pond of the Northern Celestial Clan's palace, a lone man was training and reflecting. He was the deputy captain, and he was haunted by a conversation with his old friend. He was puzzled by what that hypocritical thug had that he didn't. He considered Yep-Wol talented enough to join the elite guards of the Four Deadly Heavens, yet he was tormented by the thought of having to toil away in a land far from the capital. His morale was at its lowest ebb, and the fact that he'd mastered the way of the blue heavenly sword but still hadn't been able to advance beyond the initial level didn't inspire confidence. Memories of his bitter past prevented him from moving forward. He clenched his teeth in anger until his gums began to bleed. He promised his enemies that he would kill them all. Suddenly, the man heard an unfamiliar voice. It spoke of the dark illusions of a distrustful heart and how when a person begins to doubt themselves, the darkness consumes them completely, and the rage that seethes within only leads to ruin and does not solve the problem. Looking around, Musan couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. The stranger said that one day, when the warrior calmed the rage within himself, his thoughts would become crystal clear, a mirror reflecting the truth. They tried to convey to him that all his beliefs were in his heart. The guy decided to trust the incomprehensible and mysterious voice. He came to terms with the situation and began to focus on his feelings. The voice told him about energy control, in which it is important to keep your mind extremely clear. Hearing the amazing instructions out of nowhere, So Mu-san began to move easily and naturally. After cutting through the air, the man aimed his blow at the pond. His strike raised a huge wall of water, and he finally saw the result he couldn't achieve while being completely preoccupied with his past. But the moment after the blow, he noticed some unfamiliar chi, which caused trembling throughout his entire body. Looking around, he tried to see the one who had guided him on the right path. Meanwhile, Mu-won continued studying at the top of the library. It was quite cold, and he had already caught a cold. To avoid pushing himself to the limit, the guy decided to stop and return home. He calmly walked down from the library and headed towards his house. But on the way, he froze in place due to the sensation of a gigantic internal energy unfamiliar to him. His senses told him that this powerful man who possessed that chi was at the entrance to his palace. He had never seen such a man before and had no idea who he was. It turned out to be a wounded master who had single-handedly dealt with a gang of hidden ghosts. A terrifyingly powerful aura raged around him, reminiscent of a mythical dragon. The strong flow of aura created enormous pressure, and the young master felt that his legs would give way at any second. At that moment, he was sure that in front of him was a true martial arts master. Moving forward, the man looked at the palace buildings with interest. He was surprised out loud that the Northern Heavenly Clan looked quite impressive. When he saw a young man he didn't know, he stopped. His gaze became more serious than before. After this, he addressed his brother in a loud voice. As it turned out, children from noble families of the four mortal heavens were already running toward the palace entrance. Lord Shin was the brother of this powerful warrior. The master was surprised that his younger sister and older brother arrived before him. At the same time, Mrs. Heron tried not to show it. It was more logical that Mu-won was indifferent to their meeting. Noticing the state of the clothes of the son of the great Shin family, one of the children asked what had happened to him. It seemed like Brother Shin was still obsessed with fighting, and everyone wanted to know what happened to him. When Lady Harrian noticed the condition of Master Dam's body, she assumed he had been wounded by his final opponent in the trial of 100 duels. That final opponent was the Swift Blade Master, Pek Seong-won. Hearing this, Mu-won remembered Mr. Huang's story about a rising star among the masters. The man satisfied the people who greeted him and said that Song-won was a worthy opponent, but not enough to injure him. The men immediately suggested he postpone the discussion and hurry up with the wounds and treatment. After the warrior's name was mentioned, Mu-won no longer doubted that the person in front of him was that very young and talented warrior. He is the third son of the sacred pillar of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He is 18 years old, and his name is Dam So-jong. With a satisfied laugh, the man clarified that his enemies had been suspicious, but nothing more. He was self-assured and said he wasn't afraid of such challenges, as at his young age he had shaken up all of Murim. Looking back, he wondered who the guy who passed him was. His brother said that he was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, after which he clarified that he was pitiful and not worth worrying about. Despite these words, Master Dam looked towards the young master of the palace with some interest. Wan Li couldn't miss that look, and perhaps it was even part of his insidious plan regarding the young master. It was already evening, and Mu-won continued to walk around the palace in thought. Just meeting the incredibly strong warrior made his palms sweat. He didn't expect to meet this man with a terrifying aura in such a place, and believed that his chi power was at a completely different level from those he had seen in the past few years. The gentleman was walking alone, but one of the escort warriors appeared in front of him. It was the general of the elite Tiger Guards, and he was heading towards the young master. When he came closer, he introduced himself and said that he had been asked to deliver a message to the young master of this palace. Mokyeon Pyong said that Master Jin was invited to dinner at Hwacheon Palace. It sounded rather funny, since the guests were inviting the owner of the palace to dinner, but he still accepted the offer. Upon hearing the answer, The general suggested coming to Huaqian Palace the following evening and specified that the master had also allowed his cousin to come. While restoring his body in a vat of hot water, Mr. Dam kept thinking about the mysterious master of this palace. He thought that Jinwo Moon had no chi, he couldn't even sense his martial arts. But at the same time, the experienced fighter felt something strange coming from him. It seemed to him that he noticed the physical or spiritual presence of the power and will of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He believed that this guy had probably inherited his family's will and could not be as simple as he seemed. A little later, he decided to wait for the palace master near one of the buildings. The guy didn't expect to see Damso Jong in front of him. Upon seeing Master Jin, the man stood up and introduced himself, saying it was an honor to meet him. Still surprised by such a meeting, the guy reciprocated, although he did not understand what he wanted. Mr. Dam unexpectedly said he had come to express his gratitude for accepting him into the residence without prior request. He confessed that he had long wanted to visit the Northern Heavenly Clan and was very grateful that Master Jin had granted his wish. A little sheepishly, Jin Muwan replied that there was nothing to see here since the place had fallen into ruin. He also hoped his guest wasn't disappointed. The man firmly declared that what the palace looked like from the outside didn't matter to him. What mattered most was the opportunity to see the sole heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan's will with his own eyes. After these words, their conversation ended and they silently parted. That evening, Mu Wan and his so-called cousin arrived at the palace for dinner, surrounded by guards of the honored children of the 4 pillars of the deadly heavens. In fact, Master Jin wanted to go himself, but the girl was worried about him and said that because of a bad feeling, she could not leave him alone. Besides, she was very interested in this dinner, as she could find something tasty there, different from what she had to eat for the last 3 months. She was excited that she would finally be able to enjoy delicious food. Seeing Ha Sol so cheerful and happy, Master Jin even showed his kind smile. When the door was opened for the boys, they saw that everyone was already at the table and was waiting only for them. Jin and Ha Sol walked inside slowly. As an experienced fighter, the girl immediately noticed the interesting master, who looked like a lion. Taking a closer look at Ha Sol, Master Dam recalled the words about her being the cousin of the palace heir, but he doubted it, as he sensed her unusual chi. He even assumed she was his bodyguard, since she didn't look like an ordinary person, like Master Jin. The man, as befits a warrior, rose from the table and thanked the young gentleman for accepting their invitation. Ha Sol and Master Jin slowly took their seats opposite the palace guests. Hiding her true intentions, Mrs. Heron decided not to attract unnecessary attention and shyly lowered her gaze to the table. The more serious and daring Master Shin asked his comrades to get down to business. The lion-like master stood up and addressed the palace lord. He began his speech by apologizing for using Huaqian Palace and said they had their reasons for doing so. Ms. Heron also rose from the table and said that they wanted to appoint Master Jin as their seal of approval. With incredible enthusiasm, Master Dam declared that they wanted to found an Azure Dragon Society. The girl explained that the goal of this organization would be to involve militant youth in politics, so that their opinions would be taken into account by the Central Celestial Alliance. The boy calmly inquired why, with such grand plans, they had decided to visit the godforsaken Northern Heavenly Clan. Meanwhile, Ha Sol wasted no time, tucking into a delicious meal with gusto. Heron answered his question and said that the older generation didn't like it when junior martial artists gathered in groups. After her words, Master Dam said there wasn't a single one among them who didn't respect the Northern Heavenly Clan. He claimed that many of them had lived their lives honoring its exploits, studying the history of the Silent Knight's struggles over the course of 100 years. He declared that it was precisely out of respect that they wished to establish their organization in this place. While devouring the delicacies with both hands, the so-called cousin of the heir decided that it would be better for her to stay away. Firmly thrusting his fist forward, Master Dam declared that the message of this gathering was the Azure Dragon Society's oath to heaven. Therefore, they desired Master Jin to witness their meeting and give his seal of approval. After the words of the strongest warrior in this hall, Lady Heron looked closely at the heir of the clan, waiting for his answer. Without wasting the moment, Master Jin replied that he understood their intentions and would witness this promise. With great enthusiasm, Master Dam thanked the guy for this. At the same time, the less respectful older brother began to yawn. Despite the celebration, their younger sister tried not to fall asleep. As expected, the cousin continued to take advantage of the moment and simply ate, without drawing unnecessary attention to herself by intruding into the conversation. While something strange was happening in the Huachin Palace, guards from a group that was already tired of their work stood on the heights around the northern heavenly clan. The model-like looking guys had been busy with such things ever since their precious guests arrived. At first, they thought they'd have a chance to join the four deadly heavens, but in the end, they were looked upon as scum. Showing off their incredibly sophisticated appearance in profile, they were not content with being forced to monitor an area where, according to them, not even an ant could crawl unnoticed. The hungry boys hoped that from the huge amount of food there would be something interesting left for the gentlemen. While they were dreaming about food, a huge shadow suddenly appeared above them. Looking around, they were confused about what was happening. Within a moment, fear appeared on their faces. At the same time, the deputy captain felt that something was wrong. He inquired who was stationed at the northwest entrance. It was Chan Muen and Nam Wool, and they were no longer able to respond to the deputy's signal. The worried man decided to check out the situation alone, fearing the worst. The trainee was surprised because Somu-san moved so skillfully, as if he had just recently become a martial artist. Seeing what had happened, the deputy captain could not move. A few minutes later, his charge managed to run to the security post, experiencing incredible shortness of breath. The moment he saw the terrifying picture before him, he froze in shock. Their fighters were destroyed without any chance of victory. There was almost nothing left of his charges, and the man understood that something terrible had happened, and it was worth reporting this to the captain and their esteemed guests. While the children of high-ranking officials were busy preparing, the kids continued to eat the delicious food. Hassel thought that they were a bunch of idiots. At the same time, the guy noted that she was right, but this bunch of idiots was quite frightening. Sighing heavily, Hassel asked the guy to stay close, and then she would definitely protect him. With a smile on his face, the guy was glad of her words of concern. He thanked her for the offer, and the girl felt awkward. Confused, Hassel turned away to hide her blush and said that in that case she would protect the clan's heir until she left the palace. At that moment, Dam So-jong approached them and asked Master Jin to step aside with him for a moment to discuss something. After this, Mrs. Heron decided to divert attention to herself and asked her cousin how she was enjoying the food. But all these hypocritical courtesies were not to her liking, and she asked directly when they would stop annoying the young master. In response, Mrs. Heron's face changed from innocent and shy to rude and serious. Rising from the table, Lady Yeon remarked that there was no point in inviting Master Jin to this dinner. In response, Heron said they needed his consent, then apologized for disturbing them. Showing genuine anger and hostility, the girl asked to leave Master Jin, saying that his life was already dull and miserable without them. After these words, Shim Su-ah, the youngest daughter of the Shin family, also joined the conversation, saying that Lady Yeon was the only one who burdened him more than themselves. The younger sister suddenly and boldly burst into the conversation and said that the heir of the northern clan did not object to their proposal, so some cousin should know her place and not interfere. With a very nasty expression on her face, she said that they were no different from each other, since they all equally enjoyed the hospitality of the heir. Even the 14-year-old daughter of a great family's negotiation skills were quite advanced, which only served to irritate Lady Yeon. But a moment later, she forgot about what was happening between them. She felt something terrifying coming from the palace. At the same time, Master Dam was speaking with the heir of the great clan and apologizing for the suddenness of the situation, saying that Master Jin was likely displeased with the situation. It seemed he had another sudden request to discuss. He asked him to join the Azure Dragon Society in order to try to change the world together. But a moment later, he had no time for the young master's answer, as he felt an unexpected, terrifying aura spreading from the center of the Northern Heavenly Clan. As it turned out, this impressive internal energy belonged to the so-called chaos demon named Tae-Mu Kang, and he most likely came after Un Ha-Sol. None of the guards could stand before his ferocious strength. The man didn't even pay attention to their presence, because they were no match for him. In order not to waste time on guards, he sent his Wolfgang warriors to attack. Real chaos broke out on the battlefield. With one powerful and swift blow, he destroyed everything around him. Just a moment later, Mu Kang noticed something rapidly approaching him from the sky. Seconds later, a powerful explosion of landing was heard. A great fervor arose, covering his eyes. The chaos demon asked who appeared before him. Dam So-chung made such a loud landing, he first asked who he was to cause so much chaos. Pointing a finger at the young master, the man laughingly declared that he'd heard of a child called the Rising Star of the Eastern Sky. He couldn't believe this boy had dealt with his hidden ghost gang single-handedly. Remembering the recent battle, Dam So-jong realized that they were talking about the masters who suddenly appeared from underground. He understood that he was dealing with martial arts masters who had trained and lived outside of Murim. Taking a closer look at the enemy, Mr. Dam assumed that they were the remnants of the Silent Night. With a sly and mysterious smile, the Chaos Demon replied that he saw that the boy's eyes did not show fear, but rather anticipation. And so it was, feeling a strong energy, Dam. So Jong rushed into battle to test himself in combat with an incredible opponent. Meanwhile, one of the guards managed to escape pursuit, although he was seriously wounded. He immediately came to the general and the guests of the palace to report what was happening. At the same time, Ha-Sol was shaking with fear. She couldn't even imagine that that monster would chase her all this way. Noticing her agitation, Master Jin came closer and placed his hand on her shoulder. He asked if she was okay. The worried girl replied that they should leave, as a monster had arrived that no one could handle. Looking around, the guy noticed that they were surrounded, so he replied that it was too late to escape. A moment later, the Wolfgang warriors began to make their way into the building. As usual, Master Shin, disgruntled, began to complain about the elite tiger guards not taking care of the uninvited guests. Lady Heron's personal guard was on guard to keep enemies away from her mistress. Heron herself tried to calm herself. She believed these people might be from the Silent Night, but she couldn't understand why they had suddenly appeared after so many years of silence. Being politically conscious, she assumed that if people learned of this, the entire world would be plunged into chaos. The battle was inevitable, and Ha-Sol took off her precious hairpin. She prepared for a fight, and asked the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan not to leave her side so as not to get into danger. What she feared most was not the Wolfgang warriors, but their leader, the Chaos Demon. Meanwhile, the Chaos Demon himself was busy with the Rising Star of the Alliance. Master Dam thought that he would finish it quickly. In just a moment, he rushed towards the enemy with incredible speed, which he did not even expect to achieve. Tae-Mu Kang closed his eyes due to the bright light of the young master's enlightenment. The young man found himself right in front of his enemy and prepared for a powerful blow. First, he delivered a powerful blow to the jaw of an enemy that was significantly larger than him. After this, he offered to accept the highest award and hit the big guy in the stomach so hard that he flew back. With incredible speed, the guy continued to deliver a series of blows from different sides. It seemed like he was just toying with his opponent since he was constantly behind him. Their fight spread throughout the palace. Master Dam continued to strike with lightning speed, using the technique of 3 consecutive flurries of light. After numerous attacks, his opponent looked so beaten that the guy thought the fight was over. He didn't receive a single blow in return, and, carelessly leaving his opponent, began to think that he had spent more internal energy than he had planned. but when he started to return to the palace, he heard some strange crackling sound behind him. The guy broke out in a cold sweat when he felt his opponent begin to rise to his feet. Looking at the enemy who began to restore his body, he called him a real monster. Adjusting his battered face, the Chaos Demon acknowledged the power of Murim's rising star. After that, he decided to give him an answer and started using some force. A moment later, he launched a powerful volley towards the enemy and said that using only such strikes, he could not be defeated. The guy managed to dodge, but at that same moment, Mu Kang appeared above him. The monster began to fall down with terrifying force. Using its energy, it quickly spun and aimed at the young master. Using the demonic dive technique of chaotic rotation, he delivered a powerful, destructive blow, like a drill, destroying everything within a radius of tens of meters. The young warrior had no chance to dodge and was seriously wounded. Looking at his defeated opponent in surprise, the Chaos Demon asked if this was all he could do. He said the boy was mistaken if he felt on top of the world after several victories over masters who had become arrogant with their glory. As he left the boy, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, Mu Kang said he spared his life because he saw potential in him. He asked the battered master to meet again when he was stronger, as then his death would be a fitting respite for him. In response, Master Dam, who was on the verge of death, began to try to rise. Noticing this, the Chaos Demon began to furiously scream that he should not act like a hero and refuse his mercy. Just as Mu Kang was finishing off his opponent, who did not accept his goodwill, a cheeky girl tried to stop him. Turning around and looking at the irritant, the man angrily asked who she even was. Bold and as always impudent, Su-A asked if the stranger knew who they were. As it turned out, the children of the noble family and the Tiger Guards had not yet been able to break out of the encirclement, and only Su-A came to the aid of her brother. Master Shim continued to fight the wolf gang and, having defeated another enemy, asked his brother if everything was all right. Seeing the state of Master Dam, he couldn't believe his eyes. Believing words to be powerful, Su-A began to threaten the enemy, claiming that her father was one of the 9 heavens of the Central Heavenly Alliance. She threatened that if the enemy didn't stop, it would be their end. Mu Kang got tired of her and got rid of the girl with one wave of his hand. What happened simply shocked Mrs. Hiran. Having lost his sister, Master Shin cried out with tears in his eyes. He no longer cared about the battle inside the building. He rushed to attack the terrifying enemy that had taken away his dear one. He was so overcome with emotion that he didn't even think about assessing the situation properly, considering that this monster had easily defeated his brother, the rising star of the Murim world. Seeing this, the already wounded and exhausted general shouted after him that he must stop. Master Shin flew toward the Chaos Demon, threatening to kill him. For the first time in a long time, he used one of the most powerful techniques at his disposal, the Crimson King's demonic arm. Having no interest in the pathetic, emotional son of some politician, Mu Kang used a move that was merely a distraction against Master Dam. Having gotten rid of the impudent guy, the man moved on, calling the place overflowing with useless nobodies. Watching this fierce battle where the best youth of the Alliance could do nothing, Jin was simply shocked. Continuing to fight the wolves, Ha-Sol grabbed the boy by the shoulder and asked him to stay behind him and not let his guard down. The girl fought with all her might, her speed was excellent, and the wolf gang fighters were no match for her. Mu-Wan was surprised by her skill, as she didn't even require a weapon to defeat such enemies. At that moment, Lady Heron stood in deep thought, surrounded by enemies that her sister was fighting off. She couldn't believe what had happened to her little sister. None of this had been part of their plan, and she couldn't even fathom who those who had destroyed their powers were. At one point, the girl realized she needed to calm down and focus on avoiding death. Turning to her older sister, she suggested moving to another location. With a more serious and imposing face, which she always hides, the girl said that they would leave everyone and take only Master Dam and Master Shim with them. Mu-Wan couldn't miss the moment when Hiran started acting out of character. He had already guessed that this girl was extremely hypocritical. Mrs. Heron realized that it was too late to hide her true identity. Despite this awkward moment, she decided to concentrate on her plan. Together with their sister, they ran out of the room filled with enemies. The general stood guard at the exit, and several bandits rushed towards him to prevent the girls from escaping. When the girls arrived at the scene, Master Shim's condition was the same as his brother's. Ms. Heron immediately began to use her technique, regretting that the value of the Northern clan's heir was not used. They were forced to leave him here to return to the mainland and prepare a plan. She considered her primary goal to conceal the fact that Master Dam had lost the battle. Afterward, she unleashed the enveloping fate of a heavenly illusion upon her enemy. Muwan watched the events on the street, absorbing the knowledge of the battles he saw before him. He was simply shocked that Miss Harrion was able to spread her spiritual energy without the aid of any means. On the other hand, he understood that this was some secret power of the great So-Moon family. As a result of using her power, the Chaos Demon found himself in an illusion that he found extremely interesting. While the monster remained in the illusion, Ms. Heron and her older sister picked up the seriously wounded masters and began to flee the battlefield. The girl said they needed to hurry, as such a monster would quickly escape her technique. Watching what was happening, Muwan couldn't believe how these guys had been so hypocritical towards their guards. They had rushed them to certain death and simply fled to save their own lives, disregarding honor. At the same time, Hasol dealt with the remnants of the Wolfgang. As soon as she finished and began to think about escaping, she felt a strong, raging energy. It spread from the street where the Chaos Demon had previously fought. The man released a huge amount of power, so as not to waste time on the meaningless illusion with which they were trying to fool him. When he freed himself, he saw that those guys had fled. He didn't mind, as he wanted to fight them after they became stronger. Looking at the building opposite, he saw two silhouettes and remembered that his original target was Hasol. Turning to her, he said with a smile that he was glad to meet her again. The unkillable monster Mu Kang was absolute evil. Hasol understood this and told the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan to hurry and get away from this place, which would soon turn into ruins. The enraged man began concentrating chi in his hands, creating vortexes. He shouted that Hasol was the witch's only hope, whose heart he wanted to break. He wanted to witness her downfall with his own eyes, so he asked her to blame the woman he hated for his death. After these words, the furious monster sent powerful whirlwinds towards the building, destroying everything around. From the powerful blow, everything turned into ruin, and the guy could not see anything. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the girl was floating in the air. Seeing her white hair, he immediately thought that she was a white night witch. It was known that within the silent night, there was a ruler who wielded absolute authority. He was also supported by 4 demon lords, trusted confidants who used their immense power to protect his interests. The terror and destruction wrought by these 4 was so immense that even speaking their names was forbidden. Their power was equal to, if not greater than, that of the 9 heavens of the Central Celestial Alliance. Remembering the stories his father had told him, the heir of the Northern clan thought that he knew she was not so simple, but he could not even imagine something like this. Now he learned that Hasol was the heir to the White Night Witch. The technique the girl used to protect her savior was called the Will of the Silver Spirit. Enjoying a worthy fight, the man shouted that he was surprised that the girl decided not to run away this time, knowing that she had no chance of winning. Looking around, the girl thought he was right, and she wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Her only goal was to allow the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan to escape the battlefield. Looking at the destruction, she thought that he had most likely already escaped. After that, she resigned herself to her fate and took the enemy's blow. The Chaos Demon's incredible power caused a huge explosion that covered most of the palace. Ha-Sol was defeated. The seriously wounded girl was unable to use the witch's techniques, and the Chaos Demon lifted her by the neck. With a menacing smile, he asked if she was really sacrificing herself for the boy who had abandoned her without a second thought. He called her actions foolish and then said that this was the end of her. After that, Mu Kang began to squeeze the girl's neck harder so she couldn't resist. In her last moments, the girl thought about Mu Wan. She was grateful to him for being the first person in her life who showed love to her. But just when it seemed like the end, a deep cut appeared on the Chaos Demon's hand, and he dropped the girl to the ground. The man was surprised and could not understand what had happened. The girl lying on the ground also could not understand why she was still alive. A moment later, a guy appeared in front of her and apologized to her for the fact that the preparations took longer than he thought. It was Mu Wan. He returned with a sword to protect the girl who was willing to sacrifice her life for his safety. The Chaos Demon was so surprised for the first time that day that he asked what had happened and who he was. For the first time, Mu Wan looked so serious, he introduced himself as the 5th-generation leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan named Jin Mu Wan. The shocked girl looked at the guy's back, thinking that she had failed to save the best person she had met just recently. She assumed that he had not actually run away, but had gone for his sword. In response, the guy asked her not to go far and to stand behind. The girl didn't understand what he was going to do in such a hopeless situation. She didn't think he could fight because she couldn't even sense his chi. Looking at his hand, the man said the boy was using some strange power. He couldn't understand why his immortal body wasn't healing the wound inflicted by this man. Mu Wan had no intention of fighting until he had attained considerable strength. He wasn't sure how long he could use his techniques, and he wasn't sure he was even capable of it. It was the worst possible scenario, facing a demon like his opponent in his first battle. Now the Chaos Demon was truly serious. He said that he was worried about the chi energy of the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir, so he would definitely get rid of him here and now. After these words, the man began to concentrate energy in his fists and rushed to attack. His speed was incredible, and he was about to deliver a straight punch that none of his previous opponents could withstand. At the last moment, Mu Wan managed to dodge. Mu Kang couldn't believe that this guy was able to dodge such an attack. The clumsy guy didn't yet know how to use his feet properly and simply fell to the ground, continuing to watch the enemy's actions in surprise. Possessing incredible brute strength, the Chaos Demon swung both hands to deliver a blow that would destroy everything around him. He hit right where Mr. Jin was. But the second time, the boy managed to dodge. He sat on the ground, watching in horror at the enemy's strength. All he continued to do was clumsily dodge blows that could have destroyed Master Dam in an instant. After another unsuccessful series of strikes, the Chaos Demon was incredibly angry and shouted that Mu Wan was a pathetic nobody. While the events inside the palace were gaining momentum, So Musan finished his investigation and was heading back. The guards at all observation posts were incapacitated. Remembering the words of his comrades, he thought that it was a mistake to go to this distant and dangerous place. He didn't understand what was happening, but he was forced to complete the investigation. On his way to the palace, he saw a man who was hiding his identity. The guy stopped and called the stranger to show himself. Hearing a familiar voice, the frightened vice-captain climbed out of the hay. The deputy did not expect to see him in such a place and immediately asked what was going on. The frightened man began looking around, claiming that some craftsmen in wolfskin cloaks had started a fight with them. He told his deputy that there were a lot of them and they should hide. Hearing the cowardly captain's words, Musang asked him what he was doing. The boy wanted to avenge the deaths of his comrades, while the pathetic Jiang Bai Sang was trying to escape and urging him to do the same. Filled with anger, the man declared that his fallen comrades were loyal warriors who trusted their captain and were even willing to give their lives. He believed that Bai San should fulfill his role as a leader and respect their feelings, acting honorably. The frightened captain replied that he didn't care about their lives and said that they could take revenge later, but first they just needed to survive. Hearing such pitiful words, Musan kicked the fat man in the ribs. After that, he said that their captain turned out to be a real piece of trash. Musan ran on to help his comrades, while his captain shouted after him that he would do everything he could to survive. The pathetic bastard declared that he would crush everyone who looked down on him. The battle continued. Ha-Sol could not get to her feet and could only watch the battle. Looking at her friend, she couldn't believe it was true. Before, he seemed like an ordinary poor guy whose fate was under the control of people stronger than him. He had been acting awkward all this time, and now she realized that Mu Wan had most likely been deliberately hiding his strength to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Despite the heat of battle, she still couldn't sense his chi, which made her wonder what kind of martial art he had learned. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and the Chaos Demon gave it his all. He took the matter seriously and created demonic wings for himself, after which he flew into the sky, releasing enormous power. Directing a demonic rain of destruction towards the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the man shouted that he would completely erase his existence. A huge number of blows with terrifying destructive force were directed at the guy who had no experience in fighting yet. Mu Wan was in a very difficult situation. He thought that even if he checked the entire area, he still wouldn't be able to avoid being hit by the enemy. A huge number of attacks were visible from any point in this area, and Musan could not miss it. Looking at the palace, the man saw that all the buildings had been completely destroyed, and the place was no longer any different from a battlefield. Nothing remained where Huaqian Palace had stood. Moving forward, he saw a wounded soldier lying on the ground. Recognizing the man, the deputy captain stopped. It was Yep Wol, and he was seriously wounded in battle. Musan immediately rushed to him and tried to bring him back to his senses. He shouted that his old friend could not die, because then the anger inside him would be meaningless. But it was already late, and the guy didn't answer. Fighting the wolf pack took everything he had from him. Just before the enemy attacks, the boy looked towards Ha-Sol. He thought that he should first get her out of the enemy's attack zone. But at that same moment, he saw behind her a part of the surviving wall on which the greatest scroll of their clan was engraved. The guy tried to read what he had not yet had time to study. By concentrating on the letters, he began to recognize the words of the teaching. It spoke of a dark blade that destroyed heaven and hell, and of a shadow that kills both gods and demons. At that moment, he realized the truth of the blade of eternal darkness, and began to use the waves of devastation technique. So Moon said goodbye to his old comrade. After this, he decided to take his comrade's sword as a souvenir. It was an item he didn't want to leave in those ruins. Everything around him was crumbling under the terrifying power of the enemy leader. This defeat was inevitable, and for a moment he resigned himself to the fact that he was powerless to do anything. But at one point he noticed a strange silhouette. The deputy captain of the guard recognized Mu Wan, who looked like a shadow as he dodged the enemy's attacks. Ha-Sol covered her head as rocks fell from the sky. Mu Wan came to her defense. He had already mastered a new power and could fight back. Releasing his energy, the boy powerfully created a kind of shield from the shadow of his sword. The huge pillar of his shadow was able to stop the enemy attacks that were directed towards them. Seeing this with his own eyes, the deputy captain was simply shocked. Their enemy, the demon of chaos, was in the same state. Before his eyes, the boy, who showed no internal energy, wielded the sword incredibly smoothly and quickly, creating shadows. With his power, he was able to protect himself and Ha-Sol from the many enemy attacks that were directed towards him. Having finished with this, the guy prepared for the next step. He quickly rushed towards his enemy, catching him off guard. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan unleashed the power of the Blade of Eternal Darkness and prepared to launch a powerful attack. His blow was a moment before reaching its target. For the first time in decades, the Chaos Demon felt fear and cold sweat on his face. At that moment, he felt that this blow would kill him. Realizing that this was no ordinary child, but a true tiger, the heir to the Northern Sky Sect, Mu Kang directed an incredible amount of energy at the boy, forming a powerful attack. Not having enough experience, the guy did not have time to dodge it and take everything on himself. A powerful enemy attack knocked him out. After that, the exhausted guy fell to the ground while the Chaos Demon landed on his feet. Addressing his opponent, Mu Kang stated that he was infuriating him with his techniques, which he had never encountered before, despite his battle experience. Within a moment, A huge, slashing wound appeared on the monster's body. He couldn't even understand when he had managed to miss such a dangerous blow. The wounded boy could not get up and felt terrible pain. He couldn't breathe normally and knew he was at his limit. The enemy was approaching, and there was no longer any possibility of resistance. Due to the eternal flames of chaos, Wukong was closest to immortality, but he couldn't understand how it was that his wounds didn't heal on their own. Addressing the wounded and exhausted boy, the Chaos Demon said he was different from the children who had attacked him earlier. He was infuriated by his opponent's hidden abilities and urged the boy to confess what martial art he had studied. With a terrifying smile, the monster admitted that the fights he enjoyed were those involving opponents who were willing to put his life on the line. At the moment of his meaningless speech, he missed an unexpected blow. This was all Ha-Sol could do, but she was willing to spend all her energy to give the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan a chance to be saved. The Chaos Demon turned his attention to her. He was clearly unhappy that he was being disturbed. The girl's attack did not produce any results. To save himself the trouble, the demon launched another attack, which sent her flying towards the ruined palace buildings. After that, he was about to finish her off with a follow-up attack and said goodbye. Hearing this, Mu-Wan regained consciousness. He shouted the name of the only person dear to him, Yun Ha-Sol. After the attack, a huge column of dust rose up in the girl's direction, and the Chaos Demon returned to the idea of finishing off the heir. But at that very moment, he was swept away by a huge wave of a powerful snow attack. Amidst all this dust, a man in a white cloak appeared. He was able to protect Lady Yun Ha-Sol. It was her loyal subordinate Seren. He didn't manage to arrive in time, but he still saved the girl from the final attack of the Chaos Demon that was hunting her. As expected, the Chaos Demon quickly recovered from this attack. Looking forward with an angry expression, Wukong saw the woman he had long wanted to see. The White Knight Witch joined them. She is also known as the Dark Knight Demon Lord named Seo Gumhan. First of all, the woman with the chilling inner energy turned to Ha-Sol. The girl who narrowly escaped her death did not expect her witch to come to her at the last moment. Addressing the enemy, So Gimhan said that the Chaos Demon should not have appeared in this world. With a sly smile on his face, the monster replied that the people of the Silent Night were the ones who created him. Meanwhile, Seren apologized to the young lady and began to analyze the situation. He recalled that the will of the Silver Spirit demands calm prudence from the young mistress. In other words, she must renounce the 5 worldly desires and the 7 human emotions. However, because of the boy who accepted her, she began to develop her emotions, and this is causing everything to fall apart. He was filled with anger at the state his mistress was in. He believed the most dangerous people in the world of Murim were scum like Mu-Wan, who hid their abilities. Looking at the boy, he thought angrily that he was Silent Knight's mortal enemy, as he was the leader of the Northern Sky Sect, even though it was thought to have been completely destroyed. Considering him a ferocious beast hiding its claws, Seren decided to end his life in order to protect his mistress from danger, which would only increase many times over in the future. But noticing the hidden dagger, Ha-Sol grabbed him by the clothes. The wounded girl begged not to kill the guy, saying he had done nothing wrong. She told him that everything that had happened was her fault, because she had come to this place and stayed there without his permission, while he had shown mercy without expecting anything in return. She confessed that for the first time in her life, she had received so much kindness and love from someone. In response, Seren shouted to the young lady that Mu-Wan was a terrible beast that was hiding its claws and was a great threat to their future. The girl tried to do everything to save the guy. Holding her protector, she named the heir of the Northern clan as the one who saved her life. Seren couldn't argue with his young mistress and was in a difficult situation. He decided to leave this conversation and asked her to drink the divine healing pill, which would help with the healing of her wounds. But the girl didn't pay any attention to her. She continued to look at the wounded boy who was trying to save her from a monster he was unable to destroy. Meanwhile, Wukong was about to fight the White Knight Witch. He was not in the best shape, because when he was touched by the strange energy of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, his wounds stopped healing. Lady Seo Guman was ready for battle, and two shining rings appeared above her. Addressing the enemy, she said that he had succeeded last time only because she had been caught off guard by his cowardly ambush. She believed that under normal circumstances, his puny ki, which utilized the eternal flame of chaos, stood no chance against her. The White Knight Witch had no intention of losing a second time and began to release her internal energy using the rotation of the moonlight. Before they fought, the Chaos Demon approached Seo Gimhan and said that he was created for the sole purpose of hunting people like her. After this, he began to release a huge amount of destructive power and shouted that this is why he is called the Demon of Chaos. With a furious and terrifying cry, he went on the attack. The witch's ice power and the Chaos Demon's destruction power collided, creating a bright light that caused the injured Mu-Wan to lose consciousness. A powerful explosion forced Seren to move the young lady away. When he woke up, he saw the White Night Witch in front of him. Severe injuries prevented him from even moving. The woman looked down on him, which only emphasized her high status. Knowing who she was, the guy began to fear the worst outcome and tried to crawl away, but he had no chance to escape. At that moment, he looked around for the Chaos Demon he had fought before the White Night Witch came. He could not see him anywhere, not even his body if he lost the battle. The witch said that the Chaos Demon had escaped. Looking at the lord of this palace with a stern gaze, she guessed that he was the last living blood of the Northern Heavenly clan. She thought that everyone perceived him as a tiger cub without fangs and claws, but in fact it turned out that all this was not true, and not only was he still alive, he turned out to be a very mature and dangerous fighter. She believed that he would be a real threat in the future. By empowering her palm with ice energy, the witch decided to get rid of the guy before he became a real threat to Silent Night. But just before she could finish off the helpless boy, a student tried to stop her. The wounded Yun Ha-Sol began to slowly approach her. The witch asked why she was doing this. The girl stood right in front of the guy, protecting him with her body. Seeing this, the mentor asked her student how she dared to defend the heir of the sect, who was their mortal enemy. With tears in her eyes, Ha-Sol replied that he was the one to whom she owed her life. She had to beg her mentor to spare the boy, remembering that she always listened and unquestioningly carried out all the orders of the White Witch. She was right, since she'd never approached the witch with requests. But the woman worried that this man would not only become a real threat in the future, but had also changed the soul of her charge, who must shackle all her feelings. Left with no other choice, Ha-Sol bowed her head to the ground, earnestly pleading for her comrade to be spared. Seeing the girl in such despair, Jin tried to stop her. Seren knew that something like this could happen, but he had no right to stop the young lady. Looking at her student, memories came flooding back to the witch. Once she had to find herself in a similar situation. Most likely, she was also protecting someone who was dear to her, even though it was contrary to their credo. These memories made her head hurt. Still, she agreed to save the guy's life, but in return, she had conditions. She said that in that case, Ha-Sol would begin to study the ultimate technique of the silver light of the ice crystal. Hearing these words, Seren realized the time had come. Their master had hesitated to teach the girl this technique due to its extreme danger, but she nevertheless decided to speed up the process of completing the Silver Spirit's will. Without raising her head, the girl agreed to go through these difficulties. After this, she turned for the last time to her friend, who treated her with such kindness, despite the fact that she brazenly broke into his house. She held out her hand with half a healing pill and asked him to eat the medicine. In response, the guy admitted that he was sorry that he was showing such an awkward side of himself. But she didn't care. Despite the witch and Saren being nearby, she hugged the guy, who was the biggest threat to their organization. The guy couldn't believe it was time to say goodbye. With tears in her eyes, Ha-Sol said that she was going home. Master Jin didn't object, and also shed a few tears. The White Night Witch and her ward left in an unknown direction. Master Jin Mu-Wan sat among the destruction, thinking about what had happened. Before leaving, the witch warned the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan that if he appeared before Hasol a second time, he would not be able to escape punishment. After the battle with the incredible monster, the guy was very exhausted. But looking up at the sky, he made an oath. He swore by heaven that he would become stronger. At the same time, the deputy captain of security was watching him from behind one of the rocks. The man couldn't believe what had happened before his eyes. He suspected Mu Wan wasn't an ordinary person, but he never imagined him to be so strong. The battle he witnessed gave him goosebumps. He never would have thought this guy would learn to wield a blade while training outside the sight of guards. He no longer doubted that the will and spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan had been inherited by their last member, who had become the leader. At one point, he realized the events that changed his life. It was about the moment when he heard an unknown voice that put him on the true path. Now he was sure that it was Master Jin who had enlightened him at the moment when he was at his most difficult. He didn't understand his motives, but he thought he was worth keeping an eye on. The wounded guy got to his feet and started walking. Mu Seong wondered where this wounded boy would go and what his plans were. Master Jin suddenly looked in his direction and said that if the deputy was going to kill him, then this was the perfect time and there was no point in his doubts. The deputy captain was discovered, although he did not want to show it. He still had unfinished business. Putting a mask on his face, the man decided to pay his last respects to those who fought in that horrific battle. It was about his comrades, whom he could not simply leave on the ground. At that moment his life changed. He was left with nothing again. Along with him was the sword of his old comrade, to whom he had to say goodbye. Looking up at the sky, he sighed heavily. Even though the palace was destroyed, so Musan remained. He observed the strange man's actions and wondered what he was planning to do. 5 days passed before he finally emerged onto the streets. But the guy didn't answer and just went to carry some stones. The master asked what he was looking for, but in response he never heard anything. Mr. Jin picked up a stone and began to examine it. After that, he wrapped the thing in cloth and took it with him. Still silent, the young master began to walk away from his house into the distance. The man asked him if he was planning to leave the palace. The boy replied that it was time for him to leave this place. Seo Musang was certain that the Central Heavenly Alliance would soon send several people to investigate the area. He believed they would learn of the existence of this monster as well as the reappearance of the Silent Knight. He feared the Central Alliance wouldn't take this situation lightly. He understood that even if he wasn't directly involved, he would still be somehow connected to it. Before leaving, the boy asked the deputy captain what he was planning to do now that he was without a squad. The man replied that he would have to return to the Central Alliance because he had some work to do. Mu Won replied that if he left this place, he would be the only survivor of this incident, and the authorities would try to extract as much information from him as possible, which would cause him a lot of difficulties. Hearing these words, Musan replied that he was right. He asked the young master not to worry and promised that he would never tell them that he had survived, after which he swore on his life and all the gods. After thinking for a bit, he decided to speak out to the end. The man admitted that he also regretted his past actions, after which he said that he sincerely respected his ancestors and was therefore extremely disappointed to see his pathetic side. He could not come to terms with the fact that he was the heir to a sect he sincerely admired. In response, Mu Wan said that it was normal because anyone in his place would feel the same way. After this, the man also thanked the guy for helping him that time. Mu Wan became embarrassed and said that it wasn't that important. After thinking for a bit, the man became more serious. Within a moment, he fell to his knees and declared that from now on he would serve Jin Mu Wan as his master. This unexpected oath surprised the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The man fell on his knees and swore by all the gods and heavens that he would live and die only for his master, and then declared that from that day forward he was his only master. By doing this, So Musang was confident that the Northern Heavenly Clan would be revived with this man's help. In an era where conspiracies and betrayals were so common, he knew it would be impossible to find another man like him, someone with spiritual strength and an unbending will. Sincerely addressing his new master, the man humbly asked for his consent, saying that he would become his blade and kill his enemies. In response, the guy calmly asked him to get up. As expected, Musong treated this as his first order. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, Mu-won said that he heard his wish. Seo Musan was accepted into the ranks of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He became the blade of the 5th leader of the legendary organization. After some time, together with his faithful comrades, Mu-won burned down the remains of the fortress. There was no doubt in his eyes, and the attentive So Mu-song enjoyed his spirit and will. Mr. Huang stood next to them, and seeing the palace that had given him hope for life disappear, he could not hold back his tears. The man turned away so as not to show himself in this form. When he saw the state of the Northern Heavenly Clan's palace from afar, he rushed to the young master with all his speed. At that moment, the guy was just lighting a fire with which he was going to wipe out the remains of their palace. The excited man wanted to know what happened in this place. He had previously heard that the descendants of the 9 heavens had come to the Northern Heaven sect. While examining the young master, the man shouted that the arrogance of those scum knows no bounds, after which he continued to ask if everything was all right with the clan heir. With a kind smile, Mu-won calmly replied that there was no need to worry about him. He was grateful that Mr. Huang came to visit him. Despite what had happened to the Northern Heavenly Clan, the old man was sincerely glad that his young master was still alive. The young master decided to go with an old member of their clan. Seo Mu-seong planned to stay in this place until the Central Alliance troops arrived. Finally, he turned to his master. He respectfully asked him to stay safe and healthy until they met again. Master Jin replied that he still didn't know how long it would take. The man replied that it did not matter to him and that he would wait for his master to return. In response, Mu-won asked him to be careful. Seo Mu-sung didn't want him to worry about his life. Still, he truly admired the life of the heir of the Northern Clan. It was time to say goodbye, because different paths awaited them. Finally, the man asked Mr. Huang to take care of the young master. The old man replied that it had been his duty for many years, so there was no need to worry. After these words, Mu-won finally left his ruined palace. Looking at his master, the faithful follower thought that he reminded him of the dragon that had gone away to spread the wings on his back. He had to wait for his return and prepare for the future. After that, he simply sat down on the ground and began to meditate. His main duty was to serve his true master. A few days later, a huge army appeared on the horizon. So Musong felt the ground begin to vibrate from their horses. He didn't have to wait long for them to arrive at the scene of recent events. Based on the quick response time of the 9 Heavens forces, the man guessed that Mr. Sim and Ms. Heron had gone to the western fortress of the Central Alliance. Approaching the lone warrior, the army stopped. Their captain said he had heard that Silent Night had appeared in this place, and then boldly asked the stranger to identify himself. Seeing this general, Musong guessed that he was Yang Manjo from the western fortress. The determined warrior took out his ID and said that he was a member of the 3rd group of mercenaries sent here by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Having learned about the group of mercenaries, the man asked where the rest of the guys were. So Moon replied that he was the only one who survived. The general decided to ask about this news again, and the man calmly confirmed his words. Pointing his massive sword towards the former mercenary, the general asked what had happened to the sect's heirs. Upon hearing that he was dead, the man asked incredulously if the boy had seen it with his own eyes. So Moon replied that he last saw him locked in a burning room, but could not confirm whether he had escaped or not. The general looked thoughtfully at the suspicious guy. After this, he replied that they would soon find out and asked his wards to arrest the stranger and send him to the western fortress for interrogation. Addressing his army, he asked them to split into 2 groups, after which he appointed their leaders. The first group was tasked with searching the area and recovering burned bodies. The second group was tasked with securing the surrounding borders. Seo Mu-sung was captured and knew that when he was brought to the western fortress, they would question him about the appearance of the Silent Night and how he had survived it all. They would also likely try to discover the truth about the master, and if his innocence was proven, he would be able to return to the Central Alliance. But if they suspected him until the very end, then he would be imprisoned forever. The man was confident in himself and intended to remain composed until the very end. Without wasting any time, the general began an investigation and asked to find everything that had to do with the appearance of Silent Night. Despite his shout, So Musong was sure that no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to find anything. He only thought about how his master could cope with the trials he would face on the path of cultivation. The road was long and Master Jin remained on horseback even at night. Over time, they arrived at the northern mountains called Geokom, which their sect considered terrifying because they were not suitable for normal life. Huang asked if the young master was sure that he wanted to stay here. The boy replied without a doubt that everything was fine. From now on, he intended to practice only martial arts, considering this place the ideal place to fully immerse himself in training. Now he was dead to the world. He knew that at first people would doubt, but soon all this would pass, since they were cruel and heartless. Addressing the young master, Huang said that he would bring him food and supplies every 4 months. Before saying goodbye, Master Jin took his faithful companion by the hand and said that he was sincerely grateful for what he was doing for him. The man asked him not to say such a thing, considering his actions a sacred duty he must fulfill. In response, the master apologized for his words, as he wanted to continue to rely on his support. Huang replied that he simply wanted the young master to focus fully on his training. After looking around the eerie surroundings, they fell silent. The cold and gloomy rocks around were what tempered the spirit of the young master. His path to the top will begin from this place. The following events take us to one of the 10 largest trading troops in the country, whose wealth is enough to force even the imperial family to listen to their demands. The White Dragon has numerous branches scattered throughout the main lands, which has allowed them to gain enormous influence throughout the country. Each of their branches is large enough to operate independently, but if they had a place to call their main headquarters, it would be in Nanju, a city they completely control. It was nearly impossible for the White Dragon merchant troupe to find anyone who wasn't connected to them. The woman who founded the White Dragon merchant troupe was the retired former leader, No Tay Tay, but this was the first time she had appeared at the meeting in many years. Her youngest daughter, Yoon Soin, kept thinking about what a great man her older brother was, doing everything he could to help his mother build this troupe from scratch. In her opinion, he was the one who cared for the White Dragon merchant troupe more than anyone else. She was referring to the eldest son, Yun Humeng. This man was already the leader of the merchant troupe. It had been a while since this woman had appeared at the summit, and this seemed quite unusual on her part. It was clear that something important had happened. Turning to her son, she became convinced that the situation in Unnam did not look very good. Upon learning that the city in question was Unnam, Yun Soin remembered that 7 years ago, when everyone wanted to leave that city because it was too far from the headquarters, a man appeared who put everything on the line to establish the foundation of their branch there. This was another older brother, the third son of the family. His name was Yun Jaman. He stated that if problems arose in Unnam, then he would immediately be the one to go and solve them on his own. In response, the leader stated that if Jaman abandoned his position here to go to Unnam, they would inevitably suffer some losses. He believed it would be better if they sent someone else to Unnam. The younger brother considered it a personal matter, as he had founded a branch in the city where the problems arose. He claimed that no one knew more about that city than he did. With a calm look, the troop leader thought that he understood his brother's feelings. He was sure that Jamin was capable enough to go there. However, they had no idea how difficult the situation was and what dangers might await them there. Their mother was here to make sure they made an unbiased decision, so he was going to refrain from making any harsh statements. Turning to the head of the family, all the summit members began to discuss several candidates, but it was difficult to decide among them because some were quite intelligent, while others were more advanced in martial arts, which guaranteed them a safe visit. After listening to all the opinions, the woman turned to her son, who founded that branch. Jamin was attentive to the speech of his respected mother. The woman wanted to hear if he really wanted to go to Unnam. In response, he stated that she knew very well that he was the one who was best suited for this. She agreed that it was natural for him to want to go to his branch, but she wondered who he planned to take with him. The man replied that he planned to take the general's deputy. He was confident that Nam Ingol and his men would be able to help them avoid any difficulties and dangers. After hearing his answer, the woman said that in that case nothing would change if he took another person with him. He was talking about the bodyguard, Huang. Hearing Huang Chul mentioned, Jamin was not opposed. The founder of the White Dragon Group believed that the bodyguard Huang was a reliable person, and in case of emergency, he would help contact their main branch. Before sending her son to solve the branch's problems, she asked him to take care of himself, as the situation in Unnam is not easy. After the summit concluded, only Miss Tay-Tay and her son, Human, who had inherited the family business, remained in the room. The woman asked if he was worried about his younger brother. The man replied that this was true, but he was more concerned about the fact that they had no reliable information about the current state of affairs in that city. In response, the woman agreed with his words, but clarified that just because it was dangerous didn't mean the main family shouldn't intervene. She believed that at times like these, their family had a responsibility to take initiative and set an example for others. She believed that her son would be fine. She wanted Human not to worry, and then asked him to send his bodyguard Huang to her. The man responded to her request with a smile. It seemed he held some special value for them. He knew that Master Huang was not talented in martial arts, and did not particularly stand out among others. So it was a mystery what he did to earn his mother's trust and favor. Training sessions for young masters took place in the inner palace. The boys gave it their all. The teacher tried to guide them on the right path and taught them to focus on their inner energy. According to the mentor, the children did not give their best and did not behave seriously. As it turned out, this mentor was the bodyguard Huang. The head of the family took him by surprise. At the request of Mrs. Tay-Tay, he went to meet her. The woman invited him to sit down and asked how he was doing. The man confessed that thanks to the lady's generous kindness, his life had been blessed with ease and comfort. The founder of the merchant troupe was pleased to hear this. The bodyguard inquired why he had been summoned to a private meeting. The woman informed him that his third son wanted to go to Unnam, and since the place held a special interest for him, he considered it his duty to resolve the situation there. She said she wanted her loyal subject to accompany him. She also said that 7 years ago her eldest son managed to escape a critical situation, and then 5 years later she herself found herself in a critical situation and only miraculously survived. Looking back, she believed that the person who helped them navigate those difficult times was Huang. As it turned out, she believed he was blessed with great luck and possessed the power to help people escape dangerous situations. The woman believed this talent was a God-given gift, so she asked if she could entrust her third son to him. As a result, he had a trip planned to Unnam in 2 weeks, so he had to hurry to fulfill his previous plans. He was also worried that young Master Moonjong might go with them, who was quite a clumsy guy and might end up getting hit by a sword, which would require spending a lot more time training him. As he moved forward, the man saw a destroyed carriage and remembered that due to the great influence of bandits in the area, the Imperial Army began to manage its security with special attention. But to his surprise, no matter how many times he had passed here in the past, he had never met them. As he headed towards the mountains where he had left the young master, Huang thought that he must indeed be lucky if No Tai-Tai was sending him with his third son. Meanwhile, Mu Wan grew stronger and had already become accustomed to this difficult place to live. The mountains were covered with snow, but he made a place for himself in the rock, into which he carried a small supply of wood. Inside, numerous shattered swords were evidence that he had not been idle. In an instant, he heard someone come to his door and ask him to come out. The boy recognized Mr. Huang's voice and happily ran to meet him. It hadn't even been a year since they last saw each other, and now Jin Mu-wan looked like a completely new person. With tears in his eyes, Huang Chul addressed the young master and thought that if he died on this journey, he would no longer have any regrets. As expected, Master Jin was very grateful that Mr. Huang had come to him in such a cold time of year. He invited the man inside. Inside his cave, a rather comfortable dwelling had been arranged. Although the boy had noticeably changed, he felt he still lacked much and needed to be more diligent in his training. Taking another look at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the merchant said that he was simply amazing. Every time he saw his young master, he seemed like a new person to him, which was quite mysterious. The boys sat down to drink tea. Mr. Huang announced that he had arrived earlier than usual because he was being urgently sent to Unnam. The guy asked what was going on. He hoped it was nothing serious. The man replied that he doubted it was dangerous. He said that even if something bad did happen, he was more than capable of protecting his own body. After that, he inquired about the mysterious large blade that was in the corner of the room. The young master replied that it was a blade he had forged using the stone Huang had given him. It had taken him a great deal of time and effort to master something like that. After taking a closer look at the blade, the man stated that it emitted a rather ominous vibration. Mr. Huang then decided to recount the events that had occurred recently. 7 years had passed since Mu-wan was forced to leave his palace. The 4 pillars of the northern heavens had gained immense power in the world, and the Central Heavenly Alliance was struggling to keep them in check. They were fighting each other, which meant that the quiet night had not yet returned. Because of this, even the Central Celestial Alliance was in complete disarray and seemed unstable. As he said goodbye, Mr. Huang Chul assured the young master that he should not worry, because until the world again saw the glory of the Northern Heavenly Clan, he would never fall ill or die. He also said that he would return by early spring in about 3 months. Mu-wan wished his loyal comrade good luck and asked him to take care of himself under any circumstances. After these words, Huang looked at the clan heir with a smile and said goodbye. The young master took a closer look before he set off. Yet this was the only person I saw once every few months for 7 years. Looking up at the sky, he wondered how Ha-Sol was doing. 3 months later, Mr. Huang still had not come to see the young master. The boy understood that something had definitely happened to the old man. After many years of training, he was no longer the same person and was ready for any challenge. His blade could cut even stone. These mountains, which had terrified the masters of his clan, were cut by his blade. Mu-wan continued to train, and his skills in using eternal darkness reached a completely different level. There was an unwavering will in his eyes, and now he was ready to show everyone the legacy of the Northern Heavenly Clan. With one powerful blow, he created a huge destructive wave of eternal darkness. The results of his training were simply astonishing, as he managed to easily destroy a mountain range against which he looked like a small and helpless ant. He believed that there was no point in waiting any longer, and it was time to find the master, who was one of the 3 members of his clan. Master Mu-wan went to the city of Nanju, in the Orchid region. First of all, he went to the local hotel. Looking at the guy in some old and dirty raincoat, the man thought that he was a beggar, and it would be better if he said that they had no numbers left. But a moment later, the guy showered his table with gold. The hotel owner's attitude immediately changed, and he greeted the guest joyfully, after which he said he would take him to their best room. According to him, that room made even noble families covet it, as it had everything, including a private bathroom. As Mu-wan entered, he reflected on how he had spent too much time in seclusion, and his memories of the city's locations had become hazy. He was surprised that he had somehow managed to reach Nanju. It was difficult because the journey took more than 10 days. He had to go to this place because all he knew was that the old man worked as a bodyguard for the White Dragon merchant troupe. He didn't know much about the new world he'd returned to, so he considered it a mistake to be overconfident when he sent Huang off to face danger. Because the boy was focused on learning martial arts, he had to act too late. Having left his things in the hotel room, the guy went to the palace of the White Dragon merchant troupe. He introduced himself to the guards as Master Jun and said that he had come in search of a boy named Kwak Munjung, who was the ward of Huang Chul's bodyguard. Hearing this name, the man asked how he knew the bodyguard apprentice. The boy replied that he didn't know the student personally, but his uncle said he was close to the boy. When asked who his uncle was, Mu Wan replied that it was Huang Chul, Lady No's bodyguard. Hearing this name, the man reacted with a smile and assumed that in front of him was the nephew of their dear brother, who loved to brag about his family. After a brief moment of joy, he became tense and said that it had been 6 months since they had last heard from Mr. Huang. The guard at the main entrance agreed to take the guest to Munjong's location. He explained that since the student had never had any talent with the sword, he was now simply performing a bunch of odd jobs here. Among the local bodyguards, there were those who looked extremely hostile. Despite their piercing gazes, Mu Wan wasn't worried at all. The guard asked the young master to wait while he spoke with the mentor. The man walked up to the man with gray hair and whispered something in his ear. After this, the old man turned around in surprise to look at the nephew of Huang's bodyguard. His name was Kong Jinsen, and they greeted the young master in a proper manner. According to him, Munjong is still busy, but can return at any time. Next, Mu Wan asked what was known about his uncle and where he might be. The man replied thoughtfully that he'd heard there was a problem in the city of Unam, so the deputy general and the founder's third son had gone to resolve the situation. He also knew that Lady No had specifically requested Huang's bodyguard to accompany them. In response, the boy asked why she had sent his uncle on such a dangerous mission. He was concerned about why those guys had gone missing and why the founder wasn't assembling a rescue team for them. Hearing this, Mr. Kong sharply retorted that the young master's words were rude if he considered Lady No heartless. He explained that everyone was worried not only about Huang's disappearance, but also about the other members of the expedition, and that this was a major problem for the White Dragon merchant troupe. That's why Lady No is hiring many experienced mercenaries and plans to send them to Unnam soon. Until now, the White Tiger merchant troupe has operated independently and received no assistance from the Fierce Fists, the most influential group in that city. Following this incident, they asked for their cooperation, but the mentor was unaware of their response. He said they likely tried to bribe them with a considerable amount of supplies and items. The man asked the boy to believe that Mrs. No was also in despair and was doing everything possible to sort out the situation. After these words, Munjong came running to them, and the mentor decided to leave them alone, while he himself was going to meet with the lady. The young master inquired whether there was any chance he would be allowed to join the people heading to Unam. He said he was willing to work any job, just to get to that city. The man replied that he looked like he could wield a blade, so he promised to try to help him with that. After this, Mr. Huang's disciple approached the young master. The awkward young man asked why he needed him. The meeting of the White Dragon troupe had begun, and it's worth mentioning that events were predictable. Every year, the world of Murim is flooded with talent, and people choose masters whose skill soars so high that they become worthy of becoming part of the 7 lower heavens. The man standing directly opposite Kong Jinsong failed to qualify for the 7 lower heavens, yet his ability to think and analyze is unmatched among all the people. He is known as the Eternal Mind, a master named Mu Huan. Afterwards, a woman appeared who was capable of single-handedly destroying several dozen strong men. She is known as the Fierce Force Chai Yakran. There's a martial sect consisting of just a dozen wandering mercenaries. They've centered their forces around a martial artist named Yan Musan. Given the right price, these guys are willing to take on any job. They're known as the Iron Dozen. Where your talented young guys are known as the vice leaders of the White Dragon. Looking at the youth, the mentor admitted that their aura was simply amazing. The girl's aura shocked him the most. He found it truly amazing and couldn't take his eyes off it. Meanwhile, the most important document of this summit appeared on the table. Mu Huan signed a contract with them. The White Dragon leader said that they would now be under their supervision. With a smile on his face, the boy declared that he had successfully received the request of the White Dragon merchant troupe and was ready to go to Unnam. Thrilled by the difficult negotiations, Tay-Tay thanked them for their cooperation. The boys continued to show off, saying they should be thanked again after they rescued the third son of the great family. The woman asked if they would be going alone. The great mind replied that they would also be accompanied by the last breath hunter named Lim Jinem, the setting sun arrow named Tam Jin Hyun, and the seven paths blade named Kong Seong Chang. He stated that the 5 of them would set out the next day, while the rest of their iron dozen were busy, having followed their clan leader and were currently working on another mission. He stated that they planned to reunite in Sacheon on their way to Unnam. Clutching her head, the woman replied with relief that she now felt less worried. A satisfied and joyful smile appeared on the face of Mentor Khan, because he was sure that if the entire iron dozen were there, then the chances of saving the third gentleman would increase significantly. After concluding the agreement and clarifying all the details, the representatives of the Iron Dozen decided to take their leave and leave to prepare for the trip. When everyone had left, Master Kong approached the founder and leader of the White Dragon and announced that the nephew of the Huan's bodyguard had arrived. He shared the news that the young master was requesting permission to go to Unnam with the rescue party. The woman replied that she didn't see a problem with this and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. The caring son noticed his mother's fatigue, so he suggested that she return to her room and rest. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out inside the White Dragon Palace as the youngest daughter of the Soin family decided to join the rescue party. The determined girl claimed that she had studied martial arts at the Kuntong Monastery and was able to protect her own body. The leader of the White Dragon, who was also her brother, tried to stop the overconfident girl who insisted on putting herself in danger. But she only did this because Jaemin was a member of her family. Loyalty to each other was their strong point, so Yun Human couldn't dissuade her, and he understood this perfectly well. The next day, everyone was ready to begin the mission. Young Master Mu Wan also arrived at the meeting place. He felt a strange sense that nothing would go according to plan. While the heir of the northern clan was enjoying the journey, Huang's disciple tried to start a conversation with him. He admitted he was very worried and couldn't sleep. As expected, Mu Wan was very silent. Taking a closer look at his teacher's nephew, he thought that they were not alike at all, because the older brother was calmer and more reserved, and moreover silent. Trying to continue the conversation, Kwak Moon Jung admitted that this was his first tour. His father had also been a bodyguard, but he had died several years ago during a similar tour, so he was more nervous than usual. With a not-so-cheerful tone, he recalled his mentor's words that he would be the first to die if anything went wrong, so he personally taught him some cultivation methods and also nagged him a lot and told him that he shouldn't slack off during training. Hearing this, Mu Wan inquired about what cultivation technique Huang had taught him. As the dialogue improved, the guy happily stated that it was a 3-step technique, the key aspect of which was that if he was patient and stuck to it until the end, it would help him set himself on the path to becoming a martial artist. He admitted that even though everyone said he was talentless and should stop studying martial arts, Mr. Huang was the only one who understood his feelings and cared about his training. So he trained as hard as he could. Taking a closer look at the student, Mu Wan noticed that he and Mr. Huang were somewhat similar. Master Jin told him that if anything happened, he should stay close. Kwak Moonjong wondered if his older brother was truly a strong and reliable person. He was worried about whether his words were worth listening to. After all, it was logical to assume that it would be safer to stay with the Iron Dozen, since they are known as some of the strongest mercenaries. At one point, Che Yakran distracted her comrade. The guy looked at her and said that apparently she also noticed that guy. According to him, the man who caught their attention was on a completely different level compared to other bodyguards. Experienced warriors felt something strange in Huang's nephew's chi energy. It seemed to them that it was not there. The furious force was very interested to know what mystery the young master was hiding. Meanwhile, the heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan was pondering how he should move forward with his life. He had dedicated his entire life to studying martial arts, and now all he wanted to do was find Huang and own Ha-Sol. He thought about what he should do after he achieved these goals. He was faced with the choice of taking revenge on the Celestial Alliance or continuing to live as if it didn't exist. On the other hand, he was certain his father would want him to put aside his resentment and begin living a normal life, free from all worries. Despite understanding these things, he was not sure that he could live the way his father would have wanted. Mentally addressing his father, he said that his blood was boiling with rage, and he really didn't know what to do next. He was distracted from his deep thoughts by a cry that the vanguard had stopped. They arrived at the river and planned to cross in about 4 hours. Until then, it was planned to split into 2 groups, which would take turns resting and standing guard. This plan was agreed upon between the White Dragon's bodyguards and a group of mercenaries they hired to help them. There was a small establishment near the river where they were welcome. Turning to the waiter, Master Mu Wan asked for something simple and filling for 2. The girl replied that in that case, they would like their signature roast pork. It seems that the young student Kwok fell in love with her at first sight. Master Mu Wan noticed this and smiled, after which he put the guy in an awkward position by noting that he liked the waitress. Kwok tried to lie and told his older brother that it wasn't true, but his awkward expression gave him away, and he visibly blushed. Meanwhile, mercenaries entered and behaved somewhat rudely. While the mercenaries were taking their seats and thinking about what drink to choose to go with the meat, the waitress brought the guys their famous roast. Addressing the student, she said her name was So Ren. The boy hesitantly replied that his name was Kwak Moonjong. As it turned out, the girl immediately realized that he was a bodyguard, so she asked if she needed protection. Then she could come to him at the White Dragon merchant troupe. The girl's cunning manipulation worked, and the shy guy replied that she could count on him. Childish love talk began, and Mu Wan began to smile after hearing it. Meanwhile, ascetics from the Kuntun monastery arrived at the tavern. The great mind noticed that the boy between the 2 bodyguards was certainly of high status. He understood this because their monastery usually does not release young students into the outside world, and the only exceptions are cases where they have achieved high mastery in martial arts, or if they are a first-generation student. Noticing his younger brother's reaction, Mu Wan asked him if he felt jealous, but he replied that he didn't feel jealous at all. As it turned out, he enjoyed being a bodyguard and remembered his father's words that even though they were paid to do their job, their duty was to protect the lives of their masters, as well as their property. He believed that this was why people had such incredible faith in their abilities and couldn't help but rely on them, because their lives were built on honesty and modesty. The young master couldn't even imagine a more magnificent piece of work than the one he was doing himself. The sincere words interested the heir of the northern clan. He replied that his father was certainly a noble man. During their calm and peaceful meal, one of the monks suddenly stood up from the table and began shouting that he wanted to see the cook of this tavern. Loud shouts of discontent forced the establishment to stop fulfilling orders. The worried cook, wiping his hands on a towel, decided to check what had happened. Seeing the visitor, he understood what was going on. As soon as he walked into the hall, a plate of his famous roast pork flew into his face. Seeing what happened to her dad, the little girl screamed. The angry and impudent man shouted that because of this food, their genius named Solgung broke a tooth. This monk believed that this was the cook's way of taking revenge on the great family of the Kuntong monastery. As it turns out, a local chef named Ham Taefun had a history of being associated with the Kuntong monastery. He believed that the visitors' dissatisfaction was due to the fact that he had left them, but the rude monk shouted that his words were just excuses. In response, the agitated chef said that he was not making excuses and always checked the quality of the dishes before serving them to customers. Turning to his older brother, he suggested that he still held a grudge against him. In response, the martial arts master remained silent. What we're talking about happened 15 years ago. Every 3 years, the monastery held martial arts competitions. After another friendly battle, Master Ham emerged victorious as usual, but he did not become arrogant and tried to help his comrade get up. A disciple named Muhe knew that as long as this guy was in the Kuntong Monastery, he would never be able to reach the highest peak of their glory, because together with this comrade, he was destined to always be second. He considered the defeat in that fighting competition humiliating. He saw other masters discussing that fight, and harbored a deep resentment towards his comrade, who was superior to him in skill. Despite this, Master Ham Thepeng became embroiled in some scandal a few months later, and as a result, his career was forcibly destroyed, and he was expelled from Kuntong Monastery. Even though that guy had lost his status, Mu still remembered the humiliating defeat, and the rage continued to burn in his heart. Recalling those events, Chef Ham said the only thing his comrade lost that day was pride, while he himself was unjustly accused and ultimately lost the ability to practice martial arts. He couldn't understand why his comrade still held a grudge. Addressing the customer, the chef asked him to clarify whether he had actually broken a tooth while eating his food. The brilliant student replied that it should be obvious that his tooth was clearly broken and that it hurt like hell. As expected, it was all a vile lie. A few days ago, Sol Gung was training with his older brother Muhe and, according to him, he tripped over some roots and broke his tooth. In response to his statement, the cook said the future of Kuntong Monastery looked rather bleak, as not a trace remained of Master Te's teachings and beliefs. He was displeased that the monastery's followers were resorting to such lies. Hearing this, Muha began to feel angry and shouted that he could no longer bear to see his arrogance. The man, filled with rage, struck the cook in the stomach with his palm, which was filled with chi energy. The man crashed into the wall, blood pouring from his mouth. His daughter, worried and tearful, asked in panic why they were doing this to his father, who was innocent. Seeing this, one of the bodyguards worriedly said he was losing his appetite. His comrade replied that they simply needed to focus on their task and not get involved in other people's affairs. The little girl ran up to her father's offender and shouted that his words were lies, because she was the one who prepared the ingredients, and therefore their words could not be true. As soon as she hit the man with her fist, he shouted that she was stupid if she dared to raise her hands on his sacred body, after which he hit the defenseless girl in the face. Seeing this, Che Yakran couldn't bear it any longer and broke her chopsticks. She was furious at what the monks were doing. But at that moment, the Great Mind asked her to cool down and said that the Kuntong Monastery belonged to the 9 great clans, and their interference could cause some problems. He believed that if they became enemies, the Iron Dozen would find themselves in a difficult position. Things started to get out of control when Kwok's bodyguard volunteered to protect the waitress. Despite the trembling in his body, he decided to go out to negotiate and introduced himself properly. Upon learning that he was a student of the White Dragon merchant troupe, the man asked if the boy knew about their relationship. Looking at the unconscious girl, Quack asked them to grant them their mercy at least this once. He asked the monk to turn a blind eye to this incident. In response, Muse began to laugh arrogantly at the noble boy's words. He then began to manipulate the facts, saying the bodyguard's words made it sound like they'd done something wrong. He asked, how dare a humble bodyguard, paid to train martial arts, stand in the way of an ascetic from Kuntong Monastery? His words touched the guy, and with tears in his eyes, he asked him not to talk about his work in such a tone, saying that the duties of a bodyguard are something more, which is why this work is honorable and has no equal. In response, the man, filled with anger, shouted that he had stood in his way and dared to lecture him. The impudent ascetic decided to draw his sword to prove his point. He declared that he would show the boy mercy and take only one of his arms. The situation was extremely tense. Master Jin couldn't allow his loyal protege's disciple to become a victim and decided to rise from the table. Mu Huan noticed this. He was deeply interested in the young man's personality, but he feared the consequences. Addressing the master, Mu Huan asked him not to be foolish and to restrain his anger, as the boy had decided to intervene, even though he knew he shouldn't have. He said that Kwok's disciple would be punished for his ignorance, and that there was nothing they could do to stop it. But at the very least, only his body and pride would be harmed by this situation. In response, Mu Wan asked whether a student should be happy about their body being injured. He said that when a martial artist loses an arm, it means the end of their life, while even a dog has pride. Mu Wan stated that true pride comes from enduring the hardships of complete loneliness while doing your best to fight for your beliefs. Looking into the face of the great mind, the boy said that people like him were not able to understand something like this, inherent in true warriors. In response, the wise man said that Master Jin was viewing this superficially. He couldn't believe he was actually planning to become an enemy of the Kuntong Monastery with such a foolish and irrational belief. But as it turned out, Mu Wan thought it was great that there was at least one such idiot in this world. A moment before the ascetic struck, the young master appeared right in front of the bodyguard and stopped the sword with his bare hands. The boy was simply shocked when he saw that at the last moment his older brother came to his aid. Seeing this, all the mercenaries were shocked by the dexterity and amazing skills of the master unknown to them. Not only they, but also the monks of Kuntun Monastery could not contain their surprise. Master Mui couldn't believe that someone had used a sword block against him with bare hands, but he was sure that even a very advanced fighting technique was no match for his skills. The man was furious. He didn't know where the insolent man came from, and how he dared to block the blade of a respected martial arts master with just the fingers of his dirty, ignorant hand. His rage boiled over when the guy across from him didn't even flinch. First, he asked who he was dealing with, how dare he get in his way, and if he even knew who he was. Mu Wu responded with a serious and piercing gaze, suggesting that he could be considered the older brother of the boy who had been the target of that blow. He suggested ending their conflict there. But the arrogant master shouted that he was not seeing the eyes of the one asking for a favor. At the same time, he filled his left palm with chi energy and used the rising cloud palm technique. Noticing this, Mu Wan calmly parried his attack with the sheath of his blade. Looking into the eyes of the ascetic who was beginning to panic, Mu Wan said that a child's duty is to simply enjoy life, while a parent's duty is to raise him. While the man tried to snatch away his sword, which the master held only with his fingers, he continued to listen to the lecture. Mu Wan reminded him that the duty of an ascetic is to purify oneself from one's worldly desires, including anger, hatred, and envy. When the impudent ascetic attempted to twist his blade, Mu Wan tightened his grip even more, and the blade was destroyed. Addressing the insolent man, he declared that everyone had duties to fulfill, while those impudent fellows dared to disgrace the other ascetics of their monastery. Master Mo, who was holding the destroyed sword that was part of every ascetic, was in confusion. Seeing this, 2 more followers of their great clan rushed to attack the unknown young master who was trying to teach them how to live. They shouted that the insolent man should shut his mouth, as he had no right to address them in such a tone. Before they faced the fools, Mu Wan asked Moonjung to take the waitress and her father away from that place. The boy was shocked by what was happening, but found the strength to accept his older brother's order. 2 martial artists simultaneously attacked the guy who wasn't even holding a blade in his hands. Mu Wan was on a completely different level and easily dodged the first sword strike. The monastery's genius student struck out in midair, but the young master defended himself with the sheath of his blade. No matter how hard they tried, even together, they couldn't break through the defense of the master, who was much faster. Mu Wan had no intention of resorting to killing these ill-mannered members of the large clan, so he sent Sol Gung flying with a powerful kick. As he lowered his foot to the ground, he also hit the senior monk hard. Within a moment, he felt another hostility. He dodged the sharp object that was flying towards him without much difficulty. As it turned out, it was a broken blade that had flown into the wooden wall of the tavern. Mu Wan had to teach Master Moha a proper lesson. Filling his palms with internal energy, the man aimed his blow at the young master, threatening to destroy him for his insolence. But Wu Mon, possessing incredible speed, managed to quickly close the distance and hit his enemy head-on. Having destroyed the clumsy monk's pride, The boy grabbed him by the clothes. After that, he freed his other hand and attached the sheath with his blade to his clothes. With his other hand at his disposal, the young master dealt several instructive blows to the insolent man's face. The enemies did not surrender until the very end. The genius of their monastery, the toothless Soul Gun, approached him with a broken sword and boldly asked how the stranger dared to attack the ascetics. He tried to stab him in the back, but as expected, nothing happened. Mu Wan grabbed the blade of his broken sword so tightly that no matter how hard the monastery disciple tried, he couldn't break free. A moment later, a loud crunch of bones was heard. Looking around, Kwak Munjong saw what had happened. Solgun's arm was broken and he began to cry because of the pain. Watching all this, the mercenaries were in complete shock from the strength of the stranger and the situation that was happening in this tavern. The brilliant ascetic on whom the monastery had placed its hopes was defeated and lost consciousness. Mu Huan was simply in shock. He understood that all this was bad, because in this place there were members of the Iron Dozen who were probably noticed by those ascetics. He knew that if they interfered, they would face consequences, as the people of Kuntong Monastery would harbor a deep grudge against them. They could no longer turn a blind eye to this incident, but the great mind could not think of a way out of this situation. The young master continued to hold Moha by his robes. The insolent ascetic continued to spout nonsense about insulting the monastery and the boy's inability to feel safe. Hearing the threat, Mu Wan asked if he should be worried that they might do something. The beaten man replied that the entire monastery was one whole and that this was their strength. He shouted that without knowing this, the guy should not dare to attack them. Mu Wan wasn't going to listen to these screams and decided to answer the impudent man. He whispered in Mohe's ear that if the monastery was full of such bastards, then he just needed to get rid of them. Hearing the threat directed at him, Moha thought that this master had gone crazy. Mo Win replied with a smile on his face that he could afford it. At that moment, Soen came to them. She was in a good mood as she heard that her brother Mohe was in this tavern. Seeing the state of her brother and his comrades, the girl was surprised how the bodyguard's nephew managed to do this. After this meeting, Mu Wan became involved in a rather unpleasant conversation in which the girl scolded him, saying that because of his actions, the relationship between the monastery and the White Dragon merchant troupe had deteriorated. She didn't understand why he did this, because their families were closely connected to each other. The daughter of the organization's founder wanted to hear his answer. She thought that Mu Wan should be grateful for them allowing him to go to Unam together, so she couldn't believe that he would act like that. In response, Mu Wan apologized for the inconvenience and then asked if their first priority was to clarify the exact details of the situation and check the safety of those involved. Turning his attention to the student, Master Jin said that although Kwak was young, he served as a bodyguard in the White Dragon merchant troupe, so they were obliged to take care of people like him. He also mentioned that because of the ascetic's actions, a young girl in a tavern almost died, and the boy only tried to prevent it and almost lost his arm. Mu Wan stated that the fact that Kungtung Monastery is highly respected does not mean such actions by its students are justified. It turns out he knew that Ms. Yun was a Kungtung Monastery student. He asked her to act not as a convent student, but as the leader of the dragon merchant troupe responsible for this journey. Therefore, he believed it would be wise for her to listen to her people before making any decisions. The guy's words put the girl in an awkward position. Still, she agreed with him and admitted her mistake. Despite this, she stated that the fact that Mu Wan had brought those ascetics to such a state was far from a small problem. Mu Wan replied that he would take this responsibility upon himself, since he was prepared for this when he intervened in the conflict. After that, he said something strange about how the Kuntong Monastery of the 9 great clans was not something eternal, just like anything in this world. The girl asked him to clarify what he was talking about, and Mu Wan replied that although the great Kuntong Monastery had a solid foundation, they would not last forever. Hearing this, Soen was worried about what was going on in this master's head. To ease the tension, the master again mentioned that he was willing to take responsibility for the situation and stated that if this satisfied Lady Yun, he and his apprentice Moonjong would leave the White Dragon merchant troupe and begin acting independently. Mentor Khan intervened in their conversation, suggesting that everyone calm down and postpone the solution to this problem until the morning. Ms. Yun didn't know what to answer. As she left, she accepted her mentor's offer. Returning to the young master, the mentor asked him what he would do now, as he had created quite a problem. Mu Wan replied that he would wait for them. The man was surprised by his intentions, but he knew Mu Wan was completely serious. He thought the guy was simply crazy and not at all like his uncle. When they returned to the camp, Moonjong began to awkwardly apologize, but Mu Wan replied that there was no need to worry about it and asked him to prepare a place to stay for the night. The boy listened to his older brother's request and went to get his things. After this, Mo Huan approached the young master and said that it was his turn to speak, but Mu Wan did not want to hear about the monastery's reaction and replied that he wanted to take a break, as he was tired of all this talk. The great mind was simply astonished by his answer and shouted that he still had not had a chance to explain the situation to him, after which he asked for just a moment of attention. Mu Huan stated that if they had acted together, the current situation would have been more favorable than the one they are in now. In response, Mu Huan merely asked whether a great mind always calculates all its actions in advance. The captain of the Iron Dozen replied that this was indeed true, as calculating one's actions was the only way to survive in the treacherous world of Murim. He said that a master must act based on his strengths and weaknesses. It was precisely thanks to this strategy that the Iron Dozen had survived for so long. The calm Master Jin replied that he understood all this and asked for it to be understood. He believed there was nothing wrong with his actions. Mu Wan believed that there were times when a person should listen to his heart more than his mind, and this day seemed like a perfect example to him. The other mercenaries, ready to assist their leader if anything went wrong, also watched their conversation. Mu Wan declared that everyone believed compassion and kindness had vanished from this world, as those in power would continue to take everything from the weak, while the poor would have nowhere to complain. The words about the world of martial arts abusing its power shocked everyone who was nearby. Mu Huan was in a cold sweat. He understood that in front of him was an extremely dangerous person, because in the future his beliefs would become a great threat to the entire world of Murim. Trying to somehow influence the amazing master, the agitated leader shouted that one person cannot change the whole world, because the world is not as simple and lenient as he thinks. In response, the boy asked with a smile if he really believed that, since even a single candle could drive away the darkness. Therefore, Mu Wan could become the light that leads people to the truth. Master Jin said that this was the reason he learned martial arts and why he should continue on this path. That was the end of their conversation. When the young disciple Quan returned, he continued to apologize to his older brother, feeling guilty. He said with regret that if he had not intervened, they could have avoided this situation. In response, Master Mu Wan said his only mistake was failing to take his own weakness into account. He believed that anyone could get into trouble, so the only thing that mattered was how well you could rectify the situation you were in. According to him, Kwok simply found himself in a situation that he could not cope with on his own. Mu Wan was sure that the student had already learned that the world of Murim was a cold and unforgiving place where the weak died and the strong survived. Therefore, he asked the student to do everything to become stronger. Listening to all this, Kwok was very tense and lost in his thoughts. To give the poor man some comfort, Master Jin placed his hand on his head and told him he should be proud of himself for having the courage to stand up to enemies who were stronger than him. Mu Wan considered his actions justified, as he had saved the lives of 2 people. Hearing this, the boy began to cry and promised his older brother that his words would remain in his memory forever. After the boy saw his older brother fight, he was well impressed. The inspired boy asked what training he needed to undergo to become as strong as his older brother, able to break a blade with just his fingers. He spoke of finger blocking. Mu Wan remembered that he had been trained as a blacksmith since childhood, and because of this, he had learned not only how to forge, but also how to understand swords. Spending countless hours working in the forge allowed him to see flaws in the blade, though with the thin blades forged by master blacksmiths, this would not have happened. At that moment, the boy remembered Mr. Huang and the black stone he had given him. According to the man, this stone fell from the sky, and a certain tribe worshipped it as an object from the heavens themselves. But this tribe was destroyed, after which the mysterious stone lost its owners. At that time, even after 2 years, the guy could not cope with it. He continued to work with the hope that steel would accept him. One day, he finally managed to subjugate that ore. The blacksmith's skill level increased and he was able to forge a good sword. It was the same long black blade he carried with him. The guy could see his reflection in the blade of the sword. But its edges were still dull, and no matter how many times he tried to sharpen them, his whetstone would not hold up. At one point, the boy realized that his sword simply wanted to see which of them could last the longest. By infusing his chi into the sword, the master continued to work to make his weapon truly sharp. The hard work was worth the results, so the guy didn't stop. Looking at his creation, he could call it truly beautiful. Remembering Hasol, Mu Wan decided to name his blade Snowflower, as the girl's name means snow. The blade he forged was neither divine nor demonic. It was enchanted and brimming with sinister chi. The master felt that if he wasn't careful, the snowflower would devour him. Looking at the master, the guy noticed an amazing energy emanating from his blade, which was simply enchanting. While they were spending time, the vice leader of the Iron Dozen came to them and brought food with her. She also had a drink in her hand, and Mu Wan looked at her with interest to understand her intentions. Che Yakran offered him to take this food as dinner. The boys didn't refuse and began to eat, which they found quite good. Kwok asked his older brother why the furious force had personally brought them food, and then suggested that they were trying to convince him to join the Iron 12. He continued thinking out loud and said that in that case she would not have given them the food without saying anything. Mu Wan noticed something strange and asked his younger brother to be quiet. He noticed something in the grass near them. The student did not understand anything and asked his older brother what was going on. In response, Master Jin asked him to return to the tavern. He asked the boy to hurry, then picked up his sword. Mu Jung sped up, though he was worried about his mentor's nephew. Master Jin noticed that enemies were approaching him, so he walked up to meet them. An unknown warrior, approaching from the tall grass with his team, remarked that Master Jin possessed a fine blade. He then inquired who he was. Mu Wan replied with a serious look that he was just a swordsman from the north. The elder brother of the Kuntong Monastery, named Mu Guan, replied that the swordsman from the north was arrogant to attack his disciples. As it turned out, the mentor of the 3 ascetics, along with a dozen other fighters, had come to see him. Mu Wan claimed that he hadn't attacked anyone, unlike the ascetics. He assumed that Mu Guan still hadn't heard the truth. After these words, a disgruntled Moha shouted that this guy was treacherous and shouldn't be listened to. Sul Gong supported his comrade and also impatiently shouted that their enemy not only used strange martial arts, but was also cunning, so he needed to be taught a lesson in politeness. The naive man had no honor and didn't even doubt the words of his vile subordinates. He declared that the master from the north had dared to lie to him and tarnish the honor of the Kuntong Monastery, while also dishonoring the names of their ascetics and the fate of the sacred blades. Pointing a finger at the swordsman, he declared that he would be punished for his actions. Mu Wan understood that a fight was inevitable, so he began to take out his sword and said that this conversation was pointless, since the ascetic had planned to attack him from the very beginning. Releasing the power of the blue flower sword, Master Jin suggested that they hurry up and begin the battle. At that moment, 8 ascetics from the Kuntun Monastery attacked him simultaneously. Without any hesitation, Mu Wan released his bankai, or more precisely, the energy of eternal darkness, and directed it at the insolent ones. The ascetics didn't even have time to land on the ground before they were faced with a force that none of them could control. They were all thrown into the air even higher than they had been before their stupid, outnumbered attack. The monastery master was alarmed, having only noticed a simple movement of the enemy's blade. He even naively assumed the wind was strong enough to blow away all the first-generation disciples. Still, he could hardly believe his own delusions. While the first generation was hovering in the air, another group of fighters from the great family rushed to attack. In response, the master decided to deal with them with one blow. His attack covered a huge area, and all the enemies were thrown back in an instant. There were no more people left in front of the master who were willing to launch a frontal attack. At that moment, a daredevil appeared behind him, confident that he could strike the swordsman from the north in the back. But when the blade came close, Master Jin used his crushing fingers. With one precise move, he completely destroyed his opponent's sword. After that, without even turning around, he aimed his blow at the poor guy who hoped to become the hero of the evening. At the last moment, Mu Wan turned his weapon around, causing the other fighter to receive a solid slap from the blunt side of the snowflower. But even such a blow was so impressive that the poor guy flew back several dozen meters, and his landing was quite hard. After carefully observing his opponent's movements, Master Mu Guan noticed that the swordsman was using only the sheath of his blade. At that moment, he realized they were dealing with such a powerful martial artist that he was bored enough not to even consider killing pathetic ascetics. One of the disciples shouted that the master was planning to destroy the entire monastery. The master tried to stop them, but the ascetics were confident in their numerical superiority. The man shouted that they were no match for him, but it was too late. The master's movement from the north looked as if he was sliding along the ground. His speed was no match for his enemies. Mu Wan simply tormented the enemy fighters, and instead of finishing them off with one blow, he hit them with his scabbard, causing them to spin around. Mohei was simply shocked. He had previously thought that their weakness was in numbers, but when he brought many ascetics and saw the same result, all his expectations for the battle were destroyed. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Mu Guan looked quite angry. He declared that the northern swordsman was simply toying with his charges. Addressing the boy and simultaneously releasing his energy, the man declared that he easily recognized the other martial artist. He believed Mu Wan was no longer capable of anything, so he was confident of an easy victory. The determined old man shouted that he would no longer delay the logical conclusion of their battle and would finish off the enemy with one blow. After this, he closed the distance with his opponent and delivered a crushing blow using the destruction-spreading technique. Having released a tremendous amount of power that was supposed to incinerate his enemy, Master Mu Guan exhaled heavily. But a moment later, he realized that the battle was not over, as his opponent dodged and even moved behind him. Turning towards the swordsman, he quickly delivered another fatal blow called Moon Sky Slash. Mu Wan decided to make him understand that there was no point in this battle, so he easily stopped even such an attack. The mentor was furious at how helpless he found himself against the master he had previously threatened with death. From a safe distance, members of the White Tiger merchant troupe watched the battle. As we already know, Lady Yun had previously been a disciple of the monastery, so she knew that the first-generation disciples of Kuntong were very dangerous enemies. She was shocked that when they all attacked the mysterious master, they couldn't even touch his clothes, while the guy simply blew them away like a gust of wind. No less shocked by what was happening, the mentor replied that in the world of Murim, there are people who hide their true powers. According to him, such people are known as revered beings. He knew that truly powerful warriors focused their beliefs on the pain of this world. They also strive to look like ordinary people without attracting excessive public attention. According to him, this was the reason why Ms. Teihei always paid closer attention to people who never stood out. Hearing his story, the daughter of the White Dragon founder guessed that this was the true identity of Huang's bodyguard's nephew. At that moment, the mentor wondered where the bodyguard Huang himself came from. Watching the battle, the great mind guessed that the master, who had joined their squad of his own free will, intended to destroy the Kuntun monastery himself. Hearing his words, the archer standing behind him expressed a desire to join the fight, but the muscular man said it was impossible. Among them, only Chai Yakran felt calm. The girl said that those fools reveled in their family's glory, not their own merits, and so they would never measure up to the man they were fighting. She was annoyed that they were not their equal, and that only their leader could deal with the monastery's first generation. The great mind thought that if that man was so strong that even his proud older sister respected him, perhaps he could change the world. They were having trouble, so the boy thought they should hurry and regroup with their leader. Meanwhile, the battle of the strongest continued. Mu Wan didn't even put in much effort to block the enemy's attacks. The man was furious that the battle looked like his opponent was just toying with him. The ascetic master was very furious that Mu Wan was simply blocking his attacks and not even taking the fight seriously. Releasing a massive amount of energy, the ascetic unleashed a single blade of heaven and shouted that the swordsman from the north must fight him with everything he had. Hearing these words, Mu Wan apologized, saying that perhaps he had seemed disrespectful to the ascetic all this time. With a confident and piercing gaze, the master remarked that it had been a long time since he had had a real fight. After these words, the guy's movements changed dramatically, and he asked to be allowed to show his full strength. The blade of eternal darkness was released. Master Jin resorted to using the spirit of the fallen star, and because of this technique, a huge amount of energy appeared above him, which looked like a hurricane. The incredible power made the man think that this was his end. He no longer even resisted in the face of such a terrifying force that he had never encountered before. Seeing the enemy's blade in front of him, he completely forgot about his weapon and fell to the ground. At the last moment, someone asked the master swordsman to stop, so Master Jin stopped his technique right at the enemy's neck. It was the cook. Together with the boy, they ran to the battlefield. The teacher immediately recognized Master Taipeng. When they met, the cook told them how everything really happened. All the ascetics felt guilty about attacking the swordsman, who was innocent and did not even intend to kill them. Recalling the past, the master mentioned that during that time he was isolated and focused only on training, while the Taipeng energy meridians were destroyed and he was exiled from the clan. Looking closely at the pathetic students, he could not believe that this was not enough for them. The man said that Mohe and the others were so vile and treacherous that they resorted to such horrific methods. Addressing Taipeng, Master Muguan explained that he believed he had killed many of their brothers because he was suffering and consumed by demonic energy. This was precisely the version of events he had in mind when pondering why the great master had been expelled from the monastery. Now everything made sense to him, and he was convinced that the story hadn't just been strange, but artificially fabricated. The master truly found it hard to believe that a man who had earned the title of the highest peak of Kuntong Monastery would resort to such things. He sincerely apologized to his former master for accepting that lie, calmed down, and even believed that his brother had chosen a terrible path to become stronger. Mu Guang stated that he felt reckless for allowing this to happen, then asserted that if Taipeng had informed them of what was happening, he would have spoken to the elders to clarify the circumstances. Then, the boy, who possessed incredible strength, could have avoided such a fate. But the master unexpectedly replied that at that moment he decided to resign himself, as he was tired of his life. The cook said that his previous position in the monastery had worn him out. As he became more and more respected, he began to realize how many people harbored hostility and envy toward him, making his life in the monastery miserable. Ultimately, he found himself completely alone, just after reaching the pinnacle of his fame. However, during this time, he met his wife, who never ceased to support him and always remained by his side. It was then that he realized there was no point in remaining in the monastery. He decided to give up everything for the peaceful life he now enjoys with his wife and daughter. Despite this, the ascetics refused to leave him alone, and the cook was in despair, as he did not know what else he needed to do. Addressing his mentor, Solgun continued to lie, shouting that he never intended to harm the man or his family. There was even a grain of truth in some of his words, as he claimed that the whole thing had been planned by his elder brother, Mu He. A foolish ascetic was betrayed by one of his comrades, over whom he had great influence. When all was revealed, Muha flew into a rage and called his mentor an ignorant bastard intoxicated by martial arts. That brazen young man declared that the man knew nothing of the hatred he felt for all those whose achievements eclipsed his own. That's why he did everything in his power to get rid of Ham Taipeng. Moreover, he found room for lies, and even claimed he did this so that Master Muguan could become the next head. He claimed to have been a devoted ascetic to the very end, and to have defended the interests of the monastery in every way possible. The excuses continued to flow from his mouth. When Mua finished, the teacher did not know how to answer. After a few seconds, he started laughing out loud and said that he could not even imagine how rotten the Kuntong Monastery had become. He said that his student was absolutely right, and that he really knew nothing but martial arts, so he became just a puppet for this whole farce. Pointing his finger at Mua, the man shouted that he couldn't even imagine how much he wanted to chop off his head at that moment, but he couldn't do it, as it would be more of a blessing than a punishment. He declared that the culprit would suffer the same fate as Taipeng. With a piercing and cold gaze, the mentor declared that from that day on he would exterminate all the rotten ascetics in the Kuntong Monastery to prevent anything like this from happening in the future. He said that anyone who dared to oppose his will would be torn to pieces, so he asked the ascetics to be prepared for the consequences. Returning to Ham Taipeng, Muguan admitted that after everything that had happened to him, a simple apology would not be enough. The teacher stated that from now on, Kuntun Monastery would do everything in their power to support his family, who had been suffering from the actions of those ascetics all this time. Although the cook tried to calm the man down by saying that it was all in the past, the mentor believed that it was his fault as he was ignorant and stupid. The former brothers from the great family continued their conversation while Master Jin and his younger brother watched from the side. Taking a closer look at the man he'd just fought, the man realized his belief that he'd achieved one of the highest ranks had been a self-delusion. He'd dedicated his entire life to becoming a great martial arts master. But when he fought a guy who was about 20 years old, he realized that he was not a worthy opponent. At that moment, Master Muguan admitted that the heavens were indeed unfair. After seeing the 7 lower heavens, he found it hard to believe that people like him still existed. He believed that Master Jin could even ascend to the pinnacle of this world. When he approached the young master, he said that because of their ridiculous ascetics, such a great man as Muguan had wasted the day. Still, he admitted that his actions had enlightened him to the depraved nature of their monastery. In return for all he had done, the man was willing to provide the master with someone who could help him. Muguan said that as soon as Master Jin arrived in Unnam province, he should seek out a scholar of 3 thoughts named Ha Jin Wol, a longtime friend of his. He said Ha Jin Wol was very distinguished, so finding him shouldn't be difficult, and he would definitely help him with his task. Master Jin thanked the monastery's master for his help, and then asked him why he was doing this for him. The man replied that he was in debt, and his intuition also told him that Master Jin and Ha Jin Wol must definitely meet. Bowing respectfully before the monastery's master, Jin Muguan asked for forgiveness for the disrespect he had shown him during the battle. As they said goodbye, the mentor thought that the name of the swordsman from the north seemed familiar to him. At one point, he remembered that he had already heard something similar. Looking closely at his back, he couldn't believe that this was the guy he was thinking about. After some time, a ship arrived on which the detachment was going to continue its journey. While Kwok was saying goodbye to the girl he liked, Muguan noticed that the other fighters were acting differently than before. He realized that this was because he was too impatient and showed the level of his abilities, which caused others to fear him. Sighing heavily, the guy thought that things had become less pleasant than before. When the boys finished swimming, they again mounted horses and carriages. Muguan couldn't rest properly because Kwok was literally trying to pierce him with his gaze. The boy admiringly declared his respect for his tough older brother, who had demonstrated incredible skills in combat. He again inquired what he needed to do to become as strong. Muguan wasn't used to such intrusiveness. having lived as a hermit for so long. It was tiring, so he explained to the boy that the three-step technique Mr. Huang had taught him was no ordinary cultivation technique. Although it was much inferior to the standard technique, Master Jin believed that once the student reached a certain stage, their rate of progress would increase significantly, so it was worth mastering thoroughly. He also had some advice. He believed that Quack should use a heavier blade. Master Huang's words were similar. Looking at the student's physique, he said that he could become bigger and stronger with enough training, and also that a heavy and long blade would suit him better than the one used by the White Dragon bodyguards. Kwak Munjong was more determined than ever. He declared that in that case, he would use the blade his older brother had spoken of. Meanwhile, the detachment reached the province of Sacheon, where the Iron Dozen were going to unite with the part of the detachment with which their leader was traveling. The team decided to stop here for a day and rest in one of the nearby taverns. During their free time, Mu Wan and Quack strolled through the city, where the boy found a blade he thought would be suitable. The merchant approved of his choice, but Mu Wan disagreed. After this, Kwak Munjong suggested another option, but it was also not what was discussed. As they walked a little further, Mu Wan became wary when he noticed a silhouette nearby that seemed suspicious to him. His younger brother noticed his strange interest in the alley and asked him what he wanted to find there. As it turned out, there was some kind of trading shop there, where an old bored merchant was sitting. Seeing the incredible blade in the hands of the young master, the man assumed that he had made it himself. The man with the red nose asked why Mu Wan chose the enchanted blade. Mu Wan was surprised at how he was able to recognize the type of his blade so easily. The man replied that he could see it in the master, because his hands had done a lot of work in the forge. After taking a closer look at his knife, Master Jin said that he did not make the blade like this intentionally, and believed that it was most likely due to the material he used. The master mentioned that the material he used for the blade was a stone that was worshipped as a sacred object by some tribe. But since the tribe was destroyed, the stone was tainted by the sinful will and desire of those people. In response, the man cryptically said that there is something called a god weapon. Those blades are forged from the will and desire of a master blacksmith, and depending on who that person is, the weapon can become divine or demonic. That's why master blacksmiths, who can create anything, must always be careful when crafting their weapons. He believed that if anyone else had this blade, he would be in big trouble. He urged the boy to be careful because one mistake could cause him to lose his mind and become consumed. After these words, the old blacksmith rose from his chair, stretched, yawned, and invited the boys inside. He believed that Mu Wan had the skills to become a master blacksmith, so he was probably not looking for a blade for himself. It was logical for him to assume that the blade was needed by the young man standing behind the master. Mu Wan confirmed the old man's suspicions and said he was looking for a long, heavy blade for the boy, weighing approximately 3 kilograms and about a meter long. He explained that the cultivation method his brother was learning allowed him to wield a long blade that would help him master the sword of dominance. Looking closely at his belongings, the man remembered he had a blade he'd made when he was younger and more energetic. The old man had poured his heart and soul into crafting it, but since it was so heavy, no one wanted to take it. Trying to lift the weapon, the man admitted that he was no longer as strong as he used to be. When Master Jin picked up the sword and held it aloft, he said that judging by the faint red glow, hematite ore was used. The blade was perfectly balanced and truly well forged. While Quack was yawning in admiration of the blade, the old man asked him to try the new weapon. The boy was born with a strong body and was confident that it was capable of handling a long and heavy blade. But once the sword was placed in his hands, it turned out that he had been overly confident in himself. Even with both hands, he couldn't support the weight of the weapon, and the blade quickly fell to the ground. Mu Wan tried to hold back his laughter as he handed over the sword with just one hand, while the old man was indignant because children were too weak these days. Kvak began to justify himself, and with an incredible tremor in his body and a bend in his back, he barely lifted his new weapon, declaring that he had not dropped it, but simply lowered it to the ground. Mu Wan suggested that he take learning new weapons as part of his training. After this, the young master reached into his inside pocket and asked the old man how much it would cost him. His younger brother didn't want Mu Wan to spend money on his weapons, so he tried to stop him. But to their surprise, the old man replied that he did not need money, and that the sword was a thank you for coming to his dirty forge and having a little fun. Just as Mu Wan was about to offer anything in return, the blacksmith stopped him and said that if he truly wanted to repay him, he could buy him a drink the next time he came. His attentive gaze noted that Mu Wan had already faced many hardships in life. With a smile on his face, the blacksmith said that with a master like Jin, he could spend the whole night drinking and talking about many things, especially about blades, which he could talk about forever. After this, the man began to talk about his work, since he hardly had anyone to share with about how he lived his long life. When he was tired of talking, Mu Wan chose an opportune moment to say goodbye and promised to come see him again. Finally, the blacksmith asked Kwok to take care of the red teeth. In return, the boy asked the blacksmith to stay healthy so they could meet again. Turning to Master Jin, the young bodyguard thanked him for what he had done for him. As it turned out, the student was already thinking about how he would begin training. Upon hearing the blade's name, Master Jin remarked that it was quite cute. When the boys were returning to the tavern where their squad was staying, they noticed that a whole crowd of onlookers had gathered in the middle of the city. The guys decided to go closer to find out what was going on there. As it turned out, several bandits attacked defenseless old people who were going shopping. Suddenly, a huge man appeared behind the master and his younger brother, indignant at what he saw. He was also disturbed by the fact that everyone had gathered just to watch, but none of them were willing to help the poor fellows. He knew that the clans of the Blue Hills and Mountain Peaks protected this place, but he could not understand where they were looking if such madness was still happening during daylight hours. At one point, he intervened in this unpleasant situation and grabbed one of the offenders by the hand. With just one squeeze of his hand, he broke the robber's fist. After this, the huge and strong man sent another bandit flying, hitting him in the jaw. While the armed men were trying to find out who he was, the unknown fighter sent another attacker flying. Besides his strength, he also possessed incredible speed. When one of the fighters tried to pierce him with his sword, the man managed to miss the lunge under the arm and grab the attacker. With one mad flick, he sent the bandit flying. The problem was solved, and Mu Wan suggested they return to the tavern. Kwok couldn't help but be amazed at how the unfamiliar do-gooder had gotten rid of his attacker with just a flick of the wrist. When the boys returned to the rest of the squad, they saw how the entire Iron Dozen began to greet them with respect. But Mu Wan turned towards them, greeting his leader. Kwok was confused because he didn't understand what they were talking about. Looking back, Mu Wan saw that they had not come alone. The leader of the Iron Dozen, the same man who dealt with the bandits in the square, also entered the tavern with them. First, Yan Museong inquired whether his team's journey had been safe. The great mind immediately made a report, and the big, muscular man laughingly remarked that they had done a good job. After that, he introduced himself to the young master and said that he heard that Jin's personality was quite terrifying. In response, as befits, Mu Wan introduced himself to the leader of the Iron Dozen. The leader embarrassed his deputy when he repeated his words that dealing with the young master was not an easy task. After meeting each other, Mr. Yen invited him to join their meeting. It seemed that Mrs. Yun, who was in charge of the trip, did not fully understand why he was inviting the troubled young man. The man replied that this master was directly related to their mission, since his uncle had gone missing. He believed that, in that case, Master Jin had as much right as any of them to attend the meeting. The bodyguard's mentor was agitated and tried to dissuade the leader of the Iron Dozen. But the man stood his ground, saying that Master Jin was rumored to be incredibly strong and should be a good addition to successfully carry out the dangerous mission. Looking at the agitated meeting participants, he suggested that they forget about the small details, reminding them that they were in a situation where anyone with power would make a difference. After these words, the crazy man began to show off his muscles and laugh loudly. The incredible pressure of powerful people around him told the guy that he didn't belong here. By saying he needed to train, Kwok justified his departure from the meeting. When everyone had taken their seats, Mr. Yen announced the start of the meeting. Addressing the members of the White Dragon Squad, he said that since they were already familiar with the people who accompanied them from Nanju, it was time to get acquainted with the part of the squad that arrived with him. He started with a crazy guy with blades hidden in his sleeves. His name was Shredder, and no one was sure what his real name was, but it was clear he was a true psychopath. The next fighter with a large scar on his neck was known as the main womanizer of their squad, a swordsman named Man Sochin. Last but not least, there was a man with a long spear named Chi Song-yul. He was quite hot-tempered and nervous, so the leader urged the boys to be careful around him. As expected, Mu Wan introduced himself to those who were not yet familiar with him. Taking a closer look at the young master, Master Yen realized he sensed no chi energy coming from him. He wondered what Jin intended to do next, and whether he would conceal his skills until the very end. Mentor Khan decided to continue the discussion and asked to let them pay attention to the fact that in the city of Unnam, there are not many clans with a good reputation, with the exception of the Blue Sword Clan. He believed that was why the Furious Fists were able to easily seize power and establish themselves in that city. Hearing the name of that guild, Master Jin remembered having met their leader before his father's death. According to the bodyguard, they managed to create a large clan and become some of the most influential figures in the city. Because of this, they are constantly at war with the Blue Sword sect. Under normal circumstances, the Central Heavenly Alliance should mediate these disputes. Referring to the map, the man clarified that for some reason, the authorities are not going to intervene in that conflict, and that is why the situation in Unnam Province is getting worse every day. For these reasons, not only the White Dragon merchant troupe, but many other merchants are affected. In the past, their organization sent a large sum of money to the Furious Fists, asking for their assistance. But this gesture failed to bring them to an agreement, and all this made many merchants doubt whether it was worth visiting Unnam Province. Ultimately, the doubts of the furious kulaks destroyed the entire economy of their region. Hearing these details, Yeon Musong concluded that someone was trying to stop the money circulation in Unnam Province. His deputy suspected that both Blue Swords and Furious Fists were involved. Upon hearing this option, the muscular man inquired whether there was a possibility that there was actually a third party involved. According to Che Yakran, they cannot rule out this possibility, but they also had no evidence. Picking his nose, the leader of the Iron Dozen admitted that their mission was troublesome, and the White Dragon had given them an extremely unpleasant job. Master Jin believed that this whole situation, as well as his uncle's disappearance, would only be resolved when they arrived in Unnam and took action. The Great Mind was certain that sooner or later they would have to solve these problems themselves, but he had already sent a spy to gather some information for them. By the time they reached the province, they would already know something about the problem and what was going on. At that moment, the leader realized that the disappearance of his tracker was connected to the actions of his deputies, who did not inform him of their plan. The girl justified herself by saying that Mu Huan did it himself, believing that the ranger was weak and would never be of use to them in battle. Wiping his snot on his charge's shoulder, Master Yen laughingly praised him for a job well done, then said that he would leave the rest to the vice leaders, as it was time for him to finish one recently started task. Rising from the table, he asked his comrades not to forget to inform him of the final decisions. He already had a basic understanding of the situation, so he intended to figure something out on his own. Without even hearing the opinions of the White Dragon representatives, the leader of the Iron Dozen left the meeting. On the way, he suggested that Master Jin do the same and invited him to take a short walk. Along the way, the man told him that his deputy, Mu Huan, was a true thinker and therefore responsible for all internal affairs of their mercenary group. The leader truly trusted his protege because he was sincere and honest. According to him, Mu Huan understands that his actions determine the fate of all his comrades. He has a deep sense of responsibility because of the heavy burden he bears, and it is precisely because of this that he lives this life, calculating every action in advance. But at the same time, the leader believed that understanding his protege was difficult at the moment when it was necessary to make comparisons or stop. Still, he treated his organization's brain with understanding, as anyone might have doubts as more and more responsibilities fell upon them. He hoped that Master Jin would gain a better understanding of his personality after some time. As he continued walking, Mu Wan asked why Master Yang was leading him to some dead end. The man replied that the boy shouldn't worry about him killing him. In response, the calm Master Jin addressed the leader by name and asked if he really thought he could do it. Hearing his confident words, the man began to release his furious inner energy and said that he would be able to find out after they exchanged blows. In response, Master Jin also began to demonstrate his strength, although he was probably holding back. Their furious energy and cold stares began to escalate the situation. The clash of chi power seemed equal, and the battle was just a moment away from starting. But at that very moment, Master Yen suddenly stopped releasing energy and said with a laugh that they would have to leave it for another time since they had more important things to do now. After these words, he walked up to some nondescript door and started knocking on it with a certain rhythm, saying that first they should gather some information about the situation in Unnam province. The door opened and an old man appeared, who said that they were closed. In response, the man introduced himself, but the old man began to act as if he did not understand what his visitor was hinting at. Then the leader of the Iron Dozen winked at him and said the code word. Hearing this, the old man checked to see if they were being followed. The old man invited them to come in, and Master Yen urged his cautious comrade on. When they entered, they were asked to wait a bit. When asked what this place was, the leader replied that it was one of the branches of the Black Moon. The person they were about to meet could even be the leader of the entire organization. This place provides valuable information to martial artists of similar rank. That's why it's extremely difficult for normal people to contact them. Mu Won inquired why Yon Mu Seong had decided to bring him to this place. The man replied that he simply wanted the young master to know about it, as he should always remember that similar places existed throughout Murim. Addressing his new comrade, Mr. Yen said that Murim was much larger and more mysterious than it seemed at first glance. Hearing this, Mu Wan thought that he was trying to warn him that he should be careful about how he behaved. In response, the young master said that he would definitely remember Leader Yen's advice. Afterwards, a representative of that branch came out to meet them. He apologized for the guests' wait and said it was an honor to meet the leader of the Iron Dozen. The origins of the Black Moon organization remain a mystery, and nothing is known about their master. The purpose of their creation, as well as the number of their employees, are still unknown, but they truly inspire fear. However, one thing is certain: they can get absolutely any information before others. The leader of the Sacheon branch of the Black Moon, named Mei Wolren, came out to them. He recognized their regular customer, but asked who he had brought with him. The smiling man replied that he was an acquaintance of mine. Mu Won introduced himself and heard in response that if he was related to the leader of Yeon, he was an incredible person. The leader of the Sacheon Black Moon branch asked what information Mr. Yeon needed. Handing over a large sum of money, the man said he wanted to know more about the situation in Unnam province. Seeing the money, Mei Wolren replied that Unnam was one of the places they had paid special attention to, but they had not been able to gather the required amount of information, but they had managed to understand something important. According to them, the dispute between the Blue Swords and the Furious Fists is currently being orchestrated by a third party. Leader Yang replied that he suspected that the merchants missing in Unnam province were most likely being held hostage or killed by a third party. But Mei Wolren disagreed with his assumption, believing that if they had been killed, their bodies would have been discovered by now. It seemed that a third party would not be able to get rid of a large merchant group, without leaving any traces that the Black Moon members could find. However, they were unable to find out who exactly the third party was, so the leader said that if Mr. Yong had come later, perhaps they would have found some clue for him. In response, the muscular man shared rumors that the Central Celestial Alliance was doing nothing to address the situation. But as it turned out, according to Mi Woolren, the Central Celestial Alliance had in fact recently dispatched a team of inspectors. This news made sense, as Leader Yang was confident that the government would never sit quietly and watch the province's economy collapse without their knowledge. Rising from the table, Mr. Yen was about to leave, saying that this time they had gotten into a whole series of troubles. Seeing the truly impressive sum the client brought, the leader of Mi decided to share something else interesting. To make it a fair exchange, he offered to give them one more part. The leader of the Black Moon branch said that a man named Nun Wan Pen was seeking to harm the Iron Fist group and its leader. As it turns out, this ill-wisher was prowling the area looking for hired assassins. As soon as the negotiations were over, the Dark Elder called his protege, the grandfather, who let the clients inside. When I took off the mask, it turned out that it was a girl. She asked her protege to keep an eye on the client from the moment he set foot in Unnam province. At first, the old man accepted this order regarding Master Yen, but it turned out the girl was interested specifically in Master Jin. She requested the use of Hidden Moon Heavenly Rank fighters for this mission. The man was surprised to hear about the man who had come with the leader of the Iron 12. He seemed rather plain to him, so he couldn't believe they were planning to use the strongest of their fighters for this mission. However, without waiting for an answer, he humbly obeyed the mistress's order and declared that he would soon convey the order to the Heavenly Rank group. The girl was extremely interested. She probably didn't feel the chi energy from the young swordsman, but she was sure that there was something in him. However, the assumption that a third party was involved in the case was confirmed. On the way back, Mr. Yong said that the young master might think that this information was of no value, but in fact, this confirmation would turn the potential threat into a real danger for his group. He also mentioned that, in addition to the mission, he had another unpleasant matter he needed to deal with. It concerned a madman named Nung Wan Pen. When asked who he was, Master Yan replied that he was a man of high status in Sacheon province. That madman was the one who had hired him shortly before this job. They were tasked with guarding his passage between provinces, and all he knew was that they had found some kind of treasure. Leader Yang was asked to keep it a secret, but apparently he couldn't trust them, and out of greed, decided to get rid of witnesses. The man couldn't believe that the scoundrel had decided to sign their death warrant because he felt mistrust. His words sounded extremely tense, and there was a short pause in their conversation. After this, the cheerful Yang began to laugh and asked the young master not to worry, as he would make sure that nothing happened to them during their journey to Unnam province. The leader of the Iron Dozen still had some business to attend to, so he suggested that the young master return without him. Yon Musung went in the other direction, and Master Jin wondered what the man was planning to do late at night. Meanwhile, the student Kwok continued to train, and looking at him one could tell that he was making some progress. Mu Wan watched his younger brother train his body and spirit, but at one point he noticed that the Iron Dozen squad had left the tavern. In full force, they took their weapons with them and headed off somewhere. Mu Wan understood that their actions were connected to the plans of their leader, and most likely, it was the person who had signed a contract with them earlier. The next day, the boys set out again, and the young bodyguard considered it a mystery why the Iron Dozen fighters were so tired. They slept in the middle of the day because they were tired the previous night when they left for the mission. Leader Yan Musong slept on the roof of the carriage driven by Master Jin. The guys riding next to me started discussing the morning news. They heard that Mr. Nun had died the previous night, and that some noisy assassins had broken into his residence and ended up getting rid of not only him, but all of his guards and workers as well. Therefore, the Imperial Army was dispatched to Sacheon to apprehend the people behind the incident. The night proved eventful. Since there was an Iron Dozen behind this matter, Mu Wan asked their leader if they really needed to kill even the innocent people who worked for that gentleman. The man paused before answering. His answer was quite logical. He believed that when you leave someone alive, their group will regenerate and seek revenge with even greater hatred. Yen said he had to learn to dull his feelings for the pain of others, because even the smallest threat could harm his people. Hearing this, Mu Wan wondered if this was really the belief of the Iron Dozen that had earned them their reputation. In response, the man said that Mu Wan should not follow their example. He admitted that at some point in his life, he had reached a point where his passion for justice burned as brightly as that of the young swordsman. Although he shed blood, it was Nun Wanpen who, due to his mistrust, planned to kill them, so a fight was inevitable. According to the leader of the Iron Dozen, his position forced him to prioritize the lives of his subordinates, so if he hadn't struck the first blow, they would have been dealt it. He believed this was the sadness of the shitty world of Muram. Hearing this, Mu Wan felt a little angry and seriously called them cowards. Despite the personal insult, Leader Yang took his words at face value. A few days later, they arrived in Unnam Province. As soon as they entered the area, Leader Yen mounted his horse and asked his men to remain vigilant. Immediately after these words, he felt something strange. Mu Wan also couldn't miss this energy that was nearby. Master Jin looked into the forest next to the road. Someone was approaching them as if running from danger. He felt some tension and began to prepare to meet strangers. A few seconds later, 2 wounded martial artists appeared, a young woman and an old man she was carrying on her shoulder. To understand who they were and how they found themselves in this predicament, it's worth revisiting recent events. Next, we will talk about one of the most famous cities in the entire country, the place where the Tang clan lives and where they practice their poisonous arts and assassination. Their leader, the Emperor of 10,000 Poisons named Tang Gongwu, asked his nephew if they had finished their preparations. Tan Kai Moon, the closest thing after the Emperor to being the living embodiment of poison, replied that there was no need to worry, as anything related to poison was a trivial matter to them. This time, they were fulfilling a request from the Central Celestial Alliance, and the old man wasn't exactly thrilled. Addressing a family member, he warned him that if they sensed the situation was heading down a dangerous path, they should do everything they could to escape and save their lives. Addressing his granddaughter, the man asked her to take care of her uncle, who lacked martial arts skills. Tang Mirei assured the emperor that she was up to the task. After these words, the head of the family sent his nephew and granddaughter on a mission from the Heavenly Alliance. A whole team of fighters also set off with them. The old man prayed for the safe journey of his family members. Representatives of a large family from the city of Sacheon arrived in the outskirts of Unnam Province. Meyer watched with a smile as her uncle, as usual, studied various types of poisons even while traveling. The girl was already tired from the journey, but she thought that she should be on the alert. Just a moment later, their squad was suddenly attacked. Some of the fighters who were behind were hit. It was an ambush, and they had to flee because they were not in a position to fight. Another enemy attack frightened the horse on which the uncle of the girl who knew martial arts was sitting. The man lost his balance and fell to the ground. He was filled with rage and shouted that they would regret ever daring to attack the Tang family of Sacheon. But at that very moment, one of the assassins lunged at him. The old man was lucky because Muhe was nearby and managed to protect him from the attacker. The man understood that they couldn't last long like this. He turned to his niece and asked her to focus on getting out of the encirclement. The remnants of their team grouped together to allow the nephew and granddaughter of the family leader to escape from the encirclement. Turning to her uncle, the girl reached inside her bag. The man immediately understood her plan and put on a mask. He also opened his vessel, which contained poison. Tan Ki-moon directed his poison forward and filled the girl's daggers with it. After this, the girl asked her team to get out of the way and directed the attack towards the enemies who were pursuing their squad. Tang Meyer threw her daggers towards the enemies, spreading poison. The explosion of a powerful attack covered everyone who was behind them. Despite this, the heavily poisoned killers continued their pursuit. The Tang family's fighters couldn't believe that they were still willing to continue even after being directly hit by poison. But for the girl, everything was obvious. These warriors are used as murder weapons, so they don't care about their own lives. The enemies began to break through the poisonous curtain and immediately headed for the weakest fighter, who had knowledge only of poisons. Even though the man had not studied martial arts, he was ready to accept the fight. The moment the enemy approached, he changed his stance. The man knew that if his enemies were within reach of his poison, it would be far more terrifying than any martial art. As soon as the enemy was within attacking distance, the man directed a concentrated dose of his poison at him. The enemy fighter fell to the ground within a moment. The master of 10,000 poisons could stand up for himself. But at one point, Mir saw something was wrong. A huge man with a trident in his hands appeared behind her uncle, and the girl shouted to her uncle that he needed to run. Since the man had never studied martial arts, his speed was not enough to react to the threat in time. He took a heavy blow from an enemy weapon. Within a moment, Meyer rushed forward to avenge her uncle's injury. The man was in extremely serious condition and barely remained conscious. But as soon as the emperor's granddaughter approached the enemy, she saw that he had already swung his sword in her direction. She miscalculated and came under enemy attack. At the moment when the enemy was ready to finish them off, the remaining survivors from their squad came to their aid. The warriors of the Tang family distracted the terrifying enemy. Meanwhile, the girl with a wounded arm reached her uncle. The man was lying on the ground and could not get up on his own. The situation was worse than ever, and in an attempt to escape, Meyer lifted her uncle. Looking around, she silently said goodbye to her faithful charges. The loyal warriors understood what was being discussed. In response, they shouted that the young lady needed to hurry, as they would not be able to hold off a monster like this enemy for long. After some time, they managed to leave the battlefield. Seeing the first detachment they came across, they asked them for help. Their appearance was unexpected, and the great mind of the Iron Dozen did not know how to act in such a situation. Mu Wan merely watched to see what his colleagues would do in searching for the missing merchants. Mu Guan took charge and asked the strangers to stop and introduce themselves. The wounded girl replied that they were from the Tang family, then gave her name and that of her uncle. She also explained that they had been ambushed and wounded. She pleaded for help and promised that their family would definitely repay the debt. Hearing the mention of the Tang family, Leader Yang was surprised that they were also involved in the situation around Unnam province, but he was more concerned about what kind of ambush could have brought the Tang family's detachment to such a predicament. Based on these events, the man was sure that their enemies were not ordinary bandits, and since they had most likely been pursuing these members of the great family all this time, they must be somewhere nearby. He understood that their meeting was unlikely to be pleasant. Addressing his deputy, the man asked Yakran to take one of the boys with him to check the area from which the wounded Tan family members had come. He asked that the area be thoroughly searched. Mu Guan began to analyze the situation. He realized that this great family not only repaid its debts, but did so 100-fold, as no one was better at this than them. But he didn't know what to do, as if they became their allies, they could find themselves in a dangerous situation. Alternatively, he thought that they should just focus on their original task of finding the third young master of the merchant troupe and simply ignore the Tang family. At one point, he began to doubt that they were really from the Tang family and thought that it might be a trap. While he was pondering the options for getting out of the difficult situation, one of the members of their squad began to act, disagreeing with the plan of the others. It was Mu Wan. He picked up the wounded Tan Ki Moon and asked his niece to follow him. Mu Guan was furious at the northern swordsman's rash actions, so he shouted that he shouldn't act on his own, as it was not his place to make decisions for the entire squad. In response, Mu Wan said that they were already surrounded, so they should prepare for battle. He was surprised by the young master's words. At that moment, the leader approached him to calm the ardor of his deputy. Leader Yen said that Master Jin was right. They were indeed surrounded. Moreover, there were quite a lot of enemies. They even took up positions in the trees. Taking a closer look at his protege, the man realized he was taking too long to make a decision. This led him to doubt that the great mind was truly the one responsible for this mission. Moreover, he also made a mistake and was so focused on the situation that he didn't even notice how they were surrounded. The man thought that even if he had known in advance, helping his family would have made no difference, since a collision would have been inevitable. Master Jin likely sensed the enemy's presence in advance. The swordsman brought the wounded poison master and asked his younger brother to make room for him. Master Jin decided to entrust the protection of the carriage to a young bodyguard, believing that this would be the safest task for him. Addressing the boy, he said there was no better training than fighting in a real battle. The girl wanted to thank him for saving them, but a moment later, enemy shelling began. Mu Wan went to the vanguard. The mercenaries prepared for defense. The strongest of the enemies appeared first, turning to the travelers and saying that they had taken his spoils and would pay for it. He said that while he asks politely, it would be better for strangers to simply hand over the people they agreed to help. Mu Wan, who was already prepared for battle, volunteered to answer. He said that if they were planning to hand over the injured Tang family members, then there was no reason for them to help them. Pointing his long spear at the swordsman, the enemy fighter said that the master would soon pay for his wit. However, he admitted that even if strangers had handed over the Tang family members to them, they still would not have been able to escape death. After this, the captain of the Blood Ghost squad gave the team the order to attack. At the sight of the enemies, Kwok began to worry, but next to him was Meyer, who, although wounded, was well versed in martial arts, so she could support the young bodyguard. The White Dragon merchant troop suffered from the enemy's welcoming attack, but they had already grouped together to defend themselves. The Iron Dozen also prepared for battle. All the mercenaries used different martial arts, so they worked together to compensate for the weaknesses of their techniques. Shredder took over the close-range battle, aided by a strange man with a sword who had already been fighting the enemies. The archer controlled those who attacked them from a distance. At the forefront was that same strange guy the leader had asked not to mess with. Using his massive blade, he could deliver devastating blows over a wide area. The mentor was not afraid to fight. The experienced bodyguard not only repelled attacks, but also managed to interrogate his enemies, as he suspected that they were involved in the disappearance of the third son of the merchant troop. During the battle, Zion, despite being a graduate of the Kuntun monastery, continued to tremble. At one point, the girl began to panic because there were too many enemies. Having gotten rid of another enemy, she felt a presence behind her. A huge man with a sword was already aiming at her, and she was afraid that this was the end. But at that very moment, a girl whose strength is said to be insane intervened in their battle. She shouted that if Lady Yun planned to die, she must do so outside her presence. Addressing her, she shouted that every time they went out into the real world, it became their battlefield, so it was not a place for thinking and doubting. A moment later, the vice-captain of the Blood Ghosts burst onto the battlefield, destroying several of the White Dragon's bodyguards at once. He screamed terrifyingly that there was no one who could compare to him. Oddly enough, he jumped to conclusions, and a moment later, the leader of the Iron Dozen appeared above him. Master Yen's powerful attack destroyed everything that came under his blade. Having landed on the surface, the leader turned to the vice-captain of the enemy squad and urged him not to move. He was surprised that he couldn't kill him with one attack. An enemy warrior from the Blood Ghost squad was able to block his crushing blow. It was the first time Yan Mu-sung had heard of such a detachment, so he assumed they were not from the mainland. Within a moment, the enemy's mace was aimed at the leader's head. The man managed to dodge and even carry out a quick attack. After the lunge, he realized that the battle would not be as easy as he expected, because the cut was not deep, since the enemy's armor was thicker than he expected. Trying to strike back, the big man declared that his opponent was even more agile than he looked. Yan Mu-sung knew that in that case he should aim for the enemy's neck, but first, he was going to disarm this vice-captain. With a quick jerk, he managed to damage the bones in his opponent's right arm. While the huge fighter was trying to figure out what was happening, Leader Yen was behind him. After that, he shouted furiously and used the dragon scale blade technique. The powerful attack caused a massive explosion. After that, the enemy was driven into the rocky surface, which was destroyed by the force of the strike of the leader of the Iron Dozen. Looking at the fallen enemy, the man thought that he should leave one of them alive to interrogate him later, but he was never able to do this because they all attacked without caring about their lives. In that case, he wanted to attack the leader, but at that moment he felt that the vice captain of the Blood Ghosts was still alive and even rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Mu-Wan encountered the enemy leader. As he dealt an incredible number of quick strikes, the man was surprised that Mu-Wan knew about their ambush even before they arrived at this place. Calmly defending himself, Master Jin suggested that their squad was behind the disappearance of the merchants and all the troubles that were happening in the province of Unnam. Striking again, the enemy leader said that he was just a tool used to kill and capture people, while there was someone else who was in charge of all this madness. Dodging a powerful blow, Mu-Wan performed an epic backflip. Having landed on the surface, Master Jin decided to stop playing. While striking a long-range blow with eternal darkness, the boy asked the enemy to name the one behind the situation in the province. The experienced fighter barely managed to dodge this unexpected attack. He was concerned about his opponent's skills. He thought not only that he couldn't sense the young master's chi, but also that he was experienced enough to detect their ambush before the collision. The leader of the Blood Ghosts was amazed at the young swordsman's abilities, able to stand up to such an experienced master as himself. Respecting his opponent, he introduced himself. Nam Ganvi stated that before he could find out the answers, he would have to deal with him. After these words, the usual exchange of blows turned into a serious battle. A moment later, Nam Ganvi disappeared from the master's sight. He appeared from above, and Master Jin managed to sense it and block the blow. While in the air, the enemy decided to launch a kick, but Mu-Wan blocked it as well. As he prepared to strike again, the man expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he had promised to tell everything if he lost, but despite this, his opponent continued to hold back. As he struck again with furious force, he shouted that he wanted the swordsman from the north to reveal what sinister thing he was hiding. Mu-Wan was in no hurry. He was focused on the battle and managed to dodge every attack. A moment after the enemy's blow, the guy again made a cut with eternal darkness. Nam Ganvi dodged and said with displeasure that he had seen this move before. As he struck back, he noticed that his opponent had managed to slip away. Mu-Wan moved, and his opponent realized that he was trying to close the distance. As he dodged another blow, he thought that the Blade Master was trying to exploit the shortcomings of spear techniques. But as it turned out, the experienced fighter miscalculated, and in just a moment, Mu-Wan was behind him. The young swordsman's speed was incredible, and the leader Nam barely managed to dodge. While retreating to a safe distance, the leader of the enemy group was wounded in the right arm. Just a moment later, Mu-Wan directed another blow of eternal darkness at him. The man was forced to change his strategy and went into the forest where they had previously attacked the Tang family. As he moved deeper into the forest, the man analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that his opponent was definitely different from the mainland martial artists he had encountered before. Mu-Wan kept up with his speed, and the man couldn't believe that someone like this guy actually existed. After taking a closer look at his opponent, the leader of Nam Ganvi stopped. Releasing a huge amount of energy, he furiously shouted that he would fight with everything he had, after which he used the primordial dragon spear technique. A powerful blow aimed at the young master caused a massive explosion that destroyed a section of the forest. Having delivered this blow, the man believed that the matter was finished. He said out loud that he couldn't believe that he had come this far and was forced to use the flaming spear of the fire dragon. He thought he had torn the young master to pieces, but a moment later he was staring at the sky with a shocked look. High in the sky was his enemy. Mu-Wan was extremely angry. His clothes were damaged due to the enemy attack that the Blood Ghost leader was so proud of. With a wicked and serious look, Master Jin turned to the enemy and said that these clothes were a precious gift from his dear Master Huang. After that, the guy pointed his blade towards the enemy. a powerful attack of eternal darkness caused an incredible explosion. Noticing this from afar, the leader of the Iron 12 was simply shocked by the strength of the boy, who had hidden his potential all this time. The vice captain of the Blood Ghosts was worried, as he understood that their leader had had a hard time. Due to Master Jin's furious strike, the surrounding trees were destroyed and his enemy was wounded. Throwing off his destroyed armor, the disgruntled man leaning against his spear asked who the swordsman he was fighting was. Addressing the young swordsman, he stated that their duel was still not over. Watching this entire battle from the carriage, Madame Tang couldn't believe her eyes. She was shocked by the strength of the swordsman who was part of the squad that agreed to help them. Addressing her wounded uncle, she said that they were being helped by an incredible person. But Poison Master Tan Ki-moon did not answer her. He could hardly remain conscious due to the severity of his injury. Bodyguard Quack continued to shake next to the carriage, his heart beating rapidly from the excitement of his first battle. He prayed to heaven that no one would come to them, but it seemed that several assassins had noticed the carriage in which their target was located. A moment later, the guy with the big sword noticed the enemy's gaze. One of the Bloody Ghost Squad's fighters finished off another bodyguard and found his next target. Quan was scared. He was filled with fear, and he mentally begged the enemy not to come closer. But it was obvious that it was too late. The guy tried to move from his place, as he understood that he would not be able to withstand the enemy attack. But his body did not obey, and he simply froze in place in fear. Thinking back to his training with his older brother, he thought about how much work he had done before he met his first enemy. The enemy had already begun to close in, and Quack sensed his terrifying thirst for blood. The young bodyguard started a dialogue with himself. Out of fear of the enemy, he called himself pathetic and doubted that he could protect anyone. Remembering the people dear to him, he delivered a powerful and furious blow with his heavy blade. Despite all his efforts, he missed, and even his opponent was surprised by what happened. As soon as the enemy fighter realized who he was dealing with, he decided to rush into the attack without any fear. But at that same moment, his head was thrown back by the unexpected attack. The man fell to the ground, and Quack couldn't understand what had happened. As it turned out, his enemy fell to the dagger. Looking around, the frightened guy saw Mrs. Tan. She said that he shouldn't worry too much, because if something happened, she would cover for him. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the two monsters continued. Mu Wan repelled all attacks from the enemy's huge spear, while the leader, Nam Gongwei, realized that even the terrifying man whose tool he had become could not have guessed the existence of such a master as the one he had to face. Trying his best to defeat the swordsman from the north, he knew that if he left him alive, he would become a huge threat to them. The enraged man began to twirl his massive flaming spear above himself before delivering the next blow. Gaining speed, he shouted that it was the end and then used the Mad Dragon Flight technique. But this didn't bother Master Jin at all. The guy even used his sword. He stopped the enemy attack with his bare hand. His enemy was simply shocked that his terrifying attack was stopped without the use of weapons. While holding the enemy's spear, Mu Wan decided to do something that his enemy clearly didn't expect. He suddenly struck it hard with his sword, and the spear broke into 2 pieces. After this, he asked the enemy, who was no match for him, how much longer they would continue this senseless duel. Addressing the enemy, Master Jin said that the time had come to tell everything he knew. Trying not to show his fear in the face of the enemy's terrifying strength, the man hesitantly replied that he could still fight. But just as Mu Wan began to slowly approach, the inattentive leader of the Blood Ghosts tripped and fell to the ground. As soon as he said that it was not over yet, the enraged Mu Wan stabbed him in the shoulder with his own spear. Master Jin was completely serious when he said his next target would be the neck. Continuing to press with the broken spear, he asked the enemy to hurry with his answers. In response, the leader shouted that the young swordsman was right, and it was indeed they who made the White Dragon merchant troop disappear. Meanwhile, Yan Musung decided to speed up and rushed into the attack with a more serious move. He used the Fire Dragon Fang technique and a huge, terrifying aura aimed at the vice captain of the Blood Ghost Squad. With a powerful and swift lunge, the leader once again knocked the enemy down. Addressing his clumsy but resilient opponent, the leader of the Iron Dozen admitted that he tried to be gentler until the very end. But looking at the enemy, the man noticed something that shocked him. The enemy was defeated, but at the same moment, poison began to come out of his body. Leader Yeon Mu-sung understood that this was a threat to the entire team. He shouted to the members of their expedition that they should stay away, because the defeated enemy had turned into a poisonous bomb. Meanwhile, the interrogation conducted by Mu-won continued. Having heard the obvious answer to his question, he asked to tell about the customer. But immediately after that, he felt the enemy arrow approaching. Master Jin immediately jumped back, leaving the enemy in place. Looking closer, he noticed a bag of poison. Mu-won realized that his opponent was well prepared. A fog of poison limited his field of vision. The leader of the enemy group used this to escape. Even though the enemy had thought everything through to the last detail, Mu-won couldn't just let him go. The young master jumped up to look around. There was a dense forest ahead of him, so it was difficult to see the enemy. Using his senses, he managed to track the movement of the enemy's chi. The enemy was already far away, but Mu-won had no intention of stopping until he got answers. He understood that he still had time to catch up with the enemy and therefore rushed forward. As soon as he entered the depths of the forest, he felt the presence of other masters. Within a moment, an enemy attack was aimed at him. Mu-won acted quickly and changed his trajectory by pushing off from the tree. Landing on the surface, the boy saw arrows flying at him. To avoid enemy attacks, he began to move unpredictably and continued to move through the trees. He was fast enough to evade all enemy arrows. At one point, he stopped to assess the situation. He managed to calculate the location of the enemy archers. They were in one of the trees and didn't even expect that their enemy would suddenly appear behind them. But instead of a crushing blow, Mu-won landed next to them and asked them to answer his questions in order to avoid bloodshed. Despite the fact that he had no bloodlust, the mad archers decided to capture him. At first, Mu-won didn't understand what they were doing, but within a moment, their bodies began to swell from the massive amount of poison they had swallowed, screaming that this was the beginning of the end. Master Jin managed to return to the surface just before those madmen exploded. He couldn't believe that those fighters didn't spare their lives. Having encountered such enemies, the boy began to worry about whether Mr. Huang had been harmed. He then decided to return to pursuing the leader of the blood ghosts, but realized that he no longer felt his presence. Given the situation, he decided to return without knowing more details. Returning to the others, the inattentive guy wondered where his scabbard had gone. The battle ended and representatives of the merchant troop and the mercenary group of the Iron Dozen began to deal with the wounded. Mu-won began to apologize for taking so long to figure out a way out of the situation, but placing his hand on his shoulder, the leader calmed his deputy and said that everything was fine, because in fact, he himself had made a big mistake. The experienced fighter told his protege that they would always have problems, so it only mattered how they solved them. After that, he suggested forgetting what happened and starting to deal with the consequences of what happened. Before they began, they silently looked at the ruins that remained after their battle. Leader Yong remembered that his team might have been hurt, so he asked if everything was okay. As it turned out, none of the Iron Dozen were injured. The carriage in which the wounded man was located was partially destroyed, but Kwok, although very tired, managed to survive, as did the emperor's daughter. When Yong Munson came to the representative of the Tang family, he said that he, as a member of the younger generation, showed respect to the venerable, older generation of the Tang family, after which he greeted the poison master on behalf of the entire Iron Dozen. Hearing the appeal, the man looked around and was surprised that it was the Iron Dozen group that saved them. He replied that he was pleased to meet them, after which he introduced himself as the owner of 10,000 poisonous poisons named Tan Gimun. He apologized for the trouble they had caused the travelers. Tan Gimun mentioned that he would take care of returning 10 times what he owed to the White Dragon merchant troop and the Iron Dozen. Hearing this, the boys became as shy as if they didn't know what awaited them. The second person in the Tang family said that his niece told him everything the two of them did to save them. With a smile on his face, he declared that he would never forget the courageous actions of his new comrades. The great mind began to apologize for their incompetence, which prevented them from immediately helping. The man replied that there was nothing to regret, for such was the true nature of this world. In turn, the leader of the Iron Dozen apologized to the elder, saying that if they had known they were from the great Tang family, they would have risked their lives to help them without hesitation. He added that the Iron Dozen were unsure whether they should intervene in this situation. Hearing this, the old man said that their troop was like those who valued a person's life based on his status. In response, Yan Musong said with a sly and malicious smile that this is the true essence of this world. The man was surprised that the leader took his words that way. Then he burst into loud laughter and said that Master Yen was absolutely right, because this is how the world really works. He admitted that thanks to Master Yen's words, he had learned a valuable lesson and thanked him for his frankness. The cunning old man said that in that case, the Iron 12 should not expect anything in return, as they must always adhere to the true nature of this world. Yang Musung began to understand his mistake, and with an awkward laugh, replied that the mere fact that the Tang family held no grudge against them was sufficient as a reward. So the man was wounded. He asked to postpone this conversation for later, while thinking that the leader of the Iron Dozen, Yang Musan, was far from the kind of person to mess with. Turning to the White Dragon bodyguard, she thanked him for his help and suggested that they go and rest somewhere else, so as not to fall under the influence of his poisons, with the help of which he was going to cleanse those that still remained around them. Addressing his niece, he asked her not to worry about his health, as thanks to her treatment, he had avoided death. Thanking Meyer for her hard work, he decided to repay her another favor and asked her not to let anyone near him while he worked. Old Man Tang then released the poison from his vats and began to cleanse the area. He used the exchange of the white toad's poison for the poison that gives life. The great mind was astonished that the old man was treating his wounds with poison. Leader Yen addressed his protege and explained that the master of 10,000 poisons had reached the level of poison not only for killing, but also for healing. Previously, he had only known the title of second in command of the Tang family, but now he witnessed his power firsthand. The lack of information about the Tang family members was due to the fact that those people were quite special and preferred to live only with their clanmates. By absorbing the poison, the man began to neutralize its effects. At the same time, he managed to improve his health. At that moment, Mu Wan returned to them. He was glad that he found his scabbard, while Mirai noticed him and turned to her savior. The old man also noticed him and introduced himself, thanking him for his help. Tan Gimun said he'd planned to go and meet his savior, but they'd met a little earlier. He'd just finished treating his wounds with poisonous qi, so he was temporarily unable to move. In response, Mu Wan said anyone would have done the same thing if they'd been in his shoes. After that, he asked how the master of poisons was feeling. The man replied that he had already managed to recover, after which he promised to repay the master his debt. Watching their conversation, Yen and his deputy realized that they had missed their prey. Not only he, but also the rest of the team understood where all this would lead. Deputy Che Yakren was sure that from now on, everyone in Murim would only talk about him. After some time, their detachment reached the province of Unam. Master Mirai and the young bodyguard rode in the same carriage, and the girl took the opportunity to thank him for his bravery. Kwok replied that all he had done was block one attack. He was certain that if not for his older sister's help, he would have long since departed this world. Old Man Giman looked at his savior and realized that the guy was in no mood at all. He was mending his clothes with an extremely dissatisfied face. The master of 10,000 poisons decided to start a conversation and said they had arrived in Unnam province and should already be close to the trading quarter. He asked why the young master hadn't bought some new clothes there. The old man was even willing to pay for them himself. The young master thanked the second man of the Tang family for his concern, and then politely declined. He said that he actually takes great care of his clothes because they were given to him by someone important to him, and naturally, he was talking about Mr. Huang. The old man was surprised by his sincerity and the fact that Mu Wan is a person who knows when to be grateful and when to be humble. Continuing to demonstrate his manners, Master Jin once again inquired about the well-being of the master of 10,000 poisons. As it turned out, the man had already fully recovered and believed that this was thanks to his savior. Continuing to work, Mu Wan said that the elder had recovered on his own and that he had little to do with it. Observing the young master, the man was amazed at how difficult it was to find such people in their world, not to mention that he had mastered his martial arts to a terrifying degree. The old man guessed that the young man had trained under a renowned master or in a prominent family. He admitted that he noticed a small wound on Master Jin's left shoulder, after which he reached into his pocket. Mu Wan asked not to worry, thinking that it was just a scratch that would stop bothering him after a good night's sleep. But despite this, the man handed him some medicinal pills and said that the young man should not behave like that, because if he takes care of himself in his youth, it will be much easier for him in old age. After decades of research, the old man succeeded in creating these medicinal pills, which have an immediate effect. They are also known as sacred scarlet pills. According to the old man, they could instantly cure a poison and also improve health for 10 years. Mu Wan was disturbed by such generosity and said they were quite valuable and too expensive a gift for someone like him. In response, the old man agreed with the value, adding that they were valuable because they were made by his own hands, the master of 10,000 poisons. However, he considered this a small reward for saving his life. Mu Wan accepted the gift, and Tan Gimwoon advised him to use them when he found himself in a life-threatening situation. It was all he could do to thank the young master. It seemed that Master Jin had taken a liking to young Mirai, with a blush on her face, and she asked if Master Jin would continue to travel with the White Dragon merchant troupe. In response, the guy, with an unusual look in his eyes, replied that he had already reached the right place, and therefore it would be better for him if he stopped traveling with those people. Hearing this, his younger brother became extremely nervous. In response, the girl asked why he made such a decision. As he continued to mend his clothes, the young master said that there was nothing special about it. It had simply become obvious to him that he was causing inconvenience to the people of the Iron Dozen, which meant that he had become more of a burden to them than a support. After these words, the girl's hope was renewed, and she asked if he would be willing to join them. They had planned to stay with the group of Fierce Fists and needed to team up with the martial artists from the Central Heavenly Alliance. Hearing the mention of Furious Fists, Mu Wan began to feel furious. The 9 untouchables who currently rule the world of Marima are known as the 9 Central Heavens. These are martial artists whose power rivals that of the 4 Pillars, who once proudly supported the Northern Heavenly Clan. Of the 4, there was one man who had a very close relationship with the Master's father and was the one he called his uncle in the past. He was the first person to betray his father on that fateful day. Through his betrayal, he gained the support of the Central Heavenly Alliance and settled in Unnam Province to create a troupe of Fierce Fists. Master Mirai was confident that if Master Jin asked the Furious Fists for help, they would find his uncle, as it shouldn't be too difficult a job for fighters like them. Putting on his mended clothes, the boy thanked the Emperor's granddaughter for the offer, but refused. The girl was surprised that he didn't want to take advantage of such a good offer. Mu Wan explained that he had to do something first, and once he finished, he would definitely find the Tang family members. A worried Meyer responded to his words with understanding. She handed him an amulet, saying that with this item he would be admitted to the Fierce Fist clan. Only a handful of people in the Tang family possessed this jade tablet. With it, even the Central Heavenly Alliance would be unable to challenge his authority, so he would have unfettered access. The young master was very grateful to her for her concern and rewarded her with his kind smile. Looking at the girl, the old man whispered that he saw her intense, loving gaze. In fact, he thought they were just the perfect couple. Noticing her uncle's behavior, the girl began to feel shy and blush. While Master Mireille was shyly trying to avoid her uncle's gaze, Master Tang asked the young master to be careful, as even their family was worried about the Central Heavenly Alliance involving them in such a risky matter. He assumed that the situation in the province was indeed difficult, so it was worth acting cautiously. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to Unnam. Mu Wan understood that in this place he might meet the squad of furious fists that he hated so much. At that moment, it was time to say goodbye, and the young master left separately from the others. Master Meyer, hoping for a new meeting, said that they would wait for his arrival. As befits a well-mannered man, Master Jin wished them good luck on their journey. After that, the Iron Dozen squad left along with the Tang family representatives. The girl, worried about the fate of the young, attractive master, looked in his direction. Mu Wan was adamant, as he had interests in this place. When he approached the bodyguard's mentor, he thanked him for everything he had done for him. He said that since they had already arrived in Unnam province, it would be better if he acted on his own. He also apologized to the merchants for all the troubles he had caused them during their journey. Looking around, Leader Yen noticed this conversation and heard the guy's words. In fact, he was surprised that Master Jin decided to work on his own. It was truly a great loss for him. He believed that although the young master's character was far from the most suitable for their squad, he valued his enormous strength, for which he would like to invite him to his squad of mercenaries. Still, Yeonmu Sung had no doubt that he wouldn't be able to tame such a beast. Despite this, he had a feeling they would meet again someday in this world, where even the closest friends could betray you. Leader Yeonmu Sung hoped that they would never see each other on the battlefield as enemies. He felt the enormous power that was hidden within the young master. At the same time, the mentor also understood that traveling with the young master would ensure their safety. But on the other hand, he noticed that his bodyguards were afraid of that swordsman from the north. He believed that even the Iron Dozen, the unit contracted to guard them, sensed their pride had been hurt. They were all on edge and keeping a close eye on Master Jin. Mu Wan was hardly convenient for anyone, because he is not the type to adhere to the rules, since he does not act based on benefits. In response to the young master's words, he was understanding and said he was happy to cooperate. He then declared that he would do everything possible to find Huang. He also asked if the young man could learn anything about the third master's disappearance. But unexpectedly for both masters, Quack approached them to say goodbye to his mentor. Captain Khan was surprised that Moonjong was going to follow a man whose path would be quite difficult. Quack proudly replied that his older brother was the one who gave life to his dream, and that was why he wanted to see his limit. Hearing this, Mu Wan was genuinely surprised by the young bodyguard's mature words. Turning to his older brother with a hesitant smile, he admitted that he hardly seemed like a reliable person. Despite this, he was familiar with the local streets and a skilled mapmaker, so he was confident he wouldn't be a burden. He was also confident he could protect himself. The man considered this situation quite logical, as Quack spent all his time with a man truly worthy of emulation. He respectfully accepted the young bodyguard's decision and said that the merchant troupe would always keep a spare room open for his return. Hearing the conversation, Master Soin was surprised that two people were leaving their squad at the same time. Yet she understood that they would never be able to obtain the power of the master from the north. The girl remembered well the identity of the man who saved them during the battle with the squad of bloody ghosts. Meanwhile, the Broken Fist clan was already receiving its guests. Old man Tan Gi-mun informed their leader that he had been ambushed on the way. The clan leader replied that he had already dispatched members of the investigative department to identify the perpetrators. He spoke of justice and how their enemies would not be able to escape their sight as long as they remained in Unnam province. Sitting in the same room with Cho Cheon-woo, Tan Ki-moon felt a shudder run through his body every time he heard the words of the member of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. He couldn't believe those masters had always been so terrifyingly strong. He also sensed a certain disappointment on the part of the fierce fist leader, and he knew it was because he had never been able to become the sect's leader. Hearing the pleas for justice, the old man shared his suspicions that their enemies were no ordinary bandits from the mainland. He admitted that they had managed to secure assistance, without which they would not have been able to reach this place. In response, Cho Cheon-woo declared that the savior of the Tang family was also the savior of the Furious Fists. He asked for the name of the person who had helped them, as he wanted to reward him appropriately for his bravery. The worried old man replied that he hadn't been able to find out the name of the man who had helped them. However, he admitted that he was a wonderful young man whom they were destined to meet again. In response, Cho Cheon said with a loud laugh that he couldn't wait to meet the one who saved their dear guests. This was the Demon Fist, the terrifying leader of the Furious Fist clan. At the same time, Mu Wan and his younger brother settled in a tavern, which the bodyguard considered to be one of the best places in the area. Hearing the praise, Kwok was very glad that he had lived up to the expectations of the respected master. Turning to his younger brother, Master Jin said that he should find one person. He said it would take several days, so he wanted Moonjong to stay at the tavern and return to his training. He asked him to focus on accumulating as much chi as possible so that their training together would be more productive. In response, bodyguard Kwok asked his older brother to be careful. As he walked down to the first floor of the tavern, Mu Wan noticed a local worker. He told him that he was trying to find a certain person and would like to hear where he might be. Mu Wan mentioned a scholar of 3 thoughts named Ha Chin. The hotel worker was surprised and called Ha Chin a crazy lunatic. It turns out that's what everyone calls him in this province. He said he'd been considered a genius for a long time, but one day he suddenly went crazy and hasn't recovered since. Having taken a closer look at the client, the man began to assess his solvency. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and showed his inside pocket, demonstrating that it was worth paying for. Mu Wan handed him a fairly large amount of money, which greatly interested the hotel worker. He remembered that if an incredibly generous client wanted to find a mad scientist, he should board a carriage on the main road and head south, where he could find the slums. There was a place called the West Wind Inn, which was actually a gambling house. As he said goodbye to his client, the hotel worker asked him to be careful, as the residents of those slums were not the most friendly. As soon as Mu Wan arrived at the previously indicated place, he met some bandits who called Hua Jin-wol a crook. One of them, who was sitting behind, said that if a young guy came to them looking for someone they hated, then he certainly had some guts. Master Jin was surprised by his words and asked if everything was okay and if anything strange had happened between them. Rising to his feet, the bandit said that everything would be much easier for him now. Addressing his team of not the most friendly people, he said that a crazy psycho had sent them a young guy who should be captured immediately. Mu Wan replied that he still didn't understand what they were talking about. Still, things were heading towards a fight, and using only his crushing fingers, the guy proved that beatings are incredibly effective in obtaining valuable information. The moment the bandit leader saw the deadly finger in front of him, he realized that they had attacked a martial artist and made a terrible mistake. But at that moment, the confident Master Jin stopped and asked the bandit leader if they had any other problems. The frightened man replied that there were no problems, and that he was happy to tell the gentleman anything he wanted. He claims to be Madden, the owner of a gambling house. One day, a crazy man named Ha Jin-wol appeared out of nowhere and emptied the gambling house, which was bringing in a tidy profit. He said there's usually a limit to how much you can steal, but that didn't apply to the mad scientist who stole a huge amount of money from them. These bandits still wanted it back so they could run their gambling house and make a living. So, in order to get their money back and prevent the impudent man from deceiving more people in the future, they planned to cut off at least one of his hands. But he kept laughing as he pointed his finger up. At first they thought the psycho had simply gone mad, but then suddenly their minds went blank. Looking up, they couldn't contain their feelings. The next thing they saw were the most beautiful women who looked like goddesses. They were so tempting that the boys couldn't resist. At that moment, the madman Hajinwol realized that people were more interested in their carnal desires than their brains. It seemed to him that those bandits were no different from animals. Hearing this story, Muwan assumed that they had been deceived by an illusion. While all this was happening, Hajinwol stole the gangsters' money, making the gambling house impossible to manage. Their image was destroyed, and the business was doomed. All this snot was not in Master Jin's interests, so he directly asked where he could find that psycho. The frightened bandit replied that he had tried his best to find him with the intention of killing him, but had failed. The last he heard was Hajinwol showing up at the livestock market at the end of the town. When Muwan arrived at the market, he learned that Hajinwol had bought 10 strong bulls a few days earlier and driven them to another city. On the way to that city, the boy learned that the madman had organized a bullfighting competition, and it was thanks to him that they had managed to make a tidy profit. They earned enough to throw a grand banquet. Moreover, Hajinwol even gave the bulls to the townspeople and departed in another direction. The next witness said that a mad wanderer started a fight with their chief monk. His master lost the fight, and he was eventually forced into isolation to study the ways of asceticism. Each subsequent witness redirected the young master to another distant place, and he was already tired, realizing that at this rate he would not have time to search for Mr. Huang. Master Jin, wandering around the Unnam province, could not even guess where the scholar of three thoughts was now. As he walked further, he wondered why the senior disciple of Kuntong Monastery had advised him to find such a strange person. He couldn't say that the actions of that mysterious master could be called normal. He felt as if Hajinwol was trying to understand the true nature of man. All these stories created a feeling of affection for Hajinwol. He was very curious about what he really was. At one point, Master Jin noticed a strange stone nearby. He was certain he had seen it at the entrance to the forest. Looking around, he noticed that the forest looked cyclical. The stone was always near him. Master Jin was simply shocked that he'd fallen for the illusion. He couldn't even pinpoint exactly when he'd fallen into it, even though he'd been observing the entire area with his chi. The illusion was not at all ordinary. At one point, it began to change. At that moment, a predator appeared in front of the guy, most likely created by that crazy master. Seeing this, Muwan realized that the strength of the person he was looking for was not something to laugh at. In order to get out of this situation, Muwan decided to concentrate and calm down, believing that he did not need to worry in the face of the illusionary technique. Realizing that this was a mirage, Master Jin remembered that in a battle of wits, the winner is the one who is wiser. However, he did not hesitate to use brute force to force the three-thought scholar to appear. In just a moment, the illusion technique was destroyed, and Hajinwol appeared in front of the young master with a look of utmost surprise. For a pleasant conversation deep in the forest, a strange man offered the young master a cup of tea. After hearing the story from Master Jin, he asked in disbelief how he managed to defeat the senior disciple of the monastery. The guy simply replied that he wouldn't lie about something like that, and then continued enjoying his tea. Mr. Ha eyed his guest with some suspicion. He found it hard to believe he'd defeated such a skilled master, but he could tell Muwan was no pushover. Analyzing Master Jin's appearance, he felt that he could not be extremely strong, but he still admitted that he could be at the highest level. Breaking the silence, the strange man mysteriously called his guest a naughty boy. As it turned out, his strange words were connected to the fact that he noticed how the young master was carefully hiding his true strength. Mr. Ha was quite shrill, so Muwan laughed politely. Master Jin explained his behavior by saying that he wanted to live as long as possible. The guy's answer turned out to be extremely unusual and truly surprised the scientist of three minds. Still, he agreed with his words, remembering that those who like to show off their strength die first, while those who hide their abilities live longer. At one point, the former tension returned to him, and he asked the young master how he managed to break out of his illusion. At that moment, he began to imagine countless possibilities as to where the gap in his technique lay. He completely forgot about the previous conversation and was drawing on the stone a diagram of the distribution of energy for the use and strengthening of the illusion. Watching this, Mu Wan did not fully understand the train of thought of his interlocutor. He smiled, surprised by the unexpected change of topic, and wondered if all geniuses were so crazy. To stop the poor guy from racking his brains, Mu Wan clarified that he could only rely on his feelings. As it turned out, he didn't think about the illusionary technique, but simply used his senses to understand where he should attack. Hearing this, the genius began to silently look into the eyes of the young master. Throwing his chalk on the stone, he was pleasantly surprised by his statement, but in defense of his illusory technique, he said that the guy must have noticed that one mistake could have cost him his life. In response, Master Jin inquired as to why that illusionary technique was so powerful and suggested that Hajin-Wol was planning to take over the heavens or something like that. The boy's words amused the strange scientist, and he replied that it would be wonderful if he could do it. Then, for the first time, he decided to ask who he was dealing with, after which the guy gave his name. But Hajin-Wol didn't want to hear that, but rather who the master really was. However, Mu Wan couldn't just reveal his mysterious identity. He replied that it didn't matter because at the moment he had no personality. Hearing this, the genius again called the guy a naughty boy and said that with such behavior it was not worth looking for him. Master Jin explained that he did this because his senior disciple, Mu Guan, advised him to meet the genius. Therefore, his search for the genius was simply satisfying his curiosity. Hajin-Wol was surprised that this master was so trusting of his feelings. However, his proud nature got the better of him, and he boastfully invited the young master to ask questions, such as what was the secret of the youth of a genius like him, or how he was able to keep his skin so smooth and healthy. As expected, Mu Wan was serious and asked the genius if he knew about a man who had gone missing about 6 months earlier. The genius guessed it was the White Dragon Merchant Troupe. Since Mr. Ha immediately understood what was being discussed, it became clear that he knew something. The man hesitated about sharing his observations, so he asked if the young master was related by blood to the missing man. Mu Wan briefly replied that he did not. Hearing this, Mr. Ha said that in that case, it would be better to surrender. When Master Jin refused this option, the genius wanted to see if the boy was ready to continue, even if his own life was at risk. Mu Wan said seriously that the person for whom he was ready to sacrifice his life had disappeared. Hearing such purposeful words, Mr. Ha realized that there was simply no other option. In that case, he suggested that the guy go to the Jade City. He didn't know all the details, but he'd noticed some strange things happening there lately, as market activity wasn't looking good. He was willing to bet it had something to do with the missing people. The mention of that place made the guy think about his plans for the coming days. With a sly look, he persistently invited the genius to go with him. The proposal took the brilliant scientist by surprise, and he nervously replied that they didn't even know each other well enough to solve problems together. With a sly smile on his face, Mu Wan said that his heart told him that they should try together. Hajin-Wol was truly puzzled by the young master's logic, and said that all this talk about feelings and the heart showed that Master Jin was a dreamer. In his defense, he said that he did not understand why he should interfere in other people's affairs, while his life was quite comfortable. Mu Wan understood what was going on and said directly that it was because Mr. Ha was afraid of it. In response, the man with a piercing gaze stared thoughtfully at his interlocutor. Mu Wan revealed his cards and said that while he was trying to find the scientist, he talked to many people and they all said that he was a crazy psycho. But the master himself believed that this was truly not his nature, and that something must have driven him into this state. He believed that the actions of a truly insane person are quite illogical due to their clouded mind, while a scientist acts in a logical manner. Master Jin believed that Hajin-Wol genuinely wanted to understand the true nature of man, to see how people would react when they went beyond their limits, and how they could gain the ability to reason in such a situation. After this, the young swordsman asked the scholar if he had made any mistakes in his assumption. After this speech, Mr. Ha was, to put it mildly, surprised by his interlocutor's insight. After a silence, he began to laugh loudly and called the young master a really funny and interesting person. After finishing laughing, he said that in any case, he was not yet ready to travel, so he could only bet on the luck of his interlocutor. As he retreated into the forest, he said that between heaven and earth, man remains alone, and his existence maintains harmony. He believed that man's existence depends on circumstances, and without his presence, the world loses its reason for existence. The scientist's mysterious conclusions slightly unsettled the young master, and in response, he only awkwardly thanked him for the tea. When the old man went into the forest, his last words were that if they were truly bound by fate, they would definitely meet again. Meanwhile, within the Broken Fist clan, one of the fighters prepared a report for the leader that the White Dragon merchant troupe had sent them their 6th request for assistance. According to him, there had been 6 recent incidents of missing merchants in Unnam province. Hearing this, the demon fist named Cho Cheon-woo thought hard. The eldest son, named Cho Yunkin, came to him with a report. He asked his father to listen to the requests of the merchants. The man coldly replied that he had to take care of current affairs in Unnam province. Despite his clear answer, Cho Yunkin asked if everything was okay. The experienced and incredibly formidable warrior never answered his question, but simply asked his son to deal with the troop of White Dragon merchants and allowed him to go. The faithful follower said goodbye with respect and carried out the order. There were several more followers nearby, discussing the presence of their guests in the meeting room. The leader of the Broken Fist asked a gentleman named Pen to come to him. A loyal subordinate immediately came and asked what the conversation would be about. The man first mentioned his son, saying he was quite good but had a weak heart. The experienced leader believed that to become a dominant ruler, one's heart must never harbor the slightest compassion. He then asked the leader of the Oracle Investigation Department for his opinion on his son's competence as heir. Mr. Penn replied that his son was respected by his followers because he was quite smart and handled all tasks well. In response, Cho Cheon-woo unexpectedly stated that his son, Yoon Kyung, would not inherit the family business. He was worried about how he would take the news, so he asked his protege to resolve the matter, as he knew that if Yunkin learned the truth, he wouldn't sit quietly. Penn accepted the order and asked him not to worry, believing his son would gradually learn what was really going on. Having great ambitions, the man said that he would not be satisfied with just Unnam province. Feeling the strength in his hand, he said that if he was satisfied, then there would be no reason to betray his elder brother, the leader of the Chin sect. According to the hypocritical leader, his brother, known as the Wall of the North, who was Master Jin's father, was satisfied with his duty to prevent the invasion of the Silent Night and had no ambition, despite having the strength and power to conquer the entire world. With his extremely limited thinking, Master Cho had no idea why his brother had chosen to live a life dedicated to only one noble goal. He believed that if a person possessed immense power, it was natural to desire more. After these words, he mentioned that the Central Heavenly Alliance had made their move and had even sent the Tang family. Before they made any further moves, the man intended to finish his business before them. The Pen leader replied that there was nothing to worry about. He swore allegiance and asked the clan leader to focus on the upcoming matters while he took care of all the minor concerns. However, he warned the gentlemen that they would have to deal with quite a lot of bloodshed, with perhaps even thousands of casualties. In response, Cho, with a malicious look, declared that sacrifices were necessary to achieve results. He felt no pity for the future victims of his actions, and so he stood firm in his path. Under the terrifying lightning, he declared that he had already forgotten the taste of a real battle, since much time had passed since he had shed the blood of the infidels. Meanwhile, the son of the evil provincial leader met with representatives of the White Dragon merchant troupe and their escorts from the Iron Dozen. Leader Yeon Musan introduced himself and also introduced his first deputy, known as the Great Mind. To his right was the captain of the White Dragon troop, Khan and Lady Yun. Mr. Cho's son seemed like a nice person and greeted his guests with a kind smile. It seemed that Leader Yen was interested in this mysterious youth, who was known as the eldest son of the Demon Fist. Cho Yunkin invited his distinguished guests to sit down at the negotiating table. Analyzing the venerable Junkin, Leader Yang noticed that, unlike his father, he did not look like a strong man at all, but he had a strong character, not to mention the fact that he exuded dignity in all his speech and even in his movements. Junkin's eyes seemed bright to him and his actions truly graceful. After all, the blood of a famous family flowed in his veins. Addressing the leader of the Iron Dozen, the young gentleman remarked that he had heard stories of his fearless deeds. He assumed that the White Dragon merchant troupe had hired him precisely because of his good reputation. Leader Yang agreed with the young master's assumption and said that their mercenaries were trying their best to find the people who had gone missing in Unnam province. With a smile on his face, Junkin called the leader of the Iron Dozen a reliable person. Looking closely at the gaze of this young gentleman, Yeon-musan noticed that this gaze reminded him of his father. It seems that Yen had a pretty good pedigree. To avoid further delay, he apologized and suggested getting straight to the point. With a wide smile, he was frank and said that he was confused, so he came to ask them for help. He said they've been in Unnam province for about 4 days, but still haven't found any leads or information regarding the missing people. Even the man they sent earlier has mysteriously vanished. The encounter with the bloody ghosts made them realize that many dangerous encounters still lay ahead of them, and to overcome them, they would need the help of their furious fists. The leader's deputy added to his report, clarifying that by helping the White Dragon merchant troupe, which is one of the greatest organizations in the entire country, the Furious Fists will be able to strengthen their relationship, which is a very profitable deal. In response, the level-headed and intelligent Yunkin inquired about the nature of the assistance they needed. He was frank and immediately warned that information was a problem, as they initially believed the attacks were orchestrated by bandits, but it turned out to be much more serious. Hearing this, Captain Cone became worried. He decided to join the conversation and said that the young lady was responsible for their journey, and also added that she was the younger sister of the missing third son. That is why they were ready to do anything to solve this problem. Junkin understood their situation and said that in that case, they would do everything in their power to help the young lady find her missing brother. Such pleasant words brought a blush to Soin's face, and she thanked the man for his honesty. After taking a closer look at Yun Soin, the young master felt that she was not the person he should negotiate with. He believed that the people who would bring in the most profit were the mercenaries from the Iron Dozen group. Having learned all the details, Junkin suggested moving on to the main topic of conversation, namely strategy. His protege confirmed his words and that they would come to a solution to the problem. The young gentleman hoped that they would find a solution that would suit them all, and then suggested that they begin the discussion. Yet his convictions did not give him peace among all these people. The young master understood that justice and honor were something that no longer existed in the world of Murim. All that is left, in his opinion, is small privileges and money, since they evaluate the cost and value of human lives based on their status. Peering out the window, he remembered it hadn't always been this way. The northern region had once looked quite different, despite the harsh, barren lands they'd inhabited back then. Looking back, he remembered the sincerity and honesty of the people who surrounded him. He was truly happiest then, in those peaceful times when he was free from all constraints. Of course, he couldn't remember those sincere and pleasant conversations with his cousin, who constantly begged him to teach him martial arts, as he had long since grown tired of reading books. Remembering little Mu Wan, he sincerely regretted what had happened to him. However, he had already chosen a path he could no longer abandon, and even if it led him to the abyss, he would still be unable to abandon his intentions. He didn't even expect that Mu Wan was still alive and even in the same province as him. The young leader of the legendary Northern Heavenly Clan recalled the so-called madman's words that, by getting involved in this story, he would definitely become a part of it. In fact, Master Jin sensed that Ha Jinwol knew much more than he'd let on. but at least he'd managed to learn about the Jade City. At that moment, he remembered the leader of the Blood Ghosts and how he was just a tool while some mysterious person controlled everything that happened in the province. Remembering that man's good martial arts skills, Mu Wan wondered who he would have to fight if he was using such power as a consumable. There was a high probability that the man who hired the Bloody Ghosts was the true organizer of all the incidents. As Master Jin moved further, he heard a mysterious sound. It was the sound of a lyre, an ominous melody that seemed to call him to itself. Master Jin decided to find the one who called him to him. He was a very rare master, and Mu Wan understood this. After all, instead of becoming a master of the blade or spear, that unknown person became a master of creating sound, which is something much more complex in terms of martial arts. Thanks to this, finding such a master is truly a rarity and great luck. Moving towards the sound of the lyre, Master Jin was able to see where the stranger was. As he approached, he was surprised at the terrible sound art of that unknown master. As soon as Master Jin arrived to him, he was surprised by his reaction. The mysterious sound master called the heir of the northern clan by name and said that he had been waiting for him. Mu Wan said he only came because he was invited. He still didn't know who he was dealing with, so he politely asked for an introduction. The sound master apologized for his rudeness and said that his name was Gum Dan Yup. As it turned out, he learned of the young master from someone whose name he initially didn't mention. The sound master believed Mu Wan to be an amazing fighter, as he was the first to answer the call of his divine sound, the 1,000 Steps. Mu Wan was ready for anything, and in order to understand whether he was his friend or enemy, he asked for the name of the person from whom he learned about him. Gum Dan Yup was certain Jin had met him before, as he was talking about his close friend Nam Gongwei. Hearing the name of the Bloody Ghost leader, Mu Wan assumed he was the man responsible for the events in Unnam province. In response, the sound master admitted he hadn't expected Ganvi to tell him so much. On the other hand, he understood his protégé's motives, as this was the first time Ganvi had found himself in such a pitiful state. It was precisely the young master's success that had drawn him to him. Still polite but cunning, the man asked which martial school Master Jin belonged to. Mu Wan replied that he did not belong to any martial school, because his martial arts were what was left by his family. Master Sound replied that in that case, his martial school must be quite impressive. Mu Wan clarified that in fact, much time had passed since they were destroyed and forgotten. Gum Dan Yup decided to be honest and admitted that his plans never included the possibility of a person like Master Jin. He wanted to know why he had come and whether he had any ties to the Celestial Alliance. The young master replied that he had no connection with the Central Heavenly Alliance, as he had come to the Unnam province to find a man who had disappeared there 6 months ago while working with the White Dragon merchant troupe. In response, the sound master said that those guys were still alive. Hearing this, Jin asked the sound master to release the prisoners and promised that in that case he would calmly leave the province of Unnam and would not interfere in their affairs. Despite the request of the young and talented master, Gumdan Yeop could not do it and said that it was not as easy as it seemed. In response, Mu Wan silently waited for an explanation of what the problem was and whether they needed to fight. Placing his hand on his snowflower, he nevertheless asked about the reason for his refusal. The sound master asked him to take his time, saying that everything was complicated and that he should explain the situation in more detail. He wanted Mu Wan to understand that freeing those merchants would put him in a difficult position. He swore on his own name that after he finished his business, he would calmly return the merchant to the talented craftsman who appeared before him to free them. The mysterious master with a rare martial art was very pleased with this meeting. But as it turned out, he felt that they had some kind of problem. The man said they were destined to shed blood. Mu Wan didn't understand what he was planning, so he asked directly and pulled out his blade from its sheath. Addressing his dear visitor, the master began to play the lyre and said that he was sorry, but they were destined to fight in another place. Despite his answer, Master Jin was serious and directly asked the villain to answer where the missing people were and what they planned to do with them. Finding the right moment, he struck his first blow with eternal darkness. The Soundmaster did not expect to encounter such an attack. While beating her off, he called the situation regrettable and said that recent events were very sad. Just one light touch on the instrument created a powerful shockwave. Turning to the young master, he apologized. But a moment later, Mu Wan rushed to attack again. His opponent did not want to fight and only avoided the attack. While pursuing the Master of Sound, the swordsman from the north tried to hear the answers. As he dealt the next blow, he asked not to hesitate. But his opponent used his sound martial arts technique again and repelled the attack. In addition, his strikes could reach Master Jin and cause him light cuts. At the same time, he reported that those people who still remain a mystery to them say that the world consists of two parts, reality and illusion, will become one as soon as the mind chooses what it wants to see. Continuing to escape pursuit, the Master of Sound continued to talk about some mysteries. It became clear that he was trying to warn the young master that the secrets of the night would inevitably awaken. Before the next attack, he called the people unknown to us the sad people of the abandoned lands. All his attacks were able to reach the young master, but they were not serious. The boy received only shallow cuts. The Sound Master ran away, saying that there was no time to waste. Mu Wan was left alone. Meeting this man was not the most pleasant thing, because his clothes were damaged again. But he was sure that he would return it to him for a long time, and that they would soon be able to meet. This short journey took him longer than he expected, so when he returned to the tavern, the master was worried about whether everything was all right with his younger brother. But as soon as he went inside, he was very surprised. The younger brother followed his advice and did not stop training. Moreover, he even changed noticeably in appearance. Mu Wan was surprised and simply said the training results were quite good. He'd heard that children developed quickly before, but he never expected it to be this fast. Student Kwok was happy to see his older brother. He admitted that because Mu Wan hadn't returned for so long, he'd even thought he'd been abandoned. Although he was a little worried, whenever these thoughts arose, he channeled them into his training. While the representatives of the Iron Dozen and the White Dragon were conferring inside, the deputy captain of the mercenaries was suffering from the rain outside. They were forced to accompany the trade association's bodyguards to the infirmary. One of the fighters suggested they relax and go to a tavern. He was even willing to treat his comrades at his own expense. The hospital was in a disgusting state, with wounded soldiers groaning from their injuries. As the gentleman doctor passed by, one of his patients grabbed him by the clothes. He begged him to help, fearing that he did not have long to live. The disgruntled doctor replied that nothing would happen to him. He was surprised that bodyguards who lived to fulfill their duty were showing their weakness. After that, he threw some kind of bag of medicine and said that the poor guy could use this ointment internally or spread it on the wounds. He looked around and moved on, still unable to find the person he was looking for. But a moment later, another doctor with a similar appearance arrived and began politely apologizing to the patients, saying he had many to tend to. Addressing the patient, he asked him to tell him what complaints he had. In response, the surprised man said he'd just given them some medication and left. The doctor didn't understand what this was all about, as he'd only arrived after finishing his work with the other patients. Hearing this, the bodyguard inquired about the medicine they had given him. When the doctor examined the bag, he replied that it wasn't used in their infirmary. As it turned out, some spy who had the ability to transform had been here. He felt a certain sadness that he had simply wasted his valuable medicine on a poor guy from the infirmary for the sake of the mission. After these words, he returned to his true form. He was a member of the Hidden Moons of the Dark Moon Organization, a heaven-ranked fighter named Chong Ying. The man was extremely dissatisfied with the violation of labor regulations. He was already tired of working for a long time and thought that when he returned to the office, he would complain, since he should have been given adequate time to rest. Once he completed his mission in Akyan, he would be sent on another mission to Unnam Province. Even though the mission was of exceptional importance, he was still concerned about the working conditions and even complained about the low pay. There were so many tasks for this master that it seemed to him that his superiors thought he knew how to create clones. At the end of his dissatisfaction, he was ready to accept the circumstances because he could not expect more from those who never left the conference room. A moment later, a raven named Dancer returned to him, apparently having already delivered a message to the office. He praised his bird for its efforts, and the crow responded happily. Later, a black dog named Earth joined them. It seemed he found something. The dog started barking, and thanks to this, the spy somehow understood that his target was heading to the Jade City. In fact, he somehow enjoyed this intense work. Master of 10 reincarnations, Chunying was thinking with anticipation about what kind of disguise he would use to track down Master Jin. Master Jin and his younger brother left the tavern and set out on their journey. Kwok boasted that he had learned a lot during this time. He was looking forward to the long journey and spending the night outdoors, even though he complained about his lack of camping experience. He assured his brother that he would do everything possible not only to avoid becoming a burden, but even to help him. Mu Wan wasn't sure if the young bodyguard was truly ready for their dangerous mission. But the boy asked not to worry and said that he had lived his whole life on the road and was incredibly happy that he would be traveling with his older brother, thanks to whom he had become much stronger. But still, it seemed that his emotions were a little unnatural. The guy directed his gaze forward, and with a forced smile began to confidently walk forward. At that moment, Mu Wan decided to support him, and placing his hand on his younger brother's head, said that Mun Jun was a bright and courageous boy. This kind of care was something rare for the young bodyguard, and he sincerely enjoyed the moment. Thinking back, he thought his birth mother had abandoned him shortly after his birth. His father was busy working as a bodyguard, so he couldn't visit him often. He was forced to live on his own for quite a long time and was very lonely. But his father still loved him, and Kwok sensed it. Addressing his son, he apologized for acting like an irresponsible father who couldn't properly care for his child. He promised that in a little while, he'd have enough money to open a dumpling shop for the two of them. With a pleasant smile on his face, he asked him to be patient a little longer, not to get upset, and to take good care of the house. Placing his hand on his son's head, the man asked him to be brave, respect his elders, and always smile, as this would give him strength to complete his missions. The boy promised to always heed his advice. Shortly after this pleasant moment, his father died in an accident during another mission. Upon learning of this, Mr. Huang came to see him, which is when they first met. He introduced himself and said that Kwok's father was a close friend of his. The man invited him to live with him and promised to ensure his childhood was happy. Afterwards, the man asked Captain Cone if he minded. The man replied that everything was fine. The trembling boy was glad he wouldn't be alone. The people who allowed the child, abandoned in this world, to live in the White Dragon Trading Association were Mr. Huang and Captain Gon. His swordsmanship was still poor, so he was worried about how the mission would go. He also noticed that as soon as they reached the next town, the weather changed and became more pleasant. Mu Wan agreed and explained that this place was on a plateau, so it was much cooler than other places. He also informed his younger brother that if they set out early in the morning, they could arrive at the Jade City by evening. As soon as it got dark, the guys set up camp and began preparing dinner. The young bodyguard continued training in his free time. Once they finished dinner, Mu Wan sat down to rest while Kwok continued to train. Watching him, he remembered that he had no idea before that his life was so complicated. Mu Wan thought they were somewhat similar, especially to the time he had to train alone on Mount Jock Am. Kwok is about the same age as Master Jin when he was left completely alone. In order not to watch him in vain, he decided to help the young master a little. Master Jin asked his younger brother to come closer. As soon as Kwok saw the stick in his older brother's hands, he didn't understand what he wanted to do. It seemed quite strange that Master Jin wanted to fight him using only a bamboo chopstick. The boy was excited to soon receive personal training from a master he looked up to, but after a moment he felt so frightened that he could not move forward. His sparring opponent was simply holding a chopstick, but the boy could already feel the oppressive energy that seemed simply incredible to him. While thinking about how to launch an attack, Kwok didn't notice how Master Jin appeared behind him, hit him on the back of the head with his wand, and asked if the boy was going to be afraid and stand on the defensive for the rest of his life. The pressure of his wand felt incredibly terrifying. Mu Wan said that Kwok couldn't accomplish anything with passion alone, so he should become more composed. In the end, Mu Wan only touched his student slightly, but with the same movement he sent him flying. The younger brother understood that everything was different now, and that he was on a completely different level compared to those guys from the Blood Ghost team that he had encountered recently. After exchanging a few swings, he thought he'd improved his swordsmanship a bit, but looking back, he realized he'd simply blocked an enemy attack. Besides, his older sister had helped him take care of the enemy. His older brother's incredible strength made him wonder if, despite his hard training, he was still weak, or perhaps simply afraid to show his strength. Rising to his feet, the determined boy decided he would soon find out. He knew he couldn't let this opportunity pass. He intended to give it his all, as it would be a valuable combat experience. He didn't even have time to notice how his opponent was once again at close range, striking him in the arms with his wand. Mu Wan gave him another piece of advice, saying that when a swordsman holds his weapon in his hands, he should extend his arms slightly forward, as this will allow him to wield more force when swinging. Disciple Quack fell face down on the ground again with a thud. Master Jin's training was accompanied by blows. The experienced fighter explained to his younger brother that he was still tense, which was why his reflexes were too slow and his eyes were losing focus. As soon as the boy stood up, he received a blow to his lower limbs and learned that his feet must always remain in position on the ground. After throwing the poor guy into the air, Mu Wan advised him to take deep breaths before lunging. The young bodyguard never got a chance to demonstrate his skills. He let the sword slip from his hands and learned that he first needed to understand his weaknesses, while an understanding of the basics would come to him with time. Despite the trembling throughout his body, the determined young man replied that he could still continue. Having broken his chopstick, Mu Wan refused to continue and said it was time to rest, as this was also an important part of the training. For the future, he advised using the 3 fundamental cultivation techniques to properly circulate qi within the body. Looking at his student with a smile, Master Jin decided to support him so that he would not think that he had performed poorly. Looking at the stars, he said that his younger brother had done a good job. Munjun was very pleased with this praise and thanked his mentor for the valuable lesson. Meanwhile, in some creepy temple, one of the recently wounded soldiers was recovering. Recalling his battle with the swordsman from the north, he called him a ferocious beast. Nam Gongmi had been circulating qi non-stop for the past few days, but his wounds still hadn't healed. He believed he had gotten into this state because his defenses had weakened. He was not going to make the same mistake twice and was ready for their rematch. Addressing his enemy, he wished him to prepare for a real battle. As soon as Master Nam left the temple, he saw someone's silhouette. It was the sound master Dong Yup. Addressing his protege, the man noticed that the leader of the Bloody Ghosts was feeling better. Master Nam replied that he hadn't fully recovered yet, but was ready to move on. He admitted that his opponent had been very dangerous and that he should be grateful to fate, as he thought his head would fly off his shoulders. At one point, he noticed his comrade twirling the leaves in his hand, indicating he was troubled by something. Gonmi assumed Don had personally met the man he had fought. Dong Yup replied that this was true and that their plans had become even more difficult to implement. The Blood Ghost leader was surprised that even such an amazing master was alarmed by the encounter with the strange swordsman. In response, Dong Yup claimed their enemy was insane. He thought Mu Wan was impenetrable. That was the impression he left, as those guys hadn't even thought such a person could exist. What worried him most was that they would never be able to reach an agreement with him. Hearing his boss speak so hesitantly, Gonmi asked what their plan was and whether they were simply going to give up on their ambitions. Dong Yup replied that they couldn't do that, and even though they hadn't taken such a person into account when they made the plan, they couldn't just give up. Despite the gravity of the situation, the leader of the Blood Ghosts was not opposed to a rematch, and said that although he couldn't win, he would at least protect the Soundmaster's life. He asked him to trust him, and if he did, they would be together until the end. They had come too far to just give up. As the Soundmaster rolled up another sheet, he said that even though they had put their hearts and souls into preparing their brilliant plan, an unexpected variable was simply bound to appear. He believed that was why they say the world is worth living in. Anything can happen. In any case, he was sure it would all be a little more interesting now, and then he began to laugh, causing some confusion in his charge. He believed that the situation had to be such that the sleeping Silent Night would awaken. While the enemies were planning Silent Night's return, Mu Wan and his ward continued moving towards the Jade City. A large detachment suddenly appeared past them, moving in the same direction as they were. As one of the carriages passed by, Master Jin saw a familiar face. It was Mr. Tang, the master of 10,000 poisons, who asked his squad to stop. Together with their niece, they were glad to see their savior in good health. It turned out they were also heading to Jade City. Master Jin was surprised, as he had assumed they were going to meet with members of the Central Heavenly Alliance in the Broken Fist clan. The man replied that the Alliance had changed its plans and asked them to hurry to the meeting in Jade City. Although he was displeased with this news and considered the Heavenly Alliance arrogant scoundrels, he was glad that the Broken Fist clan had provided them with some bodyguards. At that moment, the person in charge of the trip approached them. Mr. Tan apologized for the sudden stop and announced that he had met Mr. Jin, his savior. General Im Seo Guan, known as the 8 Arms of Heaven, was responsible for security on the journey. The heavily armored man was one of the clan's 5 masters, well versed in the art of fist fighting. With a smile on his face, the general introduced himself and said that, according to rumors, Master Jin was quite skilled for his age. Mu Wan replied that he was simply experienced enough to protect himself. In fact, he knew this fighter well. He was surprised that the one who had carried him in his arms with joy 10 years ago could not recognize him when he grew older. Mr. Tang suggested that a fairly experienced young man in martial arts join the escort squad, and the general did not object. They had little space in the carriage, so Mu Wan and his younger brother had the honor of traveling with members of the great family. At that moment, the general experienced a strange feeling that he could not explain. Not wanting to bother his head with unnecessary thoughts, he ordered his men to prepare for departure and continue on their way. They were already near the Jade City, so Master Tang suggested they rest for a while. Having prepared a delicious porridge, the general almost remembered the old days in the north, but stopped himself in time, not daring to touch on the sore subject in the world of Murim. Kavak was very surprised, because they prepared for him the same dish that his older brother had prepared the night before. The general asked if the young masters liked what he had prepared. The well-mannered young master replied that everything was delicious and thanked the general for the food. Taking a closer look at the young master, the man wondered about his surname, as the boy looked very much like the son of the clan leader he had once belonged to. He realized that if Mu Wan were alive, he would be about the same age as the boy. But his doubts were dispelled by his memories that the 4th-generation leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan never taught his son martial arts. He recalled that Jin Kwang Ho forced the heir to read books instead of teaching him his craft. Therefore, he was sure that it was not Mu Wan in front of him, because he could confidently say that the young master knew some martial arts. His feelings took over, and Im Seo Guang felt uncomfortable because of the memories he tried so hard to forget. They appeared out of nowhere from just one glance at the master who reminded him so much of Mu Wan. The general believed the child had been forced to live on his own in the barren northern lands, had suffered greatly, and ultimately died. 10 years had passed since then, and the man believed he had made a mistake no martial artist should make. At the same time, he thought that he had no other choice at that moment when even the Northern Heaven's Great Four had turned their backs on the defenseless heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. In fact, he was scared, so he didn't have the courage to stand up for his loyalty. He was overcome with fear, and if he had resisted and not done what the others did, he would have been killed. He considered himself to be utterly sinful, feeling more and more guilty and ashamed with each passing day. Just when he thought he had finally begun to live, ignoring the past, a man appeared before him, stirring up memories he had tried to bury deep within his soul. When he considered that if it really was Mu-Won, he wouldn't be able to ask her that question. He believed that because of what had happened, he was no longer allowed to look her in the face. Denying this, the man began to think it was impossible. At one point, the general simply couldn't take it anymore and left. Mu-Won noticed his nervous behavior, but his thoughts were not at all about what happened in the Northern Heavenly clan 10 years ago. In fact, he was thinking about the enemies who had taken away one of the most valuable people in his life, namely, Mr. Huang. The young master did not understand the purpose of the third party in the Unnam province incident. Moreover, he didn't even understand the identity of those masters who were clearly not from the mainland. At that moment, he was even bold enough to guess that they were representatives of the Silent Night. At one point, the general was called to look at something strange. A trace of the battle was found near their camp. The smell that lingered in this place made the young bodyguard feel sick. The general suggested that these people might have fallen into some kind of ambush that they were unaware of. As soon as Mu-Won heard the general's words, he realized there had been similar incidents in the past that the Broken Fist clan had chosen to keep quiet about. Furthermore, the Central Heavenly Alliance usually takes such incidents quite seriously. At one point, the young master, in front of the general, went forward to examine the bodies of the ambush victims. He was sure that there were no traces of teeth or claws on the wounds of those people, but at the same time, the injuries were not inflicted by weapons. Old Man Tang was surprised that the young master could tell by appearance alone. He thought someone had torn the victims' bodies apart with their bare hands, possessing incredible strength. But Mu-Won denied this assumption, knowing it would be no easy task. Master Jin suggested paying attention to one more thing, that the poor fellows were not attacked by someone who mastered martial arts, since masters use a clean and effective method of killing. Based on what the young master had said, Mr. Tang guessed that the person who had created the chaos here possessed incredible strength, but seemed to be insane and lacking common sense. After taking a closer look at the horrific crime scene, the general decided to strengthen the security. Since they were already close to the Jade City, he asked his comrades not to relax and to carefully monitor their surroundings, after which he asked them to monitor for the possible presence of enemies. Mu-Won was sure that after the strange incidents, an unfortunate event would occur, so he was on guard. As a result, their detachment moved further towards the city. Luckily, nothing happened on the way, so they headed to the nearest tavern, which housed a hotel. Addressing the general, Mr. Tang informed him that Master Jin had some unfinished business and would need to go outside frequently. He said he would likely choose another place to spend the night, as there he would be able to come and go unhindered. Im Seo-Guang understood this and said that he would pray for his safety and success. After thanking their squad for their help, Mu-Won decided to say goodbye. The Mad Master of 10,000 Poisons wished them good luck and said that he would like to meet again. A worried Meyer asked them to be careful, because this city was dangerous and full of secrets. The general was unable to say anything on his own and only looked thoughtfully towards Master Jin, who reminded him of Kwang Ho's son. As soon as the boys moved a little further, Quack said that he saw no reason to leave their squad, because while in that hotel, they could count on the help of the Broken Fist clan. From his older brother's reaction, he could tell this was clearly not what Mu-Won had wanted. The master asked his younger brother where the White Dragon merchant troop would be heading. Hearing the question, Quack began to think that they would most likely stop at the largest tavern, since they always travel in a large group. Within a moment, the boy realized his older brother was planning to start looking for clues from that area. He realized that since the Jade City isn't very large, there weren't many places where Mr. Huang could have stayed in the past, before he was kidnapped. As soon as it got dark, they reached the so-called Priceless Tavern, which was the largest in the Jade City. Kwok knew that large groups usually stopped here, so he directed his brother inside without hesitation. As it turned out, the place was empty, and even the hotel owner was surprised that visitors had come to see him. He immediately said they were pretty empty due to the nasty rumors circulating around the place. Even 6 months later, his tavern looked abandoned. The owner first asked how long the travelers planned to stay. Mu-won replied that they were interested in renting a room for about 4 days. As it turned out, the man was about to close his tavern, but thanks to these customers, he was able to stay open a little longer. He sincerely thanked them for their visit and promised to put them in the best rooms and provide them with the best of his dishes. Besides the clues, the young bodyguard was able to find out that Mu-won was expecting people from the association and the Iron Squad to also arrive here. Master Jin really had no doubt about it, since those guys moved in groups, so they were bound to bump into each other. The roads of all the detachments they knew were aimed at this city. Kwok wondered who else they might meet here. Putting his blade aside, Mu-won replied that he wasn't sure who else would be here, but he believed that this was just the beginning of something bigger. Meanwhile, the owner of the hotel knocked on their door and brought some treats for his only visitors. It was the best food of the Priceless Tavern, a dish of stewed carp that immediately made Kwok's mouth water. As he said goodbye, he thanked them again for their visit and wished them bon appétit. The boys immediately started eating dinner, and Kwok noted that the broth was very tasty. But just a moment later, the boys fell asleep right at the table. The hotel owner mixed some kind of poison or sleeping pill into the broth. As soon as he stopped hearing the dialogue of his visitors, he opened the door inside and made sure that they were not conscious. As it turned out, it wasn't the tavern owner at all, but a spy from the secret Black Moon organization disguised as him. He had used the sleeping pills and was once again convinced of their infallible effectiveness. As he passed by, he decided not to pay much attention to the bodyguard from the White Dragon merchant troupe, as he thought that he was not very important and looked more like a servant of the young master. The man he was actually following was Master Jin. He'd heard he was a peculiar fellow who kept a lot of secrets, while little was known about him. Confused by the lack of information, the spy planned to find something interesting. He had no information about the young master's martial arts, status, or age, but he knew that he had joined the White Dragon Trading Association's mission. Looking around, he found something that interested him very much. As expected, it was a snowflower. This mysterious blade emanated some unusual energy, which attracted the spy. Seeing this sword, the man began to drown in interest to learn more about it. As it turned out, the blade's energy simply attracted the spy to itself. After some time, Mu-won woke up with the feeling that someone was whispering in his ear. When the guy regained consciousness, he realized that he had been careless and had fallen under the influence of a sleeping pill during dinner. He couldn't believe he'd let his guard down, even though it hadn't been long since he'd entered Murim's world. He still had room to grow, so he focused on his surroundings. At one point, the guy noticed a strange man in the corner of the room and realized that the sleeping pill mixed into the food was his doing. As soon as Master Jin got closer, he realized that the strange spy had been possessed by the aura of a snowflower and was unable to move. At that moment, the boy wondered if his enchanted sword had been the one that brought him back to his senses. As Mu-won approached the spy, he felt his chi energy match that of the tavern owner. Mu-won assumed the stranger was using the art of shape-shifting. He wondered if he'd weakened his defenses, since he couldn't sense the sleeping pill and recognize the martial artist before him. The heaven-ranked spy was conscious, though unable to move his body. Master Jin asked who he even was. Chunin introduced himself as a member of the Dark Moon organization and confessed that the head of the Sachiol Tavern ordered him to follow a man named Jin and find out everything about him. The young master realized that Chong Ying couldn't have responded in his current state, but under the influence of the enchanted chi, he had revealed all his secrets. Hearing the spy's words, he realized that the Dark Moon, Mei Wol Ryung, was behind his actions. Taking advantage of the moment, Mu-Wan decided to ask how much the Dark Moon knew about the fact that near the Jade City, several people became victims of an unknown incident. According to a spy a few days ago, abnormal beings appeared in Gongming City. They had lost their minds and become much stronger than ordinary people, attacking everyone. The Central Heavenly Alliance and the Broken Fist clan determined the cause of the madness, an unusual type of poison, so they summoned elite members of the Tang clan. Someone had deliberately spread this poison, and the Dark Moon was sure that the stranger was behind the disappearance of people in the Unnam province. At one point, mysterious animals that had previously worked with Chunying burst inside. Mu-Wan immediately took his blade from the spy's hands and jumped back to a safer distance. Chunying regained consciousness and began to feel uneasy because something unpredictable had happened. Seeing the master in front of him, who should be unconscious, the man immediately asked in confusion what was going on. Addressing the Hidden Moon member by name, Mu-Wan suggested that they have a frank conversation. The spy's anxiety grew as he was exposed. He couldn't remember what had happened after he had picked up Master Jin's sword. Within a moment, the man became furious because his secrets were discovered and he had dishonored the Hidden Moon. He prepared to attack his target and shouted that after killing him, he would commit suicide, because only death would atone for his sins before the organization. In response, Mu-Wan began to flex his hands and asked if the spy was sure that he would not regret this decision. The crazy member of the Hidden Moon shouted that he never regretted what he had done and then rushed to attack. Despite the enemy's severity, Master Jin didn't even bother using his sword and dodged the attacks without any problems. He moved with extreme grace and made no mistakes. The fight couldn't just consist of avoiding the enemy's weapons, so Mu-Wan chose the right moment and delivered a surprise uppercut with his elbow to his opponent. After this, Mu-Wan decided to demonstrate his superiority in a more impressive manner. He delivered a crushing blow with his fist to the opponent's stomach. The end of his punching combination was a high kick to the poor guy's head. A single punch sent Chunying flying and he crashed loudly into the wall. Seeing this, the animal masters of disguise did not even think of sticking their noses into such a dangerous matter. The younger brother Quack woke up a little later because a black dog started licking him. When the boy woke up, Mu-Wan asked how he was feeling. Quack Munjong replied that he was fine. He was worried about what had happened in their room while he had been sleeping at the table. Chunying, beaten beyond recognition, joined their carefree conversation and asked Master Jin where such a monster as he came from. When he saw that his animals had decided to join his cause, he called them traitors. He leaned on his knee, sighed heavily, and said he couldn't believe he was in such a sorry state. His spy's heart had been destroyed, and he begged the terrifying master to hurry and finish him off. While feeding a crow named Dancer, Mu-Wan replied that he had no intention of killing the spy, and then asked what would happen if the Black Moon found out about what had happened. Although the Dark Moon wanted to extract more information about his identity, Mu-Wan replied that he had no desire to know anything about her. He said he was only interested in one thing: the names of those behind the disappearances of the merchant troupe. Hearing this, Chunying asked him to tell him directly what he wanted. In response, Mu-Wan unexpectedly invited the spy to accompany him and said that if he helped, he would allow him to gather as much information about his identity as he needed. He proposed forming an alliance until they could each obtain what they had come to the Jade City for. Meanwhile, General Im So-Guan and Mr. Tan saw with their own eyes one of those who went crazy due to the effects of an unknown poison. According to the general, they were able to capture him only with the support of martial arts masters. Before completely losing his mind, he managed to reveal his identity. It turned out to be an informant from the Iron 12. They still hadn't confirmed this, so they wanted to hear from the senior master of 10,000 poisons. After taking a closer look, the old man said that this was not a typical case of insanity, although the symptoms were similar to rabies. To find out more, he needed to take a closer look, so he asked the general if they could put the man to sleep. The general replied with concern that they had already injected a sedative into the blood of the poor madman, but it had had no effect. Hearing this, the old man surmised that if the sedative wasn't working, then the informant's veins were damaged. Having no other option, the man decided to take action and asked General Yim to step back a bit. For his next steps, he decided to use a poison extracted from the blood roots of the southern islands. He claimed that it not only reduces bloodlust, but also slows brain activity. According to the master of 10,000 poisons, this gas is the highest quality sleeping pill. As expected, as soon as the infected person inhaled the gas, he immediately fell asleep and fell on his back. When the old man entered the cage, he asked the general not to come closer because he was planning to use his poison art. After the first try, he did not notice any reaction, which meant that the poison that the informant of the Iron Dozen was infected with was not made on an animal basis. The general was surprised by the old man's knowledge and asked how he managed to find out. Mr. Tan replied that the poison he used only reacts with animal-based poisons. As it turned out, the poisons he was familiar with could be divided into several categories. After the animal base, the man checked for poison in the flower base. Lastly, there was a test for the presence of mineral-based poison. A distinct reaction was observed when using the last specimen. Observing the actions of the wielder of 10,000 poisons, the general was amazed by the incredible abilities of the Tang family. But at one point, the old man became worried that something had gone wrong. The infected man suddenly regained consciousness. As soon as he saw the old man, he immediately grabbed his hands, but Meyer managed to intervene and kicked him in the neck. She was thrilled by the terrifying power of the madman and what he could do to her uncle. Seeing what was happening in the cage, the general immediately ran inside. Meyer couldn't do anything to him, so she grabbed him by the neck. She screamed at the monster to stop resisting and release her uncle immediately. At the same time, the old man urged her to loosen her grip and not kill the infected. At that tense moment, the general ran into the cage and, his fist ready to strike, called on the young lady to step out of the way. After that, he hit the infected man hard, and he flew to the side and let go of Mr. Tan's hands. The worried young lady immediately ran to her uncle to make sure he was all right. Fortunately, his bones were unharmed. He concluded that even if the poor fellow had been poisoned with a mineral-based toxin, his behavior was too strange and questionable. While the captain held the distraught informant against the wall, Mr. Tan explained that a mineral-based poison would normally suck the life out of the person it infected and slowly kill them, but this one actually increased the person's strength and caused them to sink deeper into madness. After some time, they saw something very sudden. The infected person no longer showed signs of life. Mr. Tang understood that this wasn't due to the general being particularly rude. He assumed it was due to the man's sudden surge of strength, causing his body to give way. They planned to take his body elsewhere and conduct a thorough investigation. The master of poisons wanted to know the origin of this mystery. He warned the general that something incredibly big and certainly dangerous was happening. No one could say for sure what was happening in Unnam province. In the morning, Master Jin and his younger brother went to the Jade City market, which, due to recent events and supply problems, looked too empty. The local vendors seemed destitute, their work was no longer profitable, and the goods were not as good as before. Muwon felt some sympathy for the people who worked here. A man with a strange mustache was also looking for clues with them. It was a member of the Hidden Moon's Heavenly Rank squad who had acquired a new appearance through the transformation technique. He was troubled by the fact that not only had he failed the mission, but he was also forced to travel with his target. He was nervous that if the Dark Moon found out, it would be a shame beyond words. Now he understood why Chief Mei Wol-ren had called his target an unusual guy. Chong Ying believed that there were not many young martial artists who could become his opponent, as only the 7 lower heavens were capable of doing so. But when he met this guy, he realized that he had been too self-confident. Noticing Quack's intense gaze, the spy became furious and asked him to stop staring at him as if he were a circus monkey. Kwak Minjong apologized and pointed his fingers at the spy, asking if this was his real face. After this, the man changed completely and began to look like some old man. He claimed he could completely transform his appearance, and to prove it, he transformed himself into a sumo wrestler. This also applied to his clothing, as using the technique, he could look like a monk with a staff. After finishing his performance, Chun-Ying said that his title was not for show. With a sly look, he declared himself a master of 10 transformations. Kwok was simply delighted and called him incredible. At the same time, Chun-Ying felt some tension because of the young master with whom he had to form an alliance. Ever since Mu-Wan was able to recognize his first transformation, he immediately knew that it was Chun-Ying, and it didn't matter to him what form he was in. The master of transformation found himself in a sticky situation. He'd come to spy on Master Jin, but ended up becoming his target. He blamed the snowflower, the young master's blade, which had acquired the spy's consciousness. Pensive Mu-Wan continued to walk forward. At one point, he was distracted from his thoughts and noticed a strange feeling. Taking his sword in his hands, he became curious as to why the snowflower was reacting again. Yet it was an enchanted sword that no one but he could wield. Master Jin acknowledged that Chong-Ying was a martial artist he should be wary of, as he possessed considerable mental strength. But at the same time, he was surprised by how easily he had been captured by the snowflower's aura. The blade he crafted proved terrifyingly powerful. Since their arrival in Unnam province, the blade had become more restless, and its chi had increased significantly. Mu-Wan guessed that his sword was reacting this way because it was so close to the material it was made of. At that moment, the boy thought it would be a good idea to visit the lands where the tribe Master Huang had spoken of existed. The enchanted chi was growing stronger, and Master Jin suspected it might cause him to lose control of his sword. After all these thoughts, Mu-Wan stopped. The disgruntled spy Chun-Ying immediately asked why they had stopped after hours of wandering around the market. It turned out that Mu-Wan was interested in the items of one of the weapons dealers. After examining the weapon, he noticed a decent blade, but noted that it needed some work. The seller declared the selection excellent, and then quoted a price that the young craftsman thought was too high. Chun-Ying continued to mutter under his breath and said that such an inexperienced good-for-nothing couldn't possibly know anything about swords. To his surprise, Kwok revealed that his older brother had learned blacksmithing and had forged his own sword. Hearing this, the man was simply shocked that the master he hated so much managed to forge an enchanted sword that absorbed the consciousness of a martial artist like him. Since Master Jin said it was expensive, the seller decided to manipulate the situation and declared that there was no point in looking at it. Mu-Wan accepted his words and said goodbye, wishing him good luck in his dealings. But as soon as the master stepped aside, the seller immediately rushed towards him and said that he was ready to sell the blade for half the price. Hearing this proposal, Mu-Wan said that if he found out where the seller got the sword, then he was willing to pay 3 times the last price for it. The man was simply shocked by the offer, but decided to seize the opportunity and said that a few months ago he had visited the black market, where rare weapons had become available to the public. Most merchants from the Jade City source their items from there. After hearing the seller's words, the spy was able to discover something rather non-obvious. As it turned out, he knew where that black market was and told his alliance comrade about it. While Brother Kwok was surprised that Master Jin had paid such a large sum for the strange sword, the spy remarked that the blade was unusual for Unnam province. Mu-Wan agreed and said that it was most likely made somewhere in the northern parts of Honam province. After exploring the market, he noticed that almost all the weapons were from the mainland. Traders have difficulty accessing Unnam province, so the presence of so many foreign weapons at this market struck him as rather odd. After hearing the young master's logical conclusions, the spy admitted that Mu-Wan was an amazing person, as he had discovered this while wandering around the market earlier. When Kwok inquired why his older brother assumed this was the case, Chun-Ying intervened and asked the young man to think. He asked his opinion on the significance of weapons arriving from abroad in Unnam province, which lacks adequate trade. With a smart look and instructive gestures, Chun Ying stated that the local merchants had taken the weapons from another location and that they most likely belonged to the missing bodyguards and merchants. He explained to the young student that in that case, it was logical to assume that the people responsible for the disappearance of the traders took the weapons and sold them on the black market. Through this expedition, the spy was able to learn that Mu Wan was not only incredibly skilled in martial arts, but also had a well-developed intuition. Having learned more details, the guys decided to go looking for new clues. Without wasting any time, they headed to the black market of the Jade City. At the same time, another auction was taking place at the market. Local vendors presented weapons and said the price hadn't changed, but the weapons were new and in excellent condition. The local leader invited interested parties to take a step forward. One of the visitors, wearing a cloak that concealed his appearance, asked if the weapon was really of good quality, and then asked where they got it. The manager began to suspect something was wrong, and said that if the customer was worried about this, then he didn't belong there. In response, the man, who was hiding his identity, concluded that the weapon had been obtained illegally. His words greatly infuriated the leader. After this, the stranger removed the hood from his head and said that he had finally caught them. Seeing this man, the leader shouted to his subordinates to kill everyone and run away. The fighters proceeded to carry out the order and attacked the poor fellows, who were not involved in the conspiracy at all. Having eliminated the witnesses, the leader shouted to ask who he was dealing with. The mysterious man across from him asked if he had ever heard of the oracles from the Broken Fist clan's reconnaissance squad. Hearing this, the man began to worry. There was a reason for this, however. The representative of the oracles began to laugh and said that it was not entirely normal to engage in such activities on their territory. Within moments, the underground traders were surrounded by fighters from the most powerful clan in the Unnam province. The manager didn't even notice how they appeared here. A moment later, he tried to escape, but with a single movement of his hand, he was stopped. The Broken Fist intelligence representative sent the black marketeer flying. Addressing his defeated adversary, he asked him to stop beating around the bush and to report everything he knew. But the leader did not lose hope of escaping. Seeing this attempt, the mad leader of the oracles urged his fighters to pursue him. The cruel man qualified his order by saying that if the fighters couldn't figure out who was on their side, they should kill everyone indiscriminately. All his charges rushed into pursuit without fail. The head of the oracles had no intention of letting anyone go alive. The situation looked like the Broken Fist representatives couldn't tell the difference between civilians and martial artists. Mr. Penn, who was watching this bloody operation, could not understand when they managed to penetrate into the province of Unnam and how they dared to plot intrigues on their territory. For them, the situation in which merchants entered Unnam province and lost their own goods wasn't a big deal, but since their reputation was at stake, they couldn't stand idly by. Because of this, the Central Celestial Alliance announced a visit to Unnam province. Mr. Peng called the province a sacred place, which he and his master had obtained after betraying the Northern Heavenly Clan. They had done everything they could to keep the alliance at bay, but now everything was beginning to crumble. Cho Cheon-woo ordered him to find out who they were dealing with before the alliance arrived. He wanted to solve the problem himself, even if it meant completely destroying the Jade City. The head of the oracles, Penn, promised his ruler that he would do everything possible to restore honor to their clan. At the same time, Mu Wan and his comrades arrived at the scene. Everything around them indicated that there had been a battle here, and they had arrived too late. There were both crimson ghosts and civilians here. Mu Wan was simply beside himself with anger when he saw the cruelty that happened here. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward in search of those who were guilty of this tragedy. The spy was immediately confused. He tried to bring the young master to his senses so that they could catch up with the leader of their squad. Meanwhile, in the Azure Hotel where Mr. Tang and his escorts were staying, the general was wiping his armor and contemplating his life. He doubted that the silver scale gauntlets were worth following his master into this dreadful province. Since they settled in Unnam province, the master he trusted had changed, becoming even more cruel beyond recognition. Im Seo-guan needed time to reflect, so he silently accepted the order to guard the Tang family on their way to the Jade City. But all this time, he was worried about whether he was doing everything right and what his future would be in the Broken Fist clan. He was distracted from his thoughts by one of his subordinates. His protege burst into his chambers shouting that several unknown martial arts masters were causing chaos in the Jade City. The general didn't understand what was happening, so he asked to be shown the scene. When they arrived at the location of the black market, the man first asked who had started all this horror. He gave orders to protect the Tang family, while he himself was going to deal with those who had started the battle, in which many civilians had died. Having seen what was happening with his own eyes, he shouted that he would never forgive the culprits. At one point, he saw some master killing another person. Using the 8 fists of the gods technique, he charged forward with a shout, calling for the villain to stop immediately. After that, the fighter, filled with rage, used the enlightened palm of the silver dragon and easily defeated the enemy. The enemy was defeated. General Im Seo-guan grabbed the wounded man by the clothes and asked who they were. But a moment later he realized that he had mistaken an active member of the Broken Fist clan for a villain. Even the beaten soldier himself tried to justify himself and addressed the general as an older comrade. General Im Seo-guan realized that the person in front of him was Jang Oh of the Oracle Reconnaissance Squad. He furiously asked what they were doing here. His answer was simply shocking, because the murder of these people turned out to be the desire of their master. The fighter said they had finally found those behind the problems threatening their clan's reputation. Therefore, the master had ordered the complete extermination of all who stood in their way. According to Leader Pen, the enemies had disguised themselves as ordinary residents of the Jade City. Filled with rage, he shouted that no matter who their victims were, ordinary citizens or vile enemies, they could not kill everyone indiscriminately. According to the wounded Jan O, while they were chasing the enemy, they were suddenly attacked by an old man, assisted by a nanny with a child on her back. Showing his panic, he said they had no way of knowing who was who. To prevent further suffering for the clan, they were ordered to kill everyone. After these words, the general decided to give him a rest and hit him on the head so hard that he lost consciousness. Now he understood that their actions were due to the incompetence of their superiors. Witnessing all this horror with his own eyes, General Im Seo-guan could not even imagine how far the bloodthirsty leader would go, even if all this chaos was his will. As the general approached the scene, several soldiers were about to execute another frightened civilian. But at that very moment, they were blown away by a powerful shockwave from an unknown warrior with red-colored chi energy. As it turned out, it was the wielder of the persuasive spear, the leader of the bloody ghosts, Nam, who did it. He thanked the members of the Broken Fist clan for creating the chaos and all the conditions for it to continue. At the same time, he asked with displeasure how the fighters of the Broken Fist dared to decide who would live in this flourishing place and who would be exiled to abandoned lands. As expected, the clan's fighters sensed the powerful aura and incredible strength of their opponent, but none of them had any idea who they were dealing with. The Blood Ghost General declared he had returned from the lands of death. He intended to show them who the real monster was and to tear his enemies to pieces. His intentions were linked to the order of the Sound Master, who asked him not to hold back and create the greatest chaos, because the more harshly he dealt with them, the better it would be for their plan. As Dan Yeop had wished, the bloody captain began the battle with incredible enthusiasm. Events were gaining momentum and Mu Wan couldn't hesitate. As he moved forward, the Hidden Moon member was quite worried. This was the first time in his life he had seen something like this while on the battlefield. In turn, Master Jin understood what a terrible world the Heavenly Alliance had created, having sacrificed his father for the sake of their ambitions. A moment later, he met the gaze of the fighters of the Oracle Squad. Those brutal killers were surprised that there were survivors among the population. One of them asked Mu Wan's squad with displeasure how they dared to drag their faces out of their holes while the masters of the Broken Fist were at work. They had presumptuously intended to display their full might and sweep the city clean. The Dark Moon Organization agent clearly hadn't expected to see oracles here, and understood that the amount of information he had acquired was simply invaluable. After this, Chunying used telepathy to contact his comrade and asked him to listen carefully. He explained that they were facing oracles from the Broken Fist clan's reconnaissance squad. He claimed they were a shadowy organization specializing in gathering information for the Broken Fist clan. Still, the spy couldn't say for sure why they had killed all the innocent civilians around the market. In response, Mu Wan, filled with rage, said it was most likely because their clan leader was such a terrible person. Considering all the people in the Jade City as their enemies, the fighters of the Broken Clan began to prepare one of the joint techniques for an attack. Taking a closer look, Mu Wan realized that they were using the 100 Days Fist, an ancient technique of the Northern Heavenly Clan that was created when the war with the Silent Knight was on the brink. Mentally turning to his Uncle Joe, he wondered why killing innocents wasn't enough for him, and he even decided to give his subordinates a technique that makes them vulnerable to high-level masters. He didn't know how far they wanted to go, but he was going to stop them before it was too late. As soon as the enemies began to approach, the guy pulled his blade from its sheath. The use of his eternal darkness was so powerful that it didn't even give the enemies any chance to get closer. The powerful energy did not allow even his comrades who stood behind him to stand confidently on their feet. The entire battlefield felt a powerful tremor of the earth from the incredible amount of force. With one swift lunge, Mu Wan defeated the 3 fighters who were carrying out the terrifying order. They didn't even notice how the master overcame them in an instant. Watching this, Kwok realized he'd never seen his older brother so angry. Filled with rage, Mu Wan destroyed all his enemies without a shred of remorse. Observing this, the Master of Transformation couldn't believe that a swordsman of such incredible caliber existed in this world. What most alarmed him wasn't his swordsmanship, but the rare aura he emitted, which was definitely not normal. Seeing the terrifying aura of the Master he was forced to follow, Chongying felt as if the energy alone could tear his soul to pieces. He hadn't felt such fear for a long time. The mysterious swordsman gave him no peace. It was the first time the younger brother had seen Mu Wan kill someone. He couldn't understand what had happened between him and the Broken Fist clan, since he was so willing to kill enemies without hesitation. At the same moment, several more fighters from the Oracle squad arrived at the scene. Using the same technique as the previous fighters, he rushed forward with a cry. His comrades standing nearby rushed along with him. Without a shadow of a doubt, Mu Wan got rid of those cruel villains too. Addressing the young master, Chunying noted that he was seeing this side of his older brother for the first time. He suggested that Kwok keep his distance and follow their comrade slowly, understanding that such behavior made him a danger to everyone. The worried Master of Disguise feared that the worst might happen, and Master Jin was consumed by the power of his enchanted sword. Addressing his animals, he said that he would follow the Master at a distance. He asked them to keep an eye on the swordsman and warned that if they felt their lives were in danger, then they should forget about the mission and immediately flee the battlefield. As General Im Seo Guan approached the center of events, he began to sense a strange chi, realizing that something terrifying was happening there. At one point, he saw another assassination attempt by the fighters of the Broken Fist clan. As he approached, he shouted to all the oracles that they should immediately stop their cruel and inhuman actions. A fighter named Mgwen immediately recognized his senior comrade. As Master Im approached, he asked him what the hell he was doing. The man responded that there was nothing surprising about it, as his victim was a threat to the entire clan. Shocked by what was happening, the general shouted that this was no reason to torture his enemies. After this, the man silently got rid of the enemy. With a haughty look, he turned to the elder and declared that he did not understand when his path led to a dead end, because he did not pay attention to his own surroundings. The Oracle Squad member believed the general was too self-absorbed in his ideals. He then asked why such a righteous man would participate in treason, even though he knew Jin Kwang Ho would never conspire with the Silent Knight. After these low and pitiful words, he began feigning awkwardness at having said too much. Afterwards, he rudely declared that their master considered General Yim a pain in the ass, which was why he had forced him to serve as a bodyguard and sent him to this place, a premeditated plan. At that moment, General Im realized that Mr. Cho had been trying to get rid of him from the very beginning. And so it was. In just a moment, he found himself surrounded by the fighters of the Oracle's squad, who were going to get rid of him because he was too righteous. The honest general realized that he had become a hunting dog who was no longer of use to his master. At the same time, on an abandoned rocky mountain, the head of the oracles named Pen was discussing a plan to build a white pavilion. His protege, who'd been skipping dentist appointments, said the martial artists from the Northern Central Alliance hadn't yet arrived on the scene. This was fortunate for them, as if they'd arrived before them, their plan would have been jeopardized. Leader Pen himself understood this, so he said that this was precisely why they must resolve this incident before the Central Alliance arrived. He was certain that even the slightest mistake could be disastrous for their master. The man thought about how they now knew who had caused the maddened villagers. He believed that once they dealt with that problem, their clan's foundation would be stronger than ever. At the same time, he assumed that rescuing the merchants would make them even stronger. With a terrifying, malevolent look, he was even grateful to the bloody ghosts for coming onto their territory and causing chaos. He knew that a crisis could always become an opportunity if he showed enough patience. As he left the scene, he suggested that his deputy take further action. Meanwhile, Mu Wan moved closer to the epicenter of events. At one point, he saw the place where a battle had recently taken place. As soon as he arrived, he noticed a wounded fighter of the Broken Fist clan sitting alone. As he approached him, he realized that it was General Im So Guan. As it turned out, the man was seriously wounded, but he was able to deal with all the traitors who attacked him at the same time. Turning to the wounded general, he heard his heavy and deep breathing. As soon as the man heard his name, he began to look around. He was surprised when he saw Master Jin. At that moment, he no longer doubted that they knew each other, so he assumed that he was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan looked at him with disdain, because it was his own fault for what happened to him. In response, Master Jin said that it was indeed him, and to confirm this, he recalled that when he was little, Im So Guan was the one who taught him the basics of martial arts. Hearing this, the mortally wounded man became silent. Gathering his strength, he said that he had been right when he had felt this before. With tears in his eyes, he thanked God that the heir of the Northern clan was still alive. His entire body trembling, he could no longer contain his emotions and began to cry. He confessed that when he heard the heir had been killed, he felt unbearable guilt over the fact that a small child, who had done nothing wrong, was trying to cope alone. He asked the young master for forgiveness for everything that had happened, and also begged him to stop the terrible destruction that Cho Chen Wu had planned. He hoped he could figure it out on his own, but he couldn't. A moment later, he lost consciousness. Mu Wan approached his older brother Im to check on his condition. As it turned out, Im Seo Guang died from the severity of his injuries. Mu Wan said goodbye to him as a warrior of the Northern clan. Everything that happened made his mental pain even greater. Mu Wan was going to personally deal with those who had caused all this horrific chaos. Meanwhile, one of the organizers of the dark market was able to escape from the battlefield. He was pursued by several people from the Oracle squad. The man understood that they had been too careless, and that was why the remnants of the bloody ghosts had been destroyed. He was sure that their general Nam Gonmi was a man of terrifying strength, but he was afraid that he too would soon find himself at a disadvantage. To avoid the plan from failing, the fighter went to his master to report what had happened. As soon as the man entered the master's chambers, he immediately turned to the master of sound with a panicked cry. He informed him that they had been found even though they had tried to act with extreme caution. He also clarified that it was the Broken Fist clan's oracles that were hunting their fighters. In response, the Soundmaster said that he was already aware of the situation, after which he apologized for putting the members of the Blood Ghost in danger due to his ambitions. Hearing his words, the warrior begged the master not to speak like that, for they all believed the Master of Sound was the one who had saved them and given them hope. For them, his wishes were law. In the end, he shouted that Mr. Gyum Dan Yeop was the only one who could awaken Silent Night. On behalf of the soldiers, he declared that if their lives could speed up this process even a little, they were willing to sacrifice everything. But on the other hand, he feared that their general might not be able to withstand a single-handed battle against an entire squad. He asked the gentleman to leave this place because he believed that it would soon become too dangerous here. The calm Mr. Gyum replied that Silent Night was a giant who had lost his strength, and therefore lost both his purpose and his will. Therefore, he could not leave this place and considered it his true destiny to succeed in the mission even at the cost of his own life. With a terrifying look, he said that they no longer had a reason to run away, and therefore they should prepare. As soon as the oracle's troops entered the lair of the bloody ghosts, they were shocked by an unexpected sight. Behind bars were many merchants and bodyguards who had disappeared earlier. Now it became clear to them that their enemies had kidnapped them in order to turn them into crazy killers. Master Pen knew that their task of rescuing the merchants was becoming more difficult due to the fact that they still had not obtained a cure that could restore the infected to their former forms. He had hoped that it wouldn't be a big problem, but now it became clear that he had to hurry before the Central Heavenly Alliance arrived. Moreover, the leader of the oracles was troubled by a bad feeling. Addressing his charges, he stated that the enemy leader must be nearby, after which he repeated the order that they should not leave anyone alive. As soon as they opened the door to the chambers of the Lord who commanded the bloody ghosts, they were surprised that such a place could exist. They were shocked by what they found inside. It was a huge, spherical room within a cave, with a hole in the ceiling through which moonlight fell upon the master himself. The head of the Oracle squad suggested that the one behind all the incidents, and the one responsible for turning people crazy, was in front of them. Gum Dan Yop didn't expect the head of the Oracles to personally come to greet him, but he wasn't surprised, as he had made his location clear to them. Afterward, he congratulated those who had made such a great effort to reach his lair. Filled with anger, Master Pen asked how he dared to think that he could remain unharmed after what he had done in the Broken Fist clan's territory. In response, the Cunning Sound Master asked since when the province of Unnam became the territory of the Broken Fist clan. Without a doubt, the cruel Master Pen replied that they had gained power here 10 years ago, when their clan was established within the province. In response, Gyumdan Yeop suggested that it was a reward from the Alliance for betraying the legendary Northern Celestial clan. Filled with anger, the leader of the Oracles impatiently asked his enemy to watch his words, after which he threatened to kill him in the most brutal way and make him regret his foolish decisions. In response, the Soundmaster said that he had not yet given up, after which he asked if his opponent was sure that he had planned all this in order to simply die. He stated authoritatively that he never intended to leave this place. After that, he said that there was a misunderstanding, because the fighters of the Oracle squad are the ones who never had any rights. When he conceived this plan, he was so afraid that he didn't sleep for months, but he continued to carry out his plan. He had no choice but to do it or accept death. The world had made them suffer for years, and they did everything they could to repay it in full, so they decided to awaken Silent Night and release it into the outside world. This was how Gyumdan Yeop saw his fate. Hearing that this crazy master was trying to awaken Silent Night, Master Pen was simply shocked. Afterwards, the Sound Master asked if his honored guests had seen the frenzied figures in the corridors leading to his hall. He said it had been several days since they had last eaten. After these words, the man announced the beginning of the feast. In the corner of this room was his last charge of the bloody ghosts. The Sound Master nodded to him, meaning that the signal for action had been given. The fighter nodded in response, indicating that he accepted the order. After this, the fighters of the Oracle squad heard the opening of cells and the bestial growling of people who had become insane after being infected. Addressing the Broken Fist warriors doomed to a terrifying battle, Mr. Gume declared that they were now nothing more than a snack. He said he was planning something bigger. In fact, Master Gume Dan Yeop had planned to serve the main course, a former member of the Northern Heaven's Great Four named Cho Chen Wu, but the plan had to be postponed because he did not arrive at the battlefield. The Oracle squad was surrounded by countless frenzied bodyguards and merchants. The Sound Master enjoyed the spectacle and thought it would be too greedy to witness the destruction of both the Oracles and the leader of the Broken Fist clan at the same time. The deputy intelligence officer was simply shocked by the situation, as among the distraught crowd were members of the 10 great merchant families. Master Peng replied that they had no choice but to kill everyone, for if they retreated, the massacre in the Jade City would be pointless. Having accepted the order, the deputy turned to his charges and shouted that they must get rid of all the brutal merchants and bodyguards. The infected people rushed to attack. The masters of the Oracle squad had no other option but to accept this fight to the death. A terrifying battle began, and the room was filled with screams and animalistic growls. Observing this, Master Jin remembered the basic principle of the Murim world, which sounded like an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Looking up at the moon through the hole in the ceiling, he thought about the past and the number of lives that had fallen at the hands of the Central Celestial Alliance. He believed that his actions were entirely justified and everything would be fine. But after a moment, the Master of Sound felt the appearance of a terrifying aura. Another person appeared at the entrance to his hall. His incredibly powerful energy began to spread inside, and most of those present felt a tremor from which they could lose consciousness. The first to appear was a snowflower, and the blood ghost fighter, pierced by this blade, began to apologize to his master for not being able to fully carry out the order. Filled with rage, Mu Wan showed his thirst for blood. The Sound Master recognized Mr. Jin, but he didn't think that their meeting would happen so early. Moreover, he felt that his aura was completely different from the past. The Broken Fist fighters were alarmed by his appearance and thought that he was with their enemies. At the same time, Mu Wan looked around for Mr. Huang. The angry heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was serious and addressed those present, declaring that they should not move. Hearing his words, the bold fighters of the Oracle squad began to show their pride and asked who he was and how he dared to threaten them. But a moment later they were destroyed by one imperceptible swing of the blade. After this, another brave man, the deputy head of the Oracles, MacGwen, rushed into the attack and shouted that he would confront the unknown master. This was the very same one who had ordered the assassination of General Yim. But a moment later, he lost the ability to fight. Having fallen to the ground, the man began to scream. Mr. Penn was simply shocked by what was happening. Calling Master Jin crazy, he asked his protege to deal with him. Shouting furiously, the fighter with the cute teeth declared that before them stood the true organizer of the tragedy in Unnam province. Unleashing his power and flexing his muscles, he called the young unknown master an arrogant idiot for daring to attack the Broken Fist clan, thereby bringing death upon himself. He believed he could teach him a lesson. But a moment later, his head flew off his shoulders. Mu Wan reminded them that Murim was a world where people killed each other. Believing that they were oracles desiring a bloodbath, the young swordsman, with all seriousness and vehemence, declared that if that were the case, they would have to fight him first. Even the Sound Master, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor under any circumstances, was visibly uneasy. He was concerned that Master Jin had completely changed and was no longer the same. All the fighters of the Oracle squad were in despair because their captain Yule was killed without even having time to use the techniques of the 13 Fists of Death. Terrified beyond recognition, Master Penn couldn't understand who they were dealing with or how the Broken Fist clan could have offended him so much. He assumed he was one of the groups they had devoured to take control of Unnam province. Having no other choice, he declared, his voice trembling, that they were from the Broken Fist clan, whose leader was Cho Chen Wu. He couldn't believe that, knowing this, the unfamiliar swordsman intended to continue fighting them. He asked the master to state his name before doing anything rash. In response, Mu Wan thoughtfully recited the name of one of the 4 pillars of the northern clan and asked if the Broken Fist clan was as powerful as they said. Confused, Mr. Penn did not understand what they were talking about, as he believed that their strength was undeniable. Afterwards, Mu Wan asked if the great clan had ever had to resort to killing innocent people in the Jade City to capture their enemies. He inquired how many had died as a result. At that moment, Master Penn was shocked to realize that the terrifying swordsman was not a member of the group that had caused them unnecessary trouble. He was so frightened by the sudden appearance of such a powerful martial artist that he couldn't move. At one point, he began to feel a strange sensation, as if they had seen each other before, but despite this he decided to deal with it later, because he should first find a way to survive. Addressing the incredibly powerful swordsman, he stated that for a great purpose, they had to commit such a terrible crime, after which, in his defense, he shouted that they would not have resorted to such measures if not for the actions of their enemies. The Sound Master, remaining calm, merely said that Master Jin was much stronger than he expected. In response, the angry Mu Wan said that Mr. Gun was more cruel than he had previously thought. But the Sound Master disagreed, saying that anyone who believed this was nothing more than an idealist. According to him, using every possible means to achieve a goal is the foundation of Murim's life. He believed that those who are able to survive to the end are the winners, because they can justify their actions. Mu Wan took his words as simply an excuse for the countless innocent lives he had taken. After a short pause of silence, Mr. Gun replied that he would not hesitate and stated that if Master Jin really wanted to put an end to this madness, it would be better to kill him right now. It would be an honor for him to die at the hands of a man like Mu Wan. He said with a cold gaze that he spoke from the heart. But just a moment later, another terrifying master appeared here, who shouted that he would protect Dan Yeop no matter what. As expected, it was the captain of the Blood Ghosts, and he had managed to survive despite the dire situation. He apologized for being late, saying that fighting the Broken Fist fighters had taken him too long. Mu Wan recognized him, but pronounced the warrior's name incorrectly, which caused him to become indescribably angry. The situation grew even more tense. Master Penn couldn't believe that the oracles his master had personally trained had been instantly slain by the captain of a previously unknown unit. He was only thinking about how to get out, believing that only his master could handle this. Calling the northern swordsman a demonic blade, Namgamwi said they had unfinished business. He acknowledged Master Jin's skill, but claimed he'd only failed because he'd underestimated his opponent. The man was about to take his opponent seriously, but at that moment he noticed that the guy was not following the conversation and was looking around the room at the people. All this time Mu Wan tried to find Mr. Huang, but since he was unable to do so, he assumed that he was being held elsewhere. Taking advantage of the moment, Nam Gamwi rushed into the attack, being extremely dissatisfied with the enemy's behavior. As expected, Mu Wan easily dodged even such a sudden and powerful attack. After that, the spearman launched another attack, but Master Jin easily parried it with one swing of his blade. As he charged, the captain of the Bloody Ghosts tried to find out who he was and why he was standing in their way. While parrying the blow, Mu Wan said that he was only here for his uncle. Mu Wan was inattentive and the enemy caught his leg. The reason for this was the thoughts that made Mu Wan frivolous. Throwing the swordmaster to the ground, the captain of the Blood Ghosts shouted that he should find his uncle and get out of here, as their problems were much more serious than his. Mu Wan managed to stay on his feet and minimize the damage from the attack. Furiously charging forward, Master Nam explained that their previous generation had been overthrown and forced to live out their days in utter poverty, while they were completely different and had returned to bring anger and hatred back to their enemies. While the terrifying battle continued inside the room, the leader of the oracles continued to pronounce the name of his master in a trembling voice. But a moment later he felt that his enemy was behind him. The Sound Master approached him silently and looked at the coward with arrogance. Repeating his master's name, he began to grimace, Considering the master's behavior pathetic and unworthy, he felt disgusted watching someone who was destroying civilians, and when he found himself in a difficult situation, he began to cowardly think about escaping. Addressing this terrible man, the Master of Sound declared that they were Silent Night and had come to the outside world to awaken their former power. The man was simply shocked when he learned that Silent Night was indeed on the verge of returning. Noticing the reaction of the pathetic master, Mr. Gun only confirmed his suspicions that Murim had long forgotten about their existence. As soon as the sound master began to play his instrument, the man felt incredible pressure. He decided to run away. It was already too late. The power of the sound technology destroyed not only him, but also the enraged people and the other oracles. Being nearby, Muwon also felt this tension. He realized that Gyumdan Yop was using the cave to amplify the sound frequency. Feeling incredible pressure, he encountered such madness for the first time. Muwon decided to hurry up and use 1,000 shadows to close off his chi circulation areas in his body. But the captain of the Blood Ghosts did not let him relax and continued his ferocious attacks with his spear. Taking a closer look at his opponent, Master Jin noticed that Nam Gongmi had become stronger than before. He was surprised that sonic attacks had no effect on him. Taking a closer look at his opponent, he admitted that he was a fighter of incredible skill. Before him stood a new generation of Silent Night, who were busy returning their powers. The mention of Silent Night reminded him of Yunha Sol. The pressure from the sound technicians became even stronger. These attacks were directed at the young master. Their destructive power was so incredible that the cave could not withstand the pressure. Furthermore, Nam Ginmi did not stop attacking, and was extremely serious as he resorted to using his strongest techniques. Muwon was a little annoyed at having to fight two difficult opponents. He knew the longer this went on, the worse it would get for him. The situation was serious, and the guy decided not to hold back in order to end everything quickly. In just a moment, he disappeared from the enemy's sight and appeared right behind him. Using the fifth right of the Shadow Blade of the End, Muwon performed a blood dance, which turned out to be multiple lightning attacks that inflicted horrific damage on his enemy. Seeing his close comrade fall, the sound master was simply shocked. Continuing to use his sound technique, he furiously shouted the name of the Blood Ghost captain. Within a moment, the swordsman from the north began to close the distance incredibly quickly. Worried by his strength, Mr. Gyun decided to dodge the attack and tried to jump back. But something very unexpected happened that he could not have predicted. He couldn't move because the captain of the oracles, Pen, who was lying at his feet, was grabbing his clothes with all his might. Standing a moment before colliding with the enemy's blade, he thought that this was the end he could not have foreseen. But at that moment he was not destined to die. Master Jin's wounded and loyal comrade, Captain Nam Ganmi, was exposed to his attack. When the Soundmaster's death from the demonic blade was inevitable, his comrade lay there unable to even move. As he watched the battle, he realized that Master Jin had cut the nerves in his body, leaving him barely able to move a finger. But even so, despite the trembling, he resisted. He could not allow the death of the person dearest to him. Gathering the last of his strength, he rushed to defend his comrade, who had become his master. In the past, they had to live in a wasteland where there was neither happiness nor joy. When Gyun was a child, the other children hated him because the adults gave him most of the food. Among all of them, there was only one guy who came to his aid, and that was Nam. Running up to his comrade once again, he wanted to know if he was okay, but Gin, as usual, lied about him being unharmed. Picking up the battered boy from the ground, Nam couldn't understand why such a strong warrior allowed himself to be beaten every time. Because of this, the future captain found it difficult to understand how this child could become their hope if he continued to behave like this. But Gyun thought there was nothing wrong with that, since they were all angry about the situation. The smiling boy didn't worry about his life, knowing that Ganmi was always there and would protect him from threats. At that time, such an appeal to a future captain was rare. He was taken aback by this treatment and tried to talk his way out of it. Still, he believed that Gyun should act more courageously, as then the bullying would stop. In response, Gun asked his comrade for his opinion on why the elders couldn't leave a place that only caused them problems. Nam reminded him of what his elders had said, that as soon as they left here, evil people would kill them. Despite his age, Gin was already asking rather adult questions about hunger and the lack of medicine. He asked his comrade why no one was trying to change their lives, even though they were struggling to even survive until the next day. Looking up at the sky, he couldn't understand why he was considered the hope and the future. But he could tell they all needed a chance to live this life to the fullest. Even then, he planned to awaken their people, who had sunk into the abyss of despair. He believed that the meaning of his existence was to bring silent night into the outside world. Upon hearing this, Nam admitted he had no idea what they were talking about. Still, he began to cheer and laugh, declaring that Dan Yop should focus on the mission, while his brother would always protect him. As Captain Nam said in the past, he kept his promise. Mu Wan was about to destroy his opponent with one blow, but Gimwi stepped in front of him. A moment later, shocked by what had happened, Mr. Gun moved to the side, avoiding his opponent's attack. After this, the man, filled with rage, gripped his musical instrument tighter than ever. With great anger and a sense of sorrow, he used the sonic attack one last time as it destroyed the instrument. The incredible force of the attack threw the northern swordsman away, and Gin himself returned to his dear comrade, who was on the verge of death. Nam Gimvi said that he just wanted Dan Yop to smile until the very end. Addressing his comrade for the last time, he asked him to smile and not to make a face sad with grief. His spear was left without an owner. It stood alone on the battlefield. Saying goodbye to his comrade, Mr. Gun thanked him for everything he had done for him. Mu Wan had already returned and said that the despair he was feeling from the loss of his loved one was the result of his foolish plan. He asked him to consider that as they spoke, hundreds of people were experiencing these same emotions. He asked him to explain the point of turning them into madmen. Despite the sadness of the situation, Master Gyun agreed with the words of his worst enemy, believing that he too should know the consequences of his actions. At one point, he suddenly suggested that Master Jin's swordsmanship was a gathering of 10,000 shadows. Noticing the young swordsman's surprise, he took this as an answer and remarked that his master had once mentioned such a thing. The Master of Sound said that when his student saw a user of this art, he would feel as if a strange darkness were slowly enveloping everything around him, and his soul would feel as if it were being torn to pieces. This was exactly what Master Gyun himself felt and saw in person. Realizing the situation, he said that rumors cannot be trusted, because now in front of him stands Jin Mu Wan, the heir of the Northern Wall, the master who died 10 years ago. Mu Wan replied that it was, then suggested that he had the honor of fighting someone who could match the power of the 4 lords of the Silent Night. He said that Gun was the heir to the 1,000 sounds of death. His guess turned out to be correct, and Gyundap Yun really was a follower of the master of 1,000 sounds of death. Now this title belonged to him. Now he began to see how everything made sense. Using his latest flute technique, he connected the events. He understood that the sudden appearance of the mysterious martial artist was due to the fact that he was the head of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Cutting through the enemy's sonic attacks, Mu Wan charged again. He struck incredibly quickly, but his opponent managed to escape. While pursuing the Sound Master, Master Jin was incredibly focused. He asked the enemy where else he was holding prisoners. In response, the Master of the 1,000 Sounds of Death recalled that when he heard that the heir of the Northern Clan had been killed, he felt nothing but despair in his heart. Gin believed that with their sworn enemy gone, Silent Night would be forgotten forever. They slowly withered away in the heaven-forsaken lands, and he despised their inaction in relation to what was happening in the world. While he was sharing his memories, Mu Wan continued to dodge the enemy's attacks. Dodging another attack, he suddenly appeared behind the enemy and aimed his blow at him. But the skilled Sound Master was able to dodge this attack. Addressing his opponent, Mu Wan wanted to know why he was doing all this. He didn't believe Gun wanted the world to remember him, as someone who had brought them pain with his hard life. In response, Geun said there was something more complex in this world than the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan could imagine. He asserted that the world was not so simple as to look only at actions and their consequences. In that case, Mu Wan decided to guess that it was somehow related to the four overlords of Silent Night. Hearing these words from the heir of the Northern Clan, Gyun, surprised, asked how much he knew. Mu Wan then asked him whether they were alive or not. Creating incredible pressure with his flute performance, the Soundmaster replied that all the lords were still alive, but had been busy with their own affairs for a long time. While defending himself from the enemy's attacks, Mu Wan realized that if he was telling the truth, then Ha Sol would be safe. As he continued to fight and dodge the enemy's attacks, Gyun remarked that it was funny that the world believed that Silent Night and the Northern Sky Clan had been completely destroyed, without even realizing that their descendants were fighting at that very moment. A moment later, he reminded his opponent that he was looking for his uncle. He apologized to him in advance if it turned out he'd turned into one of the madmen. Unfortunately, he couldn't help in that case. In fact, the Soundmaster had hoped that Lord Jin would provide a grand finale to the plan he had prepared specifically for the Central Heavenly Alliance, but as it turned out, things had gone too far. After that, he finished his preparations and used the destructive sound of the falling end. A powerful blast wave destroyed everything around, but the Soundmaster still couldn't see where the Northern Clan swordsman had gone. As it turned out, Mu Wan ran upstairs. Preparing for a counterattack, Master Jin asked one last time with a serious look where the rest of the prisoners were. In response, Mr. Gyun suggested using force to find out the details he was interested in. After these words, he again used an incredibly destructive sound technique, causing the cave to begin to collapse before our eyes. The ceiling began to collapse, but Mu Wan managed to dodge the attack. The Demon Blademaster headed to the side. He avoided all subsequent devastating attacks from his opponent, moving even faster than he could notice. While avoiding the enemy's attack, he recalled the words that the destructive sound of the falling end was one of the most powerful techniques in the art of sound, because during the Northern Clan War and the Silent Night, there was a rumor that this technique was used to destroy countless people. Under incredible pressure, Mu Wan had no doubt that this was the truth. But despite the terrifying danger, he was going to end it all with one blow. At one point, Mr. Gyun felt a sharp pain and realized that he had used too much chi energy in a short time. Meanwhile, his opponent had already descended to the surface. Mu Wan continued to close the distance to strike while dodging the sonic attacks. He was furious that his opponent was not going to admit to him where the rest of the innocent people were. Approaching the enemy, Mu Wan was ready to deliver a crushing blow. While continuing to play the flute, Mr. Gyun began to create a defensive technique and noticed that Mr. Jin was demonstrating quite impressive skills. As soon as Mu Wan struck with his blade imbued with eternal darkness, his opponent began to use a sound defense technique. Despite his efforts, Master Jin made every effort to ensure that the blow reached its target. With a heavy sigh, Master Jin looked at the huge cut in the rock where his opponent should have been after receiving a powerful blow. But as it turned out, the Soundmaster managed to avoid the full impact of the attack, although he was still affected. Mr. Gyun Din Yop said that he had previously heard that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan had never studied any martial arts and was always idle, but after fighting with Master Jin, he realized that their clan had not lost its monstrous power. Returning to the center of the cave, he noted that if he had been even slightly slower, he would have long since departed this world. He was surprised that Mr. Jin had managed to conceal such power from the world. He felt their fates were somewhat similar. But just a moment later, Mu Wan managed to rush past him and deliver a lightning-fast blow. A moment after the impact, the rock on which the Soundmaster stood was shattered into small pieces, and Lord Gyun's body itself was severely wounded by cuts. Mu Wan didn't relax until the very end. Maintaining his focus on the enemy, Mu Wan said with a terrifying gaze that a Soundmaster must not relax during a fight. Approaching the gravely wounded enemy, Mu Wan said that the Northern Heavenly Clan was created because the Silent Knight was the first to attack and plunder the continent. But at the same time, in a quiet and weakened voice, Lord Gyun replied that this was not true. After decades of bloody war, Silent Knight was defeated. Muwan didn't understand what was unfair about this. He wondered what warning the heir to the mastery of sound was trying to send to the Central Celestial Alliance. Not knowing all the details and how far Silent Knight would go, Muwan asked his honest opponent if war was really the only way to resolve their conflict. As the Soundmaster tried to rise despite the trembling in his body, Jin asked why he needed all these innocent victims. Addressing his opponent, Mr. Gyun Din Yop said that Master Jin was probably tired too. He tried to stall for time and told the young master that they were not at all different, but it was worth understanding that there was more to this world than met the eye. Despite his trembling body and low chi reserves, the Soundmaster continued to strive to continue the battle. At the same time, he said that the heir of the Northern clan was probably curious about the true nature of the matter. But a moment later, he shouted that he hadn't received answers because his plan wasn't yet complete. He claimed that Mr. Jin hadn't been part of it at first, but he was inspired by the fact that the appearance of such an opponent complemented the plan, allowing it to take on a more perfect form. But the moment he finished spouting his nonsense and decided to launch the final attack, his weapon was destroyed in an instant. Although the battle was tough, Muwan did not lose his speed and was able to launch another lightning attack. After that, he decided to return to the words about whether he was tired during the battle. Muwan said that at the moment when he was drowning in despair and suffering, there was only one person who supported him. Naturally, he was talking about Mr. Huang, who was taken from him by the Soundmaster, and his wards from the Bloody Ghost Squad. Finding himself unarmed and powerless before his adversary, Master Gyun said he still didn't know what Master Jin's uncle looked like. He was surprised by the cruelty of fate, as somehow Master Huang had been drawn into his plan. Having thoroughly enjoyed the battle, he suggested to his enemy that he put an end to this spectacle. Hearing his words, Muwan felt a certain anger from the realization that his enemy was going to remain silent until the end. Out of respect for his enemy, Master Jin used his technique to fulfill his enemy's final request. After finishing what he started, he said that if there was even the slightest chance that Mr. Huang would end up in a brutal state, then he would never forgive the heir of the Master of Sound. As soon as Muwan sheathed his demon blade, the technique took effect. A huge number of slits of eternal darkness formed around them. Looking back, Muwan was convinced that it was all over. The battle with the heir of the Silent Knight turned out to be no easy task. But as it turned out, even though Master Jin had used one of his techniques, Gyun could still breathe and move. Despite his trembling body and lack of sensation, the Master of Sound moved toward his opponent. As soon as he got close, he gently hit him in the face, demonstrating the strength of his will. He called Mr. Jin peerless, and acknowledged the terrifying strength of the Northern Heavenly Clan. In response, the vile Muwan kicked him in the legs to finally make him stop resisting. He could not accept the senseless attempts of his enemy. But Gin, lying on the ground, continued to try to get up. Looking at his opponent, Dan Yap was surprised to see that his expression showed pity for his enemy. He asked them not to think their deaths were useless. Gyun believed it was a small price they had to pay to achieve a greater goal. As it turned out, he got what he wanted, since his ultimate goal was his own death. Pan Yop declared it was magnificent, then added that the fate of Silent Knight and the Northern Heavenly Clan was sealed. This was all because Silent Knight would awaken after his death. That's why he had no regrets, and instead of hatred, he only thanked Master Jin for his actions. He planned to end everything by fighting the former member of the Northern Heaven's Great Four, but a more suitable opponent appeared, the new head of the Northern Heavens clan. With the appearance of Master Jin, his plan became even more perfect, so he could not answer the question, but continued to provoke in order to prevent the battle from ending prematurely. Gun apologized for having the enemy clan's heir's uncle become part of his plan, and then named the location. In his last words, he said that there were many more merchants and bodyguards on the Mountain of Sorrows, and all of them were their prisoners. He sincerely hoped that Mu Won would really find his uncle. After these words, Gundan Yup met his end. Mu Won wondered what kind of place the enemy had told him at the end. A moment later, he felt an unexpected weakness and sat down. This was due to the fact that he had expended too much internal energy in the battle. He felt unbearable pain that only grew worse. At that moment, he remembered the divine pills that Mr. Tang had given him. According to the old man, they produce an immediate effect and can act as an antidote, as well as prolong life by 10 years. Mu Won took the miracle medicine without delay. After that, he decided to take one last look at his enemy. He was surprised that the master of 1,000 sounds was so similar to him, believing that the so-called ideal was more valuable than one's own life. But Master Jin believed that in reality, by trying to achieve something, by coming up with a terrible plan, he had only brought himself to a terrible end. A moment later, a terrifying shadow of a man with a spear appeared. She was very close, and Mu Won felt it too late. He couldn't even move from the spot due to the incredible pressure he felt being next to such a terrifying warrior. It seemed to him that if he fought with such a man, he would inevitably die. At one point, Master Jin realized with horror who he was dealing with. A long black cloak, reminiscent of the wing of a large bat, was a well-known attribute of one of the most terrifying enemies. And also a silver spear, on which the seal of the ghosts is engraved. Looking at the face, he saw a pale glow in the eyes, which was capable of frightening anyone on whom their gaze fell. Master Jin guessed that it was one of those he had heard of before, namely, a member of the 4 demon lords of the Silent Night. The name of this fearsome warrior is the Spear of Black Wings. Even though Mu Won had consumed the silver scarlet sacred pills, he stood no chance against such an enemy. Before him stood a truly legendary figure. Addressing the heir of the Silent Night organization, the Spear Master apologized to him for being late. He remembered Dan Yop being considered the hope of their organization, a remarkable child who shone brightly like a star. He couldn't have imagined that such uniqueness would place the Sound Master in such a position. Lifting his body in his arms, he said sadly that Dan Yeop had learned the truth of the world at such a young age, but still said that he wanted to bring them into the light. Yet his method of waking the rest of the quiet night resulted in death. After that, the terrifying master looked at Jin Mu Won and said that he was surprisingly still alive. Feeling the incredible pressure, Mu Won asked in surprise how he knew who he was. The Spear Master replied that he simply couldn't help but recognize their organization's sworn enemy, the young tiger of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He reiterated that Dan Yeop was a figure of the Silent Night that shone brightly even in the darkest days of their lives. Taking up the spear, he said that since their light had gone out, those who had been in the darkness for so long would have no choice but to seek the light outside. After these words, he struck a lightning-fast blow towards the young master. The enemy was too fast. Master Jin could barely escape from his attack. But a moment later, the enemy spear was aimed at his heart. Mu Won was shocked because he thought he was out of the enemy's reach and not within the range of a possible spear attack. A powerful blow sent him flying, during which he used his body to destroy all the stones in his path. As it turned out, it was only by a miracle that he managed to survive such an attack. He was protected by an item given to him by the daughter of the Tang family. It was previously speculated that he uses it to access the Heavenly Alliance buildings, including the Broken Fist clan. As he retreated, the jade amulet blocked the terrifying attack. If not for it, Mu Won would already be dead. As soon as Mu Won stood up and began to draw his blade, he guessed that his enemy might be extending his spear since his attack range was too long. He couldn't deny the fact that the Ghost Spear's nickname was true. Meanwhile, Chong Ying was already watching them. He was shocked the moment he saw one of the legendary demonic lords of the Silent Night, known as the Blackwing Spear. Furthermore, he now knew that Master Jin was the last heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, which meant that the revival of the Northern Heavenly Clan and the Silent Night was taking place before his eyes. He was horrified by the realization that he was witnessing the beginning of a great war. Meanwhile, in one of the taverns of the Jade City, attempts to cure one of the infected people continued. Mr. Tan was able to reduce the effects of the poison, but he needed more time to figure out what he was dealing with. His niece was next to him. Meyer tried to help him in every way possible. She wondered if her uncle had figured out what was driving people crazy. The man replied that he suspected a poison formed from simple substances was to blame. He believed whoever created this poison was an extraordinary genius. The more important thing was to find an antidote, but again, that would take time. At one point, visitors came to them, the bodyguard tried to stop them, but as it turned out, they were representatives of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Looking around, Mr. Tan and his niece were surprised that those guys had appeared so early. The men in white cloaks were indeed a government detachment. Seeing them, Mr. Tang immediately went out to meet them. The man handed over a letter and introduced himself as Chok Mu, a member of the Central Celestial Alliance Investigation Bureau. In his hands was a confirmation from his older brother, Quan Dai-shun. As he read the letter, Mr. Tan remembered that Mr. Quan was very busy, as he had to manage the 9 heavens alone while they were away from their posts. Afterwards, the Bureau representative said that from the moment they arrived, all issues related to this situation would be taken under their complete control, so the presence of the Tang family representatives was pointless. The Master of 10,000 Poisons was surprised, as he'd thought the Celestial Alliance had specifically asked them to investigate this incident. He was also surprised that the Bureau was planning to take charge, even though they'd only recently arrived and weren't fully aware of the situation. In response, Chok Mu admitted that they had in fact arrived in Unnam Province long ago. He apologized for being forced to conceal the information. All the Bureau's agents remained undercover and conducted an investigation, but upon witnessing the brutality of one of the clans, they took action. Mr. Tan didn't understand why they hadn't appeared earlier then, while his niece asked him to clarify what exactly was the terrible cruelty of the Broken Fist clan. The Bureau representative realized that they did not yet know what was happening outside, so he replied that they would soon see it for themselves. He also said that with the appearance of a renowned poison master from the Tang family, those behind it all became worried, forcing them to speed up their efforts. The Alliance wanted Mr. Tang to steal the spotlight while the Investigation Bureau continued to gather information. The Master of 10,000 Poisons was shocked by the Central Heavenly Alliance's audacity in using them as bait. In response, Chok Mu apologized for their behavior, but clarified that it was only because of this that their actions had not been discovered, and they were able to safely gather information regarding the madman. He declared that the Alliance would be in their debt and would not forget this. The situation was quite complicated, so the man with the incredible chin asked the Tang family representatives to put aside their personal feelings. He also asked them to leave all their investigation materials and research results so that the Alliance could save time to solve the problem. The Spear Master, holding his descendant in his hands, raised his weapon high before the next blow. An aura of the beast appeared above the spear raised high, describing the incredible power of its strength. In just a moment, he aimed a blow at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The crushing power destroyed everything in its path. Mu Wan knew he couldn't dodge the blow, so he prepared to parry it. With the help of eternal darkness, he managed to protect himself from the blow over a huge area. A moment later, he appeared behind him and announced that with the death of the young Master of Sound, the silent night that had slept for many years would finally awaken, and the whole world would once again plunge into the abyss of chaos. After these words, the legendary warrior with the terrifying silver gaze dealt another crushing blow. His technique was once again accompanied by the appearance of a terrifying aura that was about to swallow its enemy. Mu Wan didn't have time to escape or fight off the attack, so he defended himself as best he could and covered himself with his sword. A powerful enemy energy threw him aside, destroying everything in its path. As soon as the heat died down, Mu Wan, while in flight, realized that he would not be allowed to relax in the fight. The enemy, possessing incredible speed, had already caught up with him and was ready to strike a blow that was impossible to dodge. Mu Wan did not give up and decided to ignore the restrictions on using chi energy, because his life was at risk in this battle. The legendary warrior was surprised that his opponent continued to resist and even demonstrated such terrifying skills despite his young age. The Northern Heavenly Clan's swordsman released a massive amount of chi and used the Eternal Darkness technique to create energy to delay the enemy's attack. The growing spear was directed at the swordsman, exhausted by heavy fighting. The clash of forces between the two monsters caused an incredible explosion. Surprisingly, the spear warrior decided not to finish off his opponent, but only said that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan should witness their actions. Before he lost consciousness, Master Jin heard that this war would be the price that the Silent Night would exact on him and the continent for what had happened to their organization. The cave turned into ruins, and Chong Ying, wandering through the stones, was finally able to find the Snowflower, the blade of the heir of the Northern Clan. A moment later, the hand of the seriously wounded master broke through the stones. Thanks to his comrades, Mu Wan was saved and sent to the infirmary where he began his treatment. When he woke up, he thought about the words he had heard from the mysterious and experienced people he had met after returning to Murim. They talked about a big and mysterious world that Master Jin still didn't understand. It was still a mystery to the boy what the world he lived in was like. Furthermore, due to his battle with the Sound Master, the plan to bring the Silent Night organization back to the light was realized. Master Jin learned firsthand that the 4 demon lords were still alive. In his 20 years of life, he had already witnessed the power of 2 of them with his own eyes. All these events told him that Yunha's soul, so dear to him, was still safe. The recent meeting with the Northern Heavenly Clan members, whom he hadn't seen for over 10 years, also served as a lesson for him. He managed to learn from the lips that hatred breeds even more hatred. Based on this logic, he understood that from the moment he returned to Murim, he himself had become part of this cruelty. He had to take the lives of other people, even though they were villains. All this cruelty made him smell blood, which he found disgusting. Master Jin finally entered the true world of Murim. He was loath to admit that this was his fate as the sole heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. After these thoughts, he noticed the presence of the aura of his blade, the Snowflower. At that moment, he remembered the words of the blacksmith about the weapon of the gods, which is made from the will and desires of the blacksmith. Recent events and emotional instability only confirmed the old man's words that if the master made a mistake, the demonic blade would swallow him whole as soon as it sensed the weakness of its owner. Mu Wan was going to go and look for Mr. Huang as quickly as possible. He had spent too much time looking for clues, but now he knew that it was about the mysterious mountain of sadness which contained the cave of despair. Although the name of that place seemed like some kind of metaphor, Mu Wan hadn't thought about it yet, because all that was in his head was the hope that Mr. Huang was still safe and could be saved. Then a girl with pigtails came up to him, and in a pleasant voice asked the master how he was feeling. Mu Wan didn't answer and just looked at her awkward behavior. She said that the master had lost consciousness in the street, so she brought him to the infirmary. But in response, Master Jin still stared intently and remained silent, making her think that something was wrong with her. Then the guy asked what the hell Chunying was doing. The master of disguise was a little furious because he had been found out once again. The moment the spearmaster delivered his final blow, the entire battlefield was turned into ruin and the spy was caught in a blizzard of dust. He understood that finding the wounded Mr. Jin was the most important task. Heading towards the ruined hall of the Soundmaster, Chunying asked his animals to drag Kwok behind him. His crow dancer had already noticed the place where Master Jin was located. The crow led the Master of Transformation to the place where the Snowflower, the swordsman's blade from the north, was located. Safely, Mu Wan thanked his savior for helping him survive. Hastily grabbing a chair, Chong Ying replied that he didn't need thanks. as his target had proven to be a more significant figure than the Dark Moon organization had thought. Because of this, all the information he'd gathered regarding Master Jin had been rendered useless. So the man said with displeasure that he needed to reinvestigate, claiming that it was only because of this that he had no choice but to save the swordsman's ass from trouble. In fact, he was quite alarmed by what he saw. Master Jin, who continued to amaze him with his incredible skills, had fought and survived a battle against one of the great demonic lords, Blackwing Spear. Still, he couldn't understand how the heir to the Northern Celestial clan could pass off the false information about his death as the absolute truth, one that the entire world of Murim still believed. The spy suspected someone was secretly assisting him. Assuming this, Chongying had no doubt that it could be true, because given the status of this swordsman and the glory of his clan, it was possible. The spy was forced to start from scratch and first decided to investigate the people who surrounded the swordsman. He understood that the Dark Moon would undoubtedly want to be the only organization that knew that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was still alive. But due to the recent bloodbath in the Jade City and the conflict with the Broken Fist and the Silent Night representatives, it will be impossible to hide all of this. Chun Weng even suspected that the fact that the young man had single-handedly dealt with such a serious incident might already be spreading. In this case, the Central Heavenly Alliance will soon learn of the existence of a master who is the heir and leader of the clan they hate so much. And in that case, the head of the Dark Moon Division, Maywol Rin, will no longer be able to change anything. The matter was so serious that Chun Ying thought that he should report everything directly to the leader of their organization. Until then, he was forced to stay with the fifth-generation leader of the Northern Clan and also find evidence that all this was true. The appearance of the Silent Knight was no less alarming news. His head was already splitting from all this responsibility. While Mu Wan and Chun In were sitting silently, a noisy quack burst in, and first of all said that he had mended his older brother's clothes. With a smile on his face, he said that he remembered that these clothes were a precious gift from Mr. Huang. Mu Wan was even a little taken aback by such a pleasant gift and sincerely thanked his younger brother. Taking a closer look at the young swordsman, Chongying thought about a pressing question. He wondered whether the Northern swordsman would become a terrible disaster or a light that would lead this world. Meanwhile, the postal bird with a letter in its claws was already heading towards its mysterious owner. A man with 2 swords on his back, who was in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, was dozing while sitting on a chair. The arrival of the bird brought him back to his senses. The mysterious master with long black hair, mustache, and beard yawned after a daytime nap. A letter arrived to him from the province of Unnam, which he was waiting for with impatience. Taking the letter, he remembered that Masters Chokmu and Hidong had been sent to that zone. Reading the news, he learned of horrific, world-changing events. The last time this master saw the incident with the appearance of the knight with his own eyes was about 10 years ago, but all information was classified. He also had information that several months ago, in the region controlled by the monastery, countless first-generation followers and their elder brother Mu Guan had been defeated. According to witnesses, the person responsible used an unknown sword-fighting style. Afterward, to save the Tang family, he fought the bloody ghosts and achieved a stunning victory. The report stated that the one who dealt with the problems of the reappearance of the Silent Knight and the destruction in the Jade City was none other than a young swordsman from the north. References to the Northern Blade have appeared repeatedly in reports. The latest report only stated that this information was not a rumor. The master who received the letter said out loud that his assumptions were correct. He thought that the man who would change the world had finally returned. This master was a loyal follower of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Seo Musan. With a determined look, he concluded that his master had already made his move. Meanwhile, one of the most terrible enemies of the world, Murim, the Lord of the Spear, was returning home across the deserted wasteland. In his arms, he carried the body of the Master of Sound, who was the light for their organization. Recalling his recent meeting with the heir of the Northern Clan, he acknowledged his power despite his young age. A few days later, the Iron Dozen squad, along with the bodyguards of the White Dragon merchant troop, arrived at one of the taverns in the Jade City. Mu Won had finally recovered and was able to leave the room. Looking around, the brothers were surprised by the unexpected guests of the Forgotten Hotel. The leader of the Iron Dozen squad greeted his comrades and said that he didn't even know that they also lived here. Despite his respectable status, the man began to joke around, saying with a crazy smile that fate had brought them together again. The leader's behavior put his deputies in an awkward position, and they thought about how not to die of shame. Captain Khan and his mistress were also here. The strange behavior and excessive attention from the hotel's visitors prevented the master from clearly understanding what was wrong. Everything became clear after those present began to say that Master Jin was far more impressive than they had imagined. While undergoing treatment, he had gained quite a bit of fame. Mu Won didn't understand what they were talking about, so he asked again about fame. Leader Yen was surprised that the youth still didn't know this. Pointing a finger at the boy, he said he had now earned the nickname of the Northern Blade. Everyone was talking about the fact that a new rising star had finally emerged. Yet the Dark Moon spy's worst suspicions turned out to be true. Word of the recent incident had spread too quickly, and he could only guess how far the news of the master's appearance from the north had reached. Looking at the large, muscular master, Chong Ying had no doubt that this was the leader of the Iron Squad, a famous mercenary group. Since Yong Musan already knew about this, the spy guessed that in that case, the Central Heavenly Alliance knew something too. However, he doubted that information regarding the likelihood of an heir's emergence had reached them yet. Leader Yong no longer paid attention to formalities and greeted his young comrade in a friendly manner. Mu Won first inquired whether they had been able to obtain what they desired from the Broken Fist clan. The leader grimaced and replied with displeasure that because of the chaos caused by that clan, they were practically driven out of their territory and they were unable to find out anything. A few days after Master Jin's departure, they were about to conclude the meeting, but the Central Heavenly Alliance's Investigation Bureau suddenly appeared. They then learned that the incident in Jade City was the clan's doing. Furthermore, Leader Yong shared his opinion that things will become even more difficult later on. After analyzing the situation, the spy Chun Ying decided that since the leader of Yen was unable to get help from the Broken Fist clan to deal with his problems, he decided to quickly defect to the other side and came to the Northern Blade. The Master of Disguise recognized the cunning of the Iron Squad leader, realizing that for them, nothing was more important than the end result. However, Mu Won himself also understood what was going to be discussed. Meanwhile, the second representative of the Bureau of Investigation was inside the Palace of the Broken Fist, complaining that the room was too hot. Though he was a full-bodied man, he looked like a child next to the clan leader. The enormous master, with his terrifying aura, wanted to confirm whether the Broken Fist clan's inaction was truly an order from the Heavenly Alliance. Haedong replied that he hadn't said anything of the sort. He was trying to maintain the chain of command and asking the leader to relax. According to him, the number of people who died in the Jade City is more than 300. Addressing the leader of the Broken Fist clan, he bluntly stated that they had crossed the line, subjugating the entire Unnam province. He dared to say that greed never led to anything good. In response, Cho Cheon-woo stated that their actions deserved a reward, as by doing so, they were able to uncover the truth about the Silent Night. But as it turned out, the 10 Heavens had a different opinion. Raising his index finger instructively, he addressed the leader of the Broken Fist clan and declared that brute force alone was inappropriate in politics. According to him, overzealousness leads to inevitable destruction. Hearing the speech of the Central Heavenly Alliance Investigation Bureau representative, Leader Cho was beside himself with rage. He could hardly contain himself as the power and influence he had spent decades trying to gain disappeared overnight. His recent failed plan left him feeling shamed as his clan's strength had been halved. He was furious that his boastful protege Ping had caused such a resounding downfall for the Broken Fist clan. The useless protege assured him that he would sort out all the minor problems himself, but in the end, he failed and led them into a difficult situation. He had to look high up to notice where the rulers of the Murim world, known as the Nine Heavens, were. Leader Cho, with great greed and immeasurable ambition, did not understand what else he needed to do to reach such heights. The plump but sensible representative wondered how this had happened. In fact, he had guessed at this outcome. Lately, the Broken Fist had become overly reliant on force and had lost their fear of the Celestial Alliance. He believed this wasn't such a bad thing for their government, as it gave them even greater control over one of the troublesome Great Four of the Northern Heavens. Cho Cheon-woo understood that his situation was difficult, so he decided not to hesitate and asked what task he would be given. In response, Hee-dong asked him to forget about the Broken Fist clan for a while. Hearing this, the man was angry. He furiously asked how the Alliance dared to say something like that. He couldn't accept being called upon to destroy his own clan. The mere scream of such a terrifyingly strong man was enough to make the Bureau of Investigation representative barely able to stand in his chair. Addressing the troubled leader, the worried Hee-dong asked him to think about how the quiet night would soon manifest itself, and when that happened, he would be able to erase his shame by achieving great victories. He tried to convince him that it shouldn't be difficult for one of the Great Four of the Northern Skies, a warrior who had personally fought the Silent Night for decades. Although he tried his best to calm the violent and dangerous warrior, it was not an easy task, and the Bureau representative understood this. Addressing Master Cho, he said that this should not be a difficult task. In an attempt to ease the tension, Hee-dong suggested that they use this opportunity to let the whole world start making up legends about the Broken Fist clan. But all his lies were not something that an experienced, battle-hardened warrior could fall for. His son Junkin, who had been listening to the entire conversation, was devastated that his father had given a reckless order without consulting him. The sensible young man understood that he was still perceived as a useless heir. He couldn't accept the fact that his father still thought he was the best in the world, and that's why he chose the horrific path of destruction. While he was thinking, Hee-dong suddenly asked the Broken Fist leader to send his son to the Central Heavenly Alliance as soon as possible. When it came to his son, Cho Cheon-woo became even more unbalanced and shouted that the Heavenly Alliance was planning to use his heir as a hostage. In response, Hee-dong assured that nothing of the sort would happen. He also reported that the Heavenly Alliance had already begun preparations to confront the terrifying organization. They had begun gathering powerful martial artists to form a group of conquerors. According to him, the members of the conquering squad will be endowed with powers beyond their wildest imaginations. This will be an army of young heroes from all regions. He said that those who performed well would have the chance to personally govern the continent. It became clear that he was hinting that Mr. Junkin would receive a fitting reward for his participation in the war. The nervous Cho Cheon-woo believed that these words were merely an embellishment of the truth, since the Heavenly Alliance planned to keep his son as nothing more than a hostage to protect themselves from the actions of the Broken Fist. The Demon Fist was so enraged that he couldn't restrain himself and destroyed the handrail of his throne. He was ready to show the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Nine Heavens his true rage, for having betrayed the Northern Heavenly clan. He was prepared to go to the very end for his goal. But before demonstrating his power to the Celestial clan, he intended to personally confront the martial artist involved in the Jade City's problems. Because of the Northern Blade, they felt a sense of abject shame as their plan had unexpectedly collapsed. While Cho Cheon-woo was drowning in his own rage, Master Jin, his disciple, and the spy Chun Ying set out on their journey. Behind them walked the Iron Dozen detachment, as well as the bodyguards of the White Dragon merchant troop. Turning to face them, Mu-won asked how long they planned to follow them. The bold leader, Yen, feigned confusion at the question and assured them that it was just a misconception and that they were actually on the same path. Hearing these words, Master Jin suggested that they go ahead, but in response, He heard that the Iron Dozen did not want to do this, because they liked to watch the rising star go ahead. According to the leader, they are pleased to see Master Jin's broad shoulders. At the same time, the more conscientious Master Mu Huan apologized for his leader's behavior, which he considered unworthy. He admitted they were ashamed that their squad had no one else to rely on but Mr. Jin. He said their work in the Jade City had been disrupted by the incident. Not only was this a waste of time, they also got no leads. So, the Iron Dozen concluded that Mr. Jin had the information they needed, and they'd be better off following him. Furthermore, another argument in favor of such actions was that they had personally witnessed the power of the Northern Blade. Apologizing for past misunderstandings, he asked Mu Wan to help them with the White Dragon's quest. Master Jin was surprised that among them there was a truly intelligent person who had the courage to admit how things really were. Taking advantage of the moment, the leader, Yen, attacked the two guys and said that they should forget about the past and help each other, because they had gone through a difficult battle together and could now be considered comrades in arms. Trying to persuade the master to cooperate, leader Yeon Musong mentioned that the Northern Blade's reputation was rapidly growing and would soon become even more famous, so he would need the help of reliable people in the future. He promised that the Iron Squad would be reciprocating. In a quieter, more cunning voice, he mentioned that he should join forces, because in that case, Master Jin would be able to receive a good monetary reward from the White Dragon, which would be enough for long journeys and comfortable living conditions. Unabashed by Lady Yun's presence, Leader Yen offered the Northern Blade the opportunity to take full advantage of the merchant troop's bottomless purse. Such a bold and frank speech did not even surprise Captain Khan, because he knew what to expect from the mercenary Yan Musan. After all this sickening speech, Mu Wan sighed heavily, as he understood that it was impossible to get rid of them. Mu Wan went ahead and asked the mercenary squad to hurry, as they had already wasted too much time. He then announced that they were heading for Mount Sadness. As the young master moved forward, Leader Yen remained behind, and a young girl appeared next to him. The talkative and cheerful man attempted to approach her. After introducing himself, he asked what common cause the young lady and the cold Northern Blade had, since they had decided to walk such a dangerous path together. Having taken a closer look at the girl, Leader Yen began to sincerely envy the young master, as he believed that she was a very enviable beauty. But a moment later, he saw that the girl had a very impressive secret. Leader Yen was simply shocked by the young master's preferences. He immediately asked the attractive girl what he had seen, because that thing was slightly larger than his own. Meanwhile, in one of the canteens of the Heavenly Alliance, it was time for dinner. This place belonged to the government, and everyone who was here worked for the Alliance. In a separate room, there was a leader to whom his protege had come. The head of the Secret Intelligence Department of Pursuit and Capture was Seo Mu-sang. The ward came to him with a report and said that he delivered their reports to the Management Department of the Central Heavenly Alliance and in response received a letter from them. Seo Mu-sang learned that the Broken Fist clan had suspended its activities. Looking closely at the map, the master was surprised that the Central Heavenly Alliance was somehow able to so easily neutralize an unruly member of the four great pillars of the northern heavens. The head of the department thanked his subordinate and asked him to continue to monitor Unnam province and report even the slightest changes in the situation. After that, he asked if everything was okay with his ward. The man looked tired from the heavy workload, so the caring department head threw him a bag of coins and asked him to have a good rest. This unusual attitude towards his charges always worked to his advantage. Becoming the head of the intelligence department was not easy. Mu-sang was forced to go through very difficult times in the Shining branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance. 7 years ago, he was tortured by local workers who were trying to find out precise information about the heir of the Northern clan. The steadfast guy kept repeating the same thing for a long time, despite the fact that he continued to be brutally beaten. The same story repeated itself every day. Master Seo convinced the Heavenly Alliance that he had seen it with his own eyes, and was sure that the heir of the Northern clan remained in the building that burned to the ground. One of the agents who interrogated him recalled that that night the first person to arrive at Xining's guard post to request reinforcements was none other than Chung Pa-san, the captain of the detachment in charge of guarding the palace of the destroyed Northern Heavenly Clan. Through him, they learned that the 4 dead heavens had escaped. 3 descendants of the 9 heavens were in danger, but thanks to their courageous actions, the Xini were able to save many warriors who had suffered terrible wounds. On the other hand, their unit still found it strange that Seo Musang not only managed to survive, but also remained unharmed. During yet another interrogation, Seo repeated the same story countless times about how he, as the deputy head of a mercenary group, patrolled the area. While checking the area, he was unable to receive a response signal from one of the observation posts. He noticed something strange was going on with the guards, so he went to check on them. But when he arrived at the right place, a terrifying sight awaited him. When he returned to the Northern Heavenly Clan, the battle was already underway, but he was unable to join in, lacking the skill and strength to achieve results. Each time, he claimed that, as a member of the Alliance's mercenary group, he had only good intentions when making his decisions. He also mentioned that Chung Pa-san, despite being the leader, had decided to abandon them and cowardly fled. More severe torture, which led to the same result, forced Xinin to believe the mercenary's words. Thinking back, Master Seo thought about how rotten and corrupt Chung Pa-san, the leader of their mercenary squad, was. His anger towards that bastard knew no bounds. But at the same time, he found a ray of light in the form of a new master. Seo Musang witnessed with his own eyes how Master Jin endured numerous challenges at a young age and did everything he could to master martial arts. He couldn't believe such crazy guys existed. Thus he became a low-ranking warrior in the Jining division. In reality, he was constantly under surveillance, so he was no different from a slave doing menial tasks. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he persistently toiled to become a worthy servant of his master. He spent 3 years like this, continuing to hone the martial arts skills his master had bestowed upon him at night. And throughout the day, he did everything to perfectly serve the head of the Shining branch, Master Yan Man Chok. Without any rest, he shed blood, sweat, and tears every single day for 3 years, and eventually they became less suspicious of him. Moreover, over time he was recognized and was able to become the right hand of Master Yang Man Chok. One day, while working with him, the Central Heavenly Alliance sent a message requesting assistance in special reconnaissance. Without a doubt, he offered them his help. As expected, Yang Man Chok didn't let him go easily and bid his loyal servant farewell with tears in his eyes. Thus, Musang began his career as the lowest ranker in the Central Heavenly Alliance's Special Intelligence Service, and after some time, he once again achieved recognition. As a result, he was quickly promoted to a leadership position in Special Intelligence. Special Intelligence is one of the places where many of the Alliance's secrets and internal information are kept. It's the group responsible for uncovering and collecting classified information on enemy movements. Because of this, he did his best to spread the news of his master's death and continued to spread these rumors to the best of his ability. Although he couldn't visit Nanju City as often as he wanted, he kept an eye on Mr. Huang whenever he had the chance to make sure nothing happened to him. Observing his master's uncle, he became convinced that all was well with them and that the Central Celestial Alliance was failing to learn from its mistakes. The government had become intoxicated with security and power, becoming overly arrogant and confident in the inviolability of its authority. But this played into their hands. Thanks to his enemies' overconfidence, Mr. Huang escaped their suspicions, which allowed him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Having confirmed that the master's uncle was in no danger, he felt that there was no longer any need to worry about his safety. At this point, about a year had passed since he last checked on Mr. Huang. Master Seo couldn't even imagine that he would be drawn into the Unnam Province incident. On his desk was a map of the young master's probable movements. He already knew that Mu Wan had set out to find Mr. Huang and was close to solving the problem. Master Seo felt a certain heaviness in his soul, because the call of his heart told him that he should leave the Special Intelligence Service and immediately return to his master to help him. But despite this, his clear mind told him the time had not yet come. He wasn't sure whether his master had completed his training, but he knew for certain that his entourage was still weak. Therefore, he believed that until his master strengthened himself, his duty was to protect Master Jin from the attentions of the Alliance. All these events told him that a difficult era was approaching, because Silent Night and the Central Alliance were already collecting information about each other, which meant that a bloody war would soon begin. But despite these events, he only had one master to obey, so he was going to continue doing his job to keep Mu Wan safe. Meanwhile, the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan arrived at his destination. The place that looked terrifying and uninhabitable was the very same Mountain of Sorrows where, according to the Soundmaster, the rest of the captured bodyguards and Uncle Huang were located. As soon as they arrived, Leader Yen noticed that the place was quite ominous, with a frightening aura emanating from the mountains. He believed it was not a place an ordinary person could enter. Addressing the head of the bodyguard, he shared his opinion that from now on it would be better for them to separate. According to him, the energy emanating from the mountains is abnormal, so it is unknown what danger awaits them next. Out of concern for the safety of the White Dragon Trading Association, the mercenary leader asked them to return. Addressing them, he promised to do everything possible to save every captive. He wanted the bodyguards and the daughter of the great family to return to the tavern and prepare for their return. Captain Cone trusted his words and accepted the advice, but asked them to take care of themselves and assured them that they would pray for their success. The first group, consisting of Brother Im and Hong, were at the forefront, as they were very good at searching and tracking. Seo Jin and his older brother Gon were going to defend the flanks. San Yul and Shredder took on the task of covering their rear. While Leader Yang was wondering how a girl could possess such an impressive instrument, Chun Ying asked Kwok not to relax. The spy was sure that these mountains were not simple and that something dangerous was hidden in them. While Mu Wan was walking forward with a sour face as usual, the only real girl in the squad approached him. Che Yakran's fierce strength called the Northern Blade an interesting person in all seriousness. She noted that the young master was stubborn and straightforward, yet also understanding and compassionate. She said the young man didn't appear particularly special, but possessed skills powerful enough to merit the title and such sudden fame. Addressing the master, she warned him that he would most likely become even more famous than before, so perhaps fame would swallow him up. With a serious look, Yakran begged him not to let fame cloud his judgment. She wanted him to remain as he was, because otherwise he would hurt not only himself, but also those close to him. When the girl went further, she shared her opinion that Mu Wan would be fine and would cope with all the difficulties. Mu Wan thanked Deputy Che for her kind words. After some time, they arrived at the Cave of Despair. It lived up to its name, and everyone present felt that the ominous aura of the mountains had become even stronger. Mu Wan noted that even though the Mountains of Sadness were known for being shrouded in yin energy, this place was much more dangerous. Surveying the area, Mu Wan noticed that the clouds were unusually concentrated in one spot. He assumed it was some kind of illusion. Upon hearing the mention of illusion, Leader Yeon inquired whether his deputy could break through it. In response, Mu Huan replied that it was some kind of mixture of the illusion arts of the Universal Labyrinth and the Shadow of Energy. He believed that if his theory was correct, they would need to disperse people to the northwest and northeast and have them search for an object that could act as a key. After that, they would need to employ a powerful counter-illusion. In an attempt to carry out his plan, Mu Wan began placing his charges in places where they could weaken the enemy's defensive technique. His older sister was nearby, holding a huge stone with her bare hands, which she was supposed to use after receiving the signal from the commander of this operation. When all preparations were completed, Mu Huan began to perform the ritual. Mu Wan did not take part in it, but only watched from the side. The illusion turned out to be more complex than he had first thought, so it took longer. Remembering the mysterious and slightly mad scientist, Master Jin was confident that he could destroy this illusion without much effort. He had a feeling that they would still need his help, so he thought about what he was doing now. After a few minutes, Mu Wan was distracted from his thoughts. He heard the high-pitched cry of the leader of the operation to destroy the enemy illusion. They still managed to complete it, and the entrance to the cave was opened. When they entered, they felt incredible pressure. The place caused a certain horror even in the experienced leader of the Iron Dozen. Looking around, they could see only darkness and the tall pillars that supported the cave. As Leader Yen moved forward, he urged his men not to let their guard down. When they had walked a few hundred meters forward, they noticed a strange place. Naturally, having noticed him, they moved on. After looking around, they assumed that there had previously been a Buddhist temple here. Some members of the squad believed that spirits lived in this ominous place. At one point, Leader Yen stopped because of what he saw. In front of them was a cage in which people were located. Mu Wan realized that these were the people who had been kidnapped by the enemies from the bloody squad. Before his death, the Sound Master said that there were many more merchants in the Cave of Despair than they could imagine. As expected, the missing merchants and bodyguards were in front of them, and Mu Wan noticed that they were still alive. Leader Yan inquired about what was happening to them. Mu Wan suggested that they were undergoing the process of becoming insane at that moment. In response, Leader Yen said he hadn't met them yet, but he'd heard that these madmen were cruel and attacked like wild animals. However, it was clear that the prisoners hadn't yet fully transformed into the so-called madmen. But the number of people who suffered from the actions of the heir of the Silent Night did not give him peace. He couldn't believe that a monster had been found who had done this to innocent people. Among them was Master Huang. He had managed to slow the poison's spread with the help of the 3 fundamental cultivation techniques, but he was barely conscious. When he opened his eyes, he saw the heir of the Northern clan standing before him, his hand extended toward him. The man was able to contain the spread of the poison only on half of his body, but he retained his sanity and recognized the young master. As soon as Mu Wan heard his answer, he immediately hugged the person dear to him. Hugging Mr. Huang, he apologized for making him wait so long. Master Jin apologized for being so careless all this time while someone dear to him was in danger. When asked what he was doing there, Master Jin replied that he couldn't help but come for Master Huang when he learned of his disappearance. Standing before the young master, the loyal follower of the Northern Heavenly Clan couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, Mu Wan managed to save the silver scarlet pill that was made by the master of 10,000 poisons from the Tang family. Handing the medicine towards his uncle, he said that it was a famous spiritual pill that could strengthen his qi energy and cure most existing poisons. Afterwards, he asked if he knew what had happened. Unfortunately, Master Huang was the only one who had retained his sanity. In fact, Mr. Huang didn't even know how much time had passed since that incident. All he could remember was that they were ready to enter Unnam province. But then they were suddenly attacked and kidnapped by some unknown bandits, among whom the most terrifying force was possessed by a huge warrior in heavy armor with a long spear. Afterwards, he watched as all the captured merchants and bodyguards were forcibly injected with poison. Those who had gone completely mad were immediately released. And those who were still in the process of transformation were left in this chamber. Because Mr. Huang had not completely lost all senses, he was able to forcibly block the blood flow, which allowed him to slow the spread of the poison. However, he understood that if he moved even a little, the blood that had been stopped would immediately be released, and the poison would instantly spread throughout the body. So he had no choice but to remain motionless. All he could do was diligently use the 3 fundamental cultivation techniques that had kept him alive. Mu Wan remembered that these techniques belonged to the Qinjin clan's Taoist techniques, which specialized in anti-demonic energy. This was true, and that was why his uncle hadn't completely transformed into a monster. However, after what seemed like an eternity, he was ready to give up, as he had reached his limits. He didn't even expect that one day a young master would come to his aid. The old man believed that the Jin family member had saved his life for the second time, so he confidently declared that he would not regret it if he died that day. But his young master said that it was too early for him to think about death and asked him to hurry up and use the spiritual pill. Master Huang obeyed him and began taking the medicine. But just before he swallowed the pill, he remembered something more important. Hidden behind him was the third master of the White Dragon Trading Association, Yun Yamun. The old man did his best to transport the young master to this place, avoiding the gaze of their captors. The man still resisted, but it was clear the poison would soon consume him as well. Fulfilling his duty to the very end, Master Huang also blocked Yun Yamun's blood flow and hid it behind him. Now, he was ready to share with him the pill the young master had given him. In response, Mu Wan called him amazing for how, despite the worst circumstances, he continued to do amazing things. Within a moment, Munjong pounced on his precious teacher, happy to see him alive. The old man was incredibly happy to see his student. He noticed how much Quack, the son of his fallen comrade, for whom he took responsibility, had grown. When Quack saw the third son of the Tai family, he immediately shouted throughout the cave. Hearing this, Leader Yen looked around in surprise and headed towards the tech guard. Addressing his comrades, the mercenary leader declared that although the third master was suffering from poison, he could still be saved. Regarding the remaining prisoners, he ordered them to be identified by uniform and divided into groups of bodyguards and merchants. The Iron Squad has almost completed their mission. Leader Yen was confident that the reward was already in their hands, so he asked his comrades to hurry, promising them a generous feast upon completion of the work. As it turned out, thanks to the miraculous pill that the young master brought, Master Huang noticed that most of the effects of the poison had disappeared. Mu Wan asked him to dispense with gratitude and assured him that they would be able to heal the others as soon as they left this ominous place. He said he knew someone who was quite skilled in poisoning and that he was currently developing an antidote in Jade City. Mu Wan was confident that with his medicine, Uncle Huang would be able to fully recover. While the old man could not express his gratitude for such an unexpected rescue in words, Mu Wan asked his younger brother to give him the sword they bought in the Jade City. Upon seeing the sword, Mr. Huang asked what kind of weapon it was. In response, he learned that his young master had found this rather fine item while searching for information at the Jade City market. A skilled blacksmith, he said he would improve the sword when the opportunity presented itself. Master Huang was indescribably grateful for everything the young master did for him. As they walked towards the rest of the group, Chun Ying came up and asked the young master to step aside for a second to look at something interesting. As it turned out, in this place he found the cause of madness. As soon as Mu Wan approached, he sensed a rather toxic qi. According to the spy who had already managed to close his nostrils, when ordinary people are exposed to this intense toxic qi, they immediately feel dizzy and weak. Mu Wan was sure that this was the poison that was used to poison people who went crazy. Since they weren't entirely sure about it, Chong Ying was going to take a piece of this substance and bring it to the Dark Moon. He hid it in a leather pouch and said he would be careful with it so as not to accidentally become infected. Since this substance was extremely dangerous, the guys could not leave it where it was and took the box with them. But at one moment, guys in white cloaks appeared in front of them, who were members of the reconnaissance squad of the Heavenly Alliance. Mu Wan didn't expect them to appear and couldn't even imagine how they came to this place. Also among them was the elder Tan, as well as his niece Meyer. Noticing the commotion, the leader Yen came out to them and immediately asked what was going on. Mr. Tan began the conversation by expressing his joy that Master Jin was safe. Chok Mu, who was leading the squad, introduced himself as a member of the Central Celestial Alliance's investigation department. Mu Wan briefly replied that his name was Jin. Word of his fame had already reached the Celestial Alliance. Master Chok Mu declared himself honored to meet the continent's rising star. On behalf of the entire alliance, he thanked him for his help in quickly resolving the situation in the Jade City. After these pleasant words, his unpleasant face became more serious, and he persistently asked to allow the Central Heavenly Alliance to handle this matter. Without waiting for a response, he called Mr. Jin an incredible man, but warned that this wasn't a task he could handle alone. Likewise, he wasn't sure this was a mission for the Iron Dozen mercenaries. Assuring that the Celestial Alliance would never forget the mercenaries' feat, he asked that they be allowed to finish the job and urged them to return home. As expected, the squad was unhappy that a reconnaissance squad had suddenly appeared and decided to take responsibility for the situation, even though they hadn't done most of the work. In response, Mu Wan suggested that if they were going to finish the job, they already knew how to treat the insane. Chokmu, who didn't have the most charismatic chin, replied that even before they asked for help from the Tang family, they were already looking for an antidote themselves. The arrogant words, as usual, offended the Master of 10,000 Poisons, who did not hold this title for nothing. With an unpleasant look, Chokmu stated that they could be trusted, as they were already close to creating an antidote. Afterwards, he inquired about the strange box they were holding. A fairly experienced craftsman and the head of this intelligence unit, he immediately sensed a large amount of toxic energy, realizing that the substance inside was linked to the symptoms of insane individuals. After these words, he earnestly asked them to leave the poison in place so that they could analyze it themselves. Mu Wan was extremely cautious after hearing the hypocritical master's proposal. At that moment, he turned his attention to his comrade from the Tang family. The Master of 10,000 Poisons showed that this was a trifle and the poison could be left behind. Trusting his comrade, Mu Wan replied that they would leave everything to the representatives of the Heavenly Alliance and pray for their success. In response, Chokmu stated that there was no need to doubt the abilities of the mainland's highest authority. On behalf of the Iron Dozen, Deputy Leader Mu Huan, known as the Infinite Mind, spoke up and expressed his gratitude and honor that the Central Heavenly Alliance would be responsible for this matter, after which he declared that they would follow their words and humbly leave the scene of the incident. But he also added that their squad was forced to take the third master from the White Dragon Trade Association with them. He admitted that their actual mission was to rescue everyone, including the bodyguards, but the third master still had priority. The deputy hoped that the authorities would make an exception and allow them to take the third gentleman with them so that the Iron Dozen could confirm the fulfillment of their mission. But despite his words, the unpleasant Chokmu refused their request. At that moment, the Master of 10,000 Poisons stepped forward and said that he would take Lord Tay under his responsibility. According to him, their mission as the Tang family ended in Jade City. The only reason they stayed behind and followed the alliance was for personal reasons. He wanted to get a closer look at the madmen. Since the alliance representative remained silent, Mr. Tang asked with displeasure why they, who had done a magnificent job, according to them, using the Tang family as bait, were not going to at least satisfy this request. In response, Chokmu said that he understood the situation, and then stated that if they needed medical assistance, they could send him to the Central Heavenly Alliance without hesitation. But the proud old man replied that they would most likely be the ones who needed help, based on the knowledge and skills that the Tang family possessed. Afterwards, Mu Wan passed by and said goodbye. In response, Chokmu said that, since this was an urgent matter, they would overlook any arbitrary actions on the part of the Northern Master. However, he asked him to participate in the investigation regarding the Jade City. After these words, he not entirely sincerely wished the Northern Blade a good trip home. As soon as the Iron Dozen left the cave, Chokmu looked around to see for himself. Realizing they were alone, he shouted to his men to hurry and find every possible clue. Without hesitation, his squad members set about carrying out the order. With no one left around him, the unpleasant head of the investigation department's face was streaked with tension and anger, as the mysterious swordsman was one step ahead of the Central Heavenly Alliance, dealt with the man from the Silent Night, and even rescued the kidnapped people. Still, he understood that they could still take responsibility for the safe recovery and aid of the captives. Since the Northern Swordsman had sorely thwarted his plans to spread the good word of the Celestial Alliance, Chokmu intended to thoroughly delve into his past. Of course, he was also unhappy with the actions of the Silent Night, which played a nasty joke on them, putting the alliance in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, one of the terrifying lords of the Silent Night arrived at its destination. He came to the old man who felt the presence of Dan Yeop. The lord apologized to him for arriving at the scene too late. The child who was the light for them all died in the battle, so the old man wanted to know whose handiwork it was. Blackwing's spear replied that the one responsible for the death of the heir was the last heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, named Jin Mu Wan. Hearing this, the old man was not surprised that their unfortunate relationship had gone so far. As the elder of the Silent Night and the one who was called the Thousand Sounds of Death on the battlefield, a blind old man named Yeon Jong-hak requested a grand assembly and asked to make sure that all 4 great demons would appear before him. Meanwhile, unknown to us, hired killers tried to escape pursuit. But they didn't stand a chance against the power of the icy, sparkling rings of the girl in the white dress. Having no chance of victory against a lady with terrifying power, the poor fellows tried to escape and called on their still-living comrades to do the same. But in just a moment, they were finished. One of the fighters managed to move away from the dangerous girl and thought that he could save himself. But with light movements of her hand, the mysterious lady created another ice ring. The silver light ice crystal technique was directed at the poor guy. Naturally, this fighter was unable to escape. The mortally wounded man said that their Blue Flower clan was hired to kill a young apprentice of the Silent Night Witch. Once he realized she was an opponent they couldn't handle, they gave up and tried to escape. He begged the mysterious girl not to go that far and to give them a chance to escape. In response, the young student asked whether the enemies were attacking or fleeing in fear. Why should she let them go alive? Lacking any human feelings, she got rid of the last mercenary. Having finished her task, her cold gaze did not even waver. In just a moment, she felt the presence of a person. Seren appeared behind her. She immediately realized they were assassins, sent after her by him. Recalling their previous conversation, she asked him to hire someone stronger. In response, her bodyguard said it was most likely because the young lady had simply become too powerful. He came to her with the message that she had an appointment with the lady. Lady Seo Gumhan waited to meet her student under the light of the full moon. When the student arrived, she respectfully asked the master what they would discuss. When Ha-Sol arrived, her mentor said it was only a matter of time before her apprentice would master the silver light of the ice crystal. Lady So believed the title of Mistress of the Silent Night now suited her better. After these words, Eun Ha-Sol became the mistress of the Silent Night organization. About 20 years ago, the Master of Sound and the White Knight discovered 2 children in a village destroyed by their hands. The blind man could not see them, but he felt the energy of the little girl and boy. He was surprised by their strong will, but doubted that they could survive in such a nightmarish place. Moreover, the Master of the Thousand Sounds of Death felt that the eyes of these children were as deep as the abyss. He understood that these children had nothing but the desire to survive. He felt compassion for these poor creatures. In response, Lady Sogiman said nothing. The old man continued, saying that they, the adults, should be ashamed, since the children had done nothing wrong and were simply unlucky to be born in such difficult times. After that, he asked if they would mind coming with him. But upon hearing his words, Lady So-Gimhan only silently turned around to walk away, because she did not experience human feelings, like a true ice lady. But at one moment, she felt that someone was holding her dress. Little Eun Ha-Sol was so fearless that she brazenly grabbed the mistress of the quiet night by the hem of her dress. Addressing Gumhan, the master of 1,000 sounds of death, asked her to remember that nothing in this world lasts forever. He said she would need someone to whom she could pass on her ice crystal silver light technique. For example, he himself decided to take a child to teach him the 1,000 sounds of death technique. Of course, it was little Gyumden Yup. Saying goodbye to the lady, the old man asked the boy to follow him. Realizing that the master of sound was right about something, the woman, without any feelings, called upon her faithful servant. Even at that moment, young Sa Ren instantly appeared before his mistress. Lady Gimhan asked him to test the little girl and find out if she had the necessary meridians. She said the more painful the test, the better for them. After all, if she could endure it until the end, she would take her on as her apprentice. She also asked her subordinate not to pay attention to the fact that the girl's memory was clouded, but to make sure and erase all her memories of this incident. It was at that moment that she received her name, Ha-Sol, like a snowflower. Alone with her student, who had achieved similar heights, Lady Gumhan asked if she despised her. In response, Ha-Sol firmly stated that she, as a simple student, could not even contemplate such a thing. Hearing her words, Gimhan said it was all right, because she had also walked this path and despised her teacher, who had trained her mercilessly. Furthermore, this training had led them to lose touch with their feelings and desires, making it difficult for them to understand who they were. Despite this, she encouraged Ha-Sol to never doubt herself, just because she can no longer feel anything, as that doesn't mean she's no longer human. She also asked her not to forget that she was now a White Knight witch. Ha-Sol coldly replied to the master that she would always remember this. After this, Lady Gumhan reported that an order had been given for a great meeting to be held. The mentor informed her that the great gathering could only be called when the fate of their organization was being decided, and due to the nature of that event, it might be months before she could return. Lady Gumhan believed that they would soon descend into chaos. The order would take about 3 months to complete, so she urged the student to enjoy her free time. According to her, after the meeting, all of Ha-Sol's personal freedom will vanish completely, and to her allies, she will become known as the Mistress of the Silent Night, and to her enemies as the Witch of the White Knight. This will be a life she will have to live with. Despite the lack of human feelings, Gumhan praised her student for diligently studying her technique without interruption over all these years. This was the first and last time she gave Ha-Sol anything, so she asked her to think of this free time as a gift from her master. When Ha-Sol was left alone with the full moon, she thought about what her temporary freedom should be like. Besides Sa-Ren, ice crystal silver light training, and fighting, she didn't know anything else, so it was hard for her to figure out what else she could do. Besides, she thought about how she didn't have many memories of her younger days. Ever since she'd started honing her ice technique, she couldn't recall anything, even if it had happened just a few years ago. But from time to time it seemed to her that she had some distant, vague memory. She couldn't understand what it was, but it was about the time when she met the heir of the northern clan, whom she had long forgotten. Despite the strange, vague memory, she decided it didn't matter and thought that the master should send more assassins after her. She thought the battles were quite interesting, but she couldn't imagine how else she could enjoy her time. The task was too difficult. Remembering the words about how they would soon be plunged into chaos, the ice-cold Ha-Sol came up with a task for herself. She decided that she should take one last look at the mainland. Ha-Sol understood that this was her last chance to see it populated and alive, because in the end, she would have to destroy it. At the same time, Mu Wan was also enjoying the view of the full moon. He retreated into seclusion to breathe a sigh of relief after everything he had to go through to save someone dear to him. But he was greatly distracted by the noise coming from the tavern where they were staying. Although the youngest daughter of the White Dragon Trading Association, Yun, was happy to see her older brother alive, it quickly turned into despair. However, after Mr. Tang, the owner of thousands of poisons from the great Tang family, promised to cure the poor guy's symptoms, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He also informed them that the bodyguard Huang Chul was able to successfully block the blood flow of the eldest son of the Tai family and allowed him to eat the silver-red sacred pill, which resulted in his condition being greatly improved. Under normal circumstances, getting help from the master of 10,000 poisons would be very difficult, but surprisingly, he offered it himself. After all, he needed to obtain the original source of this poison to create an antidote. But that box was taken by representatives of the Heavenly Alliance, who had no intention of sharing it. He said tensely that although he had promised to cure the third master, it would be incredibly difficult for him to create an antidote in time if he did not have access to the poison in that box. Hearing his reasoning, Mu Wan looked at Chun Ying, who had a small amount of the substance on him. The confused master of disguise whispered that he couldn't help in any way, since he really needed to take the sample to the organization's headquarters. In response, Master Jin's gaze became even more intense and terrifying. Despite this, the spy held out to the end and said that Mu Wan could stare as much as he wanted, but he couldn't hand over the poison. He had a job to do. Master Jin had no choice but to forcibly take the poison and hand it over to the master, hoping it would help. No matter how displeased Chong Ying was with what had happened, he was no match for the terrifying power of the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir. Hearing that Mu Wan was able to take such an important substance with him, Senior Master Tang once again called the Northern Swordsman an amazing person. Taking the bag in his hands, he was surprised by the intensely poisonous aura emanating from it. He asked Lady Yun to give him a little time to analyze the composition and concoct a suitable antidote. Mu Wan once again surprised the daughter of the Tang family. Her heart belonged entirely to this lady, and she once again thanked him for his help. After this, Mr. Tang awkwardly informed the Iron Dozen that one of their charges, who was a tracker, was among the madmen and unfortunately could not survive the effects of the poison. After some time, Mr. Huang noticed that Mu Wan had left the tavern again and gone outside to be alone. He admitted that after months of being locked in the cave, all he had done was meditate, so now he wanted to enjoy the fresh breeze outside. The old man was already feeling well, and all this was thanks to the action of the sacred pills. While walking through the Jade City, Mu Wan told his uncle about what had happened since he left the mountains and entered the free world. As expected, the polite and loyal Master Huang continued to apologize. He felt bad that his negligence had forced the young master to interrupt his training and return to the world earlier than he had planned. As expected, Mu Wan replied that none of this was his fault, as Mr. Huang was much more important than training. Hearing these words, Zhongwo replied that he had known this for a long time, that the heir of the Northern Clan had always been a noble and respected man of high rank. He believed the young master had grown even more since their last meeting. A little shyly, Mu Wan thanked him for his kind words. After these words, Mr. Huang suddenly began to look around to see if there was anyone nearby. Afterwards, he decided to whisper the question that had been so intriguing to the young master. He'd never asked this before, as he didn't want to pry into his affairs, but Mu Wan had said in the past that the entire territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan was the property of this great martial arts scroll. Years had passed since the palace was destroyed, so he didn't understand how Mu Wan continued his training in the mountains, especially alone. Hearing this question, Mr. Jin was surprised and said that if he was so interested in it, then he could have asked about it earlier. As it turned out, he simply remembered the entire territory of the clan and the scroll that was depicted on its walls in its entirety. Mr. Huang was simply shocked by such an unexpected answer. However, Mu Wan studied every day for 3 years, so one day he realized that he had memorized everything, even if he didn't fully understand what was said. So, when he isolated himself in the mountains, he was able to continue training, which allowed him to consolidate what he had learned previously. As for the basic principles, which he never fully understood, he constantly recalled what he had memorized, which, in fact, laid the foundation for his mastery. And so he spent the last 7 years mercilessly training the scroll techniques he had memorized. The amazing story amazed the old man so much that he didn't even know what to answer. He was amazed at how strong a person the young master was. His young master's existence is truly the last legacy of the Northern Heavenly Clan. After that, Mu Wan remembered the conversation he wanted to have when he met his uncle. Master Jin reminded him of the stone his uncle had brought back from the tribe the Broken Fist clan had destroyed. As it turned out, Mu Wan had planned to visit that place himself. To explain his motive, Mu Wan explained that his sword was forged from this stone and that his cries were growing louder. As it turned out, this was due to the tribe's location not far from the Jade City. Mr. Huang invited him to go there with him. Meanwhile, they were already being watched by some bandits who were about to rob someone. As the boys got closer, they couldn't help but notice those strange silhouettes from which not the most pleasant dialogues emanated. The bandits tried to take money from the girl and threatened that if she did not give them everything, then they would conduct a thorough examination of her body. Pointing his finger at her, the bold thief said that he would start the inspection from above. But a moment later, Old Man Huang appeared in front of them and politely asked them to stop, saying that they had already stolen enough. As soon as he appeared before them, the girl began to flee, and the thieves nervously wondered who had interfered in their affairs. The gentleman introduced himself as the White Dragon's bodyguard, after which he apologized for hurting their feelings, but warned them that he would not allow them to go any further. Upon hearing that the old man was a bodyguard, the leader of the gang became furious and declared that people like Huang should mind their own business and not get in his way. After this, he declared himself no weakling and decided to punch the old man in the face. He could only do it with one hand, as he had lost the other to a previous theft. But Mr. Huang was not so simple and deftly dodged the blow, after which he directed his palm at the opponent's body to push him away. But as soon as he touched the bandit's body, he instantly flew tens of meters to the side and crashed loudly into the wall. Seeing this, the bandit's comrades were simply shocked. Mr. Huang himself was no less surprised because he had planned to simply push aside the impudent bandit. Mu Won couldn't miss such a sight. He couldn't believe that his uncle was capable of something like this. Seeing what the old man had done, the rest of the bandits rushed to attack, using their swords. The old man deftly drew his weapon and blocked both attacks simultaneously without any problems. After that, he hit the bandits with the blunt side of the blade, and they flew away just like their leader. The old man could not understand what was happening. He merely swung his sword to create a little distance, but something unexpected happened. Clapping his hands, Mu Won gave him an answer and said that most likely, after circulating qi to counteract the poison, he was finally able to break through the wall and advance to the next level of mastery. Mu Won truly felt Mr. Huang's qi level rise. He explained that because he had spent so much time protecting his internal organs, he had forgotten how to control the external release of energy. If he trained, he would reach new heights. At the end of the walk, Master Jin once again asked to pay his respects to the great member of the Northern Heavenly Clan for remaining true to their legacy all this time. The spy Chun Ying, who was observing all these events, already knew everything about his target's uncle. Looking at the old man, he said he was an example of misfortune turned into good fortune. The master of disguise was certain that Mr. Huang was a very lucky man. Meanwhile, important events have already begun in the Central Heavenly Alliance. One of the 4 dead heavens, Shim Wan Li, was ready to receive the long-awaited guests. It was the girl with whom they had visited the Northern Heavenly Clan about 7 years ago. When Master Wan Li met her, he showed his usual evil gaze and sly smile. The lady of the Western Gate, named Heron, arrived as usual, accompanied by her sister, who acted as her bodyguard. So Chung traveled with her, but did not join the visit as he continued to train in seclusion. The boy's persistence haunted Mr. Shim, and he asked the lady to stop his brother and force him to return to the outside world. But Heron replied that they both knew the reason he refused to stop. The conversation revolved around the legend of the invincible Dam Sojong, who had endured the trials of 100 men and achieved 100 unconditional victories. 7 years ago, after suffering the pain of his first humiliating defeat, he vowed to himself to become stronger than anything. He declared that as one of the leading representatives of the Azure Dragon Association, he could not afford to be weak. He temporarily entrusted the association to his older brother and sister so he could train in seclusion. As he left, Dam Sojong stated that he would appear again once he had mastered his ultimate technique. Those events in the Northern Heavenly Clan were a time that Mr. Shim recalled with terrifying anger, as it was then that he lost his younger sister, Su-A. Of course, his father, who belonged to the 9 heavens, a crimson demon king named Shim Mu Wa, was very unhappy with his son and shouted that he could not come back at all after what happened. He screamed that by hiding behind his name, his son had become an arrogant piece of shit who did nothing but bring trouble to their family. The man was ready to banish him from the family for failing to save his only sister. Calling the already self-deprecating boy a disgrace, the Demon King couldn't understand how his offspring could be so incompetent. He claimed that at his age, he had already subjugated the heavens themselves with his own hands and ascended to the rank of the 9 heavens. Of course, all this abuse changed the young master, and he was no longer the same as before. His despair knew no bounds because of his father's cry that those events happened in the Northern Heavenly Clan, which the 9 heavens personally destroyed. Having said everything, the angry father was about to leave. But in the end, filled with anger, he said it would have been much better if his incompetent son had died with his sister, as it would have brought less shame on his name. Lord Shim was too ashamed to show his face to the other 9 heavens because of those events. Considering himself a useless creature, Mu-Wa began to lose his sanity. Even without his father's words, he could not describe the grief for his younger sister that made him suffer every day. At that moment, he became so distraught that he lost his left eye in the process of self-mutilation. Recalling the rumors, Heron remembered that Lord Shim had fallen into such deep despair that even the servants could not stop him from harming himself. He had long wasted his days and only recently returned to his normal existence. His thirst for revenge was what brought him back to his senses. Shim Wan Li, the young lord of the false heavens and heir to the infamous Demon King, decided to fight to the end. A true manipulator incarnate, Heron understood that he was exactly the man she needed to control the lesser 7 heavens. Addressing the young master, she told him to be mindful of the terrifying storm approaching the mainland in the form of the Silent Night organization's arrival. The heir of the Shim family was already aware of the events that took place in the Jade City. He believed the continent would soon descend into chaos, and powerful, starving individuals, long held at bay by the Alliance, would soon begin to act. They had long prepared for this era. He understood that they needed a sacrifice to achieve their great goal, like the Jade City. After these words, Heron asked if he'd heard of the man who single-handedly dealt with that notorious incident. Shim replied that he was called the Northern Blade. After that, the lady asked if the mention of the swordsman's name being Jin reminded the young master. The young heir of the Shin family thought about it. Repeating in his head the name of that strange rising star of the world of Murim, he realized what was being said. As soon as Heron noticed that Mr. Shim understood what was being said, she said directly that it must be the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jin Mu-Wan. Still, Mr. Shim wasn't sure of her words, as he'd personally received a report from the intelligence department on the day his death was confirmed. But it became clear the time had come to verify the information for themselves. The lady asked the Demon King's heir to send someone to verify the information. Realizing that Master Jin was still alive, young Master Shim was filled with anger and declared that if he saw that troublesome heir of the Northern Clan, he would do everything in his power to tear him to pieces. After these words, Heron decided to draw his attention to the creation of the invasion squad and said that if Mr. Shim became a member, he would not only be able to summon the great factions, but would also have the opportunity to control and exercise his jurisdiction over their power. In fact, she was still surprised that the old men from the 9 heavens would use such a devious plan and try to establish this kind of power. To her, this meant that the 9 heavens felt threatened by the recent Silent Night incident, or were trying to mitigate the damage they had sustained by attempting to take complete control of the young martial artists, as there was nothing easier than seducing young warriors who were hungry for power and authority. While Mr. Shim agreed with every word she said, the lady added that the elders would soon begin recruiting members for the invaders, so they should prepare for the opening of the Azure Dragon Association's recruitment campaign. She believed they should focus on people who would be beneficial to them. In response, Master Wanli asked who else they would need, since they, the lesser seven heavens, were geniuses already considered the best of the best. In response, Heron replied that there was no need to delude herself, as there was someone more deserving of the title of genius, and she intended to lure him over to their side. The lady identified him as a scholar of 3 minds, named Ha-Jin-Wol. Heron believed he was the only person whose intellect could match her own. Recalling the past with a cold gaze, she said she had met this man 5 years ago and had been quite surprised. They had run into each other by chance at the birthday celebration of a great scholar named Seok Dai. Ha-Jin-Wol, a scholar of 3 minds, was already renowned as a farmer's son who had learned to their level on his own. They exchanged opinions on celestial astrology, military tactics, and strategy, but it soon devolved into debate. Their views, philosophies, and personalities were completely opposed, yet she still considered him a genius of her own caliber. Heron felt threatened, so she decided to test him, using her family's power to teach him the true meaning of self-doubt. Using all the power and knowledge of the Westgate family, she made him realize his first humiliating defeat. Since he lost due to the use of 10,000 tactics of the 9 points of war, he suffered some mental damage, making him less of a threat to the mistress. After that incident, rumors reached her that he had gone mad. But Heron believed that if he truly was a genius, he had already fully recovered and once again posed some threat to her authority. After hearing the insane story, Master Shim wanted to know if Heron was sure Ha-Jin-Wol would want to join their association after being raped. The girl replied that if they couldn't achieve that goal, they would simply eliminate the illusionist. She stated that if he was not willing to help the Azure Dragon ascend, then they would not allow him to help another dragon ascend. Walking further around the outskirts of the Jade City, Mu Wan and Mr. Huang reached a pond. At one point, they noticed something strange. Mu Wan was a little confused when he saw a familiar person doing something very strange. Looking at the man who was splashing water while in the boat, Master Huang asked the young master if he knew that psycho. Of course, the madman in question is scientist Ha-Jin-Wol. While the guys were having an unexpected meeting, an equally unexpected meeting was awaiting the leader of the investigation bureau, who was in the Blue Flower Tavern. A protege of the Northern Celestial Clan's loyal heir asked who had come to visit their commander and what their purpose was. But the disgruntled visitor began to scold him, asking how someone of low rank dared stop a man who had come on the orders of the Great Lord. After this, the stranger literally forced his way inside, despite the warnings of the fighter standing at the entrance. Seo Musang looked towards the door to see what the noise was. As soon as he saw the visitor's face, he was filled with rage at the appearance of his acquaintance, whom he sincerely hated. As it turned out, the impudent and ill-mannered visitor was the former captain of a mercenary group that was located on the territory of the Northern Heavenly Clan 7 years ago. The last time they saw each other was the night when all the members of their mercenary group died because of the cowardly captain. He was the one who abandoned them to save his own skin. And so Chung Pa-san appeared before the new leader of the secret squad, greeting him as if they were good old friends. He began the conversation by saying that, having visited this place, he confirmed rumors that Seo Musang had become part of the Celestial Alliance. The impudent fellow admitted he never would have imagined that his former deputy would become the head of a secret group within the Special Intelligence Department. In response, Master Seo maintained an unperturbed calm and replied that he had already heard that his former captain had become a dog of the false heavens and the Westgate family. The vile Chung immediately became enraged at being called a dog, especially when addressed with no manners. The stupid and obnoxious master called Master Seo a crazy deputy captain. In response, with a serious and cold gaze, Seo Musang assumed that if such a cur knew about the existence of a special intelligence service, his masters must have told him about it. After that, he inquired about the purpose of his visit. But his calm and cold speech caused the fat, insolent man to burst into rage, and he, reaching for his sword, called Seo Musang an arrogant bastard. But in response to his aggressive behavior, Musang did not even bat an eye, because a moment later, a multitude of wards appeared in his room, ready to defend their leader. The cowardly Chung Pa-san couldn't believe that all these fighters could appear so unnoticed. After the special reconnaissance forces appeared, Mr. SEO approached his former captain. Standing in front of him, Pa-san began to feel fear. He couldn't understand when his former protege had managed to change so much. Addressing the former captain, Musang asked if he still looked like the man who was his ward. Peerless Musang clarified that it didn't matter if the cowardly dog's owners were the false heaven masters and the West Gate family. For someone like him, whose purpose in life was to carry out the orders of those people, it would be no problem for the special intelligence to come up with a reasonable excuse to dispose of his body. In front of his subordinates, Master Seo clarified that he could ensure that the existence and even the name of his former captain never existed in this world. Looking him straight in the face, he asked him if he was sure his masters would care about a pathetic slave like him. After that, the leader of the Special Intelligence Service declared that Chang was useless trash, good only for service, but easily replaceable at any time. He then warned his former captain that if he did not want this to happen, then he should hurry up and go about his business without showing himself to him. Feeling the incredible pressure, Chung realized who he was dealing with. Showing respect, he said that the head of Special Intelligence was being sought by Heron from the Western Gate family. Stopping his charges, Master Seo thought about what she wanted from him. He understood that most likely the conversation would be about his master, which meant that the Heavenly Alliance was gradually beginning to fear him. Meanwhile, Mr. Jin quietly jumped onto the boat in which the misunderstood genius was suffering from madness. Scholar Ha Jin Wool realized that he had miscalculated when he thought that Master Jin had already left the Jade City. He admitted that even the moment Mu Wan broke through his illusion, he realized he was no ordinary person. But despite this, he couldn't even imagine that he could single-handedly handle the situation of the relatively quiet Knight and the Broken Fist clan. While Mr. Huang was on the shore, the scientist was surprised that he was found when he was in the middle of the lake, after which he suggested that Mu Wan could fly or something like that. Receiving no answers, he concluded that the nickname of the Northern Blade was not given to the incredible master without reason. After that, he asked Mu Wan how she felt about her fame as a new rising star. The modest guy replied that he never thought he would be given such a nickname. But the scientist replied that it was perfectly normal for the person rumored to be unaware of the rumors. He explained that news of the Northern Blade had already spread throughout the continent. After this, the scientist decided to treat his guest, but this time not with tea, but with alcohol. Ha Jin Wool declared that alcohol was best when you were on a boat. In response, Mu Wan said he clearly didn't come here just to swim. Understanding what was happening, Master Jin surprised everyone with his observation skills and said the scholar had used his tactical illusions to gather all the fish in one place, as if they were caught in a large net. Northern Blade admitted that this was quite impressive. While drinking sake, the scholar replied that this was not worth praising since he was just fooling around. After that, he took a serious look at the young master. He suddenly guessed that the person in front of him was Jin Mu Wan, the fifth-generation heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. In response, Mu Wan silently drank the alcohol. The scholar took this as agreement, believing his assumption to be correct, and declared that one should never rely on rumors. He then inquired about the young master's plans and attempted to guess, saying that Mu Wan wanted revenge on the Central Celestial Alliance. Alternatively, he suggested that Master Jin was planning to restore the Northern Heavenly clan or go further and take over the heavens. After a series of persistent questions, Mu Wan remained silent. It was hard to remember the last time he had a drink, but after recent history-altering events, he wasn't averse to having another drink. His first words in response were to remark that the scientist had very strong liquor. After these words, silence fell on the boat in the middle of the lake, illuminated by the bright full moon. Looking down, Mu Wan still replied that he wasn't sure what he was going to do next. He said that based on recent events, one might think that he was planning something big, but admitted that in reality he was not thinking about anything ambitious and was simply trying to live each day to the fullest. But he knew one thing for sure: he would never betray his own voice. The strange words put even the mad scientist in an awkward position. Mu Wan continued his discussion of feelings and said he was speaking of the sound he heard within himself. Master Jin planned to live by the calling of his heart. The confident Northern Blade declared that if his heart desired to seek revenge, then he would do so, and if it was his desire to subjugate the heavens, then he would do the same. I asked my interlocutor if he was being too idealistic, and the master decided to drink some liqueur again. Looking at the stars, the scientist thought about the words of his new comrade with extraordinary interest. In response, he suddenly began to laugh and said that Master Jin was funny and most likely did have something on his mind. Still, he acknowledged that Master Jin was truly an idealist, since he wanted to live his life following his heart. But at the same time, he understood that his ideals had substance, which distinguished him from other idealists who spouted nonsense and had no basis in fact. Looking at the heir of the Northern clan, he thought that it was because he had something on his mind, and even if what he said might seem frivolous, it at least brought a sense of confidence to his answer. Looking at his reflection in a glass of alcohol, the scientist thought about how attractive the simplicity of the young master was. Inspired by the ideals of the heir of the Northern clan, he thought that he himself should learn to rest sometimes, because the search for truth leads him further and further from the happiness that the full-fledged experience. As he looked up at the sky, he thought that every time this man appeared before him, the signs in the heavens began to change. He knew there weren't many people who could achieve this simply by their appearance. He folded his hands in front of him gravely and thought that those who influenced the heavens themselves were either heroes who could lead the future generation or villains who sought to tear the heavens apart. He was curious to know what path the leader of the 5th generation of the Northern Heavenly Clan would take. Addressing the Northern Blade, the wonderful scientist said that he liked it. He felt they were alike, as they both had a debt they had to repay. After these words, he suggested they go to the Central Celestial Alliance together. A slightly drunk Mu Wan was surprised when he heard such revelations. Seeing his reaction, the man began to laugh and said that he should live by his heart. Pointing his finger at Mr. Jin, Ha Jin Wool said that from now on, he was ready to become a soldier of the 5th generation heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Returning to the tavern that morning after his walk, Mu Wan reflected on how the Northern Blade's nickname had quickly spread and had surely already reached the Central Heavenly Alliance, meaning many would soon want to know his true identity. Therefore, he thought it would be best to approach them first. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by Mr. Huang, whom he had completely forgotten about. The man asked what the young gentleman had been talking about with the strange man, which had made him think so deeply. In response, Mu Wan told him about a mad scientist with incredible powers. He confessed that Ha Jin Wool had asked to become one of his soldiers and expressed a desire to travel with him to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Since the young master respected that scholar, Mr. Huang was sure that he was an outstanding person, but he still asked if Master Jin could trust him too, and whether his joining was a good idea. After thinking about it, Mu Wan replied that it didn't seem like Jin Wool had any malicious intent. However, they did not set out together, as they had to make some preparations for the journey. Master Ha was quite good and knew how to have fun, so he said that he needed to finish his business with the young widow. Despite some plans, he promised to join them when they set out, so he asked Master Jin not to worry and go do what he had planned. Even though he was strange, Mu Wan had trust in him. Yet they had no idea how that amazing strategist would know when the heir's detachment would depart. As soon as the boys entered the tavern, they saw that the 3rd son of the White Dragon merchant troupe had already come to his senses. The man was glad to see the young master and assumed that it was Mr. Jin in front of him. Convinced of this, he began to thank him for everything he had done for their organization. To add weight to his words, Leader Yong said that the 3rd son wanted to meet in person and had therefore been waiting for him in this place ever since he came to his senses. Addressing his 3rd son, The elder Tang said that for at least 3 months, he would need to take the antidote that had been prepared. If the son of the great family did this, his internal injuries would be completely restored. In response, the third son thanked the great master of poisons and promised to repay his kindness. Afterwards, the master asked Huang's bodyguard to come to him so he could properly remove the remaining poison from his body. The old man couldn't believe the day would come when he would receive personal treatment from the greatest master of poisons himself. He admitted that it was a great honor for him. At that moment, Mu Wan and the Tang family's daughter, Mirai, were left alone, and the Northern Blade was relieved and asked how they were able to create the antidote so quickly. The girl was a little confused by his sudden address and thought about her answer. She said that when they were in the Broken Fist clan, they had the opportunity to investigate a madman. Therefore, they were able to prepare the ingredients needed for the antidote in advance. Since Jin provided them with the original source of the poison, they were able to thoroughly study it and make an antidote. Once her uncle figured out how to suppress the poison's effects, he was able to use the Tang family's special acupuncture technique, which requires 2 people to perform. Afterward, the elder Tang drew the poisonous key from the master's internal meridians. Mu Wan replied that he'd heard that the Alliance Investigation Bureau had entered Annam Province 2 months before the Tang family, and then used them as bait for their future investigations. He admitted that, after all this, he was impressed that the Tang family had managed to produce an antidote in just a few days. Mirai replied that it was actually her uncle who had contributed to this. She admitted that she was born with a body that rejected poisons, so she would never be able to learn poison techniques, but could only mimic certain aspects. Hearing this, Mu Wan noticed that she felt some resentment about not being able to reach such heights. To cheer her up, Master Jin said that even so, thanks to her, the great master of poisons was still alive, as it was Mirai who had saved her uncle from countless dangerous situations, putting her own life on the line. Furthermore, without her, the acupuncture would have been impossible. Looking at her with a pleasant smile, the Northern Blade said that she was truly impressive, after which he thanked her for her hard work. Such pleasant words from an attractive young man instantly made the girl's face blush. She looked away shyly and replied in confusion that this was not the case, and that in fact she had done little. The third son intervened in their conversation, expressing his gratitude for the work done. His younger sister Soin had told him everything, so he promised to repay the Northern Blade for his kindness. Mu Wan calmly replied that he hadn't done much, as the White Dragon Trade Association's bodyguards, like the Iron Squad, had suffered more than he had. Therefore, he asked that they be the ones to be repaid. Jankin said that he had already personally thanked them for their help, so he could not forget about Master Jin, being not one to quickly forget about those to whom he owes a debt. Finally, he promised to do everything possible and declared that if the Northern Blade ever needed help, he could always count on the White Dragon Trade Association. Afterward, he swore an oath of allegiance on his family's honor and name. Mu Wan once again replied that he wasn't doing this to receive any kind of compensation, as his original goal was to find his uncle. Despite this, he admitted he was flattered by the man's words. Looking at the young master with a sincere smile, Mr. Jankin was sure that he was destined to leave a great mark on the world of Murim. Addressing the bodyguard, the third son remarked that he had been through a lot with him and then promised to repay him for his kindness. He even remembered the young bodyguard, Munjun. In fact, it was hard for him to believe that his actions would endanger the child's life. After this, the leader of Yen joined the pleasant conversation and shouted throughout the tavern that they still had 3 days before they went home. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Investigation continued its operation. One of his informants came to the captain of the first squad and reported that Mr. Yun from the White Dragon Trading Association had received treatment and had fully recovered from his illness. This was yet another tactical defeat for the Heavenly Alliance, and Chok Mu was furious that the Tang family had discovered the antidote before them, even though they had begun researching it months earlier. He regretted ignoring the renowned family's knowledge. After that, He learned the equally terrible news for the Alliance that the demon fist of Cho Chen Wu had disappeared, despite the fact that their gates were sealed. The captain was surprised to know that Heo Zhong was in charge of monitoring the Broken Fist clan. In response, he heard confirmation of the information about the successful sealing of the clan's gate, but as it turned out, even after Junkin became the Alliance's hostage, while they were escorting him to the designated place, the demon fist suddenly disappeared. The situation was becoming even more tense, and Chok Mu couldn't figure out what the demon's stubborn fist was planning. Things weren't going as smoothly as they'd planned, so the captain decided to end the job in the Cave of Despair and asked his charge to begin preparing for the journey, intending to quickly reunite with the Bureau's second detachment. Meanwhile, the bodyguards had already prepared to depart. Captain Kong was momentarily surprised when he saw an unfamiliar bodyguard, but it turned out to be the spy Chun Ying, disguised as one of them to continue spying on his target. Mu Wan continued to flirt with the Tang family's daughter without taking his eyes off her. But at one point, he had to be distracted by the appearance of a strange man on the horizon. The leader of the Iron Dozen, Yeon Mu Song, immediately asked who this strange master was approaching their squad, his hands on his hips. Of course, it was a mad scientist whose cart was pulled not by a horse, but by a real ox. With a sly smile on his face, he shouted to the Northern Blade that he should hurry and hug his faithful comrade. This absurd appearance surprised the young gentleman a little, which could be seen from his look. In response, with a crazy smile and a wink, Scholar Ha began to laugh quietly, anticipating an interesting journey. 10 minutes later, the scientist Ha Jin Wool completely forgot about his new master, as he got along very well with the master of 10,000 poisons. Their conversation began with medical practice, but eventually drifted to astrology. It was clear they wouldn't stop there, but not everyone was gifted with understanding geniuses. Seeing the man about whom the rumors circulated, Mu Huan, known as a great mind, was intrigued by the conversation with the scholar of 3 minds. It was the first time he had seen someone possessing such an incredible amount of knowledge. When Master Huang approached Master Jin, she asked if he would like to go to the site of the formerly exterminated tribe. It was not far from them, so it seemed a good time to satisfy his curiosity. However, they decided to temporarily separate, and Mr. Huang informed the captain of the bodyguards that they had temporary personal matters to attend to. When Mu Wan said goodbye to his soldier, he couldn't even attract his attention, as he was absorbed in a conversation with a man with a mindset that matched his own. Yan Musung couldn't help but notice that one of the strongest warriors in their camp had decided to leave them for a while. He had a bad feeling about this, but he hoped they wouldn't run into trouble due to the absence of the Northern Blade. Mu Wan and his uncle walked quickly towards their destination. After just a few minutes, the old man was exhausted, but they had just arrived at the location of the camp of the destroyed tribe. Snowflower started screaming even louder. Feeling that aura, Mu Wan only confirmed that they were there. The rocky terrain, where nothing living remained, evoked in them a certain sadness and a feeling of emptiness. While Mu Wan and his uncle were looking for what the Snowflower was so interested in, their student was idle. For unknown reasons, he drew some marks on the ground and trees. At one point, he became so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice how he had hooked onto some fighter. Seeing that everyone was standing still, he asked why they had stopped. The fighters of the Iron Dozen stepped forward, and it was clear from their faces that something was wrong. As it turned out, the Iron Dozen leader's premonition was correct, and they were unlucky enough to encounter the remnants of the Broken Fist clan's army. Their leader was the Demonic Fist, who had recently disappeared from the Central Heavenly Alliance's Investigation Bureau's radar. It was clear this furious man had no good intentions. While surveying the wasteland, Mu Wan asked to tell what happened in this place. About 10 years ago, Mr. Huang passed by here during one of his trips. They saw only ruins, and one of his bodyguard friends who knew about this place said that the people who lived here praised the stone that fell from the sky. Since it was an unusual stone, he took it with him in the hope that it would be useful to the young master. Other than the fact that the Broken Fist clan was responsible for this destruction, he knew nothing else. It was unclear why the Broken Fist clan would do such a thing, as there was no obvious point in killing the completely innocent people who lived here. When they went further, Mr. Huang suggested that they examine one of the caves. This was the place where he found the stone that fell from the sky. Quite a spacious place was intended only for worship of the gods. As they entered, the sword began to vibrate even more violently than before. Mu-Wan felt the snowflowers crying, only getting louder. At one point, the sword's powerful energy showed him what was causing her to suffer so much. Holding onto his blade, Mu-Wan looked at the passage deeper into the cave, which was blocked by rocks. Watching the young master, Huang was worried, because he did not know what was on his mind. Mu-Wan suddenly approached the blocked passage and began to throw away stones. Together with their uncle, they completed the task much faster and saw something that explained the behavior of the blade created from the mysterious stone that fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the tension in the Iron Dozen squad reached its limit. Squad leader Yan Mu-sung didn't understand why the demon fist named Cho Chen-woo had deliberately come to meet them. Approaching the squad captain, the man with an incredibly heavy aura assumed the man standing in front of him was the Northern Blade. Feeling the powerful pressure, Yan Mu-sung realized the demon's fist was serious. He guessed he was looking for Master Jin because of what happened in the Jade City. He thought they were forced to seal their gates due to a warning from the Central Alliance, so he didn't expect to see them here. Cho Chen-woo was in a foul mood, and Master Yen knew it was dangerous. He immediately thought that they needed to get out of this situation as quickly as possible. There was no reason to put themselves in danger, as their primary objective was to complete the mission without incident. The Iron Dozen were on edge, all of them hoping that this wasn't a conflict with the Broken Fist clan. Turning to his new comrade, the master of 10,000 poisons asked what the demon fist was doing here. He too had heard that he had sealed the gates and was supposed to remain within his palace. Ha Jin-wol understood the situation best. Recalling the recent events in the Jade City and the actions of the Broken Fist clan, he understood that they were seeking trust and respect to conceal their brutal actions. He came to the conclusion that since Master Jin had single-handedly prevented the Broken Fist massacre and dealt with the Silent Night, the entire world had learned of their cruelty, and so, filled with rage, Cho Chen-woo decided to personally confront the culprit of his immeasurable shame. Realizing that the demon fist was like a wild bear with an innate thirst for blood, Ha Jin-wol guessed that their situation would soon become even more difficult. Meanwhile, the leader of the Iron Dozen decided to introduce himself and stated that the person Mr. Cho was looking for was not among them. But in response, the man with the terrifying aura only remained silent. Concerned about his reaction, Leader Yang was forced to explain that Master Jin had recently left the group due to personal matters, but he didn't say where he was headed. He also admitted that Master Jin would join them as soon as he finished his business. Even after these words, the demon fist remained silent and only sawed the mercenary leader with his gaze. Addressing Mr. Cho, Leader Yan Mu-sung inquired whether it would be possible for them to continue their journey, the goal of which was to return to the palace of the White Dragon. Meanwhile, Mu-Wan and Mr. Huang saw the place where the snowflower was so strongly drawn to. As it turned out, the remains of members of a destroyed tribe were located here. Mu-Wan looked closely at their bodies to find clues. It became clear that they had indeed become victims of a broken fist. All these poor fellows were sealed in this place. Mr. Huang could not describe the feelings he experienced when he saw the brutality of the broken fist's actions. Looking closely, Mu-Wan noticed that all of these bodies belonged to women. When Mu-Wan was little, he heard stories that could become the next clue to a crime. As it turns out, this is most likely a place of demonic art that uses women to increase the master's internal chi energy. Because this method was too brutal, Murim banned and classified information about it. But the painting before them was proof that this art had been used in recent times. Meanwhile, the time had come for Master Cho, filled with rage, to express his opinion. He considered the Iron 12 leader's words to be threats, as he had mentioned the names of the Merchant Association and the Tang family. Leader Yan Musong understood that the situation was difficult, so he apologized and said that he did not mean to say something like that. In response, Cho Chen-Wu decided to say that he would speak directly, followed by words about how he was not in a very good mood due to recent events. He said that if he couldn't vent his anger, he wouldn't be able to voluntarily follow the orders of the Central Heavenly Alliance. After that, he said that based on the situation, his anger would be directed at those who traveled with Master Jin, who caused him too much trouble. He believed that if he did this, then the Northern Blade itself would come to meet him. With a sly smile, the vile Master Cho declared that when the Northern Fist learned of what he had done, he would appear before him very quickly. A truly terrifying grimace appeared on his face. After this, he ordered his soldiers to kill them all. Hearing this horrific order, Leader Yan asked, confused, what Mr. Cho meant. In response, the leader of the Broken Fist stated that if there is power, then it is a sin not to use it. In such a dire and savage situation, Yan logically assumed that Leader Cho had gone mad, since he was organizing a rebellion against the world and trying to overthrow the Central Heavenly Alliance, turning the entire continent against himself. Usually, the great mind of the squad took a long time to make decisions and was constantly in doubt, but this time, without much thought, he informed the leader that their enemy would not negotiate. In addition, the second deputy spoke about the same thing and called on the chief to give the order to adopt a combat formation. Listening to his loyal charges, Yan Musong understood that they were right. Enraged by the absurdity of this dangerous situation, Leader Yen shouted that Master Cho was crazy to dare do such a thing. He then repeated his words about Master Jin's departure and asked why the hell they wanted to fight. Following these words, the man turned to his squad. The Iron Dozen fighters took up battle formation. The zombie-like followers of the Mad Broken Fist clan were ready to fight. Pointing his sword at the enemy squad leader, Leader Yen asked if he was really the Demon Fist of the Northern Heaven's Great Four. In response, the proud man, dissatisfied with the disrespectful tone, suggested that everyone had already forgotten what it meant to be one of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. He considered this foolish insolence for which they would soon pay. Clenching his fist, Master Cho Cheon-Woo declared that he was chosen by heaven, so his honor should not be neglected, for his fist single-handedly slew hundreds of enemies from the silent night. Looking at the leader of the Iron 12, who had decided to resist, the head of the Broken Fist clan declared that the peace all of Murim enjoyed was due to their efforts and strength. He called his enemies arrogant for not silently accepting their fate. In addition, he also declared his hatred towards the government, which was trying to punish it for its actions in Unnam province, which he considered his own territory. The formidable enemy, represented by the Demon Fist Master, declared that he was not going to let things slide and would no longer turn a blind eye to the Alliance's actions. With a terrifying smile, he exulted in his actions and declared that once he had dealt with the Northern Blade, he would conquer the heavens. Pleased with his speech, the man admitted he was a little uneasy about having to put in so much effort, but he believed that was what it meant to be the Demon Fist. Looking at his enemy, he declared that this was the reason why none of his great deeds and words should be ridiculed. With an incredible anger that made veins appear on his face, he declared that he was the embodiment of reason, justice, and strength. After these hypocritical words, Leader Yen called him a crazy bastard and rushed to attack. Let's return to the history of the settlement, the location of which was called the Cursed Mountains. In fact, the locals, who lived isolated from the rest of the world, considered the mountain sacred. Many years later, a star fell, leaving a large crater, which a local shaman began to worship. For the safety of her people, she spent her days praising the stone. But one day, something happened that their lives had not prepared them for. Their peaceful and undisturbed settlement was brutally attacked. The respected shaman, hearing screams from the burning camp, ran outside. She didn't understand who would attack her people and why. All the men in their settlement were killed before her eyes. The shaman was in despair. She did not know what they had done wrong to deserve this punishment. Unlike men, the enemies did not kill women, but they did not let them go either. The madmen who had created this horror laughed before her eyes. As she approached her enemies, she screamed at them to stop, but as soon as she got closer, she still couldn't find out anything. The enemies caught her just like the other innocent women. After being hit in the face, she lost consciousness. After some time, she came to her senses. But everything around seemed like a place of execution. Hatred for what had happened was the only thing she felt at that moment. The girl cursed them all and promised to take revenge. The respected shaman wished to become a spirit that could destroy them for what they had done to her people. In her final moments, she witnessed a demonic ritual. All these events and all this hatred of the tribe was embodied in the form of energy. Thus, the stone they worshipped absorbed the energy and soul of the respected shaman. Seeing these memories that the blade shared with him, Mu-Wan couldn't contain his emotions. The man he once lovingly called Uncle Cho had become a terrifying killer. Not only did Cho Cheon-woo betray the Northern Heavenly Clan out of greed, but he also sacrificed countless innocent people. He mercilessly killed the inhabitants of the Jade City and also forced his followers to study a forbidden art that shortened their lives. And now it has also become known that he destroyed an entire tribe in order to gain more power. Clutching his blade with incredible fury, Mu-Wan spoke to his uncle in rage, not understanding how he dared to take the lives of others as a bargaining chip, despite the fact that he was once a proud warrior who protected many lives, fighting against the Silent Night. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was furious at how low his father's brother had fallen. Now he shared the scream and the fury of his blade. The young master's aura created an incredible pressure that Mr. Huang couldn't help but notice. Turning to his blade, he asked the snowflower to wipe away her tears and promised that he would fulfill her revenge. Captain Khan was in such a situation for the first time in his life. He understood that their enemy was consumed by rage, so they would not be able to negotiate with him. Addressing his men, he gave the order to draw their blades and asked his men to make their enemies regret attacking them. As expected, Master Mirai took out her twin blades without any hesitation in order to protect her uncle from even such formidable enemies. The highly intelligent master of 10,000 poisons understood that their enemy was a beast who had spent his entire life killing people, and it seemed that after years of silence, he had heeded his desire. He was incredibly disappointed in the man considered a war hero. Analyzing the situation, the genius strategist suggested that if the leader of Yon Musan could stand against the enemy leader, then the rest would have to deal with the martial artists from the Broken Fist clan. Having looked around, he decided to assess the strength of both sides. There were about 20 people on the enemy side, and each of them reached the peak of the sphere. On their side, there were about 8 capable warriors from the Iron Squad. Less important were the 15 low-ranking bodyguards from the White Dragon Trading Association. Analyzing the future battlefield, he noticed that it was an open, flat area surrounded by trees on the sides. Licking his finger, he discovered that the weather here was fine and the wind was light. He also noticed rain clouds beginning to form above them. Clear skies with a chance of a thunderstorm seemed like ideal conditions for a cunning plan. After making his calculations, he asked the young bodyguard to come closer. Munjdon was surprised that the mad genius remembered his name. The illusion master said he noticed the young warrior had marked 17 places on their way here. The guy was surprised by his observation and only confirmed his words. He couldn't understand when the strange master had managed to notice this, if all this time he had been tirelessly talking with the great owner of poisons. Handing a whole bunch of seals to the bodyguard, Mr. Ha asked him to run through the marked places and attach the seals. After Kwok agreed, Mr. Ha whispered another detail of the plan into his ear. Hearing this, Munjong was at a loss and asked if the scientist was sure he could do this. Placing his hand on the young student's shoulder, Mr. Ha confidently said that he could do anything, and then declared that he believed in him. Meanwhile, the Iron Squad, which had already formed a battle formation, was thinking about whether they should wait or go on the attack. The mercenaries begged their deputies to make a decision quickly. The frenzied force understood that if they acted rashly, they would meet instant death. The great mind was tense and tried to calm down in order to make the right decision. But a moment later, the strategist of the Iron Squad received a mental message. Ha Jin-woo informed him that upon his signal, their squad should attack with all their might. Mu Huan did not understand what the scientist of 3 minds had come up with. Meanwhile, Quack had already set off to carry out the task. He acted exactly as the scientist of 3 minds ordered him to. Having attached the seal to the tree, he immediately ran to the next position. As soon as he finished, he immediately ran to the scientist and reported the completion. Ha Jin-woo thanked him and praised him for his efforts, while Quack, without wasting any time, ran to carry out the next instructions. The preparations were complete, and the genius of strategy thought it was time to begin. Looking up at the sky, he felt that the time had come. The Broken Fist clan's martial artists, driven mad by power, awaited their enemies' actions. The Iron Dozen squad waited for the scientist to give them a signal. In order not to waste time, the enemies decided to make the first move and slowly walk towards each other. Mu Huan was alarmed because he had completely trusted the scientist without even knowing what he had planned. Within a moment, clouds of dust appeared around the battlefield, and the enemies thought that the Iron Dozen had more soldiers. Looking up, one of the masters did not understand what was happening. He expected reinforcements, but he couldn't believe what he saw in the sky. Hundreds of arrows were aimed at them, falling at almost right angles. Addressing his comrades, he shouted that they should fortify their positions and block the arrows. He declared that thanks to the 100 Days Fist technique, the arrows wouldn't pierce their arms. All the martial artists of the Broken Fist squad formed to create defense against arrows. It was at that moment that Ha Jin-woo gave the signal. Hearing this, Mu Huan called upon the Iron Dozen squad to begin the attack. Taking advantage of the moment, they immediately gained some advantage, as they were able to strike the first blow. Looking up, Mr. Tang immediately realized that the cloud of dust and arrows were just an illusion of the incredible strategist who had gone along with them. As he pondered the situation, Mr. Ha realized that if they fought the enemy in the open, they would simply be overwhelmed by the difference in strength. He believed the only chance was to force the enemy to lose their concentration and launch a surprise attack. It was obvious to the great strategist that this was not a battle for victory, but for endurance. He did everything to ensure that they survived until Mu Huan arrived. At this moment, the enemy's defense was weakened, but Ha Jin-woo understood that they were fighting trained assassins who would soon recover and turn the tide of the battle. Before that happened, he wanted to create another opportunity for salvation, and Moonjun was in charge of carrying out this plan. At that moment, Leader Yen struck his first blow. But to his surprise, it did not bring any results at all. The enemy was able to block his attack with a slight movement of his shoulder. Addressing his opponent, Cho Cheon-woo said that the leader of the Iron Dozen was making a lot of useless moves. With a slight flick of his shoulder, he sent Yeon Mu-song flying, and he crashed into the rocky surface with a thud. With incredible and undeniable strength, Master Cho continued to point out his opponent's weaknesses and said that because of his sweeping strikes, his attacks were easy to read. Looking at the spot where Leader Yen had fallen, Master Cho thought about his next move. Like a ferocious beast, the furious Yeon Mu-sung once again launched a frontal attack. This time, he forced the enemy to dodge because he used the Dragon Fang Soul technique, which possessed impressive power. The leader of the Iron Dozen used a large amount of energy on this attack, but it did not produce any results, so he jumped back to a safe distance. Demon Fist noted that his opponent was quite a bloodthirsty fighter, and then admitted that he was even a little stronger than he thought. After that, he decided to take the fight seriously and said it would be a good warm-up. Stretching his hand forward, he angrily declared that Yeon Mu-sung was worthy of tasting his venerable fist. Rushing into another attack, the leader of the Iron Dozen addressed the enemy, calling him an old beast, and asked him not to look down on him. The rest of the detachment continued to fight fiercely. Munjong tried to overcome his limits. He eluded the attention of his enemies, trying to complete his task. He attached the first seal for the scientist's second plan to the largest tree in the area. But as soon as he did so, a terrifying fighter from the Broken Fist clan, who was also a user of that dangerous technique, appeared in front of him. Quack was taken aback by his frightening appearance. The enemy suspected something was wrong and decided to strike the guy who was doing something suspicious. At the very moment when the guy was just swinging and could have been hit by a heavy fist, the spy's dog attacked the fighter of the Broken Fist and bit him on the arm. While the enemy was trying to deal with the dog, Quack caught it and saw this as an opportunity. The furious guy was ready to demonstrate the results of his training, despite the fact that his opponent was a martial arts master. As expected, his blow was stopped by his bare hand. Before countering, the master asked the young man if he was truly confident he could harm a body fortified by iron yang energy and the 100 Days Fist technique. The enemy's powerful blow sent the young student flying backwards, and he crashed into the stone surface with a thud. The landing was not exactly soft, and a column of dust rose up. The young warrior's entire body began to tremble from just one blow from the martial arts master. At that moment, he remembered the words of his mentor, Master Jin, who said that he should remain calm, extend his arm more strongly when striking, and not make decisions rashly. The advice of his elder brother and the faith of the scholar of 3 minds were what gave him a second wind in such a difficult situation. Quack Munjong did not give up and rose to his feet, encouraging himself with the thought that his opponent was nothing compared to his older brother. Both fighters rushed furiously to attack each other. Noticing the trajectory of the enemy's fist, Quack changed his stance slightly and swung his heavy sword with force. Slipping to the side, he delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's arm. In response, the furious master prepared his other hand for a strike and mockingly shouted that it would not work on him. But within a moment, it became clear that he was wrong. The martial artist was simply shocked that his fortified body could be injured by some brat. Dodging the second blow, Quack Munjong pierced his enemy's stomach. The martial artist was shocked by the audacity of the guy who managed to seriously injure him. At that moment, when the young bodyguard did not find the strength in himself to finish the attack, a dog named Earth came to his aid and with the inertia of his body pushed the sword deeper. Despite his lack of experience, Quack was able to deal with his first serious opponent. The excitement of his first serious battle clouded his mind. But as soon as he heard the dog barking, he immediately came to his senses. He couldn't stay here because he needed to hurry and finish the scientist's assignment. While collecting information from the battlefield, the scientists of the 3 minds were surprised when they learned that Munjun was such a remarkable child that he was able to complete his task. It was time to shake up the battlefield once again. Releasing his chi, Hajin Wool began to use another technique. Looking around, the very clever deputy Mu Huan realized that it was time for their tactician's second move. Addressing the entire detachment, he ordered them to retreat. The enemies did not understand why the mercenaries suddenly decided to retreat, even though there were no losses on their side. But as soon as they looked around, they realized that something terrible was approaching them. A huge and terrifying palm appeared in the air, pointing straight at them. Remembering the enemy's latest trick, they decided that it was again just an illusion, that it posed no threat to them. Just when they decided there was no point in retreating, part of the squad fell from a powerful blow. But as it turned out, they were partly right. The palm was not a physical object, and this illusion did not threaten them in any way. But at the same time, these palms contained huge trees that had been cut down and directed towards the center of the road. Addressing the deputy of the Iron Dozen, the scientist said with a sly smile that while the enemies were caught off guard, this was the best time to get rid of them. This was their chance, and Deputy Mu Huan gave the order to the Iron Squad to continue the attack. Meanwhile, inside one of the caves of the Cursed Mountains, Mu Huan was emitting an incredible amount of energy, which excited Mr. Huang. At one point, the old man noticed the presence of a stranger. Mu Huan looked around as he also sensed his presence. Mr. Huang approached the stranger and asked him to introduce himself. It turned out that it was the spy Chong Ying, He was simply in shock the moment he felt that evil chi energy again. The man remembered that it was the same chi that had taken over his mind when he tried to search the target's things. While Mr. Huang was preparing to accept the fight, Master Jin approached him and informed him that this was his assistant and that he had been following his tracks for some time. As soon as Chun Ying decided to show up, he declared that he was not an assistant, but was simply keeping an eye on the rising star Murm. At that very moment, a raven flew towards them. The dancer, in horror, told them the news that the Iron Dozen squad had met the army of the Broken Fist clan. Mu Wan was shocked that this actually happened while they were away. Realizing the danger of the situation, he immediately set out on the road. The boys couldn't keep up with him, but Mu Wan didn't pay any attention to them, because he had to get to the scene as quickly as possible, not only to protect his comrades, but also to carry out the long-awaited revenge, a desire for which he shared with his cursed blade. In just a moment, Master Jin made such a powerful leap forward that he destroyed the stone surface and disappeared from the sight of the others. The Northern Heavenly Clan's heir and his blade's strength raged at the thought of being so close to their goal. Using the Demon Dragon sword technique, the leader, Yan Musung, continued to unleash an incredible amount of attacks, ignoring the enormous expenditure of internal energy. But all these attacks were no match for one of the strongest warriors on the continent. Cho Cheon-woo remained standing in place, and instead of dodging, he delivered a powerful blow. By creating a powerful shockwave, he was able to stop powerful enemy combinations. Leader Yen was alarmed the moment he saw that the enemy was able to block his attacks with just the wind he created from his hand. Within a moment, Master Musen decided to change tactics and appeared behind his opponent to deliver a surprise blow. At that moment, Leader Cho turned to him and said that it didn't matter whether the opponent could anticipate your attacks or not if your strength was significantly superior to his. After saying these words, he delivered a terrifyingly powerful punch towards the leader of the Iron Squad. Despite all of Musen's efforts, he was simply overwhelmed by the brute force of the furious enemy. Although Leader Yen was able to partially weaken the enemy's attack by blocking it with his sword, he still suffered serious injuries. Addressing his opponent, Musong was perplexed as to why the demon's fist hadn't weakened with age. Ignoring the question, Cho Cheon-woo readied his fist for the next attack and said that he had overestimated his opponent when he thought he would be suitable for a warm-up. He then launched a lightning-fast strike, causing the surface to crumble. Leader Yen barely managed to escape the deadly attack. Demon Fist was surprised that the enemy was still able to dodge. Trying to follow the leader of the Iron Dozen, he felt that he had caught on something. As it turned out, Musen had managed to secure his cloak to the surface with his blade. At that moment, the time came for a counterattack. Leader Yan Musung took advantage of the moment to launch one of his strongest attacks. The Chaos Demon's slashing technique destroyed everything in its path, and it was hard to believe that anyone could survive something like that. After the final attack, Yen could barely stay conscious, as he had expended too much energy and had been hit by several heavy enemy blows. But looking at the column of dust, he saw that the enemy was still standing on his feet. Cho Cheon-woo was able to defend himself with his fist, after which he admitted that he had nevertheless aged, since he had not noticed the weakling's primitive trick. Releasing his power, the furious warrior began to destroy everything around him. Leader Yen knew the situation was worse than ever, as the enemy had not only blocked the attack, but had also changed his attitude towards the fight. The enemy's powerful energy began to fill the battlefield, and Leader Yen could do nothing about it as he was already at his limit. At the same time, the leader of the Broken Fist clan closed the distance with the leader of the Iron Dozen squad and delivered a furious punch. The battlefield between their troops remained tense. Mu Huan saw that the trees that had fallen on the enemy had only slowed the battle as the enemy quickly recovered and began to return to their battle formation. Users of terrifying band technology are back in action. Analyzing the situation, the scientist of three minds could notice a positive side, since wasting time on such tricks irritates the enemies and they begin to lose concentration. Based on this logic, he thought that if they continued such attacks, it would not only reduce the enemy's strength, but also cause confusion. Afterwards, he asked Mr. Tang if he had completed his part of the preparations. Everything was ready, but the old man wondered how the scientist planned to use his poison if it simply temporarily blocked the collection of qi energy. In response, the scientist merely inquired whether the master of 10,000 poisons would be able to spread this substance across the entire battlefield. As it turned out, Mr. Tang only had the ability to control poison within the radius of his arms, so it was impossible for him to reach such a distance. Hearing his words, Hajin Wool thought about how to resolve this situation. Observing the conversation, Master Tang Mi-Rei offered to give her the opportunity to deliver the poison to the battlefield. After some time, new traps were set. Having completed the task, Quack shouted to the scientist that everything was ready. With a wild, anticipatory look, the scientist of 3 minds suggested that the boys shake up the battlefield for the 3rd time. Rising to his feet, he began using the illusion technique again. After that, the entire area of their battlefield was surrounded by an illusory sphere. The enemies were surprised by this latest trick and began to doubt whether it was a real illusion or not. Within moments, they began to lose their ability to see. The enemies began to lose concentration and inform each other about the loss of vision. Even the great mind of Mu Huan was shocked by what was happening. He recognized this illusion as the charm of the night ghosts. The learned master knew it was an illusion whose protective properties were considered the best in the world. He couldn't believe that Master Ha was capable of such a thing. In fact, the deputy also had the skill of illusions, but it would have taken him 4 days to recreate something similar. The incredible potential of the 3-mind scholar made him think that such a person could control a large army with his skills. The talent of the scientist named Hajin Wool shone like never before. To deal with the enemy's illusion, one of the enemy masters shouted to his comrades that they should gather qi and direct it to their eyes. But at that very moment, they realized that they couldn't do it. The reason for this was the spread of poison, which Meyer was already dealing with. But at one point, some fighter sensed her presence and pointed his hand in her direction. A moment before the impact, she was able to dodge the deadly attack, but her poison vessels were destroyed. Noticing the enemy, the Broken Fist clan martial artist shouted that the poison user was right in front of her and close to the ground. Sensing her presence, the furious warriors moved towards her with terrifying force. Just when it seemed like there was no way out of the situation, Master Jin appeared before her. The girl was already saying goodbye to life and could not believe that this gentleman would save her once again from imminent death. Mu Wan entered the battle, surprising everyone around him with his terrifying energy. With one slash of eternal darkness, he got rid of those warriors who threatened the daughter of the great Tang family. After that, he saw Yan Musong, who was on the verge of death, in the hands of the enemy leader. The experienced warrior Cho Cheon Wu sensed the approach of a powerful energy. In just a moment, Mu Wan knocked his comrade, whom the Broken Fist leader wanted to finish off, out of his hands. The appearance of the Northern Blade was unexpected and spectacular. Filled with rage from the slaughter he had caused with his blade, Mu Wan angrily addressed his enemy by name. Looking at the master he was trying to find, Cho Cheon Wu immediately realized who he was. He felt that the person in front of him was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, so he called him by name. The shocked leader of the Broken Fist quickly returned to his senses. He began shouting, his expression wild and crazed, that no one else could have become known by the name of the Northern Blade. He declared that it was no wonder the mention of this master now got on his nerves. Holding his blade in his hand, Mu Wan greeted his enemy, calling him uncle. Cho Cheon Wu was surprised that his nephew did not die 7 years ago. He suggested that he should praise the heir for surviving. But he still wondered why Wu Wan had returned to this world when it was obvious that it would have been better if he had continued to live in silence, choosing a calmer and easier path. The Broken Fist leader believed that Mu Wan knew that no one in this world would accept his existence. In response, Master Jin said with a cold gaze that he had thought about living an ordinary life, but over time he realized that the people of this world did not want to leave him alone. Looking at his hated uncle, he called him one of them and mentioned his sins when, after betraying the Northern Heavenly Clan, he barely managed to capture the Unnam province and failed to properly take care of its prosperity, because of which the people dear to Master Jin were put in danger. Moreover, it was precisely because of the irresponsibility of the former member of the Northern Heaven's Great Four that the Silent Night clan was able to pull off its scheme. Looking at his uncle with hatred, Mu Wan said he had once respected him. Master Jin explained that when he was young, Master Cho seemed strong and reliable to him, but it turned out to be a mistake, even though he still considered his uncle a worthy man even after his betrayal. According to him, Cho Cheon-woo had fallen to the lowest depths. Lowering his head slightly, the Broken Fist leader acknowledged that his dear nephew had indeed matured. Slamming his scabbard onto the surface, Mu Wan spoke of something his uncle hadn't expected: the extermination of an entire tribe and the slaughter of the people of the Jade City. Mu Wan didn't understand what he was trying to achieve and assumed he'd started this battle to vent his anger on them. In response, Cho Chung-woo stated that in order to achieve a great goal, a small sacrifice was necessary. He believed this was one of the fundamental principles of the world, one that operated throughout its existence. Hatred and anger consumed Master Jin, but he was still able to continue the conversation and asked if it was worth it, after which he again asked his uncle to look at what he had become. Mu Wan was distraught that the uncle he respected was now indulging in his disgusting greed and lust for power, becoming nothing more than a decrepit, crazy old man. These words offended the former member of the Four Northern Heavens, and he asked the master to watch his language, after which he threateningly said that his small and foolish nephew needed to be taught an important lesson. As Mu Wan and his vile uncle drew ever closer to battle, the leader of the Iron Dozen finally came to his senses. At that moment, Mr. Huang ran up to him to make sure he was okay. This question was unnecessary. The condition of the leader of the Iron Dozen was deplorable, and he felt like all his bones were broken. Lord Huang picked up the wounded fighter, dissatisfied with his disastrous luck in facing Cho Cheon-woo. He thought that after such an incident, the White Dragon merchant troop should double his reward. However, Mu Wan arrived on time, and after analyzing the situation, the chief tactician noticed that he had gotten rid of 3 opponents. Now they found themselves in an unexpected numerical advantage, nothing holding them back, because there were only 4 enemies left. For the first time in this battle, they took the lead. Meanwhile, Cho Cheon-woo was in no hurry to fight, and shared a story about how, when he was young, the Northern Heavenly Clan meant everything to him. He believed he was prouder of the clan than anyone else, and the whole purpose of his existence was to protect the people of the mainland from the Silent Night. However, in the end, he erased this feeling from his heart, believing that people had no idea how hard and painful it was for him to experience it. Addressing his nephew, the Demon Fist said that his father and he had spent half their lives fighting against the Silent Night, and thanks to that, they were able to bring back peace. After that, all that remained was for them to pass the clan on to their heirs and ascend to the heavens, fully entitled to bask in their glory. Cho Cheon-woo couldn't accept the fact that they were the only ones suffering, while the scum of the 9 heavens took all the credit for themselves. The former member of the Four Northern Heavens believed that the leader of their clan was to blame for all of this, that he was afraid of something and refused to leave the north. Cho Cheon-woo believed that the fact that Jin Kwang-ho acted like this while being so powerful could only mean that he was planning to take over the world on his own. In response, Mu Wan said that his uncle was wrong, as he only saw him like this because of his own inferiority complex. With a sly and nasty smile, he laughingly replied that perhaps his nephew was right, after which he stated that despite this, it was Jin Kwang-ho who was the only one who wanted to sell the Silent Night continent. After that, he stated that in that case, Mu Wan was nothing more than the son of a traitor. In response to these ambiguous words, Mu Wan said with a serious face that he knew that Cheon-woo believed it, even though he knew better than anyone that it was not true. The truth hurt the pride of one of the greatest warriors of the Heavenly Alliance. After that, without further ado, he directed a powerful blow of the royal fist at his nephew. The incredible shockwave destroyed everything in its path, shattering rocky surfaces and turning trees into splinters. Even the tops of the rocks that were in the path of his blow were destroyed. Despite this, Mu Wan continued his speech and said that his uncle had thrown away his honor to gain more power, and that was why he was striving for the heavens, because they were bathed in their glory, which he only wanted for himself. As the enemy was about to strike another vicious blow, his nephew added that belonging to the northern clan was only a burden for Cho Cheon-woo, because he was afraid that if he left alone, his reputation would collapse and no one would respect him, and this was not the image he wanted to maintain. After shouting furiously at his opponent to shut up, the demon's fist launched another blow towards him. Although Mu Wan blocked the blow, the powerful shockwave sent him flying into the rock, causing it to crack under the pressure. The northern blade was still intact. His opponent was instantly nearby, but Mu Wan, filled with anger, had no intention of running away from the terrifying force and rushed towards it. With a cold gaze, he declared that his uncle had slandered his father, killed him, and abandoned the northern heavenly clan, and then asked the traitor if that was really the case. In just a moment, two incredibly powerful forces clashed in battle. Mu Wan underestimated his opponent and missed his blow. Because of this, he crashed into the surface with a roar, experiencing not the softest landing. While in the air, Cho Cheon-woo called his opponent his dear nephew, incurring the king's wrath. He believed he must now get rid of him to ensure the false rumors of the heir's death became true. But just a moment before the impact, he saw a bright purple flash at the place where Mu Wan landed. The darkness reached him before he could even think about how to avoid the counterattack. A huge amount of eternal darkness crashed into the broken fist leader. Having barely blocked the attack, Cho Cheon-woo landed on the ground, shocked that his nephew was still able to stand on his feet. He couldn't believe that his armor was damaged, and an unexpected scar appeared on his face. Cho Cheon-woo realized that he had been too careless in underestimating his opponent. With an arrogant and terrifying look, the serious Mu Wan declared that from now on, he would reclaim the former legacies of the Northern Heavenly Clan one by one. The battle between two people with superhuman strength changed the landscape of the peaceful area of Unnam Province. Now the tide of the battle had changed noticeably, and Mu Wan was moving forward. The heir of the Northern Clan went on the attack and rushed to take revenge for himself and for the tribe that was destroyed at the hands of his cruel uncle. A battle of this level was not what Cho Cheon-woo expected. His nephew turned out to be much stronger than he expected. The previous blow had forced him to concentrate on his balance, and as he kicked the surface, he raised huge stone jowls into the air. Mu Wan was eager to strike again, so the experienced warrior decided to resort to trickery. He aimed his blow at the stone he had pushed forward in front of him. A huge stone flew towards the swordmaster, who was in the air and could not dodge. But this move did not change the direction of the heir of the Northern Clan at all. He decided to cut the stone that was flying towards him. As it turned out, this was a diversionary maneuver, and a moment later, the enemy aimed his destructive fist at the swordmaster. The master, possessing incredible speed, managed to dodge. After that, Mu Wan aimed his blow at the old man, who now understood why his nephew was called the rising star of the Murim world. The fierce battle between the young master and the experienced warrior continued. They exchanged a series of blows that were constantly blocked and produced no results. If this battle had taken place near the Iron Dozen detachment, it is unlikely that anyone would have survived. During the battle, the old man reflected on the fact that the head of the Jin clan had never taught his son martial arts. He was certain that Kwang Ho had only forced his son to read books, so he assumed the Celestial Alliance had missed some scrolls containing techniques. He thought it was nonsense, because the great lord of the northern skies had taken away all the techniques. The hand-to-hand combat techniques were taken over by Master Cho, while the sword techniques were taken over by Yang Zhonghua. Because of these memories, the Broken Fist leader couldn't understand why his opponent was proficient in martial arts. As he prepared for a major attack, he thought about how Mu Wan acquired this knowledge, regardless of where or how, if he was still an inexperienced master. Despite this, he sensed his danger and intended to stop him before he became a threat to his future. After that, one of the Northern Heavens Four used the Endless Fists of Destruction technique. Mu Wan didn't have time to escape from this quick attack. The crushing force destroyed everything in its path. The martial arts master thought this was the end, but a moment later he saw that Mu Wan had escaped serious injury. Only a few cuts appeared on his nephew's body, and he was already ready to strike back. Filled with the desire for revenge, Mu Wan uttered the name of his Shadow Sword of the End technique. His enemy didn't even have time to put up a block before the young master rushed past him. The Broken Fist clan leader's rough armor, which no enemy had been able to damage for the past decade, was completely destroyed. To do this, Mu Wan used the Blood Rain technique. The devastating power of the Northern Blade brought back memories for the experienced fighter. As the leader of the fourth-generation Northern Heavenly clan, he recalled how Kwang Ho wielded a sword, but was still superior to him in a fistfight, despite honing his skills his entire life. Cho Cheon-woo was always puzzled by how the Jin clan's leader always won. He truly respected him and envied his skills, because no matter how hard he trained, he couldn't surpass his leader's skills. To him, the results of the battles looked like Jin Kwang Ho knew a secret technique that no one else had ever heard of. After their last battle, Cho Cheon-woo wanted to learn the next technique, but the leader replied that he was already one of the best martial artists in the transcendent realm. Despite his words, Demon Fist believed he still lacked the skill to match the leader. Master Kwang Ho replied that his disciple was already incredibly strong and would have won if he had concentrated a little more. He was certain that no one in this world could match his disciple in hand-to-hand combat. He advised him to act wisely and curb his callous nature, for while it's good for a martial artist to have a thirst for power, one must know when to stop. Kwang Ho believed that when his student understood his message, he would transcend his limits and gain even greater strength. After listening to his wisdom to the end, Cho Cheon-woo thanked the clan leader for the valuable lesson. Next, he asked the master if he had made a decision regarding his recent proposal to move to the mainland. In response, the leader merely waved his hand and said he needed more time to think about it. Cho Cheon-woo believed that Jin Kwang Ho not only did not want to move to the mainland, but he did not even want to teach him the final stage of martial arts. He was sure that the leader was afraid that the demon's fist would one day surpass his strength. It was these very guesses that led him to the ranks of traitors who overthrew the leader of the Northern Heavenly clan from the throne. Once he had completed his dastardly plan, he went to the library in search of knowledge about the final stage of mastery of the hand-to-hand combat style. He was desperate, unable to find anything. He began to realize that the leader had truly taught him everything there was to know about the Northern Celestial clan. Not accepting this information, Cho Cheon-woo continued to search for something else that he was missing. He thought that there was something else great hidden somewhere. But at that moment, he met the gaze of Mu Won, the son of the leader he betrayed out of his thirst for power. Realizing the heinousness of the act he had committed, Master Cho justified himself by saying that it was too late for him to retreat and that he had to go to the end. When it came to this, he decided to develop his own martial art that could surpass the techniques of the Northern Heavenly clan. The moment Mu Wan dealt him a blow that destroyed his armor, Cho Cheon-woo was cornered and said that he couldn't believe that he would have to use his own martial art, which he specially created, to defeat the 9 heavens. After these words, the incredibly experienced warrior inhaled a large amount of air. The clenching of his terrifyingly powerful fists began to emit a red light. Mu Wan felt that his opponent had become much more serious and began to use a huge amount of his energy. The Broken Fist clan leader's hands literally blazed up. This was the Shining Fist of Heaven technique. Now Cho Cheon-woo looked completely different. Mu Wan already felt a serious danger from the huge amount of chi energy. As he took his stance, he realized that his opponent was now on a completely different level than before. Master Cho looked absolutely terrifying as he clenched his fist, steam coming out of his mouth as his body temperature rose to the limit. Mu Wan immediately became wary and prepared to attack. A powerful stream of energy was directed towards him. Mu Wan could barely contain this power with his blade. Within a moment, his opponent had moved. Using this technique, the enemy completely transformed and became incredibly fast, so much so that even the northern blade could barely keep up with his movements. The enemy was already striking, and Mu Wan realized that he had been too slow. The powerful destructive force of the shining fists hit Master Jin straight. Mu Wan could hardly stand up after being so seriously injured. A moment later, the enemy put his hand on his face. Grabbing his head, Cho Cheon-woo lifted his nephew into the air. After that, he swung high to hit it against the surface again. But the master of hand-to-hand martial arts did not have time to complete this blow. Mu Wan managed to break free of his death grip, and preparing his fist for the next blow, Master Cheon-woo was surprised that the boy still had strength left after striking him with his shining fist of heaven. This only confirmed that he was the heir of the great master Kwang Ho. After this, the hypocritical uncle called his nephew a traitor and furiously swung at him for a second blow. A huge blazing aura of chi energy appeared behind his left hand. A powerful energy was directed at the master in an instant, who was in the air and unable to dodge. From the strong attack, Master Jin crashed into the top of the cliff and destroyed part of it with his own body. Addressing his nephew, who was seriously injured in the latest attack, Cho Chun-woo stated that no matter how much he denied that his father was a traitor, if he could do nothing, the whole world would believe it, and the information would become true. Launching a furious attack, Master Cho called the young master of the northern clan the son of a traitor, and said that the time had come for him to join his father. Meanwhile, the ferocious fighters of the Iron Dozen finished off their enemies without any difficulty due to their numerical superiority. The scientist of 3 minds diligently encouraged them and rooted for their victory with all his might. Mr. Tang stood silently next to him. He did not share his colleagues' thirst for destruction of his enemies, and said that although these Broken Fist clan assassins had wiped out a huge portion of the Jade City's population, they had already lost the will to fight and could now spare those who surrendered. Hearing these words, Ha Jin-wol glanced coldly at Senior Master Tang. Addressing him, he said that he was sure that the Master of 10,000 Poisons knew that he despised the world of Murim. He spoke about how the continent despises those who are not capable of being strong. Therefore, the weak are not only disliked by the strong, but also become a target for the weak and are absorbed by both groups. He believed that this might not be the best time for them, but it was still necessary to finish everything properly, because in the world of Murima, it was always better to get rid of something that had reached a level far beyond your own capabilities. The same logic was followed by Cho Cheon-woo, who tried to eliminate the threat that called into question his future dominance. Using the Heavenly Destruction Rain technique, he directed it at his niece. Mu Wan couldn't dodge in any way because he was in free flight. The powerful attack instantly created a huge crater in the surface, from which a powerful shockwave spread. The leader of the Broken Fist clan unleashed an incredibly powerful attack. Even after that, he continued to keep his fist on the face of the Northern Heavenly clan's heir. He began to feel a little tired from using so much energy, but he was determined to finish the job. But at that very moment, he felt a sudden pain. Master Jin's sword pierced his side. Looking at the boy again, Cho Cheon-woo saw that he was still conscious and continued to release his cold and terrifying energy. At that moment, he was horrified by what was happening. He was shocked by what happened. It seemed to him that he saw the silhouette of some woman. As he walked away, he thought that the son of his leader, whom he had betrayed, was using some strange martial arts because despite his experience, he could not read his movements. They were silent, like a shadow, and disappeared without a trace. Mu Wan began to rise little by little and thought that if it weren't for the snowflower, He would have lost consciousness due to such a dangerous attack. After these blows, it became clear that the fist of the demon Cho Cheon-woo was much stronger than he thought. At the same time, the leader of the Broken Fist clan began to panic a little due to the blade's strange influence distorting his senses. At that moment, Mu-won realized that the next attack was an opportunity given to him by the Snowflower. He slammed his fist hard into the hilt of his blade, driving it in even deeper. Enraged by the situation, Cho Cheon-woo could hardly move and felt unbearable pain. After that, Master Jin used the handle of the blade as a support. Pushing off the blade, he delivered a knee strike to his enemy's face. The rage in the guy's eyes was simply indescribable. Grabbing the vile enemy by the hair, he struck him on the head with his elbow. Holding on to his opponent, Mu-won continued this series of furious strikes. He was the embodiment of rage, which he shared with his blade and all the victims of this vile man. The great warrior of the four northern heavens could not resist. He wanted to stop his opponent, but he couldn't do anything. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. As Mu-won launched furious attacks, the opponent's body began to be enveloped in ominous chi energy. Gathering all his remaining energy, Cho Cheon-woo began to resist the darkness that was consuming him. Mu-won immediately noticed that the time for unanswered blows was over. With an epic somersault, he managed to dodge his opponent's counterattack and even took the blade with him. This is the first time in 10 years that Cho Chung-woo has been so seriously injured. He was furious at what had happened, but believed that his weakened opponent was no longer capable of anything. But a moment later, Mu-won rushed to attack again. Cho Cheon-woo decided to meet him with a blow, but the heir of the northern clan dodged the attack. At the last moment, Mu-won started doing something strange with his sword and ended up changing his grip. Suddenly, he pierced his enemy's supporting leg. He then launched a series of fist punches at his opponent's body. To deliver the next blow, he grabbed his clothes. It was a high knee strike to the stomach, right where he had wounded the enemy with his blade. A series of lightning-fast strikes caused the enemy incredible pain, and he coughed up blood. At the same moment, the weakened Cho Cheon-woo launched a fearsome punch, but Mu-won blocked it with one hand. After that, the guy instantly returned his sword. He then thrust it into the opponent's right hand, which he was trying to use to strike him. Filled with hatred, Mu-won continued to cut into his enemy's body. His right hand was immobilized, and the furious traitor nervously clenched his teeth and swung his left hand. Mu-won didn't have time to defend himself from this counterattack. At that very moment, he pulled his blade from the enemy's right hand. Instead of blocking the blow, Mu-won stabbed his sword into his forearm. Having wounded his opponent's pride and his hands, Master Jin switched to hand-to-hand combat and began to strike him countless times with his fists. The wounds were taking their toll, and the demon fist was already in a difficult situation. Filled with rage, he called his opponent names and missed his blow again. In response, Mu-won attempted a vertical slash, but the enemy managed to dodge. Having missed the second time, the demon's emotional fist missed the sword strike to the shoulder. The battle's productivity dropped sharply, and it was time to regroup. The Northern Heavenly Clan leader and the Broken Fist clan leader jumped back a short distance. Mu-won was ready to continue fighting his vile enemy. At the same time, Cho Cheon-woo was on the verge of despair because he lost to some little brat. His arrogance did not allow him to stop. Without sparing himself, he shouted his nickname and declared that this was not the end. Without sparing his own body, the Broken Fist clan chief once again began to release a massive amount of energy to use the shining heavenly fist. His furious cry spread throughout the surrounding area. Arrogance and pride did not allow him to soberly assess the situation. The battle had reached its climax, and turning to his uncle, Master Jin declared that it was time to end it. With smooth and quiet movements of the blade, Mu-won turned to the use of the technique. His body began to be enveloped in eternal darkness. With an unwavering, cold, and bloodthirsty gaze, he asked his opponent to remember his words that he would kill him. After that, Mu-won used his concentration skill and launched a strike. His dissection was completed before Cho Cheon-woo could do anything. A split second later, a powerful stream of energy was directed at the leader of the Broken Fist. Cho Cheon-woo didn't even realize what had happened. The Northern Heavenly Clan's heir's blade's slash was not stopped by the enemy's body, and its power created a chasm in the middle of the province. An incredible destructive force shook everything around, and the guys who were with the Iron Dozen could not help but notice it. The enemy was defeated and fell to the ground. Turning to his nephew, he asked in a trembling and weakened voice where he had learned this art of swordsmanship. Pointing his blade at his defeated uncle, Mu-won replied that he had learned this from the Northern Heavenly Clan. The old man, on the brink of death, was surprised that such an art existed in the Northern Celestial Clan. It became clear to him that Yongjong-hwa had only taken the husk, not the fruit itself. After that, Mu-won asked why Uncle didn't use the chi energy he acquired through the blood demonic art that used the blood of women. Cho Cheon-woo didn't understand what was going on. He said that even if he wanted power, he would never have chosen the path of demonic arts. All he had were the fists of heavenly destruction. His journey began in the Northern Heavenly Clan. After another defeat at the hands of the legendary clan's heir, on the brink of death, he realized that he still could not surpass him. Without looking up at his nephew's cold gaze, he asked him to finish what he had started. In response, Mu-won coldly asked if he should expect the last words. But the leader of the broken clan only laughed at his question, saying that it would contradict all his convictions. Without listening to his speech until the end, Mu-won finished what he started. The vile fists of heavenly destruction fell and no longer threatened this world with their cruelty. The young master's revenge against the traitor was accomplished. Watching this, Chong-ying couldn't collect his expression, shocked by the battle between the two monsters. The battle of the Iron Dozen squad was over. Mr. Tang was trying to discuss something with his niece, but Master Mireille was probably unable to distract herself from thoughts of the beautiful northern blade. The Iron Dozen, with the exception of their leader, were almost unharmed. Less important fighters, such as the merchant troops' bodyguards, were tasked with clearing the battlefield. Among the bodyguards who dealt with the terrible aftermath of the battle was Mr. Huang. The fallen martial artists they had fought against had previously been members of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He still remembered them, and so he felt a certain sorrow and heaviness in his soul. At the same time, Captain Kong and the children of the Hawei family watched a certain person with surprise. They were particularly interested in the scientist Ha Jin-woo. They were amazed by his skill. Mr. Ha used his illusionary powers to slow his opponent's movements while simultaneously directing them on how and when to attack. While chaos reigned on the battlefield, he maintained a barrier protecting those who lacked martial arts skills. Captain Cone thought he was simply an incredible craftsman. He had previously heard that the scholar Ha Jin-woo was traveling with Mr. Jin, so he was confident that if they wanted something, they would definitely achieve it. Ha Jin-woo himself was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, as all the battles, including his young master's duel, were already over. Nervously biting his finger, he thought about how he had started preparing for various events back when he announced that he would return to the world of Murim. Even a genius wouldn't have expected something like this to happen so quickly. Now it became clear to him that there was no way back, and now he was officially in the same boat with Master Jin. Still, he did not understand when his young master would return. As soon as he thought about him, his gaze changed because someone appeared on the horizon. Mu-won walked slowly towards them, but for some reason dust was rising behind him. Everyone present looked excitedly at the one who had managed to survive the battle with one of the four northern heavens. Within a moment, it became clear that he was pulling the former leader of the Broken Fist clan by the hair. Having finished his battle, he only now returned the snowflower to its sheath. Stopping, he was surprised at how the members of the Iron Dozen and the bodyguards of the White Dragon merchant troop began to behave. They all suddenly fell to their knees and bowed their heads respectfully before the one who saved their lives. Many people were injured, so the guys could not continue their return to the palace of the White Dragon and set up camp. Mu-won had already received medical attention and his entire body was bandaged. Mr. Huang, seeing his interest in the gift of clothing for the first time, excitedly tried to help him mend it, realizing he'd have to find something new soon. Addressing the Northern Blade soldier, Mr. Tang suggested they stop at their residence and rest on their way to the Central Celestial Alliance. Scholar Huo was not opposed, but was concerned about the impact it would have on the relationship between the great family and the government. The old man replied that he would decide that himself. Meanwhile, the wounded leader of the Iron Dozen recalled recent events with discontent and said that all he now wanted was to get as far away as possible from this problematic province. The protection of their camp was handled by the White Dragon's bodyguards. Captain Khan was responsible for their work and asked that anything suspicious be reported immediately. As soon as Scholar Ho approached the fire where his master sat, he said that nothing in this world could be hidden forever, as people simply lacked the will and strength to do so. He was concerned that the Central Alliance was surely already monitoring their every move. At that moment, some weirdo appeared in front of them and said that they shouldn't worry about it. Of course, it was the spy Chun Ying. He was monitoring the surroundings and could say with certainty that only the Dark Moon would have information regarding this incident. Hearing this, those present were surprised. Analyzing the situation and the reports from his animals, Chong Ying found it strange that none of the Central Heavenly Alliance's spies were here. Even though both the Broken Fist clan and the Northern Blade were involved, he expected that there would be at least one person from the Alliance here to keep an eye on them. However, he was incredibly shocked when he saw even more power from the mysterious heir of the Northern clan, who was able to kill Cho Cheon Wu himself. Looking at the master, he was even afraid to think about what would happen next. At that moment, shocked by what was happening, Leader Yong asked what the Dark Moon was doing there. He had even sensed the spy's presence and was certain they were facing a martial arts master. In response, Mu Wan merely nodded silently. Mr. Tang was also lost in thought. He thought that if the Heavenly Central Alliance was keeping an eye on Unnam Province, then it was odd that no one was keeping an eye on the incident here. Still, he also admitted he hadn't expected the Dark Moon to be involved in all of this. Looking at Mr. Jin, he wondered who that mysterious master with incredible power was. The scientist came to the conclusion that when the gentleman said that there was someone helping him from the shadows, it was precisely the Dark Moon spy, which already seemed like quite good support. After taking a closer look at the strange master of disguise, the scholar Hajin Wol understood that the Dark Moon always wants to monopolize important information. But despite this, Chun In revealed his identity to them, which means that he is already an ally of Mu Wan. And the Iron Squad, responsible for protecting the White Dragon Trading Association, thanks to the young master, was not only able to carry out the escort, but also retain its fighters. They owed an indescribable debt to the heir of the Northern Celestial clan. The same applied to the Tang family. Since they prioritized honor and respect, the scholar was confident that they would do everything to repay the savior. He couldn't say anything about Mr. Huang and Master Kwok, who looked ridiculous, because in fact, they were the reason why Mu Wan went to the province. There is still the White Dragon Trade Association. They also received quite a lot of help from the master, so they will probably also return the favor and become a big financial captain for the future Northern Blade Squad. Still, the scientist was surprised that no one was watching them, but he attributed it to ordinary luck. After that, he walked up to Master Jin and whispered something in his ear. As soon as he told the gentleman his plan, he suggested that those present should introduce themselves properly before continuing to talk about anything. After that, the scholar pointed his hand at the young master and suddenly declared that he was the 5th-generation head of the Northern Heavenly Clan named Jin Mu Wan. Upon hearing this, everyone present was in indescribable shock. The spy was simply shocked because information that only the Dark Moon should have had was revealed to a large number of people. The shocked old man Tang couldn't believe it was true because the whole world thought that the last heir of the North had died in an incident about 7 years ago. Taking the opportunity, he addressed Jin and declared that their family leader had always regretted his failure to help the Northern Heavenly Clan 10 years ago. He then declared that if that were the case, then Mr. Jin should come and meet the Tang family leader in person. Realizing that the person in front of him was none other than the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Captain Khan realized that all the miracles now began to make sense. It was then that he realized that in that case, Huang Chul was also a former member of that legendary clan that saved Murim from the Silent Night. Upon learning this unexpected information, Leader Yen began shouting in amazement that his dear comrade Jin could have already told him he was the leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He declared that he had always known the young master was no ordinary person but someone mysterious and wondrous, and, after all these violent reactions, Mu Wan continued to calmly and silently mend his clothes, while his soldier, Hajin Wol, asked everyone to calm down and recalled that everyone present had received some kind of help from the heir. To make sure of this, he looked sharply at those present and asked if it was true. After this, he stated that the Central Celestial Alliance had already begun to take an interest in the rising star of the Murim world, a master known by the nickname of the Northern Blade. He was leading to the fact that they still don't know that this is the last heir and head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, but as soon as they find out the truth, they will do everything possible to capture him. The scientist admitted that although he was quite strong, if the Alliance attacked them with all their might, Mu Wan would not be able to win. He meant that now was not the right time to reveal himself to the world, because the young master still needed more strength and help. Extending his arms towards those present and theatrically closing his eyes, Scholar Ho said that it was now their turn to provide the heir of the Northern Clan with their support. To justify the risks, he explained that after recent incidents, they were all in the same boat and bound by a common destiny. Since the heir's identity would sooner or later be revealed, Scholar Ho asked everyone to complete a simple task and try to keep it a secret for a while. Having declared his trust in everyone present, Scholar Hajin Wol proposed moving on to the next topic. Pointing his finger at the ridiculous spy, he said that they needed Chun Ying to start working as soon as possible. In his defense, he recalled the words about them being bound by a common destiny, and, besides, the Dark Moon wanted to monopolize important information. He doubted that the representatives of that organization would want to retreat after going so far. Having no other choice, Chun Ying resigned himself and asked what they wanted from him. The scientist replied that rumors were known to cause confusion, so he came up with an incredible and probably crazy idea. As it turned out, he did not want to draw even more attention to the identity of the Northern Blade and asked to give out information about the death of the leader of the Broken Fist for the failed attempt to pursue and destroy the organization of the Silent Night. The scientist was sure that if the Central Celestial Alliance decided to personally investigate the matter, it would only be a matter of time before they learned the truth, but for now, it would be better if everyone accepted their story as the truth. Dissatisfied with the orders from outside, Chun Ying had no choice but to call his animals because they had a new job. The spy wrote letters which he delivered to the Dark Moon organization with the help of his faithful animals. Taking the opportunity, the third son of Jankin approached the heir of the Northern Clan and said that if he ever needed help, he could contact the White Dragon Trading Association. He assured that they would do everything possible to support Mr. Jin. Mu Wan politely replied that their words were more than enough. The excited Mr. Huang was finally able to approach his young master. With a sincere smile on his face, Mu Wan told his dear friend that everything was fine and he could take care of his personal assignment from Mrs. No Tay Tay. The old man simply didn't expect their paths to diverge so quickly. He promised to do everything possible to be by his master's side, but since Lady No had asked him to complete a task, he would have to leave the heir of the Northern Clan for a while. After hearing the young master's thanks, Huang promised that once he had completed his business with the White Dragon Trading Association, he would continue to hone his martial arts and, once finished, he would do everything possible to join the heir of the Northern Clan. With tears in his eyes, Kwok's younger brother promised that he would also do his best to become stronger and surprise him the next time they met. After that, he suddenly rushed towards Master Jin and gave him a last hug. He thanked him for everything he had done for him and asked him to take care of himself. Mu Wan was touched, and with a sincere and kind laugh, he asked his younger brother to also be careful, after which he assured him that they would meet again. Then the leader of the Iron Dozen approached them and asked if Mu Wan was really going to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Master Jin was surprised by his interest and replied that it was true and that on the way they would stop at the Tang family residence. As it turned out, Leader Yen wanted to share rumors that due to the sudden appearance of Silent Night, the Central Alliance decided to recruit countless young masters to create a powerful organization. Most people from minor factions and trade associations want to join, so they're all flocking to the Central Alliance to seize the opportunity. The world of Murim emphasizes family affiliation over strength, so there's a lot of activity there right now. At that moment, a scholar joined them, saying that all this seemed strange to him, but the Central Celestial Alliance would gain two things from this situation. First, it would not only liberate Unnam Province from the greedy tyrant, but also seal the gates of the troublesome Cho Cheon Wu. This allowed the government to freely recruit young martial artists hungry for power. Secondly, they were able to turn the advent of the Silent Night to their advantage. In response, the mercenary's great mind said the government's plan was impressive, and he found it even more incredible that they had managed to pull it all off, as if they had already expected it to happen. Mu Huan supposed that the Nine Heavens could predict the flow of this world. The Scholar of Three Minds agreed with him, believing there was a reason why the Nine Heavens had remained at the pinnacle of their world for centuries. They were like a gigantic tree, its roots reaching to incredible depths, and its branches looming over everyone. Without considering the scholar's wisdom, Yan assumed that Mu Wan was most likely interested in forming a new group. In response, Mu Wan said he was actually heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance, as their confrontation was inevitable, and it would be better to attack them first. As it turned out, the only reason the leader of the Iron 12 mentioned it was because he was planning to go there after completing the mission. He believed they would see each other soon and promised he would never forget what Mu Wan had done for them. After bidding farewell to his new comrade, the heir of the Northern clan asked him to take good care of his mercenaries. Leader Yan Mu Sung replied that there was no need to worry and advised the leader of the Heavenly clan to watch himself, as much danger awaited him. After these words, the squad split up, and Mu Wan, along with Chun In and Ha Jin Wol, set off on the road in the Tang family's carriage. Meanwhile, in another part of Annam Province, something unexpected happened. The Central Heavenly Alliance's reconnaissance squad was killed by a man who used the forbidden martial art of the blood of 10 women. The squad leader, Chok Mu, also fell at his hands. Behind all this was a man who was not happy with the way he was being treated. Junkin revealed his true identity and was furious, believing that he had worked for many years because of his stupid father, not to become a hostage of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The hypocritical and deceitful heir of the Broken Fist clan, Cho Yunkin, could no longer contain his thirst for blood and power, which was even more terrible than his father's. Continuing on the way to the Tang family residence, the Scholar of Three Minds continued to talk about his views on the world and said that the time would come when the past and the present would blend together. He wondered what Elder Tang thought about his words about the struggle for supremacy opening the gates to the world of martial artists. All these conversations did not bother the young gentleman very much, because he was thinking about recent events. Having slain his bloodthirsty uncle, he learned that he was not the one who had drawn the wrath of his blade. Someone else was behind the destruction of the peaceful tribe in Unnam Province, because Cho Cheon-cho declared that he would never have chosen the path of demonic art. After wondering who had used the 10 women's blood demonic art, Mu Wan began to think about the possible culprits behind the incident. He had correctly guessed that it might be Cho Yunkin, but remembering his identity, he doubted it. He was distracted from his thoughts by the daughter of the Tang family. Master Meyer once again thanked him for his help. Mu Wan modestly replied that it was nothing, since it counted, as he himself had been saved thanks to her. By this, he meant that the jade amulet given to him protected his heart from the spear of one of the lords of the Silent Night. The girl, of course, didn't know about this and asked what he meant. In response, Mu Wan only smiled charmingly and did not admit what actually happened. Meanwhile, Chunying was going crazy as usual. As soon as he appeared in front of them, Elder Tang asked if he could find a suitable route for them. The incredible master replied with dissatisfaction that of course he could, because he was one of the best trackers, for whom finding a way was nothing more than a trifle. Mu Wan thanked him for his work, but that didn't make the spy feel any better. He said it would take them about 10 days to reach the small town, so Chunying suggested they hurry. One day during their journey, they stopped near a small rock where Mu Wan could enjoy the full moon alone. He found peace and solitude and the opportunity to talk to himself. Of course, the scientist couldn't ignore him and joined him, starting to preach his wisdom that despite the great disorder in the world, the sky is still beautiful, and it seems that they are all stuck in a crazy dream. Noticing the gentleman's behavior, the scholar Ha Jin Wool suggested that he had something to think about, after which he suggested that living according to the call of one's heart is not so easy. Scholar Ha said that Murim had always been ruled by force, since predators were at the top of the food chain. But on the other hand, he believed that the strongest masters weren't always at the top, since those who had spent years planning their ascension ruled. He continued the assault with his thoughts on how life is in Murim, after which he shared his opinion that as soon as only the strongest remain, the world will once again enter a new era. The whole point of this story was that if Mu Wan wanted to live by his heart, he needed eyes that could see how the world was changing. He wanted his master to have knowledge and understanding of everything happening around them. He warned his master that this was only the beginning of their journey, and that he needed to focus on his own goals, while his loyal comrades would be happy to help him fulfill his remaining obligations. In response, Mu Wan promised to remember his words. On the way to the residence, Chunying noticed a small town and suggested they take a rest. The guys, tired from the road, were not averse to visiting some tavern and finally getting some sleep on a comfortable bed. It turned out that this city was even larger than they expected, so they had the opportunity to find a decent tavern. Looking around, Mu Wan didn't pay attention to the people, of whom there were quite a lot here. One of the passing residents grabbed the master's shoulder and asked him angrily to watch where he was going. Mu Wan wasn't one to seek out conflict, so he politely apologized to the disgruntled man. But the strange man did not immediately go further. He took a closer look at the weapon that was in the stranger's hands. After that, he looked into the eyes of his offender with displeasure. As he continued, he said there were always scumbags like this man, who killed people without a second thought. He was certain Mu Wan was a nobleman who lived a carefree life and then learned the basics of martial arts. Looking around, Mr. Tan asked what had happened. The master of transformation was surprised by such audacity and suggested that the impudent guy could have lost his life at that moment if Master Jin had not been kind to him. After the incident, Mu Wan moved on as if nothing had happened. But after a moment, the realization of what he had noticed came to him. Mr. Tan had already noticed that something important was missing. He didn't understand how it happened, so he looked around. As it turned out, that impudent guy managed to steal 2 bags from him. He had noticed in advance that the old man had bags of a very impressive size, and therefore deliberately distracted the gentleman in order to steal them unnoticed. As soon as he moved further, he decided to see how much he had managed to steal. From the very beginning, he felt that the old man was very rich. As soon as he opened the bag, he saw some substance inside that resembled pollen. At that moment, Mr. Tang shouted at him to be careful, because there was poison inside. But it was already too late and the pollen began to evaporate, completely covering the poor fellow's face. Mr. Tan called Mireille and said that they had an emergency, as the thief could die from contact with his poison. He understood that such a quantity of yang poison could instantly kill the poor guy. But a moment later, he was simply in shock from what was happening. The thief was fine and began to cough up the poison he had accidentally absorbed in displeasure. Looking around, he looked at the master of 10,000 poisons with resentment and displeasure. He decided not to apologize and moved on, saying that it was just a waste of time and that he should find a new goal. But after a moment, Master Jin appeared in front of him. The cheeky guy asked what he wanted. Mu Wan politely extended his hand and asked the thief to return the stolen goods. His strange but polite request took the thief by surprise. After that, he grabbed his head and sighed heavily. The strange, impudent fellow hid the bag of poison in his pocket and refused the offer, asking what the master would do to him in that case. Afterwards, he said he dealt with idiots who carried swords for show. He said people like Jin act so arrogant and noble, but the moment you push them a little, they fall over like a sack of straw. This kind of behavior from people belonging to noble families infuriated the thief, so he enjoyed beating the crap out of them, and considering Master Jin to be the same, he rushed to attack. But just a moment later, Mu Wan not only dodged his furious blow, but also struck back at his opponent's stomach using the hilt of his blade. The thief jumped back, surprised that some arrogant bastard had actually managed to hit him. He realized his opponent knew something about fighting after all. Addressing the brazen thief, Mu Wan calmly told him that all of this could be avoided if he returned the stolen goods. He promised that if the boy complied with his request, he would be released, and the whole situation would be forgotten. But the impudent guy still perceived his speech as hypocritical, so he replied that now he would definitely not give it up. As he launched a furious attack, he stated that he had let his guard down earlier, but would be serious from now on. But as soon as he approached, he received a warning blow from the scabbard on the back of the head. After this, the thief began to move quickly around his target, trying to confuse the young master. Watching him, Mu Wan was surprised by the strange posture in which the thief moved. Master Jin understood that this guy didn't know the basics of martial arts, but was just fighting furiously. Although the thief possessed explosive power, he did not know how to use it properly. Mu Wan clearly saw that the enemy relied solely on his instincts, and that his fighting method was designed solely for survival. Despite the thief's efforts, no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach the body of his target. Moreover, at one point he became convinced that the master was significantly superior to him in speed. In a split second, Mu Wan found himself behind the furious guy, who was unprepared to defend himself. After that, he stabbed him in the stomach using only the sheath of his sword. The thief could no longer continue the fight, and Mu Wan decided that now they could talk. Having prescribed him a medicinal bream with a sheath, he asked if he was sure that the master he wanted to beat was really from the nobility who lived a carefree life and then studied the basics of martial arts. To change his attitude towards martial arts a little, Mu Wan began to inflict instructive blows on him and said that a good lineage means nothing and that he himself was never rich or had a comfortable life, because once his life was torture and he did everything possible to survive. Mu Wan stated that even if they don't know each other's situations, it doesn't mean they should live their lives hating each other and committing petty theft. Filled with hatred for the people around him, the talented thief asked his adversary to shut up, believing that he did not understand what he had been through. One day, when he was still a child, this boy from a poor family began to wander around different clans with a small amount of money, begging to be accepted into the clan. Addressing the master of yet another clan, he apologized for only being able to offer a small amount of money, but hoped it would be enough for the entrance fee. The little wanderer claimed to have talent. But the arrogant look of the master of one of the clans spoke for him. This situation changed the boy's life forever. The vile and disgusting master disrespectfully extorted all the money that the boy from a poor family had managed to obtain with difficulty. Tears appeared in the poor guy's eyes from that attitude. Returning home to the slums where he lived, he had to constantly hear apologies from his sick mother. She was seriously ill and was afraid of what would happen to her son. When she approached him, she was sure that he had talent. A woman who was on the verge of death apologized to her son for giving him a life of poverty, because of which she was unable to develop his talent. After those words, she handed him all the money she had managed to save during her unhappy life. Before her death, she said she hoped her son would become an outstanding master, The cruel master could not believe that some peasant had come to humiliate their clan by calling himself talented. At that moment, the arrogant master declared that true talent meant being born into a noble family and having a worthy background. The words of a disgusting representative of some arrogant family set the boy on the path of contempt. At that moment, he rushed at the arrogant bastard with hatred, and not knowing how to fight, fiercely bit his shoulder with all his strength. Muwon still stopped, seeing how the thief was acting. The master guessed that this poor fellow had not lived the best life, which made him think this way and feel resentment towards martial arts. At that moment, Mr. Tang ran up to him and asked him to stop. The master of 10,000 poisons said that this guy had a special talent and was a very unusual person. Hearing such speech, the thief looked with distrust at the gentleman from some great and, in his opinion, arrogant family. However, even this run was not the easiest, and Senior Tang thought that although he was born with an innate immunity to poisons, his body was not suitable for martial arts. Unlike him, Mirai has a good physique, which allowed her to study martial arts, but unfortunately, she has no immunity to poison. However, the boy they met in such a strange way possessed both qualities. Mr. Tang saw him display his fighting skills during the fight with Mr. Jin. In the Tang family, people who possess both qualities are incredibly rare. His personality might have been a problem, but the master of 10,000 poisons believed it was fixable, and he was definitely worth his time. As soon as he approached the thief, he extended his hand and said he was sure he had heard the name of the Tang family of Sachong. The Tang family's great lord introduced himself to the thief as the owner of 10,000 poisons. Afterwards, he said it was a shame that the guy they had met so awkwardly lived like a street thug and no one noticed his talent. He admitted that he had been looking everywhere for a person who would be blessed with good physiology and chi energy meridians. After these confessions, he declared that the thief had a great talent and invited him to become his student and master of poisons. The poor fellow, beaten for educational purposes, could not believe his words. At that moment, he probably remembered his mother's last words and felt that there was still hope. Bowing respectfully to the ground, the boy introduced himself as Miengryu-san and stated that he bowed to his mentor. Meanwhile, somewhere on the mainland, a lone trade caravan was traveling. At one point, the merchant decided to stop, as the sun had already set, and it was time to set up camp. Looking around, he saw a man in the place of a village that had long since ceased to exist. It was some girl with long hair who was sitting alone by the fire. The stranger was surprised and decided to approach her. He greeted the young lady and introduced himself as Yu Chang-hwan, the head of some new trade association. They had planned to stop there, but unexpectedly spotted the young lady and wanted to know if she would mind their company. It was Un-ha-sol. She looked around to see who had decided to disturb her. Seeing such a beauty in front of him, the man blushed and wondered why she was all alone in such a place. The girl nodded her head that she didn't mind. The merchant thanked her for her kindness and decided to stay in the same place. After some time, his group set up a small camp here. They had enough provisions with them, so they were even able to cook a decent dinner. Looking around, Chang Huan was surprised to see the lonely girl still sitting by the fire. He decided to treat her, since he did not see any food near her. The girl looked calmly at the food, but said nothing. Seeing her reaction, the young man was a little taken aback and said there was no need to worry. The food wasn't poisoned. It was meat soup, and the merchant thought it was not only delicious, but also filling. Un-ha-sol hadn't eaten anything like this for a long time. She remembered that she had once heard similar words from a man who had vaguely returned to her in her dreams. Still, she accepted this soup and admitted that it was very tasty. After trying this meat soup, she felt like she had eaten something similar before. Taking a closer look at the lonely girl, Merchant Yu was surprised that she was here. They were in the middle of a desert known for dangerous wolves and other animals. It was clearly not a place for walking, and especially not for a young lady to be alone. He was curious why she was there, so he cautiously asked her what her business was there. The girl replied that she had no business here. After that, the man asked where she was going. While enjoying the soup, Yun Ha-sol replied that she was heading to the mainland. Most likely they were on the same route, and the merchant asked her to clarify where exactly she was going. Instead of words, Yun Ha-sol simply looked at the curious merchant. While eating meat soup, she asked him with a stern look why he was interested. The man was flustered. He didn't want to arouse suspicion, so he justified himself by saying it was quite dangerous here, and he wanted to invite her to join them. He assured her that if she felt uncomfortable, they would take it for granted. When the girl asked why he was interested in her, Merchant Yu first complimented her on her appearance. But after that, he became embarrassed and said that she reminded him of his little sister, because they were about the same age. After these awkward words, there was a short silent pause. After finishing her soup, Yun Ha-sol replied that in that case she wouldn't mind being under their care for a while, after which she politely asked for more soup. The man was glad to have such company, and replied that in that case they would continue their journey together in the morning. After a good rest in a well-appointed tavern, Mr. Tang's party began preparing for departure. They replenished their supplies and were ready to travel for several days without stopping. Former thief Myung-ryu-san gathered all his belongings and was ready to leave with them. His eye shape noticeably changed after Master Jin taught him a life lesson. The scientist was surprised by how the appearance of the new disciple of the Master of 10,000 Poisons had changed. Senior Tan replied that, in addition to the beating, the swelling around his eyes was also due to the boy telling his life story all night. He shared information that the future Master Miang was a poor boy who grew up without adults to rely on. Still, Mr. Ho wondered if this guy was a good choice, because although he was born with talent, his manners were too wild. The scientist shared his opinion that people cannot simply be corrected and reused. Elder Tan agreed, but added that Miang could always re-educate himself. The old man believed in him, and judging by Ryu-san's reaction, he wanted to prove him right. Looking at his new mentor's niece, the guy blushed and noted that she was very beautiful. At that moment, Meyer looked with special interest. Sensing the right moment, Ryu-san decided to show his affection and blew her a kiss. But as it turned out, Meyer wasn't looking at him at all. A moment later, Master Jin walked past him, and she greeted him with pleasant words. The boy, whose face was incredibly swollen, was unhappy that Mu-won continued to get on his nerves. He decided to demonstrate his determination and approached his offender, after which he shared with him the words that his mentor had told him the previous night. Miang claimed that people looked down on him because they didn't see his true talent. He then declared that this was just the beginning and that he would soon surpass the master who had recently defeated him. To avoid prolonging the conversation, Mu-won offered to fight him again, but he baffledly refused and apologized for his rudeness. Meanwhile, inside the Central Heavenly Alliance, the former mercenary Captain Chong brought the leader of the Special Intelligence to his young lady, as she ordered. The girl allowed the visitor to enter inside. It was Mrs. Heron, and she still remembered the man she had seen 7 years ago. Without showing any unnecessary emotion at the sight of the daughter of the Westgate family, Master Seo only agreed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl first said that she wanted to visit him earlier, but she had been postponing the trip, so they only met now. As before, Heron was accompanied by her sister, who had mastered the art of using a spear. In response to the lady's apology, Chief Seo said that it was unnecessary, after which he inquired about the purpose of their meeting. After this, the girl began to slyly remain silent. Then she suddenly said that the reason for their conversation would be Jin Mu-won. Without showing any reaction, Master Seo was convinced that the conversation was indeed about his master. As it turned out, she was prepared to assume that the master known by the nickname Northern Blade was none other than Jin Mu-won. In response, Chief Seo repeated his words about how he personally saw Jin Mu-won inside the burning house, and continued to observe the place for several days, waiting for reinforcements, but never noticed any signs of life. After saying these words, he said that if he really survived the fire and escaped from there after he left, then perhaps the Northern Blade could really be the heir of the Northern clan. In response to his words, the girl was only surprised that he agreed with her. Master Seo then shared information that they had already begun searching for the Northern Blade. He admitted that the Secret Investigation Bureau wasn't as good as the Westgate family, and then asked if she wanted to hear what they'd learned. In response, the girl said that learning something new would be very useful. Next, Seo Musang shared some information, and since they were finished, he said goodbye and promised that they would contact each other again soon. Polite and hypocritical, Heron apologized again for wasting his time. As soon as the door closed, her gaze changed. She doubted that she was wrong, as she felt that Chief Seo had hidden a lot of information from her. At that moment, she thought about how to verify the veracity of the information. Without thinking twice, she asked her protege to assign someone to keep an eye on the head of Special Intelligence, saying that he might be hiding something else. She warned her sneaky but loyal protege that this would not be an easy task, as their target was the head of a secret investigation bureau. As he left Lady Heron, Master Seo remembered that whether it was 7 years ago or now, the only one in the spotlight of the Murim world was the young warrior, the lone star of the East, Dam So Jong. The whole world knows that he retired to a solitary life of study after defeating 100 masters. Many of his followers believe that when he returns, the course of history will change dramatically. But the world doesn't know that he retreated into solitude precisely after his humiliating defeat during the incident at the Northern Heavenly Clan's palace. They had to keep it a secret, as their plan required everyone to believe in Dam So Jong's invincibility. Seo Musang understood that since his master had witnessed this defeat with his own eyes, the young masters of the Azure Dragon were panicking that this information might get out and ruin their plans. The chief understood that he would now be watched, and this was beginning to irritate him. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and Seo Musang decided it was time to make his move. Divine Radiance of Enlightenment is a martial art that is far from complete and requires long-term cultivation and development. 150 years ago, a deranged martial artist obsessed with winning appeared in the world of Murima. After countless battles, he was able to lay the foundation for his martial art. He did this so that in a world filled with darkness and chaotic martial techniques, a force would emerge that would rise to the top and shine brighter than anything else. Those times were the birth of the divine radiance of enlightenment. But this martial art was always passed down from one heir to the next. Each heir was obligated to spend his entire life cultivating this art and developing it further than his predecessor. And now, the 6th heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment is none other than Dam So Jong. It took him 7 years to perfect the power that once proved insufficient. The world did not yet know about his first defeat in battle against the monster from Silent Night. The humiliation he experienced that day not only left scars on his body, but also made him a different person. Master Dam So Jong was determined to repay his enemy 100-fold and was determined to give him revenge. After that, it was time to leave the cave in the middle of the wasteland where he had been cultivating energy. Its incredibly powerful force destroyed the mountain entirely, and a huge crater appeared in its place. Meanwhile, Old Man Tan began discussing poisons with his new disciple. Since Miang thought it was simply a terrible thing that could kill, the master of 10,000 poisons added that, while frightening, the substance could also be used as a medicine. The guy who had been stealing all his life and had never spent any time learning didn't fully understand what was going on. The old man understood that his student was still distrustful of his words, so he declared that they would first learn the restoration poison that could strengthen the personality, while they would put off the rest of the huge amount of substances for later. Having acquired such a disciple, he could return to the topic of the reincarnation poison, which guarantees a person will become much stronger than before. He personally created this poison and spent decades perfecting it, but he was unable to use it without testing, as it was too dangerous. But now that he had Miang Ryu-san at his disposal, who not only had strong resistance to poisons, but also a good physiology, he was confident that the effect of the substance could be tested on him. If successful, the Tang family would use their knowledge for medicine as well. To begin with, he decided to let the guy enjoy the poisons and offered to test how strong his resistance was. By morning, Mr. Tang had used up his entire supply on the student and couldn't believe that the impressive guy had an immunity to poison that was even stronger than his own. Miang Ryu-san felt that he was simply filled with poison, but he did not experience any particular discomfort because of it. After several days of travel, the old man noticed that since the disciple had been using life-giving poisons for a long time, his energy meridians should also have opened, meaning that his chi reserves had certainly increased. Now he offered him the opportunity to learn the basics of poison techniques and asked the incredibly talented student to concentrate energy on his fingers and then slowly draw out a small amount of poison. The boy tried his best to fulfill his teacher's request, and in his attempt to do so, his whole body began to shake. After some time of persistent attempts to complete the initial task, he saw the result. The poison from the vessel began to slowly reach his fingers. The old man was simply shocked that he had managed to master this basic skill so quickly, even if not perfectly. Rejoicing at his student's success, the master of 10,000 poisons began to laugh heartily and shouted that he was right about his student's incredible talent. Ryu-san had shown tremendous progress in just a week of training. The lonely boy had never heard such compliments before. He began to feel embarrassed and, covering his face, thanked his mentor for teaching him, but did not forget his pride and loudly declared that his talent was simply incredible. While student Miang was enjoying his small victory, Mr. Tan continued to praise him and suggested that he finish the training, after which he asked him to focus on martial arts. To his student's surprise, he said that the person who would be responsible for his martial arts training would be Mr. Jin, after which he remarked that it was a great honor to study with a master of such caliber. Apologizing to the heir of the northern clan, the old man regretted not giving him a chance to rest, but Master Jin was willing to help and replied that everything was fine. As expected, the only one who was not happy with this training was the student himself. Mu Wan walked up to him and with a frighteningly serious look asked him to prepare himself before he got beaten up badly. After a few days, they finally arrived. Addressing his escort group, Master 10,000 Poisons thanked them for their work and said that after resting at the Tang family residence, they would head to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Judging by the appearance of the Poison Master's disciple, one could definitely tell that his martial arts training had been quite productive. Looking ahead, Jin Wol confidently declared that this place was no different from an impregnable fortress. The Tang family residence did indeed look inhospitable to outsiders, but that was true of all prestigious families in the world of Murim. Addressing his master, he said that the clan's atmosphere, training hall, lifestyle, martial arts, and other such things could be assessed, as well as their future. Soon they would become familiar with their history, and this would provide the young heir with guidance on the path he would choose. At that moment, Chong Ying approached them and announced that he couldn't accompany them to the residence. He had remained on the battlefield for too long and needed to visit headquarters. He also said that when they move out, they don't have to worry about him joining them, because he will find them without any problems. Before saying goodbye, Mu Wan thanked him for all the help he had given. Chun Ying headed to his organization's headquarters to report on everything that had happened regarding the Northern Blade. Even though they were able to survive such a difficult mission, Lady Meyer looked somewhat sad. The uncle understood what was going on and assumed that his niece was worried about the fallen warriors of the Tang family who were unable to return home with them. Unfortunately, they couldn't even find the bodies of their comrades. Addressing Mira, he asked her not to feel guilty about this loss, because those fighters always lived on the edge and there was nothing unusual in dying on the battlefield. Closing his eyes, he concluded that this was the fate that awaited all warriors of Murim. The girl agreed with her uncle's words that they were only able to survive thanks to the valiant sacrifice of their comrades. Now it was their turn to repay that debt by continuing to live and bring glory to their family through them. After this, the guys looked at their guests and invited them to enter the palace. A mysterious master of poisons was already waiting for them on one of the rocks. The head of the family was interested in his guests and anticipated the productivity of their meeting. As soon as the main gate opened, many followers came running to meet the junior leader, who were sincerely glad that he was okay. Having entered inside, the boys began to look around with interest. Tangimon first introduced his disciple to his charges and then asked them to give him a medicinal bath. Ryu-san didn't show much enthusiasm for the idea, and the master of 10,000 Poison's followers had to drag him away by the arms. Mr. Gimon then introduced the esteemed guests who had saved his life more than once. He asked his followers to accommodate them in the best room and provide them with everything they might need. Once the boys had settled into the rooms provided, Mu-won went out for a walk to inspect the estate of the great Tang family. His loyal soldier put it off until later, as he was planning to take a nice bath, as it would be a shame not to take full advantage of the Tang family's hospitality. While inspecting the residence, Mu-won noticed that the Tang family loved nature, and this place was truly different from other famous clans. The trees here were incredibly tall, and Master Jin looked up. At one point, he felt something was inappropriate for this situation. Somewhere near him, one could notice a thirst for blood. Furthermore, Mu-won noticed that the stranger possessed a huge amount of qi, but he was unable to find out the exact location of this person. Looking around, the guy realized that this energy began to spread. It became clear that he was suddenly trapped. The high level of stealth that prevented Mu-won from even figuring out his location told him that this was the work of a martial artist in a superior realm. The mysterious master must be nearby to maintain his trap. Mu-won prepared to meet the enemy at any moment. By sharpening his senses, he began to control the area at a greater distance. At that moment, he felt the presence of an enemy to his right. After that, surrounded by dense foliage, Mu-won made a quick lunge towards the unknown but very powerful qi. Master Jin began to take out his blade, his energy directed forward. There was a man in front of him who didn't expect to be exposed so easily. A moment later, the young master's blade was at the neck of the alarmed old man. In his defense, the master who set the trap said he'd gone too far with his prank. He mentioned that he'd wanted to do something similar, as in his youth he'd known someone similar to their unexpected guest. When asked who he was, the old man replied that he held the highest position in the family. Of course, he was the Poison Emperor, the head of Tang Gongwu. Looking at the young man, the man guessed that he was the last heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, named Jin Mu-won. Having hidden his sword, the young swordsman was surprised that he had been seen through so easily and quickly. After this, the boy bent down to pick up the old man's cane. Returning it to its owner, he confirmed Chief Tang's assumption. They then went for a walk together, and the leader continued to complain that even the slightest movement caused pain to his body. Looking at the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, the old man admitted that he was the first person to easily break through the twilight of 100 falling leaves. He was glad to see that the Northern Heavenly clan's strength continued to live on. Having mentioned this topic, he had to pause before speaking next. With a sense of guilt, he said that he lived his life grieving and regretting what happened to the Northern Heavenly clan. 10 years ago, he had failed to do anything to save the Northern clan, and this continued to gnaw at his conscience. Addressing the heir, he asked for forgiveness for simply watching the Northern Heavenly clan fall into ruin. He knew this might seem like a mere excuse, but he admitted that he truly couldn't do anything at the time, as his first priority was protecting the Tang family. Looking back, Mr. Tan Gim-woo said that those were harsh times, as anyone could become the target of their mad desire to destroy, and if they stood up for the Northern Heavenly clan, they would also become their target and suffer the same fate. The wise old man called this the problem of group mentality, because when a crowd is under influence, it will not accept any other opinion. He went on to mention that when you're responsible for so many people you need to protect, it's natural to become weaker. He admitted that instead of rebelling against the crowd, he'd chosen the easy way out and remained silent. He didn't agree with what was happening, but he couldn't change anything. Although he had the strength to resist, he chose the path of silence and considered it a cowardly sin. When old Gim-wee heard that the leader of the Northern Heavenly clan had been killed by those scum, the heaviness in his heart grew even more palpable, and even after some time it did not ease. Addressing Master Jin, he said it seemed he had no choice but to face conflict head-on. He believed his life would change the fates of many, and his actions would also lead to the deaths of others. After these words, the old man asked whether the heir of the northern clan was ready to endure the insidious fate that would fall on his shoulders. Mu Wan replied that he had no idea what awaited him, but he wasn't about to let himself be consumed by fear. Although he didn't know what awaited him at the end of this journey, he believed that since he had chosen this path, he would follow it to the end. Hearing these words, the old man responded with a sincere smile. He went on to say that when he looked at the heir of his comrade's clan, he couldn't help but recall the words virtuous and just that illuminated his early years. He was known as the just hero of the Tang family. As the years passed, the words that had shone brighter than anything else in his life began to fade, and after 60 years, they had lost their meaning to him. However, when he looked at Mu Wan, the flame of that meaning reignited. The old man admitted that the young master was putting him in an awkward position and that he was once again at a crossroads, but this time he would not turn from his path. Afterwards, he unexpectedly bowed and declared on behalf of the leader that from this day forward the Tang family would fully support Leader Jin. The old man promised to protect the heir from any dangers that lay ahead. Meanwhile, recent news reached the High Sword Castle. They learned that Cheon Wu had been murdered on a quiet night, and his son had disappeared. Upon learning that the Broken Fist clan was ruled by elders, the leader assumed that they would soon have an internal conflict. Remembering his comrade, the man thought that although Master Cho was a cruel, vicious beast who did not stop and did not think about the consequences, he was still too stubborn. As he tended his sword, the ghostly, cursed blade believed that they, the four lords of the northern heavens, must stick together to have the strength to confront the 9 heavens. He was thrilled at what would happen next. The Tang family, as promised, began paying their bills. The old man asked the boy not to burden himself with thoughts of excess. After all, he had saved his life. While Mu Wan was in the healing vat, the master of 10,000 poisons and his followers used their energy to restore his body. The heir of the northern heavenly clan was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of their method. It was just incredible for him. He felt as if all his accumulated fatigue was simply disappearing and his blood circulation was improving. For the first time since his visit to Unnam province, he was filled with strength. The Tang family's abilities were something he truly admired. But treating such an incredible master was not easy. Tang Gimwi was surprised by the amount of qi possessed by the heir of the northern clan, because for most people, their therapy would have ended long ago. It was quite a difficult job, and it was the first time the followers were so tired after such a procedure, so the master of the 10 poisons asked them to take a short break and focus on restoring their qi energy. After this, Master Gimvi shouted to his student that it was his turn. Mieng Ryu-san enjoyed the pleasant healing bath and did not want to get out of there at all. A week later, Mu Wan was ready to ship. Although his body was covered in scars, thanks to the Tang family, he was able to recover from the recent battles. The largest scar on his stomach was a reminder of the past, when he fought the demon of the Silent Night. But in fact, Mu Wan didn't even think about revenge. When he recalled that day, he thought about the girl for whom he fought. He missed her very much and wanted to know how she was doing. At one point, he was suddenly asked to come inside. The guy came back to reality and began to get dressed, allowing entry into his room. It was Master Meyer and one of her family's maids, the niece of the Emperor of Poisons, who reported that their leader had prepared a special gift and wanted her to deliver it personally. As he continued to dress, Mu Wan was pleasantly surprised that the head of the Tang family decided to give him a gift. As soon as Meyer saw his body, her face turned red and she was confused. The girl in love became so nervous that she quickly and hesitantly clarified that this was the cloak that the head of the family had worn when he was younger. It was made from the skin of a fire bear and the scales of a serpentine dragon, so it had high resistance to wind, fire, and rain. Embarrassed, Meyer looked away and also said that there were countless pockets inside this coat where you could put your personal belongings to save more luggage space during long trips. The elderly maid noticed the young mistress's attitude toward such a distinguished guest and whispered that she thought the young mistress was ready for marriage. In response, Meyer whispered to her to remain silent. Mu-won himself was taken aback, not because of Mi-Ray, but because of such an unexpected and valuable gift. With a sincere smile, he thanked them for such a wonderful gift. On this day, his squad was about to leave the Tang family palace. As soon as he approached the main entrance of the palace, he suddenly heard a compliment that the cloak fits him just perfectly. These words belonged to the master of 10,000 poisons. He wanted to know if Mu-won was ready to depart. At the same time, the scholar was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the gift and said it looked quite reliable. At that moment, Master Jin was surprised why Mr. Tang Sr. decided to come out to them before the main entrance. In response, Master Gimvi said that the heir of the Northern Celestial clan was the type of person who didn't care about his own health. He claimed that even though he was young, he wouldn't be able to last long with such an attitude. That's why Gimvi believed his squad needed a healer like him. He admitted that even though he had spent most of his life researching at the Tang family residence, he still believed that he still knew a lot about the world. However, after witnessing the incident in the Jade City and meeting new people, he began to understand that the inhabitants of this world needed to know the truth about the atrocities committed in Murim. He shared the feelings of the heir of the Northern clan and wanted to do everything possible to make the world right. The old man had a premonition that Mu-won would be able to change this world, so he firmly said that he wanted to follow him on this adventure. The enamored Mira decided to join his words and added that wherever her uncle went, she was obliged to follow him, since he was worth looking after, and this was also what the head of the family wanted. Moreover, they were also planning to take that eccentric who they had picked up as a disciple on the way from Unnam province to the Tang family palace. Myung-ryu-san was willing to continue training during the journey, even though it would be Mu-won's unit. While Mr. Tan was yelling at the little brat for not wearing their family's clothes properly, Mu-won asked his fellow scholar what his opinion was on the matter. Jin Wool had already heard that the head of the Tang family had sworn allegiance to his lord. He believed that if this was true, it would be a good idea to accept their offer, as having their strength and knowledge at his disposal would be very useful. Having agreed on all the details, the guys accepted those from the Tang family into their squad and honorably bid farewell to their followers. As soon as Mu-won walked towards the exit of the palace, he saw an old man watching him from the top of one of the trees. The head of the Tang family was looking forward to how the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan would change the entire world. Noticing his presence, Mu-won respectfully thanked him for all his support. Meanwhile, Eun-ha-sol continued her journey with the merchants. The girl seemed mysterious to the merchants. She spent all her time on top of one of the carts, enjoying the wind. Passing by populated areas, traders tried to sell their goods. But to their regret, no one was interested in what they had to offer. Their journey was full of disappointments. After another failure, they silently returned to their cart, where a beautiful girl was silently waiting for them. Looking at her, Merchant Yu forgot that his business was unprofitable. Her mysterious appearance made him smile sincerely. While on the mainland, the girl continued to reflect on life. It was time for another dinner. Watching their journey, the White Witch of the Night saw that those merchants had not been able to sell anything for the past few days. They were rejected wherever they went, and the girl wondered why they continued to smile and laugh like that. The behavior of these guys seemed rather stupid to her. As soon as she remembered the words about stupidity, some forgotten memory seemed to come back to her. She realized that she had used this word before in relation to someone she had long forgotten. She was curious about what connected them and who the person was that was causing her to have these strange, long-forgotten feelings. After a hearty dinner, the merchants went to bed, but Eun-ha Sol continued to look at the sky. Their camp was being watched. Some guys saw the traitors and thought that they must have a lot of valuable things. There were 4 brothers, but one of them did not come, because due to his unnaturally great libido, he went in search of a woman. Those madmen were known as the 4 tainted monsters. These 4 brothers, born of the same mother, are powerful masters who have mastered the demonic arts and reside near Qinghai province. They are also extremely cruel people, primarily preying on villages. Just as they decided to attack the sleeping merchants, a girl suddenly appeared on the rock behind them and asked what they were planning to do. The fact that someone appeared so suddenly behind them greatly surprised the brothers. Addressing the sympathetic thieves, Yun Ha-sol said that the merchants were hardworking and good people, even though they couldn't sell anything. She asked them not to even try to harm them. Still surprised by the appearance of the pretty girl, the brothers began to look at her with surprise. After that, they began to blush and discuss how cute she was. One of them thought her older brother had sent her to them, but the more perceptive fool was certain and insisted she was with those merchants. Seeing a pretty girl in front of them, they couldn't resist and reached out to her, saying that they weren't going to change their plans. Their pathetic behavior brought a wicked smile to the White Witch's face. Rising to her feet, she called the thieves vile. After this, Ha-sol suggested that they would not want to die on this day. Hearing her words, the brothers stared at the beauty in surprise. After a short silence, they began to laugh loudly, finding her cute, while one of them dared to say that he was ready to play with her. But just a moment later, his head split into 2 parts right before the brothers' eyes, and Yun Ha-sol, without further ado, delivered the first blow. The brothers were shocked by what happened. They felt rage and understood that this pretty girl was a dangerous person who was not to be trifled with. As soon as these guys started using their energy and took out their weapons, the girl was surprised and said that she was disgusted even to think that she and such rabble had the same weapons. With a cold gaze, the White Witch, filled with bloodlust, said that this made her want to get rid of them even more. Because of what happened, the brothers rushed into the attack with threats. Despite being martial artists, they were unable to land a blow on the unarmed girl, and she easily avoided their combination attacks. Right during the battle, the girl began to yawn, wondering if all the people from the mainland were so weak. Dodging all the fierce attacks from the demonic arts masters, she said that if the rest of the continent's masters were so weak, then she would prefer the assassins that her master sent out every day. Looking haughtily at the disgusting scum, she said that they weren't even worth using moonlight chakras. The brothers' furious attacks continued, and they asked the unarmed girl to shut up and tell who she was and who sent her. Not wanting to answer their stupid questions, the girl launched an instant attack and ended this disgusting duel. Looking around, she did not feel a drop of pity for those scumbags and thought that such people did not deserve the right to life. In the place of silent night, the time had come for the meeting requested by the master of 1,000 death sounds, Yeon Jong-hak. Beside him stood the lord known as the Spear of Black Wings, holding a parasol to keep the old man from getting wet in the rain. The first to arrive at their meeting was a terrifying giant who first asked which of them was acting like a little girl. As it turned out, he was referring to the sound demon, as it was emitting a rather mournful melody. The old man with the enormous axes on his back was one of the 4 great demon lords, the axe of utter destruction, named Manchu-san. Seeing the ghostly spear before him, the warrior, hardened by brutal battles, said that 30 years had already passed since their last meeting. The terrifying lord of the silent night, who had almost killed the heir of the northern clan, was glad to see his old comrade. At the same time, a woman joined them, who thought she would arrive at the meeting place first. It was the White Knight Witch Lady named Seo Jem Hyang, who came accompanied by her faithful ward, Master Sa-ren. Looking at the woman he called his older sister, the axe master noticed that despite the fact that they had not seen each other for 30 years, she had not changed at all. Almost everyone was gathered. They were waiting for only one master, a master named Yeseon Myun. Remembering the master nicknamed the Whirlwind of the Dark Spirit, the old man asked not to forget his life motto about his freedom, because of which he most likely hangs around somewhere, and does not even think about the fact that his comrades are wasting precious time. However, the White Witch believed that when they made a decision, he would most likely be the first to come to their aid, because he had always been a sympathetic person. Continuing to play the sad melody, the Soundmaster said that unfortunately their great gathering did not live up to its name due to the fact that it was now a quiet night in a miserable state, and the demonic lords had lost some of their power. Recalling his great loss, Master Yang said that although Dan Yep wasn't his blood relative, he felt like a son, and so he wouldn't let his enemies get away with his death. The air wanted Silent Night to awaken from its slumber. He never gave up and did everything he could to save the organization. After these words, the old man asked the rulers to look at what they had become, saying that they had not only given up, but also accepted the reality they lived in, refusing to change anything. He believed they had all become useless adults, preventing children's dreams from blossoming. Addressing the old man, who spoke with pain, the White Witch noted that, unlike such a life, his desire would lead to even greater sacrifices, and many innocent lives would suffer because of the war. But the bloodthirsty master with the title of Axe of Total Destruction believed that even if he had to make sacrifices, it would be better to at least try to return to the mainland than simply wait for death in isolated lands. He furiously declared that the blood of the heir to the mastery of sound was on their hands, as it was their negligence and incompetence that had caused his death. Everyone believed that Dan Yep was the one who had rekindled the passion they had long since forgotten. He felt sad about their insignificance, because they had dumped their burden on him, calling the boy their last hope. But when times were hard for him, and he needed their help the most, they did nothing. Master Chun San's emotional words were the bitter truth, but the Spearmaster asked him to let off steam a little later. But the old man did not agree with his comrades' words, and asked them not to forget how they were driven out of their own land. After these words, there was silence, which was interrupted by the master of 10,000 sounds of death. Pointing his hand towards the moon, he said that, in any case, the final decision would be made according to the will of their leader. The old man declared that the Lord of the Night was already approaching. After the return of Silent Night, the Central Heavenly Alliance decided to create an organization of talented craftsmen called the Invaders. By becoming a member of the organization, you will not only have direct influence over the factions, but also gain the ability to control and regulate them. For these reasons, the organization has gained widespread recognition among many young but ambitious martial artists. The taverns between the provinces of Sachong and Hubei became very noisy, as many masters headed to the Central Celestial Alliance in hopes of joining the Invaders. Among those seeking to join was a pretty girl with an incredible appetite, who attracted the attention of other masters. At one point they forgot about her charming appearance, because a man entered the tavern which made them nervous. There were 3 iron rings on his blade, which immediately indicated that he belonged to a great family. The boys assumed that the man standing before them was none other than the heir of a renowned family from Shandon Province, known as the Three Rings Clan. They believed that he was the master of the Fleeting Falcon Sword. Looking at him, they remembered the other promising heirs, namely the members of the Azure Dragon Association, an organization created by the Children of the Nine Heavens, whose leader was the infamous Dam So Jong. Furthermore, what was of interest to them was that all 3 key members of the Azure Dragon were also members of the 7 Lesser Heavens. They had heard that other members of the 7 Lesser Heavens had also joined that organization. The first official member of the Azure Dragon Association was none other than the Fleeting Falcon Swordmaster, who had suddenly appeared in this tavern. Looking at Cha Mun Ho, the commoners were saddened by the fact that in their world, the powerful were devouring each other, preventing them from making a name for themselves. A moment later they were surprised when Mr. Cha approached the mysterious girl they had been staring at earlier, and they assumed that they were traveling together. As it turned out, the Swordmaster had recently been very persistent in making some proposal. but the girl again replied that she was not interested in it. In response, the annoying guy from the great family asked the mountain shaman, Mu named Nam So Ren, to think again about this proposal. As soon as the onlookers found out who she was, their faces broke out in cold sweat. The Mount Mu clan is known to be one of the few clans shrouded in secrecy. Although they played a major role in the formation of the Central Heavenly Alliance, they remained a clan that never abandoned their domains without special circumstances. Only the successor of the Mount Mu clan received the title of shaman, and they were necessarily skilled swordsmen who had reached the peak of the spiritual realm. Since they were also responsible for preserving the future of the Murim world, the people of the mainland chose them as part of the 7 lesser heavens, and so, the shaman of Mount Mu named Nam So Ren became one of the 7 heavens. That was all that ordinary people knew about the mysterious organization. Previously, Ms. Heron, who manipulates the world of young masters, met with him personally and asked him to do everything possible to lure as many martial artists as possible to their association, especially those from the 7 lesser heavens. She promised him a generous reward. Sitting down opposite the young shaman, Mr. Chamun-ho continued to pester her with stories about how the chance to join the Azure Dragon Association was rare. Brazenly taking the food from her bowl with his dirty hands, the swordmaster also said that with him, the alliance already included 4 of the 7 lesser heavens. He believed that even though they were already from famous clans, with the help of the heirs of the 9 heavens, they would gain even more power, which would allow them to control the world of Murim. Seeing that the girl did not change her mind, he suggested that she look at it as just a meeting or reunion, and not feel burdened by this membership. At that moment, the girl remembered the words the leader had spoken during their last meeting. Addressing the heiress of the Mount Mu clan, the man said that they were entering a turbulent era again, as the appearance of Silent Night had brought about chaos. He mentioned that they usually ignored what was happening in the ordinary world, but now it was clear that they could no longer turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, Nam So Ryun was ordered to go out into the outside world. As the headman's daughter, the girl agreed with her mother's order without hesitation. After that, she resolutely set out for the outside world, where the bloodthirstiness of the arrogant great clans awaited her. During the conversation, she realized that as the world was descending into chaos, the Azure Dragon Association would benefit from this and gather its own army of martial artists. After this, the girl put her hand under her head and moved closer to her interlocutor. Master Cha was pleased and thought that her reaction meant that he had finally gotten through to her. But a moment later, the girl with cold eyes said that the 7 heavens was nothing more than an exalted title forced upon her so that she would become part of the scum that was the government. She insisted that she would never join their pathetic group of friends and asked them not to distract her from her meal and to disappear from their sight. His expectations were not met, and he was simply shocked by such a refusal of an incredibly profitable offer. He could not believe that he could not keep his promise to Lady Heron. At one point, the girl noticed that a group of some craftsmen were entering the tavern. It was Mu Wan, accompanied by his squad, and unfortunately for them, this was not the first tavern that was packed to capacity. As soon as they were about to leave, the shaman of Mount Mu decided to take advantage of the situation and shouted that she had been waiting for them, after which she called them to the table. The guys noticed that they were being addressed specifically, but they didn't understand what was being discussed. At that moment, the girl, with an awkward smile, apologized to her interlocutor and said that she was already a member of another association that bears the name So Ren, which is why she rejected their offer. While the shocked swordmaster was speechless, Nam So Ryun urged the boys on, introducing them as her comrades. As Master Cha rose from the table, he said that he didn't even know there was a So Ren association, and then apologized for his arrogance, clinginess, and what had happened over the past few days. As he left, he wished her a good time in the company of his colleagues. As soon as he started to leave, the shaman of Mount Mu forcibly sat Mu Wan's squad down at the table. As he left the tavern, Cha Moon-ho was furious that the girl had chosen some second-rate craftsman instead of accepting their offer. He couldn't accept her response and felt she was looking down on both him and their association. He promised to repay her for the humiliation he had suffered. The girl continued to feign a joyful reunion with her imaginary association until the swordmaster left the tavern. As soon as she heard the door close on the other side, she rose from the table and began apologizing to the people she had to distract and perhaps even frighten with such actions. Calmly enjoying the food he had just found, the scientist replied that everyone knew beautiful women brought trouble. He then said there was no need to explain, as they had understood the situation and, whether they liked it or not, it was too late to do anything about it. Thanking the masters for not asking her unnecessary questions, she asked them not to worry about the consequences, as she was sure the man knew her behavior was just an act and fully understood that she had refused him. Afterwards, she asked for a treat for their help. She thought they were all nice guys, and only the look of one of them made her nervous. Mieng, who hadn't yet learned any good manners from his mentor, rudely stared at the girl with an amorous gaze. While enjoying the food there, the girl nevertheless told about what happened between her and the annoying sword master. Representing the entire squad, Scholar Jin Wool expressed his understanding of her situation, and then suddenly announced that, based on his observation and the symbol on the girl's robe, he had concluded that she was a disciple of the Mount Mu clan. He also noted that since her sword had a gold decoration, it could be safely assumed that she was quite close, or even next in line to inherit the clan. After these words, he shocked the girl with the conclusion that she was most likely the infamous shaman of Mount Mu, Lady Nam So Ren, one of the 7 lesser heavens. While washing down the meal with alcohol, the scholar of 3 minds admitted that he had even been able to determine that her persistent interlocutor was none other than the master of the fleeting falcon sword, named Cha Moon-ho. Realizing that the person in front of her was unusual, the shaman politely asked who he was. In response, Jin Wool said there was no point in naming his name, as only a handful of scholars would recognize it. He then suddenly pointed at the elder Tang and introduced him as the owner of 10,000 poisons from the great Tang family of Sachong. Hearing this, the girl jumped up and respectfully introduced herself, then declared her respects to their great family. With a pleasant laugh, the old man asked for a no-nonsense approach, just as the restless Mieng intervened, introducing himself as the old man's disciple. Looking to her left, the shaman guessed that the person sitting next to her was the first flower of the Tang family. Slightly embarrassed, the girl replied that she was indeed Tang Mire, and then confessed that she was honored to meet the shaman of Mount Mu. What followed was an exchange of compliments from the 2 beauties, who were delighted with each other's appearance. As soon as the shaman asked who the last master of their group was, the old man decided to go to the toilet. It seems he had taken too much poison once again, and was now so preoccupied with searching for the restroom that he didn't even notice the next visitors passing by. Without noticing him, or not wanting to notice him, one of the masters hit him with his shoulder. Tan Gimvi fell to the floor, and instead of apologizing, one of the arrogant masters asked him to watch his step. Just a moment after their audacity, a mad Ryu-san was flying towards them. He flew past them with incredible speed, as the 2 still managed to dodge his rough and sharp attack. Landing on the floor, the boy, with a cold gaze, stopped in the same stance in which he fought with Master Jin during their first meeting. Addressing the strangers and calling them scum, the impudent Mieng asked where their manners were and whether they even knew who they had pushed so disrespectfully. Without waiting for their answer, he shouted angrily that if they had offended his mentor, they should apologize. His brazen behavior could hardly be called timely. While everyone was trying not to attract unnecessary attention, Mieng created a conflict. Maya ran to her uncle, who said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about him. With a displeased and insolent expression on his face, Mieng once again asked them to apologize for their rudeness. The boys, who looked like brothers, looked a little confused. After that, they dodged and simultaneously began a sentence, trying to apologize. But just a moment later, those arrogant madmen simultaneously stabbed him in the stomach and said that they would not wait for this. Hearing the fight, the onlookers came to their senses, as they had been expecting such a commotion for a long time. They shouted that before them were the Black and White Bear brothers. Addressing the Tang family disciple, the dark-skinned youth asked who the vile boar thought he was and whether he knew who they were. After their combined attack, Ryu-san flew into the wall and didn't even move. All the masters present began to praise the Guang brothers and rejoiced that a worthy fight was about to take place. After this, Mieng began to rise to his feet and asked in bewilderment what was happening. Scratching the back of his head, he asked in surprise if they were sure they had hit him. His words were perceived by the brothers as an insult. After this, they immediately rushed into the attack and simultaneously struck with their knees, asking whether their opponent would be insolent after this. This time both blows landed on his face. Having fallen on his back, Mieng began to rise again and asked them to stop fooling around. His nose started bleeding, but despite this, he asked with a surprised face whether his opponents were serious in this fight. His unflappable demeanor began to get on his brother's nerves. They rushed into the attack again with fury. After several combinations of punches, Myung-Ryu-san found himself on the ground again. Despite this, he continued to laugh at his enemies. The Guan brothers were already tired of beating him and did not understand what was wrong with him. Rising to his feet, the boy began to laugh loudly and shouted that they were too weak to be called masters. He pointed his finger at Master Jin and said that after being beaten every day by the devil known as the Northern Blade, all their blows looked like a joke. Mu Wan had no intention of revealing his identity in such a place, and looked at Mr. Tan's disciple with a disapproving look as if he was about to teach him a lesson in politeness soon. As soon as the onlookers heard the mention of the rising star of the current generation, whose popularity is already on par with the 7 lesser heavens, they were so shocked that they could not say anything. It turned out that rumors of the Northern Blade had even reached Mount Mu, where the shaman Namso Ren was from. Because of Myung-Ryu-san's foolish actions, Scholar Jin Wol clutched his head and regretted agreeing to take him along. At that moment, the Guan brothers completely forgot about their daring opponent, and were surprised that in front of them was indeed a Northern Blade. Considering their actions to be disrespectful, the unstoppable Mieng again rushed into the attack, shouting at them whether they were finally going to apologize. But even despite his surprise attack, they still managed to hit him in the face again without much difficulty. At that same moment, the daring and experienced street fighter Mieng managed to grab the dark-skinned guy's head. After this, he demonstrated a technique they had never seen before, violently hitting his opponent with his head. As soon as the second brother tried to hit the impudent youth back, the boy jumped up and avoided his fist. While in the air, he used the momentum of his jump to kick his opponent in the neck. In front of all the tavern patrons, the Guan brothers suffered some very unexpected blows. No one present expected anything like this. They had never seen anyone fight the Bear brothers in such a style. They thought the strange and daring guy looked more like a fighting dog than a martial arts master. Calling him a mad bloodhound, the visitors began to cheer for his victory. His incredibly chaotic yet entertaining fighting style delighted the crowd. Hearing such a nickname, the scientist was not surprised, because in his opinion, Mieng had always been a good fighter, and thanks to training with Master Jin, he had also acquired quite good resistance to blows. At that moment, Jin Wol guessed that if they could correct the Tang family disciple's violent nature, he could become a very valuable asset. After another series of ridiculous blows from their opponent, the Guan brothers became enraged and shouted that they were fed up with the disrespect of their impudent enemy, and they would end it using their combined power strike. In response, the mad Mieng opened his vessels of poison. Calling them stupid weaklings, he invited them to try their luck. Seeing what the student was doing, Mr. Tan and his niece were shocked and asked him to stop immediately. But it was too late for words, because the Guan brothers rushed into the attack first. Shaman So Ren understood that the situation was out of control, but she didn't know whether she should intervene. It was Mu Wan who was able to save the situation. He suddenly appeared between the two sides of the conflict a moment before they would have exchanged blows. Stopping a member of his squad, he turned to the still hostile brothers and said that this concerned them too. After that, he looked into their eyes with a cold gaze. At that moment, the brothers felt the incredible pressure of his aura. Understanding the terrifying power of the Northern Blade, they simultaneously decided to simply leave without risking their own lives and reputations. Addressing his squad member, Mu Wan said that he had done more than enough to cause them some difficulties. Despite his words, Mieng, without thinking about the consequences, continued to be insolent towards the brothers, who decided to silently leave the tavern. Old Man Tang jumped up from his seat, blazing with anger. As soon as he approached the student, he shouted at him for being a petty brat and shared his displeasure at his ridiculous student using poison techniques for something so trivial. But even despite his displeasure, Mieng couldn't understand what was wrong, so he justified it by claiming they had insulted his mentor. When the disgruntled Master Tang asked him to repeat these words, the student bowed humbly and apologized for using the poison technique without his master's permission. However, he still dared to declare that if such a situation were to happen again, he would do exactly the same. Mu Wan intervened in their conversation and said that in that case, he would teach him a lesson in politeness during their evening training. After that, all the impudent students' questions disappeared. Since the tavern was full, the boys couldn't find a free room to spend the night, but thanks to Ms. Nam's help, they still managed to get a good rest. The shaman of Mount Mu thought it was a trifle, as the room was too big for her alone, and she admitted that she was tormented by a sense of duty, and it was the least she could do. After these words, Meyer embarrassed her new friend, saying that Mrs. Nam was also heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance, and they could offer her to travel with her. Mira's words seemed like an excellent idea, and the scientist Jin Wool supported her initiative. In favor of this decision, Mr. Tan turned to the shaman and said that they would only be glad, since it was safer to go in a large group rather than alone. A little embarrassed, the girl began to remain awkwardly silent. Mu Wan looked at her with a kind smile, waiting for her answer. Having been beaten up quite badly for his behavior, Myung Ryu San grabbed his martial arts teacher's shoulder, saying that traveling was cool and he would take care of protecting the beautiful ladies. Because of such persistence, the shaman of Mount Mu felt some discomfort, but considering their group to be good guys, she still accepted the good-natured offer. The passing craftsmen already recognized the instigator of the recent fight. Seeing the so-called mad dog, they noted that they liked his fight. The excess of attention surprised the guy, who didn't even think it would create such interest in his personality. As it turned out, the Guan brothers and the master of the fleeing falcon sword, Cha Mun-ho, were traveling together. As soon as they met in the nearby forest, they expressed their displeasure at his failure to warn them about her company, which consisted of members of the Tang family and the Northern Blade. The boys were at a loss for what to do. They had planned to humiliate the shaman, but instead, they encountered some psycho. Hearing this unexpected information, Master Cha was incredibly angry at the circumstances and nervously bit his lip, unable to understand what these guys were doing together with the shaman of Mount Mu that he hated. Despite their story, the master of the fleeing falcon sword did not feel any excitement about the Northern Blade famous in Murim. While they were discussing recent events, a mysterious master approached them with a large number of weapons slung over his back. Lord Cha happily declared that he had made a good choice, then mentioned that 4 of the Lesser Heavens were now members of the Azure Dragon Association. As it turned out, a warmonger named Hong Gong Wei had come to them. The swordsman declared that the alliance now included 5 Lesser Heavens. In response to his congratulations, Master Hong brazenly replied that he didn't care, as he had only joined so he could fight their leader. The nervous boy asked to show him the way, after which Cha Mun-ho remembered their agreement. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the cunning Master Cha said that there was another member of the 7 Lesser Heavens nearby, and then asked if he would be interested in meeting this person. They soon arrived at an unusual river, which ordinary people call the continent's lifeline. It could be said that whoever controls the Yanzi controls the entire continent. The fact that the Central Celestial Alliance was located nearby was no coincidence. The ship, called the Sky Vessel, will sail along the river to Hubei province without stopping, so it takes them a quarter of a day to reach the heart of the Central Celestial Alliance. Simply put, they needed to board this enormous ship to arrive practically at the Central Celestial Alliance's main entrance. The calculating Jin Vol urged all members of the squad to stay out of trouble and maintain their guard. He shared rumors that they were leaving tomorrow morning, so they needed to find a place on the ship in advance so they could get a good rest before arriving. The boys went onto the bridge that connected the heavenly ship and the land. At that moment, someone addressed Miss Nam. Looking around, she saw the unwelcome Mr. Cha, accompanied by the Guyang brothers, and behind them stood a large fighter unknown to her. The girl was not thrilled to see him at this time in this place, while the scientist realized yesterday's situation from a different perspective, seeing all three problematic guys together. As soon as he started talking about the pleasant coincidence, one of the strongest fighters of the younger generation, Marima, stepped forward and asked the poor fellow to get out of his way. The behavior of the warrior from the seven lesser heavens seriously angered the swordsman from the great family. His whole body trembled with resentment, but he could not do anything, because he was afraid of his strength. A warmonger named Hong Gong V stepped forward and addressed the shaman, calling her a little girl. As expected, the lady was dissatisfied with his inappropriate treatment. The bold warrior replied that he had heard that she was one of the seven lesser heavens. Afterwards, he introduced himself and said that something had been bothering him all this time. He was surprised that they were considered warriors of the same caliber. When the girl called him overconfident, Master Hong replied that he was more qualified than anyone else. Unwilling to show any respect, he stated that if the girl wanted to be treated properly, she had to prove herself. Standing opposite him, the girl was clearly unhappy with such excessive insolence. But being a very smart and responsible lady, she turned around and said that Mr. Hong was much stronger than her, and she would obviously lose. The girl's refusal made it clear to the warrior that she hadn't fallen for his provocation. His plan hadn't worked, so he decided to resort to dirty tricks. As soon as the lady started to leave, the vile fighter declared that she was like her mother, since she too was good at escaping. Hearing such insolence, she asked him to repeat it again, with a terrifying look on her face. Mr. Hong mockingly said that this truth hurt her, since the title of shamaness was simply for show. He then declared that there was a reason her mother was hiding in the mountains. She was afraid of people discovering how weak they were. In a dirty trick, the warrior claimed that this was why he said she looked like her mother, the current head shaman of Mount Mu, because their entire clan was full of cowards. Hearing all these vile and disgusting words, Myung-Ryu-san was ready to stand up for his lady love, but the mentor stopped him, saying that this was not a case in which he could interfere. He asked him not to act on emotions, because this would only bring problems not only to him, but to the entire squad. The time came for an answer, and the girl said that she had planned to ignore the damn pathetic fighter, but as soon as she realized that he really wanted to fight, she decided to accept the offer. Master Hong was pleased with the result and invited her to follow him. He had already chosen a good place for their battle. The two immediately went to the battle site, leaving their comrades behind without saying anything to them. Jin Wool was surprised that martial artists were so troublesome and always looking for a reason to fight. Moreover, the scientist believed that the boys who followed them would certainly cause trouble. Mu Wan warned him not to worry, saying he would follow them while the rest of the squad went inside the ship and secured good positions for the journey down the river. Once they arrived at the battle site, Master Han admitted that he never liked the title of member of the Seven Lesser Heavens, because they had never fought against each other, and it was not very fair to lump them together. In response, the shaman of Mount Mu said that she hadn't cared about it until today, but the fact that she shared the same title with a bastard like Master Hong had begun to irritate her beyond belief. Scattering his weapons around himself, the warmonger named Hong Gong V suggested getting down to business. The girl took her blade out of its sheath and, pointing it towards the enemy, demonstrated her readiness to attack him. Using the Southern God Ascension technique, Master Hong charged forward, using his huge axe and heavy blade simultaneously. In response, the shaman used the Hand of 1,000 Swords technique. After their first encounter, they became convinced that they were worthy of each other. The powers of these techniques were approximately equal, and neither of them gained an advantage. After the first clash, the shaman decided to take the initiative and was the first to attack. But before she could strike, she saw that her opponent was quite fast, despite his size, because in an instant he was behind her. As soon as the girl repelled his attack, Mr. Hong jumped back, but was shocked by what she decided to do next. The girl found herself in the place where her opponent had left his weapon. After looking around, she made a very unexpected decision. Picking up one of his blades, she asked if he knew that she actually wielded 2 swords. Having picked up the enemy's blade, she complimented her fighting style and suggested that, had Master Hong known about this, he wouldn't have given her the sword. After these words, he warned the enemy that he was now coming to attack her. In response, the master, with his incredible passion for battle, said that at least he hadn't been lied to about her skills, as this was the fight he'd been waiting for. He wasn't opposed to lending her his sword and agreed that it was her turn to attack. As she charged, she shocked her opponent with her unexpected technique, making it seem like she was moving like a tornado. Like Zorro, Master Hun decided to use all 3 weapons at once to defend himself, but the shaman's attack unexpectedly destroyed his weapons. The previously self-confident warmonger found himself in a difficult position. Remembering his daring words, the girl quickly rushed into the attack, but a moment later she felt a sharp pain and decided to jump back. At the last moment, she had to block her opponent's blow because she was unable to carry out her attack. As it turned out, her hand began to shake, and she realized that she was overexerting herself again, and that was precisely why she was unable to finish the battle after disarming her opponent. During her training, her mother told her that it would be better if she stopped using her left hand, because unfortunately, she was born with a weak left shoulder. Continuing her training, she reached the limit of her dual sword techniques. Her mother warned that if she continued down this path, she would soon be unable to use her left hand. Feeling guilty, she said that it was her mistake, as she should have stopped her earlier instead of allowing her to train dual sword techniques. The thing is, when she trained with 2 swords, her face shone with joy and her mother could not forbid her such joy. Then she began to dive more and more into the outside world. Her fame as a swordswoman who wielded 2 swords spread. The clan leader regretted that she had turned a blind eye to this all this time. In an attempt to rectify the situation, she promised that they could still change her fighting style and that her strong and talented daughter, So Ren, could handle the task. During the battle with the warrior, who also belonged to the 7 lesser heavens, the Mount Mu shaman understood that it would be difficult to fight him with a single sword technique, as it was still far from complete. She hoped that her left arm would last a little longer. She couldn't afford to lose. Meanwhile, the offender of her clan launched a furious attack. With some strange slap on his own ass, he made a distracting maneuver. After that, his spear, divided into 2 parts, headed towards the shaman woman at great speed. The girl repelled this ridiculous attack without much difficulty, but after just a few moments, she realized the meaning of his plan. It was a distraction, after which Mad Master Hong closed the distance and was ready to deliver a terrifying blow. The girl decided not to injure her left hand even more and simply dodged. Fighting at such a distance was to her advantage, so she hoped to catch him in his mistakes and jumped a little further. At that moment, the enemy took one of his blades in his teeth and raised a small spear, after which he declared that he would no longer hold back. Mrs. Nam was angry. With a serious look, she declared that she would end this with one attack. Filled with the desire to fight, Master Hong shouted that it was time to demonstrate his true strength. Using one of her strongest dual sword techniques, the girl rose up. A fierce warmonger named Hong Gong Wei shouted angrily, Using the thousand swords fall technique, the girl directed all her anger towards the vile enemy. In response, Master Hong poured a huge amount of energy into his weapon, using a technique called the 100 Warrior Attack. The powerful collision of two members of the seven lesser heavens caused a massive explosion. The masters, watching the battle between the two monsters, began to cover themselves from the powerful flow of wind and stones that flew in all directions. As soon as it was over, the cowardly Guan brothers and their leader, Mr. Cha, looked towards the epicenter of the battle with horror. Shocked by what was happening, the master of the fleeing falcon sword, Cha Mun-ho, had previously thought that Lady Nam had received a high status due to her noble birth, and therefore could not even imagine that she possessed such incredible power. But looking at the huge crater, in the middle of which stood the exhausted participants of the battle, he thought that this was a defeat for both sides. After this attack, the young mistress of the Mount Mu clan's left arm became useless. Her opponent was shocked by the power of her dual sword technique. Due to the last attack, he lost his right arm and was seriously wounded. Master Hong tried to say that he recognized her strength, but without finishing his sentence, he fell unconscious. In response, the girl, whose eyes were filled with anger, threateningly stated that it was not right to look down on the Mount Mu clan. After these words, she also fell unconscious. Assessing the situation and seeing the fighters in such a state, Cha Mun-ho decided it was the best time to get rid of them. He no longer considered their joining the Azure Dragon Association, believing it would be better to enhance his reputation by killing them both. His eyes were full of hatred for them looking down on him, so as he drew his blade from its sheath, he declared that they had picked the wrong man. But as soon as he decided to head towards the unconscious fighters, a mysterious man in a dark cloak appeared in front of him. It was Mu Wan, and his look only confirmed that he did not allow the idiot's plan to come true. At first, the brothers reacted insolently to his appearance and told him to get out of their way. But as soon as they realized who exactly appeared before them, they began to worry and asked their leader to stop. The fair-skinned brother told Mun-ho that the northern blade was in front of them, and it would be better if they just left here, since that guy aroused his suspicions. The second brother confirmed his words, saying that it would be better to leave here because he had a bad feeling about this mysterious master. But the arrogant, fleeting falcon swordmaster brazenly declared that the man before them was an ordinary swordsman who couldn't be truly strong, as he didn't belong to a prestigious family. He believed his reputation was based on baseless rumors, so he wanted to see it through to the end. Introducing himself as a swordsman from the renowned Three Rings clan, the naive master angrily asked his opponent how he dared interfere with the work of the Azure Dragon Association. In response, a calm Mu Wan asked if Mr. Dam knew about what they had decided to do. Hearing his words, Master Cha became nervous and asked how someone like him knew Mr. Dam. Mu Wan said that the Dam Sojong he knew was a respectable martial artist, and unlikely to have fallen so low as to issue such orders. After these words, he asked again whether the association members' actions were in line with their leader's beliefs. Filled with rage, the arrogant and offended swordsman could not tolerate yet another humiliation. Charging forward with the Guan brothers, he shouted that he would kill the Northern Blade in the name of the Azure Dragon Association. Instead of saying anything further, Mu Wan only drew his blade from its sheath for a moment. After this movement, their hair, along with all the grass behind, was neatly and convincingly cut off. Mu Wan demonstrated his incredible power without even moving or showing his blade to his enemies. His strength was so overwhelming that the fleeting Falcon Swordmaster and the Guan brothers lost any will to continue fighting. They were simply shocked by his superiority. After that, Mu Wan took Lady Nam with him without any obstacles and returned to the heavenly ship. Heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance, Mr. Tan tended to her while Mu Wan and his squad scientist discussed how even if Dam Sojong had created the organization with good intentions, not all members shared his beliefs, an example of which was Cha Mun-ho. Meanwhile, at the Western Gate, Heron was getting ready for bed as usual. At one moment, she felt someone approaching her room. As it turned out, it was Dam So-chung. The girl was simply shocked that he finally returned to the world after such a long training. Seeing him, she immediately rushed to meet him. After that, they continued to stand hugging for several minutes. As soon as the girl realized that he had already returned for good, she decided to make sure of it and asked if he had finished his training. In response, Dam So-jong confirmed her words and said that he missed her. Following this, they unexpectedly kissed, as it turned out that they were in love. The father of the leader of the Azure Dragon organization was the head of the Valley of No Return family. He is also known as the fifth heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment, Master Dam Chok Shim. He was part of the 9 heavens. One of the 3 wives of that disgusting man was a servant girl who was despised by the others, who considered her to be nothing more than a pretty face. The 3rd wife, who was a simple servant with an ordinary past, was his mother. Watching her unhappy life, little Dam Chok Shim shared her suffering. The children of his father's more noble wives despised him and constantly mocked him. They dragged him to training sessions where he showed no results, threatening that, for shirking, as punishment, they would beat him even more. Together with their mother, they were weak, and even their father despised them, calling them pathetic. He said that not only did they have no talent, but they also had no ability. Because of this environment, he became very timid and depressed, and his dependence on his mother only grew. And it was because she was the only one who gave her warmth and showed care that he felt safe in the arms of his mother, who was the only person dear to him. Mom was everything to him, but one day she couldn't take it anymore. A fire suddenly broke out in their clan's palace, shocking everyone around. The reason for this was precisely the 3rd wife of the clan head. His poor mother, who had been through so much, was filled with anger. At that moment, she looked with hatred at those who had despised her all the time while she was the head's wife. But in one moment, her gaze changed. Then she saw her shocked son among the crowd with tears in his eyes. Addressing him for the last time, she said with a kind smile that he should never become as weak as she was. Right before his eyes, the only person dear to him disappeared. At that moment, his disgusting father didn't even show up at the scene of the incident. After that horrific incident, little Dam Chok Shim promised himself that he would become stronger. It was his only way to survive, and soon none of his peers were his equal. Noticing his success, the hypocritical father began to pay more attention to him and promised that if he continued in the same spirit, he would most likely become the 6th heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment. As a child, Dam So-jong despised himself. After receiving recognition from the father he had long feared and hated, he felt good for the first time in a long time. But he couldn't get anything out of himself. He was devastated because he missed his mother, who could no longer be brought back. But at one moment, she appeared in front of him. The small and polite Mrs. Heron from the Westgate family. At the same time, he also met Shimwan Lee from the Deadly Skies, as well as his mad younger sister. Even as children, they were noted for their cruelty, though they weren't particularly talented. Among them, he only valued Heron. She politely complimented Mr. Dam's strength and admitted that she had always wanted to become a martial artist like him, but her body was too fragile. Therefore, despite her considerable intellect and knowledge, she was developing a different talent. The girl was embarrassed that Master Dam was so silent, unlike her, but still called him incredible because, despite his young age, he proved his strength. This acquaintance changed his state of mind. Little Lady Heron and her words reminded him of the care of his mother, whom he missed so much. In response, the taciturn Dam So-jong declared for the first time in his life that he was going to become the strongest in the world and promised the girl that one day she would see it with her own eyes. In response, he saw her kind smile, which again reminded him of his own mother. After that, they were distracted by the ridiculous heirs of the Shim family, who were unable to cope with the resistance of the ants, whom they carried out a brutal attack. Seeing this, Heron grabbed Mr. Dam and pulled him along with her. At that moment, Dam So-jong decided that he had found another purpose in his life. He wanted to become the strongest for the sake of Hye-yong, and in return, he hoped that she would become his everything. And that is how he became the head of the Valley of No Return family, as well as the sixth heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment. This was just the beginning, because he was going to take everything his father taught him and make it his own. The moment he learned his family's martial art, he immediately decided to go into battle. He wanted to fight 100 martial artists. Though he was hailed as a prodigy, the entire world mocked his youthful ambitions. However, he surpassed all expectations and defeated not one, not two, but 30 martial artists. Murim admitted that he was a rising star, and to his surprise, the whole world began to praise his name. But one day, he had to meet a terrifying monster. A mysterious demon in the northern heavenly clan gave him his first humiliating defeat. Feeling his beloved's care, he wondered why they had run away 7 years ago if he could continue. Heron replied that even though he had been strong back then, he still couldn't compare to that demon. She admitted that at that moment she was afraid of losing him. After these words, Master Dam promised her that this was his first and last defeat and that he would never again endanger her. He declared that he would become stronger than the 9 heavens, the strongest in the world, so that she would no longer have to worry. Having called her lover incredible, the girl changed the subject and asked if he had heard of the Northern Blade. Hearing this name, he rose to his feet and asked, realizing that they were talking about some talented master. Master Dam. So Zhang had no idea that the one who could interest him with his power was already on his way to the capital. As he approached his goal, the genius scientist Hajin Wool kept thinking about who he would meet. Of course, he was thinking about the one who taught him the meaning of the word humiliation. Heron of the West Gate brilliantly defeated him in the strategy contest and then told him to join the Azure Dragon Association. However, their ideals and views on the world were so different that Hajin was forced to do everything he could to escape her power. He believed that it was better to leave everything as it was, since only an untouched world running its course would have its purest form and become what it should be. Having lost the competition, he began to act as if he had lost his mind. Even at a young age, the scholar of 3 minds pondered how to bring the world to its purest form. Unlike the 9 heavens, Lady Haryong wanted the world to obey established rules so that she could control people. Therefore, she chose Dam So-jong as the representative of the Azure Dragon Association, as he was a symbol of youth and power, and people revered him. While he had no idea how far their association would go, he knew that they had truly great potential, and over time would likely become a force to be reckoned with. Looking at his master appraisingly, Hajin thought that Jinmu Won was the only one who could stand up to the lone star of the azure sky. The master of poisons and his student, who had already been nicknamed the Wild Bloodhound, continued their daily training. Ms. Namso Rayong came to see them, accompanied by Ms. Mirei. Mr. Tan inquired about her well-being and remarked that she seemed to him to be the kind of master who recovers quickly. With a quiet, polite laugh, the Mount Mu shaman replied that it was all thanks to their help. The master of 10,000 poisons himself treated her, and she didn't even know if she was worthy of being indebted to the great Tang family. The lady then thanked Master Jin and apologized for getting him into trouble again. Jinmu Wan replied that it was nothing. At that moment, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by an appeal to Tan Ki-moon. Looking around, they saw a bold master who addressed the master of 10,000 poisons as an old acquaintance. Calling the man in purple a chubby boar, Mr. Tan said he was pleased to meet him even after 20 years. Looking at him, the shaman realized that before them stood none other than a plum blossom-style swordsman, an elder of the Mount Hua clan named Chil San. He belonged to one of the 9 great families. They were head and shoulders above the rest. Only they could train several thousand martial artists. Addressing Master of 10,000 Poisons, Mr. Chil said mockingly that he thought Master Tang had died because he was always hiding in his clan. These words deeply hurt Ryu San's feelings, but he could not interrupt his teacher, who replied that the Mount Hua elder's ugly face remained the same as before. After these words, the masters, like wild rams, clashed heads, not paying attention to the others. Ms. Mireille clarified the situation, awkwardly explaining that while the Tang family rarely dealt with other clans, it was different with the Hua clan. Since Ki Moon and Chil Sang were the same age, people expected that with their combined efforts, they would be able to overcome any difficulties. However, not only were they unable to do anything together, but they also always ended up causing trouble. They wanted to outdo each other, and soon their rivalry turned into real hostility. Looking behind the master of 10,000 poisons, Master Chil noticed Ryu San and asked if he was his rival's student. Mr. Tan, with a serious and cold look, replied that it was so, after which he asked where such interest came from. Trying to contain his laughter, the rude boor said that since his opponent's standards had fallen, then it was no wonder that the student lived up to them too. After that, he arrogantly introduced the guys behind him. Those guys were the pride of the Mount Hua clan, being a true example of what disciples should be like. Naturally, these words touched Miang, since they were talking about the pride of the man who saved him from his previous life. Who knows what would have happened next if Mu Wan hadn't stopped him from conflict. He was unable to resist Jin's decision. Despite the tension, Ryu San decided to relent, refusing to let his emotions get the better of him, as his mentor had already taught him to think before acting. His composure allowed him to avoid interfering in others' affairs, at least this time. Looking at the disciples of the Hua clan, he knew that since they were disciples of such a famous organization, they must have studied martial arts since childhood. He started much later, so he expected the gap between their skills to be enormous. Miang wondered when he would become someone his mentor could be proud of. Mr. Tan's answer took the others by surprise. He assumed Chil San was probably pleased with the number of his students, even if he didn't realize Ryu San would be able to handle them without much trouble. Fortunately, Chil San had had his fill of bragging and didn't offer to test it. He called his rival a rare humorist, then suggested that if they were on this ship, they were also heading to the Central Celestial Alliance. He hoped their paths wouldn't cross again. As expected, Mr. Tan responded in kind. Their competition continued, even though 20 years had passed. Chil San and his disciples walked away, and only one of the followers of Mount Hua politely said goodbye to Mr. Tang. When the masters left, Ki Moon turned his attention to his student. It was the first time Miang Ryu-san had looked so withdrawn. The old man came closer to him and, clapping him on the shoulder, said that he should not lose heart, because in this state he did not look like himself. To encourage him, Mr. Tang said that whether there were 100 or 1,000 disciples like his opponent, he did not need them. Above all, the old man valued sincerity and dedication to one's work. He noted that while they couldn't ignore natural talent or background, only those with persistence ultimately survive. According to him, the fact that Chil-sun travels with his students means they are at least the first generation. Having a large number of students has become quite common, but this goes against Ki Moon's principles, as he believes it's best to cultivate one student at a time. The old man claimed that even if Ryu-san felt that he was not up to the level of others, he did not need to worry, because it did not matter what others said. In response, Ryu-san lowered his blindfold and, hiding his tears, thanked his mentor for his kind words, promising to live up to his expectations. As midnight approached, Jinmu Wan decided to retire under the ship's sail. He couldn't feel at peace because the crying of his blade didn't stop even after his battle with Zhou Chen Wu. The assumption that he was the instigator of the brutal murder of the tribe turned out to be wrong, and the crying of the snow flower only grew louder. This could only mean that her thirst for revenge had not yet been satisfied. Jin Mu-wan was now certain that the tribe's killer was Zhou Un-kun. At such a late hour, he was suddenly distracted by the creaking of the door. Some man came out onto the deck. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was one of Mount Hua's disciples. Jin Mu-won recognized him and was surprised that he had come out at such a late hour to drink alcohol without his mentor knowing. The drink was so strong that, despite the distance, Mu-won could smell it. Seeing nothing suspicious, the Northern Blade Master decided to return to his cabin. The next morning, a crowd of worried onlookers gathered on the same forward part of the deck. They all gathered around the disciple of Mount Hua, who was brutally killed with a single swing of a blade. Trembling with shock, Master Chill couldn't comprehend what had happened. Chan Ung was one of his most promising students. The other students were with him, and they were the ones who found the body. They said they had no idea what had happened, as they'd found him in such a state that morning. Chill was indescribably furious at what had happened, as he found it hard to imagine that anyone would dare to do something like this to a disciple of the Mount Hua clan. Meanwhile, Mr. Tang and the others couldn't help but notice such a huge crowd of masters in one place and became interested in what was going on. They came closer to see what had happened. As they got closer, they heard conversations and saw the Hua Mountain Master. Seeing the body of one of the students on the ground, a worried Mr. Tan asked what had happened. Mu Wan, when he got closer, immediately realized that this was the same guy he saw on the deck. Looking at the body, he noticed that the cut wound from left to right spoke volumes. Besides one clean blow on the poor guy's body, he also noticed that he smelled cheap alcohol. The insightful Jin Wool thought about his words and began to analyze the situation based on the information available to him. Looking around, he assumed that the killer was among them. Naturally, such an assumption sounded not just impudent, but even rude. Enraged by the situation, the nervous Mr. Chill asked angrily who they were. Mr. Tang replied that they were reliable people and he was willing to vouch for them as the eldest of the Tang family. After this introduction, Master Jin came forward and asked permission to test the disciples of Mount Hua. Naturally, the boy reacted extremely displeased, because he could not believe that the stranger openly suspected the disciples of the Mount Hua clan of killing his comrade. The scientist of 3 minds explained that his colleague's assumption was related to the unusual cut wound and the specific smell of alcohol. As expected, the disciples began to protest, saying that there was no line that could not be crossed, and the point was that they dared to suspect them of such a sin. But this didn't stop the guys, and Jin Vol came a little closer, taking a closer look at one of the students. After that, he looked into the suspicious guy's eyes and with a piercing gaze asked why he did this. The student was confused by such a sudden address. Borov was simply furious and declared that suspecting a disciple of the Mount Hua clan without convincing evidence was a crime that he would not turn a blind eye to. In response, Jin Mu-wan demonstrated the trajectory of the supposed killer's strike, saying that only an experienced master could do such a thing in one swing. Jin Wool concluded that while such a wound could have been inflicted with the right hand, given the depth and width of the cut, it became clear the killer was left-handed. Among them, only one person wielded a sword left-handed, the suspected apprentice. The Mount Hua follower showed disbelief at their suggestion, saying that they were crazy to suspect him just because he was left-handed. Another argument made by the investigator was Mu Wan's statement that he had seen the deceased drinking some kind of alcohol the previous night. He claimed the drink had such a strong odor that he could smell it even from where he was standing. Jin Vol agreed that this information was confirmed, since a similar strong smell did indeed hover around the suspect. The confused student continued to defend himself, saying that since the mysterious master had seen the dead boy the night before, that made him even more suspicious. He then asked him to tell him what he was doing there at such a late hour. In response, Mr. Tang stated that his comrade, Master Jin, had spent the night with them in the cabin, and he was ready to swear that this was so. At that moment, the other students also began to show distrust towards him, noting that they could indeed smell a faint odor of alcohol on him. In his defense, the boy stated that he remembered talking to Chan Wung's older brother before he left, which meant that his clothes smelled of alcohol at that moment. At this point, his lie came to its logical conclusion, because Jin Mu-wan said that Chang Wung only opened the jar when he went outside. Looking piercingly at the suspect, Mu-wan asked again why he smelled the same. That night, when Jin Mu-wan returned to his cabin, a terrifying event occurred on deck. While the greedy student was getting drunk on cheap alcohol, His comrade dealt a terrible blow. At that moment, a few drops of strong drink fell on him, which became further and decisive evidence of his guilt. No one was ever able to find the jug itself, because the awkward student decided to kick it. The suspect turned out to be the real killer. Realizing that this was the case, Mr. Chill forgot his pride and began shouting at Mian-won to hurry him to explain the situation. The confused student realized that he had been caught in a lie and now his career was over. Realizing that there were no other options, he decided to escape. The mentor was shocked because his actions were only confirmation that he was guilty. As he fled, Mian-won was extremely nervous, realizing he'd relaxed and made a mistake in executing the plan he'd spent 10 years preparing. He knew he should have been more careful and thrown the student's body off the ship. Moreover, strangers had intervened. He failed, and his escape also had no chance of success because Mu-won had already gone after him. With one deft kick, the northern blade knocked the student off his feet. As soon as Mian-won fell to the ground, Jin grabbed his arm and pressed his face to the surface. The student was immobilized, and his mentor began to run towards him with a loud cry. He wanted to know why Mian-won had committed such atrocities. The student, lying on the ground, began to apologize, realizing there was no way out of the situation. Within a moment, his entire body began to tremble, and numerous veins appeared on his face. Jin began to pull his hand away from him, realizing what he was up to. In this situation, the Blade Master was unable to stop him as the desperate student began to destroy his meridians. Just a moment later, right before their eyes, Min-won committed suicide. The students and their teacher were shocked. Master Chill could not believe that he would suddenly lose his two dear disciples, with whom he had accomplished many great deeds for the Mount Hua clan over the past decades. Great grief caused him to release his emotions in an uncontrollable manner in the form of rage. His madness and screaming began to disturb everyone present. The students ran excitedly to their teacher to try to bring him to his senses. But Mr. Chill was so consumed with rage that he sent them flying with one blow. The man began to destroy everything around him, accompanying his madness with a terrifying scream. Seeing what he was doing, his old friend Mr. Tang tried to calm him down, shouting that he should come to his senses. But it was too late. Jin knew he couldn't stand by. He approached the distraught master, trying to convey to him with words that this was not the right place for violence. But calming him with words wasn't easy. Lord Chill even tried to strike him, but Jin managed to dodge his blade and shouted that he understood his deep sorrow, but his behavior was unbecoming of an elder of the Mount Hua clan. By blocking his hand, Jin decided to immobilize the violent elder. With his sheath under his neck, Mu-won went behind him and began to strangle the restless man, telling him that he should control himself since many people were watching them. Jin suggested that he put his grief aside for now and instead focus on the current situation, but the elder's inner demon continued to rage. In response, the man hit the caring master in the face with the back of his head and freed himself from the grip. After that, he struck furiously. Master Mu-won dodged this blow without any difficulty. Just when he thought it was time to leave the elder alone, the mad man charged again and aimed his blade at his neck. The violent blow was so powerful that the huge ship tilted onto its side. Jin managed to block this unexpected blow, but despite this, part of the deck was destroyed. Now he was forced to draw his blade, for no one but him could subdue such a terrifying and violent man. The situation was somewhat reminiscent of when he had gotten into trouble with the disciples of the Gongdong Monastery, but Jin had already resigned himself to this fate. The enraged Chil-san truly lost his fear and decided to take out his anger on the unknown master. He made a grave mistake when he again lunged at Jin Mu-won. The northern blade now took this as a real battle seriously. He parried the elder's attack without much difficulty. After that, he dealt him a strong blow with his shoulder, and the master of Mount Hua was sent flying to the side. The elder didn't even have time to notice how Mu-won was behind him in an instant and grabbed him by the clothes. There were too many people on board. Jin could not allow them to get hurt, so he decided to move the battle to a safer place. His idea was just crazy. He was going to deal with the unruly elder in the air, so he threw him high into the air. After that, he himself jumped to meet him. While in the air, the enraged Chil San was not at all worried about what was happening. Concentrating on the enemy, he embodied all his anger in using the 32 petals of the plum blossom technique. But just a moment after Mount Hua Elder released his power, Master Jin launched a swift attack, shattering his blade into tiny pieces. The old man, who had spent his entire life cultivating his world-renowned strength, was shocked that a stranger could destroy his blade in an instant. Even without feeling the enemy's presence, he saw that Jin Mu Wan was already above him and was about to deal him a terrifying blow. The impact was so strong that the Chil San, which fell into the river, created a splash of water tens of times higher than the ship. Everyone on deck couldn't believe what had happened. The disciples of Mount Hua began to look around awkwardly, realizing that their master's defeat was a humiliating event for their entire clan. Jin Mu Wan had no choice, otherwise Lord Chil would destroy everything around him. Having finished the battle, the Northern Blade returned to the deck along with the Elder, who had lost consciousness from the final blow. A few hours later, Chil San regained consciousness. Mr. Tan was the first to approach the drooping master to inquire about his well-being. Chil San didn't think about his feelings at all, and in response only asked if they had managed to get more information regarding the incident with his students. Mr. Tan nodded silently in response. The Elder of Mount Hua was about to learn the bitter truth about why this had happened. The remaining disciples of the two masters and Lady Meyer remained outside. They went to the place where the bodies of the dead students were located. Mr. Ki Moon had already finished his work and decided to take note of an important clue that he had discovered. Using his special illusion-dispelling medicine, he was barely able to detect the tattoo on the killer's body. This tattoo could not have been unseen before, because it was carefully hidden by the student himself. Mr. Chil San was simply shocked when he saw something like this on the chest of his student, whom he had taught for decades. In addition, after checking the deceased's belongings, one interesting thing was discovered. It was some kind of powder that Min Wan used to hide the tattoo on his chest. According to the Elder's recollections, Min Wan joined the Mount Hua clan when he was 10 years old and had never left the clan's territory before that day. This simply meant that he had the tattoo even before joining their clan. All this time, he had concealed his affiliation with another organization. It was logical to assume that Chan Wung had actually become his victim because he had discovered his secret. Chil San thought he still had much to learn. Turning to his old comrade, he asked him to keep the situation a secret. Placing his hand on his old friend's shoulder, Ki Moon replied that he understood everything. The two-headed demon tattoo on his disciple's body haunted the great scholar of 3 minds. Jin Wol had never heard of an organization that used such a symbol. While on deck, he discussed this with the master from the north. It was clear to the scholar that someone had deliberately sent this child to the Mount Hua clan, but it was difficult to imagine who could raise children for so many years simply to carry out orders. Moreover, if this mysterious two-headed demon organization managed to infiltrate the Mount Hua clan, it cannot be ruled out that they have already managed to infiltrate other clans. Jin Mu Wan only silently listened to his comrade's thoughts, thinking that this reminded him of some demonic organization that might be behind the incident involving the use of the forbidden demonic art of the blood of 10 women. When Chil San finished saying goodbye to his students, he decided to approach the mysterious master, who was forced to intervene in the situation in order to calm his madness. Although that defeat was somewhat of a humiliation to the Mount Hua clan's honor, the elder sincerely apologized for his behavior. He thanked Jin Mu Wan for stopping him and promised to repay the debt. In response, the young master simply nodded his head calmly. Taking a closer look at the young and incredibly talented master, the elder decided he was much stronger than he was being told. The man was certain that a new star had risen over the world of Murima, and the Northern Blade would likely be the one to lead its future. The disciples standing nearby were concerned about the consequences. They asked their master what they would do after the incident, which had exposed the Mount Hua clan's negative side and could tarnish their image. The man thought about his answer, but at that moment he noticed his old friend, with whom he had been competing all his life. Tan Kai-moon returned to his cabin, accompanied by the caring attention of his only student, who thanked him for his hard work in training him. Chil-san realized that despite the gravity of the situation, he should not forget his faithful followers. Meanwhile, a meeting began with the secret demonic organization that was behind the atrocity that the child who had infiltrated the Manhwa clan as a disciple at the age of 10 was about to commit. Their guest turned out to be a member of a demonic cult. Un-kun was part of the organization. Because he had long played the role of heir to his father's clan, he had to avoid contact with the cult. Despite this, according to one of the leaders, nothing unusual had happened, and they had everything under control. After greeting, the mysterious stranger, hiding his identity, asked Un-kun if he knew what happened to his father. The cousin of the northern clan's heir replied that he had heard news that his father had been killed by the Silent Night organization. He didn't believe it, considering it an obvious lie. No matter how old his father was, he wouldn't have died in such a battle, having fought them on equal terms his entire life. In response, the cult member shared that he'd had the same thought, as everything was rather suspicious, and many things didn't add up. Incidentally, he didn't forget to mention the incident with the death of the Central Heavenly Alliance scouts. The man assumed that Un-kong had killed them. As it turned out, rumors circulated that they were killed using the demonic art of the blood of 10 women. Un-kong was indeed the wielder of this power, and he apologized for his actions, admitting that he had personally created this nightmare. Although his insolence could have caused some trouble for the secret organization, one of the elders simply accepted his confession and stated that since his father was dead and he no longer belonged to the Broken Fist clan, he would now be entrusted with the children of demonic power. Un-kun looked around and saw the children through whom their sinister organization had secretly infiltrated the great families. There were so many such children that it was difficult to imagine what other atrocities they were going to commit. At this time, the long-awaited celebration began at the White Dragon Trading Association. The leaders of the Team Dozen were glad that they had finally managed to cope with such a difficult task. Kvak and his uncle also spent a lot of time on the road and couldn't wait for a decent rest. The eldest son of the great family returned safe and sound, as did their daughter. The time has come for the long-awaited reunion. While the family shared warm words of joy, the bodyguard mentor stood nearby, happy that he had managed to survive such a difficult journey. While hugging her precious son, Mrs. Tay-Tay noticed that the so-called talisman of the merchant troupe had also returned safely. Addressing her bodyguard Huang, she thanked him for looking after her son and expressed how glad she was that everyone was able to return home safely. In response, the polite bodyguard pointed to the mercenaries of the Iron Squad, saying that all the credit belongs to them. Mrs. No wasted no time in expressing her gratitude to them. She promised that their family would definitely pay them fairly for their work. With a smile on his face, the leader of the Iron Dozen stated that they were hired for this, and they were just doing their job. He also clarified that it was Jin who truly deserved the gratitude. He admitted he didn't really like admitting that, without him, they probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Master Musen's words gave the old woman the impression that he was truly a noble man. Turning to her youngest son, she said that it was time to fulfill her part of the bargain, as Mr. Yong and his Iron Squad had completed the task impressively. Yun Human handed the document to the mercenaries and said that it contained the amount of money they had earned, which could be used anywhere on the continent. The deputy captain accepted their reward with respect, showing his complete confidence by not even checking the contents. Later in the evening, they were invited to a celebratory banquet, but Yan Musung was forced to politely decline, stating that they needed to leave for the Central Heavenly Alliance as soon as possible. The merchant troupe's family could not trouble them with such an invitation, so they thanked them once again for their services and wished them luck on their journey. Yeon Musong was glad that their relationship with the large and influential family had become so strong. As he left, he did not forget to say goodbye to those thanks to whom they managed to survive. Kwok and Mr. Huang who was the reason Master Jin intervened in this incident, respectfully said goodbye to the mercenaries. After saying goodbye, the uncle asked his student to rest before they would resume their rigorous training to practice the skills they had acquired during their journey. They were both seriously determined to become much stronger in order to be of use to the Northern Heavenly Clan's young master. It was too dangerous to return to him, so they planned to hone the cultivation technique he had taught them during their journey. Meanwhile, the masters of one of the distant mainland clans discovered the site of a recent battle. They found the bodies of 3 brothers from the 4 tainted monsters they had been pursuing unsuccessfully for a long time. The Kunlun clan felt their pride had been hurt, all because someone had gotten ahead of them. They found only 3 bodies and knew that 1 more was still at large. The idea that they had killed each other seemed impossible to them, for although they were brutal bandits, they were still brothers. Over the past few months, 4 tainted monsters had slain countless Kunlun clan disciples. No one could have imagined that they were already dead, and their disciples' deaths had been in vain, so the decision was made to find the one who killed these monsters. Sending his warriors on a mission, one of the clan elders warned that there was a possibility the last of the brothers was still alive. They split into 2 teams to search for the monster slayer and the last of the bloodthirsty brothers. Meanwhile, Ha-Sol continued her journey with the merchants. All the while, her ear itched, and she wondered if someone was saying nasty things about her. Looking at the merchants fooling around near a small pond on the way to the city, she was surprised, thinking that the continent was inhabited by very strange people. The situation ahead of the Northern Blade's visit to the capital continued to escalate. Zhang Cheon of the West Gate, the current head of the family, came to visit one of the 9 heavens. He addressed his father, saying that he had arrived at his direction. In just a moment, the gate to the illusory dimension of the strongest owner of the family techniques of the Western Gate clan opened. Many years passed, but Zhang Cheon still couldn't fathom the depth of his father's illusory techniques. After the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan 10 years ago, he ordered him to take over as head of the family, while he himself retreated into seclusion. However, the power of the sage's spiritual realm remains as great as ever. Zhang Cheon bowed respectfully before his father. In response, the powerful master of illusions welcomed him as his guest and asked him to raise his head. He announced that the 9 heavens would soon make their move. All this time, the man had been gathering his strength to maintain balance among the 9 heavens. He said that with the advent of the silent night, he no longer saw the point in continuing this. He had seen with his own eyes the changes in the world. The peaceful sea of stars was disturbed by a lone, unknown force, powerful enough to draw his attention. He claimed that the Northern Celestial Clan, which they had thought destroyed, was now emitting a faint glow. The sage Seo Manhwa, who had participated in the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan, was about to return to the world once more to finish what he had started. He is known as the omniscient saint of the Western Gate family, one of the 9 heavens, and the first master of illusions of the Western Gate. That same night, Jin Muwan felt an incredible surge of rage. His hands began to shake, and he could barely hold his blade in his hands. After a long time, he finally arrived at the place where the collapse of their clan began. They arrived in a huge city, the capital of the continent. The Central Heavenly Alliance was strikingly different from the places he had seen before. When the boys got off the ferry, they found themselves on the crowded streets of the capital of Hubei province. News of the invasion force's formation had attracted many martial artists. Lord Ki-moon was certain that local taverns and shops had already raised their prices. The arrival of the Silent Night was a perfect opportunity for the Central Celestial Alliance to improve its economy. Jin Woo knew that the only one capable of achieving such an incredible feat was the divine scholar and first of the Western Gate, Seo Manhwa. He understood that if they were to face the forces of the 9 heavens, he would be facing precisely the most powerful tactician in history. Returning to the current situation, he recalled rumors that prominent families had private residences in the Central Heavenly Alliance, so the Tang family was no exception. It was easier for them because they didn't have to look for a place to stay. Mr. Tan agreed with his words, saying that although their residence was smaller than most other families, it was quite good. When they reached their destination, the shaman, with a smile on her face, announced it was time to part ways. She admitted that although they hadn't spent much time together, she was genuinely glad she had gotten to know them. In response, Mr. Tang stated that they too were glad to have had the honor of traveling with the Mount Mu shaman. He expressed hope that they would meet again. After these words, they said goodbye, and the Northern Blade Squad headed to the Tang family residence. At one point, Jin stopped and asked his comrades to go ahead, as he still had some things to take care of. Jin warned that he had already managed to rest on the ship and was in a hurry to try a place that interested him. As expected, even late in the evening the city was filled with craftsmen. Jin Mu-won expected to meet members of one of the mysterious organizations he had dealt with in some cities before. He doubted that there would be room for their representation in the Central Alliance. In the center of the city, he discovered one nondescript alley that seemed quite intriguing. Among the inconspicuous houses, there was a building marked as the organization's building. The dark flag at the entrance inside told him that he was there. Jin came closer and, making sure that he was not being followed, knocked on the door. A yawning, sleepy girl opened the door and said that they were closed for the night. It was clear that this was just a cover. Jin recalled the moment when he and the leader of the Iron Dozen visited the representative office of this secret organization. In response to her words, the master lifted his dark straw hat and introduced himself as a Northern Blade. The girl looked confused, showing that she didn't understand what was being discussed. But Jin Mu-won didn't give up and said the keyword that Leader Yan used more convincingly. Even after these words, the girl continued to look at him with some incomprehension. It worked, though, and she allowed him to come inside. The building turned out to be quite spacious inside, but there were no people there. Having gone down to the ground floor, the girl addressed a lone visitor, saying that he would have to wait a little. The old man, who was trying to meet with representatives of the secret organization, began to grumble with displeasure. He was short, with a strange mask on his face with large eyes, a gray beard and mustache, and a tall cane in his hands. As he passed by the young master, he began to look at him closely. When he passed by, he began to laugh, saying that a rather serious young man had visited the organization. Jin Mu-won looked with interest at the old man who was walking up the stairs, but at that moment he was invited inside. As he entered the dark room, he was greeted by a woman with a cloth over her head. Hearing her voice, Jin assumed she was Mei Wolryong, head of the Sacheon branch of the Dark Moon organization. The woman expressed surprise that he had remembered this and then invited him to sit. She said she decided to move to this location because the capital is becoming the site of some of the most interesting events. She added that she is only temporarily responsible for the Hubei region. In response to her words, Jin began to silently and suspiciously peer into her eyes through the cloth covering her face. Lady Vol-Ren was surprised by his gaze and assumed he thought she'd been stalking him the whole way. To avoid escalating the situation, the Northern Blade said that he did not suspect them of pursuing him, after which he inquired about Chong Ying's condition. The lady immediately realized that one of their top agents had revealed their organization's secrets to him. She replied that he was currently on a mission and completing some tasks, then mentioned that the revelation that he was an elite member of the Hidden Moon was very disturbing news for them. Still, she felt that it couldn't be helped, since her opponent was such an impressive figure as Mr. Jin. After that, she addressed him by his real name, calling him the last young head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. It was clear Jin hadn't visited the Dark Moon office to inquire about Chong Ying. The lady inquired about the true purpose of his visit and suggested that he might be interested in joining the invaders, though that was hard to believe. Jin replied that, judging by her words, they did not have a high opinion of the creation of invaders. He was right, as anyone even slightly involved in the current affairs of their world was not overly pleased with the creation of this organization. Countless young masters are now joining the Central Celestial Alliance, hoping to realize their dreams of greatness. However, The leadership positions have already been determined, reserved specifically for the heirs of the 9 great factions and 5 great clans. Unfortunately, all young martial artists will be used as cannon fodder. This was self-evident, but wanderers have even fewer opportunities, even if they are talented. Ultimately, the 9 great factions and 5 great clans are ruled by the Central Heavenly Alliance. This is a world created for them by the Alliance. The lady digressed slightly when the conversation turned to the invaders. She again inquired about the real purpose of the visit. Reaching into his pocket, Jin said he wanted to find someone. Producing a rather impressive sum of money, he said he was looking for a gentleman named Seo Mu Sang, and explained that 10 years ago he had been sent to the Northern Celestial Clan as a mercenary. He shared rumors that he had returned to the Central Celestial Alliance shortly thereafter. Taking the money, the lady replied that although she hadn't heard the name before, as long as he lived, they would have no problem tracking him down. The head of Mei Wol Ren couldn't even imagine that Jin would have someone to look for. After accepting this task, she asked him if he needed any more help. The young master was greatly interested by the lady when she said that she had information regarding the Great Four of the Northern Heavens. Seeing the reaction of the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir, she reported that they had recently received a report that Elder Yan Chenghua had left the Sword Fortress and was currently heading to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Hearing this name, Jin Mu Wan nervously clenched his fist, knowing that their meeting in the Central Alliance was only a matter of time. Yang Zhonghua was one of the few martial artists to reach the peak of the spiritual realm, surpassing even the likes of Zhou Zhongwu. He was the one who played the greatest role in the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Jin Mu Wan's expression changed greatly after hearing the name, and he asked with a serious look what the great swordsman's reason was for coming to the capital. The lady replied that she was not sure of the answer, but could conduct an investigation. As he left the room, Mu Wan replied that there was no need for that. Looking around, he said that it looked like he would soon meet him himself. As he left the room, he said he would eagerly await the results of his request. The Dark Moon Division leader replied that he shouldn't worry, and that they would definitely find the person he was looking for. After a brief conversation with the heir of the Northern Clan, Lady Mei Wol Ren was intrigued by what would happen next. Now she understood why Chong Ying had said that Jin Mu Wan was difficult to understand. As she opened the cloth mask, the lady continued to think about the direct heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. To her it was a double-edged sword, which, depending on how they used it, could be harmful or a very good blade. Having finished her thoughts, she turned to her subordinates, who were hidden in the shadows of the room. The lady ordered them to start an investigation and find a man named Seo Mu Sang. After the Dark Moon Organization's visit, Jin decided to head to one of the observation decks with a beautiful view of the city. In solitude, he remembered his father's words. He once said that if the opportunity arose, he would like to ascend and drink with the valiant heroes of the past. Suddenly, the old man he had met inside the Dark Moon building appeared next to him. The stranger greedily drank alcohol and debated whether it was worth craving immortality or dreaming of living like an emperor. He shouted that it all boiled down to the fact that this body was immortal and truly imperial. Jin Mu Wan was surprised when the old man appeared next to him. He didn't even notice him coming, as he hadn't sensed his qi at all. The old man continued to behave extremely strangely, tossing the bottle and playing with it as if it were a football player. After this, the mysterious stranger began to laugh slyly and remove his mask. It turned out to be an elderly lady. Showing her face, she held out a bottle of liquor to the young man and asked if he would like a drink. In response, Jin continued to watch her silently. The stranger understood his mistrust. She continued drinking alcohol and said that he shouldn't be so wary because she didn't add poison to it. After drinking the strong drink, she again extended the alcohol towards the Blade Master and said that it was not so pleasant to enjoy a good view alone, and also that it was the strong smell that made this alcohol a work of art. Addressing the master, she sadly said that young people were too fixated on joining the invaders or becoming someone great. Simply put, she meant that only a few were capable of understanding the beauty of what was already before them. However, she was sure that the words she spoke hardly concerned the mysterious master. Turning to Mu Wan, she assumed that he was not there to join the invader squad, and then explained that this was precisely why she was offering him a drink, so that he too could fully enjoy the view. Seeing the young man's doubts, she said that if he didn't want to, then there was nothing to worry about. Jin Muwan still couldn't refuse her offer, and after thanking her for the treat, he took a few sips of the strong drink with pleasure. Looking again at the city built on the manifestations of people's bad character traits, she said with an ironic laugh that, although there wasn't much in this world, why be greedy? She believed all a person needed was a good drink and a beautiful view like this. Unfazed, Mu Wan continued to greedily gulp down his drink, so the lady nervously yelled at him to be an asshole and drink more slowly. She asked him to save the alcohol so he could enjoy the night. After finishing his drink, Mu Wan handed her the bottle back and apologized, saying he'd been wanting to grab a drink with someone too. He then admitted she'd been right about the drink being a true work of art. Hearing his sincere words, the stranger replied that she was glad he liked it. Then she asked if he really wasn't going to ask who she was. Jin Mu Wan responded by asking if she would tell him if he asked directly. Continuing to drink the strong drink, the old woman said she was not sure. Jin confirmed her words, saying that was why he hadn't asked. Hearing his words, the lady nearly choked on her drink. As she wiped her face, she noticed that he had an incredibly sharp tongue. Despite her ambiguous compliment, Jin didn't react and continued to look into the distance, thinking about his life. Unexpectedly, the old woman told him that he was also a rather sinister bastard. She said there was no point in hiding it because she could see right through him. Jin began to look in her direction with even greater interest, trying to unravel the mysterious identity of the old woman who said that she could clearly see his thirst for destruction and revenge. Donning a mask, the mysterious woman urged him to be careful, saying that if he continued to let his temper get the better of him, he would not be satisfied with his life upon his deathbed. She expressed hope that he understood that sometimes it was better to simply submit to the nature of this world. Jin Mu Wan listened attentively to the mysterious speech of the stranger, who seemed to know more about him than appeared at first glance. Suddenly, the young heir of the northern clan was distracted by conversations behind him. Strangers began climbing the tower, discussing some meeting they had apparently arrived to first. When Mu Wan turned around again, he saw that the crazy old woman had suddenly jumped from the tower, saying that this was just advice from a person who had lived much longer than him. Finally, she threw a bottle of alcohol in his direction and generously informed him that he could drink the rest of the alcohol. Before he could even say goodbye to the mysterious stranger, Jin Mu Wan realized he'd been right when he'd assumed he couldn't sense her chi. Therefore, he assumed she was a martial artist who had reached the absolute spiritual realm. He felt as if they'd met before. As the stranger jumped from the tower, one of the men who had suddenly ascended to the platform approached him. Addressing the young master at the very edge of the tower, the young master informed him that he should leave, as they had an important meeting there. It was Munho and the other young masters who were about to join the Azure Dragon organization. Seeing who he was dealing with, the heir to the great family was completely oblivious to the fact that their meeting was about to take place. Noticing Jin Mu Wan, the warmonger Hong Gong Wei began to slowly walk towards him. He began to feel furious as he recalled who the young master was that had ended up at the place where they had met the Azure Dragon organization candidate. When Master Hong was defeated in battle against the shaman, the last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was the silhouette of the master known as Northern Blade. Jin Muwan decided he didn't care about these losers and simply walked past them toward the tower's exit. The unfamiliar master, for whom the Azure Dragon members were waiting, was surprised that the boys were focused on the stranger and didn't show any open joy at his arrival. As Jin passed by, Hong, not understanding what he was doing, grabbed him by the shoulder and asked where the shaman Nam So Ren was now and who the mysterious Northern Blade really was. Seeing what he was doing, The fleeing falcon swordmaster Cha Mun-ho and the warrior brothers were worried, realizing that they could now not escape the wrath of the furious northern blade. Seeing Jin Mu-wan's cold, murderous gaze, Hong decided to withdraw his hand, but continued to stare at him. The unknown master they were about to meet also became intrigued by the identity of the one who had diminished his appearance. To avoid escalating the situation, Master Cha grabbed Mr. Hong by the shoulder to stop him from making any rash decisions. With a vicious glare, the warmonger called him a small piece of shit and asked him to let him go, saying that he must have forgotten why he joined the Azure Dragon Association. Revealing his name with incredible pride, the big man recalled his words about joining their organization, which he considered idiotic, to fight their leader, Dam So-jong. Looking at the blade that had replaced his hand, he remembered that before he had even had a chance to engage in battle with the strongest of the young masters, the shaman of Mount Mu, one of the 7 lesser heavens, had crippled him. In response, a worried Master Chang said that he was confident that Mr. Hong would have many more opportunities to regain his honor, while the main thing now was to recruit as many people as possible into the association. Mentioning that although he was defeated in the battle with Nam So-ryun, he was still a member of the association and should focus on recruiting people. Throwing his hand away, the big man Hong rudely replied that he didn't give a damn about what they were going to do. After this, he again turned to the mysterious master of the Northern Blade and once again asked where the shaman was and who he really was. Mu-wan remained silent, but his gaze showed that he was not going to play games with them and was serious. Analyzing the situation, Master Cha was agitated because they had just arrived at the Central Alliance and were immediately confronted with such a problematic situation. Meanwhile, the stranger began to warm up, wondering why everyone else was so afraid of him. He said he was curious to know who he was dealing with. Master Cha and the Guang brothers became even more nervous, realizing that the situation was escalating, since the Sword of the South had gotten involved in this conflict. The conflict has been going on for a long time because this guy is the first son of the Southern Clan, one of the 5 great clans. Mr. Hong began to feel competition with him, because he was meddling in something that wasn't his business. The Sword of the South approached the mysterious master in the black cloak and introduced himself, saying the stranger probably hadn't heard of him, as he wasn't particularly interested in fame and glory. After saying this, he declared that if he tried hard enough, he would be far stronger than the 7 lesser heavens. The heir of one of the 5 great clans also asked Jin Mu-wan who he was, anticipating the revelation of the boy's identity, which made his comrades tremble in fear. Jin remained silent, so the Sword of the South began to laugh loudly, saying that the stranger was probably deaf. After this, he had a look around with the warmonger, realizing that a fight could not be avoided. The 2 naive fools furiously rushed into the attack, shouting that Jin Mu-wan would regret looking down on them. While the boys were wondering which of them would be the first to punish the daredevil, the Northern Blade, with his usual calm, decided to teach the fools a lesson in politeness. The Southern Clan's first son, famous throughout the continent, caught a bottle of strong drink on his face, losing control of the situation. After that, Jin instantly got close to the warmonger and dealt him a powerful blow to the jaw, followed by a blow to the stomach that sent the big guy flying. The fleeting falcon swordmaster and the Guan brothers knew that since it had come to this, they really should join in to get rid of the troublesome guy. As they rushed into the attack, they were sure that even though he was a famous newcomer called the Northern Blade, he would certainly not be able to withstand the simultaneous attack of 5 masters. They couldn't even imagine how wrong they were. Overestimating their strength, all 5 became easy targets for the experienced warrior who dealt with them with his bare fists. In just a moment, Jin Mu-wan had scattered all his opponents and grabbed the clothes of the overconfident heir of the Southern Clan. Without wasting time on talking, he beat him up in front of everyone present, who considered this guy a noticeable boost to the Azure Dragon Association's power. The boy who called himself the strongest among the lesser 7 heavens fell on his back. The master's incredible strength was what made them tremble with fear. The master of the fleeting falcon sword tried to say something, but the trembling in his voice indicated that he was now afraid to voice even empty threats. But at that very moment, Mr. Hong rushed into the attack. The fierce warmonger armed himself with his various weapons, believing such an enemy could not be underestimated. The enemy's actions forced Jin Muwan to resort to using his blade. Drawing the snowflower from its sheath, he sadly wondered how arrogant they were. In just a moment, he was right in front of the big guy and delivered several blows that blocked the enemy attacks. Jin Muwan had no intention of playing around and resorted to using the power of the shadow. His powerful attack directed at the enemy was capable of killing him in the blink of an eye. But at the last moment he stopped his blade, leaving a small cut on the face of the master, who was scared to death. At that very moment, the southern swordsman regained consciousness. The heir to the great clan could not accept defeat, so he grabbed his sword and rushed into the attack with a cry. Jin Muwan immediately pointed his blade at him and destroyed the enemy's sword with one swing. His blade, releasing darkness energy, was aimed at the neck of the overconfident young master from the seven lesser heavens. The snowflower was stopped at the last moment, leaving a small cut on the battered youth's neck. Jin Muwan once again demonstrated his incredible superiority and precise swordsmanship. Having witnessed with their own eyes the might of the monster known as the Northern Blade, Master Cha and the Guang brothers were once again convinced that they had no chance against it. Having beaten the strongest among the participants of this so-called important meeting, Muwan, with his blade threateningly lowered to the ground, began to slowly walk towards those who remained with weapons in their hands. The Guan brothers began to run away screaming, looking back at the formidable enemy, while the master of the fleeting falcon sword still stood in place, frozen with indescribable fear. His legs were shaking so badly that he couldn't even move. With a trembling voice, he tried to justify himself, but he couldn't even utter the first word. At the same moment, Muwan grabbed his scabbard and raised his blade at an angle. With terrifying fear, Master Cha dropped his blade to the ground and began to scream with tears streaming down his face, expecting his own death. But when he fell to the ground, Jin Muwan never landed a punch. Master Cha, scared to death, couldn't believe he was still alive. When he opened it, a sudden clicking sound revealed that the Northern Blade had not actually intended to attack, but had simply put his sword back into its sheath. But it was too late, and in the face of fear of death, the master of the fleeting falcon sword wet his pants, demonstrating what his reputation was truly worth. Seeing this pitiful sight, Muwan looked with disdain at the one who dared to arrogantly think that he was capable of fighting against him. Without saying a word in response to the shameful spectacle, the master of the Northern Blade simply turned around and began walking towards the descent from the tower. The young masters of the Azure Dragon Association, shocked by what had happened, were unable to move after such a negligible defeat in a battle where they had the numerical advantage and the ability to attack first with weapons. Addressing the fools, Muwan finally said that they must know that murder in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance is punishable by death. Since they had made a lot of noise, he decided to go back and said that he hoped that they would do the same and turn a blind eye to what had happened today and just continue with their own affairs, which did not interest him. Looking at them with a piercing gaze, he warned the young and naive masters that if they refused to listen to what he said, then he would not hesitate to kill each of them. The next morning, Jin Muwan went to the training grounds to discuss the incident with his advisor, the great scholar of 3 minds. They stood by and watched the Tang family disciples training. Miang Ryu began to demonstrate some success in using poisons in combat and couldn't contain his joy. Even his mentor recognized his progress and began loudly applauding. Having tasted success, the young disciple of the master of 10,000 poisons began pointing his finger at the Northern Blade and shouting that he would soon catch up. In response, Master Ki-moon expressed his displeasure and asked him to watch his language, to show at least a little respect and humanity. Jinmu Wan didn't react to the promising student's cries. He had already told the entire story of the previous evening, and Jin Wol was very interested in the mysterious martial artist, whose chi even he couldn't detect. The scholar could confidently say that people like that old woman were only the beginning. He warned his comrade that he would encounter a huge number of such masters, so it was worth keeping in mind that they were now in enemy territory, meaning they were already engaged in an unpredictable battle. He also admitted with a thoughtful expression that he shouldn't miss the moment when he single-handedly dealt with the small midges from the Azure Dragon Association. Jin Mu Wan was genuinely surprised to hear the great tactician not criticize him for this, but rather praise him, saying he'd done well, because if you're too soft on an enemy, he won't stop. This was a lesson worth learning. There's no room for forgiveness in the world of Murim. With a loud laugh, he declared that if you don't stand firmly on your own 2 feet, sooner or later you'll be pushed aside and your support will disappear. He sincerely begged the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan not to repeat the mistakes he had made several years ago. Even though Jin Muwan had taught the fools a lesson, the scholar still believed it was possible they were up to something. Jin Wol suggested they keep this in mind when they had to formulate their next plan of action. After these words, he suddenly jumped up and, with a manic laugh, shouted that he had a brilliant idea. He suggested going to a place that would help them with certain problems they would encounter during their stay in the capital of Hubei province. Meanwhile, important guests arrived at the Hubei Provincial Administration Office. The guards informed the gentleman that people from the Mount Hua clan had arrived. Mr. Chil-san was given permission to go inside, but left his students outside. Minister Wang was genuinely surprised that the renowned Chil-sun of the Hua mountain clan himself had honored them with a visit. He also apologized for his lack of hospitality due to his busy schedule. Mr. Chil replied that it was nothing, as he had arranged a meeting with a very busy man. Minister Desen thanked the honorable guest for his understanding and invited him to sit down. As the Central Alliance's Minister of Internal Affairs, Wang Desen has, for certain reasons, a huge influence on the future of the alliance, making him the most important figure in the entire Murim world. This man was very busy, so the elder of Mount Hua was forced to cut to the chase. After listening to his story, the worried minister, with a cold sweat running down his face, showed he couldn't believe what he'd heard. The conversation revolved around the story of the students and the tattoo of an unknown organization. The minister logically assumed that, in that case, the 2-headed demons had already infiltrated the vast majority of their clans. Elder Chil agreed with him and said that the other Murim clans had probably also fallen victim to the actions of the 2-headed demons organization. The minister responded that it was even worse than he had imagined. But as it turned out, when asked whether the alliance was aware of them, Mr. Day Sen replied that all their resources were currently focused on resolving problems at night, so they received little information about their internal affairs. Chil-san admitted that because of this incident, the Mount Hua clan had not only lost its honor, but also its credibility with the people. That's why he personally came to the Central Heavenly Alliance Minister's office with a similar request to track down the 2-headed demon clan. After a thoughtful pause, Mr. Desen replied that, unfortunately, he could not make such a decision personally, and that he would need to send a request to the 9 heavens. After Chil-san left the minister's office, Mr. Day-sen continued to think about the situation and twist the gold ring on his index finger. Later in the evening, Jin Wol and Mu Wan visited an old friend of the scientist of 3 minds. After a brief exchange of compliments, the great tactician got down to business and said that from his comrade's vast selection of books, he needed any strategic map of Hubei province, blueprints of the Central Celestial Alliance, and most importantly, key information about the Northern Celestial Clan. Meanwhile, a clan that had earned a reputation for carrying out ruthless assassinations on request received an unexpected guest with a huge wallet. The members of the clan of Phantom Killers thought that such a sum was payment for a very difficult contract, for example, the murder of an entire organization or a small family. As it turned out, The customer was the disgraced and angry master of the fleeing falcon sword. With incredible anger, he said that he was ordering the death of the Northern Blade. Meanwhile, Mu Wan had no idea that he had become the target of professional assassins. While in the library, where he was led by the scholars of 3 minds, he was dying of boredom. They'd already spent 2 whole days here. Despite this, Jin Woo and his companion weren't tired at all and had continued working on some strategy the entire time. The colleague of the 3 minds scientist, the owner of this place, is Jiang Dai Seo. As Mu Wan and Jin Woo walked here, the scholar also explained that Jiang Dai Seo's ancestors had collected a large number of ancient books over the years, numbering over tens of thousands. Containing at least 200 years of history, this place is considered a font of knowledge. Most scholars dream of visiting this place. When Jin Woo was younger, he spent many days studying in this very place. That's how he accumulated the vast amount of knowledge he possesses today. Listening to their conversations, Jin Mu Wan realized their knowledge was on par. After assessing the information at his disposal, Jiang Dai Seo asked his old friend what he planned to do next. Taking the blueprints for himself, Jin Woo cryptically replied that he was going to give a new day to this world. The old friend's cryptic words made the library owner wonder about the sheer scale of the strategies the scientists of the 3 minds were pursuing. When the boys went outside, Jin Mu Wan shaded his eyes with his hat because of the blinding sun, while the scholar of 3 minds enjoyed the pleasant sunlight that he had not seen for 3 whole days. Finally, the librarian asked who his friend's companion was. Jin Woo was surprised that Jiang Dai Seo had only now shown interest in his companion's identity. He replied that Master Jiang had surely heard of the Northern Blade. Jin Mu Wan looked back, realizing that he would now have to introduce himself properly. Hearing the words about the Northern Blade, Jiang Dai Seo took the information calmly. But a moment later he shuddered from the shock of realizing what was happening. He remembered that the 3 minds scholar had mentioned the need for many things regarding the Central Alliance, as well as key information regarding the Northern Heavenly Clan. With cold sweat pouring down his face, he realized that the Northern Blade was actually the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, whose death turned out to be false information. Turning to his comrade, he asked in panic what he was planning. Daisio finally figured out who his comrade's companion was, so Jin Mu Wan introduced himself properly. Reminiscing about the past, Jin Woo mentioned that he and his friend had spent all their time studying since their early years, so he couldn't believe that he really wanted to live out the rest of his days in the lower levels of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The scholar of 3 minds appealed to the feelings of his comrade, saying that it was certainly not for nothing that he had devoted himself to books and remained in his family's library. In the end, he asked why they shouldn't try to live their lives following their dreams, since everything was going to end sooner or later. Taking a final glance at his comrade, the scientist said that he would not force him into this matter, but would still like him to think carefully about the proposal. After these words, they said goodbye, and Mr. Dai Seo continued to stand in the same place, trying to comprehend how crazy his comrade was. Meanwhile, Ha-Sol reached Shanxi Province, which is close to the White Dragon Trading Association and the Central Heavenly Alliance. This time, the merchants she traveled with were able to treat her to a nice dinner inside the tavern. Yu Changhuan was happy to feed her something truly worthy of her beauty. He said with an awkward laugh that this was only possible because they had managed to earn a good amount of money while traveling through this province. His attention to the beauty made his comrades feel uneasy because his amorousness left them on the sidelines. Continuing to eat, the merchant gathered his courage and asked the lady why she preferred only lamb dishes. Ha-Sol admitted that she wasn't sure, but she felt like when he ate lamb, he started to remember something important. Changhuan asked her again what she meant. But at that very moment he was distracted by the large silhouette of a man with a disgusting, cadaverous smell who approached their table. One of the vile brothers, who was not with the others, finally found the one who was behind the murder of his brothers. Turning to Ha-Sol, he boldly asked how she dared to enjoy food so calmly after what she had done. The girl looked at the impudent man in surprise, while the merchant stood up for her and, apologizing to the stranger, stated that he had rather rudely interrupted their meal due to some misunderstanding. Continuing to eat, Hasol replied that she now realized that he was one of those disgusting monsters. She described the brothers as living extremely vile lives, robbing others, and enjoying murder and violence against women. Mr. Changhuan did not understand what was being discussed. He looked at the lady in surprise, not understanding how they knew each other. After these words, the dark-haired girl looked at the last of these monsters and asked what right he had to worry about the lives of his brothers if he did not value the lives of others that he took. At his words, the last of the brothers began to tremble violently, filled with hatred. Taking out his chakras, he furiously shouted that he would tear her to pieces and avenge the death of his brothers. But at that very moment, the martial arts master who had been pursuing him all this time burst into the tavern. They were the masters of the Kunlun clan. The man standing in front pointed his finger at the last of the brothers and shouted that in the name of their family they would bring down sacred judgment on him, after which he called for him to surrender immediately. Upon seeing them, the monster in the flesh became agitated, realizing that he was dealing with some very problematic guys. Not intending to deal with them, he asked if they could stand quietly and not interfere with his business. But at that same moment, he saw something that changed his attitude towards the unexpected guests. Initially, he smelled the blood of his brothers on the girl he was about to kill, but suddenly he discovered the heads of his brothers on the belts of the Kunlun clan members. Filled with rage, the monster shouted that they were scoundrels who would pay for this with their lives. After these words, he launched a furious attack that destroyed part of the building from the inside. Hasol was shocked by what happened. The naive merchant, who was unaware of her strength, decided to stand up for her and stood in front, shielding her from the enemy attack. He was seriously wounded, and at the last moment of his life, with tears in his eyes, he asked the lady if everything was okay. His crazy act evoked feelings in the girl that were deep in her soul. She felt like there had been a time in the past when some guy had protected her by putting his own fragile body in harm's way. These memories suddenly made her feel sick, and she grabbed her head. The monster began to walk towards her to finish what he started, not paying attention to the mortally wounded merchant. The warriors of the Kunlun family were on the other side of the tavern and understood that things were taking a dangerous turn. The elder knew that if they didn't hurry and kill this cruel killer, then even more people would suffer. But in an instant he froze in place in shock. The brutal killer himself had exactly the same reaction to what was happening. The ordinary girl who was in this tavern suddenly acquired a dazzling white appearance that gave off a cold feeling. Most of the people started running out of the tavern, looking around at what was happening. The confused monster began to stutter, asking what was going on. In response, Hasol, cold as ice, looked piercingly into his eyes and extended her hand towards him. A circle of moonlight appeared in front of her, directing it towards the vile killer. She said that he was like an insect before her eyes. Within a moment, her attack had taken the head of the last of the brothers, causing the suffering of the dear merchants who had been looking after her safety and food all this time. The last of the terrifying quartet of cruel monsters could not even imagine that he would fall at the hands of such a powerful warrior. Seeing what had happened, the elder of the Kunlun clan realized an important detail. The other brothers, whose bodies they found in the wasteland, were also killed by the chakrams in one blow. Now he was certain that she was behind the massacre of the brutal murderers. But what most disturbed him was the girl's appearance. Her white hair and chakra, glowing in the moonlight, as well as her coldness, led him to believe that she was the legendary White Witch. The merchants, terrified by what had happened, tried to stay by their comrade's side during his final moments, but as soon as they saw Ha-Sol, with whom they had previously gotten along well, approaching, they immediately began to run away in panic. Approaching the poor fellow, Ha-Sol wanted to say goodbye to him. She recalled the pleasant moments that connected her with this man. Speaking to him one last time, she told him that he didn't need to go that far, as she had been the one all along who could easily take care of someone like that kind of monster. Yu Changhuan was in the last seconds of his life. He couldn't answer her, and only continued to look at her. Ha-Sol began to experience the human feelings that her mentor tried to take away from her. Pleasant moments associated with this man began to fill her thoughts. As she said goodbye to him, the young white witch of the silent night thanked the merchant for everything he had done for her. At that very moment, an image of a guy from the past appeared in her head, whose actions reminded her of this poor guy. Until the very end, she could not remember who he was and why he continued to appear in her memory. These memories and the strange sensation of touching the hairpin only made her head ache more. At that moment, the warriors of the Kunlun clan approached her, calling her a witch, and stated that the four brothers were villains who had committed countless cruel crimes, and therefore deserved sacred punishment from their clan. The girl looked at them with surprise and replied that if that was the case, then she had done them a favor, and now they should hurry and thank her for saving them from unnecessary losses during the battles. But instead of words of gratitude, the elder shouted with displeasure that this was not the issue, because even if they deserved death, there were standards and procedures that they had to go through. Addressing the White Witch, he stated that if she simply mercilessly killed villains, then she was no different from them. After these words, he continued his speech, saying that this brought them to another point in the situation, that she was a White Witch from the Silent Night criminal organization. The man, speaking on behalf of the Kunlun clan, declared that they would detain her, then urged the girl to stand still. Ha-Sol didn't understand his logic, since the man himself had said they were criminals who committed murder, theft, and rape. Moreover, those scoundrels had ended up murdering a small group of merchants who had led an honest and hard-working life. She believed they were simply paying for their actions. Having reminded them of these facts, she decided not to deviate from the main topic and asked whether they really believed that ordinary, defenseless people should suffer while they waited for their so-called standards and procedures to be implemented. Her words angered the elder of the local organization. He shouted hatefully, asking how she dared to criticize the dignity of the great Kunlun clan. In response to these words, the lady said their arrogance was simply immeasurable and completely out of proportion to the situation. She then asked why they continued to call her a White Witch. Their behavior began to make her angry, and the girl said that people like them make the quiet night look like true evil, although this organization is not so terrible, because if the struggle for survival is a sin, then everything alive in this world is sinful. Addressing the fools, she asked why they alone were allowed to judge the lives of others, and who had given them such a right. With a cold, piercing gaze, Ha-Sol declared that the arrogant, insolent people of Kunlun should know their place and stop creating falsely righteous laws. As the elder called on his soldiers to attack the girl, Ha-Sol declared that she, as the sorceress of the Silent Night, was the one who had the true right to carry out holy justice. Meanwhile, Jin Mu-Wan and his fellow scholar entered the tavern, which was surprisingly empty, despite all the others being full due to the news of the invaders. This seemed odd, especially after they had confirmed that the food was quite good. Pouring a strong drink, the scholar of 3 minds announced that he was going to make a toast. Mu-Wan was surprised because this man had never done anything so formal before. Ha-Jin-Wool expressed his wish that this would be the last time they drink without achieving their goal. In response, the heir of the Northern clan asked if he was sure it was worth drinking to, since they didn't even know how long their plan would take. Jin-Wool laughingly replied that if he applied his mind, it wouldn't take too long. With a confident look, he announced that their plan was already in motion. He also decided to recall the words of the Northern Day's heir on the day they first shared a drink together. There was no turning back now. They could only move forward, whether it was revenge or a desire to conquer the heavens, Raising the strong drink upwards, Jin Mu-Wan asked his comrade with an interested look if there was anything else that the scientist would like from him. Ha-Jin-Wool immediately and firmly replied that all he wanted was for his wish to be fulfilled, as watching from the back row would be entertainment enough. After hearing his words, The heir of the northern clan declared that it seemed their future together was rife with bloodshed. The scholar agreed with his words, and while drinking sake, he said that Jin Mu-won should personally face the crazy bastards, while he, as a scholar, should put the plan into action without being personally involved in the battles. Mu-won was surprised by his words. Jinwoo was indeed very knowledgeable in how to help his master and create a path for his future. The scientist of 3 minds considered his mission to be the main duty of his life's journey. He was determined to prepare for everything that might happen. Continuing to enjoy the evening, Mu-won assumed that the heavens would become his enemy, but later corrected himself and said that in fact they were already preparing for their meeting. Ha-jin-woo responded to his serious words with a crazy laugh and stated that this was at least some kind of challenge for a great scholar like him. His comrade's behavior seemed quite amusing, but the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was fully enjoying the silence before the storm. But at one point, he sensed something was wrong. Danger emanated from a murderous intent nearby. Mu-won sensed the presence of a stranger beneath the floor and kicked his comrade forward, along with his chair. A moment later, the hand of some killer broke through the floor, and if Mu-won had not thrown his comrade aside, the impudent man's blade would have pierced his head. The scientist couldn't believe they'd been ambushed. Jin Mu-won began to sense the presence of a huge number of enemies. A clan of ghostly assassins appeared behind them. Members of this secret organization began to make their way into the tavern from the walls and ceiling. Without wasting any time, Mu-won threw a bowl of hot soup towards the 3 assassins who were aiming at his back. After that, he noticed another killer who was next to the scientist. Mu-won threw a wooden plate at his face to immobilize his opponent. The situation was incredibly dire. Dozens of armed masters gathered in this place. Jin Mu-won was greatly limited by the fact that he had a scholar of 3 minds by his side. Throwing his cloak over his comrade, he asked him not to take it off, as this clothing could protect him from most enemy attacks. Looking around, the worried but still cool-headed scientist said that there were about 30 killers inside the tavern, while there were about 50 more outside. The boys couldn't expect to see so many killers on the border of the Central Heavenly Alliance, where murder is strictly prohibited. Jin Mu-won decided not to hesitate and drew his blade. He couldn't immediately spot the enemies, despite constantly monitoring his surroundings. From this, he realized he was about to face a highly skilled group specializing in assassinations. Addressing the scientist, he said that this time they would not be able to avoid the killings, otherwise they would not be able to get out of this place. The scientist agreed with him because, given the situation, the law regarding murders within the Central Alliance does not matter, since their primary goal in this case is survival. Seriously determined to fight, Mu-won asked his comrade to stay behind him so as not to bring danger upon himself. Within moments, several assassins rushed at them simultaneously, while several more martial artists followed suit. Master Jin took a small step forward and, closing the distance, blocked the blows of 2 opponents with his scabbard, while with his counterblow he got rid of the opponent on the left. Having disposed of the enemy on the left, he turned his attack to the right and destroyed 2 more assassins with 1 blow. This was the first time the clan of Phantom Assassins had accepted a contract where they had to face such an enemy. After seeing the enemy's movements, they noticed that the enemy was incredibly fast and had excellent swordsmanship, so it was no wonder that the order price was so high. Despite this, they were certain they were facing a shackled beast, for it fought alone and was also supposed to protect the one behind it. Sensing a tactical advantage, the assassins launched another attack, taking advantage of their numerical superiority. Even though Mu-won had his back against the wall, he still managed to deal with the enemy pressure and stop most of the attacks. The assassins rushed forward eagerly, wanting to be the one to finish off the enemy for whom they had paid so much. The incredible speed of the mysterious master they had to face did not give the enemy a chance. Still, the numerical advantage of the opponents was something that was difficult to cope with when you had a man behind you to protect. Jin Mu-won got rid of several more opponents, but the last of the three assassins miraculously managed to block his blow. When the master made a mistake, the enemy began to mock him and urged his comrades to take advantage of the opportunity to finish off the enemy. But at that very moment, Mu Wan broke his bones with a powerful blow to the neck with his scabbard. Jin Mu Wan got rid of another group of enemies, but it wasn't enough. The enemies continued to press him with their numbers, so he was forced to step back. At one point they hit a wall. There were enemies ahead of them. They were driven into a corner. Analyzing the situation, the scholar of three minds understood perfectly well that his master could not give his all, since he had to protect him. Hajin Wol knew that in this situation it would be good to use illusionary arts to help him, but in order to release the full potential, he first needed to find a flow of natural energy and a suitable vessel to use his technique. However, given their dire situation, it was difficult to even assume the necessary position. The only one who could use his illusionary art without any preparation was the sage Seo Manhwa. At that moment, Hajin Wol thought about his enemies, recalling that Heron of the West Gate was almost capable of similar illusions, though she was a mere parody compared to his grandfather. In fact, the scholar of three minds held a trump card, but it was still too early to use it. The enemies did not give them time to rest. The assassins shouted that they needed to concentrate, as they could not afford to make any more mistakes. Their attacks seemed endless, but Mu Wan continued to fight back. There were even more of them than he could have imagined. Trying to protect someone in a confined space and fend off so many attackers was even more difficult than he imagined. He understood that there was no point in trying to push them back with one attack, because the distance between the pillars of this tavern was too small, and he would simply destroy the building. The moment they hit the wall, Mu Wan suddenly felt the enemy's blade approaching and barely managed to push his comrade away from there. The scholar of three minds understood that because he was defenseless in such a battle, he had exposed his comrade to attack. Mu Wan, seeing his concern, replied that everything was fine after all. It was just a minor puncture wound. Now it was clear that the walls weren't safe either. Grabbing his tactician by the arm, Mu Wan, continuing to repel the attacks, rushed forward to find a safer place. Enemies were everywhere, and they kept up with his speed, which was limited by the need to protect the scientist. Mu Wan was forced to stop in order to instantly get rid of several pursuers who were already within striking distance. They found themselves surrounded again, and the battle became even more difficult. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hajin Wol asked his comrade to stop protecting him in order to finish off the enemies with one powerful blow. Mu Wan replied that they most likely simply had no other choice. But just as he was about to use the shadow technique, two blades were thrown towards him, and while the martial artist was distracted by this maneuver, an assassin had already rushed towards his comrade who was standing behind him and was ready to strike. The boys understood that the blow was inevitable, but at that very moment, a stranger fell through the ceiling. He finished off the assassin with one blow, who was there just a moment before he dealt the fatal blow to the scientist. The members of the clan of phantom assassins were shocked by his appearance, realizing that a stranger could not simply sneak into a tavern surrounded by their people. Within a moment, the brutal killers felt that behind them there appeared a multitude of fighters who had previously carefully concealed their presence. Jin Mu Wan was shocked when he saw that strangers had started fighting on their side. Even the great scientist of three minds could not comprehend such a tactical turn. At that moment, the leader of the small detachment that had joined the battle addressed them. He apologized for his late arrival to their defense, as he had been somewhat busy disposing of the people who had been following him. Showing his face, Seo Musang greeted his master. The reconnaissance squad members belonging to Musang continued to eliminate the assassins who were inside the tavern. The phantom killers didn't even know who they were dealing with or how their plan could fail. Moreover, they now realized that their forces that were guarding the perimeter were most likely completely destroyed. Seeing the comrade who had sworn allegiance to him 8 years ago standing before him, Jin Mu Wan was happily surprised. All this time, Seo Musang worked to be useful to the master. After such a long time, they were glad to see each other. The head of the secret intelligence detachment shook his master's hand. saying that he had grown noticeably, and now it could be said with confidence that he had become an adult. With a joyful expression, Master Jin said that he had actually asked the Dark Moon organization to find him the moment he arrived at the Central Heavenly Alliance capital. Seo replied that he had indeed been visited recently by a mysterious man who must be one of the Dark Moon's agents. He also apologized for not being able to meet him earlier, as it was due to the people who were monitoring him since he had fallen under suspicion, and also because he had become the head of the Pursuit and Capture Department, one of the many intelligence departments of the Central Heavenly Alliance. But Jin didn't believe Master Seo was at fault. The heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan merely thanked him for not forgetting him over the years and for continuing to work despite the difficulties. Seo Musang replied that he felt nothing but gratitude toward his master for saving him. He also explained that he had been gathering information about him, but hadn't expected to encounter so many elite assassins within the Alliance. At that moment, Muwan remembered that his loyal subordinate and the scholar of 3 Minds were still strangers. Muwan introduced Hajin Wool, as well as his old friend whom they met many years ago. The guys exchanged opportunities, although the situation was quite tense. Hajin Wool noted that since Seo had shown up at such an important moment, he must be a very reliable man. Analyzing the situation, he decided to ask a question, saying it would sound a little disrespectful, since this was their first meeting. Having looked around, the scientist of 3 Minds asked the leader of the secret intelligence whether his squad could be trusted. Taking out his blades from behind his back, Seo Musang confidently replied that there was no need to worry about that, and that his men could be relied upon, even though they were all in the service of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Afterwards, he suggested they discuss the details a little later. Musang advised them to go and leave the assassins to them. They had already dealt with the enemies outside. Muwan confided in his friend and asked him to be careful. Seo promised that they would see each other again soon. After leaving the tavern, the boys were convinced that the escape route was clear. After confirming that his comrades were safe, Seo Musang urged his comrades to finish what they started, and also called the enemies arrogant bastards for daring to attack his master. The enraged man urged his comrades to get rid of all the killers, leaving only one for interrogation. Jin Muwan and Ha Jin Wol ran to safety. At one point, the heir of the Northern Clan sensed a presence. A lone fighter was pursuing them. Muwan suddenly rushed towards him, drawing his blade. As it turned out, the man in front of him was unarmed. It was Chun Ying, a worried ninja from the Dark Moon Underground organization, asking him to be careful with the blade at his neck. The boys were surprised to meet him at such an unexpected moment. Chun Ying suggested postponing the greetings for later, after which he pointed his finger in the direction where the assassins were located. Furthermore, during his reconnaissance, he also learned that there were people waiting for them outside the Central Celestial Alliance. The enemies continued to approach this location, carefully planning the execution of an assassination order. The 3 Minds scholar was puzzled, realizing that it looked like 2 groups had decided to attack at the same time. He concluded that it was a trap, designed to prevent anyone within the Central Heavenly Alliance from being killed without permission. Chongying agreed with his assumption, saying that someone had deliberately spread the information. It became clear that the enemies had been working hard to eliminate the heir of the Northern Celestial Clan. But the boys still didn't know who exactly had ordered it and whether the Central Celestial Alliance or the Azure Dragon organization was behind it. Hajin Wool decided that, in that case, the ambush was just a feint, while the enemy's real goal was to lure them outside the borders of the Central Heavenly Alliance, where the assassination would be out of the government's sight. Understanding these details, the scientist of 3 Minds came up with some crazy plan and said that they could take advantage of the situation. Hearing the words that everything was fine, Chun Ying thought that the scholar Jin Wool had completely lost his mind. In response, the scientist of 3 Minds stated that no matter how well the enemies hid, they would still be taken into custody for mass murder within the Alliance. Based on this, he recalled that he had long considered how to infiltrate the Alliance, But now, everything was simpler. Chunying was worried about the situation. He still didn't understand what exactly Jin Wool was planning, so he said that they couldn't waste time in this place and should leave immediately, otherwise they risked getting into a big mess. Mu-won understood perfectly well what the scientist had in mind. Jin Wool asked him to trust him and continue moving forward. After taking a closer look, they said goodbye for the time it would take to carry out their insidious plan. As he parted, Mu-won asked Chun-in to take care of his comrade. The Dark Moon agent and his rider, Ha-jin Wool, set off along a safe path where they were unlikely to encounter assassins. The ninja's animals also aided them in scouting the route. The Scholar of Three Minds was more serious than ever. Mentally addressing his master, he urged him to fight so that his strategist could free him from his shackles. Meanwhile, the two groups of ghostly killers continued their pursuit. At one point, they saw in front of them the silhouette of some master who looked as if he was waiting for them. As they approached, they realized that this was their target. The Northern Blade, whose assassination had been ordered, was not running away, but was standing in one place, as if waiting to meet them. Seeing the enemies, Jin Mu-won wondered if he could really deal with them without any interference. Looking around, he tried to make sure Chong-ying and the Scholar of Three Minds were far enough away that he wouldn't be distracted. To keep his friends safe, he decided to hold each enemy's attention for as long as he could. After confirming that he was alone here, Mu-won took a deep breath, realizing that he now had the opportunity to fight with all his might. While warming up, he asked his enemies if there was any point in asking who hired them. As expected, the phantom assassins were ready to fight and had no intention of answering his question about who ordered the murder. Grabbing his sword and assuming a fighting stance, Master Jin began to use the 10,000 Shadow Blade technique. His cold and terrifying chi began to surround the blade, and he challenged the enemies to end it quickly. A moment later, he launched his attack. An entire squad of enemies didn't even notice how he rushed past them. With one incredibly fast attack, he got rid of part of the group of assassins, who did not even notice his movement. Now they realized how dire their situation was. The Northern Blade they were about to face was far more powerful than they had expected. The incredible pressure of the master with mysterious chi energy made the frightened assassins step back as they saw him approaching. It was clear that it was Jin Mu-won who was hunting on this battlefield. Like a true beast, he picked off his enemies one by one while the rest of the group looked on, scared to death. Jin Mu-won rushed forward without stopping, destroying everyone in his path. Their defense had no effect. The Northern Blade dealt with them with incredible speed. Having destroyed most of the enemies, Mu-won stopped and looked at the killers. Despite the situation, the ghostly killers could not retreat. The terrified boys realized that of the 80 men sent to the tavern, only 27 were pursuing him. He finished them all off, then began waiting for the remaining two groups. Throwing sand into the face of the mysterious demon with the terrifying blade, the assassins charged furiously, hoping to kill the Northern Blade before he single-handedly destroyed their entire clan. They hoped that one chance would be enough for them to take advantage of the opportunity to save themselves. Mu-won stood motionless until the very end, right up until the moment when their blades were at his neck. In just a moment, he escaped from the crowd of killers and, using the Northern Heavens barricade of the Heavenly Destruction Shadow Blade, destroyed them all. All the forces of the clan of ghost killers were destroyed, and their leader began to regret that he had accepted such an expensive order. Facing the terrifying monster that had dealt with all of their forces single-handedly, he knew he simply had to kill the master of the fleeing falcon sword, Cha Mun-ho. But it was too late to beg for mercy. Mu-won slowly approached the last fighter of the Phantom Assassin clan, who was trying to hold back the bleeding. In the last moment of the existence of the leader of the Phantom Killers, he managed to find out who was behind this order. Having destroyed an incredible number of enemies, Master Jin realized that he had been too careless. As he returned his blade to its sheath, he promised himself that he would not make such a mistake again and would immediately get rid of those who could cause him problems. Meanwhile, the masters of the Central Heavenly Alliance were already heading towards the battle. Seeing the bloody battlefield before them, they could not hide their shock. It was hard to believe that a master existed who could single-handedly dispose of a clan of phantom assassins without sustaining a single wound. The boys began to fear for their lives, realizing that they were facing a true psychopath possessing terrifying powers. Despite his fear, one of the Central Alliance fighters found the courage to shout to the master that taking lives without permission was forbidden in their territory. Fearing for his own life, he hesitantly called for the master to surrender. Despite their concerns, Jin Mu Wan responded to their words quite calmly. He silently and submissively raised his hands up, signaling to them that he was not going to resist. The patrol leader was shocked to realize that this psychopath would seriously allow himself to be captured, despite possessing such incredible strength. Realizing that he really didn't mean to harm them, the man plucked up his courage and shouted to his guys that they should confiscate his gun and arrest the killer himself. As the Alliance fighters approached, Mu Wan asked them to be careful with his weapon, saying that this sword was unique and most people except himself would not be able to handle it. The man, sickened by the battlefield overflowing with blood and bodies, did not take his words seriously and reached for his blade, considering the words of the terrifying master to be empty chatter. But the moment he touched the blade, he felt a dark energy emanating from it, which caused an uncontrollable tremor throughout his body. The fighter broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Mu Wan addressed the others, telling them not to repeat his mistake. Within moments, the fighter who had touched the snowflower lost consciousness. Master Jin asked the boys to forget about confiscating his blade, saying he would simply peacefully follow their orders and not cause any trouble. The restless fighters feared an object that seemed truly demonic to them, but the master's words, that he could destroy them in an instant, calmed them somewhat. Mu Wan was captured by the Central Heavenly Alliance fighters just as the Three-Mind Scholar had planned. Meanwhile, Seo Musang finished his part of the work. While in the forest, he waited for his squad to return. Running to him, the subordinate reported that they had captured one of the murderers and killed the rest, as he had ordered. However, he had another piece of information that shocked the head of the Secret Pursuit Department. A subordinate reported that the man they were protecting had dealt with his pursuers and then surrendered without resistance to the Central Celestial Alliance. Seo Musang realized that in that case, there was another group of assassins pursuing his master. He expected Mu Wan to be unharmed, but it seemed strange that he had allowed himself to be captured. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that the master had definitely done this on purpose. Master Seo was certain that the heir of the Northern Celestial clan had decided to take advantage of the situation to gain some tactical advantage against the Central Celestial Alliance. When the subordinate asked without further ado what the next orders would be, Seo Musang recalled the conversation with his master's tactician. When they met at the tavern, Hajin Wool asked if his people could be trusted. After a year of torture in the Shining Ward, Master Seo Musang became a low-ranking warrior, actually a slave under close surveillance by the ward. Then he met the men who would become his comrades. Working hard for the department for the sake of his future master, he noticed guys like him. Having at least some access to provisions, he decided to support those who were on the verge of death. The boys who were on the verge of starvation inside the Shining Branch prison could not understand why he was sharing his food with them. Addressing them, Master Seo declared himself a slave just like them. He asked them to hurry and eat their food, as he would get into trouble if others saw him helping them. Reminiscing about the past, he told the group of poor souls that they reminded him of himself during his torture, as well as his men whom he failed to protect when he was the deputy of the mercenary group. Seo Musang felt incredibly sad that he couldn't save his former subordinates. Addressing the strangers he was trying to help, he spoke about his life and how he wanted to repay his fallen comrades through them, to ease his guilt. He asked them not to feel obligated, but instead to simply enjoy the meal. These prisoners were the ones who stole food from the Shining Ward. SEO treated them with understanding, saying they were similar in that they were doing everything they could to survive another day. He believed that the vast disparity between rich and poor was what led them to these situations. On the brink of death, the bandits, imprisoned for stealing food from the Heavenly Alliance department, trusted a stranger listening to his stories. Finally, Musang gave them hope by saying that even though the leader of Shini had ordered them to die, it was not the end, because he would allow them to live if they worked and did everything he said. He promised that even if they were treated like dirt and suffered humiliation, they could survive if they did what was required of them. These were the words he wanted to say to himself, but he said them. Later, Yangman Chok, the head of Shining, began to respect him, and he was able to leave the branch to secure an important position in the Celestial Alliance. But one day they appeared before him. They heeded his words and did everything they could to survive, and then they fled. They searched for him for more than 6 months, wanting him to teach them martial arts, wanting to become his subordinates. He told them to be careful what they wished for, as it would put them in danger. However, they insisted that they had already died once, and they wanted to do everything they could to help him and gain a second chance at life. After working under his command, they had grown stronger. Thanks to these people, they were able to become a separate group within the Central Heavenly Alliance, a special reconnaissance unit. That's why he could confidently assert that he could trust his comrades with such secrets. The thoughtful look of the leader, whom the subordinate considered his elder brother, worried him a little, so he asked to let him know if he had any other instructions. In response, Seo Musang asked him not to worry and praised the entire squad for their good work, after which he gave them money for rest. Putting on his mask, he said that he would not be able to join their meal this time, as he still had some unfinished business. When the Three Minds scholar returned to the Tang family residence and reported what had happened, everyone was shocked. Mr. Ki Moon couldn't believe that the heir of the Northern clan had been captured, despite defending himself against the assassins who had attacked him first. Of course, it seemed strange that the Central Heavenly Alliance fighters had considered him the criminal. The Master of 10,000 Poisons was surprised by Hajin Wol's continued calm. Moreover, the Scholar of Three Minds insisted there was no need to panic, as what had happened was actually to their advantage. Ki Moon didn't understand what they were talking about, as the Central Heavenly Alliance resembled a lair full of dragons and tigers. He thought the guys simply didn't fully grasp the situation, as it would be quite difficult to get Mu Wan out if he ended up in prison. Moreover, he would face horrific torture. He said law enforcement agencies would also be involved in this case, and in this scenario, it was only a matter of time before the world learned of his origins and plans. He believed that, although Mu Wan was incredibly skilled in martial arts, this was too risky, as his foundations were still weak. The worried Tang family representative believed that if everything were revealed, the Central Heavenly Alliance would do everything possible to eliminate him. Lady Mirai decided to intervene in the conversation, suggesting that her uncle first listen to what the Scholar of Three Minds had to say. Hajin Wol understood the situation perfectly well, so he remained calm. He explained that the alliance was truly special, as the world of Murim had never seen such enormous power concentrated in the hands of a single organization. At first, they were simply working to achieve peace. However, now it is merely part of the system that governs their world. The alliance has accumulated enough power and can do anything without the support of other factions. The monster capable of maintaining its autonomy is the Central Celestial Alliance. Gesturing toward the capital, which continued to grow its economy at an incredible rate, he said that even with war looming, they continued to recruit more and more warriors into their ranks. The alliance was no longer part of Murim. It was Murim itself. All this time, he had been leading the dialogue toward the conclusion that the Central Celestial Alliance had long since ceased to be the protector of peace and had begun dictating its own rules. But what terrified the scientist even more was that everyone was turning a blind eye to this and no one wanted to stage a rebellion. Hajin Wol couldn't understand this, as all martial artists who have gained power share a love of freedom and a hatred of restrictions. The idea that they would completely accept the dictatorship of the Central Heavenly Alliance was beyond his comprehension. It was obvious that over time the Alliance's influence would only grow, and soon no one would be able to do anything about it. Understanding that the scientist had been making his plan based on this situation, Mr. Tan asked what he was actually planning. Ha-Jin Wool knew full well that they all had reasons for revenge, but the only one who could shake the foundations of their world even a little was none other than Mu Wan. His plan was based on the belief that the meeting between the Northern Celestial Clan's heir and the Central Celestial Alliance was inevitable, their destiny. Therefore, he decided that in such a case, they should enter the whirlpool of fate first. Addressing his comrades, he asked them not to doubt the heir to the Northern Clan, saying he was even more impressive than they thought, as all his deeds were living proof of that. Moreover, the assassination plot would be handled in such a way that the client would regret his decision. Referring again to Mr. Tan's words, the scientist noted that he was also not mistaken, as law enforcement agencies would be involved, and perhaps the Nine Heavens would also be drawn in. There was a possibility that they would try to use the last heir for their own purposes. It would seem that if the Nine Heavens could obtain Mu Won so easily, it would be a hopeless situation. But this was precisely what the Three Minds scholar was aiming for. After finishing discussing his crazy plan, the scientist of Three Minds offered the Dark Moon Ninja to help him with the preparations. Looking at his expression, it was clear that Chun Ying was not thrilled with this proposal. However, in this case, he could not refuse. The Dark Moon Chief ordered him to help Master Jin for a while. A master of the art of transformation would like to stay out of problematic situations for as long as possible. However, he had no other choice, so he reluctantly agreed to the request. At that moment, the one to whom information reaches them late burst in with a wild cry. The Master of 10,000 Poisons apprentice couldn't believe Master Mu Wan had been captured. He was serious and shouted that they needed to hurry to save their comrade. Mieng Ryu-san turned to his mentor, shouting that the head of the great Tang family must help his savior without delay. The young poison apprentice didn't yet understand the situation. At the same time, knowing the details, Meyer continued to worry about Master Jin's well-being. He faced a difficult trial. News of what had happened quickly reached the family of the Western Gate. The Yan family's bodyguard, Seo, arrived to see Lady Heron, informing her that the Northern Blade had massacred a group of people in the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance and was now in custody. Hearing this, Mrs. Heron jumped up nervously. Shimwan Li was also next to her, and he also couldn't believe that something like this could happen. He reacted to the news that the Northern Blade had been captured with an evil, quiet laugh. Hai Erin felt that something was wrong, so she decided to see with her own eyes if it was really Jin Mu Wan. The three of them decided to take advantage of the situation to find out whether the assumption that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was still alive was correct. Despite his incredible desire to meet the outstanding master known as the Northern Blade, the head of the Azure Dragon was away from the capital when the news spread. He went to Shanxi Zhengzhou province by order of the government. Dam So Jong was tasked with eliminating bandits robbing the village. Upon meeting them, he asked if they were part of the Silent Night criminal organization. The bandits didn't understand what was going on, so they simply asked him to leave his things and leave without any problems if he valued his life. Realizing that they were not from the Silent Night, Master So Chung asked why they were robbing other people, even though they were also part of the mainland's population. The man was surprised by his words and responded by calling him a crazy bastard who must live in a cave if he didn't understand how the world worked. So Chung genuinely didn't understand that you don't have to be a quiet person to commit robbery. There's enough poverty on the mainland without them. In response, Dam So Jong began to unleash his power, declaring that in that case, this world would have to be remade. Addressing the bandits, he explained that at this time, they needed to gather their forces to destroy the Silent Night, not to maim, rob, and kill each other. The discord within Murim haunted him. With a furious look, He said that the enemies should get ready, because not even a wet spot would remain of them. The bandits called him too self-confident, saying that at this rate, he could get into a fight. But a moment later, Master Dam grabbed one of them by the face. After this, he thrust it into the ground with incredible force, causing the stone surface to crumble with a roar. During this attack, the bandit literally disappeared beneath the surface. Having seen the terrifying power of the mysterious master, the bandits realized that they could not cope with him. But it was already too late, because no one could match the speed of the head of the azure dragon. Master Dam was behind the two bandits in an instant and knocked their heads together. Such a horrific blow destroyed the fighters, while the master continued to search for his next victims. The bandits couldn't believe that they would encounter such a monster because of a simple robbery. He had no chance of escape. As they ran away, they saw a flash and a loud whistle in the sky. The wielder of terrifying power appeared right above them, with a blow prepared. A moment later, he struck with incredible force, destroying everything around him. The bandits were destroyed in less than a minute. The battlefield turned into a wasteland filled with huge pits. By fulfilling the request of a village that was suffering from the actions of bandits, Dam Sojong gained even more fame. For the locals, he was a real savior, because he not only destroyed the bandits, but also returned everything they had stolen. People shouted his name loudly, while the head of the Azure Dragon, having glorified the name of his beloved's organization, tried to escape from the excess attention. The Central Heavenly Alliance representative in charge of the village thanked the master for his work. In response, Master Dam said he was always happy to help, then asked if they had learned anything about the demonic man of doubt he had inquired about. In response, the Alliance representative said that he would first like to inform the gentleman that they had received a message from Ms. Heron. As it turned out, the news was that the Northern Blade had been captured by the Central Heavenly Alliance. Hearing this, Master Dam completely forgot about the demonic man about whom he wanted to find out more information. After apologizing to the elder in charge of the village, he said that he urgently needed to return to the capital. The three lesser heavens couldn't wait to meet the one they believed to be the surviving heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. 8 years had passed since their encounter within the ruined clan, which had changed their lives forever. Meanwhile, within the capital, the Dark Moon Ninja carried out the order of the Scholar of Three Minds. He felt extremely awkward about being forced to bury strange stones with runes in the ground at specific points around the city. This kind of task seemed simply humiliating to him. He couldn't believe that he, Chong Ying, one of the best spies of the Dark Moon, would be engaged in something like this. And yet such a peaceful and calm activity seemed to him a good alternative to the dangerous situations he found himself in because of Mr. Mu Wan. Along with him was a Scholar of Three Minds who corrected the instructions. Towards the evening, they finished part of the work. The next day, they planned to go to another part of the capital. Then they said goodbye, and the ninja returned to the building of the local Dark Moon division. When the scholar returned to the Tang family residence, he saw Myung-Ryu-san sitting alone with a very sad expression on his face. The three-mind scholar decided to sit down next to him, saying that it wasn't like him to still be upset. Myung-Ryu-san replied that although he knew that Mu-Wan was a strong and resilient guy, he was still worried about whether everything would be okay. Hearing these words, Ha-Jin-Wol grimaced in surprise, asking since when did the student care so much about the one who had previously beaten him mercilessly. As it turned out, the master of 10,000 Poison's disciple somehow thought it all happened because Mu-Wan was overconfident and started acting up. He also thought Master Jin had weakened considerably, having never trained while he was with them. Ha-Jin-Wol asked if he even knew what his life was like before meeting them. Even though they had been traveling together for months, Mieng didn't know that every day was a nightmare for Master Jin. The scientist said that that period of the young master's life was an endless cycle of torture and training. Despite the difficulties, Jin always did his best to survive. It turns out that Jin also told him that for 7 years, he trained in the mountains and honed his fighting skills. Ha-Jin-Wol convinced the young disciple of the Tang family that Master Mu-Wan's luck in being born into a famous family was nothing more than nonsense, just like the words about him being destined for such greatness. He was sure that even if Jin Mu-won received all the benefits that people with such a background usually have, he still would not want anything like that and would seek a normal life. The student should have known that even though Mr. Mu-won had not had any proper training during their journey together, the reason he was so strong was because his entire life had essentially been training. Every moment of his life is spent developing. Even in prison, he will continue to grow stronger. 3 scientists considered him a true monster. Every second of his past life, he had to endure fear and pressure. He became tempered steel thanks to all the hardships he endured. Only through his own efforts did he become known as the Northern Blade. After the scholar told him about Master Jin's life, Myung-ryu-san recalled their first meeting. While beating the thief, Mu-won explained to him in an accessible way that a good family means nothing, because anyone's life can turn into real torture. The master urged the then unknown young man with great potential not to live a life of hatred and petty theft because of his own problems. Now everything fell into place. Unexpectedly for the scientist, Miang asked who Jin Mu-won really was, since he had such a shitty life. Ha-jin Wol was simply shocked when he realized that all this time Myung had not realized that Mu-won was the direct heir of the great Northern Heavenly clan. The excited young man quietly whispered that since Mu-won was so powerful, he should hurry and get out of prison. To the scholar, this young man seemed like a simpleton. After all, after spending time with their master, most people would already understand what was going on. In fact, he thought it was a good thing that such an impulsive young man didn't know the whole truth. The scholar decided to leave and, as a parting shot, asked the poison art student to stop worrying about his master and instead focus on training to become a better person. While in prison, Mu-won began to think about the recent incident. He couldn't figure out whether his opponents were truly becoming much stronger or if his senses had simply become dulled. For some reason, it even seemed to him that he was becoming more and more useless. He was quite ashamed of that battle with the assassins in the tavern, because he began to panic, since it was his first battle in a closed room, where he also protected a comrade. Mu-won began to think he was simply pathetic, because if he'd been a little faster and more focused at that moment, he could have handled everything better. He realized he needed to return to training again to gain more experience. First and foremost, he had to become strong enough to react quickly and accurately to any situation. To become truly unshakable, he returned to studying the fundamentals of the 10,000 Shadows energy. But just as he began to concentrate on studying and cultivating energy, he suddenly heard a bold greeting from a prison visitor. Lady Harrian and Shim Won Lee appeared before him. One of the younger Seven Heavens recalled that 8 years had passed since their last meeting, while the Lady of the Western Gate, with a shocked expression, said she couldn't believe the Northern Blade was truly Lord Jin. Now her suspicions were confirmed. Jin Mu-won, the direct heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, was able to survive the incident 8 years ago. 7 years ago, after they were attacked by the Chaos Demon, Mu-won became the only witness to the great humiliation suffered by the founders of the Azure Dragon. Heron was afraid that if the public knew that they, the representatives of the Azure Dragon Association, had been defeated on a silent night, then people would stop believing in them and would not follow them. Master Shim, addressing the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, called him a vicious bastard, saying he couldn't even imagine he could survive and disappear for so many years. He admitted it was truly impressive. He still looked at Mr. Jin based on their past interactions. Now he could confidently state that the heir of the Northern clan had studied martial arts and hidden it from them, even despite the danger of dying in battle. Mu-won agreed with his words without any hesitation. He admitted that he studied martial arts because he wanted to survive. Hearing this, Master Shim reacted with an evil grin and said that in that case, Master Jin was lying to his face. With a sly smile, Jin Mu-won replied that he couldn't repeat such a lie to his face now that he only had one eye. Shim Won Lee was not happy with this joke. The master, filled with rage, grabbed the bars and shouted that because of him, Su-A's younger sister died. In response, Mu-Wan said in a calm tone that he was sorry to hear this, after which he asked what his fault was, since Master Shim was unable to save her only because of his own weakness. From these words, Master Shim began to lose his mind. Mu-Wan touched him to the quick, because he reminded him of his father's hateful words about how he couldn't save his only sister. It was at that moment that Wan Li lost his eye, having inflicted the injury on himself because he suffered from deep emotional pain that his father left him with, saying that his son was a complete failure and a disgrace to their family. The provocation of the Northern clan's heir wounded his pride so deeply that he grabbed the steel bars with incredible fury, causing them to crumble under the pressure. He shouted that Mu-Wan should have simply remained quiet in the northern region instead of showing up now. The heat from his fists was so intense that the steel grate literally melted under his force. The enraged Master Shim shouted that Mu-Wan only brought bad luck, and that if only they hadn't gone to the Northern Heavenly Clan, this whole incident wouldn't have happened. With a crazed expression, he thanked fate that the heir of the Northern Clan had ended up in such a place. Shim Wan Li promised to be the one to tear him to pieces, then began laughing like a madman. But despite his behavior, Mu-Wan remained calm and, with a serious look, replied that they needed to clarify something. He was saying that no one had invited them to his house. They had come to him on their own. It was impossible to deny his words, and Master Shim, believing that Mu-Wan was again blaming him for what had happened, began to clench his teeth even more furiously. At that moment, Mrs. Heron stopped him and asked him to calm down, making it clear to him that he couldn't give in to his provocations at such a time. She was prepared to create an opportunity for him to take revenge, but at another time. Despite the enormous hatred, Master Shim was forced to retreat. As he left, he threatened to be the one to kill the Northern Blade. He has really become much stronger than he was 7 years ago, and yet if he continued to rage, he would only play into the hands of this master. Ms. Heron continued to behave cautiously and respectfully. She apologized again for having to answer for Mr. Shim's absurd behavior, just like 7 years ago. After these words, she asked again if Master Jin was truly the so-called Northern Blade. Mu-Wan calmly replied that that was what they called him. Confirmation of these words gave her reason to consider the consequences of his return. The appearance of the Silent Knight had led many to believe they had been too hasty in their decision to destroy the Northern Celestial clan, but now an heir stood before them. Analyzing the situation, she had several possible scenarios. First, she believed she could kill him. Second, she could try to lure him over to their side. The third option seemed the most realistic, with a high chance of success, and she wanted to pursue it. Having decided to implement the last plan, she asked if he was eager to rebel against the heavens and his destiny. Mu-Wan answered with a confident look that he simply wanted to survive and that this desire had not changed over the years. But after these words, he declared that if this would help him achieve his goal, then he would rebel even against the heavens. Mrs. Heron was shocked to hear his determination. Now she realized he was an awkward guy to work with. After expressing her pity, she said goodbye, saying she would pray for his success. The realization that Mu-Wan had deliberately allowed himself to be captured caused her to suddenly change her attitude towards the situation. When Heron left the prison building, she approached one of the people in charge of the place. To thwart the Northern Blade's plan, she asked the prison staff to release the prisoner. The man said he hadn't heard, so the lady insisted again that they should hurry and release the Northern Blade. Judging by the prison warden's reaction, her request was beyond his jurisdiction. He began scratching his head, a little confused, and replied that the report had already been sent to the interrogation department, so they had no right to release such a prisoner. Just when the lady was beginning to wonder who dared to send a report in the first days of her detention, someone she clearly did not expect to see appeared before her. Her longtime rival, the scholar of 3 minds, accompanied by Madame Tang, walked calmly through the palace near the prison, marveling at how nice the weather was, even though he had refused to drink. At one point, the two companies met eyes and stopped. Heron's reaction brought the scholar immense satisfaction. The lady of the West Gate couldn't believe Ha-Jin-Wool had come to his senses. Upon seeing the young lady, the scholar of three minds began to speak with a wild look about how their long-awaited meeting was unexpectedly pleasant. Meanwhile, the incredibly drunk person who ordered the murder of the Northern Blade was enjoying a wonderful evening, celebrating his victory. The arrogant man continued to say out loud that anyone who dared to go against the master of the fleeting falcon sword would not live long. He was so drunk and overwhelmed with joy at the outcome of the order, which he falsely considered a victory, that he did not notice how someone approached him from behind. Seo Musang, a man with two blades on his back, quietly kidnapped the arrogant heir of the Three Rings clan. There was no trace left of the overconfident member of the Azure Dragon organization, except for a bottle of strong liquor lying on the ground. Returning to the meeting of the two incredible strategists, the surprised Heron first asked her competitor why he was here and not in the province of Unnam. With a satisfied smile stretched from ear to ear, Ha-Jin-Wool replied that he couldn't even imagine it would take so long for information to reach the Westgate family, renowned for its knowledge. After this irony, he declared that he had finally come to his senses. With a confident and serious look, he said that after the kindness the young lady had shown him 5 years ago, which had disrupted the flow of his chi, it had taken him some time to get over it. Looking back, he admitted it was quite difficult. He said her actions literally caused his brain to switch off. Indeed, he had pretended to be out of his mind for several years. Still, he thanked her for the fact that, by restoring the normal flow of chi, he had become much more enlightened. Moving away from that topic, he mentioned that the person he was traveling with had gotten into trouble and was currently in one of the Central Heavenly Alliance's prisons. The lady was still reeling from the shock of the Three Minds scholar's ability to overcome what she had done to his chi flow. Afterward, she asked if he really was Mr. Jin's companion. In response, the scholar reacted with surprise, saying he hadn't expected the mistress of the family at the Western Gate to be acquainted with him. He then suggested that she was most likely there because she, too, had decided to visit him. Her understanding of the situation continued to shift, and now Heron had a new problem. Learning of this alliance between two dangerous masters only confirmed her belief that Ha-Jin-Wool was someone to be wary of. They first met 5 years ago at an annual meeting of scientists. When she first saw him, she couldn't hide her surprise. The fact that he was able to reach the highest spiritual level on his own was unthinkable to her. At a certain point in her life, she realized that her job was to crush such terrifyingly powerful people, but she couldn't overcome him with her skills alone. So at the end of the day of competition, the Westgate family's finest illusion techniques, which her grandfather had collected over decades, were used to achieve victory over this scholar's sharp mind. Looking back on her life, Heron thought that she had gone through countless hardships to get to where she was now. When she was still a child, their family was on the verge of collapse. And yet, she was reborn by none other than the great genius Seo Manhwa, the first of the Western Gate. He is her grandfather, and also the one who possesses all the knowledge and greatest wisdom in the world. Her young family, being connected to such an outstanding figure, bore the burden of high expectations from everyone around them. For the family to survive, they had to exceed the wildest dreams of others and satisfy their requests. It was no easy task, especially for a child who had so much hope in him. She could only dream of a happy family life. To at least get close to her grandfather's level, Heron did everything she could. Thanks to their hard work, people began to say that a genius had appeared in the Western Gate family. Everyone began to praise her, and thanks to the little girl's efforts, the burden that her parents bore was slightly reduced. But in reality, it was overwhelming her. Even though she knew she was good enough compared to others, deep down, she knew the truth. Moreover, she guessed that her grandfather was of the same opinion. Even though she was a genius, she could not reach his wisdom. They both knew that her talent had reached its limit and that she could never catch up with the enlightenment of the sage Manhwa. Heron lives with the knowledge that she was never the true genius her grandfather was looking for. In fact, she believed the one her grandfather was looking for was Ha-Jin-Wol. Unfortunately for them, he had already joined Jin Moo-won. Finally, they exchanged false wishes and went their separate ways. Ha-Jin-Wol had been waiting for a long time for the moment when he could enjoy such a displeased expression on the face of the young lady of the Western Gate. As she left the prison palace, Heron made a very displeased face. She asked the bodyguard to immediately gather the Azure Dragon Association and make sure everyone was there. When the Scholar of Three Minds entered the building, he could not hide his joy. Seeing him in this state, Jin was a little confused about the reason for his joy and asked if he was happy that his master was in prison. Ha-Jin-Wol continued to laugh, replying that Master Moo-won simply didn't see Miss Hyeon's face twisted in anger. Missing this moment, the heir inquired about the progress of the plan prepared by the Scientist of Three Minds. With a smug smile, the scientist replied that everything was going smoothly and that the gentleman simply needed to remain in prison and prepare for the next battle. At that moment, Mrs. Meyer turned to him and handed him food through the bars, saying that he should hurry, as he could hardly eat properly here. Moo-won was taken aback by this gesture of care. Mrs. Tang actually brought a small packet of rice with her. In fact, the Scientist of Three Minds did not even see that he was taking it with him. Moreover, the situation began to become clear in his bright head. A caring girl has feelings for the heir of the Northern clan. Knowing that they couldn't be disturbed at such a moment, Ha-Jin-Wol said that he just wanted to make sure that the gentleman was okay, and then began walking towards the exit, saying that he urgently needed to go to the restroom. As he left, he winked slyly at the young gentleman, thus saying that this was his chance to act. Moo-won felt a little awkward at this gesture from his strategist. Having handed Master Jin some rice, the girl asked if everything was okay with him. Sitting down sweetly across from him, she told him she was sure everything would be fine, as her grandfather and the Three Minds were doing everything they could. She also said that if he needed anything, she'd bring it next time. After these words, an awkward pause began, and they looked into each other's eyes. Master Jin decided to speak first and turned to Madame Tang. Looking down, he apologized to her, saying that he already had someone he loved. Hearing this, the girl was a little shocked, because she understood that her feelings would remain unanswered. She looked down and sighed heavily, saying that everything was fine. Hugging her knees, she admitted with a sweet expression that she had guessed that he already had a lady love. To break the awkward silence, she offered him something to eat, saying that he was probably hungry. Moo-won thoroughly enjoyed the rice that the caring lady brought. He thanked her for her valuable support at such a difficult time. After the boys left, Master Jin continued to perfect his energy control. At the same time, he continued to control the environment using shadow energy. At one moment, he felt a stranger enter the prison. The man approached the cell where Master Jin was imprisoned and introduced himself as Jem Jo-san, the head of law enforcement. The head of law enforcement voiced the suspicions that led to the arrest of the master known as the Northern Blade. He also mentioned that if the allegation that these were assassins sent to kill him turned out to be true, then he obviously couldn't have simply allowed himself to be attacked. They needed convincing proof of his claim, because then they could discover the truth. But in fact, he admitted that he had come there not on orders from above, but for a different, personal reason. He had his own suspicions and, turning to the prisoner, he admitted that he would be grateful if the story was honest. Addressing the master by his nickname, Mr. Jem Jo-san asked who he really was. Moo-won raised his cold gaze and spoke the truth that the head of the law enforcement agency wanted to know. The information that the Northern Blade revealed was something shocking. The moment Mr. Jem Jo-san heard this truth, his eyes widened in surprise like never before. Meanwhile, the fleeting Falcon Swordmaster, Cha Moon-ho, found himself in a dark room where the dark bag was finally removed from his head. Cha Moon-ho sweated in fear and asked with a trembling voice who kidnapped him and what the hell was going on. Without further ado, they pointed a finger at the tied-up man who was hanging nearby. Glancing in his direction, Cha Moon-ho recognized the clothing of a member of the Phantom Assassins clan. The battered man, seeing the master of the Fleeting Falcon before him, admitted that he had hired them and then began begging for his life. Seo Mu-sang asked the prisoner if the assassin's words about hiring them to eliminate the Northern Blade were true. Confused, Cha Moon-ho shouted that this was nonsense. Then, in a trembling voice, he began to explain that he was a member of the Azure Dragon Association, and if the kidnapper didn't let him go, he wouldn't survive what he'd done. Realizing Master Cha was about to remain silent, the mysterious figure standing opposite him said he'd guessed he wouldn't confess. The man admitted he'd been hoping for just that, as he wanted to tell an interesting story. Taking off his t-shirt, he showed off the huge number of scars on his body and began his story by saying that long ago, in order to keep a secret, he endured 8 months of torture. Putting on his gloves, the master of his craft clarified that during all 8 months of torture, he never let anything slip. Addressing the captive, Seo Mu-sang admitted that he was eager to see how long the young and frightened child of the Three Rings family could hold out. By that time, the meeting of the Azure Dragon Association had already begun. After surveying the room, Ms. Heron said she had clearly stated that everyone was required to attend this meeting. Mr. Cha was absent, so she inquired about the reason. The question was posed directly to the Guan brothers. The confused twins replied that they hadn't seen him for the past few weeks after a minor incident. The other 2 masters who were involved in the incident with the Northern Blade decided to remain silent, so as not to remember the shame they had to endure. The lady was displeased that Cha Moon-ho of the Three Rings clan, who had been recruiting new members, had disappeared. Despite this, she greeted everyone present and congratulated the newcomers on joining their organization. She also thanked one of the 7 lesser heavens, Mr. Hong, for this honor. She then suggested that they get straight to the point, saying that the reason she had called them together was because they had run into some unexpected difficulties. Ms. Heron stated that it was about a master named Northern Blade, who had recently caused turmoil within the Central Heavenly Alliance by slaughtering a large group of warriors. She also expressed her confidence that he must have known that the bloodshed in the Central Heavenly Alliance was a sin that would destine him to end up in one of their prisons. The deputy head of the association suggested that if he killed these people anyway, then there was a high probability that they were assassins hired for his life, and he had no other choice. Moreover, she also shared information that someone had made an anonymous report about this incident to the Central Heavenly Alliance, which meant that it was planned. After hearing about what happened, all the guys who had recently participated in the conflict with the Northern Blade realized that the order to eliminate the powerful master was the work of Cha Moon-ho. After detailing the situation, Ms. Heron decided to share even more important information obtained during a recent investigation. She stated that the Northern Blade is actually the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan, Jin Muwan, who was believed to be dead. Upon hearing the mention of the Northern Heavenly clan, the Guang brothers and the 2 junior heavens were truly shocked. She justified the disclosure of such valuable information not by saying that she wanted to spread the news, but by saying that she wanted to warn the Alliance members that they should not get involved with him. She went on to mention that it is no secret that the Silent Night is slowly showing itself to the world again. Because of this, the Central Celestial Alliance began to take action, recruiting the best warriors to form a squad of invaders. The leadership of the Azure Dragon Association considered it necessary to obtain the positions of captain, deputy, and ordinary fighters. Heron continued her speech by saying that the invaders, who were made up of people from the association, had to do great things to gain the trust of the people. According to her, their goal had always been to reduce the number of those who still cherished hope for the revival of the Northern Heavenly clan. That's why she believed it was crucial for them to succeed at the front. The emergence of the Northern clan's last heir represented another risk to their reputation. She informed everyone present that the Tang family supported the Northern Blade. Given their behavior, she believed there was a very high probability that other great families would also side with the Northern Blade. Because of such details, She added that it means they must always be careful about how they interact with others. One of the problems she described to them was that due to some idiot's oversight, it had happened that the Northern Blade, which should have been quietly disposed of, was now on everyone's lips, which was the worst possible situation, since it would be discussed at the next great gathering. The deputy head declared that the Northern Blade named Jin Mu Wan was indeed the one who would prevent the Azure Dragon Association from taking off. She again warned that everyone present was forbidden from contacting the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. She named joining the ranks of the invaders as the top priority for the association's masters. It was an order that, upon hearing, made the ludicrous Guan brothers and their fellow sufferers realize they were screwed. After these words, the one whom all the members of the association dreamed of seeing in person appeared before them. Seeing his old comrade, Master Shim greeted him with a wave of his hand. Ms. Heron introduced the head of the Azure Dragon Association, Master Dam Sojong, to everyone present, saying that he had successfully subdued the bandits in Shanxi province. Seeing him live for the first time, everyone present was simply shocked by his amazing power. It was the first time they had seen him so close, and they understood that at the head of the association there was truly a man on a completely different level of power. Even the warmonger, Master Hong, was shocked by this incredible power. He never cared about the Azure Dragons Association, because as a member of the 7 Lesser Heavens, he simply wanted to fight the one who was called the strongest among them. When he finally met this incredible master in person, he realized that someone like him, who couldn't even scratch the Northern Blade's cloak, had no right to fight such a person. Looking at Master Dam, he felt his mere existence radiate power, like an erupting volcano. He felt this incredible strength with his entire body and could confidently declare that Master Dam Sojong was on par with the incredible Northern Blade. Lady Heron predicted that the events surrounding the Northern Celestial Clan's heir would cause unrest among the great families and lead to a grand assembly. And that's precisely what happened. Those present were concerned that, just as recruitment for the invaders was opening, a Northern Blade suddenly appeared, revealing himself to be the living heir of the troublesome Northern Heavenly Clan. Elder Gal Moon Hong was the first to voice his displeasure. Elder Yechun Wool echoed his sentiments, noting that they were now in quite a difficult situation. Turning to the leader of the hidden clan, he asked him to explain why his information about the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir being dead had been false. The worried head of the Alliance's intelligence collection and storage agency, Wool Sang-chong, hesitantly replied that there had been confirmed information 7 years ago, so even he was confused by the fact that Jin Mu Wan was alive. The leader of the great southern clan, Chun San-yu, followed suit, voicing his displeasure, declaring that they must eliminate the current heir, just as they had done with the traitors from the Northern Heavenly Clan. He declared that while Jin was still in their custody, they should execute him as a message to the others. His words were driven by anger at the Northern Blade's humiliation of their heir. Since the Northern Blade turned out to be Jin Mu Wan's heir, the Southern Clan had the perfect opportunity to restore its honor. For the shame of the Southern Sword is also the shame of the great Southern Clan. OK Hua-san also joined Mr. Chun's words, stating that if the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan were to roam freely within the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, then their authority would be in question due to the fact that they were unable to finish what they started. The first to disagree with the previous elders was Mr. Tan Ki-moon. He declared that the Northern Heavenly Clan's sin had already been paid for with the life of Jin Kwang-ho, and therefore they should not do this to his only heir, as he was not the one who committed the betrayal. After listening to the words of the Master of 10,000 Poisons, Elder Dae Ryuk Shim realized he was openly demonstrating his support for the Northern Blade. He sensed a serious adversary in him, as Tang Ki-moon knew more about poisons than anyone else in the Alliance. The influence of the Tang family was something that could not be ignored. In turn, Elder Seop Yeo-chon joined the opponents of the Northern Blade, saying that no one dares to slaughter so many people on their territory without permission, because it is a crime. Elder Chil San clarified the situation, stating that although the anonymous report indicated the innocence of the victims, it was clear that the Northern Blade had no choice but to defend himself or be killed. He requested that evidence be collected and then legal proceedings be pursued. As expected, the elder of the Muquan monastery supported his words. He stated that shortly before becoming an elder, he had the opportunity to personally meet the Northern Blade, so he knew for certain that he was a noble man of high virtue. The Northern Blade also gained the support of the Mount Mu clan. Shaman So Ren declared that their clan agrees with the Great Tang family, the Mount Hua clan, and the Gongdong Monastery. Elder and Grand Marshal Gong Cheon was surprised by their support and scornfully declared that he found it strange to hear such bold statements from ordinary representatives and acting leaders. He bluntly asked how they dared to shield the heir of a clan known for colluding with Silent Night. With a serious and piercing gaze, Tan Ki-moon replied that the great elder's words were quite sharp. In turn, Shaman So Ren reminded that they were all called to represent the positions of their clans, therefore their status and position are the objective opinion of their families. Elder Baek Lee responded sharply that everything was obvious to her, although it would be difficult for people of low status to understand. The cool and reasonable head of law enforcement, Jem Jo-sun, volunteered to diffuse their conflict. With a strong sense of justice, he urged those present to calm down, saying they had not gathered to argue. Seeing the conflictual mood, he only confirmed to himself that the appearance of the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan had put the Central Heavenly Alliance in a situation on the verge of becoming a laughingstock. Moreover, he understood that even while in prison, he managed to shake up the calm of everyone present. After this discussion, one of the elders suggested that the Prime Minister express his opinion and share the words of the Nine Heavens regarding this incident that was troubling the entire alliance. Mr. Wang Desen replied that the Nine Heavens actually felt there was no need for them to intervene, as they considered the matter insignificant. They stated that they had more important matters requiring their attention and wanted the elders to handle it themselves. After listening to the elders' opinions, the minister concluded that their opinions were divided. Therefore, he believed it appropriate to either punish the Northern Blade for being the heir of traitors, or to keep this matter separate and try him only for the crime he committed on Alliance territory. Raising his hand solemnly, he inquired about the elders' opinion regarding fulfilling both sides' wishes. Considering that the invaders' inauguration ceremony was approaching, he proposed a public execution before all the martial arts masters. Turning his attention to the head of the law enforcement agency, the minister stated that they could allow him to make a statement about the crime committed by the Northern Blade, while the one who witnessed the incident closest to him would speak about the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan. As soon as he mentioned the so-called witness to the Northern Heavenly Clan's betrayal, a master entered the Grand Assembly Hall with terrifying energy. Seeing the tall swordsman with the red cloak, Minister Dae-sen asked those present to show respect to their dear guest. One of the four pillars of the Northern Clan said that he was glad to meet the elders. The ghostly cursed blade Yeon Jong-hwa, one of the traitors of the Northern Heavenly Clan, will be the judge for Jin Mu-won. After the Azure Dragon Association meeting, Dam So-chen decided to retire to the rooftop under the starry sky. Looking at the building nearby, he remembered the conversation with his lover after the meeting. Ms. Heron thanked him for his hard work, while Master Dam himself first wanted to know if it was true that the Northern Blade had been captured. Heron replied that she was surprised he'd heard the news too. She said they'd managed to meet him, and then confirmed that he was indeed Jin Mu-won of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Seeing his reaction, she assumed that he wanted to see him, so she said that she could send a message to the guards, but Master Dam said that it was not necessary, since he just wanted to make sure that it was really Jin Mu-won. Recalling their only meeting, which had happened briefly, he said that he was sure that Master Jin was not the kind of person who would enjoy killing innocents. Looking into the eyes of his beloved, he firmly declared that he would meet him only where he could respect him as a comrade in martial arts. It was with thoughts of this meeting that he found himself on the roof near the prison with the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The chi energy of the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir seemed something mysterious and interesting to him. Mu-Wan also felt his presence. During their first meeting, he also felt that he was a good person who strived for justice. Sometime later, when Master Dam returned home, Mu-Wan suddenly felt a strong resonance with his blade. He realized that in front of him was the one his snowblade so desperately wanted to destroy. Jo Ung-kun suddenly appeared in front of Mu-Wan and began to smile and express surprise that the northern blade was indeed Mu-Wan. At first, Master Jin did not sense his energy, but as soon as he found himself in front of his face, he immediately rushed forward. Without hesitation, he grabbed his blade to deliver an instant blow. But his first strike with the cursed sword was blocked by the bare hands of the user of the 10 Women's Blood Demonic technique. With a terrifying, cunning smile, Un-kun continued to hold his younger brother's sword. Looking at Mu-Wan, he laughed arrogantly and called his greeting unexpectedly warm. Trying to cut off the claws of the killer of a peaceful tribe, Master Jin replied that his elder brother could not have expected any other greeting. Un-Kong was the kindest man in the bleak and desolate region of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He was someone Mu-Wan truly respected. As a child, Mu-Wan never imagined that Un-kun would become the one he wanted to kill the most. While holding his opponent at bay, Un-kun said that little Mu-Wan had grown up and become a real man. He admitted that, although he had had his suspicions, even now he found it quite difficult to believe that his younger brother would turn out to be a northern blade. Mu-Wan replied that he, too, found it hard to believe he'd meet him in such a place. The heir of the Northern Celestial Clan assumed Master Zhou had decided to remain in the Central Celestial Alliance rather than in Annam Province. His words turned out to be true, which was confirmed by the killer of the peaceful dumpling. Un-kun jumped back, raised his hands, and declared that the Central Heavenly Alliance had formed an invader and taken him hostage. Since his father had been killed on a quiet night, there was no longer any reason to keep him around. He saw no point in returning and taking over his father's clan. Now he called himself nothing more than a wanderer. The elder brother apologized to Mu-Wan, expressing his regret for not being able to do anything for the Northern Heavenly Clan and the late clan leader. He claimed he was simply powerless at the time. Un-kun continued, saying that his younger brother must still harbor resentment towards him because of that incident, but despite this, he had no desire to fight him, as he truly wanted to help him escape. To his surprise, Mu-Wan replied that his uncle hadn't been killed that quiet night. Jin Mu-Wan said with a serious look that it was actually he who killed the demon fist Zhou Chen-Wu. Hearing the truth, Un-kun froze for a moment. After a moment of silence, he grabbed his head and began laughing loudly. He shouted that he'd known the old man wouldn't die at the hands of the silent knight he'd hunted all his life. The older brother admitted that no matter how long he'd thought about making an official statement, this information hadn't sunk in his head. Having calmed down a bit, Un-kun admitted that he thought Mu-Wan had done a good job, as eliminating such an opponent must have been difficult. He was certain Mu-Wan had done it out of revenge, and then commended him for his bravery. Mu-Wan was surprised by his reaction, realizing that he was not at all upset by the truth about his father's death. Un-kun explained that this was because, throughout his entire life, he had never received a single compliment or kind word from his father. No matter how hard he tried, he never acknowledged him. Master Zhou only beat him on a whim and took out his anger on him, so he felt no grief. Moreover, he said he was genuinely glad his father was killed by the younger brother he'd cared for so much in the past. After his father's death, who had conspired against the leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and considering he himself had merely been an observer, Un-Kong thought they could be called brothers. In response, Mu-Wan, filled with hatred, asked if Un-kun really decided to play with forbidden arts like the 10 Women's Blood Demon art just because his father didn't kiss his ass. The hypocritical elder brother continued to listen to his speech with a smile. But when he realized what was said, he grabbed his head. He couldn't even imagine that Mu Won knew even such details. As he unleashed his demonic power, he was surprised with a malicious and insane joy that his younger brother even knew about that ritual. In response to his revelation of demonic power, Mu Won released the aura of his snowflower and took a stance to launch an attack. Seeing the sword's aura, Jo Un-kun realized what was happening. He guessed that this sword was supported by the shaman's hatred. He couldn't forget the woman whose tribe had died out because of his demonic ritual. Now it became clear to him that she had become a vengeful ghost and had become attached to his younger brother, who was filled with a sense of justice. It was obvious that Mu Won, knowing about his elder brother's crime, would not back down. Licking his lips, Un-kun thought that he and his younger brother were truly bound by the same destiny. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he released the forbidden art of the blood of 10 women. Mu Won rushed to attack the devilish bastard, saying that the Un-kun he knew was humble and never spoke an evil word to another and did his best to not harm people. It all turned out to be a lie, and now he was forced to attack the demonic monster. Un-kun easily dodged its swift attack, managing to match the incredible speed of the northern clan's heir. The next slashing blow from the snowflower was stopped by the demonic monster's bare palm. Feeling safe, Un-kun called his younger brother a naive child and added that he should not forget that everyone follows their own desires, so he should not trust anyone, because there will always be an ulterior motive behind everything. In response, Mu Won shouted that these were just excuses, and then delivered a slashing blow towards the enemy's head, but he managed to crouch down, losing his long hair. Un-kun, once again clutching the snowflower in his demonic claws, continued the conversation, saying that Mu Won was going too far, as he himself had only become so powerful thanks to the secret teachings left to him by the Northern Heavenly Clan. He admitted that his martial art was the strongest he had ever seen. Mu Won, his eyes blazing with rage, was so consumed by hatred that he began to be consumed by the aura of his blade. He declared that Un-kun was no longer human, but now even worse than a beast. At that moment, the guards, who heard the sounds of the battle, burst into the prison. Un-kun decided to run away, so he said goodbye to his younger brother, saying that it was not in their interests to make a fuss. As he donned his long cloak, he said he simply wanted to confirm that the Northern Blade was the Mu Won he knew. He wanted to know if his younger brother would work with him for some greater purpose, but during their meeting, he realized they would definitely not get along anytime soon. As they parted, Un-kun asked his younger brother to remember that their world wasn't as one-dimensional as he thought. The demonic spirit declared that everything had 2 sides, and there was nothing they could do about it. Filled with anger, Mu Won declared that in response, Jo Un-gong should remember that he would die by his sword. After these words, Master Jin whispered an apology to the snowflower, asking the blade to wait a little longer before they could fulfill their shared vengeance. Seeing the interaction between the heir of the Northern Clan and his animated blade, Un-kun remarked with a sly demonic smile that it was quite cute. Without wasting any time, he ran away, while Mu Won returned to his prison cell without resistance. While escaping from the Central Heavenly Alliance prison, Un-kong couldn't stop thinking about confronting the Northern Clan's heir. Looking at the scar on his arm, he admitted that his little brother's strength was simply impressive, and that if he hadn't been careful, he would have definitely lost his arm. With a smile of anticipation, he thought that Jin Mu Won, with whom he had failed to agree to work together for a great goal, was a real loss. While Mu Won remained in prison, his comrades continued to work. Ha Jin-woo and his old comrade Jang Dai-seo continued to develop and refine their plan to resist the Central Heavenly Alliance forces. Chun-ying was also with them, using disguise. At one point, the Master of Disguise felt that they were not alone here and that someone was watching them. Finding himself in a rather crowded place, he whispered to the scientist of 3 minds that they were being followed. Ha Jin-woo, carefully surveying his surroundings, wasn't particularly surprised by this news, realizing that the West Gate's Heron had likely sent someone to spy on them long ago. Despite this, he wasn't at all concerned about the safety of the traps set up throughout the city. The skilled ninja Chun Ying gave him confidence in the success of his work. Without revealing to the enemy that he had noticed the pursuit, the Hidden Moon spy asked the scientist if he was certain the list of individuals important to their cause was accurate and that the person they were seeking was alive. Due to pressure from his pursuers, he decided not to wait for an answer and, having first changed his identity, told the scientist that he was going to distract the strangers so that the scientists could continue their search for the person they needed. Taking the blank sheets of paper in his hands, the ninja went in a different direction, separating from the team. The guys walked on, and at one point Zhang Daiseo suggested stopping. The man said with some anxiety that they had found who they were looking for. At that moment they reached one of the walls of the capital of Hubei province. The man they were looking for looked like he was homeless. He had no limbs, so he clenched a pen between his teeth and, shaking, tried to write something on the paper. At one point, the feather fell out of his mouth and rolled down. Picking it up again was no easy task for a man in such a deplorable state of his body. But suddenly, a stranger came to his aid, accompanied by a serious-looking companion. The scientist of 3 minds announced with a triumphant smile that they had found someone who had long since disappeared from public view. Seeing the strangers, the mysterious man who lived on the street asked them angrily who they were, after which he asked them to stop bothering him and get out of his sight. In response, Ha Jinwo looked into his eyes, saying that they were fishermen who knew the truth about his identity. After saying these words, he looked at the homeless man with disdain and called him the one who betrayed the Northern Heavenly clan and led a famous and influential family to ruin. The man was shocked to hear his identity revealed. He was the one responsible for gathering all secrets and information, the head of the Northern Heavenly clan's secret intelligence service, Dong Ha Ping. The scholar then revealed that the heir to the Northern Heavenly clan was in the capital of the Central Alliance. A few days after this event, it was time to begin recruiting for the invaders. The minimum requirements were recommendations from prominent figures in Murim, or recognition for a remarkable feat in the world of martial arts. Upon hearing this, most of the craftsmen present began to panic and express dissatisfaction, as no one had spoken of such conditions before. They cried out in displeasure that this was a blatant act of discrimination, since in such a case, the representatives of the Invaders' Commission literally reject those who are not from prestigious families. Trying to renew their chances, they cried out that joining the invaders would give them the opportunity to accomplish great things. After voicing their demands, unknown warriors like them could be left with nothing. The disgruntled masters were thirsty for justice and cried out that they should be given a chance. Dan Wukang, one of the representatives of the outer faction, volunteered to calm their unrest. He announced that he had a message for everyone who had come to the invaders' recruitment ceremony. He stated that the son of a traitor known for the incident with the Northern Heavenly clan was currently in their prison. He then recounted the story of how the head of the Northern clan, Jin Kwang Ho, was responsible for protecting the Silent Night, but was about to join the enemy. The story continued with the words that the Central Celestial Alliance had decided to show mercy and spare his son, but this youth had grown up and decided to reveal himself to the world, appearing with the advent of the Silent Night. For this reason, they concluded that the heir was collaborating with their enemies. After this, Da Wukang shouted that everyone had surely heard of his alias. This was followed by the announcement that the Northern Blade, renowned for his exploits, was the son of the traitor Jin Kwang Ho. That's why they planned to publicly execute him before recruiting more invaders. The man expressed hope that everyone present would witness it, as participating in the execution of a traitor would be considered a great deed. Thus, it was announced that when the time came for the selection, all those present at the execution would meet the minimum requirement for recruitment into the invaders. The shocked crowd began to look around and whisper. No one was shouting anymore that they had been cheated and not given a fair chance. Dan Wukong, having looked closely at the audience, understood perfectly well that they would soon find out whether these masters would listen to his words. He had previously received an appeal strategy from the minister, but was unsure whether the announcement would be sufficient. The cunning Wang Desen, folding his hands in front of him, replied that the plan was perfect. He asked the faction representative to make sure he read it word for word, without any improvisation. To be on the safe side, he said that if the warriors were still dissatisfied, they should claim that this had been conveyed to them personally by Seo Manhwa, one of the great 9 heavens. Such a calculated provocation was truly a flawless plan. Finally, the minister asked his ward to remain calm, as everything would go smoothly. He then again emphasized that the message should be conveyed word for word, without errors. In response to his words, the audience actually calmed down. Realizing that everything had gone as planned, the man took their reaction as consent and ordered them to line up and get ready. The people quietly fulfilled their request. Everyone followed the instructions so as not to miss their chance to join the invading squad. Among those present was a very famous and powerful detachment of mercenaries. The Iron Squad managed to arrive at the capital and find out how things were going with their comrade, with whom they had fought more than one battle. Their leader, Yeon Musang, analyzed the situation. He couldn't help but notice that the arena was overcrowded, far larger than expected. Furthermore, the announcement regarding the Northern Blade worried him, as he couldn't have imagined that Mu Wan would become embroiled in such a mess at a time like this. The Iron Squad's fighters began to discuss their difficulty in believing that Jin Mu Wan could have made a mistake that would have earned him capture from the Central Heavenly Alliance. They had previously thought their comrade in arms was overly cautious. Some of the fighters suggested that Jin Mu Wan had become a bit arrogant after making a name for himself, as when people gain fame, they often lose their way. Unlike the others, Deputy Chief Cha Ya-ran was convinced that since the Northern Blade's true identity had been exposed, Jin Mu Wan must have done it on purpose. Mu Huan, the master of infinite thought, agreed with her assumption. He said Mu Wan wasn't the type to let his guard down or act without a plan. Even though the Northern clan's heir's secrets had been exposed, the strategist of the Iron 12 thought he had a plan. Besides, he couldn't mention that there was a 3 Minds scholar on Mu Wan's side, so it wouldn't be strange if this whole situation was part of Ha Jin Wol's plan. After listening to his comrade's words, Yeon Mu-san thought about what the Northern Blade was like. He knew that Mu Wan was really strong and had been dealing with the Central Heavenly Alliance for quite a long time, which was his real enemy. Prepared for any turn of events, the head of the Iron Dozen hoped that Mu Wan had not bared his fangs too early. Still, he urged his comrades not to worry, saying they should feel proud of the good work they had done to get to this place. He warned them that if they didn't want their beloved leader to get into trouble on the very first day, they shouldn't overreact. Yeon Musang advised his team to be vigilant and not do anything stupid. In response, Deputy Master Ya said that their leader was the one who should be careful, since he was the one always getting into trouble. Hearing her words, Leader Yen began to joke around, saying he wasn't sure what she was saying. Meanwhile, the Lady of the Western Gate continued to prepare for her public appearance. At that moment, Master Shim came to visit her. As it turned out, he was the very same man who had attempted to track down the scientist of 3 Minds on behalf of Heron. Unfortunately for them, he had failed to complete this mission successfully. Ms. Heron took this with understanding, saying that she had expected it to happen this way. Mr. Shim concluded that in such a case, someone from the outside helps them. One of his protégés continued to pursue the target, but when he got closer to it, it turned out that it was a completely different person. When it came to the question of who had personally led the pursuit, Ms. Heron said she hadn't expected much from such a ridiculous dog as the former commander of the mercenary group responsible for the Northern Heavenly Clan. Moreover, she understood that a scholar of 3 Minds couldn't be taken lightly. Realizing the danger of the enemy strategist, Master Shim wondered if it wouldn't be easier to quietly eliminate their opponent in the form of the scientist of 3 Minds. Mrs. Heron replied that, in fact, they were in this situation precisely because of such thoughts. She was confident that the scientist of Three Minds' plan was sufficiently reliable that everything could continue on its own, even without his control. Master Shim was surprised to hear such a thing from the one they called the great genius of the Western Gate. He said she thought too highly of her rival and was certainly overestimating his capabilities. He didn't have time to hear her answer, because at that very moment he noticed another Azure Dragon leader in the room, whom he considered his younger brother. It was Master Dam who, rising from his bed, asked his elder brother not to stoop low by resorting to killing at a time when it came to a strategic battle. In response, Master Shim began to justify himself and, without losing his pride, said that all means are good in war. But such an answer did not satisfy the high demands of the leader of their organization. Master Dam asked his elder brother if he truly believed this was all their Azure Dragon Association could do. He went on to state that their priority was resolving problems fairly and justly. Mrs. Heron acted as if she adhered to her lover's beliefs. Master Shim couldn't say anything against it, even though he understood that for their chief strategist, the most important thing was victory. Their conversation was interrupted by the visit of the elder sister, the bodyguard of the Western Gate family. When she entered, she asked everyone present to get ready to leave, as the recruitment ceremony would begin soon. Meanwhile, at the White Dragon Trading Association, the training of Mr. Huang and his young disciple continued. By improving their techniques, they could demonstrate noticeable results in friendly sparring. The skill of both fighters had increased significantly, and they could now stand up for themselves. Despite the differences in age and experience, they could be worthy opponents, giving it their all. And yet, towards the end of the sparring, Mr. Huang was the first to give in, suggesting his student stop. Kwak Moonjin continued jumping energetically in place, begging the teacher to continue the training so he could utilize his full strength. The tired man said that he was glad to see that his student was indeed becoming stronger every day, after which he remembered that the young man had only recently learned to hold his sword correctly. With a smile on his face, the young man, grateful for the support, said that his success was only possible because he had such an outstanding teacher. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the leader of the trade association's bodyguard squad. He was rushing to meet them with a message for Mr. Huang. The man shouted that they should see the latest news. While the leader of the bodyguards was trying to catch his breath, Mr. Huang and his student looked with great interest at the newspaper that their leader was so hastily trying to get for them. They were shocked to learn what had happened to their young master. Now everyone who was connected with the Northern Blade knew what had happened. Gemjo-san came to the heir of the Northern clan and announced that the time had come to make his decision. He warned Mu Wan that due to the inattention and disrespect of others, he would certainly feel uncomfortable. Taking a closer look at the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, he expressed hope that Master Jin would not harbor a grudge against those present, after which he invited him to go outside. Rising to his feet, Mu Wan replied that he understood everything. The proud heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan said, without any hesitation, that he was ready to show himself to the public. On their way to the arena stage, the head of law enforcement and Mu Wan saw a speaker rehearsing for a public appearance. He was discussing proposals that should be eliminated because they weren't compelling enough. They were faced with a true manipulator of public opinion. While discussing where to place emphasis in his prepared speech, he saw something that did not fit into his understanding. With his hands on his hips, he turned to the head of law enforcement with a displeased grimace, asking why the criminal was not in shackles, and also where the guards were located who were supposed to accompany them. With even greater displeasure, he asked why the criminal was allowed to keep a weapon on him. Mr. Gumjo-san calmly and judiciously replied that there was no need to confiscate this defendant's weapons and that a report explaining the reasons for this decision had already been filed. He firmly stated that until Mu Wan was found guilty, he would remain the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The orator was cornered by the remark that they should show respect to a man whose guilt had not been proven. The silver-tongued orator thought the old man had gone senile. On the other hand, he understood that it was precisely his stubbornness that had allowed him to maintain his position all this time. After putting the speaker in his place, Mr. Jemjo-sun said that he was looking forward to the prepared speech, after which he announced that they were going outside. Mu-won, sensing the presence of a huge number of masters, walked forward without any hesitation, not fearing anyone, trusting the plan of the scholar of three minds. Before leaving, Mr. Gemjo-san looked at the so-called criminal's steadfastness. The man, who vividly remembered the Northern Heavenly clan at the height of its power, recognized the family's heir as its former leader, who had been forced to sacrifice his own life. It was a mystery to him whether the young master was destined to repeat his father's cruel fate. Just before leaving, the fair and honest head of the support organs said that he would pray for the young head of the Northern Heavenly clan to successfully overcome this obstacle. Mu-won didn't expect to hear words of support from the representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance's governing bodies, but he took it for granted and proudly remained silent in response. When Mu-won stepped outside, he was faced with a blinding light, unusual after the dark room he had been in for the past few hours. When he saw the number of people who came to his execution, he was simply shocked. The vast arena and the area around it were filled with interested people, with different views on the situation surrounding the heir of the Northern Heavenly Alliance. Naturally, those who distinguished themselves by their status were in the stands. This solemn event was attended by representatives of the large and most influential families of Murim, who were the elders of the Great Assembly of the Alliance. On the other hand, he could discover those whose influence was just beginning to grow. They were the representatives of the Azure Dragon Association's leadership. Mr. Shim and Mrs. Dam remained calm and stared steadfastly at the arena, while Master Dam chose to remain on the sidelines, leaning his back against a column. Among the crowd, Mu-won quickly found those who had no doubt whatsoever that he could handle it. These were the scholars who had planned a worthy support and supplementary plan for the young master, as well as Lady Mireille and the disciple of the Tang family, on whom Gi-mun had placed great hopes. Besides them, Mr. Jin was able to find other comrades among the huge number of masters. These were the members of the Iron Dozen. They stared at the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan with some surprise, trying not to show their excitement. At the same moment, the silver-tongued orator came onto the stage, attracting the crowd's attention with his signature cough. Addressing those present, he asked them to pay attention to his next words. Namsu Wu introduced himself with solemn pathos as the one who had been given the great honor of being allowed to lead the recruitment process for the invading force. The crowd was mesmerized by his appearance, as the silver-tongued speaker was considered the most eloquent person in the Central Celestial Alliance, and thus wielded considerable influence over the public. It turns out he even has two aliases, as he is also known as the Lion's Roar. He greeted the crowd's reaction with a smug smile, after which he decided to endear himself to the crowd even more by thanking all the martial artists who came to the event. Showing off his charming acting skills, he decided to get down to business and began his speech by saying that the Silent Night had returned, and as was known, every appearance of it, no matter how fiercely they defended themselves, led to suffering for the people of Murim. Clutching his clothes in agony, he screamed that for centuries the Silent Night had yearned to conquer the continent and had used any means necessary to destroy them. He went on to declare that countless innocent lives had been sacrificed to protect what was dear to them. With real tears in his eyes, he began to play with the emotions of those present, mentioning the heavy losses of loved ones whose valiant sacrifice had enabled them to live to see this day. Still raising his voice, he shouted that the land that had once been protected by their ancestors would be under the reliable protection of a detachment of invaders, the vanguard in the coming war. Romanticizing even the potential sacrifices for victory, he declared that the Central Alliance would do everything possible to provide unlimited support to the invaders, even granting them power and authority. He promised that when the war ended, those who survived would lead their generation into the future. The audience responded to his words with genuine delight. The loud applause made the speaker feel a unique tremor of pleasure. Having captured the attention of those present, he stated that under normal circumstances they would have already begun recruiting, but they were forced to postpone it due to a situation that needed to be discussed with everyone present. Pointing his hand disrespectfully and insolently at the Northern Blade, he called him by name and declared that he was a criminal who should be judged before moving on to the celebration. He then mentioned that everyone had heard of the Northern Heavenly Clan, that he had once held them in high esteem, but had betrayed them by allying himself with the Silent Knight. He then went on to say that this was precisely why they had executed the previous head of the Northern Clan, Jin Kwang Ho. Seeing the public's reaction, he continued to play with their emotions, saying that he, too, found it hard to believe that the clan that was supposed to protect them from the enemy had joined them and forgotten about its honor. The deceitful speech continued with the words that history repeats itself, and just like his father, who created problems by collaborating with enemies, his son also follows the call of criminal blood and slaughters innocent masters right on the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Without a shred of conscience, the deceitful manipulator repeated that since the son is like the father, there is a possibility that the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jin Mu Wan, committed these terrible deeds under the orders of the Silent Knight. Mu Wan only noticed him for a moment before looking back at the crowd's reaction. The people began to feel enraged. They shouted with hatred that the son of a traitor should be executed, continuing to shout insults towards the deceased previous head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. With his head held high, Mu Wan turned to his father with disgust at the masters present, saying that he now understood what he had seen before his death. Remembering his father, he thought that only at such a moment could he fully understand the loneliness that his father had experienced in the last moments of his life. The speaker continued his speech, announcing furiously that before they passed the final sentence, they must allow the criminal to pronounce his name and status. Only Mu Wan and his supporters at that moment thought that despite his false statements, in reality, Jin Kwang Ho had given his entire life to protect these people and the mainland, but instead of the respect he deserved, he was met with cold and indifferent looks. Faced with reality, Jin Mu Wan was able to some extent understand the suffering his father must have felt before his death. While Mu Wan froze for a moment due to the memory of his father, the speaker, warming up the audience, fiercely demonstrated his importance by shouting that the criminal should hurry up with his words, which the audience was waiting for. At that moment, Master Jin began to experience an incredible rage, causing him to bite his lip for the first time in his life and grimaced in anger. Addressing his father, he silently recounted how 10 years ago he had witnessed his father's death at the hands of those bastards and was finally able to meet them in person. Taking advantage of the situation, the silver tongue of the Central Heavenly Alliance shouted with an arrogant laugh. It was natural for the heir of such a wretched bloodline to feel deep shame and not be able to say a word. But at that moment, it was clear that Mu Wan was actually sinking into a deep, genuine rage, due to the realization of what the end of the existence of his great and powerful clan that protected the entire continent had been. Returning to reality, Mu Wan released his anger and urged those present to listen carefully to his words. With a determined and incomparably furious cry, he introduced himself as the son of Jin Kwang Ho, who was nicknamed the Great Wall of the North. The fifth head of the Northern Clan, Northern Blade Mu Wan, made his presence known to a large audience. His loud and powerful statement left the public speechless, in awe of the powerful resilience of a man who was put on display like a captured predator. Not only the audience, but also the previously self-confident silver tongue of the Central Heavenly Alliance fell silent upon hearing the words of the powerful young master. Master Jin's speech was what caused even the head of the Azure Alliance to pay attention to the stage, while the Northern Clan heir's comrades looked at him with admiration, feeling proud of their young master's unwavering spirit and determination. Master of 10,000 poisons, Ki-moon was amazed by Master Jin's words. In all the time they had been traveling together, none of the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir's comrades had ever seen him show such emotions. Previously, Mu-won always maintained a firm, unwavering, and calm demeanor, ready for anything. This guy's determination made even those who were once surprised by Mu-won think twice. The elder of the Gongdong Monastery could not help but recall their shared journey. He thought that Mu-won was a person who was stronger than anyone. Despite the young master's power, he noted that even so he had not lost his modesty. But these words from the previously quiet heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan made it clear to him that his cup of patience had run over. The elder of Mount Hua was also astonished by these words. The young master's cold nature literally frightened even such an experienced warrior. But now, the great master Chil-san saw that the silence had been shattered by the roar of defiance from such an incredible man. The shaman, who had previously lived far from the outside world, could not help but notice her connection with the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Their journey at first seemed carefree and did not at all indicate who the Northern Blade really was. Even despite the events before arriving in the capital, she only now began to think about how difficult this man's life had been up to this point. Minister Dae-sen continued to remain calm, although he began to feel a real threat from the man they wanted to use as a tool to advance the creation of the invasion force. Naturally, the leader of Yen could not help but react to this moment. He thought that Mu-won had finally decided to be truly proud of his name. His opinion of him wasn't at all due to Lord Jin's previous shame about his lineage. Of course, Yeon Mu-sung understood that the Northern Blade was forced to conceal his identity. He couldn't help but notice the emotionality of the performance of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who maintained his composure even when he was saving his uncle, who was more important to him than his own life. For his part, the scholar of 3 minds was incredibly proud of the man he saw as a ray of light amid the Murim's dark future. He reflected with a determined gaze on how difficult it must have been for his young master to restrain himself all this time. Among all of Mr. Jin's acquaintances, there was only one person who was stunned by the truth about who the Northern Blade was. Seeing the others' reactions, he felt very awkward, realizing that his comrades had long known the truth about Master Jin's origins. When student Mayeng, with the strange burden on his back, continued to rage about the revelation of the identity of his offender, a concerned Madame Tan quietly asked him to mind his manners. In fact, Mirai tried not to show that she was feeling very worried about the situation surrounding the man she cared so much about. After a furious, heartbreaking speech, Jin Mu-won realized for the first time that he had lost the composure he had worked to develop his entire life. To return to his senses, he took a deep breath in and out, concentrating on stabilizing the flow of his qi. The head of the law enforcement agencies also couldn't utter a word in response to the emotional speech of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who had been hiding from the world all this time. But looking at the silver-tongued orator, he saw that he was completely frightened by the rage of the master of the Northern Blade. Mr. Jem decided to continue his speech and, addressing the 5th head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, stated that he was accused of 2 crimes, so they would start with the first one, concerning the massacre in the territory of the Central Alliance. Addressing the public, Gyum Jo-sun reintroduced himself as the head of law enforcement and stated that he would conduct this trial without any bias and would do his utmost to deliver a fair verdict. He then asked Master Jin to speak only the truth so that his words would have value in the upcoming compilation of facts. The first question was whether Mu-won had actually killed a large group of people several weeks ago in front of a tavern in the capital of Wuhan. Mu-won immediately admitted that he was the one behind it. Continuing his questioning, Mr. Guillaume mentioned that they had been told that these people were innocent, and then asked if Mu-won agreed with this statement. Master Jin calmly and firmly replied that he did not agree with the witness's words, because those he killed were well-trained assassins sent by the clan as mercenaries to eliminate him. Mr. Gem assumed this statement meant someone had hired a group of assassins to eliminate the Northern Blade, and therefore had no choice but to kill them to protect himself. Mu Wan reiterated his words. Looking closely at the heir of the Northern clan, the judge asked if the defendant had any evidence. At that moment, Mu Wan fell silent because he understood that he personally did not have such information. The head of law enforcement clarified to the public that they cannot simply rely on the words of a participant in the incident, since many people were killed. He again asked the heir of the Northern clan if he could provide any substantial evidence. At that moment, Mu Wan, feeling desperate, calmly replied that he couldn't back up his words, but he was cut off by a shout from the audience. Someone shouted loudly that he had proof. The entire audience froze at the moment when the three masters began to enter the central arena. It was Mr. Mu Sang and two fighters who brought with them one of the assassins, as well as the master of the fleeting falcon, Cha Mun Ho. The head of the Secret Intelligence Department, unexpectedly for everyone present, announced that he had brought with him firm evidence of the defendant's innocence. The great scientist's plan began to show its strengths. Ha Jin-woo had already met with Mr. Seo after Master Jin's capture, and he was surprised that his young master's loyal companion was such a reliable person that he did everything himself without waiting for advice or orders. Mr. Seo did whatever was pleasing to his master. After their general meeting, they said goodbye and agreed to meet on the day Master Jin's trial began. The guys also made sure that their evidence could be used during public interrogation. Shortly before the start of the festivities to recruit craftsmen for the invading force, the head of the supply agencies received an unexpected letter delivered to him by Raven. Mr. Gem didn't know who the sender was, but after reading the letter, he learned that someone had proof of the defendant's innocence. The stranger asked him to ensure that clear questions about the evidence of Master Jin's guilt would be asked on the day of the trial. When Mr. Seo entered the arena, the head of law enforcement asked the man who brought the evidence to introduce himself to the public. Seo Mu Sang introduced himself as the head of the Pursuit and Capture Department and reiterated that he had evidence that could prove the innocence of the Northern Blade, Jin Mu Wan. The elders present were shocked by the statement of this master with two blades on his back. They began to panic, arguing that the head of the Department of Pursuit and Capture was not on their side, but on the side of the heir to a northern heavenly clan that was criminal by their standards. Mr. Seo then presented evidence, saying that on his right was the one who hired the clan of Phantom Assassins, and on his left was the assassin from the clan of Phantom Assassins who carried out the order. Addressing the captives, Mr. Gem asked them to state their names and status. The first to answer was a trembling and badly beaten assassin, who confirmed that he was a mercenary from the clan of Phantom Assassins, who had received the order to kill the Northern Blade. With an equally pitiful expression, the master of the three-ringed fleeting falcon, who clarified that he was a member of the Azure Dragon Association, stated that his name was Cha Mun Ho. After introducing his status, he said with a trembling voice that he was the one who started it all and did it for personal reasons, to get rid of the Northern Blade. Hearing these words, the leaders of the Azure Dragon Association were shocked that not only was that idiot the true customer who had played into the hands of their enemy, but he had also revealed his membership in the association. Now Heron faced what she feared most. Seeing the trembling master she had hired to recruit masters for her association, she realized that the scholar of three minds had been able to take advantage of his naivety very successfully. The trembling, fleeting falcon swordmaster, in utter despair, turned to Lady Heron, begging her for help. In response, Ms. Heron showed a calm, albeit feigned, smile. With her eyes wide open, she asked with disdain who he was. Now the master of the fleeting falcon realized that his life had come to an end. Ms. Heron bit her lip nervously, because she knew that Seo Mu Sang was the deputy leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan surveillance team 7 years ago. Her suspicions were justified, because this man turned out to be loyal to the Northern Blade. What worried her even more was that the talentless Cha Mun Ho, a fear-stricken idiot, had acted arbitrarily out of his own pride, forgetting about her instructions. Not wanting to repeat her mistakes, She decided she needed to restore order within the Azure Dragon Association to ensure no one would ever again threaten their authority. She angrily thought that their masters had become overconfident, uncontrollable, careless, and inattentive. Turning to her elder sister, she ordered her to immediately destroy all records of Jong Moon-ho that were in the Azure Dragon Association. After this, she embarrassed her older brother by telling him that Mr. Shim should order all members of the association to tell no one anything about their connection with Jong Moon-ho. From that moment on, he would be a complete stranger to them, with no connection whatsoever. A tense Mrs. Harrion sensed danger and decided to try to take control of the situation. She understood that if an official investigation were launched, it would only be a matter of time before the Alliance learned of Cha Moon-ho's ties to the Azure Dragon Association. It was obvious to her that Cha Moon-ho had gotten involved with Master Jin for personal reasons, despite not knowing who he really was. That's why he'd assembled a group of mercenaries and committed such a stupid act. She had no doubt that her enemies would seize this opportunity and use it as a stepping stone to their plan. Glancing at the three-mind scholar, she wondered if he truly thought such a strategy would cause the Azure Dragon Association to falter. Ha Jin-woo seemed to sense her gaze. Their eyes must have met after their next strategy competition had happened. Mrs. Heron, looking haughtily at her competitor, clearly saw that he was behind this and once again acknowledged his skill. But despite her defeat, she had no intention of standing aside and promised that he would soon see how she responded. Realizing that the daughter of the Western Gate highly appreciated the work done, the scholar of three minds began to tease and wave his finger, thereby saying that it was too early to praise and exalt him. Pointing his finger at her and biting his lower lip in anticipation, he wanted to ask her to wait a little longer because the show was not over yet. The games of great minds continued. Ha Jin-woo continued to lay out the cards on the table, while Mrs. Heron could only watch. Mr. Gum took into account the defense's evidence and concluded that, based on the confessions of the two participants in the incident, it can be concluded that Jin Moo-wan was simply defending himself. He then officially confirmed that the mercenaries attempted to brutally murder the defendant. In the name of the law, he ordered the masters of the Central Heavenly Clan to detain the organizers of the incident and escort them to prison. Cha Moon-ho and the Ghost Assassin Clan mercenary were captured and taken away from the arena. After this, the head of the law enforcement department decided to satisfy the interest of those present and asked why the leader of one of the information organizations of the Central Heavenly Alliance, Seo Mu-sang, decided to help this man. Mr. Seo calmly replied that murder was prohibited in the Central Heavenly Alliance, while Cha Moon-ho hired an entire clan, which resulted in an excellent warrior being unjustly captured on suspicion of brutal murder. After this, Master Mu-sang firmly declared that he had intervened personally for the sake of his true master. Everyone present was shocked by his unexpected statement. The head of GEM was dumbfounded. He asked if the intelligence leader understood what such a statement meant. Seo Mu-sang responded without hesitation that he understood better than anyone and also knew that his new path would not be easy. Looking around at his loyal comrades, he realized that they were also involved in this situation. The interrogation of the fleeting falcon's sword turned out to be boring. He gave in quickly, and then they had convincing evidence of the young master's innocence. When Seo Mu-sang finished with this, he turned to his fighters and said that the public trial would soon begin, and the overall picture was already clear to everyone. He intended to take care of the one the whole world called the traitor's child as his master. The man warned his loyal comrades that the time had come to show the world his true face for the sake of his master. Turning away, he admitted he didn't know when or how he would die, as life on the run was difficult and tiring. He feared his loyal comrades would also be in danger. Thanking the boys for following him up to this point, he ordered them to live as their hearts dictated. Seo Mu-sang thought they would leave quietly, but the fighters showed their dissatisfaction. Throwing his distinctive hat to the floor, one of the fighters shouted that it was the first time their brother had ever spoken such a sad speech. He then suggested that Master Seo had forgotten that they had sworn to always follow him. He remembered the day their brother Seo had said he would become the most terrible traitor to the Alliance by risking his life for his master. They knew this truth and were grateful, for they had found purpose and decided to live for him, even though they had previously dragged out their existences in anticipation of death. Addressing their elder brother, who had set them on the true path, the warriors silently declared that if Seo called the Northern Blade Lord, then for them, too, he was someone worth sacrificing their lives for. They promised to follow their brother to their death if only such a sad speech would not be repeated. The determination of his loyal comrades was beyond praise, and to reward them for this, Seo Musang resigned himself to their sincere will and offered to continue their journey together, following the will of their young master. Muwan looked with kind eyes at the one who had sworn allegiance to him after the incident in the destroyed Northern Heavenly Clan. His loyal servant, Seo Musang, was determined to establish himself as his master's subordinate, revealing the truth about his identity to the world despite the danger. Seeing how the situation had suddenly changed due to the betrayal of the intelligence chief, the head of the hidden temple, Wol San Zhong angrily slammed his fist against the wall. The elder trembled with anger, realizing that he was responsible for a vast number of information organizations, but this man, so good at hiding his true intentions, had decided to stab him in the back. He promised that Seo Musang would pay for this in the most horrific way. Prime Minister Wang Desen saw his subordinate's dissatisfaction, realizing that his mistake could no longer be corrected. Despite this, he remained calm. The minister carefully planned the execution of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan and even prepared a backup plan. Looking at the speaker, he made eye contact with him to give him a signal. Nodding his head, he suggested that the Silver Tongue move to a backup plan that the enemies would not find a refutation to. Having received the signal, the speaker began the second part of the accusation, ending the previous part with the words that the defendant committed mass murder on the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance for the purpose of self-defense. After these words, he pointed his finger at the master of the Northern Blade and suggested that the public move on to the second crime of the traitor's son, namely, the suspicion of collusion between the descendant of the Northern Heavenly Clan and the criminal organization of the Silent Knight. After these words, there was a short silent pause, and meeting eyes, the defendant and the speaker demonstrated their confidence in their position. Pointing his finger again at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the speaker asked whether Jin Mu-Wan acknowledged his actions as criminal. Mu-Wan calmly replied that he did not acknowledge their accusations, as his father had never had any connection with the Silent Knight. Having stated this, he said that therefore his father is not a traitor, he is not the son of a traitor, and will never become a problem for the continent. With a piercing gaze, the speaker asked for confirmation that the defendant denied that the Northern Heavenly Clan had any connection with the Silent Knight, despite the arguments of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Mr. Jin calmly stated that his father valued peace above all else and never threatened it, but his reputation had been tarnished by false accusations of treason. After these words, he asked the silver-tongued orator to be fair. He went on to say that the Northern Celestial Clan had defended the continent for generations, even though they had never experienced a moment's peace due to the gloomy and cold northern skies. Without leaving the cursed lands, they protected the people and fought unsparingly for years, just for the sake of the continent. Mu-Wan insisted that because his family, slandered by the tyrants, had toiled, the rest of the mainland's inhabitants were able to exist peacefully and without hardship. But instead of valuing order, they had divided into factions and begun to quarrel. He then asked again what kind of betrayal they could be talking about. The disgruntled speaker, denying the defendant's claims, shouted that the former head of the Northern Clan had personally confirmed everything, and that the Central Celestial Alliance had presented evidence of his guilt. he rudely asked if the heir intended to deny the obvious to the last. Jin, losing his composure, replied that the Central Heavenly Alliance had distorted the facts and had not actually proven anything, but had only slandered and betrayed the former head of their clan. After these words, he suddenly heard a low and commanding laugh from a man who asked if the Alliance had really betrayed the Northern clan. Mu-won recognized that voice and began to lose his composure, realizing who those words belonged to. His uncle, Yeon-jong-hwa, a man with a terrifying aura and the reputation of being the strongest sword master, entered the arena. One of the 4 pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan, addressing his nephew, said that he had clearly and distinctly heard the boy's false words. Mu-won finally met the second of the 4 pillars that was the cause of his family's downfall. He was filled with anger, seeing the pathetic traitor who had become the Central Heavenly Alliance's loyal dog. The crowd was shocked by the appearance of one of the Northern Heaven's Great Four and the current head of the Supreme Sword Fortress. They discussed how he had achieved a level of oneness with his weapon, where the sword became an extension of its wielder. The masters present were in awe, as they say that if you reach this swordsman's level, you won't be able to tell the difference between the sword and yourself. Yeon-jong-hwa has reached the pinnacle and mastered the most powerful sword technique known. They say his body itself is indistinguishable from the legendary sword. The appearance of a truly impressive figure was the revelation of the Central Heavenly Alliance's trump card, and the silver tongue speaker enjoyed the atmosphere, feeling superior to his opponent. Addressing the crowd, he asked them to pay attention to the living witness of the Northern Heavenly Clan, after which he introduced the fortress leader, Yeon-jong-hwa. He then asked those present if this was sufficient evidence to convict the son of a traitor. Addressing the head of the fortress, he carefully and respectfully said that the rest of the evidence of Master Jin's guilt was his. Mr. Yen continued the conversation and, once again calling the Northern Blade a boy, asked how he had managed all this time and why he had not come to him at the High Sword Fortress if he had been able to survive the incident of the appearance of the Silent Knight. Mu-won, holding back his anger, addressed the man he hated as an uncle, saying that he was a little busy with surviving. The swordmaster lied that he was worried about his nephew and that if he found him he could treat himself to a warm meal. Master Jin replied that he wasn't particularly keen on risking his life for a mere meal. With anger in his eyes and some contempt, Yeon-jong-hwa asked if he really didn't have even a drop of courage to meet them. Mu-won said with a piercing gaze that he used to live in fear of his surroundings. The moment of their conversation seemed so tense that everyone present felt a strong pressure from the arena. Mr. Seo, who was standing nearby, felt as if they were crossing blades rather than just having a conversation. As Ha Jin-woo watched this, he thought that his expectations had been met, and that Yeon-jong-hwa had indeed shown up to become the Central Heavenly Alliance's spokesman. Addressing his comrades with whom he had come to observe the trial of the young gentleman, he asked them to be ready to intervene. Continuing to carry out the Alliance's order to indict the heir, Master Yeon-jong-hwa asked if Mu-won truly believed that the Central Alliance had conspired with the Northern Heaven's Great Four to betray and destroy the Northern Heavenly Clan. Master Jin didn't even want to simply confirm it, so he turned to his uncle and said with a serious look that his heart was breaking from hearing the traitor he met 10 years later loudly speak the truth, passing it off as a lie. Recalling the past, Master Yen again called the heir a boy and stated that he too was once part of the loyal fighters of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He stated that he respected Chief Jin the most, but fell into despair when he learned the truth, that he had conspired with Silent Knight. Playing to the crowd, he began to say, with some anguish, that he had been trying to convince Chief Jin for days, but the latter hadn't listened to his words until the very end. He then reiterated that the Northern Heavenly Clan's downfall was due to the foolish decision of the Northern Blade's father. Addressing the hatred-filled young master, the experienced fighter said he couldn't even imagine that Mu-won would repeat his father's mistakes 10 years later. He declared that the blood of a traitor ran through him, and no one wanted to see him roam freely across the Central Plains. The hypocritical bastard, clasping his hands in front of him, declared that it was all for his own good, then suggested that the young master destroy his martial arts and return to the northern region. He promised that if he did so, they would forgive him, as it was the last thing his uncle could do for him. With a serious look, Mu Wan asked his uncle again if Chief Jin had really conspired with the Silent Knight. Yan Changhua became angry at his insolence and rudely asked why he continued to question it. In response, Mu Wan angrily said that his uncle should look him straight in the eye and give a final answer. One of the 4 great pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan took this as insolence and shouted that his nephew was a vile, insolent man who dared to direct bloodlust at him. Seeing his reaction, Mu Wan calmly replied that he had now only confirmed that Zhou Chenwu's demon fist and Yan Changhua's phantom-cursed blade were the ones who had initiated the destruction of their clan. One of the most experienced swordsmen continued to deny he understood what they were talking about. He said Mu Wan was talking nonsense. His patience was at its limit. When asked if he couldn't hide the truth forever, Yan Changhua replied that Mu Wan started talking nonsense once he was cornered. Just when the conversation reached the point of denying the facts, a young man suddenly appeared on the stage and shouted the name of the master of the ghostly cursed blade. This guy turned out to be a disciple of the Tang family, Myung Ryu San, who stood resolutely at the edge of the arena and directed a serious gaze at the traitor of the northern clan. Without further ado, he turned around and showed him the burden he was carrying. It was the unfortunate old man, the former head of the Northern Celestial Clan's secret intelligence service. Addressing an even more vicious traitor than himself, Dong Hapin declared that Mu Wan's words were true, and that Yan Zhonghua had naively thought he could hide the truth for long about what he had done to deceive the world. The man, with nothing left to lose, urged the swordsman to end it. Mu Wan didn't know about his strategist Ha Jinwol's plans, so he was shocked to see the man Ryu San brought. He recognized the keeper of documents and secrets of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who was also called the head of the Hall of Secret Origins. The last time they saw each other was before the incident with the 4th chapter's betrayal, so he couldn't understand why Dong Hapin was in such a terrible state. Seeing before him a living witness of his betrayal, Mr. Yen felt incredible rage, not understanding why the man whose death he personally witnessed was still alive. Waving his cruelly shortened limbs, Mr. Dong greeted his old acquaintance again and spoke his full name, identifying himself as the man Master Yen had lured away, then brought to this state with his own hands, and then discarded as an unnecessary thing. The head of the Hall of Secret Origins had no idea that he would have another opportunity in his life to meet the master of the ghostly cursed blade in this way. 10 years ago, the head of the Jin clan took his own life in the Northern Heavenly Clan, and the events related to the keeper of documents and secrets occurred a year before that. During an ordinary working day, someone quietly approached him and proposed the ill-fated deal that destroyed the entire Northern Heavenly Clan. He was given a report that the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jin Kwang Ho, had conspired with the Silent Knight. In front of the entire public, he declared that the document was written by the Sword Lord Yan Zhonghua. He recommended that he send a report to the Central Celestial Alliance and negotiate with the Central Plains to disband the Northern Celestial Clan. Mr. Dong admitted that he had been swayed, as he had been promised riches and a high position in exchange. But everyone in the Northern Heavenly Clan knew that Chief Jin would never do such a thing. The document was forged by Master Yen to further his own agenda. Speaking for himself, Master Dong was weak and tired of living in the dead lands of the northern region. To endure the hardships of being in the clan, he needed a truly immense sense of duty, which he lacked. This was his undoing. A tiny part in the dark depths of his heart longed to live in warmth and peace, and everything spiraled out of control because of Yang Zhonghua. So he made a decision he can't forgive himself for. It all began with a false document and 4 pillars, and a century-long story came to an all-too-easy end. On the night the head of the Jin clan committed suicide, the clan was disbanded, and Yongjong-hwa disposed of all the secret documents in the Hall of Secret Origins. He also pointed his blade at everyone who worked there, even Lord Don, without a shred of hesitation. At their last meeting, the keeper of the clan's secrets begged the swordmaster to spare him, promising to take the secret to his grave. But the cruel and hypocritical Yongjong-hwa was not going to leave any clues that could expose him. The ending of the former head of the Hall of Origins story was that, intending to kill him, the Sword Lord only cut off his limbs and left him to die in his own blood. After hearing the true story of his miserable past, the Sword Lord began to laugh loudly and arrogantly, declaring that this homeless man had made up a very interesting story. He was certain he'd burned all the documents and killed Dong Ha-pin with his own hands, so he couldn't understand why he was still alive. Showing a thirst for blood, he threateningly asked how they dared to conspire against him and spout such nonsense in his presence, expecting anyone to believe them. In response, the man, who no longer feared death, asked the Sword Lord if he knew why such an old man was in charge of keeping the secret documents of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Naturally, Yongjong-hwa had never considered this, so he inquired about what was going on. Dong Ha-ping had always seemed an odd choice for the leader, as the man possessed no martial arts or any special abilities. With a satisfied smile on his face, Mr. Dong declared that the pillars couldn't possibly have known, as only Chief Jin knew everything about him. He then revealed that he possessed a unique skill, thanks to which he was able to preserve the 10-year-old forged document created by the Sword Lord. Having told the public such details, he reflected on the day the workers at the Hall of Origins were slaughtered. Some stranger had saved him, and it was hard to imagine that he'd known the time for revenge would come. It was as he'd said. Don could have spent the rest of his life profitably, atoning for his sin. After that, the Northern Heavenly Clan's secret keeper began to cough heavily and raised his mouth upwards, while his throat began to swell. A moment later, a scroll containing the fake document in question appeared from his mouth. Everyone present was shocked by this unexpected turn of events. No one had ever thought of the existence of such a power before. It was an internal storage technique bestowed upon the head of Dong Ha-pin. Seeing the scroll containing the forged document in question before him, Master Yan Chang-hwa was convinced that the enemy's arguments were not a bluff. He immediately grabbed his legendary blade to dispose of the last witness to the crime. The great Sword Lord, drawing his blade and scabbard, rushed towards Dong Ha-ping with incredible killing intent to kill him. But at that very moment, the hilt of his sword, which he was trying to draw, was stopped by a joint block from the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan and his loyal subordinate Seo. Unable to withstand the pressure, Master Seo Musang jumped back within a moment, shocked that someone whose best years were already behind him was still so damn strong. Mu Wan, being extremely serious about his uncle's betrayal, continued to hold on to his blade to avoid tragedy. Before he could draw his blade, the Sword Lord furiously demanded to know how they dared to oppose him. His nephew, the heir to the Northern Clan, merely replied that by such actions, Yan Chang-hwa had merely confirmed the truth of their arguments. The shocked crowd began to murmur again over the events in the arena. As Yongjong-hwa reacted to the accusations, all the masters present began to doubt his arguments and were already discussing how Jin Mu-wan and Dong Ha-pin were likely telling the truth, which was inconvenient for the swordmaster. They were shocked to realize that if the defendant's side was not lying, it meant that Jin Kwang-ho had been unjustly convicted, and the collapse of one of the continent's most reliable pillars in the battles against the Silent Knight was the result of betrayal on the part of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Being among the crowd, the scientists could see that their plan was working perfectly. Chang Dai-seo once again confirmed the genius of his colleague. When Ha-jin Wool came to his library, he began searching for a list of the names of those who were members of the Northern Heavenly Clan. After reviewing the details of the incident, they were able to find clues that would help clear the reputation of his young master's family. So he came across Dong Ha-pin, who had hidden the truth about what had happened and was actually alive, outside the notice of the 4 great pillars of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Only now did Mr. Chang realize exactly what his comrade had been planning. Jin Wol, with a smug smile, apologized for not revealing all his trump cards in this team game, as there had been many clear signs that had surfaced even before the incident. The brilliant scientist said that any scheme implemented by people contains errors, and the destruction of the Northern Celestial Clan was no exception. Now everything fell into place. The young scholar of 3 Minds' plan was put into action, and to prove that Mu Wan was the heir to the sadly destroyed Northern Celestial Clan, Yan Zhonghua, as expected, was the best solution the Central Celestial Alliance had. However, he admitted that his plan wasn't perfect, as they were lucky that Dong Hapin was alive and feeling guilty. Had he not taken this step, everything would have been in vain. Their plan succeeded because he was the one who kept all the books and documents, and Zhang Deseo was able to find out the man's exact location. Afterwards, Hajin Wo suggested to his friend that they make popcorn, as the stage was set, and both sides of the conflict were now ready to begin the real show. Continuing to gaze at the scientist of 3 minds, Mr. Zhang admitted that he was simply incredible. The librarian knew he was exceptionally intelligent, but he still had misgivings about his confidence in Mu Wan's ability to withstand a fight with Yeon Zhonghua. The chances of victory, or even survival, seemed slim. Observing what was happening, the cool and level-headed minister of the Central Heavenly Alliance realized that these details were putting them in a difficult position. He attributed the latest tactical defeat to the lack of skill of the northern region's martial artists. He couldn't understand how Yeon Changhua could imagine achieving great success in the political arena if he couldn't handle such a trivial matter. He knew for a fact that people who carried out massacres and survived were simply talented, but those who succeeded were those who could foresee the situation. The enemies turned out to be the very people who outplayed them, thanks to their respect for loyalty, glory, pride, and the ability to demonstrate strength. Yon Changhua proved to everyone that his opponents were right, public opinion had changed, and no excuses would help them recover from this. Doubts had taken root in the public's hearts, and would only grow. The minister understood that rumors would spread, and people would pay even more attention to what was happening. Watching the sword master, the minister wondered what his next move would be, driven into a corner. It was perfectly clear that his only option was to kill the heir. On the other hand, there remained the question of how to handle public opinion regarding the alliance's betrayal of its comrades in the north. The minister believed they would simply cover it up with an even bigger scandal and everyone would forget about the incident. Ultimately, Mr. Day Sen didn't think there was any reason to worry, because even if Jin Mu Wan defeated him, they would still be the winners, as one of the 4 heavens problems would be eliminated. All that remained was to come up with an excuse and take care of the heir later. As he left the stage, he decided not to waste time observing the alliance's failure, thinking that in the end, they would simply kill everyone undesirable to the government. He had only one concern: the certainty that there was a strategist assisting the heir of the northern clan. After failing to get rid of a witness to the clan's betrayal by the great pillars of the north, Master Yeon Changhua decided to turn to the public again. He began to lose his composure and, with a furious look, asked whether the craftsmen present had really fallen for the defendant's nonsense, after which he justified his rash actions by saying that he intended to punish them for their insolence and disgusting behavior. However, it was already too late. The world hero, a member of the Great Four, who had defended the Central Plains for decades, gaining his glory, now appeared before the eyes of the public, in his true, pitiful form. The head of law enforcement understood that no matter what the Sword Lord had done before, the public followed him because they trusted him and considered him a hero. But now he had clearly made a grave mistake. Even the title of World Hero couldn't change how the public views the Sword Master at this moment. To them, he's now simply a heartless murderer who, with his betrayal, destroyed and defiled a family that undoubtedly held the immense power of the Silent Knight at bay. The execution organizers understood that the second charge against the heir would be dropped. Moreover, the whole world now knew of the injustice he had faced and how difficult it had been for him. Now Gyumjo Sang understood why Mu Wan had allowed himself to be captured. Glancing at the ranks of the Alliance administration, the speaker saw the minister leave his seat, signaling the end. Now the people will have many doubts, for the secret has been revealed. Whatever they say now, without compelling arguments, they won't be able to influence the crowd. The realization of the hopelessness of the situation came to the Lord of the Sword himself. In fact, he was justifying himself to himself by saying that he didn't care what society thought, because if everything sounded like an excuse to them, then he might as well get rid of the source of all the trouble right there on the scene. Throwing off his huge cloak, Yan Zhonghua turned to his nephew and said that he did not think that he would fall into his trap. Taking up his sword, he decided to continue his justification for his actions, saying he had simply prevented Jin Kwangho from handing over the Central Plains to the enemy. He then asked the heir how the son of a traitor dared to betray such a hero of the continent as himself. Removing the seals from his terrifying blade, he declared that because of their kinship, he had offered his nephew the peaceful abolition of martial arts and a peaceful life in the north, but in response, his nephew had distorted the truth and tarnished his honor. He declared that now there was no choice but to rid himself of the traitor. Pointing his huge and terrifying blade at Jin Mu Wan, he uttered his name and declared that he was declaring himself the personal executioner of the traitor's son, who should have been punished long ago for the traitorous blood in his veins. The battle was just a moment away from starting. At that moment, the head of the Hall of Origins released the scroll and began coughing up blood due to the use of a secret technique that he had not used for 10 long years of his life as a dying homeless alcoholic. Seeing this, Mu Wan realized that his condition had worsened and that the swordmaster had begun to spread his terrifying energy. Using sound control, Mu Wan secretly approached Seo and asked him to take everyone to a place beneath the training grounds, as their battle could put even a scientist of 3 minds in danger. Lord Seo was entrusted with protecting his comrades near the arena. Upon hearing this order, the man was thrilled that his young master had dared to fight such a terrifying monster as the Sword Lord. But Master Jin's gaze was unwavering, filled with anger and hatred towards the traitor. He was going to see the matter through to the end. Mr. Seo understood his feelings perfectly well. He followed his master to the end and, without discussing the order, began to carry it out. The Northern Heavenly Clan's resolve was demonstrated by their actions, and the battle between the 2 monsters was drawing near. Shocked by what was happening and scared to death, the spokesman of the Central Heavenly Alliance began to run away in panic, asking Mr. Gem how such a small event could have taken on a scale that turned everything into a huge mess. The head of the law enforcement agency watched calmly as the silver-tongued speaker ran away, grabbing him by the clothes and saying that their work was done and they should get out of there as quickly as possible. But Lord Gem, feeling great solidarity with the head of the Northern Heavenly Clan whose name had been cleared, mentally promised that there would be no problem if he drew his blade against the hypocritical traitor of his family. Looking at Master Jin, he made it clear that even if anyone had any complaints, he would take care of them. The head of law enforcement wished him to give his all and, of course, survive such a terrifying and shocking battle. Jin Mu Wan spent his entire life thinking about how he could take revenge and clear his name in front of the public. Now that he had freed his father from the heavy, false burden of a traitor, he could begin to do what he considered his duty. The 5th clan leader, with a terrifying release of his power, said that he was passing judgment on the true traitor standing right before him. Yang Changhua arrogantly asked if someone who hadn't studied martial arts as a child could withstand his might. He said there were no secret techniques to learn, but Mu Wan learned to fight anyway and earned a great reputation. Drawing his blade and tossing its sheath aside, the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir, ready for battle, asked the traitor why he was so certain that the Northern Heavenly Clan had no remaining sword techniques. He then suggested that it was because he had stolen all the sword techniques. His words seriously angered the Lord of the Sword. He considered the truth spoken as insolence towards his great personality, so he declared that he would first tear out the tongue of the owner of traitorous blood. In response, Mu Wan remembered his father's words that when it came to swordsmanship, Yan Changhua was better than him, better than any of the masters he knew. Furiously rushing into the attack, the Sword Lord asked his nephew how he dared to speak out against him, knowing about this. While defending himself from the incredibly powerful blows of the strongest swordsman, Mu Wan said that it was precisely because of this status that he could not stand being inferior to someone. The great swordsman's movements were truly mesmerizing, seemingly as fluid as possible. Mu Wan continued to reveal his opponent's identity, saying that the clan was not a strong fence for him, but merely a bird cage that prevented him from taking flight. The smug scoundrel confirmed his words with fury and incredible bloodlust, and madly calling the clan's heir an arrogant bastard, asked how he, knowing all this, decided to draw his blade against someone whose strength no one could compare to. Tired of listening to the vile nonsense of a pathetic and narcissistic traitor, Mu Wan launched a counterattack. From a distance, he greeted the enemy with his first sword swing, using the normal attack of the Heavenly Destruction Shadow Blade. For the first time in 10 years, the Great Sword Lord's blade felt such incredible energy. Having set up the block, Castle Master Yang Zhonghua was shocked, remembering that the Northern Heavenly Clan shouldn't have retained any secret techniques. He couldn't help but recognize the power he had encountered in battles with the Fourth Clan Master. In response, Mu Wan asked if he was really sure that the Northern Clan did not have any techniques. A faithful weapon, the blade called Snowflower, was ready to deliver justice. Mu Wan stood his ground and, showing his disgust towards the traitor, coldly said that he was deeply mistaken. Releasing his power, he declared that he himself was both the secret technique and the Northern Heavenly Clan rolled into one. After defending himself from the attack of the Northern Clan's heir, who had no intention of killing him with such an attack, Yan Changhua felt his entire body tremble from being confronted with such powerful swordsmanship. In a rage, he repeated once again that he was certain that the Northern Heavenly Clan's sword techniques were what he had inherited in full. In response, Mu Wan said, with incredible anger in his gaze, that Yan Changhua had probably already noticed that he was facing an unusual technique. He went on to claim that the four great pillars had stolen all the arts their clan possessed. Hand-to-hand combat techniques were taken by Zhou Chen Wu, movement techniques by Kuyun Mu Sheng, strengthening and cultivation techniques by Jie Hyuk Shim, and swordsmanship by the Swordmaster himself. The heir of the Northern Clan revealed the truth. They were mistaken if they thought he would forget, simply because he was still a child at the time of their betrayal. Mu Wan witnessed with his own eyes how their clan was destroyed from within. Coughing gravely, Yan Zhonghua repeated his question about where Mu Wan had learned this sword technique. Continuing his false story, he claimed he must have acquired it when, like his father, he conspired with the Silent Knight. The heir of the Northern Clan finally revealed the truth and claimed to have learned this technique from the Northern Celestial Clan. He also revealed that the secret technique containing the Northern Clan's true essence was the Northern Clan itself. In response, consumed by rage and madness, the Sword Lord shouted that he had had enough of jokes and that it was not worth thinking that he, Yang Changhua, did not know something about the Northern Heavenly Clan. But just a moment after he said this, his expression changed from the realization of what the fourth head son was trying to convey to him. During his time in the Northern Heavenly Clan, he was most fascinated by the mystery of the tallest building, the House of 10,000 Spirits. Now it became clear to him why Jin Kwang Ho often climbed this tower and spent time looking at the Northern Heavenly Clan. It finally dawned on him that he was shocked to realize that the clan itself was a secret technique. The words of the last heir opened his eyes and made him understand why Mr. Jin behaved this way. All his life, the Sword Lord had been asking himself a question, driven by his own jealousy, fueled by insecurity. The pathetic Yongjong Hua wondered why Jin Kwang Ho became the fourth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and not him. Despite his deep resentment, he had to live with this thought, worshipping the current leader and demonstrating false loyalty. Now he viewed the battle differently. He became even more determined to destroy the heir of the Northern Clan, realizing that the incredible secret technique of that family, which should rightfully be his, had gone to Jin Mu Wan. Two true monsters, masters of superb sword techniques, were just moments away from fighting. Mu Wan dropped to one knee before making a powerful lunge towards his opponent. Yonjong Hua's wild gaze was opposed to Jin Mu Wan's cold hatred. Within a moment, they both rushed into the attack with furious swings of their blades. The incredible collision of these monsters caused a loud sound to resound throughout the arena. Yongjong Hua looked at the heir as a pathetic failure and his own mistake that needed to be corrected. The gaze of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was still piercing and murderous. The fierce fighters decided to continue the battle at close range. Yang Zhonghua was the first to raise his blade to deliver a heavy blow. Mu Wan, whose sword was much thinner and smaller, confidently resisted the attacks. Possessing incredible determination, he felt a strong pressure every time the enemy swung his sword, which continued to increase. Analyzing the enemy's strength, he realized that this sword technique consumed a lot of internal energy, so unless the wielder had an excessively large reserve of qi, it would not be possible to use it. Continuing to deliver heavy blows, Yang Zhonghua demonstrated the sword art that existed only for him, as this was a technique that only he could use. Yan Zhonghua is the only user of the White Phantom Sword and the Heavenly Infinity Sword techniques. Mu Wan, knowing this, was confronted with a technique that contained everything the traitor to their clan had achieved. He was serious and focused, eager to see all his uncle was capable of. Having witnessed its full power, he intended to destroy it once and for all. After another heavy blow, Yan Zhonghua was surprised that Mu Wan did not block the blow, but jumped up with incredible speed, finding himself in a good position for a follow-up attack. The heir of the Northern Clan prepared to strike back and swung his blade furiously while in the air. Despite the weight of his sword and its awkward position on the ground, the swordmaster easily managed to block his opponent's powerful attack. Looking into Jin Mu Wan's eyes, Yan Zhonghua realized that before him lay the true legacy of the Northern Clan. He had never imagined that until now he had only seen such a small part of the Jin family's true secret technique. Before the swordmaster could strike back, Mu Wan managed to jump back to a comfortable distance. Before continuing, Master Chen Hua, with a mad smile, mentally urged his opponent to continue dodging, chopping, slashing, swinging his sword, using his skill, so that he would later steal his secret technique right from under his nose and take it for himself. The smug and arrogant sword lord anticipated his sweet triumph, which would allow him to gain previously unimaginable power. But his victory was not at all part of the plans of the heir of the Northern Clan, who was going to give his all to destroy the traitor. Yan Zhonghua was the first to attack again, and at the same time, Mu Wan responded in kind with incredible speed. In just a moment, they rushed past each other and carried out their instant attacks. Mu Wan didn't even have time to notice how a sudden cut appeared on his right shoulder. The Sword Lord was truly shocked when he saw that his body had been injured in the area of his left thigh. Mu Wan, pressing his fresh wound, looked at the enemy's condition to see if he had achieved the result. The great sword master was surprised by the feeling of freshness in the moment when the sharp and scorching cold sword pierced his tough skin and hot flesh. With a crazy smile, he thought about the last time he had experienced something like this. After this collision, heavy rain began. Looking up at the sky, the Sword Lord reflected on how he had once disliked the Ten Heavens' desire to maintain peace on the continent. He had always had an incredible thirst for battle, but now he admitted that he himself had eventually become accustomed to a quiet life. Turning back to his opponent, the swordmaster addressed Mu Wan and assumed that he was the one who killed Demon Fist Zhou Chenwu. The heir of the northern clan, directing his cold gaze at the enemy, said that the master of the ghostly cursed blade would be the next to fall by his hand. Hearing these words, the Sword Lord replied that his opinion was now confirmed that the Silent Knight could never kill Zhou Chenwu, who lived by fighting them. Grasping his blade with incredible strength, Yan Zhonghua said that he recognized the strength of a true master, who was truly worthy of being called a northern blade. Gaining an even more terrifying aura due to the release of a large amount of profound energy, he admitted that if he treated it lightly, he would end up like Chen Wu. Now, he declared that he would fight with all his might. The heavenly infinity sword in its peak form looked incredibly terrifying, emitting a tremendous amount of destructive power. Mu Wan took a stance, realizing that from this moment on, his opponent would no longer hold back. He was not prepared for the fact that in just a moment, the enemy would appear right in front of him and deliver a wide, slashing blow. Master Jin barely managed to jump back, defending himself from the ghostly sword with a long strike radius. The Sword Lord rushed forward, exerting considerable pressure. In this situation, Mu Wan was forced to hastily block the blows, barely managing to dodge the most inconvenient ones. The Sword Lord continued to advance forward, delivering countless blows. After another swing of the sword, he jumped up before his next attack. While in the air, he released a large amount of energy, which he directed at his nephew. This time, he used his signature attack, Flash of Light Sword. The powerful blow created an incredible destructive force that fell upon the heir of the northern clan. Mu Wan was able to block this crazy attack by holding his blade with both hands. His opponent was probably surprised that he failed to break through the defense. But he had no intention of stopping, and with a powerful swing, he threw the young master away. Mu Wan was barely able to stand on the surface destroyed by the previous blow. Within a moment, the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan launched a counter-slash at his opponent, using a similar technique called Blade Flash. The old man did not expect such speed and was forced to defend himself using the armor on his arm. At the last moment, he realized that the blade's trajectory was not aimed at his body. A slight collision between the blade and the hand saved the swordmaster. The blow left a scar on his face. Yang Zhonghua looked at the young heir with a mad bloodlust. Mu Wan, full of rage, finished his attack. But at that very moment, he realized that he had acted too frivolously. He didn't even have time to notice how his opponent cut him, hitting him on the body under his right arm. The smug Yang Zhonghua began to grimace madly, as if mocking his opponent for underestimating him. Being in a situation like this, where the enemy could kill you by simply swinging his sword to the side, was too dangerous. Mu Wan jumped back to continue the fight safely. He had no intention of giving up the initiative to his opponent. Twirling the sword in his hands, he once again resorted to using the 10,000 Shadows technique. In just a moment, he made a quick lunge and found himself with his opponent's back, inflicting retaliatory injuries on him. The Sword Lord did not expect such an attack and called his nephew a demon-like bastard, as he turned out to be quite fast despite his condition after the blow. A moment later, Jin struck again quickly, managing to dodge the enemy's attack. Now this battle became even more brutal. Cold and furious gazes clashed before the next attack. Mu Wan rushed forward, gritting his teeth in anger. The battle began to devastate everything around the masters, as they struck with incredible speed. The battle was so incredible that Yang Zhonghua, his gaze wild, began to laugh out loud. Continuing to swing his sword, he thought about how incredible this fight was, how such a young Jin Mu Wan was impressing him and making him try so hard. He recalled Chapter Kwang Ho and addressed him as an old comrade. The Sword Lord wondered if Kwang Ho realized how incredible his son was. He admitted he'd thought Mu Wan would die quickly if left alone in the northern Deadlands. But he'd grown so strong that he could fight equally well in a bloody battle. Honestly, Chen Hua had been thinking about his envy since before he became king. After all, he had inherited a body incapable of producing offspring. Addressing Kwang Ho, he admitted that he was terribly envious of him, even though he was dead. The Sword Lord had lived for so long under the weight of his abhorrent feelings of inferiority. At one point, Jin Mu-wan jumped back, realizing the enemy was once again unleashing his power to become even stronger. Addressing Kwang Ho, Yong Zhonghua reflected on how he always fought to the very end. The young master braced himself for a blow of incredible destructive force. The Sword Lord's phantom cursed blade began to emit a massive amount of internal energy. Chen Hua launched a powerful long-range slash toward Mu-wan, keeping the distance. The rain of blades was followed by a powerful, blinding flash. The entire arena area was split into two parts, while the area around the Sword Lord was destroyed. Just a moment after the cut, a powerful destruction began, from which not only the surface but also the buildings opposite the user of the ghostly cursed blade began to collapse. Mu-wan barely managed to jump up to avoid the powerful blow. Yang Zhonghua, who thought he had finished his opponent with this blow, was shocked when he turned back to see that the young master was about to attack him back. At that moment, Mu-wan was high in the air and heading towards his uncle, his sword emitting a purple flash of cold energy. Using the falling star spirit technique, Mu-wan released an incredible amount of shadow energy and directed it at the traitor of his clan. His opponent didn't even intend to leave the spot. Mu-wan directed his furious shadows at his opponent, showing that he was also taking this battle seriously. Seeing the power of the blow comparable to his own, Yang Zhonghua took a defensive stance with mad excitement. From such a force, the surface of the arena was destroyed, and both warriors fell through the ground with a roar, destroying the surface under the arena. The Sword Lord could barely bear the pressure from the young master. Mu-wan tried to break through his uncle's defense with incredible fury, putting even more force into that blow. In such a tense situation, the two incredible masters crossed their swords and tried to outdo each other until the very end. Yang Zhonghua couldn't believe the crack in his sword. Now he realized Mu-wan was using a blade made of the hardest and most durable material known as crimson steel. Fearing the loss of his weapon, he swung his sword furiously, sending the heir of the northern clan flying. But the young master was not going to stop. He rushed into the attack again. Even before the swordmaster raised his weapon, Mu-wan was right in front of him. Before the young master could strike, his opponent aimed his blade at him with incredible speed. With a quick swing, Mu-wan blocked the attack and cleared an area for himself to strike. But the incredible anger that filled Yan Chenhua did not even give him a chance to hesitate. The Sword Lord swung his sword again, and Master Jin, seeing the amount of energy being released, took a defensive stance. The ghost-cursed blade technique with its large chi release once again demonstrated its enormous destructive power. Mu-wan was able to defend himself, but the shockwave sent him flying high into the air where he felt safe. However, just a moment later the enemy surprised him with his speed and, despite being wounded and exhausted during the battle, was right behind him. It was simply impossible to dodge in such a situation. Moreover, blocking a blow in the air simply turns you into a cannonball flying into the ground. Yang Chenhua placed a huge bet on this attack. He was not going to miss the opportunity, and releasing a huge amount of energy, he used the ghost blade technique again. An incredible destructive force shook the entire arena again. Buildings around it began to fall, while the audience began to run away, fearing being caught under the arena fragments and the shockwave. No one could have believed the battle would be so terrifyingly powerful. The Central Heavenly Alliance was forced to deploy fighters with barrier techniques to protect the elders from the blast wave. Seo Musang stood in front of his comrades to protect them from possible shrapnel and the powerful flow of the shockwave. When the dust cleared, the aftermath of that horrific blow became visible. Mu-wan, braced on his knee, clutched his stomach, coughing up blood. His uncle managed to survive. He remained on his feet and was approaching the young heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan with a menacing slowness. As he approached, he pointed his blade at his nephew and addressed him, saying that he was truly magnificent. Yong Zhonghua admitted that he couldn't have imagined such a young master could stand up to him, the sword god himself. In response, Mu Wan said something incomprehensible without raising his head. Leaning slightly, the surprised Master Chen Hua asked what he was muttering and assumed that these were his opponent's last words. As it turned out, the young master asked him in a weakened tone of voice to come closer. Raising his head, he said with a cold and piercing gaze that he asked the traitor to come closer to him. In just a moment, he rose to his feet and, taking a stance, released a terrifyingly cold shadow energy. Shocked that his opponent was still able to continue fighting, Yong Zhonghua froze in place. In just a moment, Mu Wan lunged forward incredibly quickly and used the 10,000 Shadow Blade Rain technique to cut through the enemy's armor, leaving a large number of wounds on his abdomen. The master of the ghost cursed blade fell into a rage and swung his blade menacingly, shouting that Mu Wan was a bastard. But the young heir of the northern clan easily dodged this attack. Maintaining his previous speed, he rushed forward again. Master Yan Zhonghua couldn't believe that Mu Wan was still capable of something like this. It was impossible to keep up such a speed after such a hard battle. Within a moment, the Sword Lord was surrounded by an incredible number of shadows. He did not have time to defend himself from such a number of attacks and missed many cuts. Having finished his attack, Mu Wan stopped in front of his opponent and rushed forward again. Just a moment later, he used the sea-cutting technique and dealt the final blow to the enemy who had lost control of the fight. The wounded Yong Zhonghua barely had time to put up a defense, but such a powerful blow even made the destroyed surface of the arena around them shake. The Sword Lord looked at his opponent and said that he could not have imagined that the battle would end like this. Within moments, his blade was cut in half, and the blow opened a massive wound on his chest. Unable to resist, Yong Zhonghua fell to his knees. The attack was so powerful that Jin Mu Wan, who was standing in front of him, was illuminated by the light of the sun, which broke through the thick clouds cut by this technique. The elders and young masters who came to recruit for the invading force were shocked by the outcome of the battle. Yong Zhonghua suffered a defeat in this battle and was unable to rise to his feet, while his opponent, Jin Mu Wan, could barely stand, clutching his side. His final attack caused the thick storm clouds to disperse, and the rain stopped. Without raising his head, the sword master acknowledged that Mu Wan was no longer a little child, having become a first-class swordsman capable of conquering the world. He asked the name of his swordsmanship. The clan heir replied, "Heaven-destroying demonic shadow blade." Thoughtfully pronouncing this name, the sword master who lost the battle laughingly concluded that he himself only possessed a few ridiculous techniques in comparison to this power. By uttering the phrase that no matter how strong a branch is, it will never become a tree, he doubted its veracity, telling his opponent about it. Once again calling him his uncle, Mu Wan asked him why he betrayed his father and the northern heavenly clan. Yan Zhonghua, after losing the battle in which he tried to kill his nephew, thought deeply about his life. Looking at the reflection of his broken blade lying on the surface, he saw a certain resemblance between the fifth head of the northern clan and his father. He went on to explain that he simply wanted to become stronger, not to be overshadowed by the leader, but as he continued to strive for the top, he increasingly realized that he didn't want to be just one of the Great Four. He wanted to be stronger than Jin Kwang Ho, to surpass the 9 heavens, to possess the power of the universe. Now, realizing how pathetic he was, Chen Hua admitted that as he grew stronger and gained more recognition, he eventually became obsessed with success. His pursuit of power turned into a vile addiction and greed. Recalling the chapter, he said that Jin Kwang Ho wanted world peace. In contrast, the members of the Great Four pursued their own personal goals, and, for example, Zhou Chen Wu wanted to gain the power of the 9 heavens. Ashamed to raise his eyes during such a tale, he looked at the clan heir through the reflection in his blade and admitted that he simply wanted to become so powerful that even the heavens could not compare to him and that the entire world would be at his feet. The pillars made decisions based on their desires. Then he looked at the man who had suffered the most from his betrayal and warned him that he, too, had already set foot on a path drenched in blood. The Sword Lord asked the heir of the northern clan if he could handle it. At the moment of such a conversation, Mu Wan decided to kneel down in front of his opponent who had suffered defeat. Looking into his eyes with a cold gaze, he said that the one who was once revered as one of the great four of the northern heavenly clan should at this moment have the pride of not trying to justify what he had done. With some anger, he revealed the truth that Yan Zhonghua was just a vile and cowardly bastard who couldn't overcome himself and decided to resort to lies. In response, the Sword Lord laughed awkwardly, saying that Mu Wan and his father weren't exactly the most wonderful people either. After these words, he asked the clan heir to simply end it. Mu Wan listened to his words without hesitation and dealt him the finishing blow. But at that moment, Yan Chenhua grabbed him by the back of the head. Mu Wan didn't expect that the sword master would continue to act even though he was defeated and mortally wounded. But at that moment, his uncle simply wanted to pull him closer and whispered in his ear that something unknown lurked within the current Murim. Only years after the betrayal did he learn of this and realize that Kwang Ho had known, but simply couldn't speak of it. According to him, the great four northern pillars only learned a horrific truth when they left the north and arrived in the central plains. He warned that, with the exception of Qiyun Mu Sheng, they were all traitors and would not simply sit idly by. His last words were a pleading phrase that the Northern Blade, who had defeated the vile traitor to the way of the sword, must learn the truth and restore true peace to the continent. Now the second of the Northern Heavenly Clan's traitors was also dealt with. Mu Wan sighed heavily, thinking about the journey he had taken to get to this point. After that, he looked up at the sky, wondering if his father was looking at him. When the noise of the battle died down, Chong Ying appeared among the destroyed huge slabs of the arena, who had been blending into the surroundings all this time with the help of an invisibility cloak. He looked around with concern, saying that he almost died because of another fight of this master, which brought with it terrible destruction. At one point, he managed to discover something interesting, something for which he risked entering the arena. Among the huge pieces of the destroyed arena was the scroll that Lord Don had retrieved. Having grabbed the vital document, Chong Ying looked around again and made sure no one was watching him. He was about to leave with the secret of the horrific incident from 10 years ago. The elders, some of whom could no longer sit still, were shocked by what was happening. They knew that one of the northern clan's great four, the ghostly cursed blade Yongzhong Hua, was incredibly powerful, but this battle exceeded all expectations. After this battle, they learned that Jin Mu Wan, who had defeated someone so powerful, was even more terrifying and incredible. They thought about his strength with some apprehension, realizing that if he was so good now, it was scary to imagine what would happen in a few years. One of the elders decided to break the silence, saying that now that the training grounds were in such a state, they should think about a way out of the situation. The discussion centered on the fact that this event had destroyed the selection site for the invasion squad. The monk noted that the price for destroying the property of the Central Celestial Alliance would be simply enormous. The head of the hidden temple was just as worried as the others, and he said that if Jin Mu Wan was unable to pay, then they should think about what to do with him. The one who remained calm, feeling incredibly relieved by the Northern Blade's victory, stood up and declared that they had no need to worry, as the Tang family would pay for everything. Seeing their stunned looks, he asked them not to remain silent and to say how much money they were demanding for this arena. At that point, representatives from Mount Hua, the Gongdong Monastery, and the Mount Mu clan joined his plea. They were also willing to contribute, so they assumed the issue had already been resolved. The firmness of their inclination towards the one they had previously called traitors caused the other elders to simply remain silent in response. The entire Central Heavenly Alliance was shocked just by the appearance of Master Jin, but how his battle with the true traitor of the Northern Heavenly Clan ended left everyone in shock. This meant only one thing. Only the intervention of the nine heavens could deal with such a threat. After winning, Mu Wan addressed the public and said that the matter of defending himself from the assassins sent by Cha Moon Ho and his father, Jin Kwang Ho, not colluding with the Silent Knight were all a conspiracy and betrayal by the Great Four, which was confirmed by Yan Zhonghua's actions. He then asked a rhetorical question about whether he should still destroy his martial arts and whether it was a problem that he was the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan. In response, the audience was speechless. They were shocked by what they saw and heard. Their world had literally been turned upside down, and after that day, the entire continent would learn of what had happened. As for the elders, they could not help but agree with his words, realizing that they corresponded to reality, even if it was inconvenient for them. Glancing coldly towards the elders, Jin Mu Wan guessed that since his innocence had been proven, he shouldn't have any problems in the Central Alliance. Among the crowd were several members of the Azure Alliance. Master Hong, the Guan brothers, and Mr. Shim witnessed the true power of the Northern Blade, which they had previously looked down upon. Mr. Shim was incredibly angry at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, realizing that if he was so terrifyingly strong, it meant that he had been hiding his skills ever since they met, so as not to arouse the Alliance's concern. The building housing the Azure Dragon Association's leadership was torn by the fighting. Lady Harrian was shaken by the events, but tried to maintain a cool head. Jin Mu Wan had become a much more significant figure, far exceeding her expectations. Now she understood that he shouldn't be compared to the seven lesser heavens, for he had defeated the Sword Lord himself and would likely soon become even stronger, putting him on par with the nine heavens. All this was bad for the Alliance and the Association, while his affairs were going smoothly. The cold sweat on her face was also connected to the thought that since Mu Wan had won this unexpected battle, there would be people interested in the fall of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The elders would not be able to escape unscathed if the Alliance was discovered to have colluded. She doubted the Central Alliance's leaders would simply sit idly by. She wondered how they would handle such a situation and whether they would try to pin it on Cha Moon Ho, who was part of the Azure Dragon Association. At the moment when she was puzzled by the consequences of such an unexpected outcome of the execution of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, her attention turned to the strange behavior of her lover, Master Dam. So Zhang was simply trembling with excitement, a crazy smile on his face and a gaze that was burning like never before. He looked like a true beast, literally breathing steam. It seemed like he was struggling to breathe, and he said with incredible excitement that it was incredible, and Mu Wan himself was incredible, just as he expected, having known it all along. He believed that the successor to the clan he admired couldn't be weak. Ms. Heron clutched her head, seeing him in such a state. Master Dam had always been one to revel in battle. He was already daydreaming about battling the man who had defeated one of the Great Four at his age. He was afraid he'd go crazy from obsessively thinking about how incredible Mu Wan was. Among the crowd, there was another person interested in the identity of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The demonic bastard Zhou Engkun was delighted with the outcome of the battle. He found it hard to believe that Uncle Yeon had lost so easily, blaming it on the ruthlessness of old age. Still, he acknowledged that Mu Wan was a true scoundrel, good enough to understand why Demon Fist Zhou had died. He wondered if his brother had become stronger because he had the opportunity to face his father, who was one of the Great Four, and also whether it was the Northern Clan's secret technique that was so good, or whether Mu Wan himself was terrifyingly strong. In fact, he didn't care, as he believed it could even be a combination of these assumptions, including the fact that he had the blood of the Jin clan's leader. As he left this place, he thought with a smile that he couldn't stand such people. Engkun thought that if such a person could live without losing his tenacity and desire to develop, then who was he, who had abandoned his humanity the moment he acquired forbidden demonic power? Sighing, he once again reflected on his intense hatred for his younger brother. Now no one will have any doubts that Mu Wan is definitely the son of the head of the Jin clan, who was so feared by the Central Heavenly Alliance. When Mu Wan returned to his comrades, he was distracted by Seo Musang, who was returning the sheath of the snowflower blade to him, while Ha Jin Wol decided to take advantage of the opportunity to make a ridiculous congratulation. The scholar of 3 minds joyfully pounced on the wounded gentleman, who immediately cried out that he was in pain. His strategist declared Mu Wan simply incredible. Though Jin Wol feigned confidence, he feared his defeat. He defended himself by saying that this didn't mean he didn't believe in victory. With tears in her eyes, the agitated Lady Mirai only found the strength to utter the name of the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, for whom she had feelings. Then Mu Wan turned his attention to the man who was also one of the traitors of his clan. It was the head of the Hall of Secret Origins, Dong Ha Pin. Mu Wan looked at him sternly, not wanting to even think about the fact that his crime could not be atoned for even by what he had done for him. Myung Ryu San began asking countless questions, claiming he hadn't known Mu Wan was the 5th leader of the Northern Clan. Ignoring him, the 3 mind scholars suggested they leave to tend to the leader's wounds and Dong Ha Ping's, whose condition had worsened due to the use of the technique. Mu Wan agreed to the proposal to return to the Tang family residence, but as soon as they took a few steps, they froze in surprise. Mu Wan couldn't believe the crowd's reaction to their approach. All the masters present, who had witnessed the acquittal of the 5th head of the Northern Heavenly Clan, dispersed to the sides, forming a free corridor for movement. Jin Mu Wan didn't expect this and was very surprised, but he still took it for granted. Without losing his pride, he silently continued to walk forward with his comrades. Walking among the people who had previously despised his clan because of the false accusation, he remembered his uncle's last words about it. The speech was about the fact that he had already set foot on a path drenched in blood. Demonstrating his determination, he firmly told himself that the path to his goal would suit him even if it was bloody. No one in the world of Murim was prepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Jin Mu Wan made a huge impression on everyone. After this event, the masters who witnessed the restoration of justice began to vigorously debate whose side was right. Those who remembered the clan's heyday claimed that the head of the Jin clan was a hero. Dong Ha Ping, the head of the Hall of Secret Origins, revealed the truth behind the events. From now on, the Central Celestial Alliance can no longer exploit the lie of the Northern Celestial Clan's betrayal for their own ends. It's unclear what consequences their attempts to threaten Jin Mu Wan will have. Before this, there had been many who cursed the heir and the Northern Heavenly Clan itself. Now, however, they insisted that the former leader, Jin, was a true man, choosing death over attempts to justify himself. Now they understood that he had been forced to do so that his son would survive. The legend of the Northern Celestial Clan, which had gradually faded from people's memories, was revived. Meanwhile, the selection of invaders took place on a simple last-minute site. In fact, now almost no one was interested in this, because the recent events that were supposed to be a warm-up for the selection had eclipsed the glory of the masters. Among the victims was Mr. Shim, whose successes did not attract much public interest and did not bring much benefit in the form of fame to their Azure Dragon Association. When the travelers arrived at the Tang family residence in Wuhan, Dong Ha Ping was barely breathing. Surrounded by those who were going to revive the Northern Heavenly Clan, he, on the verge of death, told the story of how he was saved after the brutal massacre by the Sword Lord. Severely wounded, he could barely see, so he relied solely on a familiar voice for guidance. Although the voice was familiar, he couldn't discern whose it was. The Savior stopped his bleeding by blocking the large vessels around the wounds and told him that such a traitor who showed his fangs deserved such a death, but then added that Ha Ping could still be useful in the future, so he would spare his miserable life. After that, he fed him a medicinal pill and told him that if the fateful day did not come, then he would simply continue to drag out his miserable existence and eventually meet death. He also warned that in exchange for saving him, if the most important day of his existence came, he would do everything in his power, and then die to pay for his sins. After sharing the story of how he had managed to survive the injuries inflicted by the Sword Lord, he apologized to the young master with a weakened voice for colluding with the Central Heavenly Alliance and Yeon Jong-hwa, justifying himself by saying that he had been unable to resist temptation. He knew his words of regret were not enough, but it was all he could do. Mu-won bit his lip with hatred and closed his eyes, thinking that all this horror could have been avoided. After the events in the arena, the master of transformation Chun-ying, who managed to obtain the lost scroll containing the secret of the falsified document about the betrayal of the head of Jin, decided to personally verify its text. But when he opened the document, he was shocked and froze in place. As it turned out, the scroll that Mu-won's comrades brought was empty. Little is known about Dong Ha-ping's internal storage technique, but the scholar of 3 minds knew for certain that it could only store something for 6 months. The forged report that Yeon Jong-hwa and Dong Ha-ping compiled and submitted to the Central Heavenly Alliance was long lost. In order to exploit the potential of one of the traitors who had been waiting his entire life for the moment to at least partially atone for his sin, the strategist was forced to resort to cunning. In fact, this plan came to his mind during a conversation with the former head of the Secret Origins Hall. It was then that Dong Ha-ping told them about his special ability, calling it something that could play a decisive role. When Chong-ying learned the truth, he called the scholar insane for staking everything on a forgery. Taking the scroll back, the scholar asked him not to bother with such worry, as everyone had fallen for their trick, and whether it was a fraud or not was irrelevant. With a satisfied smile, he declared that it reminded him of the story of the thief who tripped over his own feet. He meant that they had overcome another lie with a lie. When Dong Ha-ping died, they gave him a proper funeral. Jin Mu-won became a truly significant figure in just 1 day. He's a completely different person now, after all. Everyone has heard of the Northern Blade. People in the Central Plains predict that Jin Mu-won will be able to attain the power of the 9 heavens. So powerfully did the battle between Yeon Jong-hwa and Jin Mu-won astonish everyone and ingrain it in their minds. After his battle, Jin Mu-won decided to take a few days off to let his wounds heal and his body recover. Ha Jin-wol, thinking about how long it had been since he'd seen him, missed him and thought about visiting the young master. On the way to the house where Mu-won was, the scholar of 3 minds met Mr. Tang and his disciple, who were returning from the city. The scholar was surprised by Myung-ryu San's long, confident strides. He identified him as the warrior who had participated in the selection process for the invaders, seeking more combat experience. He then inquired about how it had gone and why he had been beaten so severely. Ryu-san, despite his extremely pitiful appearance, proudly said that he was not beaten at all, but that everyone's blows were so weak that he didn't even try to dodge. A few hours ago, during the selection, he captivated everyone present. He had a very strange tactic, because at the beginning of each battle, he would take an incredible number of blows while being in an unresponsive defense. But at one point, he would demonstrate his strength and end the fight with just one powerful blow. The crowd was delighted, because the brutally beaten participant was brutally beaten in a brazen and reckless manner, but each time he finished the fight with a courageous blow. Recalling his performances, he joyfully raised his hand, recalling how they called him a mad bloodhound and cheered for him every time he went out to fight. Master Tang, having lost his head, called his student a foolish puppy who would die at this rate. Despite his teacher's words, Myung-ryu San continued to laugh and confidently shout that he was going to defeat everyone. Master Tan asked him to stop clowning around and quickly go to the treatment room. The scholar of 3 minds, not understanding this strange Ryu-san, felt a little uneasy. Mu-won, in a dark room lit only by rays of light from a small window, thought about what his path would be. From the moment he left the Northern Sky Clan, all the people who had lived their entire lives in the Murim world had been saying that he was much bigger and more mysterious than he thought. Even the heir to the mastery of sound, being a representative of the Silent Night, spoke of how they were united by their ignorance of the true nature of the world around them. Demon Fist Joe, one of the four pillars, even revealed during the battle that he was forced to develop a martial art that he specifically created to defeat the nine heavens. His son, Brother Unkun, when visiting the heir of the northern clan, said that it is worth remembering that their world is not one-dimensional, because everything has two sides, and nothing can be done about it. Even the hypocritical traitor to the clan, Uncle Yen, spoke of such things in the last moments of his life. Moreover, as it turned out, the fourth head of the Quan Ho clan also belonged to those who saw the unknown of Murim, but simply could not talk about it. Mu Wan, thinking about these words, could not fully comprehend what they could mean. One thing he could say for sure was that the situation was getting more complicated with each new obstacle that was overcome. He saw too much blood to stop there, even though he felt like it was about to swallow him whole. Remembering his brutal instincts, he wondered if he would become a monster like the people he fought with, feeling contempt and disgust for their existence. Yet he did not want to delve into these thoughts. He believed that he simply could not say something so pathetic because of his duty to follow his ideals without hesitation. After reflecting on his own path, he finally went outside and saw in front of his house the scholar of 3 minds, the master of 10,000 poisons, and the disciple of Ryu San. Hajin Wol was delighted to see him and remarked that he looked well. Mr. Tan was also pleased to see Jin Mu Wan feeling better thanks to the medicine he had prepared for him. As always, the humble Mu Wan apologized to his comrades for all the troubles they had caused, after which he sincerely thanked them from the bottom of his heart, saying that he appreciated their help. In response, the scholar asked him to remember that he himself had endured the most hardships. He declared that it was precisely thanks to his work that the atmosphere was now completely different, and that no one would dare mess with him simply because he was the heir of the Northern Celestial clan. Mr. Tan clarified that Master Seo would be leaving for a while to handle some business for the head of the Pursuit and Capture Department. Myung Ryu San, skipping formalities, boasted about how he'd bested everyone in the selection process and become famous under the nickname Mad Bloodhound. Mu Wan felt a little uneasy about the shouting and praised him for his excellent work. At that moment, Madame Tang came out and froze in place, seeing the heir of the northern clan finally able to appear before them. Caring Meyer approached him, asking how he was feeling, and said that she was just mending his clothes. A confused Mu Wan thanked her for this, saying it must be difficult, as his clothes were badly torn after another battle. The girl agreed, and cautiously suggested that it would be nice to get some new clothes. This time, Mu Wan was willing. During the pleasant conversations following the horrific incident, an unexpected guest suddenly visited the Tang residence, who immediately politely apologized for his unofficial visit. Those present were surprised by the appearance of this person and began to suspect something was wrong. It was the minister of the Central Heavenly Alliance, Wang Desen. Mr. Tan, being the headman, turned first to the minister with polite interest in what brought him to this place. The scientist of 3 minds tried to analyze the situation and the possible risks, because he never expected the minister to come to them personally after such events. Mr. Day Sen replied with a polite, awkward laugh that he had come because he had heard that a very important person for the Alliance was in this place. Of course, he was talking about the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan watched this most influential member of the Central Alliance's political elite with some caution, but also with attention. Wang Desen, addressing Mr. Jin, introduced himself as befits an official communication. In response, Mu Wan also gave his name, saying that he was glad to meet them. They then took a closer look at each other. Mu Wan made it clear he had no idea what they were going to talk about next. Breaking the tense pause with a cough, the minister shared his opinion that the residents of this residence were probably surprised by his sudden visit, after which he apologized for shocking them. He clarified that, given the Alliance's position, he should have found them as quickly as possible. He then proposed to get down to business, and began by saying that the Central Celestial Alliance had decided not to punish the heir of the Northern Celestial Clan, and also spoke about the decision to reconsider the event, concerning the destruction of the Northern Celestial Clan. He made it clear that things weren't so simple, saying that even though the head of the Northern Clan's Secret Origins Hall had made a bold statement, Yong Zhonghua's actions were indeed suspicious. He hoped for their understanding, saying it would be difficult to judge what happened 10 years ago. They also discussed the loss of a crucial document in the case, which served as evidence. Nevertheless, he promised that they would do everything possible to reinvestigate the incident and uncover the truth. Bowing respectfully, he offered his condolences and apologies on behalf of the Central Heavenly Alliance for all the suffering that Mu Wan had suffered during these events. Naturally, these words were not enough, but the well-mannered and literate heir of the Northern Clan immediately said that he accepted their official apology. At this point, the minister's visit ended, and he left the Tang family residence. After leaving the residence, he returned to his carriage, where his faithful servant was waiting for him with great respect. Mr. Descend looked around again to make sure no one was watching him. After making sure there were no prying eyes, he announced with a truly terrifying expression that the appearance of the Northern Blade could cause difficulties. He planned to meet with his master to discuss a solution. Meanwhile, far from the mainland, in the lifeless wastelands, 4 demonic lords, who were the elders of the Silent Night, gathered. In front of them was an old man who looked like he was on the verge of death. He said in a weakened voice that he accepted the elders' report, and then asked if they had prepared a new body for him. The Master of Sound replied to the Lord of the Night that this task had already been completed. The Great Spear Lord had not seen his comrade in such a state for a long time. Standing in front of the Lord of the Night, Soundmaster Yon Jung Hak trembled all over, bowing his head down. Upon learning that most of the preparations were complete, the Night Lord declared that once the ritual was complete, they would head to the Central Plains. The Central Heavenly Alliance was not yet aware of the approaching completion of preparations from the quiet night side, but the members of the 9 Heavens, who were in their residence in the capital, were always on standby. An old man with a multitude of blades on his back, a representative of the Wudang Chok Yep, was already there. He was somewhat upset by the news that the only blade worthy of his recognition, Yong Chenhua, had been defeated and lost his life. Observing the turbulent life of the capital from the tower window, he uttered a mysterious phrase about how no one will water a flower that takes a long time to bloom. Then he turned around with displeasure and said that the disgusting habit of the one who dared to disturb him would never change. The corridor was empty, so he asked if he should drag the visitor inside with his own hands in that case. After these words, an elderly woman who had previously met the heir of the Northern Clan appeared inside. She laughingly remarked that the bearded hermit's dog-like nose had remained unchanged despite his age. As it turned out, a mysterious old woman visited him to ask if he had any dew wine left that he had made himself. She said she had to give what she had to a remarkable young man. Without asking any unnecessary questions, the great master of blades reached into the tavern for a bottle. He threw it abruptly and not very respectfully towards the elderly woman, but she caught the valuable, excellent alcohol without much difficulty. After this, she began to greedily drink the drink. Wiping her mouth after the wine, she happily said that the old man's wine tasted divine. In response, the old man, with a cold, intent gaze, asked what a person who didn't even show up at meetings was doing in the residence. He wasn't sure she was truly there just for the wine. As it turned out, the lady, who was actually one of the 9 Heavens, was interested in her comrade's opinion regarding the invaders. She immediately assumed it was the sage Xiao Moon Hua's idea. Her guess proved correct. Master Chok Yep replied that although Moon Hua had proposed the plan, the rest of them agreed, as to resolve such a dire situation, they needed to attract young martial artists. As she drank, the old woman said that their words about the sad situation sounded as if they wanted to appear like real, brave men, even though most of them would not participate in the war against the Silent Night. Chok Yep looked at her with disapproval, asking if she was going to object to their actions again. Holding her palm out, she asked how she dared, after all the previous attempts to resist, had been so cruelly punished. This time, she was going to just leave things as they were. The old man hoped that she would keep her word, while the lady replied that there was no need to worry, because she knew better than anyone that she could not change the course of events alone. After these words, Chakep offered her to stay in the residence if she did not intend to disturb them. The lady replied that she had no intention of interfering in their grand affairs, but merely wanted to obtain another glass of wine prepared by her longtime friend, who was currently enjoying it so early in the morning. She claimed she was only interested in this wonderful drink. After this, she said goodbye, saying that she was very grateful for the due wine. Meanwhile, the selection of the invader squad continued. Each subsequent stage became more and more difficult for the mad bloodhound. But despite this, he continued to fight like a lion, rushing into attacks. This time he encountered a worthy opponent, whose blows actually brought results. This time, another missed blow proved too hard for Mayang Ryu-san. The madhound lost consciousness for the first time during the battle and fell to the ground. The judge declared his opponent the winner, and he raised his hand in the air with a shout. But at that very moment he felt something was wrong. Mayang Ryu-san, despite lying unconscious on the ground, bit into his leg with his teeth. The crowd began chanting his name, admiring the fighter's persistence. Although he lost this time, everyone supported his performance by shouting that he fought well. Mu-won felt better, and even came to watch the selection process for the invaders' squad, where Myung-ryu-san decided to practice fighting against more or less equal opponents. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man in a purple cape approached the heir and called him the man who had become famous faster than anyone else in the history of Murim. Mu-won immediately recognized his old comrade, who whispered the pseudonym of the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir. It was unexpected for the young master to encounter the leader of the Iron Squad in such a place. Still, he knew of their plans to visit the Central Celestial Alliance, so he inquired if everything was all right with the trade association. The boastful master pointed at himself and said that thanks to their squad, everyone had arrived safely at their destination. Afterwards, he said he'd seen Mu-won fight one of the four pillars. He admitted it was astonishing, sending goosebumps down every spectator's spine. Mr. Yong-mu-san admitted he'd once again realized how terrible it would be to feud with the heir to the Northern clan. The modest guy again began to downplay his achievements, saying that his luck also played a role in this. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Yen asked him seriously whether he had bared his fangs too soon. He again warned the young master that the beasts that lurked in the darkness might come for his soul, and would certainly come, smelling the blood he left behind. Returning to the situation, he asked him to be extremely careful, because now he had something to protect. Mu-won was not on his own. The duty of responsibility was evident in his behavior. Seeing the seriousness of the heir of the Northern clan, Mr. Yen decided to relax the atmosphere a little after such a serious conversation and began to joke around, saying that he said all this only because of some anxiety, which could calm down after a few tips. Despite the Iron Squad leader's attempt to lighten the mood, Mu-won remained as serious as ever and reminded him of his words about Murim being larger and more mysterious than it seemed at first glance. Mr. Jin asked his comrade to elaborate on this, as well as what beasts would come for him. Mr. Yen had indeed warned him about this, but he had no desire to return to such a tense conversation. Realizing the responsibility, his gaze suddenly changed to something colder and more serious. Touching the scar on his forehead, he asked his comrade to simply be vigilant, as caution clearly wouldn't hurt. After these words, Mu-won directly asked whether he should be especially careful with Minister Wang. Mr. Yen couldn't even imagine that the heir of the Northern clan had already come into direct contact with such an influential and dangerous representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He made his comrade understand this was true, after which he again asked him to trust no one and always be careful. He then decided to say goodbye, saying he had urgent business to attend to. He also mentioned that since every dog knew him now, there was no need for protection and they could be approached for help. Mu-won only followed him with his gaze in silence. Meanwhile, it was announced that the end was near. and on this significant day, the leader of the squad would be elected. According to the silver-tongued speaker, the leader of the invaders will assume the leading role in the fight against the Silent Knight. Whoever takes this position can be called the hope and future of Murim. The speaker tried his best to engage the audience and declared that they should stay put to witness this historic moment of Murim's new beginning. Raising his hands in the air, he shouted with theatrical admiration that they had invited the best martial artists to watch the fights to make the outcome even more exciting. When Mu Wan heard that they were talking about the 9 heavens, he felt furious, realizing that they were one of his father's killers. The silver-tongued speaker announced that 3 of them would be present, and the first was the master of the Shaolin Temple, Pul Yen. The second of the 9 heavens was Chok Yep of the Wudang sect, the strongest blade master. The last of these was the father of young Master Shim, the head of the false heavens named Shim Mu Wa, also known as the Crimson Demon King. The speaker said that it was a great honor for everyone present to behold the 3 9 heavens here. It seemed as if his words were indeed true, because the audience began to shout about it with admiration. But among them there was one who remembered the 9 heavens in their true form. Mu Wan immediately recalled his father's death, which was due to the decision of the Central Heavenly Alliance. At that moment he felt incredible anger and could hardly contain himself. His whole body began to shake with hatred, and he grabbed his right hand to keep from drawing his blade. At that moment, the lady who had once treated him to due wine crept up to him again, unnoticed. She said that he controlled himself well even in such a situation. In response, Mu Wan said that he had thought a lot about their meeting and remembered that they had met somewhere before. His memories of his father's execution were extremely accurate, and he managed to remember that this old woman was one of the 9 heavens. He named her Stormlord Nunggong Hui. The lady agreed with his words and said she felt guilty before the heir of the northern clan, but the only thing she could do was ask for forgiveness. In response, Mu Wan asked if she was really hiding near him only to apologize. Lifting her mask, she said she wouldn't stop the young master even if he planned to oppose the Central Heavenly Alliance, and even if he wanted to kill her as punishment for her sins. She believed he had both the necessary skills and the potential, but now was not the time. She believed that, although he had laid the groundwork, he was still too weak to fight against the entire world. When the heir asked why she was telling him all this, Lady Noon replied that, as the person behind his father's death, she was embarrassed to talk about it, but her behavior was rooted in guilt. Moreover, she admitted that she does not want to see him die, so she hopes that he will be able to pass such a difficult test of fate with dignity. Afterwards, she said she was chained to the 9 heavens and that these shackles were incredibly strong, so strong that they couldn't be broken by conventional means. She had almost no free will. Even this conversation with the heir of the northern clan was a great risk for her. As she left, she again asked him to think over her words several times in order to remember them precisely. Before disappearing, she again said that she was very sorry for what happened. At that very moment, the ordinary masters who were near him began to recognize him as the master of the Northern Blade, and Master Jin was forced to hide. Meanwhile, the master of transformation Chun Ying decided to risk his life by going on an extremely dangerous mission. He penetrated into the heart of the two-headed demon's organization. It was the lair of a demonic sect, where there was an incredibly large number of their followers, among whom were children. While under the roof, he was suddenly discovered by none other than a user of the 10 women's blood demonic art. Unkun rested his head on his palm with an intrigued look and remarked that the stranger's ability to get so close was quite astonishing. At the same time, the final stage of the invader selection process, where the future leader of the squad would be determined, was drawing to a close. A fierce spear user dealt an incredible number of blows to his opponent, exerting significant pressure. He was fighting against Shimwo Li, one of the 7 lesser heavens. His opponent infuriated him with his insolent words, claiming that he, as a representative of such great masters, was nothing special. Mr. Shim, striking back, shouted that he was fed up with this annoying babbling. The spearmaster stopped his attack without much difficulty and smugly replied that he would become the squad leader. But within a moment, he witnessed the enemy's power, which he had been hiding all this time. Master Shima's sword began to lengthen and, in an instant, surrounded the spearmaster. The poor fellow, unable to escape this attack, felt as if he had been caught in the clutches of a huge snake. At that moment, Master Shim swung his sword, brutally overcoming the only obstacle to the title of commander of the invading squad. With a smug and arrogant smile, the ultimate winner turned to his defeated opponent, telling him that he should not have been so insolent. The crowd, delighted by this battle, began to chant the name of the winner, who would lead the detachment of invaders into war against the enemies of the Silent Night organization. Parallel to these events, the Hidden Temple of the Central Alliance was alarmed from within. The Hidden Temple is an organization that controls numerous intelligence agencies and collects all possible information. Seo Mu-sang had infuriated the leader of the organization by announcing that he was stepping down from his post and returning the sign that had symbolized his membership in the Pursuit and Capture Department for all these years. The Alliance elder shouted that he couldn't believe that Seo would dare come to them with such news after what he had done during the execution of the Northern Blade. He was simply furious and stated that because he made Seo the head of this department, he stabbed him in the back like that. In response to Wol-san-chan's statements, Master Seo responded with patience and respect, bowing and declaring that the one he was meant to serve had appeared before him. He also stated that he had never neglected his duties in the department and had served as befitted. As Seo began to leave, the head of the Hidden Temple told him he was wrong to think he could walk freely through the Alliance's territory after this. He insisted that Seo and his arrogance, as well as Jin Mu-wan, would not last long, as punishment would overtake them for everything they had done. After leaving the office, Master Seo went into one of the rooms where all the news and information that had been received recently was kept. Since this was his last time in the Hidden Temple, he decided to gather as much information as he could before leaving. One of the reports had shocking information that he had to immediately report to his master. Under the cover of the dark night, terrifying events took place. The seriously wounded Chunying could barely find the strength to run forward. He looked around to see how close his pursuers were. The members of the reconnaissance squad of the two-headed demon organization were very close. They were in no way inferior to him in speed. These fighters were so well trained that they once again caught up with the elite spy of the Dark Moon organization, dealing more blows to the already seriously wounded transformation master in the back. They knew he was looking for them, so they deliberately led him to their hideout, where they set up an ambush. Chong Ying, exhausted by his grave condition and blood loss, fell to the ground. The new leader of the demonic organization immediately ran to his side. Un-kun crouched down next to him and, hypocritically sympathizing with the spy's plight, inquired who was behind him. He was surprised that a guy in such a deplorable state was actually going to keep quiet. Even in such a hopeless situation, he maintained his determination and loyalty to the mission. After biting into the booster pill, he promised himself that he, Chong Ying of the Hidden Moon Heaven Rank Squad, would continue to fight even if he couldn't complete the task. After using the pill, he immediately felt a surge of strength and was able to distract the enemies by throwing smoke. After clearing the smoke around himself, the flesh monster named Un-kun continued to act frivolously and said that he was glad that the enemy was trying so hard. Unfortunately, even after resorting to such methods, Chong Ying was unable to distance himself much from his pursuers. He took several more blows and found himself on the ground, where he had to draw his small blade to defend himself from the enemy who was about to deal him a fatal blow. But at the last moment he was protected by his play named Earth. It was the worst thing that could happen. Fearing his death, Chong Ying panicked and screamed the name of his faithful pet. Meanwhile, Jin Mu-wan was strolling around the city. He'd spent more time than he thought getting his clothes in order, so he was unaware of what was going on. At that moment, he even considered listening to Madame Tang's advice about buying new clothes. While he was arguing with himself over the conflict of rationality and feelings regarding Uncle Huang's gift, a bird appeared above him. It was the raven of a spy from the Dark Moon organization. He started screaming in panic, making it clear that something had happened to Chunying. During the battle, the spy's dog was seriously wounded. Chunying was about to give up his life, so the last thing he wanted to do was protect his faithful pet. The master of disguise, although gravely wounded, shielded the animal with his own body. The enemies were already ready to deal the final blow. Chunying, on the brink of his own death, clenched his teeth in anger at the fact that he had failed to complete such an important mission and had endangered the one who had never failed him. At the last moment, Master Jin appeared in front of him and launched an incredibly fast strike towards the attackers. Seeing him in front of him, Un-kun stopped his fighters without hesitation. He looked thoughtful and assumed that the man they were chasing was his younger brother's scout. It seemed like Mu Wan wasn't interested in friendly conversation. Only a few seconds after he returned his blade to its sheath, the heads of the two attackers flew off their shoulders. Addressing the one he had once honorably called brother, Mu Wan said that Jo Un-kun was still connected to the two-headed demon organization. Un-kun was forced to ponder how to get out of this difficult situation. He clearly didn't want to meet his younger brother at this particular moment. In response, he scratched his head in displeasure and said that Mu Wan should have just talked to him, because of his hasty actions, the lives of his precious subordinates were simply wasted. Addressing the rest of the fighters, the detachment leader asked them to collect the corpses. Throwing his cloak over his head, he said that it might seem contradictory, but he didn't mind Mu Wan trying to dig up any truth about the world, as long as it didn't involve a two-headed demon. Raising his little finger, he warned that if Jin and his comrades did not obey, not only they, but everyone around them would be in mortal danger. Before disappearing into the night, he confessed that he truly didn't want to become his younger brother's enemy. He then asked her to remember his last piece of advice for his younger brother, who was very dear to him. Jo Un-kun told Mu Wan to take care of his comrade, as he had been pierced by something known as a soul depletion needle, causing him excruciating pain. Un-kun concluded by expressing surprise that it was the first time he'd seen someone who had held on for so long before vanishing without a trace, i.e. Mu Wan understood that it was too late to pursue his older brother. He decided to stop and rushed towards his wounded comrade, whose rescue was an urgent matter. Upon returning to Tong's residence, he asked his comrades to put aside their conversations and attend to the wounded Chongying. Mireille and Ki Moon immediately began to stop the bleeding and restore blood volume. Chunying was in really serious condition. It wasn't the Dark Moon organization that sent him on this mission, but Mu Wan himself. He was curious about whether a spy could track someone using scent and gave him the hair. Mu Wan explained that they belonged to someone who used demonic blood arts and was likely connected to an organization whose members wore tattoos of a two-headed demon. Chongying let his dog sniff the hair and replied that that should be enough. He boldly declared that he would show what a man who had achieved the heavenly rank in the Dark Moon was capable of. After taking on the mission, he confidently asked them not to worry, but Mu Wan still asked him to retreat if he felt that things were getting dangerous. Now, remembering that he himself had given such a dangerous assignment, Master Jin began to feel angry towards himself due to a deep sense of guilt. At such a difficult moment, the learned men of three minds approached him and silently placed their hand on his shoulder for support. The current head of the local Dark Moon division also arrived to see them with incredible haste. Mu Wan was surprised because he didn't expect that Madame Mei Wolren would leave the confines of the building inside the capital. He said that Mr. Tang was currently treating their spy, and then apologized with incredible pity for asking Chongying to fulfill such a dangerous request. Having calmed down a little, Madame Mi replied that although Chunying was following Master Jin of his own free will, he was still one of the Dark Moon members. She also said that their organization is in a difficult position when things like this happen. After another apology from the Northern Heavenly Clan's heir, the Dark Moon division leader replied that they could rest easy as the agent was being treated by the master of 10,000 poisons. She then asked for a message that Chongying should find her later. After leaving the Tang family residence, the lady met a mysterious man with whom she shared information regarding Master Chong Ying being seriously injured. Addressing the mysterious man, she explained that Chong Ying wanted to help. Moreover, the man she was speaking with had himself instructed Chong Ying to assist the heir of the northern clan. Lady Mi was worried that Jin was currently too dangerous and that they might get into trouble. In response, the man who turned out to be the leader of the Dark Moon said that even if Jin Mu Wan had not appeared, they would still have to investigate the organization of the two-headed demon. Addressing the leader respectfully, Mei Wolriang asked why he had gone so far for Jin Mu Wan. In response, the leader suggested they end this conversation after returning to the Dark Moon base. On the day of Jin Mu Wan's trial, the Northern Clan's heirs team had no idea what difficulties they would face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the White Knight Witch, forced to fight, mercilessly exterminated the masters of the Zhongnan and Kunlong clans. Those she destroyed without a shred of hesitation were, to her, nothing more than arrogant and hypocritical scum. As expected, such events couldn't escape the attention of the Central Alliance. News of a white witch sighting in Shanxi and Hubei provinces reached Master Dam. A representative of the Central Heavenly Alliance arrived with news that the Kunlong clan had encountered a witch and needed help. They had called on the Chunin clan, but they had all been killed. After these events, they turned to a great master renowned for his exploits. Mrs. Heron was suspicious of this news, not understanding how this was possible. And yet she had no doubt of her lover's strength. Mr. Dam said that he would immediately go to the scene of the events. Leaving behind only a bloody battlefield, Yun Ha-sol walked on, thinking that the great meeting must have already ended. She thought that it was time for her to stop wandering around everywhere and return, as it was time to fulfill her duty. But her memories haunted her. They continued to pull her toward a distant place in the Central Plains that she could not clearly remember. Her loneliness was suddenly interrupted by someone she shouldn't have encountered. Master Dam. So Zhang responded to the Kunlun clan's call, even though it was too late to save them. Seeing the one they called the White Witch, he froze in place. He thought that he had already seen her once. His scars began to ache just from remembering the events of 7 years ago in the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mr. Dam was sure that in front of him was the same girl who was next to the heir of the Northern Clan. With a shocked look, he said her name, surprising the girl. He sighed heavily, scratched his head, and admitted that 7 years ago he'd sensed she was extraordinary. He explained his strange behavior when they met by saying that her being a witch had exceeded all his expectations. After replying that she was not a witch, Yun Ha-sol coldly asked who she was talking to and whether they knew each other. Master Dam was surprised that she had forgotten him. He then asked why there was a bloody trail behind her. The girl didn't even think to look around, because she already knew that there was no point in denying her actions. In response, she stated that representatives of 2 clans attacked her first. After that, Master Dam politely asked what clan she belonged to. As expected, Yun Ha-sol was unable to reveal such information. Mr. Dam clarified that he heard her singing a song about organizing a quiet night. Then he said with a threatening look that he had no doubt that the person in front of him was the current witch of the White Knight. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, Yun Ha-sol said with a furious expression that she was not a witch, but merely her heir. Both great warriors rushed to the attack. Master Dam didn't even think of underestimating her abilities, so he immediately resorted to using his own power, performing a technique on his fist. As expected, Yun Ha-sol also had a high opinion of him and unhesitatingly summoned ice chakrams. The speed of their collision was on a completely different level. The place where they collided turned into a brutal battlefield. Dam Sojong jumped back to deliver a more powerful blow using the Divine Radiance maneuvering technique. Yun Ha-sol hadn't felt such a powerful release of power in a long time, so she immediately realized the level of danger. Without hesitation, her opponent unleashed a barrage of 3 consecutive blasts of light. The attack moved towards her with incredible speed and raised a whole column of dust, destroying the surface. But a moment later, So Chong saw a counterattack. 2 ice chakrams were directed towards him. Realizing that this was just a diversionary tactic, he calmly dodged the attack and prepared for the enemy's subsequent attack. Unexpectedly for him, Mrs. Yoon appeared behind him and had already managed to reach him. At close range, Ha-Sol used her bare hands to inflict a deep wound on his left shoulder. But even in this position, Master Dam did not lose his composure and deftly removed her hand. Holding the White Witch's heiress in that position, he used the Fist of Justice and delivered a powerful blow to her face. While the two true monsters fought to the death, the Tang residents remained calm. The Master of Transformation's condition began to improve, and Mr. Ki-moon continued his treatment with needles. Lady Tang and Master Jin were in the inner palace. While changing his bandages, she said she was making him clothing from the strongest materials available, so that he would be protected in truly dangerous situations. Mu Won, surrounded by the spy's pets, humbly thanked her for always finding time to help with his wounds. At that moment, their dialogue was interrupted by the sudden return of Master Seo. He hurried towards his master. Running closer, Master Seo Musang reported that he had discovered important information while studying the reports from the hidden temple. He whispered that a witch had appeared near Hubei province and had killed all the martial arts masters from the Kunlong and Zhongnan clans. When Mu Wan heard that the girl in question was a chakra user and had fair skin and silver hair, he had no doubt that it was Ha-Sol. The battle between the two monsters continued, and Master Dam's Fist of Justice seriously wounded the girl and caused her incredible anger. Using her power, she summoned another chakram and directed it at her opponent. The young martial artist barely dodged the attack that was aimed at his neck. A moment later, he rushed to attack again and found himself behind her. Grabbing her body, he formed a strong lock with his hands. The heiress of the White Witch saw something like this for the first time in her life. Damn. Sojong grabbed her by the waist, threw her over himself, and slammed her into the ground with incredible force. He put in so much force that the blow caused a powerful destruction of the surface. Rising to his feet, Master Dam began brushing dust from his shoulder wound. Addressing Miss Yoon as the White Witch, he asked her to stop resisting, lest she make the situation worse. But a moment later, he was sent flying. Using the silver energy of chaos, Yoon Ha-Sol dealt a powerful destructive blow towards him with just one palm. Dam Sojong barely managed to stay on his feet. He was very lucky that he managed to react to this attack and put up a defense. But after that, he saw Mrs. Yoon fly into the air. The White Witch's heiress was enraged, and she once again turned to her chilling power and created the Great Twilight Chakram. A massive attack was directed at the fighter standing on the surface. The destructive force was already close to Master Dam, Sojong, but he had no intention of dodging. In fact, he froze in place in admiration of the incredible power that Lady Yoon had inherited from one of the 4 demonic lords of the Silent Night. Releasing chi energy, he used the divine fist armor and madly urged Lady In to show her all, so that they could both enjoy a full-blown battle. The Great Twilight Chakram and the divine fist armor collided with such force that everything around them began to collapse. Having achieved no results, Eun Ha-Sol and Dam Sojong again launched a close-range attack. A moment before the blow was struck, Master Dam saw 2 chakrams approaching from different directions, aimed at him. Looking at the lady, Master Dam said with some regret that this was too boring. After saying these words, he easily stopped the chakrams using the extra arms from the divine fist armor. He admitted that he also regretted that he had used too many of the moves he had prepared against the Chaos Demon. The mention of the Chaos Demon made the girl think for a moment, because the name of this monster seemed somehow familiar to her. After these words, Master Dam admitted that he had been dealt with a rather strong opponent. They then clashed again in a fierce close-quarters battle, landing an incredible number of blows. Releasing even more energy, Master Dam, trying to overpower his opponent, shouted that soon he, the heavenly sage Dam Sojong, would destroy the legend of the 4 lords of the Silent Night. Trying to keep up with her opponent, Ms. Yoon finally recalled a battle 7 years ago where a chaos demon had been present, gravely wounded, and retreated. She was certain that the terrifying monster was still alive and surely hiding somewhere. At one point, they stopped simultaneously with some surprise on their faces. Ms. Yoon, who had been controlling her chakrams all this time, with which she had been unsuccessfully trying to strike the enemy, looked away in surprise. Being completely focused on the battle with such a strong opponent, she did not even notice how a blade pierced her side. It was the work of one of the masters she had fought earlier. The seriously wounded man lying on the ground joyfully shouted that he had finally hit the White Witch. Master Dam, whose battle was interrupted by such a vile act, furiously asked the insolent man who gave him the right to interfere in a fair duel. Still a joyful idiot, who was able to wound the White Witch at the moment when she was focused on the battle, shouted that he did not care about honesty when it came to the enemy of the entire Murim people. A moment later, he paid for his actions. With a light wave of her hand, Yoon Ha-sol sent her chakram in his direction and deprived him of his head. As she pulled out the blade that had pierced her stomach, Master Dam grabbed her hand and apologized for what had happened. He then declared that even despite such a tragic incident during their battle, she still couldn't kill people. But just a moment later, something happened that shocked the great heavenly sage. Jin Mu-won appeared in front of them, and taking the heiress of the White Witch by the hand, politely asked Master Dam if he could take his hand off her. The moment he received the news that a White Witch had been spotted, he set out without delay to look for her. He was very excited, realizing that she was fighting alone. As he approached the designated location, he saw a battlefield from which an incredible amount of energy was emanating. At that moment, he immediately went into the epicenter of the battle, leaving his faithful comrade behind. Seo Musang did not hurry after him. His comrades were following them, so he used sign language to ask them to make sure that no one was near their master. He also clarified that they should act very carefully, as this was a matter that concerned the life of their master. The fighters immediately went to their positions to carry out their elder brother's orders. Mu-won rushed forward with all his might, realizing that Ha-sol was fighting a real monster. As he approached, he noticed that his beloved was at a disadvantage. At that moment, he was able to recognize the energy of the one she was fighting. Having stopped Master Dam, he looked insistently into his eyes, saying that his intentions to stop the fighting were very serious. Dam So-jong was surprised that he would meet the Northern Blade at such a time. Still, he listened to his request, but looked with great interest at the one whose strength he admired. Mu-won didn't expect that Master Dam would agree to fulfill his request so easily. And yet he didn't care much about this man, because he came here to meet Ha-sol, whom he hadn't seen for 7 whole years. Looking at her, he saw that she was breathing heavily. Master Dam continued to think about how the Northern Blade ended up here, and yet he too could not lose sight of the state of the White Witch's heiress. When Ha-sol stepped back a little, she began to emit a lot of chi energy and looked like she was in a rage. Addressing the head of the Jin clan with respect, Master Dam recalled that 7 whole years had passed since their last meeting. Taking the opportunity, he stated that his heart had burned when he saw how boldly Mu-won had decided to declare himself to the world. Furthermore, he also shared the emotions he had experienced regarding his battle with the Swordmaster. Looking back, he admitted that he immediately realized the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan was a strong man who would surely fulfill his family's will. He was impressed by the way he appeared before the world with his sword drawn. However, with a more serious look, he inquired why Ha-sol was with him at that time in the Northern Heavenly Clan. He wondered how it happened that 7 years later she appeared before him as a White Night Witch. Mu-won knew he had no choice but to tell him what really happened. Recalling that 7 years ago she was his relative, he clarified that in fact she simply appeared out of nowhere. He then called her a friend who had given him great support during the time when he had lived alone for a long time in the ruins of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Just in case, he clarified that at the time he didn't know who she really was. He also mentioned the fact that Ha-sol had left immediately after the Chaos Demon's attack, and they had only met for the first time 7 years later. After listening to his story, Master Dam thoughtfully scratched his beard, saying he'd been trying for a long time to find the cursed chaos demon, but to no avail. Still, he expressed surprise that Mu Wan had made such a shocking discovery about Ha Sol. He believed Mu Wan to be an honest man. Despite his complete trust in the heir of the Northern clan, he firmly insisted that the White Night Witch was an enemy of the people of the Central Alliance, having already claimed countless lives. He asked the head of the Jin clan to hand her over to him and swore on his name that she would not die. Master Jin made it clear to him that despite his words, he could not do such a thing. Seeing his reaction, Master Dam, with a serious expression, shouted that the head of the Jin clan had only recently cleared himself of false accusations. He stated that he understood how important this was to him, but also warned that his actions would lead to many problems. Despite the warnings, Mu Wan still calmly and politely asked to entrust her to him. Seeing that Jin was not going to back down, Mr. Dam realized that he would not be able to convince him otherwise. Releasing energy with the Divine Fist technique, he declared that if the Jin clan chief refused to cooperate, then he had no choice but to fight him. Mu Wan, realizing that there was no other option, also grabbed his blade. In all seriousness, he again asked Master Dam to listen to his request. So Chong couldn't do that. Rushing into an attack with fury, he asked his comrade to understand the difference between personal and common affairs. Two incredibly powerful forces clashed, causing the battlefield to once again turn into devastation. The strike from the Heavenly Sage's Divine Fist was powerful enough to put significant pressure on the Northern Blade's defense. As their battle began, Ha Sol managed to freeze her wound with her ice technique. She was consumed by rage, causing the ice technique to begin to release on its own. Releasing a huge amount of energy, the White Witch's heiress screamed furiously. Feeling a large surge of energy and hearing Ha Sol's scream, Mu Wan looked away from the battle and looked back excitedly. At that moment, the furious Master Dam just directed a high slashing kick at him. But at the last moment he saw what was happening around him. Mu Wan didn't look in his direction at all. His gaze was directed towards the raging heiress of the White Witch. He realized how important this was to Mu Wan. Chief Jin wasn't even focused on his opponent. Now he understood what they were talking about. Damn. So Zhang was familiar with the feeling of anxiety when someone close to you is in despair. This only concerned two people in his life, his lover and his late mother. After stopping his attack, he turned to Chief Jin, saying that the feelings he had for Ha Sol were definitely love. Placing his hands on his hips, he stopped releasing his chi, realizing he was acting strangely, as he himself had said about separating the personal from the public. He was determined to duel the Northern Blade, but he knew now was not the time for his opponent. Chief Jin still didn't pay attention to him, so he was forced to shout out his name. Leaving the battlefield, he explained that he had been tasked with subduing the White Night Witch and had fought her to the very end, but she had managed to escape. He intended to justify himself to the Alliance by claiming that the enemy had left no trace, so he decided to abandon the search and return. Mu Wan was surprised that Mr. Dam still decided to give up his intentions. Stopping, he warned that if after this the White Night Witch commits atrocities again, then any prayers and requests, even from the head of the Jin, will not stop him. Finally, he expressed hope that his trust in the honest heir of the Northern clan had been well-founded. With a serious look, he asked his comrade to stop Lady Yun's madness. In response, Mu Wan only respectfully declined, silently thanking the master for his understanding. As Master Dam left the battlefield, he knew that Heron would surely be furious if he found out about this. He knew he'd have to keep it a secret. The White Witch's heiress's rampage only grew stronger, her destructive power continuing to spread across the battlefield. Despite this, Mu Wan continued to approach her and entered into the range of her destructive technique. The enraged Ha Sol, who had lost control of her own actions, used the silver light of the ice crystal towards the one who dared to get so close to her. Mu Wan, calling out her name, continued to slowly move forward, despite the numerous injuries he received from her technique. Moving forward, he said in a calm voice that it was all over and she could rest easy. But the girl, absorbed in emotions, didn't even think of stopping. Even though he received many cuts, Mu-Wan still moved forward. The closer he got, the harder it was to resist the territory of her ice crystal technique. Coming closer, he extended his hand towards her. Being close enough, he touched the back of her head and pulled the girl closer to him. Ha-Sol, destroying everything around her with her technique, didn't resist. Mu-Wan hugged her and told her he'd missed her all this time. At that moment, her rage subsided, and she realized what kind of person had disturbed her during her rampage. The memories that had been haunting her all this time finally came back to her mind. She remembered the events of 7 years ago, where she met the one who was so kind to her. This hug reminded her of the feelings she had when she was with Mu-Wan. The strange sensations associated with her hairpin now made sense. She remembered that it was an item that the same person from the past had made for her. Feeling his embrace, she stopped. Ha-Sol's ice technique began to weaken, and her emotions returned, and she began to cry. The area of ice they were in is broken into small pieces. Remembering the name of the guy who was the first to treat her with such kindness, she said that she also missed him. Mu-Wan replied that he also missed her all these 7 years. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked in a calm tone what had happened here and how he had ended up here. Not wanting to make her feel guilty, Mu-Wan simply replied that everything was fine now. Noticing his injuries, she hugged him even tighter, saying that she was sorry she had hurt him. But at that very moment, Mu-Wan's chakrams appeared behind her. She didn't understand what was wrong with them, because they were aimed right at him. Ms. Yoon jumped back and tried to influence them, shouting that enough was enough and they had to stop. Mu-Wan grabbed his blade, knowing he would have to intervene. No matter how hard Ha-Sol tried to stop the moonlight chakras, she couldn't do it. Her body wouldn't obey, and she couldn't control them anymore. As soon as the moon chakras approached, Mu-Wan drew his blade. He repelled all possible attacks directed towards them in an instant. But while he was busy defending himself from the chakras, some kind of wooden stick started flying towards Ha-Sol. Ha-Sol, not feeling any particular danger, tried to stop the object flying towards her using the silver energy of chaos. But as soon as she impacted the object approaching her, it collapsed, and a huge number of needles flew at her. Having finished with the chakrams, Mu-Wan saw what had happened behind him. Ha-Sol replied that she had been stabbed with needles, but she still didn't understand how it had happened. At that very moment, Sa-Ren appeared, the subordinate of the White Witch of Silent Night, rushing toward his mistress's heir, intent on eliminating her. He held the blades he'd been hiding all this time. Sa-Ren was never able to get close to the young lady as he was stopped by Master Seo. Seo Musang knocked the White Witch's subject down, then immobilized him and pressed his sword to his neck. In fact, Master Seo only allowed his appearance because the enemy was a master of stealth techniques whose presence was too difficult to sense. Seeing that Sa-Ren was the one who pointed the needles at her, the girl froze in place in surprise. As Mu-Wan worriedly asked if she was okay, she continued to wonder why the one who had taken care of her all this time decided to stab her in the back. In response, Sa-Ren shouted back, questioning whether the young mistress was truly asking such a question. He reminded her that the mistress of the White Knight should not give in to emotions, for she was a witch, a deadly weapon who existed to kill, being a reliable companion only to her allies. With incredible rage, he continued to shout that he had spent 7 years using the art of chaos mind to erase her memories and rid her of her emotions. He had hoped that the moonlight chakras would nurture madness within her, but now everything had turned to dust. But now, seeing her in such a state, he began to shout that his young mistress was a mistake, a worthless person, and a useless loser. The moment Ha-Sol began to feel despair over the words of the one who was so dear to him, her chakrams lost their power and fell to the surface. Seeing this, Mu-Wan said that it was now clear that the demonic energy that came with the moonlight chakras could not be controlled and would eventually consume the person. Sa-Ren continued shouting furiously, and this time he spoke out about how Jin Mu-wan was their main problem, as he kept appearing before the young mistress and ruining their plans. He declared that he should have killed him back when he was weak, 7 years ago. After these words, Ha-sol couldn't stand it any longer and shouted out that Sa-ren was acting this way, even if she had emotions. She declared that she could still handle it and intended to continue following her mistress's orders, as she always had. But Sa-ren believed this was the end. He tearfully asked what she could do who harbored feelings for the successor of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the enemy of the Silent Night. In his eyes, she would become a witch, sowing fear of the Silent Night in the hearts of the people of the Central Plains. He went on to say that a witch cannot fall in love or give in to feelings, as personal emotions are as temporary as a flash of flame. According to the Silent Night, they would jeopardize their plans, and therefore there should be no room for feelings. With tears in her eyes, Ha-sol began to desperately defend herself, saying that this was all very unexpected and confusing. Hoping for understanding, she also asked if their mistress knew what was happening. At that moment, Sa-ren replied with pity that in fact their mistress had ordered them to get rid of the one she considered a mistake. Hearing this, Ha-sol froze, realizing that the man to whom she had been devoted her entire life had decided to abandon her. According to Sa-ren, their mistress said she couldn't trust her successor. She was prepared for this situation and ordered a servant to get rid of Ha-sol if he noticed a change in her emotions. They believed that they did not need the imperfect mistress of the White Knight, and in that case, they would have to find another vessel to nurture it. Ha-sol couldn't believe Sarayang's words were true. Mu-wan replied that in that case, she was simply a victim, used by the White Witch to achieve the goals of the Silent Night organization. A moment later, Ha-sol winced in pain and began to fall. Mu-wan caught her, but saw her entire body begin to tremble and blood pour from her mouth. Sa-ren decided to be honest about what was happening to her and admitted that he had stabbed her with azure spirit needles, which contained energy that would react fatally with the energy of the silver chaos. If this happened, her own energy and bloodstream would be overloaded, resulting in her death. After Sa-ren told the truth about what happened, he again asked with an incredible feeling of guilt and pity, crying out why Ha-sol had regained her emotions and forced him to do something so cruel. Mu-wan, filled with rage, threateningly asked what he had done to her. After these words, he, with a strong thirst for blood, ordered Sa-ryong to help Ha-sol, who was in pain. Within a moment, cold energy began to gather around Seo. Mu-wan, realizing that these were ice chakrams, ordered Seo to immediately flee from that place. Master Mu-sang knew that he could no longer keep Sa-ren in such a dangerous situation. He was forced to jump back, but even so, the chakrams continued to pursue him. After repelling them several times, he landed on the ground and was able to stop the enemy attack. But it was too late. They were in an awkward position to hold Sa-ren. Dissolving into thin air, the bodyguard of the young lady, the successor of the White Witch, said goodbye to Ha-sol. Before disappearing, he threatens the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan that this is not the end. Just a moment after the bodyguard disappeared, Ha-sol began to feel even worse and lost consciousness. Mu-wan and Seo Mu-sang immediately went to the Tang family residence. Ms. Meyer had just finished making clothes for the young master. She was glad to meet him and immediately shared the good news that she had managed to make a good replacement for Uncle Huang's gift. But the Northern Blade didn't pay any attention to her. He walked past her with the white-haired girl in his arms and with cold sweat on his face. His look showed that he was in real despair. The white-haired girl in his arms was obviously seriously wounded. At that moment, Mi-rei realized that Mu-wan was in dire straits. She already knew that Mu-wan had feelings for another woman. Seeing that even Master Seo was walking with a very worried look, she knew that they were in a great hurry to get back to get help. The girl decided not to interfere with what was happening and remained where she was. When Mu-wan arrived at Mr. Ki-moon's house, he heard the hysterical scream of the three-mined scholar coming from the entrance. Mu-wan apologized and promised to explain the details later, then asked the poison master to examine the unconscious girl who was suffering from convulsions. As soon as he handed Hasol over to the master of 10,000 poisons, he was forced to listen to his strategist's disapproval. Ha-Jin-Wool was afraid to even think he had actually brought the mistress of the White Knight. He panicked and asked how Jin had even thought of bringing her to the capital. Mu-Wan calmly replied that he had no choice, as the situation had gotten out of control. In response, the Scholar of Three Minds shouted that although he didn't know what was going on between him and this lady, it was worth considering that they had just cleared up the accusations that the Northern clan had been working on the Silent Knight. The strategist was shocked by what was happening and shouted that the people of the Central Plains would not blindly trust him, and that the Tang family, who had decided to publicly support him, would also find themselves in a difficult situation. He couldn't understand why someone as cautious as Jin would do such a thing. Clutching his head, Mu-Wan, feeling incredibly tense, replied that he didn't know what else to do, as she had nowhere to go now, and besides, she was in serious condition. He also confirmed that he knew the Central Plains could use this to accuse her of colluding with the enemy. Mu-Wan was truly in deep despair. All he could do was promise that he would take care of everything as soon as she woke up and recovered. It was the first time Ha-Jin-Wool had seen him in such a state, and he understood that the heir of the Northern clan was simply unable to comprehend what he had done. Seeing the warrior Seo Mu-Sang in front of him, the scholar turned his attention to him, asking why he didn't stop the head of Jin, even though he was right next to him. Master Seo replied tensely that he could not do anything as he had to follow his master's orders. The realization of how dire their situation was did not give the scientist any peace. Seo, folding his hands in front of him, asked their tactician not to worry about it. He explained that he'd confirmed there were no witnesses on the way back and that his subordinates were still patrolling the area around the house. After these words, he suggested the strategist think about what to do next. Ha-Jin-Wool, shocked by what was happening, couldn't move. The realization of the situation made him scream, his whole body shaking. He sighed heavily and said thoughtfully that he hadn't imagined his first conflict with the kind-hearted gentleman would be like this. He then reminded himself that all heroes have a woman who can get them into trouble. In fact, Ha-Jin-Wool never imagined that this would apply to Mu-Wan. Looking at his master, he said that since things had turned out this way, it was his job to figure out what to do next and offer the team options. He had to resolve this situation as quickly and quietly as possible so that no one would ever find out. As usual, Myung-Ryu-san was the only one left uninformed. These events took place during his evening training, but the noise forced him to stop and look around. Looking inside the building where his mentor was, he saw a girl with white hair lying on the floor, suffering from convulsions. Scratching the back of his head, he couldn't understand who she was and how she was connected to their young master. After the Northern Heavenly clan was destroyed, even the abandoned houses and buildings were burned to the ground and turned to ashes 7 years ago. The Alliance flag was placed atop the site where the Northern Heavenly clan once stood. The northern branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance was supposed to monitor the activities of the Silent Knight organization and suppress any of their activities, just like the Northern clan had once done. Due to irresponsibility, those who were entrusted with grave responsibility made a terrible mistake and were destroyed in an instant. When they met the old man and his army, they felt the wrath of those they feared so much. The vanguard of the Silent Knight, led by the master of 1,000 sounds of death, began to move, and Yeon Jong-hak personally erased those who were supposed to suppress any activity of their organization. After the destruction of its main forces, the northern branch was forced to retreat and send a request for assistance to the Central Celestial Alliance. A raiding party was dispatched, led by its leader, Shim Wan-Lee. His deputies were Yang Wool, Hong Geon-hui, and the Kwan brothers. As Shim Wan-Lee left the capital, he thought he would do everything to be recognized by his father. He thought he would soon be proud that his son had become part of the invading force and was leading nearly 1,000 warriors to eradicate the Silent Knight organization. Even so, the Crimson Demon King Shim Muwa never came to see him. But young Master Shim wasn't about to give up and promised to return soon as a hero revered by the entire world. He was determined, no matter what, to find new strength within himself to defeat the 9 immortal monsters. As he left the capital to the thunderous applause of the public, he mentally addressed his father and wished him good health until the moment when he could greet him with pride. Minister Wan and the promising strategist of the Western Gate, Haryong, watched as the invaders were dispatched. Lord Dae Sung asked the young lady if Dam So Jong would accompany these warriors. Hyerian replied that Him Wan Lee needed the opportunity to contribute, so Dam So Jong would only go to the rescue if the invaders lost. The minister believed this statement was appropriate, but he wondered whether a man who valued justice would truly stand aside. Upon hearing that the Azure Dragon Association leader prioritized bandits over a quiet night, the minister concluded that he wouldn't have time to be distracted from his task for now. However, he admitted that he believed Dam So Jong could handle everything on her own. After this, Ms. Heron reminded them that since the invaders had left the capital, it was time to launch their general plan to destroy the enemy within. She confidently and coldly declared that she would come up with a pretext as soon as possible. Minister Wan had hoped that she could find a hole in the tactician's defense, which had put the Central Heavenly Alliance in an awkward position. Before this conversation, the most influential person in the Heavenly Alliance visited the one he called his master. He bowed before a man reclining on pillows like a deity, smoking a long pipe, filling the air with thick smoke. This king, standing above the minister, was the representative of the 9 heavens, the invincible warrior Yul Chong of the Mo Yeon clan. The minister reported that a detachment of invaders had been formed and sent out to confront the Silent Night vanguard. He also reported that they had experienced some confusion, but had managed to recruit men after the incident. Known as an invincible warrior, the man with the dot on his forehead was pleased with the success of his subordinates and praised the minister, and also asked him to convey his praise to another member of the 9 heavens, the sage Seo Munhwa, who had developed the plan to create this detachment. Without raising his head, Desen thanked the gentleman and mentioned that he had one more issue to raise. Continuing to smoke his pipe, Mr. Yul Chon asked him not to delay. As it turned out, the minister believed that they might need to awaken the Chaos Demon. The invincible warrior, having heard about the Demon of Chaos, realized that the minister was afraid of something. He said that this meant that the minister was afraid of the boy he had mentioned earlier. Minister Wan Dae Sung, without raising his head, replied that they wanted to be on guard because the future was unknown to them. Exhaling another cloud of smoke, the invincible warrior said with a satisfied laugh that the Northern Heavenly Clan was truly strong, because even when everything was taken from him, he managed to raise such an amazing child, putting the unwavering minister in an awkward position. Ultimately, Yul Chong allowed his subordinates to use the Chaos Demon as they wished. The invincible warrior wanted to see just how far Mu Wan and his comrades could go. He found it quite a thrilling spectacle, so he wanted Master Jin to entertain him a little longer. After the minister announced that he had everything ready, Ms. Hiran replied that in that case she would begin to act as soon as possible. Despite Seo Musang's departure from his post, he managed to obtain fresh reports that the Silent Night had destroyed the Northern Celestial Alliance. A couple of months ago, he had suspected something similar might happen, but now it was clear they had finally made their move. Scholar Hajin Wol was eager to see if the situation would change once the invading force intervened. Meanwhile, Mu Wan, listening to their conversation, sadly reflected on how the impenetrable wall of the Northern Celestial Clan had now been replaced by the powerless forces of the Alliance. A moment later, he saw Ms. Tan carrying food into the building where Ha Sol was located. Mu Wan wanted to thank her for the clothes she made for him, but the lady walked past without paying any attention to him. Her cold demeanor made him feel uneasy for the first time in a long time. When Meyer entered, she asked her uncle to go and rest, saying that she would look after the sick woman herself during this time. When Mr. Tan emerged outside and began to stretch his body, Mu Wan bowed deeply and thanked him for his enormous service. The old man replied that everything was fine, but asked to hear something about the condition of the white-haired girl. The master of 10,000 poisons treated her circulation and heart with qi energy, but he still couldn't pinpoint the root cause of her condition. He believed it was best to wait until she regained consciousness and recovered somewhat before trying other treatments. Watching his niece feed the unconscious white-haired girl, Master Kimoon said that he couldn't say for sure whether she would wake up at all. Mu Wan, as before, modestly apologized for the inconvenience and thanked the great poison master. In response, Ki Moon, without looking at the young master of the northern clan, promised to do his utmost to fulfill this personal request. Despite the fact that the situation was difficult and dangerous, he still did everything to find out what the problem was with the patient's condition. Before retiring for a break and doing research, Mr. Ki Moon asked Mireille to buy some medicine before the sun set. This required a lot of supplies, so he offered to take his student along. Communication with his comrades had become rather cold, so Mu Wan was once again reminded of how loneliness felt. He understood that he was the only one to blame for this, since for the sake of Ha Sol, he had to put those who supported him in a very dangerous position. Despite this, no one abandoned him and only silently continued to do what was needed. Although Chong Ying had not fully recovered, he decided to leave the Tang family residence, saying that he could no longer rest because the headmaster would be angry, as he had a lot of work to do. Mu Wan, feeling guilty towards his comrade, apologized to him, saying that it was his fault for what happened. Looking the head of the Jin family in the eye, Chong Ying replied that everything was fine, as the dark moon would have intervened without him. The master of transformation asked him not to worry, saying it was simply an accident and a real disgrace to their organization. After these words, he said goodbye to Mu Wan and left the residence with his animals. Sighing heavily, Mu Wan understood that he could not influence this situation in any way, and only hoped that with time, everything would fall into place. Meanwhile, the mood of the capital's residents began to change. People were panicking over the attack on a quiet night and thinking about stocking up on provisions just in case. On the other hand, they still hoped that the invading force would be able to stop the terrifying enemy. Mrs. Mir and Myung Ryu San, being on one of the crowded streets, did not pay attention to the conversations because they were on their way to get medicine for their unexpected patient, which put everyone at risk. When Mrs. Tan entered one of the shops to look at the selection, Myung Ryu San decided to stay outside so as not to bother himself with studying the medicines. At that moment, 3 passing masters noticed him. Seeing Ryu San standing before them, they recognized him as the one known as the Mad Bloodhound. The guys were enamored with his personality and began praising him for his success during the selection process for the invader squad, commenting on how brilliant he had been despite his defeat. Their compliments about how driven and chaotic Ryu-san were endless. Taking him by the arms, they began to shout about how fate had blessed them with this meeting, after which they dragged him into the nearest tavern, saying that they could not simply leave without hearing about the childhood and training of the Mad Bloodhound. Myung Ryu-san didn't even notice he was inside the tavern. His new friends tried to force him to drink, telling him he looked more like a cowardly puppy than a rabid bloodhound, as he hadn't even taken a sip of the strong drink. The tempting sight of free food and alcohol, and the fact that his new comrades had come to this place only to listen to his stories, began to tempt him to agree to the offer. He thought about how long it had been since he'd had a drink. Myung Ryu-san decided he'd have one, since the healer's shop was nearby and he'd quickly return to Mrs. Tan. As he sipped his drink, he thought that it was a gift to him for all the hard work he had done recently. He was very pleased to experience again the joy that alcohol had brought him in the past. But a moment later, he saw that a lady in very revealing clothing had suddenly joined them at the table. Myung Ryu-san knew who was sitting in front of him, but he didn't even have time to notice when Heron from the Westgate family appeared next to him. The lady's bodyguard also approached their table, and in a serious tone asked all the masters, except Myung-Ryu-san, to leave the table. Feigning surprise, the masters agreed to leave. As they passed by, Master Unsoso handed over the bag of gold to the masters who had brought Myung-Ryu-san to this tavern. One of the masters gave Ms. Yoon a sly look as he left for another table. Heron decided to start her conversation by complimenting the mad tracker on how impressive he had been in his last battle, demonstrating amazing fortitude. As expected, the drunk, unprepared guy couldn't resist the seductive woman's compliment. Continuing the conversation, the lady said she was sure he was a reliable man, regardless of which side he was on. While pouring the shy young man another drink, she mentioned that the alliance needed such people. In response, Myung-Ryu-sang shouted that she was right, after which he drank another shot of alcohol with a joyful laugh. The drunken and smug disciple of the master of 10,000 poisons thought that the world had finally recognized him and that he was no longer an ordinary simpleton. Seeing the poor guy fall for her tricks, the charming Heron decided to get straight to the point and said the Azure Dragon Association needed someone like him. Speaking of his support for Mu Wan, she charmingly asked if this conversation would remain private. With some feigned shyness, she put the guy in an awkward position by excitedly asking if there were any suspicious interactions between Jin Mu Wan and the Quiet Knight. Seeing Myung-Ryu-san beginning to doubt and ready to give up, Lady Heron calmly declared that she was interested for his safety and that of his comrades. She promised that the great family of the Western Gate could provide them with tremendous support. At that moment, Myung-Ryu-san thought, and the first thing that came to his mind were the words of the Scholar of Three Minds. Ha Jin-wool asked him not to forget that he should not tell anyone except his allies about what was happening around the young master. Remembering these words, he slammed his glass down on the table roughly and loudly. Suddenly, Ms. Hiren's skillful manipulation was cut short when Myung-Ryu-san rudely gestured for her to stop this conversation. Seeing such rudeness that stunned the lady, Unsoso's bodyguard furiously asked the impudent man to repeat this gesture again. The woman with a spear in her hands was ready to tear him to pieces. But Mrs. Heron decided not to lose control of the situation and responded to this with an absurd laugh. Looking down at the table and covering her face with her hand, she called her interlocutor a very interesting person and said she thought a real man should have a similar approach to business. After that, she offered another compliment about how worthy she considered him. As expected, Myung-Ryu-san couldn't control himself and gave in to his emotions, succumbing to her pathetic provocation. The skilled manipulator continued to pressure him, handing him another glass of alcohol and telling him he was being greatly underestimated. She then asked if the tracker knew about the hero of the Central Plains and the leader of the Azure Dragon Association, Dam Sojong. Seeing this to be true, she introduced Master Dam as the one who protects the Central Plains from all manner of misfortunes. Afterward, she complimented Myung, saying he was definitely someone capable of becoming such a person. Somewhat taken aback by such a bold statement, Ryu-san hesitantly replied that he thought he'd been late in Murim's appearance because he'd been wandering around for too long. In response, the lady explained that she'd heard that the leader of the dam had volunteered to help the clans because of the White Witch. She also mentioned that the Silent Night had stirred, along with the white-haired woman. She continued her speech by saying that the witch had fled after seeing the power of a lone star in the azure sky. The sentence ended with a repetition of the words about Myung losing her potential because of Jin. Continuing to drink alcohol, a noticeably drunk Myung-Ryu-san thoughtfully said that just recently that bastard Jin brought some white-haired girl to the Tang family residence. Realizing that he had revealed his comrade's secret, he finished his drink with a cold sweat, hoping that his words were not being given much importance. To reassure himself that everything was under control, he glanced carefully at Mrs. Heron. The charming woman with an incredibly sharp mind continued to smile falsely, but suddenly fell silent. The silence was broken when she turned to her bodyguard. Rising from the table and straightening her clothes, She decided to leave the tavern immediately and asked Ms. So to tell Minister Wang that it was time for them to begin. Along with her, everyone in the tavern suddenly stood up and began silently walking toward the exit. Miang Ryu-san, not understanding what was happening, began to look around in panic as everyone suddenly began to move. At that moment, he realized what a terrible mistake he had made. This foolish boy had galvanized the Central Alliance, giving them an argument to oppose the head of the Jin family. Meanwhile, Mrs. Tang was forced to lug 2 huge bags of medicine alone, cursing Ryu-san. Despite her plight, she still worried about his well-being. As she approached the residence, she saw countless armed masters who, for some unknown reason, had gathered nearby. She didn't know who they were, but the atmosphere seemed quite tense to her. No less exciting was the fact that they had all gathered near the place where Chief Jin and their comrades were located. Mu Won and Master Seo, unsuspecting, were calmly talking about life inside the palace. A moment later, a restless member of SEO's reconnaissance squad arrived and shouted that dozens of martial artists were approaching the residence. Another fighter, who was monitoring the perimeter of the residence, arrived with a report that a huge crowd of warriors was also moving from the south. It became clear that the forces of the Heavenly Alliance had decided to suddenly surround their palace. Mr. Seo couldn't understand how it had come to this, when the whole situation was under control, and he was sure that there were no witnesses to the White Witch being in their residence. First of all, he ordered to hurry and hide Mrs. Yoon. Ha Jin-woo ran out to them and immediately nervously asked what was going on. A moment later, craftsmen burst into the palace with orders to thoroughly search the place. It became clear that it was already too late, and the Central Heavenly Alliance was determined to find evidence of Chief Jin's crime. Hearing the noise in the palace, Mr. Tang came out of his house and saw a huge crowd of armed masters in front of him. Turning to them, he furiously asked who they were and whether they understood what they were invading. In response, they heard the minister's voice, indicating that they were all well aware that they were in the Tang family's residence. Ms. Hiran and Minister Wang Desen came with the craftsmen to make sure their plan worked. Mr. Tan was shocked that they somehow managed to find out what was going on. At that moment, Mrs. Mir broke through the crowd and ran towards her uncle. Standing next to him, she glanced at the intruders and warned her uncle that their residence was surrounded. Mr. Ki Moon, remaining calm, asked if Minister Wang understood what he was doing. Ms. Heron responded to him by saying that the Central Celestial Alliance usually acted very quickly when it came to matters that could undermine Murim's state of affairs. With a worried look, the minister stated that the Tang family would have to explain themselves for their participation in the treason. Addressing Mr. Jin, the minister asked if he understood the situation his comrades were now in. Analyzing the situation, Ms. Hiran couldn't understand why So Chung claimed to have lost the witch, while Myung Ryu-san had clearly mentioned Jin Moo-won bringing the white-haired girl into the residence. She assumed Jin Moo-won had reached her first. She believed that even if Moo-won hadn't brought the White Night Witch, their search was still legitimate, and if anything went wrong, she could claim that Myung Ryu-san had reported the conspiracy between Jin Moo-won and the Silent Knight. Seo Jung and the invaders were outside the capital, so she considered this a good opportunity. The determined authorities believed there was no retreat and that Moo-won had to be dealt with right then and there. Addressing Mr. Jin, Heron announced that they had received compelling evidence that he had brought the White Night Witch into the Central Celestial Alliance. Moo-won and Mr. Tan had no idea how they'd been exposed. The direct accusation suggested they'd somehow managed to obtain information they'd carefully concealed. Having no idea how this happened, Mr. Ki Moon continued to defend himself, saying that their accusations were complete nonsense. At that moment, the hero of the occasion returned inside the residence. The daring disciple of the Master of 10,000 Poisons broke through the ranks of hostile masters. Seeing him in front of her, Lady Heron, who stood in front of a huge number of masters, said that the person who stood next to Chief Jin and his comrades was the one who told them a terrible secret. She firmly stated that Mr. Miang had confessed to everything. In response to these accusations, Ryu-san angrily shouted that she was crazy and that her words were pure lies. After yet another insult to her mistress, warrior Un-so-so pointed her curved spear at the Tang family disciple, saying that her patience had run out the moment Mieng had given out the information he needed, and that she had long been planning to rip his jaws apart for his insolence. The provocation worked perfectly, and Mieng, succumbing to emotion, was ready to rush into the attack, confirming the accusations. But Mr. Tan grabbed his hand in time to prevent him from making the situation even worse. With a great sense of guilt, Mieng, with cold sweat on his face, began to justify himself to the mentor for not even looking in his direction. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Ha Jin-wol nevertheless decided to try to influence her, and firmly stated that Ms. Seo Moon had completely bewitched Ryu-sang. He then asked if this was truly all she could come up with for the final move. Maintaining extreme calm in a situation where she had a significant advantage, Ms. Hiran responded that the statements of the scientist of three minds were too harsh and unfounded. Minister Wang, deciding they shouldn't waste time on idle talk, ordered the foreman to complete the search and detain everyone, including Mr. Jin. Addressing the defense, he declared this the only way to avoid bloodshed. In response, the serious-minded Mr. Tang explained that they were on the Tang family's property, visiting the head of the House of 10,000 Poisons. He then asked if he didn't know that his actions amounted to an insult to the Tang family. With a haughty laugh, Dae-sen asked since when the Tang family had the right to dictate to the alliance representatives. He then threatened that if Ki-moon continued to refuse cooperation, he wouldn't care that he was the head of the House of 10,000 Poisons, and it wouldn't help him. Mu-won already understood that in this situation, talking meant nothing. Minister Wang was firm in his intentions and had no intention of backing down. Now the words of the head of the Iron Squad became more understandable. Earlier, Mr. Yang had asked the head of the Jin family whether he had bared his fangs too early, and also asked him to be careful with Minister Wang. Standing next to Dae-sen, Mu-won realized what his comrade was talking about. He smelled the same scent on the minister as he smelled on Jo Un-kun and the men following him. Now Mu-won had no doubt that the minister was behind Jo Un-kun and the two-headed demon organization. Whatever one might say, Un-kun turned out to be right, but his warning could not change the intentions of the head of the Jin family. Even if things had turned out differently, the Central Heavenly Alliance would have found a way to get to him and get rid of him. Realizing this, he turned to Seo and asked him to lead all his comrades outside the Central Heavenly Alliance. For the first time in his faithful service, Master Musang allowed himself to object. In response, Mu-won said, with a sense of guilt, that everyone had suffered because of him, so he was going to hold off the enemies in the residence until his comrades were safe. Seo Musang, trusting his master, listened to his words. Mu-won, pointing his blade at the Central Alliance's masters, thought that this was the price he had to pay for everyone suffering because of him. He believed he had to settle this matter right here. Minister Won was prepared for such events, or more precisely, he had been preparing for battle from the very beginning. He asked Mu-won if he really intended to make things worse for himself by starting a bloodbath. In response, Mr. Jin asked if the alliance didn't already have 100 reasons to get rid of him. Continuing to play his part, the hypocritical minister began to feign ignorance. He declared that, as minister, he couldn't remain calm, knowing that he, one of the 4 great demon lords of the Silent Night, had been brought into the Central Alliance. Mu-won, pointing his blade at them, understood that he was just a pathetic person in their eyes, so there was simply no other choice but to fight for his life. Looking coldly at the minister, he said that he had never done what he was accused of, after which he asked for at least some evidence of his guilt. While he continued to stall for time to give his comrades a chance to escape, he whispered to himself that Ha-sol was now just his woman with nowhere to return to. As evidence, the minister decided to use the words of Myung-ryu-san, who was a close associate of the accused. Mu-won replied that he couldn't believe that they would trust the words of such a reckless and stupid person. Furthermore, he was also surprised that, Based solely on the words of a former street thug, they brought an entire army to the residence of a great family to detain the head of the Jin family, while making an enemy out of the Tang family. Defending his position, Dae Sen asked why his comrades were running away, and Mu Wan himself was drawing his blade if he could have simply allowed them to conduct a thorough search to ensure their innocence. In response, Mu Wan reiterated his belief that the Alliance would definitely do everything possible to get rid of him in the future. He coldly stated that they would find the slightest trace of dirt on him and present it as a heinous crime. This was his rationale for their escape. Minister Wan no longer had any arguments or desire to continue their communication. He clearly didn't come here for conversation, so he decided not to waste time and, before giving the order to the masters, he repeated the words about Mu Wan being the son of his father, a traitor to the Central Alliance. After his order to capture the heir of the Jin family, all the masters rushed to attack without hesitation. By the time Mu Wan and the Alliance army began fighting, Hajin Wool and his comrades had already reached the ox and cart. The Scholar of Three Minds stood before the animal and began to convince it that it was a famous horse, used by renowned military leaders on the battlefield. To the animal's surprise, the madman's words worked like hypnosis and influenced the animal. The bull believed this and began to behave like a horse. Preparations were almost complete. The wagon had already been loaded with the necessary things for the journey, as well as the poison. One of the soldiers also carried Lady Ha-Sol, who remained unconscious. When Myung-Ryu-san climbed into the carriage, he continued to defend himself to his master, claiming he hadn't intended to tell him anything and that it had been an oversight. In response, Ki-moon calmly stated that he was certain his teachings weren't motivated by bad intentions, but simply a mistake. After this, Mr. Tan said that he considered himself the one who was most to blame for what happened, since he should not have allowed his student, who was not yet prepared for life in the Alliance, to leave the family residence. Mieng continued his speech with a cold sweat on his face, saying that he had held up well, but Heron kept teasing him, so he became too excited and let his guard down. Unable to bear this whining, the scientist of Three Minds decided to clarify the situation and said that although they found themselves in this situation because of Ryu-san's stupid talk, in fact, the culprit who put them all in danger was Mu Wan. According to him, Master Jin had seriously damaged the Alliance during the trial, and they were just waiting for a chance to counterattack. But he believed the issue wasn't so much their specific case as any minor oversight Mu Wan might have made. And yet, a recent encounter had taught him something important about the Lady of the West Gate. He believed that, although Seo Moon Hyereong thought she was in control of everything that happened, she was in fact nothing more than the minister's henchman and shield. The scientist realized that he had overestimated her, and that the demon he had seen in her several years ago was only the residual influence of her grandfather, the sage Seo Moon Hwa. Ms. Mireille, Mr. Tan, and Hajin Wool climbed onto the carriage and rode forward, guarded by Seo Musang and his comrades. Behind them, Myung-Ryu-sang kept the situation under control. Trying to leave the capital, Ki-moon shouted that the minister was mad for ignoring the power of their great family, and yet they had no choice but to maintain their innocence from now on. The Scholar of Three Minds asked his comrades to maintain their position that they had never allowed the White Knight Witch into their home. To everyone, he'd presented Ha-Sol as the simple woman of the Jin chieftain, with nowhere to return. Now he fully realized that his young master's unknown past was the real problem. While trying to keep up with the cart, Myung-Ryu-san continued to suffer from a deep sense of guilt. Calling himself a complete idiot, he wondered if all he could do was make life miserable for others. Looking around at the capital that had greeted him so warmly, he sadly thought that he had been wrong to think that his damned life would change. A moment later, a huge number of craftsmen appeared behind them, pursuing them on the orders of the minister. The situation worsened, and Seo Musang, realizing a fight was inevitable, reached for his blades. His loyal brothers signaled to each other that they needed to pay more attention to protecting the carriage. Mr. Tan was very wary of the situation, while Meyer, despite her anxiety, took out her kunai and prepared to defend herself. While the boys were trying to escape the confines of the Central Heavenly Alliance, Mu Wan continued to brutally deal with the enemies. There was no end to the Alliance's masters, but none of them could handle a monster like Chief Jin. Despite their numerical advantage, the Alliance fighters could not match the skill of their enemy. Even without using his 10,000 shadow techniques, Mu Wan was able to deal with his enemies without any problems. Yet he knew it wasn't enough. Although he resisted well even without using Qi, there was no end to the enemies. Fighting each one individually was no small task, and Mu Wan knew he should save his strength for the tougher enemies. Wielding his sword furiously, Mu Wan unleashed a massive attack of eternal darkness towards the crowd that was moving towards him. Dozens of craftsmen were seriously injured and blew up into the air. After this attack, Mu Wan walked forward, heading towards the minister and Ms. Hyeryong, who was being held back by Un Soso. Focusing on the enemies, Mu Wan walked forward again. A large number of craftsmen gathered around the minister and had no intention of retreating. All of them were destroyed by the instant attack of the heir of the Northern clan. Despite this, the minister did not even flinch and continued to stand calmly, several meters away from the bloodied master, who had just gotten rid of most of his fighters. But the moment Mu Wan called him a two-headed demon and asked why he didn't bring all his troops to this place, Minister Wang Daisen's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, a terrifyingly evil smile appeared on his face, and his eyes darkened, giving the minister a demonic appearance. He was intrigued by the fact that Mu Wan had discovered his identity. Calling the heir of the Northern clan an insolent bastard, the arrogant demon declared that everyone would be eliminated, both Mu Wan and anyone even slightly connected to him. He then asked if Jin truly didn't value his life, since he dared to even mention the name of their organization. In response, Master Jin coldly declared that the Central Heavenly Alliance was ruling the world with the help of filthy demon followers. He declared that he would reveal the truth about the organization behind Minister Dai Seni. But just as Mu Wan was about to launch an attack, demonic energy began to spread around the minister. Within a moment, demonic followers appeared around Mr. Wan, and Jo Un-kun stood in front of them. Confident in his superiority, the minister began to laugh subtly. Everything he'd arranged previously was calculated to require Mu Wan to expend a great deal of effort. The minister considered Jin Mu Wan a mere brat, so he saw no point in rushing things. Furthermore, the head of the Jin clan was young and unprepared for the Alliance's network to be far more robust and extensive than it appeared. Looking at his younger brother, Un-kun, who had a demonic gaze, said that he was not very happy that Mu Wan had created problems for himself. Seeing him in front of him, Mu Wan felt even more angry and called his older brother a two-headed demon. Un-kun, arms outstretched, said in the same friendly tone that he'd warned his brother of the danger. Then, with a wild smile, he asked why Mu Wan persisted in causing trouble and suggested that he simply missed his older brother deeply. After these words, the snow blade began to strongly resonate with the energy of its owner. Mu Wan was not surprised, because in front of him was the one who was responsible for the death of the tribe of the shaman, whose soul was contained in this blade. Addressing the snow blade, Mu Wan coldly said that the time for revenge had come. Immediately after these words, his blade began to release a large amount of energy. Behind him appeared the energy of a woman who wanted revenge. Unleashing the demonic energy from the blood of 10 women, Un-kun said that his younger brother's blade always caused a commotion whenever it appeared. As Mu Wan charged furiously, he asked who they were and what kind of demonic organization they belonged to. Also rushing into the attack, Un-kun replied that Minister Wang would be angry if he found out that he had spread secret information, but admitted that if his brother joined, then he would not mind. Finding himself next to Mu Wan, he shocked him with the words that they could be called the second quiet night. Mu Wan was confused by what he heard. Despite this, he did not loosen his grip, and the two powerful energies collided with incredible force, spreading destruction throughout everything around. After an evenly matched encounter, Un-kun jumped back and explained that the two-headed dragon was something of a backup plan in case the Silent Knight stopped following instructions. It turned out they were cultivating power, planting spies, and placing the right people in high positions. In addition, he also said that they are dealing with curious children like Mu-won. Un-kun then, with a wild, wide grin, declared that he had already answered all the questions. It turned out his father knew nothing about this, but the demonic bastard was keen for his younger brother to follow his example and join them. Despite Mu-won's deep condemnation, the demonic technique user still stated that they were always happy to have such martial artists. Releasing even more cursed chi, he said with a threatening look that if Mu-won refused, then he would have to kill him with his own hands, as he knew too much. Mu-won, consumed by rage, said that he would never join the side of someone who killed innocent people in order to master forbidden arts. In response, Un-kun, with a piercing gaze, asked what Mu-won had been doing all this time and whether he really thought he was different from him. After these words, he invited his younger brother to look around the battlefield, where the martial artists he had mercilessly slain lay. He also said he was sure the holy man had never counted how many he had disposed of since his arrival in this world. Mu-won, shocked by the reality of the situation, continued to succumb to his older brother's manipulation. Un-kun made it clear he was deluding himself if he thought this was a defense. When pondering the question of whether he himself had killed innocent people, Un-kun replied that he had not, because by that logic, he was also defending himself, because his enemies also raised arms against him when they came for his head for their own gain. Recalling the past, when the Northern Heavenly Clan, who had protected the Central Plains for 100 years, was stabbed in the back by those they had so protected, Un-kong said that no matter how much time passed, the rules did not change, and the weak would become prey to the strong. Mu-won himself understood that in this world, there truly was no absolute evil or absolute righteousness. Un-gong continued to point out that Chief Jin had become a true predator and had begun ruling before he realized it. With a demonic gaze and a mad smile, the elder brother guessed that Mu-won was also becoming addicted to the feeling of power and was unconsciously enjoying it, as every swing of his sword ended with everyone around him turning into sliced tofu. Remarking that Jin also enjoyed such pleasures, the demonic brother inquired about the differences between them. Un-kun believed that although Mu-won might disagree, he was a true devil among devils, enjoying the taste of blood. Mu-won, overcome by the wrath of his blade and his own hatred, calmly replied that his elder brother was right as always. Gripping his blade with both hands, he declared himself a monster, one who had spilled too much blood. He even admitted that he was a pathetic and weak man, unable to control the events of his life. As he charged, he shouted that despite this, he understood that fighting to protect and fighting to take away were two completely different things. In response, the master of the forbidden demonic arts shouted that Mu-won was full of contradictory hypocrisy. In a sense, Un-kun was right, but he did not take into account the fact that his younger brother was not acting solely for his own interests. Meanwhile, his comrades continued to desperately fight against their pursuers, and Seo Mu-sang demonstrated the power of his azure cloud sword technique. Addressing his brothers, he gave the order to put their lives on the line to protect their master's comrades. Despite the difficult situation, the boys continued to shed blood without fearing for their own lives. Ha Jin-wol continued to analyze the situation. He had previously prepared for their grand battle with the Alliance, but there were 3 points he hadn't taken into account. There was the Master's woman, Ryu San's damned large company, and the fact that the enemy had attacked much faster than expected. He couldn't even imagine that such unexpected factors would lead them to this situation. Realizing he was still strategically inferior to his enemies, the scientist firmly promised himself he wouldn't repeat the same mistake again once they got out of this place alive and began preparing for the future. At the time, Ki-moon was convinced that the Central Heavenly Alliance was determined to kill them all, leaving no witnesses. He understood they had no time to consider their options. He couldn't imagine helping his comrades, as his poison was too dangerous. Ms. Tang tried her best to fight off her pursuers using her kunai. She asked her uncle to stay behind her so as not to be exposed to danger from the Alliance Masters. Ryu-san, who possessed impressive strength, fought with his bare fists, also afraid to use poison near his comrades. But there were so many enemies that it seemed there was no end to them. The Tang family disciple, deeply guilty, knew that the situation was extremely difficult. Mr. Tan and his niece Mireille were under threat, as maintaining such a large number of masters was too difficult a task. But fortunately, they were already very close to the outer gates of the Central Alliance territory. At that moment, a crazy idea occurred to the boy. He suddenly turned his back on the enemies and began to catch up with the cart. As he ran closer, he grabbed the huge vessels of his teacher's poison. Mr. Kimoon managed to notice what had happened. Looking at his student, he asked in confusion with a shout what he was doing. Mieng Ryu-san, holding 2 large vessels of poison under his arms, suddenly stopped with his back to the cart. Looking around, he shouted to the mentor that he would try to buy them as much time as possible, after which he asked them to be careful and not to linger. Mr. Tan couldn't believe that Mieng would act so recklessly and madly. He desperately screamed that Ryu-san had to stop, as there were too many enemies for him to defeat alone. In response, Ryu-san urged the Scholar of 3 Minds to restrain his mentor, lest he do anything foolish. Finally, the mad bloodhound promised his mentor not to worry, as he would soon catch up with them. No matter how desperately Mr. Tang pleaded with him, it would not bring any results. As he distanced himself from his student, Ki-moon began to blame himself for failing to dispel his student's deep sense of guilt. At that moment, he was helpless and could do nothing about the fact that the student was left behind. The determined Mieng Ryu-san followed them with his eyes until the very end to make sure they were safe. Countless masters with incredible bloodlust approached the gate. But having placed the vessels with poison, Mieng Ryu-san blocked the exit. A lone warrior was about to hold off an entire army with his own hands. With a cold and determined gaze, he said that from now on, no one would pass through these gates, and he, Mieng Ryu-san, would finish off anyone who tried to come close. Seeing the overconfident masters, relying on their numerical advantage, advancing forward, Mieng Ryu-san furiously shouted that they would regret ever daring to confront the great Tang family. Using his poison control technique, he sent a multitude of furious gas animals towards the enemies. The enemy masters had no chance to resist an attack that was impossible to block with their skill level. Some of the enemies who stood in front were already neutralized, and due to the amount of poison they had absorbed, began to fall to the ground. Those who survived became a new target for the mad bloodhound. Concentrating on the poison, Mieng once again directed a massive amount of the corrosive gas at the enemies. It was very difficult to resist his skill. But the fighters of the Central Heavenly Alliance relied on their numbers. Mieng Ryu-san decided to rush forward to finish off with his bare hands those masters who managed to break through his poison technique. His close combat skills amazed the masters who could do nothing to him using blades. Even when several furious Alliance masters advanced, Mieng Ryu-san remained unwavering in his cool head. The swift blade attacks that his enemies attempted were no match for him. Even fighting barehanded, he was far superior to those he faced. Using the power of poison, he strengthened his attacks and easily incapacitated his opponents. While he had no difficulty in a one-on-one fight, he felt that controlling so many enemies at once was no easy task. Some of the enemies decided not to risk their lives in battle with him and ran towards the outer wall of the Central Heavenly Alliance, bypassing the gate. But even they had no chance of avoiding the poison, which could be controlled from a distance using the Tang family's technique. Mieng Ryu-san, trying to control all possible areas through which the enemies could break through, did not notice how one of the masters appeared behind him and cut him on the back. Dodging the next attack, he furiously dealt with the insolent fellow with poison. Clutching his wound to slow the blood loss, he wasn't at all aware of the terrifyingly difficult nature of his situation. The only thing he could think of was that what was happening was the result of his own carelessness. Charging furiously, he called himself a bastard and blamed his own chatter for putting the others in danger. A deep sense of guilt prevented him from concentrating on the battle. He noticed again that he had missed several enemies to the wall. The masters who managed to avoid him still tried to climb the fence so they could continue their pursuit of the Tang family without hindrance. With a trembling hand, Mieng Ryu-san stopped them again with poison. Distracted by the wall, he again missed several more enemy attacks. Several masters rushed at him at the same time and inflicted several wounds. Ryu-san was furious, but being a mad bloodhound, he did not stop and angrily shouted that he would tear everyone to pieces. After saying these words, he once again spread an incredible amount of poison, affecting a huge area of enemies around him. Ms. Heron and Minister One watched their plan unfold calmly. Right before their eyes, the two brothers clashed with terrifying force. At that moment, the daughter of the Western Gate family was disturbed by one of the masters who was pursuing Chief Jin's comrades. The man reported anxiously that the fugitives had passed through the central gate, but the rabid bloodhound remained and was not letting anyone through. Their forces had to split up to bypass the gate. Hearing that the pursuit had suffered because of the poison master, Lady Heron ordered more masters to be brought in, saying that they could not allow any of the fugitives to leave the Central Heavenly Alliance. Turning to Sister Yoon, Heron asked her to personally deal with the mad bloodhound. Yoon Soso, the Seo Moon family's best guard, vowed to deal with the enemy most brutally and rip out his tongue. She was so determined because, from the very beginning, she had dreamed of making Myung Ryu-san answer for his insolence toward her mistress. Mu Wan and his brother, who used demonic techniques, fought on equal terms. Watching the battle, Ms. Heron was certain that the man emitting terrifying energy was Jo Eun-kun. She had known the eldest son of one of the great four northern heavens for a long time, but she did not understand when he had managed to change so much. The terrifying unknown energy that emanated from the air of the demonic fist caused some fear in her. Moreover, she was also concerned about the fact that Eun-kun reported directly to Minister Wang. Mr. Dae Sen, noticing her intense gaze, laughed and suggested she was curious about the mysterious inner energy possessed by the master who could fight on equal terms with Mu Wan. He then remarked that she was probably surprised that despite being one of the smartest people on Earth, she still didn't know so much. Hiding his demonic gaze, he said that the best was yet to come, so the lady should enjoy the show. He calmly remarked that the Central Celestial Alliance's network was strong and extensive, so this wasn't all there was to be surprised about, for someone even more mysterious would soon appear. The minister's mysterious words intrigued the lady, but she continued to coldly analyze the situation, realizing that she did not know everything that was really going on. While continuing to fight, the mad Eun-kun continued to try to convince his younger brother that they were the same. Sticking his tongue out at Chief Jin, the demonic bastard offered him a look at the results of his killing intent. The surface around them was covered in the blood of the masters who had tried to capture Mu Wan. In just a moment, this blood began to tremble. Eun-kun shouted with a wild look that his skill was strengthened on such battlefields. Raising his hands up, the crazy elder brother began to use the demonic art of the blood cross, collecting all the blood around him. Mu Wan was shocked by this sudden turn of events, as everything around him was becoming dangerous. In just a moment, countless attacks of blood infused with demonic energy were directed at him. A powerful attack washed over Jin's head like a wave, and he disappeared from sight. Turning to his younger brother, the mad demon said he knew it wouldn't be enough to stop Mu Wan. In reality, he simply wanted to show off his new skills. His words turned out to be true, as Mu Wan broke through the blood technique in just an instant. Looking into the cold eyes of the heir of the northern clan, the follower of the demonic cult laughed and shouted that such a perfect killer would not fall from such a simple attack. In order not to remain constantly on the defensive, Mu Wan used the 10,000 shadow techniques and rushed at the enemy with a powerful attack. The clash of blood and shadow techniques spread destruction throughout the entire Tang residence. Mu Wan easily overcame the blood attacks aimed at him. Having broken through the enemy's defenses, he moved to close range and carried out an attack while in the air. Using the power of the snowflower, he accelerated and quickly struck the opponent. Kun, unable to withstand such pressure, took several blows, which left wounds on his body. The demonic art of the blood cross was truly terrifying, but Mu Wan was able to dodge it, avoiding vital points. He needed the energy support of his cursed blade to fight his opponent on equal terms. For the first time in a long time of using his demonic techniques, Kun felt the pain of injury. Charging furiously, he screamed madly that his elder brother had shed his precious blood. Powering the technique with his own blood, he created an even more destructive whirlwind with the attack. Mu Wan was forced to defend himself. He withstood the blow, but was thrown to the side. As he glided across the surface, he was focused on Kun's movements, but suddenly collided with someone standing behind him. Looking back, he was shocked by such a sudden meeting. The demon of chaos, Tai Mu Kang, appeared before him, a meeting with whom 7 years ago became fateful for him. The huge monster, possessing terrifying strength, looked down at Mu Wan and said that it had been a long time since they last met. With a satisfied look, the demon said that the heir of the northern clan had grown greatly since the last time they saw each other. He then asked how long ago it had been since they had clashed in battle. Mu Wan couldn't believe that this terrifying monster, one of the instigators of the internal conflict of the Silent Night, would suddenly appear inside the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Tai Mu Kang is known to hunt martial artists like the 4 great demon lords. No one knew anything about him, so they thought he was a creature of the Silent Night. But now Mu Wan realizes this terrifying monster obeys the minister's orders. Angrily addressing the demon, Mu Wan asked if he belonged to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Looking up at the sky, Tai Mu Kang replied that he didn't belong to anyone, but since he had acquired an invulnerable body, he was left with no choice, and now he had to follow the will of the bastards who made him like that. Unsure how this had happened, Mu Wan asked in confusion what it all meant. At that moment, Kun was already approaching him. The elder brother, addressing the heir of the northern clan, suggested that he end everything right there. The situation became even worse as Mu Wan was now forced to fight against 2 monsters with demonic techniques at the same time. Mrs. Heron, who saw this demon for the 2nd time in her life, could not contain her emotions. 7 years ago, when they tried to sneak out of the Azure Dragon Association to reach the Northern Heavenly Clan, this terrifying monster suddenly appeared and attacked them. She will never forget what happened that day. During their meeting, Mr. Shim became enraged by what was happening, as the Chaos Demon had crushed his younger sister into dust with a single wave of his hand. Furthermore, the members of the Azure Dragon were unfortunate enough to encounter the only being in the world they believed capable of defeating the invincible legend, their leader, Dam So Jiang. Now, Lady Heron saw the bitter truth with her own eyes. The appearance of a suspicious organization protecting her and the minister, the demonic arts of the son of the demonic fist, and the chaos demons subservient to the minister all told her she knew nothing about Murim. With a cold sweat running down her face, the daughter of the Western Gate, shocked by what was happening, asked the minister what was going on with her words about whether the chaos demon really belonged to the Central Alliance. In response, Minister Wan playfully declared that everything was exactly as she saw it. With a sly smile on his face, he said that the Chaos Demon was not actually part of any organization, but was simply a demonic creature that carried out the will of a certain person. When Heron asked who he was talking about, Mr. Descend clarified that he was talking about the true ruler of Murim. He also suggested that if she was truly so curious, she should ask her grandfather. According to him, the sage Seo Moon Hua was the closest to the truth about their world, so he could give her answers to all the questions that troubled her. A shocked Heron, realizing that the horrific events of 7 years ago were the work of the Alliance itself, asked what the hell was going on in this world. In response, the minister reminded her again that Murim was much larger and deeper than she had ever imagined. In the depths of this world, incredible things unfold, beyond the realm of imagination. The minister believed that Murim was best defined as a world of the abyss, a darkness unknown to most. Having revealed the horrifying truth, the leader of the demonic organization asked Heron if she truly believed he was unaware of their plans to create a new Murim. He knew full well that Heron had allowed the celestial sage Dam So-jong to become their leader in order to achieve this. Looking at the lady, who was trembling with fear, the minister declared that he knew everything, but the ruler of the world was eager to see what the association and Master Dam could achieve. He then suggested that she abandon her charming dream of creating a new order and begin quietly cooperating and adapting. As an example, he cited Seo Manhwa, who is closest to the ruler, as doing just that. The minister mentioned that if the association did so, they would certainly be helped to reach the level of the 9 heavens and would be revered more than heroes. The ruler himself wanted them to lead the next era. After finishing his story for Lady Heron, Minister One addressed the Chaos Demon, saying that he was sorry that he had to be disturbed so soon after he woke up after 7 years of long sleep. Looking around, Tai Mu Kang angrily replied that he'd tear the minister's mouth off if he continued with such nonsense. He asked them to cede formality, as they both knew his awakening was necessary to eliminate those who threatened their power. While warming up, the demon was surprised that 7 whole years had passed since his last battles. Both terrifying monsters began to unleash their demonic energy. Before attacking, the Chaos Demon declared his eagerness to see how much the child from the Northern Heavenly Clan had grown. Kong, for his part, simply apologized to his older brother and moved forward. Analyzing the situation, Muwan knew that it would not be easy for him, because the demon's martial art was as strange and dangerous as the art of the cross. Within a moment, his opponents had disappeared from sight. Muwan immediately jumped back to avoid their attack. However, the enemies turned out to be incredibly fast, and within a moment they were targeting him. The first blow from the Chaos Demon was successfully blocked. A moment later, Kun tried to strike Master Jin with his claws using the energy of the Blood Cross, but Mu Wan managed to dodge. Even though Mu Wan had successfully defended himself against their initial attacks, it was incredibly difficult to compete against 2 enemies of that level at the same time. Master Jin was unable to cope with the speed of the Chaos Demon, who rushed to attack again, after which both enemies dealt him a heavy blow, causing the surface to collapse with a huge roar. After a powerful combined attack, Tae Mu Kong called the stranger a complete madman, studying the demonic art of the Blood Cross. The younger Jo Kun expressed his respect, then remarked that anyone who mastered the demonic arts of the Purgatory of Chaos was a monster, just as much as he was. When the dust settled, they noticed that Mu Wan had managed to escape. Tai Mu Kang was surprised and laughed, remembering that the boy from the Northern Clan was just as fast as he had been the last time they met. Fighting Mu Wan reminded him of hunting a rat. The Chaos Demon then inquired why Kong was with the minister. Master Zhou replied that he had learned much from Master Wang, and that he had studied the arts of his own free will. Yet, despite their shared goal, they had no particular desire to become more like each other, or to unite. Looking around, the Chaos Demon and the demonic arts disciple saw their opponent moving with incredible speed among the ruined buildings of the Tang residence. Watching Mu Wan, the Chaos Demon noticed that his memories were usually a little muddled, but this guy from the Northern Clan was someone he remembered quite clearly. Mr. Jin was unable to block the combined attack of 2 monsters, causing his condition to worsen. He knew the longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. Watching his enemies, he determined to finish them off with one attack as quickly as possible. As he charged, he sent slicing shadows with a huge area of effect at his enemies. But even such a large-scale attack was not enough. The enemies somehow managed to break through his darkness. The situation became even worse, as the attack that Mu Wan had spent a lot of energy on, hoping to get rid of both enemies at once, turned out to be ineffective. Demon Tay and the demon cult follower continued their furious attacks, not giving Mu Wan a second to think. The pressure from the two terrifying monsters was so great that the heir of the northern clan was forced to only defend himself, slowly retreating back. The Chaos Demon's heavy blows were what prevented Mu Wan from focusing on changing her position. At the same time, Unkun was so fast that after each blow from the demon, he managed to find himself behind the heir of the northern clan. While parrying one attack, Mu Wan was immediately faced with an attack from a second opponent. At one point, he found himself in such a difficult situation that he could barely hold back the simultaneous attack of the Chaos Demon and Jo Unkun. Tae-mu Kang, believing this to be the end of the battle, was amazed at how long their enemy had been able to hold out. The elder brother of the heir of the northern clan thought with a smug and cunning smile that in just a moment he would get rid of the threat to the world order, as well as the vengeful spirit that had already gotten to him quite a bit. Although the demonic power users were already confident that their battle was over, Mu Wan, despite the incredible pressure from the enemies, could not allow himself to fail. Feeling enraged, he released a huge amount of dark energy, scattering the enemies in different directions. Without wasting any time, he once again aimed his blade at the Chaos Demon, using the sky-destroying Shadow Blade technique. Sensing this danger, Unkun, who was next to the Chaos Demon, decided to jump to the side. Tae-mu Kang single-handedly began to block the huge attack with terrifying power. While holding back the attack, he shouted with joyful excitement that he had not faced an attack for a long time, which did not allow his immortal body to heal. He'd long awaited this moment of intense combat, but instead, he unleashed the demonic arts of the origins of Chaos Purgatory. Repelling Master Jin's attack with his own energy, he shouted that while he wanted to finally be free, he wouldn't let him be rid of him so easily. The warriors with terrifying force once again unleashed their strongest attacks, continuing to create chaos in the territory of the former residents of the Tang family. Mu Wan continued to furiously direct his energy towards the enemy in order to deal with him here and now. Focusing on the Chaos Demon, he completely forgot that it was not his only enemy. At that moment, he felt the vengeful spirit of the Snowflower asking him to look around. Unkun, using the blood-cross demonic art, said with an arrogant look and a certain pity that if Mu Wan had listened to him earlier, this would not have happened. In just a moment, Mu Wan froze in place, his leg grabbed by Unkun with a bloody technique. Distracted by his younger brother, he missed the fact that the Chaos Demon had already dealt with his attack. Using the demonic cyclones of chaos, Tae-mu Kang rushed towards him with a furious cry. Despite the pain from his wounds, he shouted with maddened admiration that the spawn of the northern clan was one of the few whose death he would like to enjoy. He was unable to finish his sentence and strike the heir of the northern clan, because a moment later he felt a heavy blow from the divine fist technique. The celestial sage Dam. Sojong unexpectedly joined the battle and, as expected, chose as his opponent the Chaos Demon that nearly killed him 7 years ago. Appearing on the battlefield, he was shocked to see within the Central Heavenly Alliance the one he had long wanted to destroy. Mu Wan couldn't believe that at such a moment he would receive support from this person. This all happened at a time when the occultists, Minister Wan and Mrs. Heron, already thought that the heir of the northern clan was finished. The appearance of the heavenly sage infuriated the minister, as this was not part of his plans. Mrs. Heron could not believe it, and said that this could only have happened if he had managed to deal with the bandits in such a short period of time. Turning to the daughter of the Western Gate, the minister asked in a displeased tone what was going on and how he had ended up there, despite the fact that she claimed to have taken care of the problem. Seeing his plans begin to crumble, he angrily declared that he had placed his hopes on Heron, even though he knew she wasn't up to the level of her grandfather, which was one of the heavens. And yet, he couldn't even imagine the difference between them being so great. Minister Wan, knowing her weaknesses, pressed on her self-doubt, saying that he now realized that the idea that she was the smartest in the world was wrong. Turning his gaze away from her, he wondered why he felt that the younger generation was worse than the older one. Watching the events on the battlefield with arrogance, the minister said that Madame Herein had disappointed him. Biting her lip nervously, the daughter of the Western Gate apologized and promised that it would not happen again. As soon as the minister finished speaking, her lover's anger fell upon her. Master Dam, noticing her presence, shouted her name without turning around, saying that she had sent him to eliminate the bandits in Anhui province to carry out her plans. He explained that he had been working on the task when an elder approached him and reported a horror within the Alliance's territory. As expected, the old man who informed him of this was Storm Lord Nun Gong Hui. Calling on the young master for help was the only thing she could do for the heir of the northern clan in such a situation. When he returned, he couldn't believe what was happening here without Heron's participation. Confused, Heron, who could not even allow such a thing to happen, tried to justify herself with a trembling voice, but Master Dam did not listen to her, and with a terrifyingly cold look said that they would talk about this later. Heron couldn't believe her plans were crumbling before her eyes. Minister Wande Sung decided to intervene and, addressing the alliance leader, explained that they were engaged in urgent matters. He argued that what was happening could shake the foundations of the Central Celestial Alliance, so he should not interfere while the criminal's punishment was being carried out. In response, Mr. Dam asked what they would do if he did not obey them in this troubled time when the army of the Silent Night was beginning its offensive and a detachment of invaders had just set off to war. With a disapproving look, he asked if they really thought it wise to deploy several hundred martial artists against a single criminal right in the middle of the Central Heavenly Alliance, when they were threatened by the Quiet Night. Incidentally, he also asked what the Chaos Demon was doing there. With a menacing glare, the demonic bastard De Sen asked if Dam intended to defy the Central Alliance's orders. He warned that, even though he was the hero of Murim and a disciple of one of the 9 heavens, the consequences of disobedience would reach even him, and it would be difficult to cope with them. With a smile on his face, the master replied that if they were going to punish him for interfering, he would take it for granted. In his defense, he asked if the minister was sure that Dam Chok Shim of the 9 heavens would simply sit idly by when he learned how his heir was treated. With a sly smile, he said that although he was not on the best terms with his father, he could ask him for a little help in such an exceptional situation. Interrupting the conversation with a quiet laugh, the minister admitted he never expected to hear those words from the all-powerful Master So Chon. He then remarked that the heavenly sage didn't yet know what the true Murim was like. After stopping using his demonic energy, Minister Wong tried to explain that the heavenly sage's father did not have any special attention. However, Master Dam wasn't even going to listen to him. Pointing his finger in their direction, he shouted that he knew very well what the real Murim was like. He claimed that they supposedly stood for justice, but in reality, the alliance was rotten to the core and not who they claimed to be. After these words, he loudly declared that with the help of his power, he was going to create a new Murim. After hearing the seriousness of the young master's intentions with incredible force, the minister, trembling with excitement, looked at him with demonic eyes and said that it seemed he could not simply ignore such a person who was going against the will of heaven. Grimacing in response, Master Dam showed his fist and said that he would do what he thought was right. Returning to the battle, he addressed the heir of the northern clan, saying he needed to clarify some details, after which he apologized for Lady Seo Moon's actions. He also mentioned that he hadn't expected the head of the Jin clan to cause further problems for himself. In response, Mu Wan thanked him for his help, but warned that it was his personal business, and he did not want to drag Master Dam into this situation and put him in an awkward position. There was no time to think. The enemies were already approaching, so Master Dam turned to Mu Wan and said that he also had personal motives. Looking at the Chaos Demon, he said that he also needed to settle scores with one monster. Adjusting his jaw, Tae Mu Kang said he remembered who he was dealing with. He said he'd taken a hit from the brat, who had used divine radiance maneuvers against him 7 years ago. Warming his fists with anticipation, the threatening yet joyful Master Dam said they hadn't seen each other since his crushing defeat. He went on to explain how he'd been diligently searching for him after 7 years of solitary training, but hadn't expected to see him here. When asked who he really was, Tae-Mu Kang replied with a crazy smile that there was a certain order, so the brat had to line up and wait until he finished fighting the guy from the northern clan. Showing his incredible thirst for battle, Dam So-jong menacingly said that he was burning with the desire to settle accounts with the Chaos Demon right now. After these words, Mu-won and So-chun took a step towards those they were going to fight. Looking at the Chaos Demon, the leader of the Azure Dragon Association respectfully addressed the head of the Jin clan. He asked him to do him a favor in return and give him the opportunity to fight the one who had crushed him 7 years ago. In return, he promised that he would not interfere with him settling scores with the demonic man he had fought earlier. Mu-won was not opposed to this, but warned him that he would get into trouble if he did so. Knowing that Master Dam was not about to miss such an opportunity, the heir of the northern clan warned him to be careful. After these words, they rushed into the attack with incredible speed. With a cry that he had waited for this day his entire life, Master Dam aimed his divine fist at the Chaos Demon. Using the Chaos Whirlwind, Mu Chang laughed with anticipation and said that he was eager to see how much his worthy opponent had grown. Two masters with terrifying strength clashed in battle 7 years later. The first blow of both fighters was equal in force. However, Master Dam had not fought with fighters like him for a long time. After he clashed with the enemy with his divine fist, he decided not to waste time and grabbed his arms. The pressure was simply incredible, but the heavenly sage put in a lot of effort to overcome the enemy. For the first time in 10 years, the Chaos Demon felt himself inferior in terms of brute force. However, the trembling in his hands was not what could stop him. The experienced fighter took advantage of the moment and delivered a powerful headbutt to his opponent. Master Dam didn't expect such a dirty trick, but it reminded him who he was fighting against. In response, he struck the Chaos Demon's torso. But as it turned out, Tae-Mu Kang managed to block it with his bare hand. Fighting him without using divine radiance maneuvers was pointless. Having not felt the blow from the heavenly sage, the Demon T dealt him another blow to the face. A good slap brought Master Dam to his senses, and he got serious about the battle. Concentrating the energy of the divine radiance maneuvers into his fists, Dam So-jong charged forward with a fierce gaze. Without waiting for the enemy to strike, Mu-kang also pounced on the enemy, concentrating the energy of the demonic arts of the origins of the purgatory of chaos in his hands. The Chaos Demon felt that his opponent was no longer the same as he had been 7 years ago. The heavenly sage appeared before them in a literally new guise thanks to his long training. With a furious cry, they used their terrifying techniques. The powerful clash of two energies once again turned the battlefield into a real devastation. Meanwhile, Mu-won, using the energy of darkness, once again rushed at his elder brother, who was using demonic blood arts. They both took this battle seriously. Un-kun, with a menacing glare, asked if the arrival of a trusted friend had truly bolstered the confidence of the head of the Jin family. After these words, he tried to strike the face of the heir of the northern clan with his claws. Mu-won barely managed to dodge, receiving only a small cut on his face. After the failed attack, he changed his stance and quickly turned his sword to use a quick attack. The overconfident Un-kun, rushing into the attack, shouted that Mu-won had only postponed the moment of his defeat, because even a heavenly sage would not be able to so easily deal with the chaos demon Tae-Mu Kang. With a terrifying thirst for blood, the brothers rushed at each other. Mu-won, who had previously changed his grip, was able to plunge his blade into Un-kun's body, while he himself suffered a severe cut in the left hypochondrium. Joe, Un-kun, feeling the deep wound from the stab wound, cried out in pain. But in this situation, he remained confident, seeing that Mu-won was also seriously injured and winced in pain, holding back the bleeding. With a sly smile on his face, he said that Mu-won had miscalculated, because due to this attack, he had lost his sword. Reaching for the snowblade, Unkun arrogantly asked if the warrior could cope without his sword. But after a moment, he felt that his body began to be filled with some kind of cold, terrifying energy. Due to the energy of the snowblade, he was unable to move his body. In just a moment, he realized what was happening. An aura of a snowblade belonging to a shaman appeared next to him. Joe. Unkun encountered her power again, but this time, she put him in a difficult situation. Looking towards the blade, he saw the face of the shaman, who could not contain her emotions of hatred towards the one who cruelly destroyed their peaceful tribe. A moment later, Mu-Wan, without a blade in his hands, demonstrated with a terrifying look that he was capable of fighting even with his fists. The demonic cult member was shocked to realize what his younger brother was about to do. Seeing Mu-Wan's movements, he remembered that they were similar to one of his father's techniques. It is a terrifying, destructive power that he never managed to master. Mu-Wan furiously used the Endless Fist of Destruction technique that belonged to Joe's demonic fist. Unable to defend himself, Unkun was shocked by what was happening and could only assume that Mu-Wan had mastered such a terrifying technique during the fight with his father. The fact that his younger Jin had managed to use it began to sow deep resentment in his soul because he considered it madness and a scam. In the last moment before the blow, Unkun thought that he hated geniuses because he himself had suffered so much and endured his father's beatings for more than 10 years in order to master his martial arts, but he still had not fully mastered such techniques. The fist technique strike performed by the heir of the Northern clan was so powerful that it was in no way inferior to the destructive blows from the battle between So-chan and the Chaos Demon. After this terrifying blow, the snowblade was in the air. Mu-Wan, without wasting any time, rushed towards him. Grabbing the blade, he rushed with terrifying speed at the stunned opponent, who could only continue to defend himself after the destructive fist, a technique of his father. Unkun said with hatred that he was impressed that Mu-Wan was able to copy the demonic fist technique. Yet he, in a difficult situation, said that the destructive power of this strike was at an average level, since Mu-Wan was not a true user of their family techniques. Mu-Wan ignored his babble and furiously rushed into the attack, not holding back the energy of the vengeful spirit of his blade. Using the energy of the demonic blood art, Unkun shouted that he would eagerly await the moment when his despicable little brother tried to take away his art as well. In just a moment, Mu-Wan was right behind him. His attack was much faster than Unkun had expected. The user of the demonic power of the Blood Cross failed to block this blow and lost his arm. Meanwhile, the battle at the outer gate of the Central Heavenly Alliance continued. The Mad Bloodhound continued to resist with all his might, not letting the Alliance masters through the gate. The trembling killers, who seemed to have no end, continued to move forward, trying to get rid of the fighter with terrifying endurance. Mieng Ryu-san, despite his terrible condition and numerous wounds, stood firm until the end. His determination was something that made the masters of the Alliance tremble before they could move forward. Before them were countless bodies of comrades who had dared to fight the Mad Bloodhound. Mieng Ryu-san, despite the insane pain, still stood firm and did not even intend to retreat, although he had already given his comrades enough time to escape. At one point, the bodyguard of the Western Gate family arrived on the battlefield and ordered the masters to disperse. The trembling masters, who were afraid to engage in battle with the Mad Bloodhound, recognized Lady So-So and began to whisper that she was the best guardian of the Seo Moon family, as well as one of the 7 lesser heavens. The arrogant spearmaster, approaching Mieng Ryu-san, said that the day had come when she would finally beat the nonsense out of the mad dog. In response, Ryu-san urged her to come closer and asked how she dared speak without Lady Heron's permission. Despite his condition, he boldly declared that he would do it without any problem, as he intended to become one of the 7 lesser heavens. At the same time, Mu-Wan, who was inside the Tang family's residence, had finished his attack and didn't even think about turning around to face the despicable enemy. Grasping his grave injury, the demonic arts practitioner turned to the head of the Jin family and said that he was quite the villain, Addressing Mu Wan as his younger brother, he said that he had spied on him so diligently in the harsh north with the Jin clan that now he found it hard to believe how he had brought himself to inflict such a serious wound on him. Just a moment after those words were spoken, Un-kun felt a sharp pain in his stomach from the opening of the second wound that Mu Wan had inflicted on him. Master Zhou fell to the ground clutching his head, exhausted from the loss of blood. Mu Wan, having defeated his older brother, felt no sympathy towards him, only disgust. Holding his blade with both hands, he asked the avenging spirit to calm down. In this situation, they couldn't mindlessly continue to cut up the enemy's body, no matter how much the snowflower wanted to. Moreover, the battle was not over yet, because the Chaos Demon continued to resist. Moreover, Mr. Dam experienced some difficulties and once again missed a heavy blow. His fighting spirit did not wane, and in the heat of battle, the leader of the Azure Dragon Association even managed to express surprise that the monster he was fighting was not getting weaker. In just a moment, the enemy was behind him and ready to strike. Master Dam did not expect this. Looking around, he realized that he was too late, and this blow would certainly reach him. But at the very last moment, Mu Wan appeared behind him and blocked the Chaos Demon's furious fist. Tai Mu Kong didn't expect that the brat from the Northern Heavenly Clan would continue fighting again. Now, for the first time since the incident began, the situation has changed in favor of the heir of the Northern Clan. Mu Wan and his comrade Dam Sojong, using their powerful techniques, simultaneously attacked the Chaos Demon that obeys the will of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Feeling the threatening power of the Northern Clan's heir's darkness and the power of the Heavenly Sage's divine radiance maneuvers, he shouted with admiration and laughter that it seemed like his time had come to bid farewell to his life during such an incredible battle. Like a true warrior, he gathered the last of his terrifying power from the purgatory of chaos and shouted that he would put his whole soul into one last attack. Mu Wan and So Chun rushed forward in a joint attack with a furious cry. Although the Chaos Demon understood that his situation was dire, he did not even think of retreating and rushed into the attack. The clash of three incredible martial arts caused a powerful outbreak. The destructive power was so strong that it spread throughout the entire residence, creating a huge destructive vortex. For the first time in decades, Tai Mu Kang was stunned and lay motionless among a mountain of stones. Mu Wan and So Chung were not particularly injured, but they felt very exhausted after using such powerful techniques. Despite the danger, Master Dam warned that he would remain here to keep an eye on the enemy, as the Chaos Demon possessed an immortal body, meaning he could regenerate and rise again. He asked Chief Jin to entrust him with this matter and leave the Central Alliance. Mu Wan wanted to object, but Dam Sojong replied that there was no need to worry, as he was honored to be the man who had decided to train alone because of this opponent. He then reminded Chief Jin that he had others worth protecting. Finally, the Heavenly Sage, addressing Mu Wan as his comrade, suggested that they meet more simply to build a new Murim, where justice would reign. Mu Wan couldn't argue with such a noble man's decision, so, addressing him as the association's leader, he thanked him for his support as well as for helping him with the previous incident. The Northern Clan's heir promised to repay him for everything he had done. Mr. Dam, after listening to his words, only nodded silently in response with a kind smile on his face. The situation was so difficult that Mu Wan was forced to listen to his words. The heir of the Northern Clan, having defeated the terrifying enemies, went on to find his comrades. As the Heavenly Sage had said, the Chaos Demon's motionless state was only temporary. Within a moment, his lifeless body began to recover, and he began to breathe again. Un-kun, lying on the ground with a serious wound, attracted the attention of his charges. The two masters from the two-headed demon organization ran towards their master with concern to help him survive. Despite his grave condition, Un-kun urged his comrades to pursue the criminal. The soldiers, trying to stop their leader's bleeding, said they would immediately begin carrying out the order as soon as his condition was stabilized. A moment later, they heard the minister's order, so one of them quickly began pursuing the fugitive. Un-kun, lying on the ground, suddenly turned to the old man who remained where he was. Grabbing his arm tightly, the leader of the two-headed demon cult said that he was sorry. The old man's face broke out in cold sweat, as he did not understand what was being said. In just a moment, Unkun used his power and began to suck the life force out of his comrade. Having taken the life of his subordinate, Unkun, licking his lips, showed the last of his human emotions and shed a few tears, saying that taking lives is quite difficult. Minister Wang and the followers of his demonic organization watched as Mu Wan overcame obstacles with incredible speed, leaving the Tang residence. In fact, he could still fight and didn't feel particularly threatened by them. However, he didn't have time for that now. But seeing the maddened looks on the faces of the demonic arts users, he promised that he would definitely destroy them all. Minister Wang perceived the heir of the Northern clan as a threat of the highest importance, as this was the second time he had experienced difficulty in trying to get rid of him. And he still admitted that this time his strength would not be enough. Addressing his ward, he ordered him to ask the 9 heavens to come quickly for support. As he left the residence, he turned to Mrs. Heron and asked her to prepare herself, saying that he was going to the Tower of Abundance of the 9. Mrs. Heron was shocked because in order to achieve his goal, the minister was interested in involving even the 10 heavens. Meanwhile, Master Seo continued to get rid of his pursuers. Together with his team, he controlled the area around the cart. Although Mayang Ryu-san held back the bulk of the masters at the Alliance's outer wall, some of the enemies got around him and continued their pursuit. Yet over time, they felt that the number of pursuers had significantly decreased. Addressing the warrior Seo, the scholar of 3 minds asked him to hold on a little longer, saying that they would soon leave the borders of the Central Heavenly Alliance and be safe. As expected, Ki-moon continued to worry about his student. Ha Jin-wol encouraged him, saying that they had only gotten this far thanks to him. He hopefully said that he was confident Myung-ryu-san would survive and catch up with them. At the moment when it seemed that the main danger had passed, the scientists of the 3 minds froze in place, feeling incredible energy. Looking forward, he admitted with horror on his face that his worst fears had become reality. Their path to freedom was cut off by illusion techniques of the highest level. There's only one person in the world capable of achieving something like this. One of the 9 heavens, the sage Seo Moon-hwa, has joined the battle. Seeing such a powerful opponent before him, Ha Jin-wol addressed him using his title and name. In response, Sage Hua arrogantly said that he had assumed that the strategist of the heir to the Northern clan would be able to recognize him. Analyzing the situation, the scientist of 3 minds explained to his comrades that Seo Moon-hwa had formed an illusory trap that affected their perception, allowing the area around him to be distorted, creating the impression that he was floating in the air. Addressing the fugitives, one of the 9 heavens introduced himself again and asked them to look at him and consider whether they had any chance. In response, Jin-wol declared that he was mistaken if he thought anyone could fail to recognize a sage with such powerful pressure exerted on space. In response, Seo Moon-hwa looked at the scholar of 3 minds and said that he was curious to see in person the person who was capable of plunging his granddaughter into despair. Trying to control his emotions, the scientist of 3 minds responded that his interest was quite obvious. Despite his confident response, he was troubled by the thought of when they had fallen into the sage's trap. The situation had changed so suddenly, as only recently they had thought the danger had passed. Looking at the fugitives, the sage Hua asked if they knew why people from the Seo Moon family were considered among the smartest. In response, the scientist of 3 minds called the question unexpected and suggested it was in their blood, as the children of the Seo Moon family have possessed astonishing intellectual abilities since birth. He also mentioned that their family boasts hundreds of years of experience and possesses remarkable skills. The sage acknowledged his opinion, but clarified that there was something else. The scholar of 3 minds, seeing the terrifying expression of his opponent, asked what they were talking about. In response, the insane and arrogant Seo Moon-hwa stated that since ancient times they have been finding all the smart, wise and talented people who could challenge their family, and then erasing them from the face of the earth. Hearing such an outrageous statement, Ha-Jin-Wool thought the old man was crazy to dare to pronounce such a thing with such terrifying pride. He knew this meant he, too, was being targeted by the Westgate family. In response to his words, Ki-moon shouted that it was shameful for one of the greatest families in the world to use such dirty methods. Looking at the head of the House of 10,000 Poisons, Seo Moonhwa calmly and arrogantly declared that if such a person were to become its leader, the Tang family would face a bleak future. He believed that the willingness to lead people by any means necessary was the main virtue of one who rules the world. Not sharing the just and honest feelings of the master of 10,000 Poisons, the sage inquired how one could rule by reasoning about virtue and the order of things. He reminded him that, although Ki-moon denied it, it was precisely through such methods that the Tang family had reached their current position. Seo Moonhwa reminded him that the family's head, the Emperor of Poisons, had killed countless people and left no trace of many clans to establish the Tang family in Sichuan. According to him, to secure its position, the great family had sacrificed at least thousands of people. Moreover, he reminded Master Ki-moon that he himself, being an incredible user of 10,000 poisons, played a big role in this. After these words, the sage declared that he had talked too much, so it was time for him to finish off his enemies. He also declared that when he was finished with the fugitives, he would gaze upon the last moments of Jin Mu-wan, the child he should have gotten rid of long ago. After these words, he began to descend, using the seals as steps. Ha-Jin-Wool had seen a similar technique before. Now he realized that the enemy was using the sky-devouring tiger step. Within a moment, their perception became even more distorted, and their worst expectations became reality. The boys were surrounded by a terrifying darkness that continued to plunge them into the abyss of despair. Meyer was the one who felt the most distress in this state. She immediately began screaming in panic, losing her composure. Even the three-mind scholar, despite his incredible knowledge of illusionary techniques, couldn't hold back the darkness that was consuming him at breakneck speed. Addressing his comrades, he asked for a little time and advised them to remain calm and focus. The scholar of three minds understood that if nothing was done in this situation, everyone would soon find themselves alone with their inner demons. He needed to quickly destroy the great sage's trap. He never imagined he'd use his trump card so soon. He had previously spent a lot of time preparing when he obtained a strategic map of Hubei province, which was centered around the capital of the Central Alliance. It was in this place that they were now, where many traps had been set up earlier. Ha-Jin-Wool prepared everything for the day when he would have to meet the great sage, Seo Moonhwa. By activating the technique, he set off all the traps that he and Chong Ying had carefully placed throughout the province. Every single day, in every corner, he didn't miss a thing. The entire territory directly belonging to the Central Alliance began to emit the green light of the illusory technology belonging to the scientist of three minds. All this is in order to use the entire Central Heavenly Alliance as a powerful trap. A technique similar to the TE used by the sage Seo Moonhwa was also used by his granddaughter to plunge him into the darkness of his inner demons. Of course, that parody couldn't compare to the great sage's power, but it was quite useful to learn from it the basics of its use. Using the full force of his trap, the scholar of three minds shouted that he would not fall in such a manner. Seeing his unrivaled creation begin to crumble, Seo Moonhwa, putting aside his pride, said in surprise that Ha-Jin-Wool wasn't that bad. Meanwhile, on the grounds of the ruined Tang residence, the time had come for the second round of the battle with the Chaos Demon. Rising to his feet, Tae Mu Kang, having regained his body, said that unfortunately, this attack was insufficient. Gathering his forces, Dam So Jong called him a very persistent opponent who does not give him a second to rest. Without wasting any time, he rushed into the attack. With incredible speed, he aimed his fist at the Chaos Demon. Tae Mu Kang, anticipating the continuation of the fierce battle, rushed towards him. Even without using their techniques, when their fists collided, they created an incredible wave of destructive force. The earth shook again from their power, and the stones lying around them flew into the air. After a greeting clash of fists, neither of them was going to give in. As the three minds scholars' trap activated, they continued their battle, dealing fierce blows to each other. Once in the air, Damso Jong took advantage of the situation and delivered a spinning kick. Using the divine light maneuver, he strengthened the attack with powerful energy. Despite this, the Chaos Demon managed to catch his shin with his bare hand. Grabbing the master by the leg, he threw him to the ground with incredible force. Master Dam felt incredible pain. He couldn't believe that his opponent still had such an incredible amount of energy. The Chaos Demon did not give him a moment of peace and continued to press, forcing him to dodge his attacks. After dodging the attack, Master Dam rushed forward again. In the heat of battle, they began to exchange blows, not paying attention to their wounds. Even without an immortal body with incredible regeneration, Master Dam continued to furiously exchange countless blows with the Chaos Demon. At one point, the Divine Radiance Arts Master's powers weakened, and Tai Mu Kang, taking advantage of the moment, caught him by the arms. Holding him in place, the terrifying monster began to release a massive amount of energy, using the demonic arts of the origins of the Chaos Purgatory. Spreading energy into Master Dam's body, he madly shouted that his arts could penetrate the opponent's internal energy and destroy it. But as it turned out, he could also absorb other people's energy, converting it into his own. The Chaos Demon began to laugh madly, hoping to see despair in the eyes of his captured opponent. However, So Chong, without losing his intention to take revenge on this monster, calmly said that since he heard an explanation that he did not ask for, he could allow the enemy to try to absorb as much of his energy as he wanted. But after these words, he released even more energy, creating fists of justice, and shouted that the Chaos Demon was mistaken if he thought he could handle the maneuvers of divine radiance. Within a moment, using his fists, So Chun dug into the opponent's body and began to help him with his plan, pouring a huge amount of his energy into him. While furiously continuing to unleash his own power, the leader Dam asked the Chaos Demon if he could recover even if all of his meridians were burned to ashes and destroyed. The Chaos Demon's body could no longer resist. Within a moment, he began to be torn apart by an incredible amount of divine radiance energy. An incredible pressure from within that Mu Kang couldn't control began to burst out. Leaping back, the Chaos Demon began to scream furiously, trying to resist the power of the Azure Dragon Association leader. Master Dam was severely exhausted after transferring an incredible amount of energy into the body of the mad demon. Despite this, he concentrated on his breathing and stood up straight. Seizing the opportune moment, he directed his blow at the weakened opponent. The speed of his blow was so incredible that the bandages on his hands began to tear to shreds. In just a moment, his devastating blow from the Fist of Justice reached the body of the Chaos Demon. A terrifying force destroyed the body of the huge demon, which had been trying to resist the energy of divine radiance all this time. All that remained of the terrifying enemy named Tai Mu Kang was his upper body. The demon declared that this was the first time anyone had been able to reverse the absorption process, penetrate his internal energy, and destroy it. Smiling at his opponent, he uttered the long-awaited words, expressing his feeling that he couldn't recover from this blow. Calling Master Dam an excellent opponent for the Chaos Demon's final battle, Tai Mu Kang solemnly congratulated him on his victory. In turn, Master Dam, having won, asked who the Chaos Demon really was. The question made the man think deeply, as most of his life had long been forgotten due to endless battles. And yet, he couldn't forget the events that unfolded 150 years ago. There was a woman in his life obsessed with becoming stronger. In the process of self-improvement and self-discovery, she unknowingly challenged someone she shouldn't have. Her arrogance earned her great wrath. A man with terrifying power was trying to turn a woman into a killer, making her his plaything. If he were to make a mistake, or if the woman ceased to be valuable, she would simply die. Mu Kang refused to see or imagine how this would turn out, so he made a contract with the ruler. He was eventually forced to learn the demonic arts of the origins of the purgatory of chaos, and then became a hunting dog. He could only move at his master's command, condemned to live without the possibility of death. In fact, he couldn't even call it living, as he was usually chained or asleep, allowed to move only when necessary. Every time he woke and opened his eyes, the world changed. He was awakened to get rid of unnecessary people. Thus he awoke to an inner struggle in the silent night and to hunt the 4 demonic lords. Thus he learned that the woman he had saved had been consumed by anger and sorrow ever since. She lost her memories and became emotionless after studying the silver light of the ice crystal. Eventually, she reached the peak of martial arts and slowed her aging, becoming one of the 4 demonic lords of the silent night, known as the White Witch. Because of her, Mu Kang was cursed, but fortunately, when he found himself in a situation where he had to kill her, she couldn't even recognize him. Still, the fact that she'd lost her memory came as a slight relief to him. Returning to the question of who he was, the Chaos Demon replied that sometimes he was with the Silent Night, and sometimes with the Central Plains. Finally, he asked the young master to remember that there is no good or evil in the world, for they are all simply part of the plans of the bastard at the top. Addressing the master, he said that he was no longer a child, but a true heavenly sage, Dam So Jong. Before they dispersed, Tae Mu Kang sincerely thanked his savior for putting an end to his hellish life. Master Dam So Chung was left alone with his thoughts. All that remained of the enemy he had considered pure evil was a piece of his lower jaw. For Dam So Jong, this would never be the same again. Having defeated the opponent he considered his life's enemy, he furiously screamed at the thought of the truth about this world. The battle with the greatest master of illusions continued, and the scientist of 3 minds tried his best to resist his power. While Hajin Wol was on the verge of madness trying to cope with the terrifying enemy, his comrades were freed, and Mr. Tan continued to bring back to consciousness Mirai, who had suffered severe trauma due to the influence of the illusion. Even though the 3 Mind scholar quickly used the trap technique to stop the illusion of the sage Seo Manhwa, Mirai was still hurt because she is afraid of enclosed spaces. Even the short stay in the darkness that had engulfed them had had a profound effect on her consciousness. Freed from his shackles, Master Seo asked his comrades to listen to his next plan. He wanted to help the scholar of 3 minds, so he asked his brothers to support him in the battle with Seo Manhwa. He asked 2 comrades to cover him, while leaving the rest to protect the Tang family. Assessing the danger, he declared that their squad must protect Lady Yun at any cost. Warning his comrades that they were dealing with one of the 9 heavens, he urged them to exercise extreme caution. The forces of the 2 great tacticians continued to create incredible pressure. Even though the 3 Mind scholar had used a trap created using the entire territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, he still found it difficult to hold his own against Sage Hua. He expected nothing less from Seo Manhwa. After his trap was destroyed, he didn't rest for a second, trying to corner his opponent with counterattacks, 3-path labyrinth techniques, and the shadow mist of deception. The great sage Seo Manhwa continued to marvel at his young opponent's tenacity. He was impressed by how he had managed to immediately destroy his trap. Moreover, Hajin Wol even attempted to use his own techniques. The determined youth's talent was astonishing. And yet, even with such success, he felt he wasn't up to par. Thinking he should teach the insolent man a lesson, Seo Manhwa maintained control of the surrounding area and easily spotted the attack by the Alliance's former secret intelligence unit. The dual sword user furiously charged forward to strike at the back of one of the 9 heavens. But the head of the Western Gate family was prepared for this and immediately reached for his fan. With a wave of his hand, the skilled illusion user easily threw aside the master who was attacking him. Addressing his opponent with arrogance, Seo Manhwa asked how the insect dared to even try to injure him. At that moment, He realized that the enemies were more insidious because Mr. Tang was targeting him from the other side. The Master of 10,000 Poisons, with the help of 2 fighters from Sio's squad, was able to get close to the Sage Hua and direct a small amount of his poison at him. Meanwhile, Miang Ryu-san was trying to resist the terrifying power of the Spear Master from the Westgate family. Ms. Yoon So-So had already taken several hits and blood appeared on her face, but she still persistently carried out her attacks. She had a significant advantage in terms of strength, as she could use her spear to strike endlessly from a distance, controlling her opponent at a distance. Despite his exhaustion, Ryu-san continued to dodge countless blows, only occasionally receiving minor cuts. The situation was made even more difficult by the fact that he had to keep an eye on his surroundings the whole time. The poison was running low, but it was still the only way to somehow respond to the spear user. While fighting with the bodyguard of the Western Gate family, he directed another portion of poison in her direction. Ms. Yoon was forced to go on the defensive. Dodging the poison was useless, so she managed to weaken its effects with the help of her huge cloak. Realizing that the enemy had some advantage due to his poison techniques, Lady Yoon decided to first get rid of the vessel with the poison. Her next strikes aimed at Ryu-san had a different target than all the previous attacks. Ryu-san didn't expect that she was actually targeting the vessels, so he couldn't avoid losing the poison. Despite this, he realized that this poison was still not enough to continue the fight, so he decided to direct all the remains at the enemy. To protect herself from such a quantity of poison, Master So-So began to spin her spear, dispersing the gas around it. But while she was trying to deal with this attack, Ryu-san had already managed to appear behind her. However, Yoon So-So controlled his movements perfectly, and after dodging his attack, dealt him several blows with her spear. Even close-range combat against such a master was unimaginably difficult. The seriously wounded student Miang suddenly noticed that he had relaxed his guard. The remaining masters, who had previously only watched their battle, boldly ran towards the gate to Hubei province. Miang Ryu-san couldn't keep up with them, while the supply of poison in the vessels placed at the gate was already at its limit. At the last moment, when Lady Un So-So had already managed to rush at him with a spear strike, Ryu-san lost his balance, but still continued to try to direct the remaining poison at the enemies. Luckily, there was still some poison in the vessels, and he managed to get rid of those who had broken through his defenses. Within a moment, the enemies began to fall to the ground, and he did not have to worry about letting anyone through the main gate. But while defending the gate, he sacrificed himself and received a terrifying spear blow to the chest. Having thrust her spear into her opponent's body, the arrogant Yoon So sighed heavily and asked how the worthless dog dared to look away while fighting her. Holding the spear blade with his bare hands, the furious Ryu-san said that the crazy woman should keep quiet when it came to fighting a monster like him. His words began to make sense. Lady Yoon's hands began to tremble at the sight of the dying warrior with a spear piercing his body as he began to rise to his feet. With a furious cry, Miang Ryu-san continued to resist. Even after completing his mission, he had no intention of asking for mercy from one of the lower heavens. Believing her opponent to be crazy, Yoon So tried to finish him off with her fist. But at that moment she made a terrible mistake. Myung Ryu-san, being a true monster, managed to catch her blow. Mrs. Yoon couldn't believe that in such a state he was capable of something like this. A moment later, Ryu-san, forgetting about the spear, rushed forward, grabbing So by the neck with his own teeth. Shocked by what was happening, Yoon couldn't believe what was happening. The bodyguard of the Westgate family began to beg him to stop, but it was too late. In just a moment, Ryu-san finished the battle. A few seconds later, having decapitated the enemy, the disciple of the great master of poisons fell next to her. Lying among the dead enemies, Ryu-san looked up at the sky and said that the 7 lesser heavens were just complete trash. After fighting dozens of enemies, he could hardly breathe, but he still kept thinking about whether his mentor was safe. On the brink of life and death, he once again remembered what his path had been like after meeting the master of 10,000 poisons. Tears began to appear in his eyes at the thought of this incredible opportunity that he had so foolishly ruined. As he was losing consciousness, he calmed himself down a little with the thought that he had been recognized as the martial arts master of the Tang family, and that there were people in Murim who knew his name. Turning to his mother, he said that he had done quite well for a village beggar, after which he apologized for the fact that he would have to die in this place. Within a moment, he was in his comrade's arms, Mu Wan declaring that he would not allow any deaths in this battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the province, the master of 10,000 poisons managed to spread poison to one of the 9 heavens. The enemy was completely surrounded by poisonous gas, but as it turned out, he was ready for it. The poison began to develop, and Mr. Ki Moon saw that the sage was holding a fan in his hands. With this weapon, one of the 9 heavens not only dispelled some of the poison, but also managed to carry out a counterattack. With a wave of his hand, the illusionist sent Mr. Ki Moon and 2 secret intelligence service soldiers flying. The landing was quite hard, and the boys crashed into the surface at high speed, destroying the building behind them. Fortunately, they managed to survive, and Mr. Seo's comrades managed to land safely, reducing the harm to the master of 10,000 poisons. Yet, despite the enemy's defense, Mr. Tan Ki Moon was confident that the effect would definitely reach the sage. The combination of the 3 poisons required a delayed effect, so Seo Moon Hwa still hadn't felt the effects of this attack. They had to hold out a little longer to defeat this terrifying master of illusions. Ha Jin Wool was the one who bore the most pressure from the great sage. As expected, his body could not cope with such a load, and after a few minutes of resistance, he felt weak. Although he had prepared thoroughly, it turned out that he was still not good enough to fight a master of such a high level. Seeing the young scientist's reaction, Mr. Hua assumed he was probably disappointed, even though he'd done everything he could. Seo Moon admitted the young man's plan was astounding, but he'd never used techniques for creating such enormous traps before. The difference between them lay in their experience. Addressing the scholar of 3 minds, the sage Seo Moonhwa said that anyone can come up with a great plan and prepare well, but one must not forget about the skills that only time can help master. But as he began to increase the pressure of his technique, he felt that he had not factored another variable into his plan. The techniques of 2 powerful masters suddenly aimed towards him. It was like the fall of 1,000 swords and a cut through the moonlit sky. During this attack, the outer barrier that protected the territory where the sage was fighting was destroyed. The head of the Gongdong Monastery, Mu Quan, and Lady Nam So Ryong of the Mount Mu clan suddenly burst in. They resolutely defended their comrades despite the terrifying strength of their adversary. Wiping blood from his mouth, Ha Jin Wool said he was glad to see his old friend from the monastery. He then apologized for presenting himself in such a manner. In response, Mr. Mu Quan concluded that he shouldn't have introduced his comrade to Mr. Jin. He couldn't believe they were fighting the heavens. A concerned Mr. Tang joined the conversation. He appreciated their assistance, but feared it was too dangerous for them. In response, the resolute Mrs. So Ren stated that she could not ignore the fact that the 9 heavens were somehow involved in the affairs of the silent night. Having landed on the surface, the sage Seo Moonhwa asked the representatives of the 2 large families who had come to the defense of the fugitives whether they were truly ready to bare their blades against the 9 heavens. Confidently pointing her sword towards the sage, Lady So Ren asked why they were wasting their energy chasing these peaceful people during the turmoil caused by the silent night attacks instead of helping the invading force. With a menacing glare, Seo Moonhwa said he hadn't expected such insolence on their part. Asking how they dared interfere in the affairs of the 9 heavens and whether they weren't afraid their clans would suffer from such actions, he declared that the time had come to take control of the world. Meanwhile, Ryu-san, still conscious, was surprised to see Jin come to his aid. The heir of the northern clan begged him to hold on a little longer and thanked him for his incredible work. Continuing forward, he told his comrade not to worry, as if they hurried, he would definitely be cured. He had already managed to find Master Sio's trail, so he followed his comrades, who had managed to escape their pursuers. With a weakened and trembling voice, Ryu-san replied that what he had learned after being beaten by the Northern Blade had made him realize that be it the martial artists from the Central Alliance or the Seven Lesser Heavens, they were all no match for him. Speeding up, Mu-wan agreed with his words and said that Ryu-san should conserve his strength, because in the future they would continue to hone their martial arts together. Despite the encouragement, Master Jin was very agitated as he felt his comrade's energy slowly fading. Biting his lip nervously, he cursed himself again for being so overconfident and proud that he had not exercised due caution and had put his loved ones in danger. At that moment, he remembered the words of his friends who had asked him to be wary of self-confidence and glory, which, in the course of subsequent victories, would inevitably consume his mind. The Iron Squad's tactician asked him to keep a cool head and remain the same, because if he couldn't do this, he would hurt not only himself, but also those close to him. Even Unkun's words were incredibly accurate in describing his situation, as he spoke of Mu-wan becoming increasingly dependent on reckless battles, turning his enemies into sliced tofu without caring about the consequences. Now Mu-wan understood that when he had chosen the warrior's path in Murim without hesitation, everything had gone smoothly at first, and so he had let down his guard and become careless. Pride overwhelmed him, and now he had to face the consequences of thinking only of himself. Realizing that everyone was suffering because of his recklessness, he hated his own stupidity even more. Ryu-san, barely remaining conscious, again said the words that if it were not for his long tongue, this would not have happened. In response, Mu-wan said that he alone was to blame for all of this. The Master of 10 Poisons apprentice, addressing the heir of the Northern clan, asked him to take care of his mentor. In response, Mu-wan urged him not to lose heart and said he was confident Ryu-san could handle it on his own. At that moment, the Master of Transformation Chun-Ying approached them and began to shout loudly towards the Northern Blade. Mu-wan continued to walk forward, blaming himself out loud for what had happened, ignoring his comrade's shout. Grabbing the Northern Blade by the shoulder, Chong-Ying shouted his name loudly right in his face. Only then did Mu-wan notice someone else was standing next to him. Turning to his comrade, Master Jin asked how long he had been there. But in response, Chun-Ying began shouting at Mu-wan to pull himself together, as he hadn't even noticed anyone approaching. He thought Master Jin had lost his mind, as he hadn't even paid attention to the shouting. Despite his comrade's displeasure, Master Jin calmly apologized and said that they should hurry. It was the first time Chong-Ying had seen the heir of the Northern clan in such a state. With a heavy sigh, he turned to his comrade and said that Ryu-san was already dead and should be left alone. Mu-wan, hearing these words, was so shocked that he froze in place. He turned to Mr. Tang's disciple again, but heard nothing in response. After placing his fallen comrade on the ground, Master Jin tried to speak to him again. It was all to no avail. Mu-wan couldn't comprehend that he was truly dead. Chong-Ying, keeping a cool head, asked the heir of the Northern clan to control himself and listen to him carefully. But despite his words, Mu-wan continued to try to talk to his dead comrade, feeling incredible despair over his mistakes that cost Ryu-san his own life. Chun-Ying realized that they were wasting too much time. Grabbing the head of the Jin family by the shoulder, he shouted that he should pull himself together, because he was the heart of their team, and if he wavered, it would be the end for everyone. Speaking of his fallen comrade, he acknowledged that it was sad, but Ryu-san took responsibility for his mistake and did everything he could. It was his own choice and his will to die honorably in battle, defending his comrades. Trying to bring his comrade to his senses, he shouted that he should start thinking with his head if he was not going to devalue the bloodhound's prey. It was the first time Chun-Ying had seen Jin Mu-wan in such a state, and he was certain the heir of the Northern clan blamed himself. Still, the Master of Disguise understood his fatigue. After all, the young man had been through so much in such a short period of time. Knowing only part of the incident, Chunying was shocked by these events, realizing that Jin Muwan was likely exhausted mentally, physically, and emotionally. No matter how cool he was, the death of the rabid bloodhound only intensified his pain. The weight of responsibility on his shoulders began to weigh heavily, and yet he tried to put it in order so that they could survive in such a situation. Chunin reported that, according to available information, Seo Moon Hua of the Nine Heavens had blocked their group's path. While he was confident in his comrade's ability to fight back, he understood that the enemy was on a completely different level. Furthermore, the two-headed demon's men were already gaining on them. While raising the body of his fallen comrade, the Master of Disguise asked for the time of mourning to be postponed and promised that he would figure out what to do with Ryu-san, while Muwan should return to the others to help them escape. Returning to the situation, Muwan thanked him for his help and asked him to be careful. Finally, Chunying asked him to control himself so that they could meet again, safe and sound. Looking at his comrade, Muwan thought about the consequences again. It was hard for him to come to terms with what had happened, but he had no other choice. To protect his loved ones, he ran forward again, leaving this loss behind. Continuing to follow Master Seo's footsteps, he felt the presence of a large number of masters. The two-headed demon squad was already very close. Muwan couldn't let the enemies get close to his comrades, so he stopped. He decided to finish them off before he met up with the team at the province. With one swift lunge, he got rid of dozens of followers of the demonic cult. But as it turned out, the blood spilled was not enough. Even those who fell dead by his blade continued to try to grab him. The two-headed demon squad continued to fight even after death using demonic techniques. Muwan didn't expect that at that moment, those he didn't expect would come to his aid. The users of the three fundamental cultivation methods joined the battle, getting rid of part of the two-headed demon squad with one powerful attack. Having dealt with the enemies, the guys, concerned about the young gentleman's condition, asked if everything was all right with him. Muwan was simply shocked by the appearance of Moon Jun and Uncle Huan, so he immediately asked what they were doing there. Uncle replied that as soon as they learned of the recent public trial and the battle with Yongzhong Hua, they rushed here, but were delayed by business at the Merchant Association. They arrived just as the incident began, so they had no idea what was going on. But there was no time for conversation, and they were interrupted by the wild roar of the two-headed demon's followers. The next part of the detachment, which reports directly to the minister, caught up with the head of the Jin family. Behind them was Zhou Enkun, sucking the life force from one of his followers. Upon seeing him, Uncle Huang was horrified by the strange blood-absorbing martial art. At that moment, he assumed he was most likely a user of the forbidden demonic art of the blood cross. Looking at the master of demonic arts, he recognized Zhou Enkun, the son of Zhou Chen-Wu, one of the great four of the northern heavens. Now he realized that this man, whom he had always considered a fine fellow, was in fact the main culprit behind the extermination of the peaceful tribes. During the Northern Heavenly Clan's existence, Master Huang was a low-ranking warrior, so he believed that this monster would hardly remember him. Seeing Enkun in front of him, who had survived despite being seriously wounded, Muwan resolutely walked towards him and asked his comrades to step back. Addressing Muwan, the Demon Fist's son reiterated his hatred of living in his father's shadow, wanting to be known to the world only as Zhou Enkun. He asked his younger brother if he found his life of ambition sad. While demonstrating his new blood manipulation abilities, he stated that while he was dying from his younger brother's final attack, his martial arts continued to evolve and that through that incident, he found another way to use the blood cross art. Looking arrogantly at Master Muwon, he said that the strongest enemy also turned out to be the best teacher. Such a compliment from a follower of a demonic cult only caused disgust in Master Jin. Drawing his blade, he charged again. Zhou. Enkun, without wasting any time, also ran to his side, releasing the power of his demonic blood. But this time they were unable to continue their battle. Just before they charged, another martial artist arrived on the battlefield. The user 32 Plum Blossom Petals stopped them. Mu Wan, while focused on the enemy, lost his focus again and did not notice the approach of another powerful person. This time, the elder of the Mount Hua clan entered the battle. After eliminating several enemies, he turned to Un-kun, asking if he was the leader of the two-headed demon squad. With an arrogant smile, Un-kun remembered that Chil San probably wanted to meet him because the spy they sent to the Hua mountain clan had foolishly been caught and committed suicide. The disrespectful tone from the opponent caused real anger in the master of the art of plum petals. He angrily said that Min Wan was one of his favorite students in the clan. This guy had been with him for 10 years and was one of the best in terms of studying the arts of Mount Hua. Upon learning that his loyal disciple had turned out to be their enemy, Chil San realized that there were similar people sent by their enemies to other clans. Addressing the master of the terrifying blood art, the elder asked what the two-headed demon's organization was trying to achieve. Walking slowly toward him, Jo Un-kun said he couldn't express the sadness he felt, as they spend at least 5 years training young men before sending them off to their clans. Referring to the fact that they had trained Min Wan for over 15 years, he asked who felt the greatest loss. Such hypocritical words provoked incredible anger in the Mount Hua elder. He shouted back that the bastard should stop spouting nonsense and just answer the question of what the hell they were up to. Un-kun lowered his gaze and said threateningly that for those who knew and could speak of the two-headed demon, the only possible answer was their inevitable death. Un-kun looked at the elder with his demonic eyes and asked if he really wanted to hear the answer to his question. Even the threat of death could not stop the elder, who felt incredible sadness over the loss of his devoted disciples. Furiously aiming his blade at the enemy, Chil San shouted that he would personally destroy the two-headed demon that was wreaking havoc within the Murim clans. When Mu Wan tried to warn the elder that it was too dangerous, the man interrupted him and informed him that the Mount Mu clan and the Gongdong Monastery were located behind the Central Alliance's rear gate to assist their group. He asked Master Jin to go there and protect everyone, even Gi Moon. Despite the request, Jin replied that he could not allow Chil San to be left alone with such a terrifying enemy. But the elder's resolve was unwavering, and he coldly replied that his disciples would arrive soon. He declared that this was the Mount Hua clan's business and that they would deal with the demonic arts practitioners themselves, then asked the Northern Blade to trust them. Mu Wan couldn't disrespect his decision and stay without permission, so he just asked the elder to be extremely careful. Together with Lord Huang and Mu Zhong, they continued to follow their comrade's trail, while a fierce battle erupted between the elder of Mount Hua and the leader of the two-headed demons squad. Meanwhile, the pressure from Sage Seo Moon Hua continued to mount. Trying to strengthen his trap, Ha-Jin Wool began to disassemble the blueprints again, searching for flaws. Remembering the sage's words, he began to wonder if perhaps he truly lacked the stamina to compensate for his lack of actual combat experience and squeeze the most out of this trap. He had trained this technique many times over the past few years, but it still wasn't as complete, powerful, or perfect as he wanted it to be. In fact, as he continued to search for errors, he thought that he hadn't expected much from this technique in the first place, because if he could only delay Seo Moon Hua for 10 minutes, that would be enough. While the three-mind scholar was trying to perfect his technique, the sage Seo Moon Hua had no intention of stopping. With a menacing glare, he declared that the Gongdong Monastery and the Mount Mu clan would face grave consequences. Rushing into the attack, the resolute comrades of the Northern clan shouted that the 9 heavens had no right to ignore the opinions of the great families. They first wanted to hear a proper explanation of what the 9 heavens were actually doing. After repelling their attacks with his shield technique, the arrogant sage said that it was very low of them to give in to the will of a boy who was the child of a traitor. Despite the sage's resistance, the boys were not going to stop. Stopping himself, plunging his blade into the surface, Seo Mu Sang rushed to attack again. The sage, controlling the space around him, asked if Master Seo really knew how to attack only from behind. After that, he easily stopped his attack and arrogantly said that with just a third-rate Azure Cloud Sword technique that was used by low-ranking warriors, he wouldn't be able to even scratch him. Despite the sage's words, Master Seo made every effort to protect and pull all his comrades out of the Central Alliance's territory safe and sound. Putting incredible pressure on the Illusion Master's defensive technique, he added his second sword to the attack. Master Seo could not stop, because he was carrying out the order of his true master. In just a moment, he managed to break through the defense of the unrivaled Master of Illusions. Shocked by what had happened, the sage Seo Manhwa barely managed to dodge the furious attack. Having lost several hairs, he couldn't believe this man had broken through his protective trap. Only then did he realize this wasn't a simple Azure Cloud Sword technique, but a high-level skill that Master Seo had mastered after attaining enlightenment. The masters of the great families did not give one of the 9 heavens a moment of peace. They rushed into attack again. Following them, the followers of the Gongdan Monastery also rushed into the attack. Looking at them with incredible hatred, the arrogant sage angrily thought about how these insects dared to go against him. In just a moment, he released a huge amount of energy, causing all the fighters to be scattered in all directions. The masters barely managed to survive such a powerful flow of power emanating from the sage. Sending them all flying with just one wave of his fan, the arrogant and terrifying adversary said that they should stop their futile struggle right now. But a moment later, he felt a strong pressure due to the effect of the poison. He had previously been confident that he had not allowed the poison to spread around him. The moment when the poison of the greatest user of poisons took effect turned out to be a real triumph for Mr. Ki-moon. Seeing the enemy's reaction to the poison, he realized the sage had underestimated its potency. The more Seo Manhwa used his internal energy, the more his chi centers would congeal, draining his internal energy. The time that Master Seo and Mr. Ki-moon were able to gain worked to the advantage of the Scholar of 3 Minds. He finally managed to perfect the design of his trap, and with anticipation of a counterattack, he said that now Seo Manhwa would pay for everything. At that moment, the sage was trying to resist the powerful poison and had already managed to uncover its properties. Despite the difficult situation, the world's smartest man managed to find a way out. He decided to use blood vessels instead of chi coordination centers. But the guys didn't give him time to think. The lady so miraculously overcame her fears and even began to help them, throwing kunai with the seals of the Scholar of 3 Minds right at the feet of the sage Seo Mun. In just a moment, Ha-Jin Wool activated the seals, and his illusion began to take effect. The space distortion technique that controlled the trap put the sage of the 9 heavens in an awkward position. The arrogant old man acknowledged it was a powerful technique, but he believed it was insufficient to counter him. By trying to resist, Seo Manhwa only made the situation worse, as the poison's effects continued to drain his internal energy reserves. Furiously strengthening the illusion, Ha-Jin Wool thanked his opponent for giving him the opportunity to acquire skills that would help him compensate for the difference in their experience in the future. By increasing the spatial distortion with a previously prepared trap, the scientist of 3 Minds managed to temporarily seal the greatest master of illusions. By the time the sage Seo Manhwa managed to break out, the boys had already managed to escape. The arrogant sage angrily wondered how dare those worse-than-insects try to trap him by humiliating his abilities. For the first time in his life, he felt anger that made his blood boil with hatred. He promised to remember the fools who had put him in such an awkward position. While Seo Manhwa was dreaming of revenge, the boys fled at full speed beyond the borders of Hubei province. In the past, Ha-Jin Wool had clashed with the granddaughter of the Westgate family, but this time the opponent proved more formidable. He received ever more profound lessons, challenging homework assignments. This time, he managed to learn a great deal, even though he faced the threat of death in battle with the Phantom Sage. Addressing his terrifying opponent, the Jin family strategist resolutely declared that next time he would definitely give a worthy fight once he became much stronger. The guys then moved forward without pursuit from the alliance. As they moved away from the Central Alliance, they stopped in a nearby forest to thank Mu Quan and Lady Nam for their support. The Three Minds scholar also apologized for the fact that due to this incident, the Gongdong Monastery and the Mount Mu clan may face unpleasant consequences due to what happened. In response, Mr. Quan suggested there would be political unrest, but the charges against Warrior Jin had been dropped earlier. Many also noted Yang Zhonghua's suspicious behavior, and now people distrust the Nine Heavens, making it unlikely they could harm their clans. Lady Nam agreed with his words and stated that their clan hadn't had much contact with the outside world from the start. She doubted any negative consequences would affect them. Besides, the Northern Blade and his comrades had once helped her, so she wanted to repay them someday. For such a pleasant attitude, the Scholar of Three Minds thanked them once again for their assistance, after which he wished them to be careful and take care of themselves. He invited them to meet again if fate was kind. The boys moved away from the alliance again, but Mr. Tan continued to look back. He kept wondering if his student was okay. His worries were heightened by the thought that Ryu-san was consumed by guilt. All he could do in such a situation was wish him to be careful. Addressing the scholar, Mr. Tan admitted that he often brought trouble to his clan and therefore would not be able to return after this incident. Hajin Wool apologized for allowing such a situation to arise, in which the master of 10,000 poisons was forced to intervene. Whatever happened, they firmly decided that they would act more carefully in the future. Mr. Ki Moon no longer wanted to hear the scholar's apologies, as the head of their clan would not be afraid of the consequences, because he believed that the followers of the Northern Blade were doing the right thing. After these words, Meyer asked where they would go next. The scientist of Three Minds replied that they should go south. Mr. Ki Moon disagreed with his decision, as the South is under the influence of the Central Heavenly Alliance, meaning the nearby clans are also under the Alliance's control. As it turns out, this is precisely why Ha Jin-wol chose the southern direction, believing such a decision would be unexpected. A moment later, Master Seo, tired from traveling and controlling his surroundings, reported that a stranger had appeared nearby. A small boat was moored near the river. It turned out to be Dae Seo. The scientist thought his comrade Jin Wool might have come to this very place. Their mental connection turned out to be a real gift of fate. Ha Jin Wool pounced on his old comrade with hugs and shouted that they just needed a ship to cross the river. The moment the Three Minds scholar began to cling to his comrade, Mr. Dae Seo regretted agreeing to go with them. After a few hours, they disappeared from sight, moving quickly along the river. Meanwhile, Mu Wan, accompanied by his loyal comrades, continued to escape from the Alliance's territory. After some time, he felt the presence of the energy of the followers of the demonic cult that were pursuing them. This only meant that Elder Chil San had been defeated in the battle with Un Kun. Stopping for a moment, Mu Wan got rid of the group of pursuers with one swing of his blade. But it turned out that wasn't enough. The enemies continued to approach, and Moon Jun and Uncle Huang began to defend each other. At one point, 5 enemy fighters appeared behind them, while Mu Wan was busy with another part of the pursuers. Fortunately, more of Mu Wan's comrades joined the battle. A squad appeared on the battlefield that instilled fear in the enemies. Moon Jin, frightened by the danger, could not believe that he would meet them so soon. Mr. Huang was surprised that the Iron Squad came to their aid. Turning to the head of the Jin family, Master Yong asked him how he managed to survive, despite how often he got into trouble. When asked how they'd learned of his troubles, the leader of the Iron Dozen replied that it was hard to miss such a massive commotion. He went on to say that he'd consider this a way of repaying his debt for the battle with the Broken Fist clan, when Jin had saved their squad. Still, he admitted that Master Jin couldn't count on their help, as they didn't want to make more enemies and cause more trouble for themselves. He planned to eliminate the pursuers without anyone in the alliance even realizing their involvement. Mu Wan, not expecting such help, thanked them for their support. After that, he made eye contact with Che Yakrin, who warned him that he should not act rashly. Looking down, he said he still remembered the advice the deputy squad leader had recently given him. Now, he truly felt it and understood its meaning. He admitted he hadn't grasped the meaning of those words during their conversation, but now everything was different. Understanding the pain of the Northern clan's heir, Mrs. Che replied that this is how a person matures. It's one thing to talk about something, and quite another to endure such a trial. The latter helps to fully understand the meaning of her phrase. After these words, Mu Wan thanked the Iron Squad again, and the deputy urged his comrades to begin cleaning up their tracks so that they could calmly disappear from the territory of the Central Alliance. Finally, Leader Yen suggested to his comrade that they meet again under more favorable circumstances, after which he suggested that they leave the battlefield first. Following his comrades with his eyes, Musin received a report that the pursuit was over. They were convinced that they had definitely gotten rid of their pursuers. Addressing his fearsome warriors, he asked if they would be willing to help once again the boys with whom they had already fought side by side. Naturally, Yan Mu-sung couldn't be so serious, and after this loud statement, he began to laugh, saying that their intervention would only complicate matters. After confirming they had left no trace, the Iron Squad withdrew from the scene. Thanks to the horses provided by Mr. Yen, moving forward was much easier and faster. But as it turned out, Leader Yen was unable to keep track of all the enemies. As they moved through the forest, the boys came across a preset trap. The powerful explosion of the trap destroyed most of the forest. Luckily, Mu Wan managed to react and jump back, grabbing Moon Jun and Uncle Huan with him. The excited boys made sure that they were all okay. But as it turned out, this trap was only a small part of the ordeal they had to face. Mu Wan felt a terrifyingly large amount of energy coming from the forest. An old man with a large number of blades on his back began to slowly walk towards them. He said he wanted to taste the blade that had slain the only swordsman worthy of his recognition. Naturally, he was referring to Mu Wan's defeat of the swordmaster, Yon Zhonghua. The terrifying enemy who managed to block the path of the head of the Jin family turned out to be one of the 9 heavens, a sage named Chok Ep. Realizing the terrible danger, Mu Wan asked Uncle Huan and Moon Jun not to interfere and to go to a safe place. But there was simply no time to think, because Chok Ep, without hesitation, pointed his blades towards the heir of the Northern clan. Moreover, he used 3 blades simultaneously, aiming them separately at each of the fighters. Mu Wan was able to block the attack aimed at him, while 2 more blades were launched towards his comrades at incredible speed. The cultivation basic users struggled to block the enemy's attack. In just a moment, Mu Wan came to their aid. With incredible speed, he deflected both blades aimed at his uncle and younger brother. Of all the people he had to fight on that terrible day, the swordsman from the 9 heavens proved to be the most formidable opponent. But right now, Mu Wan was more focused than ever. He feared for the people dear to him, because he had promised that he would never lose his comrades again. Now he rushed into battle without delay with the strongest of the swordsmen. Master Chok Ep didn't even flinch as he defended himself from the attack that created a whirlwind around the battlefield. The boys understood that they were on a completely different level and that they had no place here, because they would only be a burden to their young master. Withstanding the incredible pressure of the Northern Blade, Lord Chok Yeop acknowledged that the potential of the Northern Heavenly clan was truly exceptional, since Mu Wan was so strong at such a young age. He asked him to imagine what a terrifying monster he would become when he grew up. The mere thought of it drove one of the 9 heavens crazy. Mu Wan seemed to him to be a truly incredible blade user. He also noted that he felt that his black sword was emitting a strange and powerful energy. However, the observant swordmaster noticed that Mu Wan never took proper care of the snowflower. Aiming at the crack in the sword and applying even more pressure to it, he said that a blade that a swordsman does not take care of at all will quickly wear out and can break right during the most important battle. Looking at the hands of the Northern clan's heir, he assumed Mu Wan had learned blacksmithing. but this fact left him disappointed, as he couldn't understand why Master Jin neglected the maintenance of his weapons so much. There was one important difference between them. Mr. Chokep understood the peculiarity of all swords very well. He said that if you cut, stab, and let your blades taste blood, you should make maintaining the integrity of your weapon a priority. Every blade of the greatest swordsman was in perfect condition, polished to a shine. One of the 9 heavens made it clear to the young master that he simply had to ensure the blade was in perfect condition, for a sword was as valuable as the woman the master loved. Pointing his blades at the young master, the old man declared that such was the law, for just as with a woman, he must handle his sword with care. Seeing Mu Wan in a dangerous position, the boys thoughtlessly rushed forward, shouting that the old man's swords were pointed at him. But just a moment later, a powerful thunderclap occurred right in the middle of the battlefield. Mu Wan and Mr. Jok Yop jumped to the side, avoiding the stranger's landing with terrifying force. The heir of the northern clan was more focused than ever, feeling the incredible energy of another master who had joined the battle. Old man Chok Yep understood perfectly well who wielded this furious force. He admitted it was a flamboyant display, but claimed he could have handled the fugitive single-handedly. As it turned out, such a bright appearance belonged to Miss Gong Hui. The Storm Lord arrived on the battlefield. Addressing her comrade from the 9 heavens, she asked if he knew of the rumors circulating among the inhabitants of Murim. She said the reason the Northern clan was destroyed was the Central Alliance's greedy pursuit of power. This time, out of fear of evidence that could undermine the Alliance's foundations, they sought to eliminate the last descendant of the Northern clan. Addressing Mr. Chokep, she stated that the doubts about the morality of the Central Heavenly Alliance and the 9 heavens had caused a serious insult to their honor, and there were rumors that they were trying to cover it up by sending invaders to wage a full-scale war against the Silent Night. Leaving only a few drops in the bottle of fine wine, the lady decisively threw it to the ground and turned her back on the head of the Jin family. Confused about her intentions, the master of the 8 swords asked the elderly lady with a menacing gaze what she was doing. Reaching out her hand towards Chokep, she asked him, as a representative of the 9 heavens, how low he was going to fall. Standing next to Mu Wan, she looked into the eyes of the young man who had had such a hard time because of the Alliance's greed. The heir of the Northern clan asked why the Lady of the 9 heavens decided to act in such a way. Removing her mask, Ms. Noon said that this spectacle had gotten out of control. She'd been simply watching from the sidelines all this time, but now she couldn't bear it. She admitted that she also felt guilty. Grabbing the heir of the Northern clan by the clothes, she reminded him of his words about how she supported him and did not want to witness the collapse of the heir of the Northern clan. Suddenly, Mu Wan felt a powerful surge of strength. Madame Noon gave him a huge amount of energy through the acupuncture point of the Gate of Life. Looking at his mistress, he couldn't understand why she was going to such lengths to do this. While she insisted that the situation was truly dire, she said he should learn the truth by listening carefully to her words. With a cold and serious look, she said that it was not the Central Heavenly Alliance that controlled the world, but there was a person behind all the events. Mu Wan couldn't even guess who they were talking about. Lady Nun revealed the secret, and revealed that the man was an invincible warrior known as Moyong Yul Cheon. Despite belonging to the 9 heavens, he reigns supreme over the other 8. The world thinks that his fighting prowess is average among the other members of the 9 heavens. Everyone else, like Lady Nun, lost to him and received incredible strength from him. Moyong Yul Cheon knew full well that to gain control of Murim, he needed to stay out of the sight of rival leaders. He founded the 9 heavens to divert attention from himself, so he could quietly rule the world from the shadows, pursuing his own greedy goals. An invincible warrior would use the Silent Night only when he felt it was necessary for political purposes. He would force enemies to appear, then use anger, fear, and anxiety to create and control chaos. This is the madman's way of ruling the world. At some point, the Silent Night made its own decision, refusing to remain under his command or obey his orders. At that moment, his loyal troop became Muram's true enemy, though no one knows for sure whether this was part of Moyong Yul Chan's plans. Seeing the shocked expression on the Jin family's head, Mrs. Noon reiterated that this was all the work of Mu Yul Jong. Mu Wan should have learned that since absolute evil exists, absolute goodness is necessary to maintain balance. That's why the Northern Heavenly Clan was created. But this clan grew stronger than expected, attracting much attention and earning the respect of the people of the Central Plains. At some point, its status and strength surpassed even the 9 heavens. Jin Kwangho, the 4th clan leader, was very different from all who came before him. He seemed to have come too close to the truth and seemed to have noticed what was happening in the shadows. Moyong Yul Chan decided this man posed a grave threat to him, which is why the Northern Heavenly Clan was exterminated. This time, Jin Mu Wan has become a new threat coming from his family. At that time, Lady Nun could no longer suppress the shame and guilt she felt toward the Northern Celestial Clan. She tried to restrain herself, but failed. However, she couldn't do anything about the situation alone. Looking down, she once again sincerely said that she was truly ashamed of her behavior, which was unbecoming of her status. When her story about the truth of this two-faced world came to an end, Master Chok Yep turned to the old woman, saying that she had probably become insane. He admitted that he had been standing quietly all this time, waiting to hear what she was going to say. Pointing his sword at her, he said that she was talking nonsense. In response, the mistress also pointed her staff at the enemy and urged him to put an end to this. She asked in a serious tone how much longer they would allow Yul Chong to play with them. Refusing her offer, Mr. Chok pointed his swords at his comrade and declared that Master Moyong was an absolute being whose power was incomprehensible, having lived for many centuries. Furthermore, he asked the lady not to forget his kindness, as they had received so much from him. After that, Master Noon suddenly slammed her staff onto the rocky surface, sending Mu Wan flying. Having created a wall behind her, she asked the heir of the Northern Clan to leave immediately. She wanted him to remain discreet and act with caution, and to carefully prepare for future trials and build up his strength. Mu Wan couldn't believe that he would be saved by one of the 9 heavens. Following her with his gaze, he urged his comrades to hurry. While Lady Nun held the terrifying swordsman on her, they ran further towards the south. Chokep was simply furious at what the old woman did. Approaching her, he angrily said that she had made a stupid decision and this time she should not expect any favors. Taking aim at her opponent, she said that she no longer wanted a life full of lies. After this, the lady activated her storm staff and the bandages began to come off. The user of incredible storm power soared into the air, her appearance dramatically altered, and she was covered in devastating lightning. Before entering the fray, she declared that her only regret was not tasting the dew wine. In just a moment, the battlefield turned into a real storm. Such was the power of the 9 heavens that came together in battle with each other. Meanwhile, the comrades of the head of the Jin family had already crossed the river. The long journey allowed them to reach a place where they were out of the sight of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The area around the place where they set up camp was controlled by the animals of the Master of Disguise. The raven landed on Chun Ying's shoulder and reported that the surrounding area was clear and they had no pursuers. The scientists continued to analyze maps and terrain to determine which route would be safer. Master Seo continued to give orders to his brothers to ensure that they were safe. At the same time, Mr. Ki Moon and Ms. Mireille tended to the wounded and continued to monitor Ha Sol's condition. Their bull, who had thought all this time that he was an incredible horse, was fast asleep, recovering his strength after a hard night. At one point, the Master of Disguise sensed the approach of the missing part of the squad. Addressing his comrades, he reported that Chief Jin was already nearby. Mu Wan, along with his uncle and younger brother, safely reached the place where Master Seo's tracks led them. Upon arriving at the scene, the exhausted Mr. Huang and Mu Jin finally fell to the ground to catch their breath from running non-stop. Upon meeting the young master, Mr. Seo and Ha-Jin Wool were glad that they had managed to reach their destination safely without any pursuit. First of all, Mu-won wanted to make sure that everything was okay and if there were any wounded. Ha-Jin Wool replied that their unit was not harmed. After that, Mr. Tan approached them and said that he was glad that everyone was alive. But with a worried look, he asked where Ryu-san was and why he was not with Mr. Jin. When Mu-won lowered his eyes and tried to tell the truth with a sense of guilt, Mr. Tan understood everything without further ado. He couldn't believe that what he feared most had happened. Clutching his head, Ki-moon was unable to stand on his feet and was then caught by his worried niece. Mu-won, feeling the heavy burden of this loss, apologized for not being able to save him. The news shocked everyone. Even Ha-Jin Wool couldn't contain his emotions. Master Seo, like a true man, held on with all his might. Chong Ying approached the young master and clapped him on the shoulder, informing him that Lady Wolrin had taken the body of their fallen comrade. Sources said she will try to hand over Ryu-san's body as soon as possible. After these words, Chun Ying again expressed his condolences. It would be a miracle to avoid casualties in such a situation. Mu-won had no choice but to become stronger. He regained his prudence and caution for the sake of his beloved woman, who in an instant lost everything. Of course, this incident would have happened much later, but he could not pass by Ha-Sol, who almost lost her life. Realizing that the Central Alliance would not back down, Mu-won decided that he would become wiser in order to fight and become stronger for everyone, since his comrades had already suffered enough because of him. Like a true leader, he admitted that his stubbornness, pride, and rash decisions led to this outcome. Since childhood, he'd lived with only thoughts of power and revenge, surviving by protecting only himself. Mu-won wasn't prepared to be equally responsible for the lives of others. At that moment, he remembered the conversation with the leader of Yen. Mu-won believed that being indifferent to the pain of outsiders and not caring about any threat to one's own was the credo of the Iron Squad. At that moment, he couldn't understand Lord Musong's words. The leader of the Iron Squad insisted that the smell of blood was blinding the young master. Yong Musong insisted that he and his family must survive first, for that was the very law by which their world operated. Even though Mu-won didn't agree with him, those words now took on a new meaning. Just like the leader of the Iron 12's words about Mu-won showing his claws too soon to such powerful enemies. He insisted that the more people you have to protect, the greater the responsibility, and the more deliberate the leader's actions must be. Mu-won hadn't sensed any danger, believing he could protect everyone if he grew stronger. Now he felt incredible shame, having never realized that the further he advanced, the greater the danger awaiting his people. But he could not deviate from the path he was on. Looking up at the sky, Mu-won addressed his father, thinking that he didn't want others to suffer because of him. The truth he had learned about this world was too difficult to comprehend. Only the events since the Central Heavenly Alliance's visit have given him cause to think about how long his father suffered and tormented himself in solitude. In order to protect other people, leader Jin Kwang-ho had to bear this burden on his shoulders alone. Unlike his father, Mu-won took the path of revenge. Now he understood that the words about revenge turning life into an endless chase were the pure truth. But given the truth he'd just discovered, he didn't think he could stop so easily. Addressing his father, Mu-won apologized for being forced to follow his own path. He had to protect his comrades no matter what. Like his father, even at the cost of his own life, he intended to prevent his people from meeting a tragic end. Mu-won had no intention of stopping and was determined to keep moving forward. After some thought, he suddenly fell low on his knees in front of his comrades. Overwhelmed with guilt, he began to shout apologies, saying that he was not worthy of being there, as he only brought misfortune. Without looking up, he said he knew how many lives had been lost and how much pain they had endured. He promised to try to make sure it never happened again. Raising his head but not raising his gaze, Mu-won demonstrated the decisiveness of his bow as blood began to drip from his forehead. He declared that he would protect everyone, but he would need the strength of the other clans. Looking at his comrades, he resolutely declared that for the sake of order in the entire world, they must restore the Northern Heavenly Clan. Everyone present was shocked by his words. There was no longer any doubt that Mu Wan, despite the difficulty of her burden, would continue on this path. In response, Hajin Wool also showed his determination and fell to one knee, shouting that he, as a military advisor, greeted the great leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Following him, warrior Seo Mu Sang did the same, declaring that he, like the first sword, was always ready to lay down his life for his master. Lord Huang Cheol, falling to one knee, cried out that he was ready to follow his master to the very end. Master Ki Moon also expressed his devotion to the fifth clan leader. Surrounded by his loyal comrades, Mu Wan was confident that he would never show weakness again and would destroy the false world created by the invincible warrior of the 9 heavens. After that day, the Northern Blade, as well as his crew, disappeared from sight for several years. One ordinary gloomy day in Marima, a mysterious master reached a mysterious and terrifying place far from the major provinces. His target was the Fortress of Blood and Iron, a stronghold located on an uninhabited island off the coast of Shandong. On the island, nicknamed the Impenetrable Fortress because of its steep slopes, seemingly cutting off the island in a circle, someone had settled and founded a clan. One of the great 4 of the Northern Sky Clan, this fortress belongs to a warrior known as the King of Blood and Iron. It is Jae Hexim who holds this stronghold. The guards who guarded the fortress peered into the thick fog to keep out any unexpected guests. Suddenly, they saw a stranger appear in front of them, leaning on a sealed long blade. Upon arriving at this location, Mu Wan immediately declared that he did not wish to kill needlessly. He asked the guards not to stand in his way and simply to quietly move aside. The surprised guys did not know who they were dealing with and how this man had entered the territory of the Fortress of Blood and Iron. Seeing a stranger, they shouted about it and rushed to attack. Pointing their spears at the stranger, they rushed into the attack, saying that he would regret daring to enter the Fortress of Blood and Iron without warning and permission. But after a moment, they realized the difference in their strength. The incredible master, using his second sword, smoothly avoided their attacks and walked past. Within a moment, the guards' wounds opened up and they fell to the ground screaming. Having stirred up the fortress, Mu Wan appeared at the place where the third of the 4 great pillars of the Northern Clan was located. The stunned craftsmen who descended to the first floor of the fortress could not believe their eyes. Among the countless number of fallen comrades, they saw a master with 2 blades in his hands. Turning to the stunned guards, he repeated his words about how he did not want to kill people in vain and would leave them alive if they simply dispersed. As it turned out, these words were not enough to convince the frightened guards that they could stay alive. Thoughtlessly rushing into the attack, they shouted that a real demon had appeared before them. Overcoming many floors, Mu Wan easily got rid of the fortress warriors who hoped to withstand the battle with him. It seemed like there was no end to them, but that didn't stop the 5th head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. When he reached the top floor, he saw the last guard who, with a trembling body, held out his blade. Within a moment, he threw his blade to the ground and ran away screaming, but his fate was sealed the moment Mu Wan arrived at this fortress. Meanwhile, the great warrior of the past greedily devoured the limitless amount of food in his chambers, not even realizing what was happening within the confines of his fortress. Still, he had news from the outside world, so he wondered how it was that 2 of the 9 heavens were dead. It was a mystery to him what times awaited them. While isolated from civilization, the man with dragon tattoos on his chest made do with an incredible amount of food, which was still not enough for him. As he devoured the small village's monthly provisions, he mused aloud over the news that the war with the Silent Night had already lasted 3 years. He considered the alliance pathetic, unable to cope for so long with enemies the Northern Sky Clan had held at bay for centuries. Despite the danger of the quiet night, he did not even think of joining the defense of Murim, because he believed that outside the castle it was too disturbing and dangerous. What he feared most was that the cursed spirit of the north might also appear in this stronghold. At the moment he voiced his worst fear, the door to his chambers opened. He was horrified to realize that it was not a servant with a whole mountain of food who had come to him, but a swordsman with a terrifying aura. In a trembling voice, he said that he had mentioned the devil. Understanding why the cursed spirit of the north had appeared here, he worriedly asked if it was finally his turn. Adjusting his hat, Mu-Wan said that he was surprised because he barely recognized his uncle, who had gained so much weight. He then remembered that even among the great four of the Northern Heavenly Clan, it was Jae-Hexim who stood out for his fighting prowess. Looking disapprovingly at the clan traitor, he inquired about this appearance, unbecoming of the strongest warrior, Jae-Hexim. Mu-Wan said that right now he looked more like a boar than one of the pillars. Looking back, Jae-Hexim couldn't accept that he had once been known as the Northern Heavenly Clan's strongest warrior. He had once been, after all, if you exclude Jin Kwang-ho, he truly was without equal. However, one day, a moment came when Yeon Jong-hwa and Jo Jong-soo convinced him and drew him into a feud, forcing him to make a choice. Although the decision was unfaithful to his feelings, he nevertheless joined in the overthrow of the leader and the betrayal of the Northern Heavenly Clan. He had cast aside the honor of being the strongest and his great expectations, and therefore believed that he had nothing more to fear in this life. With a sense of guilt, Master Jae said that his vision had been clouded by ambition, far removed from his very essence. He had wanted to achieve transformation, but ultimately had chosen the path to ruin. He regretted not having listened to the feeling that spoke from choice. Now he felt like nothing more than a pathetic traitor. In response, Mu-Wan merely watched the fat, pathetic man with silent disapproval. Breaking the silence, Jae-Hexim asked if the young master of the Northern Clan was the one who had gotten rid of Jeok Yeop and Nung Gun-hee of the Nine Heavens. Throwing the food aside and grabbing the edge of the table, she said that the demon's fist, which suffered from the quiet night, was also probably on the conscience of the heir, because it was he who killed Yeon Jong-hwa in front of a huge number of witnesses. He threw the table aside angrily, declaring that this was sheer nonsense, most likely rooted in hatred for traitors. As a result of these events, he realized that the Central Heavenly Alliance was seriously intent on finding the last head of the Jin family. Rising to his feet and wiping his face from the greasy food, he said that after all those events, Master Jin disappeared for 3 years, but suddenly decided to appear right in front of him, the third on the list of traitors of the Northern Clan. Revealing his full height, Jae-Hexim turned to the cursed spirit of the Northern Heavenly Clan with a menacing gaze. Filling his tattoos with powerful chi energy, he declared that he knew of his wrongdoing and accepted the wrath of the heir of the Northern Clan. However, he did not want to simply wait helplessly for death. After these words, his tattoos began to shrink towards his palms, after which they began to turn into weapons. Grabbing the whip, imbued with his energy, he shouted that he could not die meekly, even under the heavy burden of his rash act. The most pitiful person in this fortress began to release the supreme energy of the dragon tail of blood and iron, destroying his chambers. Resisting the enemy's wild energy, Mu-Wan calmly stated that this was not the Jae-Hexim he knew. Then came the logical question of what had destroyed such a great warrior. Jae-Hexim did not rush to answer and said that if the damned spirit obediently left his fortress, then it would not do anything to him and would not threaten his plans. He swung his whips and began to smash everything around him, screaming in panic that Mu-Wan should just leave so he wouldn't have to see his pathetic appearance. Having destroyed everything in front of him, Jae-Hexim hoped that the attack with such a large radius of destruction would hit the man who came for his soul. But a moment later, he noticed that Mu-Wan had survived and was moving with incredible speed inside this huge room. Mu-Wan moved around the walls, tracking the enemy's movements. The moment he tried to block the attack of the Dragon Tail's supreme energy whip, his second blade was broken. Sensing the enemy's energy approaching, Mu Wan accelerated. A moment later, Master J easily destroyed the column standing next to his opponent with a swing of his batug. The furious warrior continued to destroy everything around him in the hope of getting rid of the terrifying cursed spirit of the north. However, Mu Wan was much faster. He anticipated the enemy's attacks and easily dodged them. He had no intention of attacking the pathetic warrior of the past, as he was interested in understanding his abilities first. Watching his opponent's panicked movements, he sensed only alarm and fear in his attacks. Mu Wan doubted that the great warrior Jehexim had always been so cowardly. He felt that something had happened in the past that made him so pitiful. Moving around the walls, Master Jin threw several smoke bombs towards the enemy. A wall of smoke formed in front of the Dragon Tail energy user, limiting the area he could control. Nervously biting his lower lip, Master Jie asked if the renowned Northern Blade really used such shameful tactics in an honest fight. A moment later, he saw the enemy's shadow approaching in front of him. He swung his whip furiously and aimed at his opponent, intending to get rid of him before he could close the distance to strike. But it turned out to be just a trick, because Mu Wan threw his coat and hat in his direction. Jehexim wasn't just relying on visual presence, he could also sense his opponent's energy. He was shocked to realize that Mu Wan had reached a level where he could deceive his opponent by infusing his energy into an object. A moment later, Mu Wan attacked from behind, expressing surprise that the renowned Jehexim had fallen for such a primitive trick. He went on to say that such a lifestyle had completely dulled the great warrior's senses. Master Jin shed his cloak and revealed his new form. He now wore a dark, thick cloth, along with several plates that protected vital parts of his body. Before striking, Mu Wan commanded his blade to show its true form. A moment later, Master Jie felt an incredible pressure, realizing that Mu Wan was using one of Lady Nong of the Nine Heavens skills. The blade of the head of the Jin family appeared the moment the seal concealing the terrifying energy of the snow flower was removed. Now, this weapon looked completely different, because Mu Wan listened to the words of the Master of Eight Swords and began to more closely monitor the condition of the snow flower. Using the demonic shadow sword of heavenly destruction, he released a small amount of his energy and directed it at the formidable opponent. A powerful blow fell on the fat boar. Mu Wan restrained himself from destroying the entire fortress, so only the top floor was damaged. Master Ji could barely withstand the first blow that the Northern Blade dealt him. He lay on the ground in fear and looked at the heir of the Northern Heavenly clan. At that moment he was horrified by the condemning gaze of the incredible master. With a trembling voice, the frightened, shameful traitor of the Northern clan began to mutter something under his breath. As it turned out, the battle with the head of the Jin family had triggered his fear, causing him to flee from the central plains, which all four pillars of the Northern clan were aiming for. Master Jie said with cold sweat on his face that Mu Wan was completely alone with the devil who had left him forever as pathetic as he was. As it turned out, it was about a meeting with the true ruler of this world. About 10 years ago, a great warrior of the Northern clan who craved even more recognition as an invincible warrior challenged Moyong Yul Chon to a fight. This is how its sad destruction happened. Looking haughtily at the defeated King of Blood and Iron lying on the floor, Yul Chong, having defeated his opponent, said out loud that Jehexim was not inferior in strength to the head of the Northern Heavenly clan. Because of these rumors, the invincible warrior was looking forward to their meeting, but as it turned out, Master Jie was no better than a big snake to him, but not a dragon at all. Jehexim, hailed as a genius of the dragon-striking martial art, lay on the ground, trembling as he gazed at the terrifying ruler. His power had previously been considered so immense that even words like generational supremacy were insufficient to describe it. By nature, he never liked to be at the forefront and saw serving the North as his primary calling, so he took no action and harbored no ambitions. Confused, he followed the current and betrayed the Northern clan. At the moment when everything happened so unexpectedly, He decided to indulge his ambition by creating a new legend. He believed without question only until he found himself face to face with the absolute truth, the devil incarnate. Jae was the only one among his comrades who knew that the true master of the world was Moyong Yul Jong. He decided to give in to his ambition to create a new order for Murim, but upon meeting him, he experienced a fear that shattered him for life. He was certain that even if the four had united, they would not have been able to defeat him. Only after his encounter with the terrifying demon did he realize they had all been dancing to his tune and had made an incredible mistake when they allowed Jin Kwang Ho to die. Fleeing from the terrifying demon, the terrified Jae realized the man was watching the ants go wild, ready to be killed at any moment. The ruler had humiliated him by simply leaving him alive. After that incident, having abandoned his grandiose plans, Master Jae locked himself in his fortress of blood and iron, built his own kingdom, and lived there, severing all ties with the world. With a cry of fear, Jae grabbed his weapon again. Muwon was surprised that the depressed opponent was still willing to fight. With a swipe of his whip, the Dragontail Master summoned a powerful destructive storm. As Master Jin jumped back, the frightened boar screamed in panic, asking why he saw in him the devil who was the true ruler of Murim. Releasing a massive amount of tail energy, the mad Jae used the Mad Iron Blood Dragon technique and directed it at Muwon. Muwon decided not to dodge these attacks and simply dodged them. Running around, he cut the surface of the floor in parallel. The great warrior could not keep up with his speed. He constantly tried to predict Master Jin's trajectory, but the agile guy constantly dodged. Striking furiously with his whips, he screamed furiously for the northern spirit to leave his fortress. He promised to live out the rest of his life here quietly and in the shadows. He found it hard to believe that his heir intended to seek revenge, even if the entire world was his enemy. By destroying everything around him, he convinced his opponent that he knew nothing, acting with the same ambition he had in his past. He warned the heir of the northern clan, the clan, that in the face of the absolute, all this was meaningless. Dodging multiple attacks, Muwon continued to run around the enemy. Seeing his incredible speed, Jae shouted that his movements were truly astounding, but he should leave this fortress and hide his essence as if he never existed. He despised the heir for giving up hiding, abandoning such a path to survival. When Jae stopped trying to reach Muwon with his chaotic attacks, he stopped and asked if he was sure that running was worthy of a warrior. A moment later, Master Jae noticed that the surface of the floor around him had been cut. But it was too late and his heavy body rushed down. As he fell down along with the rubble of the floor, he realized that he had truly become numb in terms of fighting, as he was unable to notice anything. But even in such a situation, he did not lose his composure, and pushing off the walls with the help of his whips, flew into the air. With a furious expression on his face, he shouted the name of his assailant. After that, while in the air, Master Jae again directed the dragon whips towards Muwon. The powerful attack was already very close, and Muwon did not have time to dodge. He stood in a stance and prepared to repel this attack. With one powerful swing of his blade, he brought down the batug that was aimed at him. But at that very moment he realized that he had been inattentive. While one of the whips was aimed at him from the front, the second was aimed at his back. A moment before the impact, Muwon realized that he would carry out this attack by piercing the surface with his dragon tail. With incredible speed, the whip rushed towards him. Destroying everything in its path, the furious Jae struck the place where Muwon was located. Such a furious attack completely destroyed the floor where the owner of the fortress had his quarters. Muwon found himself in free fall. At that moment, he used the air step skill. By jumping up, he managed to avoid a collision with the enemy's whip. But Master Jae continued to put great pressure on him, once again directing the dragon tail attack towards him. Muwon managed to dodge once again by maneuvering in the air. Moreover, he continued to move through the air using the void running technique. Seeing his movements, Master Jae realized that this young man had even mastered running in the void. Observing these techniques, he noticed their striking similarity to the distinctive gait of Ken Musen, one of the Great Four. Moreover, Mu Wan had previously used a technique characteristic of Nong Gun Hui of the Nine Heavens. Feeling greatly outnumbered by his opponent, Master J wondered what had happened during the few years he had been hiding from the world. Mu Wan rushed towards the master with incredible speed, who stood motionless in place. With tremendous speed, Master Jin was about to finish off the enemy with one blow. Shocked by what was happening, Jehuxim realized that he would not be able to block this attack, and there was no more time to dodge. In just a moment, Mu Wan had cut him deeply. As it turned out, he was aiming for his throat, but the opponent managed to change the trajectory of his movement and dodge, so a deep cut remained on his shoulder. After this successful attack, Mu Wan rushed to attack again with lightning speed. The wounded Master Jie was not going to give up so easily. He felt he had an advantage at close range, so he created a whole whirlwind, protecting himself with his whips. Having fended off countless swift attacks from his opponent, Mu Wan knew that closing the distance against a Dragon Tail energy user was very difficult. But even so, he managed to find a way out of the situation. Dodging the attacks, he managed to grab his opponent's whips. Jehuxim couldn't believe how crazy this young martial artist's fighting style was. At that moment, he decided to bring back his whips, placing them on his body again as tattoos. But as soon as he did, Mu Wan rushed to attack again. Taking advantage of the moment, he closed the distance. Approaching his opponent, Mu Wan delivered a powerful slashing blow. However, it wasn't enough because although the blow was quite deep, it only managed to cut through fat. This time, Jehuxim was saved by his own belly, which he had been cultivating for the past 10 years. Changing his grip, Mu Wan decided he should punch even deeper. Rushing into the attack, he decided to deliver a slashing blow to the enemy's body, aiming at his back. However, the experienced warrior managed to return one of his whips and block the attack. Mu Wan didn't expect that his opponent would be able to summon his whip so quickly. Within a moment, the furious opponent, who had gained the advantage, decided to take advantage of the situation. He swung his whip with incredible force, lifting the heir of the Northern clan into the air. After that, he threw Master Jin to the ground with terrifying force. Mu Wan had no way to defend himself against his opponent's brute force. At that moment, Master J decided to summon another whip. A moment later, he directed a second blow at the place where Mu Wan was lying. But the heir of the Northern clan managed to jump aside. He couldn't even imagine that his opponent would use a whip to intercept. Ma Dokwan's teachings were what saved him in that situation and prevented him from being seriously injured. But he had no time to relax. A moment later, two huge stones, tied together by the enemy's whips, were aimed at him. He swung his arms and slammed them against each other where Mu Wan was. Using the Mad Dragon's blood and iron slash, the whipmaster regained his weapon. At the same moment, the stones were destroyed by the cuts of the whips that were moving at incredible speed. Jehuxim looked hopefully towards the mountain of stones into which he had turned the floor of his own fortress. But apart from stones, he saw nothing else. Looking around, Jay said that his opponent was surprisingly agile, since he was able to dodge these attacks. Turning to Mu Wan, he shouted that he should show himself. A moment later, he saw that his enemy had begun to carry out rapid maneuvers very close by. The clumsy Jehuxim saw him only for a moment, after which he was lost sight of. When Mu Wan appeared in front of him again, he had closed the distance so much that the Dragon Tail warrior's whips were useless. Trying to escape from such a hopeless situation, the pathetic master began to frantically beg again not to touch him. But a moment later, Mu Wan had cut him deeply in the back and escaped the whips. Hoping to destroy the enemy at this moment, the furious Jay again directed his whip at the heir of the Northern clan. However, Mu Wan once again demonstrated incredible speed, and finding himself behind his opponent, opened another deep cut on his stomach. Within a moment, his speed increased many times over, and he continued to deliver an incredible number of slashing blows, running around the enemy. Having given up all attempts to resist, the pathetic Jehuxim covered his head with his hands and began to scream that this was enough and that he was ready to go to the ends of the earth, forgetting his name and hiding as if he were already dead. Despite his pleas, Mu Wan refused to stop. Hexim, terrified by his opponent's strength, called him a damn devil. Again begging for his life, he asked if it was necessary to take it from him to satisfy his anger. Swinging his whips with incredible fury, he used so much force that he completely destroyed his weapons. At this moment, a huge force of dragon-tail energy, blood and iron raged. Mu Wan, standing above the enemy, was caught in a powerful stream of energy. A terrifying power, destroying everything around, rushed into the sky. The pillar of energy emanating from Hexim was higher than the strength of blood and iron itself. A moment later, a purple glow flared at the top of this stream. Mu Wan, cutting through the energy with his Thousand Shadow technique, rushed towards the enemy. He furiously aimed his blow towards his opponent, moving through his energy. Feeling hopeless, the gravely wounded Hexim once again began to beg him to stop, and stop walking down the demonic path to death. But no matter how much he begged for mercy, Mu Wan had no intention of giving up his intentions. Having dispersed the enemy's energy, he struck with a blow of terrifying power that turned the fortress of blood and iron into a mountain of stones. As the heat began to dissipate, Mu Wan, with his blade stabbed into his opponent's body, stood directly on his body. The third of the traitorous 4 great pillars of the north was brought down by the hand of the 5th head of Jin. Mu Wan admitted that he truly deserved the title of a demon or a cursed spirit. The northern blade was steadfast in his path of vengeance to build a new order in the world of Murim. 3 years before these events, Jin Mu Wan stood against all the forces of the Central Heavenly Alliance. People were surprised by the fact that the Alliance had put forward all its forces to defeat one person. The incredible pressure of sheer numerical superiority wasn't enough to capture the one falsely accused of betraying the continent. Even more discussion followed the news that 2 of the 9 heavens were involved in this incident. This surprised and shocked everyone so much that it became one of the most high-profile incidents of recent times. And after that day, Jin Mu Wan quietly lurked somewhere, seemingly vanished from this world, completely impossible to find. People were divided between those who were certain Mu Wan had died and those who believed he had survived, but was in hiding. Although he was nicknamed the Northern Blade, the situation involving the 9 heavens was considered exceptional, so the prevailing view was that he had died. Only occasionally, when inexplicable events occurred, people over a glass of beer or drink would tell each other that it was the work of the cursed spirit of the North. During the confrontation, the Central Heavenly Alliance implemented restrictive measures as a warning against the clans that had assisted the Northern Blade. However, the minister acted secretly and not very actively, so these measures were not fully implemented. Another reason is that after the accusation and death of Chil Seong, the elder of the Mount Hua clan, strange groups with the double-headed demon tattoo began appearing everywhere. They spread like a plague, so much so that it was impossible to even guess at the extent of their spread. A frantic search for those bearing such a tattoo began across all clans, and in the clans where such individuals were discovered, a time of betrayal and chaos ensued, plunging everyone into inexplicable terror. The world was shaken by the Silent Night attacks, so a detachment of invaders was sent to the front lines. At that time, everyone needed support and unity, but instead, troubled and dark times came for the entire continent. The reason is that the authority of the Central Heavenly Alliance and public sentiment have been turned upside down. A few days after the Alliance lost Jin Mu Wan's comrades, the girl who thought her grandfather from the 9 heavens was the one who stood at the top of this world came to terms with the fact that this was not so. Now, she completely rethought the minister's words about there being a real absolute that her family had been following all this time. Following Wang Descen's advice, a few days after the events, she decided to obey and join her grandfather. But on the other hand, the one who openly criticized the Central Heavenly Alliance disobeyed the minister's orders. It was about an incredible master, a heavenly sage who was able to kill the chaos demon Taimu Kang. As the minister said, Damso Chung paid the price for supporting the Alliance's enemy, After that incident, he was locked in a prison without a beam of light hanging on a chain. But even this did not break his spirit. The heavenly sage bore this punishment rather indifferently. However, this did not last long, because his father, Dam Choksim, one of the 9 heavens, intervened in the situation. He intervened forcefully and spoke to the minister, so his son was released earlier than expected. However, the heavenly sage was given a strict condition: to enter into war with the Quiet Knight commander of the vanguard. Minister Wang demanded that he join forces with the invader squad that had already entered the war at the front and destroy the Silent Knight. Dam Suzhong trusted the squad leader, Shim Wan Li. He was ready to hand over to him all the honor he had received during the defense of the continent. But at the same time, if the Quiet Knight suddenly began to push back the detachment of invaders, he was ready to rush onto the battlefield at any moment. Looking at Dam So Chung, who didn't know that he was just being used, feelings of guilt and hostility arose on the part of his beloved. However, she also felt scared by the expression on his face when he showed her his anger for the first time in his life. She was troubled by the fear that her beloved was terribly disappointed in her. These were the feelings that overwhelmed Seo Moon Hai Rai, leaving her no peace. She also realized how arrogant she truly was. Only then did she realize how small her being was, which led to an even greater feeling of immense powerlessness and inferiority compared to her grandfather. The great dream of creating a new world together with her lover began to gradually fade from her mind. Then she decided to become the minister's man who served as the conductor of the will of the man who was the true ruler of Murim. Yet despite her fears, she did not lose Dam So Jong's love. The celestial sage, despite some disagreements, continued to give her great support. He once said that his father was just a pretext put on display. He, too, knew the true reason behind it, and he also understood that this incident would gradually turn him into the Central Heavenly Alliance's watchdog. Looking at his beloved, he said they were simply retreating 1 step, only to then advance 10. He suggested she follow their orders for a while, deceive herself and adapt, forcing the heavens to relax and be careless, for only then could they move toward her dream. He suggested she take it slow, as they needed to put an end to the Quiet Knight anyway. In response, Mrs. Hyrian, revealing her true colors, held back tears and said she thought Dam So Jong was disappointed in her and hated her. In response, the heavenly sage averted his gaze and said that if such a thing could make him hate her, he would never have loved her at all. Still, he begged her never to indulge in such vile schemes again, for they must overcome difficulties with confidence and pride. Showing his immense support, he stated that everything was fine, as they would eventually create a new Murim together, despite all the difficulties they would have to overcome. 3 years of war with a Silent Knight were called endless. The Central Heavenly Alliance and the Silent Knight have been immersed in a maddening maelstrom of battles for all these years, and people have begun to call this conflict the 3-Year War. During these years, countless warriors lost their lives, and dozens of clans across the continent were destroyed. Death stalked the streets, and the will to live was no longer visible in people's faces. For ordinary people, this time was like a nightmare. It was nothing less than a time of turmoil, and for this reason, society's attitude towards the Central Heavenly Alliance became even worse, and the situation turned out to be such that it stirred up those who clearly felt the absence of the Northern Heavenly Clan. People longed for the times when the clan was great and powerful. Finally realizing its value, they felt the sacrifice they had made, observing the situation from a distance. There were those who said the alliance had killed the sinless leader of the Northern clan and even killed his son, known as the Northern Blade. The raiding party proved to be a glimmer of hope in this pitch darkness. Among the people, there were those who said they were alive only thanks to this party and felt gratitude and admiration for their actions. The entire top ranks of this party consisted of members of the Azure Dragon. Having gone through the heat of difficult battles, they became hardened and became much more experienced and stronger. The detachment of invaders, who had been immersed in the quiet night during these 3 years of fighting, exceeded all expectations. The leader of the squad became an idol for all the youth, known as the one who personally led the saviors of the Murim. Shim Wan Li, the one in question, achieved incredible fame, just as he had desired. Another vanguard warrior, fighting alongside the invaders, also achieved equal fame. Through his actions and authority, Dam So Jong earned the reputation of a warrior king, a hero of the time. He now stood alongside the 9 heavens, becoming the 7th. In the midst of the cold and dangerous mountains of the southern part of the continent, there was a settlement that few knew about. Getting to this place was not easy. In addition to the mountain range, the visitor also had to cross a body of water. The rocky terrain seemed an unsuitable place to live. However, this place was a great option for hiding from the whole world. The territory of the secret settlement was guarded, and the entire perimeter was monitored around the clock. Having received permission to proceed further, the mysterious traveler entered the interior of a huge cave. There he was met by guards with spears, who allowed the master to proceed further the moment he showed a small seal. Moving on, the guy applied this seal to a large stone wall. This was not enough, because to deactivate the protective technology of this place, the guard seals were also required. When all 3 seals were folded, the gate opened. This is exactly what the path that had to be taken to get to the new Northern Heavenly Clan looked like. Kwak Moonjong traveled a long way to reach the Northern Heaven Clan. In a short period of time, this place became a well-developed organization. Looking at the huge number of followers of the Northern Heavenly Clan that had settled under the leadership of the 5th head of the Jin family, Kwak Moonjong acknowledged that his master had done an excellent job. The Northern Heavenly Clan's followers were trained by one of the most experienced users of the 3 fundamental cultivation methods, Mr. Huang Chongkol. Seeing a student standing nearby, he greeted him with a joyful look and said that the young man had come a long way on his way from the White Dragon Trading Association. Mr. Huang is a descendant of the lower-ranking warriors of the Northern Clan, a man possessing a powerful martial art, acquired through insight, and the one to whom Jin Kwang Ho passed on the spiritual technique of the 3 walls. This was highly valued within the clan, and he was made their general mentor. While affectionately calling his first student worthless, Chungkol was surprised that, even though they hadn't seen each other for only a couple of months, he had still managed to grow noticeably. Master Kwok thanked him for the compliment and told him that Miss No from the Merchant Association was healthy and still awake. At that moment, Hajin Wool, the commander of the new Northern Heavenly Clan, joined their conversation. He thanked the young man for his arduous journey, working for the good of the entire clan. The scholar of 3 minds, serving as a military commander, designed and constructed fortifications and buildings to protect the new Northern Celestial Clan from external threats, creating ideal defensive circles based on the geographical features of the area. He is also responsible for the clan's provisioning and management. Naturally, the friendly scientist couldn't help but compliment how much Moonjong had changed during his absence. As expected, Moonjong didn't just visit the trade association. He was the intermediary between the Great Trade Association and the Northern Celestial Clan. This time, he brought documents confirming the transfer of funds the warlord had additionally requested several months earlier. Handing over the documents confirming the funding, Mr. Ha Jin Wool expressed his regret at being forced to be so shameless. He reiterated his deep gratitude to the White Dragon Association. 3 years ago, there was only the goal and desire to recreate the Northern Sky Clan. Jinmu One and his comrades lacked resources, but the White Dragon Guild secretly supplied the Northern Heavenly Clan with the necessary funds and goods. The first guild leader, No Tay Tay, did not forget the gratitude for saving the life of her second son. It was she who supported the Northern Heavenly Clan with exclusively large sums of money. But as it turned out, the experienced lady was quite skillful, and in this way, she cunningly laundered the money coming from outside. In this way, she prepared for any unforeseen situations related to the instability of the continent during the war with the Silent Night. So thanks to this, the Northern Heavenly Clan was able to secretly establish itself away from the site of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Kwak Moon Jong was the bridge connecting the Northern Celestial Clan with the White Dragon Guild. From early childhood, he learned the Three Walls spiritual technique from Huang Cheol. He was stronger than his peers in martial arts and had also survived all sorts of hardships. Living as a guide from an early age made him an excellent geographer, so this talent, which is quite difficult to find, was always an excellent support for the clan's warlord. At one point, those who completely distracted the fighters from training and cultivating their techniques arrived. The appearance of the Northern Heavenly Clan's elite was so striking. The Blood and Sword Squad, led by Seo Mu-sang, consists of 7 members and handles the most special missions requiring elite fighters. In the past, he nearly succumbed to his inner demons, but Jin Mu-wan came to his aid, after which he learned swordsmanship and even gained insight. Now he leads the 7 people who have inherited the Blue Cloud sword technique. Upon meeting Mr. Seo, young Master Kwak heard for the 3rd time in a row that he had grown noticeably. When he approached the commander, he saw his smile and heard him say he was glad everything had gone without incident. Mr. Seo reported that they had completed the cleansing of the Blood and Iron Fortress, covering up the traces left by their leader during the assassination of the traitor Jae Hexim. As requested by the Scholar of 3 Minds, their squad had staged the operation to make it appear as if an internal schism had occurred within the Blood and Iron Fortress. After hearing the report, Hajin Wool thanked the leader of the Blood and Sword Squad, saying they had done an excellent job once again. After covering up his actions, all that remained was to order the secret stream to disseminate the correct information to the population. As soon as he mentioned the means of disseminating information, Master Chong Ying appeared behind him and announced that they had just returned, having spread a good deal of false rumors about the strength of blood and iron. As it turned out, he was the one posing as a ferryman and transporting the clan leader to the fortress of iron and blood. On the way back, he disposed of the boat and perfectly concealed his route, leaving no trace behind. The information group, which served as the Northern Celestial Clan's eyes and ears, operated under the command of Chong Ying. Unbeknownst to the world, the Dark Moon had actually become part of the Northern Celestial Clan and was given the name Secret Stream. In response to the esteemed commander's praise, the typically brash Chong Ying called him a terrifying monster and asked him to be quiet. After that, like all the previous characters who had suddenly appeared around Moon Jong, he noted that the young master had grown noticeably. The lack of originality could be described as them all being like-minded, united by a single goal. Jiang Daiso, forcibly dragged along by Hajin Wool, also became part of the new Northern Clan. His ancestors had continually preserved ancient documents, and he too, with a zeal bordering on perverse, preserved various books and manuscripts, amassing several hundred volumes. Jiang Daiso took over as head of the secret garden that housed the documents and secrets of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The head of the secret garden appeared before the warlord to inform him that all the other leaders were already prepared for the meeting. The only one missing was the clan leader, who had only recently returned from a mission to eliminate the traitor, but was already busy working in the forge. As soon as Hajin Wool opened the door to the forge, the first thing he saw was the blacksmith, Ban So-Wool. The sake-wielding man whom Mu-wan had met during his journey with the Iron Squad was now the master of the Northern Clan's main forge. He's such an accomplished master that he can judge any sword at a glance. He's now responsible for all armor and weapons for the Northern Celestial Clan. In another part of the forge, Mu-wan continued to work. Hajin Wool, turning to the gentleman, announced that all the management had gathered, and they were already waiting for the head in the meeting room. The 5th head of the Heavenly Clan, Jin Mu-wan, continued to improve his blacksmithing skills under the guidance of Pan So-wol. The incident 3 years ago greatly changed everyone who founded this clan. By saying goodbye to their comrade, they all only strengthened their faith in their cause, respecting his great sacrifice. Mu-wan promised that he would not forget his sacrifice. Over these 3 years, The guys have managed to assemble an incredible team. New faces have appeared among the leaders. Mr. Tan Ki-moon and Mrs. Tan Mi-rae formerly belonged to a family of healers and poisoners, but after their encounter with the Nine Heavens, in an attempt to limit the damage to the clan, they pretended the clan had been destroyed and joined the Mu-won clan. Kai-moon has given up his dream of creating poisons. He no longer creates poisons for killing, but instead creates noble poisons for healing. Nong Gun-hui has joined the list of elders. Formerly considered one of the Nine Heavens, the world now believes she is no longer alive. She has long been reported missing, but we can now see her among the leadership of the Northern Heavenly Clan. A new face for us is Ma Dokwan, the leader of the assault squad. He hails from the elite of the old Northern Clan, possessors of the most powerful military equipment. The man nicknamed the Mad Tiger with the Bloody Gaze is a former leader of the Flying Stern Squad, a bandit. The next member of the elders is Gen Musin, one of the 4 pillars of the Northern Clan. The Wind King, unlike the other 4, chose to isolate himself in the mountains of wind and clouds. Now, under the new leader, he makes a significant contribution. The meeting began and all participants took their seats. Mu-won couldn't help but notice that Mr. Gen Musin was experiencing some kind of turbulent feelings that he was trying to keep to himself. This behavior was due to the loss of yet another friend. Although Jehexim, like the other pillars, was a traitor, they were once brothers who had stood on the brink of life and death, surviving on the battlefield. Now the Great Four had vanished entirely, and their era was over. Seeing his uneasiness, Mu-won decided to turn to his uncle. Distracted from his thoughts, the man looked at his new leader. With a kind smile, he said that the clan leader had done a great job. 2 years ago, an unexpected meeting took place. In a small forge in the corner of a busy street of artisans in the Fortress of the Four Heavens, Master Pan Sovol drank away his time as usual. Not expecting any visitors, he was surprised to see that a tall man had come to see him, hiding his identity with a bandage covering his face. The man asked with distrust what the stranger wanted. Taking off his mask, Mu-won asked him with a kind smile how he had been doing all this time. As expected, Mr. Pan was shocked, having never imagined that the sinister swordsman who had visited him several years ago would return. Mu-won, handing him a bottle of alcohol, reminded him that he had promised to visit his forge again. When they went inside, they decided to have some fine drinks and discuss life. The blacksmith already knew that Mu-won was, in fact, a northern blade. That's why he wondered if Master Jin could truly appear before him like this, even though Murim believed him dead. Mu-won agreed with him, saying that walking around the Alliance territory like this was indeed quite bad. Taking out his blade, he explained that he simply couldn't think of a single craftsman who could work on his sword except Mr. Pa Sowol. Over time, the sword had become very worn, and he wanted to ask for help. He also said that he was ready to pay triple the price, just so as not to harm the blacksmith who was dear to him. Looking at the snow blade again, Master Pan said that only now, knowing he was the heir of the Northern Clan, did it become clear to him how he could remain sane while carrying that ominous sword. He had previously assumed Mu-won was an exceptional warrior, but the truth turned out to be more interesting. At that moment, he couldn't refuse the job, as he had grown bored with his craft. However, he couldn't fulfill the order himself, as the blade's sinister energy was too powerful for him to craft it himself. Realizing that Mu-won had also mastered excellent forging skills, he said that he would do the job himself, while he would only help him, pointing out his mistakes in detail. Mu-won firmly imprinted in his memory the blacksmith's words about what a weapon really was. Mr. Sovol insisted that usually the craftsman puts his thoughts and desires into weapons that are considered spiritual military items, and depending on this, the weapon can become either spiritual or demonic. A man-made weapon can't summon wind or rain, but it still exerts a powerful influence on the mind of the warrior who wields it. Depending on the thoughts and desires of the craftsman, one can become a hero or a true demon. That's why it's important to choose your weapon master with the utmost care. That's exactly what Jin Mu-won did, trusting a master of the craft from a small town. After long and grueling work, the sword was transformed, and its blade began to look simply perfect. Wiping sweat from his face, the blacksmith reflected that while the sword hadn't sucked the soul out of its wielder, who knows what would happen if it weakened. He didn't rule out the possibility that Mu Wan had unknowingly been feeding the sinister energy with his consciousness. Regarding the blade spirit, Mu Wan replied that it was a bit subdued. Mr. Sovol asked him to be careful, continuing to exist in harmony with this ominous sword, striving to elevate it even higher and make it his dignity. He could not stop marveling at how such a work of art as the snowflower had been created. A moment later, they were distracted by Chong Ying's appearance. Overseeing their conversation, the old man remarked that Mu Wan was now a true commander, then joked that perhaps he should have reported the Northern Blade to the Central Heavenly Alliance. At that moment, Chun Ying arrived with the important news that the secret stream had managed to find Gen Musen of the Great Four. Mu Wan thanked him for his excellent work and suggested that they immediately head to the intended location. Turning to the gentleman, Master Jin apologized for not having time to talk and having to skip the formalities. Bowing before Pan Sowol, he offered him the opportunity to become the Northern Celestial Clan's blacksmith. Mu Wan explained that they were building a forge, but it was ownerless, and they wanted it to belong to just such a master. As the old man listened attentively, the fifth head of the Northern Clan stated that he was confident that such a skilled blacksmith would become the armor, sword, and spear that could destroy all the obstacles standing in the way of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan also wished for Mr. Pan Sowol to continue teaching him forging, to hone his still modest skills. As soon as Mu Wan finished, the blacksmith immediately responded that he agreed to take charge of the Northern Heavenly Clan's forge. The fifth head of the Northern Clan was a little taken aback by such a sudden response, as he had thought he wouldn't agree so quickly. Breaking his surprised silence, he thanked the master for his decision. Grabbing a drink, Pan Sowol explained that he'd been in a place where no one went for a long time. He'd begun to feel like he was no longer needed by anyone, so he simply sat and waited for death. He was surprised to find himself still useful and needed, so willing to devote himself entirely to serving the Heavenly Clan. After visiting the blacksmith, Mu Wan went to Mount Wind and Cloud without delay. It seemed he had been long awaited. While in the square, he encountered an incredible number of followers of one of the four northern clans, standing to the side, watching the Northern Blade and their leader. The Wind King sat steadfastly on his throne, facing the heir of the Northern Clan, who had come to him with the intent to kill. Gen Musen, a user of spear techniques, greeted his unexpected guest with a serious gaze. Looking at him, Mu Wan planned to finish him off as quickly as possible, and then go and finish off the strongest of the Great Four, the master of Dragon Tail Energy, Jae Hexim. The snowflower had become sharper, stronger, and more resilient than before. His opponent had grown much older, so Mu Wan believed he wasn't as strong as he had been in his prime. Yet he didn't underestimate the Wind King, who possessed the world's fastest light flight technique. The fifth head of the Jin family planned to end everything with a single blow. But as soon as Mu Wan released the energy of 10,000 shadows, the enemy was a few steps away from him in an instant. Mu Wan was forced to change his plan of attack, as he didn't expect the old man to be able to walk so quickly even at his age. But instead of striking, the Wind King knelt down, bowing before the fifth head of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Seeing this, Jin Mu Wan was shocked with surprise, not understanding why the traitor would act like this. Looking up, Gen Musen stated that he had been languishing in uncertainty and anticipation for 11 years. The Great Four of the Northern Clan had disintegrated, and the military forces had been divided. But he, mindful of the order of the fourth clan chief, led the clan members who had agreed to go with him, and locked himself in here in the mountains of wind and clouds, maintaining his military strength. A moment later, he shouted that they were glad to welcome their young master, who had grown into a worthy man. Everyone present followed and bowed before the one they had been waiting for since the destruction of the Northern Heavenly Clan. This unexpected turn of events simply shocked the heir of the Northern Clan because it was the first time he heard that his father had left a posthumous order for his comrades. 13 years ago, the fourth head of the clan revealed his unrest to only one person, and that man was Gen Musen. While sharing a drink with the leader, the Wind Master noticed that their leader had been looking quite worried lately. He inquired about the reason for his behavior. After a short pause, Jin Kwang-ho turned to his close comrade, whom he called brother. Gen Musen, being his faithful comrade, was ready to listen to what was to be discussed. Then Jin Kwang-ho said that if any problem arose with him and the Northern Clan, the four should try to lead the clan's fighters so they wouldn't scatter. He asked that military strength be preserved for the future. Gen Musen was not prepared for such a conversation at the time of the clan's heyday, so he asked what was making him say such things and what was causing him these unexpected doubts. With a kind smile on his face, Kwang-ho said he knew only his brother would be able to reprimand him severely when he became weak-willed. After these words, he added that he was simply warning him that this was only a possibility, but he needed to be prepared to act if it happened. A few days after Jin Kwang-ho and Gen Musen drank together, as if prophesied, the Great Four of the Northern Heavenly Clan accused Chief Jin of criminally having a secret affair with the Silent Knight. The leader admitted the charge, which led to the destruction of a clan with a century-old history. Of course, Jin Kwang-ho could have stirred up a rebellion and turned the world upside down, but he was the Northern Wall, subservient to the center. Now, as the quiet night covered its tracks and fled, he no longer wished to sow chaos, but only desired peace at the center and wanted to protect his son, so he humbly accepted everything. Gen Musen, who knew Jin Kwang-ho's intentions better than anyone else, followed the leader's orders and took the forces of the clan's true descendants under his wing. To avoid being seen by traitors, he led them into the mountains of wind and clouds, where he sought to preserve and develop his forces. In this story, there was someone who deliberately falsified the information about the secret connection between Jin Kwang-ho and the Silent Knight, and helped one of the four, the swordmaster Yeon Jung-hwa. The one who saved Don Happen's fading life was none other than Gen Musen. It was he who stopped the bleeding of the dying head of the Hall of Origins and gave him the pill that saved his life. Leaving the poor fellow, Gen Musen said that Mr. Don must remain alive by any means necessary and wait for the hour when something would happen that could at least slightly ease his sense of guilt. With a cold and condemning tone, he said that the former head of the Hall of Origins would reveal the truth to the world with his own mouth, and that this would be the minimum price to atone for his guilt before the Northern Heavenly Clan and its head, Jin Kwang-ho. It was precisely because of such details that it happened that one of the traitorous four became one of the elders of the new Northern Clan. Understanding his comrade's anxiety, Ma Dokwan placed a heavy hand on the old man's shoulder and declared that Cho Jong-woo, Yeon Jung-hwa, and Jai Hyeksim had paid for their betrayal. He was saying that if Mr. Gen continued to show such torment, the leader's heart would only become more burdened. Addressing the leader, he asked for understanding. Although the four were traitors worthy of death, they had fought together for a long time, so Gen was saddened when he was the only one left. The elder apologized for his behavior, saying he had completely fallen apart. Addressing the Wind King, Mu Wan calmly said that he understood that he might be tormented by various feelings. With some anger, Ma Dokwan said that Gen Musen was truly weakened if he forgot they were traitors. The assault team leader was still furious at their failure to protect the fourth head. He believed that, despite his orders, they should have simply raised their swords. 2 years ago, the military force that had been waiting for this moment for over 10 years, never forgetting it, day or night, immediately joined the new Northern Heavenly Clan. Due to infighting among the four, military might was also fragmented, leaving forces far short of what the Northern Clan had possessed in its heyday. However, Wind King Gen Musen managed to maintain the largest military force despite the lack of guarantees that they would live to see their day. He was greatly appreciated for his efforts, and of course, Hajin Wol nominated him for the position of elder as one of the pillars of the old Northern Heavenly Clan. But upon their arrival at the Northern Clan, Mr. Musen shocked those present by declaring that this was not, in fact, all the military might they should bring back under their wing. There were around 300 warriors loyal to the Northern Celestial Clan who decided to follow him. However, due to the division of his forces and the need to protect young Master Jin, he ordered one of the detachments to disguise themselves as bandits and remain in the northern lands. Hearing about the bandits who lived in the northern lands, Mr. Huang said with surprise that he understood who they were talking about. As it turned out, the legendary Flying Stern Squad, feared by all who traveled through the northern lands, was the military might of the old Northern Clan, which was engaged in patrolling the lands for the benefit of the heir. A fierce, flying band of bandits, who had suddenly appeared in the middle of the northern lands and earned a notorious reputation, was an elusive organization with great military might. They gave the impression that its members had undergone extensive, rigorous training. The squad leader, a tiger with a bloody gaze, was actually a warrior of the Northern Clan opposing the Heavenly Alliance, and also the second-in-command of the Northern Heavenly Clan forces after Gen Musen. They circled the shattered and ruined clan, protecting Jin Muwan from dire threats. However, the surrounding area was teeming with Alliance observers, making the situation unsuitable for direct intervention. Moreover, one day, the disciples of the Nine Heavens suddenly appeared and stayed in the clan, and then, when the defense was suspended for a while in order not to arouse suspicion, a huge incident called the Attack of the Chaos Demon occurred. After that, for a while, the Flying Stern Squad was discouraged by the disappearance of the heir, but Ma Dokwan knew about Huang Chol, who even after the fall of the clan regularly came to support Jin Muwan. The Stern Flying Squad tracked him down and, as expected, learned that the loyal Huang Cheol delivered essential supplies for the heir every few months. From then on, they began to guard Huang Cheol from afar, for this was nothing less than protecting the young master. Seeing the broken carts on the way to the Northern Clan, Lord Huang assumed that this was the work of the elusive bandits. Gen Musen, having joined the Northern Clan, revealed the full truth about the fierce flying squad. It was decided that the time had come to return to the clan the loyal members who had been pretending to be true bandits all this time. Upon meeting Muwan, Ma Dokwan said he had become a true young commander. He'd heard he'd spent 7 years training in the Black Mountains. He was glad the boy was in excellent health and that his older brother was by his side. In response, Chief Jin said he hadn't forgotten his senior comrade Ma, who was one of the warriors of the Northern Clan and led a formidable force. As soon as he heard about the mad tiger with bloodshot eyes, he immediately guessed who they were talking about. Looking back, he even admitted that he really thought that everyone had abandoned the Northern Clan and left it. But all this time he had no idea about the efforts of his comrades, so he expressed to them sincere words of great gratitude. Sighing heavily, Ma Dokwan replied that there was no need to thank them, as the Alliance's surveillance prevented them from keeping a close eye on the heir. The Mad Tiger was uneasy at the hardships Muwan had endured at such a young age, and his anger at the traitors was as simmering as ever. Addressing the elder, he said he surely shared his anger, as he too had been forced to hide in the mountains. Mr. Jen agreed, but they had endured many hardships during this time, so he urged his comrade to join the young master. Jin Muwan declared that, as the fifth head, he was tasked with rebuilding the Northern Heavenly Clan, and therefore they required the strength of senior comrade Ma Dokwan. This was the invitation to the military forces to return to the Northern Clan. In response, the Mad Tiger joyfully shouted that they, like the roots of the Northern Clan, had waited an eternity for this day and would certainly go with him. All this time, they had been weighed down by the worry that this day would never come, that they would remain a band of bandits, but now a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. However, to the heir's surprise, he said that he would like to check whether he could recognize the young master as his commander. Even though Mu Wan was known as the Northern Blade, the Mad Tiger somehow felt that he was rather unstable. As it turned out, the discussion was about a sumo match. While the masters present joyfully supported such a magnificent event, Mr. Gen clutched his head, thinking that Ma Dokwan was so fierce that with his love for fighting he could even defeat a bull. Mu Wan and Ma Dokwan engaged in a battle in which the young gentleman looked like a small ant, trying to carry away a healthy sugar cube. Anticipating the fun, the Mad Tiger said that if the master could knock him down even once, then he would recognize him as the true head of the clan. Fully focused on wrestling, something he had never done before, Mu Wan replied that he would do his best to live up to his expectations. The referee asked the fighters to get ready for the moment when he would announce the start of the fight. Mu Wan, wrestling for the first time, knew he couldn't defeat such an experienced warrior with sheer force. He planned to skillfully use his strength to his advantage. But as soon as he heard about the start of the fight, everything around him turned upside down because he found himself in the air. A moment later, the incredible fighter threw his master to the ground. Seeing how much effort the crazy tiger had put in, Mr. Gen was a little worried about whether his master could handle it. Lying on the ground, Mu Wan couldn't comprehend how this happened. The crazy tiger standing opposite was not going to end it there and suggested trying again. With a loud laugh, he asked the young gentleman why he was lying down so relaxed, and warned that if this were a real fight, he would have slapped him with the next blow. As Mu Wan rose to his feet, he focused on how to improve his chances of winning. Looking at the fierce warrior, he thought that he was incredibly strong, as expected. Before the second attempt, a cheerful Mu Dokwan said that the young master shouldn't disappoint him. In response, a calm Mu Wan said that Mr. Ma was actually too strong for a beginner. With a loud laugh, Dokwan said that he really hoped for the gentleman's success in this round. The moment the second round began, Mu Wan focused on his footwork. To avoid ending up on the ground, he grabbed his opponent tighter and moved forward to create an opportunity for a counter-maneuver. His sudden decisions pleasantly surprised the experienced warrior. Dokwan was sure this was the first time Mu Wan had fought like this, but he rejoiced at how quickly the man grasped the concept and even began using kicking techniques. He acknowledged that the heir of the Northern clan possessed considerable strength at such a young age, but he believed that against his physique and enormous power, it was still useless. But just as Ma Dokwan was about to pin his opponent down, he suddenly found himself in the air. A moment later, a throw occurred, raising a huge amount of dust and hiding the result of the battle from the spectators. As it turned out, Mu Wan still couldn't manage to throw such an experienced warrior. The young master ended up on the ground again, while the experienced fighter declared it a good try, though not enough to satisfy him. Shaking his hand to the heir of the clan, he invited him to try to win by any means necessary. The third round began, and Mu Wan began to seriously consider the Mad Tiger's offer. As soon as the start of the third round was announced, he acted quite unexpectedly. Master Jin suddenly broke free from the grip of his ferocious opponent. In just a moment, he disappeared from sight. As it turned out, he decided to go behind me. At the moment when Ma Dokwan tried to catch him, thinking that such tricks would not work on him, he did not notice an important detail. Mu Wan took off his headband and ran around, tying up the huge fighter's legs. Within a moment, Dokwan was immobilized, and Mu Wan jumped on him and knocked the fighter to the ground. No matter how much Mr. Ma resisted, he had no chance against the speed of the heir of the Northern clan. Finding himself on the ground, he thought with a confused look about what had happened. Shaking his hand, Mu Wan reminded him that he himself had said he was allowed to use any means necessary. After taking advantage of the offer, he asked if the attempt would count. Ma Dokwan, finding himself on Earth for the first time in 11 years, was quite confused. A moment later, he burst out laughing and shouted that he hadn't actually said it couldn't be done. He shouted that he really admired the young master's determination to achieve his goal, no matter the cost. Having fulfilled the conditions set by the warrior of the northern clan, Mu Wan achieved his goal. Mr. Jen, who was worried about this battle, was glad that the clan's heir turned out to be so unpredictable. Kneeling before the young master, he said that they had been acting as a bandit squad all this time, but their roots were deep in the Northern Heavenly Clan, and now they would finish what they had to do as bandits, after which they would return to the Northern Heavenly Clan. Thus, the Northern Celestial Clan's military forces, which had been waiting all this time, joined in, along with the Stern Flying Force. And once Gen Musin and the warriors from the Mountains of Wind and Cloud, as well as Ma Dokwan and the Stern Flying Force joined in, the Northern Clan's warriors numbered over 500. Thanks to this, the clan's development became much more active, and its military power increased significantly. Finally, they were able to gather together in a renewed Northern Heavenly Clan, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The joy of this event brought forth sincere words from Mr. Huang, who had long been sad about the times when Jin Kwang Ho gave him a second chance at a decent life. Returning to the present time, Ma Dokwan showed his dissatisfaction with the situation, saying that if they were not hiding like they were now, he would immediately go and personally punish the traitors. He noticed that the chief was also not feeling well, so he suggested that the elder hide his concerns for the common good of their clan. In the end, Mr. Gen apologized to Mu Wan again. The clan leader nodded his head, accepting his words. The next words came from Elder Nin. The lady, present in her mask, said that Jae Hexim, one of the Great Four, had completely stopped showing himself at some point, so rumors of internal problems and self-destruction could come to fruition. However, she was certain that the Central Alliance would certainly not accept the death of one of the 9 heavens, which had occurred several months ago, so easily. Of course, she was referring to the defeat of Chok Yep. The Master of Disguise agreed with the elder's words, and, as the leader of the secret stream, noted that at this time there was a lot of talk about his death. According to the military advisor, since there is a war going on with the Silent Knight, they decided to spread the information that he fought with one of the 4 supreme demon commanders, but lost and died. Mr. Chunying also received rumors that the death of Jae Hexim of the Great Four, as well as all the masters associated with him, a few days ago, was widely believed to be the actions of the Northern Blade Jin Mu Wan, who was considered missing or dead. Although some rumors spoke of a truth that was inconvenient for them, those present understood that their main enemy was still the Alliance, and whether they would be able to track their next steps. After discussing the rumors surrounding the death of one of the 9 heavens, Lady Ning expressed guilt that she had made the situation more difficult. In response, those present began to support the elder, saying that her assistance gave them immense strength. Half a year ago, Mu Wan had just begun to learn the special gait that Gen Musin had taught him. The Great Master, known as the King of the Wind, personally explained to him all the details of such a complex but very effective movement technique. During his next training session, he was interrupted by a sudden visit from the Dark Moon members. They turned to him in panic for help. Mu Wan, seeing their anxiety, asked what happened. One of the 2 Dark Moon governors, Lady May Wolflin, revealed that nothing had been heard of the head of Nin for 2.5 years. After this time, they managed to find her, but the situation turned out to be critical. She was imprisoned in one of the terrifying dark places of the Heavenly Clan, so they could not do without the help of the head of the Northern Clan. Mu Wan and Chun Ying immediately went to the holy place of Mount Mudan, where one of the oldest great clans of Mudan once settled. Lady Nong Gunwi was subjected to horrific torture and was then locked in a prison outside of space. She was surprised when she saw 2 people in different clothes from the guards hurrying towards her. It was Mu Wan and Chun Ying who immediately rushed to the lady to free her. Nin Gunvi said in a weakened voice that she had finally been found, even though she had wanted to die quietly in this place far from civilization. Concerned about her condition, Chun Ying asked how she was feeling. He also asked why she had left no traces, since without them it would have been difficult to find her, despite 2.5 years of searching. As it turned out, the Dark Moon's leader simply didn't want to endanger them. She wanted her life, filled with countless sins, to finally end. In response to her selfish words, Chongying furiously shouted that she was like a mother to them, orphans without family or tribe. Defending the Dark Moon's dedication to finding her, he declared that a child could not abandon her own mother. Looking at the lady, Mu Wan said that he actually guessed that she would be the head of the Dark Moon. Mrs. Nung asked with an awkward laugh if it was really that obvious. These thoughts about her being the head of a mysterious intelligence and information dissemination organization had started to visit him 2 years ago, on the day he entered the battle with the Central Heavenly Alliance. It was Lady Nung who saved him from Chokep of the 9 Heavens, and also sent him a heavenly sage to help him fight the 2-headed demon organization more easily. As it turned out, on that day 2 years ago, she lost the battle with Chokep and found herself locked in this place. She didn't know his motive, whether he wanted to exhaust her before his death or because he couldn't finish off his old friend. Lady Nung considered him weak for not being able to end her life with his own hands. Seeing the boys in good health, she assumed they had been safe from the Central Alliance all this time. She understood that her boys would not have been able to penetrate the Mudan clan, home to one of the 9 Heavens, on their own, so they asked the Northern Blade for help. Feeling a great duty, she said that she was very ashamed that she, having sinned against the Northern clan, became the cause of his risk. After releasing the lady, Mu Wan said that if she really wanted to thank him and repay the debt, then she should give them the information about the 9 Heavens, as well as her techniques of the Lord of the Wind and Clouds. He also said that thanks to her help 2.5 years ago, he can now stand before her as he is, while she has been suffering in confinement all this time. Looking at the Lord of the Clouds, he invited her to join their clan and give them even more strength by sharing his experience and knowledge. This proposal turned out to be very unexpected. Taking off her mask, Mrs. Nung said that it would still be shameless on her part, but she believed that if her help could help her gain even a little forgiveness, then she would gladly do it. After these words, she once again thanked the head of the Northern clan for being so lenient with her sinful personality. Chongying lifted the Dark Moon Chief onto his shoulders, and they ran toward the exit. He informed her that the Mudan clan's elite had been dispatched to combat the Silent Night, so she needn't worry. When the lady said that the security must still be quite serious, she suddenly fell silent because of what she saw. A large number of guards stationed within this prison have already been eliminated. This task was carried out by Master Seo and his 7 blood and sword squad fighters. The leader of this squad, addressing Mu Wan, informed her that they had dealt with all the enemy guards in connection with the rescue operation. However, he also announced that reinforcements would soon be sent, and then they would create chaos and then leave the area after thoroughly investigating everything. Mu Wan accepted his report, thanked him for his work, and suggested that they meet again safely in the clan. Looking at the heir of the Northern clan, the lady said that, apparently, many wonderful things had happened during her absence. Under cover of night, the boys moved on, hiding their identities. However, just a moment later, someone appeared against the backdrop of the moon who was especially dangerous to meet. Mu Wan, who was hiding his identity behind a mask, couldn't help but notice the presence of such a strong energy. A moment later, Chok Yep landed loudly in front of them and angrily said that it would be better if they left her in the prison outside of space. Looking at the lady, he said that remembering the family's former glory, he left her alive, but now he would have to finish the job with his own hands. With anger and condemnation in his gaze, he asked how anyone from the 9 Heavens could so pathetically accept salvation. He shouted that Lady Neung Gun Hui had fallen to the lowest depths. In response, the Dark Moon's leader asked whether those who were only slightly stronger than others but fancied themselves rulers could call themselves heavens. She insisted that the 9 Heavens were merely relics of an earlier era, destined to disappear, as they merely hindered the dawn of a new era. The prudent Chongying, who asked for help from the head of the Northern clan, hoped until the very end that this meeting would not take place. Mu Wan stepped forward and said that they shouldn't worry about it, as the day of their battle was bound to come sooner or later. Addressing the leader and the Dark Moon agent, Mu Wan asked them to quickly leave the Mudan Mountains. He said that the time had come when he would be truly useful to them, so he would try to quickly finish what he had started, after which he would follow them back to the northern clan. Chun Ying, without resisting his will, asked him to be careful. The boys quickly ran towards the mountainside, while Mu Wan reached for his blade. Looking at the warrior concealing his identity, Chok Yep haughtily declared that the masked man was mistaken if he thought he could easily deal with him and get out of here. Saying he seemed familiar, the gentleman with 8 swords on his back asked the stranger to identify himself. Taking off his mask, Mu Wan agreed with his words and added that the old man should prepare to face his own death. Taking out his incredible and well-maintained blade, Mu Wan pointed his weapon towards the enemy and said that one of the 9 heavens should know from whom he will receive the fatal blow. Seeing the guy's face, Chok Yep realized that the rumors were true. After a brief silence, he began to clap his hands loudly and said with a laugh that he thought that Mu Wan would come to visit them to save Lady Nong. Even though the whole world believed that he had disappeared or died, Master Chok knew for sure that one day he would appear as unexpectedly as he had disappeared. The Northern Heavenly Clan's cursed spirit appeared before someone from the Central Heavenly Alliance for the first time in 2.5 years. In addition to the fact that the Northern Clan's heir's gaze became colder and sterner, the old man noticed another important detail that a true King of Swords could not miss. Looking at the snowflower, he confirmed that Mu Wan had carefully listened to his advice from the past. He said that the Jin family leader's demon sword, which had previously looked wounded and pleading for help, had now become even stronger and sharper. The old man clearly saw that the weapon had noticeably strengthened. After these words, they simultaneously rushed into the attack. Mu Wan managed to strike and get behind his opponent in an instant. However, such a high-level opponent easily blocked his attack. Turning to face his opponent, Chok Yep realized that he should not underestimate the young master. Mu Wan closed the distance with incredible speed and was ready to strike again. He rushed into the attack furiously, not giving his opponent a chance to dodge. An explosion of incredible power destroyed a huge area around them. Despite the enormous pressure, Chok Yep was able to withstand the blow using all 8 of his swords. The pressure from the young master only increased. But at one moment of this tension, he suddenly put his foot forward and pushed the old man. Chok Yep didn't expect that this guy was willing to fight like this at close range. Mu Wan began to use his legs in a way that was unusual for a swordsman, stepping forward towards his opponent. He exerted incredible effort, clenching his teeth furiously. In this way, he managed to throw his opponent to the ground with great force. Finding himself on his back, Chok Yep couldn't believe the swordsman could master close combat techniques so skillfully. He was simply amazed by the young warrior's unexpected blend of skills. After throwing, Mu Wan reached towards his blade, which he had already thrown up. This time he grabbed his sword in a thrusting grip. Finding himself in a vantage point above his opponent, he aimed his blade at the chest of one of the 9 heavens with a furious glare. However, it was not enough to completely immobilize such an incredible swordsman, as he was a user of 8 blades that followed energy. At the last moment before the strike, Mu Wan noticed that the enemy's swords, which contained some amount of energy, were heading towards him. Just before the blades reached the spot where he was, the heir of the Northern Clan jumped back with a flash step. The incredible speed he gained from studying the Wind King's techniques saved his life. The sword, which followed energy, was causing him a lot of trouble. As soon as the enemy rose to his feet, he pointed his blades towards Mu Wan. Master Jin was forced into a tense defense while the old man, with his controlled swords, was about to strike him. His blow, with incredible speed, was aimed at the young master's head. Luckily, he managed to dodge and only lost a few hairs in the attack. Continuing the fight, he attempted to strike back with a quick swing of the blade, holding the weapon in a reverse grip. However, the enemy jumped back without any problems, avoiding injury. Fighting with one of the 9 heavens was truly a tense test. Jong Yok, although truly the greatest swordsman, was not so simple. Under cover of night, they again rushed into the attack. Trying to cope with the enemy's multitude of attacks, Mu Wan analyzed how, despite his age and the damage he had suffered from his throw, the old man had managed to recover quickly and even attack with such success that he nearly lost his head. He was convinced that his enemy's reputation was justified. For his part, Chok Yep couldn't help but admit that the unexpected close-range grappling techniques had taken a serious toll on him. He couldn't even begin to admit that the swift passage of time had left its mark on him. Realizing that the young warrior's advantage lay in his endurance, the old man decided he couldn't let the duel drag on. He set himself the goal of ending the battle with a single blow. Within a moment, he had all his blades aimed at the swordsman, trying to strike from different sides. However, this was only a feint, and in reality, his sword surrounded the heir of the northern clan and began to spin at an incredible speed. The continuous movement of the blades, filled with the swordsman's energy, brought one of his attack techniques into action. An area with a yin and yang pattern formed around Master Jin, which was exactly what the unusual azure sword arts looked like. Swinging his arms upward, Zhang Yop launched an attack. Within a moment, this incredible power began to crush everything within the attack perimeter, pushing apart the thick clouds into a circle. Mu Wan was unable to find the weak point of this attack and was seriously injured. As soon as the old man finished this attack, the swords began to move chaotically again. Using them as a diversionary tactic, Chok Ep again launched a rear attack. His powerful blow created a strong stream of destruction. Despite this, Mu Wan managed to block the strike, but opened himself up to the rest of the swords from one of the 9 heavens. The old man, holding the heir of the northern clan back with his powerful attack, once again directed his blades, imbued with his energy, at him. Mu Wan managed to jump back and dodge the trajectory of their attack. Having parried another blade, he rushed into a counterattack. However, the old man was prepared for such a development of events. He jumped back and again pointed his flawless blades towards the attacker. After blocking his direct strike, Mu Wan tried to defend himself from the rest of the blades with the guard on his right hand, but he only managed to stop one sword while the others managed to cut him all over his body. But at that same moment, he managed to remove his blade and deliver an incredibly fast blow, leaving a deep cut on his opponent's left shoulder. The old man could not believe that in a situation where he was exerting such incredible pressure, the young warrior would be able to leave a wound on his body. Throwing off the scabbard that restricted his movements, he used the Wudang leg technique. At close range, he attempted to perform the vanishing 7 stars strike by kicking his opponent in the stomach. However, Mu Wan managed to cope with his incredible speed and jumped back, allowing the enemy to return all of his blades to one place again. But at that same moment, he realized that the enemy was not going to stand still. Chok Ep took this battle seriously. Gathering the blades around himself, he began to control them, preparing his next terrifying attack. The reunion of energy, strength, and spirit led him to use another technique. Clapping his hands, he formed a yin-yang circle behind him, which was caused by the incredibly fast rotation of his 8 blades. The moment his 8 blades became one, he struck the 9 heavenly battlefields. The 5 elements of the hidden mist swords reunited, creating a powerful attack that destroyed everything in its path. Mu Wan knew that it was hard to resist such a power even from a distance, even before it reached him. At that moment, he remembered Mrs. Nong's words, mentioning that Jeok Yeop loved his weapon and was proud of it. She believed that if he used this to provoke him, she might find a way out. She also believed that to inflame such an enemy, it was worth mentioning Yon Zhonghua, the only man Chok Yep recognized as a master of the blade. Since time immemorial, men have been like children, so she believed the northern blade would be able to influence his soul. Barely able to withstand the pressure of the terrifying attack, Mu Wan resorted to this cunning trick and uttered a rather offensive statement. He guessed that Yan Chanhua, the phantom-cursed blade of the northern heavens' great 4, was actually one step above the master, a member of the 8 heavens. At that moment, the old man suddenly changed his expression. He shouted angrily and discontentedly, that there was no place for provocation in their battle because it would not work on him. But at that very moment, Mu Wan realized that the old man was lying because he wavered, demonstrating that he had actually fallen for his words. Just for a moment, a gap appeared between his powerful attacks. Seeing an opportunity for a successful attack, the heir of the Jin family took a stance and began to release a huge amount of dark energy from his blade. Chakyep understood that now he had to concentrate and deliver a blow that could suppress the power of the young warrior. Using a rain of blades, Mu Wan rushed towards the enemy with incredible speed. Both amazing warriors, using enormous amounts of energy, delivered the decisive blow. All this happened at a speed that was simply impossible to keep up with. They rushed past each other with great speed, striking each other. The energies of the two great masters clashed, trying to overpower each other. In just a moment, they found themselves on opposite sides with their backs to each other. The heaven-destroying demonic shadow blade cut through not only the heavens, but also the body of the strongest swordsman. Mu Wan passed by the fallen body of his enemy, while Chakyep, feeling the bitterness of defeat, could not suppress his pride and, not wanting to leave this world alone, pointed one of his blades at him. However, the entire time the head of the assault squad was watching the battle. The mad red-eyed tiger Ma Dogwan, being an impeccable marksman, managed to hit his arm from an incredible distance, stopping his intentions. At that moment it was all over. Sensing the enemy's energy that faded away in an instant, Mu Wan already had his hand on his blade. Looking around, he realized that at the moment when he did not expect a vile act from the defeated proud swordsman, he was protected by one of his commanders. The matter was finished and Mu Wan reached for his mask, which was lying nearby. Despite the successful operation, they were still afraid to reveal their identity to those they might see on their way to the northern clan. As soon as he finished, a huge warrior on horseback headed towards him. The faithful commander, approaching, did not slow down, but only extended his hand towards his master. Despite the grueling battle, Mu Wan performed the gymnastic feat and jumped onto the horse without any problems. Ma Dokwan, having thoroughly enjoyed the incredible battle, praised the clan leader for his good work and said that he had done a great deed for the benefit of the continent. By the way, he asked if Mu Wan thought that such a brutal death of Chok Yeop and the disappearance of Nung Geon Hui would cause a real stir in the Central Heavenly Alliance. Mu Wan agreed with his words, but noted that everything was according to the military advisor's plan, as they had arranged everything so that all traces pointed to the activity of the Dark Spirit Vortex, one of the lords of the Silent Night. Even the secret stream was spreading such news, causing confusion. But despite such efforts, he acknowledged that they were unlikely to gain much time this way, so it was time for them to begin preparing for their return to the world. In response, Ma Dokwan said he couldn't even imagine that a war in the dead of night would bring them such an advantage. Such pure irony made him laugh and remark that they looked so much like real criminals. Mu Wan agreed, but noted that this was the only way to simultaneously overthrow both the Silent Night and the Alliance. With a serious, cold, and judicious gaze, he declared that there was no longer any time to waste. Having eliminated Chakyep from the 9 heavens, he then set out to meet the strongest of the Great Four, a dragon-tail master named Jehexim. After escaping Mount Wudang and joining the Northern Heavenly Clan, Stormlord Neung Geon Hui received serious treatment for the injuries she sustained during her battle with one of the 9 heavens, as well as from torture while imprisoned. Thanks to Tan Ki Moon, she was able to recover quickly. The Dark Moon, with whom the clan had formed a temporary alliance, fully joined their saviors and became one of their units. The organization now became known as the Secret Stream, responsible for controlling information concerning the Northern Clan. Since then, Nung Geon Hui has helped Jin Mu Wan understand his inner strength and taught him the martial arts of wind and clouds. Jin Mu Wan absorbed all the instructions perfectly, and his training took only a few months. The leader then went in search of the Iron Blood Lord, Jehexim, eliminating both him and all of his fighters. Returning to the Northern Clan meeting, it was the military leader's turn. The Scholar of Three Minds agreed that the Central Celestial Alliance was in a precarious position due to the loss of 2 of the 9 heavens, as well as the endless 3-year war against the Silent Night. Moreover, the execution of the traitor from the Northern 4 heavens also turned out to be a very significant event. Ha Jin-woo suspected that the news of the string of deaths of the masters who ruled at the top of Murim had thrown the alliance into disarray. The mentally ill Jehexim of Ironblood Castle fell victim to internal strife between himself and his dissatisfied subordinates. This was the version the secret stream spread. Chunying confirmed that they came up with and spread exactly this excuse. However, they did notice that some people suspected this was the work of the Northern Blade, presumed dead. Now they had reason to believe that the heir of the Northern clan had reappeared before the world. Ha Jin-woo believed that this was inevitable, so he stated that the purpose of this meeting was to discuss how they were going to gradually open themselves up to the world. Clapping his hands, he proposed to once again discuss the major incidents that had occurred over the past 3 years. 3 years ago, a war broke out because of the invasion of the Silent Night. In response to their successful actions, a detachment of invaders consisting of the best masters of the Central Heavenly Alliance was sent into battle. After going through many hardships, the Northern Heavenly Clan escaped the Central Heavenly Alliance's clutches. As a result of a clash within the alliance, the founders of the new clan managed to escape. However, to their regret, they suffered a grievous loss. Taking advantage of the moment, Ha Jin-woo declared that they would never forget Ryu-san, who had allowed them to escape so successfully, sacrificing his own life. Due to the threat to their own clan, Mr. Ki-moon and Mrs. Mi-rae decided not to return to their family's fortress. After these events, the White Dragon Trade Association provided them with the necessary funds, and the construction of the Northern Heavenly Clan began, laying a solid foundation. While working, they remained vigilant to protect themselves from enemies. The sword of the clan leader, their strongest fighter, was in poor condition and needed to be restored. So Jin-moo-won took a risk and went in search of the chief blacksmith, Elder Pan So-ol. As a result, the leader not only improved the sword, but also added an impressive metalworker to their ranks. Then Jin-moo-won immediately went after the head of Gen-musen, the raging hurricane from the great 4 northern skies. But it turned out that Elder Gen was saving the Northern Heavenly Clan's strength and waiting for a new leader. Therefore, in an instant, the new Northern Heavenly Clan gained many experienced and powerful warriors. Thanks to this, the clan increased its human resources, which allowed it to rebuild more quickly. Finally, they reached the last hidden forces of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The attack force of the Great Master Madokwan also joined them, and as a result, the clan became even more powerful. While dealing with internal affairs and building up their power, they provided an opportunity for the leader to train. At that time, Mu-won managed to master the techniques of the Hurricane King Gen-musen. Suddenly, they received a request for help in rescuing the leader of the Dark Moon. During the mission, the sage Chok-ep of the 9 heavens was defeated and killed by the clan leader. As a result of saving the Dark Moon chief, Elder Nung Gong-hui, known as the Storm Lord, joined the Northern Heavenly Clan, which again increased their strength. Once Mu-won mastered the martial arts of the 2 strongest elders, he dealt with Jehexim of the Northern Heavens' Great 4. After summing up the significant events, Ha Jin-woo concluded that suspicions regarding Jin-moo-won began to arise due to recent mysterious events and deaths. In the case of Jehexim, they managed to falsify the information, but with the sage Chok-ep, everything is much more dangerous and complicated. The scientist of 3 minds stated that they have 2 beautiful variables here. First, Silent Night and the Central Heavenly Alliance are at war. Secondly, they have someone who knows about the 4 great demonic lords of the night. He was referring to Miss Eun Ha-sol, who had previously been part of the Silent Night organization. Addressing the elders, the military leader proposed to take advantage of these advantages. One of the 4 great demonic lords, known as the Dark Spirit Vortex, is an extremely free spirit, as his nickname suggests. He appears and disappears very unexpectedly. Using this knowledge, they spread the rumor that it was he who defeated one of the 9 heavens, a user of 9 swords named Chok Ep. The dissemination of this information was carried out by a secret stream immediately after their invasion and battle at Mount Mudan. The scientist of 3 minds believed that this was quite plausible, given the current 3-year war with the Silent Night. However, Mrs. Nin believed that there was one flaw in this plan that everyone present might not be aware of. She mentioned that Moyong Yulchan controlled the alliance from the shadows and created the Silent Night to maintain balance, which is why he still had influence over her. She believed that if he took action, the lie about the encounter with the dark spirit's vortex would quickly be exposed. The scholar of 3 minds agreed with her and concluded that there was no absolute lie in this world. But he believed this also meant that the time had come for them to gradually open up to the world, even though they had previously lived secretly and carefully guarded their safety. In the end, he came to the main idea of this meeting, the words that from this day on, they must be ready for a real war. After this, he handed the floor over to the head of the clan. Muwan said that it was time to talk about their plan for the future. Addressing those present, he coldly and confidently stated that they would make sure that the Central Alliance and Silent Night destroyed each other. He had no intention of interfering too much with this process and had prioritized preserving as much of the Northern Heavenly Clan's strength as possible. They intended to initially push both sides into escalating the conflict, and after they had suffered significant losses, they planned to deliver the final blow to eliminate all enemies at once. This was the reason for the existence of the new Northern Celestial Clan. Having told the details, Muwan decided to recall his words that he had spoken at previous meetings. He wanted the new Northern Heavenly Clan to exist only until it achieved its goal. He aimed for the disintegration of the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Silent Night, and after that happened, he planned to disband the Northern Heavenly Clan again. Meanwhile, the Azure City Clan, one of the 9 great clans of Sichuan Province, was completely destroyed after being weakened by an attack from 2 Northern Clan assault forces. Lying on the ground, the seriously wounded leader of the Kang Mu clan, looking at the terrifying enemy with a scythe in his hand, said that he could not believe that the rumors on the Central Plains were true and that the sage Chok Ep really died in battle with the monstrous enemy. Before him, the one known was the one who was the hidden black shadow among the blue winds, one of the 4 great demonic lords, the dark spirit Whirlwind. The terrifying master, who looked like death, was surprised by his words and asked what kind of nonsense the dying old man was talking. As he bid farewell to his life, Kang Mu turned to the founding god and asked him to look after the Central Plains he was leaving behind. Calling the deified creator of Taoism a bastard, the dark spirit Whirlwind ended the life of the Mu clan leader with a displeased expression, angrily swinging its scythe. After that, he looked around at the clan that was previously considered one of the strongest in the Central Plains. The Lord of the Silent Night, acting alone and apart from the rest of the forces, put an end to this army with his own hands. Looking up at the sky, he began to laugh madly as he realized how much freedom the Silent Night had gained thanks to the fall of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The feeling of superiority over his enemies made him tremble with excitement, and he said with a laugh that the enemies of this clan turned into fallen leaves when they met his weapon. At that moment, one of his servants approached him and addressed Lord Whirlwind with respect. Sighing after the exhilarating battle, the master inquired what was going on. A servant came to him with news from their front, where they encountered a detachment of invaders led into battle by representatives of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He reported that the one who led their main forces, Elder Yon Jong Hak, known as the Master of 1,000 Sounds of Death, was killed by the Alliance's celestial sage named Dam So Jong. Whirlwind was unpleasantly shocked by this news. He said more seriously that even though Yon Jong Hak had aged, he found it hard to believe that the bastard Dam So Jong had been so powerful. He then concluded, discontented, that following his student, the Master of Sound himself had died. This news was conveyed to him by a demonic spirit scholar, a strategist for their forces. One of the four demonic lords asked the servant if the warlord had conveyed anything else. Their military advisor didn't say another word. Whirling his sickle on a long rope, Mr. Whirlwind said that then they would do the same as always. Their leading vanguard on the northern front was killed in battle. He suggested that in that case, the Lord of the Axe of Utter Destruction and the Lord of the Spear of Black Wings would take the place of the fallen leader, leading the vanguard of their forces. In turn, Whirlwind was going to stir up the Sichuan province, located deep in the Central Alliance. At the same time, the White Knight Witch also acted separately from the vanguard forces, and even the Lord of the Vortex remained a mystery as to where she was now striking terror into their enemy. The Dark Spirit's Whirlwind concluded that the fools of the Central Plains had grown stupid from the long peace, thinking they could maintain peace by simply seizing the North, which belonged to the Great Clan. He declared with anticipation that from now on, the Central Plains would never be safe as long as he was here. Meanwhile, the Central Heavenly Alliance had set up camp on the northern front line. The strongest warrior in their army was the heavenly sage Dam Sojong, whose appearance changed the course of the war. Besides him, there was another influential person from the Seven Lesser Heavens who was opposing the Silent Knight vanguard on the northern front line. The strategist of the invading force was Mrs. Seomun Hiran. When they met, Sojong praised her for her diligence in protecting the Central Alliance. In response, the lady, not wanting to exaggerate her achievements, pointed out the effectiveness of the Heavenly Emperor of Martial Arts, who had defeated the Master of the Thousand Sounds of Death. After exchanging compliments, So-chung asked if there was any news or instructions from Minister Wang. Heron reported that the death of one of the 9 heavens at the hands of one of the lords of the Silent Night, as well as the disappearance of the Lord of the Storm, whose condition was unknown at the time, had greatly shaken the usual order, and now not only the minister, but the entire world was plunged into a whirlpool of chaos. The unrest was reaching its peak, so Minister Wang was trying to restore public opinion on the alliance. The situation was so tense that the minister ordered the war to be ended as quickly as possible by any means necessary. She also mentioned that a few days ago she had learned that the Iron Blood Lord, Jae-Hexim of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens, had committed suicide due to internal strife in the Castle of Iron and Blood. So Chan was shocked by the latest news, and also by the fact that following their master, the followers in the Iron Blood Palace also laid down their lives. They knew Master Je's grave mental state had long been rumored, but they also considered the possibility that the situation was highly suspicious. Heron believed someone was taking advantage of the chaotic times to get rid of him. She suspected someone was causing even greater chaos. Mrs. Heron was convinced that someone was seeking to achieve their own ends by blinding the world. She believed there was a third party who did not want to be discovered and was cunningly manipulating events from the shadows. Minister Wang was too busy creating another group like the Two-Headed Demon, so he probably had no idea who was really behind these incidents. But Lady Hyrian and her lover Seo Jong were thinking of the same person. The Northern Blade Jin Mu Won came to their minds at the same time. The Heavenly Martial Emperor had no doubt that Mu Won had survived that horrific incident 3 years ago. However, now he had completely different concerns. After yet another battle, the invading force was severely depleted. The seemingly endless war was taking its toll. So Chong couldn't be distracted from these events. Their forces were at the limit, as many wounded warriors were no longer able to go on the next attack, despite Minister Wang's order. Returning to this situation, he suggested to his beloved that they have a good rest after the journey, while he himself was going to meet with the supreme commander of their forces. The man in question was inside this camp and was leading a very carefree life. The commander-in-chief of the main forces of the Alliance is one of the 9 heavens, the Grey Dragon Emperor Bi-Sa-Wan. When Master Dam entered, the old man asked if everything was all right and what was the reason for his sudden visit. The heavenly sage, addressing the commander-in-chief, asked him to postpone the attack planned for tomorrow for a few days. Master B was displeased with his request and replied that every time he was about to launch an attack, Master Dam would request a delay, citing the regimen's excessive severity and the like. The spearmaster believed that without constant assaults, they would be unable to quickly end the war. In response, Master Dam mentioned that the commander-in-chief had been carrying out a difficult plan for the past 3 years, but the quiet night had been more intense than expected, leaving all the soldiers both mentally and physically tired. That was why he had requested some time to gather supplies and rest. But the commander-in-chief saw it differently. He believed that if their invading force was so exhausted, it meant the enemy was also at its limit. He acknowledged that it was difficult, but now was their best time to apply pressure, so they would achieve results if they pressed forward again. As another argument, he stated that their great heavenly martial arts emperor had recently defeated the Thousand Sounds of Deathmaster, and another victory on the battlefield would further boost the morale of their troops. The commander-in-chief also mentioned that the Central Heavenly Alliance was currently in dire straits due to the chaos caused by the news. Even his presence at the front didn't enhance their reputation, so they couldn't afford to admit that Silent Night was stronger than expected. Naturally, they understood that such a thing couldn't happen during the Northern Clan's heyday. Yet Master Dam coldly declared that they would end the war as quickly as possible, but only after they had postponed the attack and prepared. He hoped for Master B's understanding. But in response, Sawan asked if Dam really thought he could avoid major trouble if he continued to show compassion to every soldier. He argued that although victory with heavy losses is difficult, history belongs to the victors, so they cannot stop. Addressing the master, calling him a young warrior, he coldly said that there is no war without casualties, so he should stop sympathizing with base things, because it is time to turn his attention to a more important problem. He put even more hypocrisy into his words about how the beginning and end depended only on the two of them. So on this front, only the commander-in-chief and his strongest weapon, young Master Dam, were important. Finally, one of the 9 heavens asked the disappointed leader of their army to stop playing the hero and begin preparing for tomorrow's attack. This time, the old man hoped to end everything with a great victory, putting the entire invading force at stake. When Sochong came outside, it was clear from his expression that he strongly disagreed with the commander-in-chief's order and did not intend to lead his comrades to certain death. At that moment, he recalled the events of 3 years ago, when, having united with the heir of the Northern Clan, he managed to deal with 2 users of demonic arts. On the evening of the horrific incident, he proposed to the head of the Jin clan that they do everything possible so that together they could build a new Murim. Looking up at the sky, he thought that he wouldn't just leave it like that. Half an hour later, Dam So Chung started an urgent meeting for the Vanguard managers. It was about a meeting of 3 people: the leader of the invading squad, Shim Wan Lee, the alliance strategist, Seo Moon Hyeryong, and the heavenly sage himself. When they met, Master Shim asked how Heron was doing and why Minister Wang called her so often, despite her working hard every day. But when he turned his attention to the leader of the White Dragon Association, he completely forgot about his question. Without saying a word, she pointed her finger at the heavenly sage, asking Heron the reason why he was so serious at this moment. In response, Heron only silently shrugged her shoulders, indicating that this question should be asked to the master himself. Sitting down opposite him, Shim asked his older brother what had happened and why he was so serious, despite being a hero who had defeated the terrifying elder from the Silent Night. He didn't understand his comrade's mood, as he thought he should conserve his fighting spirit for the attack on the enemies. In response, So Chong coldly said that they would not attack anyone on such short notice and would postpone the day of sending their forces into enemy-controlled territory. Master Shim was surprised by this answer, while Heron asked if his words were an order from the commander-in-chief. Dam So Chung lowered his eyes and said angrily that Mr. B could talk as much as he wanted about how war brought countless casualties, but he himself could not lead the soldiers to their deaths, because he was sure that reducing losses and leading people to victory was the most important thing. After these words, he mentioned the reason for his displeasure, saying that Commander-in-Chief Bisa-wan was too careless about the lives and condition of the soldiers because he did not care about the strength of the Silent Knight, since he only sought the so-called thoughtless death march. At that moment, Heron realized what was going on and where her lover was leading her. Even Master Shim was stunned, as he too had realized what his older brother was about to do. With a determined, cold, and aggressive look, So-jong said that today he would go against the Grey Dragon Emperor, their commander-in-chief, Bisa-wan. That same night, the commander-in-chief's sleep was suddenly interrupted. Bisa-wan jumped up, clutching his spear, but when he saw Dam So-jong standing before him, he sighed heavily and said he had given him a terrible fright. In response, the heavenly sage, with a serious and cold gaze, declared that this could no longer continue, and that Lord Bisa-wan of the Nine Heavens must resign his command and return to the Alliance. Master Dam declared that from now on he would be taking charge of the army. Mr. B was taken aback by these words and nervously said that young Mr. Dam must have gone crazy if he dared to do something like that. So Chung demonstrated his resolve, releasing Chi and explaining that he had approached him politely many times, but Chi had ignored him, treating people like insects. He could no longer submit, having become convinced that in Kong-ho, force was the most powerful argument. In just a moment, the old man felt the power of the martial art of their strongest fighter and flew out at the speed of light. Despite the unexpectedness of such a blow, he managed to defend himself. Master Dam was completely serious. Having demonstrated some of his destructive power of justice, he had no intention of stopping. The nervous old man shouted that Dan So-jong had completely lost his mind to dare to speak out against the one who had nursed him for so long, listening to his words. Afterwards, the arrogant Mr. B asked if he was sure the Nine Heavens would sit idly by after what had happened. Approaching him, So-chung replied that it was still not too late to quietly return to the Central Heavenly Alliance to avoid its wrath. It seems the old man did not yet understand the situation. Seeing the warriors of the invading detachment around him, he shouted at them not to stand there like pillars and to stop the one who dared to raise a hand against their commander-in-chief. He angrily declared that he had called So-chung a hero, had promoted him in every way, only to be met with such brazen ingratitude. He then shouted menacingly that after this, even Dam Chok-sim, the father of the heavenly sage, would not be able to protect him. Addressing the calmly standing representatives of the Azure Dragon Association, Mr. B asked if they were sure that since they were now the Seven Heavens, they could do something like this, challenging their undeniable strength and power. Seeing that the crowd watching this incident did not even move, he again shouted at them to stop the leader of the offensive forces, declaring that he was crazy. However, everyone present understood that the only madman among them was the old commander-in-chief, who was calling on them to go to certain death. Looking around, Mr. B was convinced that everyone present, even the leader of the invading squad and Mrs. Heron, agreed with the position of the one who spoke out against him. Realizing what was happening, he called them vile bastards. Addressing those present, he threatened to kill everyone who had dared to organize this absurd riot. However, a moment later he saw that Master Dam had closed the distance and was ready to strike. Without wasting any time, the experienced warrior swung his spear to prevent his enemy from striking. Two terrifying forces met in a clash. The destructive force began to destroy everything around, and the spectators of this celebration covered their faces from the dust. But the battle between one of the Nine Heavens and the young warrior continued. The clash of their powerful techniques proved to be evenly matched, so they continued to fight, trying to discover each other's weak points. It seemed that the old man had a significant advantage due to his weapon, which allowed him to dictate the rules of distance in battle, but Master Dam was able to overcome the enemy's advantage with his superior speed. The old man didn't have time to cope with his speed and took a heavy blow to the kidneys. After that, Master Dam, at close range where the spear user could not unleash his power, dealt him a heavy uppercut. The incredible brute force of the heavenly sage made it clear to the enemy that his arrogance as one of the Nine Heavens would not help him in battle. Mr. B could feel from his own face that his opponent was truly strong. Yet he also possessed incredible speed and was able to strike back within moments. Dam So-jong managed to jump away from the enemy's destructive force that was destroying everything around him. Master B rushed after him, not wanting to let his opponent go. However, the heavenly sage was not afraid of the power of one of the 9 heavens. He did not turn away from it and tried to return to the battle as quickly as possible. In just a moment, the old man closed the distance and demonstrated his power, the spiritual blade of the Dragon Slayer. Master Dam did not even flinch at the sight of the power of one of the 9 heavens. He had no intention of defending himself and instead chose to counter with his own divine fist of justice technique. A moment later, without fear of enemy equipment, he closed the distance and unexpectedly aimed at the enemy's spear, destroying the weapon into small pieces. Mr. B couldn't believe that there was anyone other than the 9 heavens who could withstand his strongest dragon spear attack like that. Now he realized the rumors were true, and Master Dam had truly risen to the level of the unrivaled masters of the 9 heavens. The very fact that his weapon had been destroyed gave him reason to consider that So-chong might even have far surpassed their level. Being completely unarmed, he couldn't understand how So-chun had concealed his strength, since it looked like he was just waiting for an excuse to destroy the heavens, since there was not a shred of hesitation in his attack. A moment later, Master Dam took advantage of the opportunity and threw his fist into the old man's face with such force that he flew into the ground, destroying the stone surface. From such a terrifyingly powerful blow, the old man's face turned into mincemeat. In order to protect his troops, the noble Master Dam unhesitatingly humiliated one of the 9 heavens in front of hundreds of witnesses, revealing his true strength. He wasn't afraid of the consequences of his actions, for only then could he create a new Murim. He left the battlefield without even looking back at the old man, who had been unarmed and had taken such a heavy blow. However, after a moment he felt that this was not enough. The furious Mr. B turned out to be not so simple, and he was still able to get up even after taking such a heavy blow. Rising to his feet, the master with a broken face began to scream furiously. In just a moment, he released an incredible amount of his destructive energy. Master Dam knew he had no choice but to end this battle using one of his strongest techniques. Releasing energy, he used the flow of perfect light from his divine fist of justice. With incredible speed, he broke through the terrifying energy of the formidable enemy and pierced his stomach. The old man could not withstand such a powerful force. Dam So-jong personally killed the commander-in-chief, who had treated the alliance forces so carelessly. Everyone present was shocked to see the true strength of one of their leaders. The leader of the invading force, Master Shim, said he couldn't believe the celestial sage had actually taken such a crazy step. Addressing everyone present, So-chan declared that from now on he would be responsible for central command. He urged the soldiers not to fear him and vowed that, even if he put his life on the line, he would never hold them accountable for any sins or harm them. After these words, he promised to take responsibility for what had happened. Asking his comrades to trust him, he said their next attack would be delayed, so they should rest, recuperate, and gain strength. With a serious look, he said that after this break, when they could restore their fighting capacity, the 3-year war would end with their unconditional victory. As expected, news from the front quickly reached the House of Shining Clouds, the site of the 9 heavens gatherings. The spiritual master from the Shaolin Temple, one of the remaining 6 heavens, simply greeted those present without offering his opinion. In turn, Hen Henso, known as the Emperor of the Demonic Spirit, said that he was glad when he learned that they had a meeting planned, but he could not even imagine that such a crazy event would be the reason for it. Shimmu Wei, the father of the leader of the invading force, commented that this gathering was so unsightly that even the word heaven was losing its color. He acknowledged that their strength had indeed been undermined by the actions of one of their sons. Naturally, he spoke about Mr. Dam Choksim, who only sighed heavily without losing his status as one of the 9 heavens. In turn, the sage Seo Moon Hwa, the true leader of Murim's strategic decisions, said that in their time, a moment had come when great changes would come to Kanho, due to the fact that they underestimated the strength of the warriors imitating them. Among all those present, only Lord Moen Yulchon, the invincible warrior who is the true ruler of Murim, seemed unconcerned. Exhaling a huge cloud of smoke, he asked Tactician Murim to begin the meeting. Seo Moonhwa began the discussion by saying that those present probably already knew why they had suddenly gathered together after so many years. All the recent events had put enormous pressure on their reputation, and the first incident that had put their strength into question was the recent alarm over the disappearance of Nungun Hui. Following this, another unexpected event occurred, in which, according to witnesses, Chokep was defeated in a duel, where a demon of fresh wind from the quiet night came out against him. The last casualty of the 9 heavens was Lord Bisewan, who was sent to the northern border as a commander and unexpectedly found himself in a battle with the heavenly sage Dam So Jong, who was able to surpass his skill. He mentioned that in Kanho it was always strength that meant honor and power, while they suffered the humiliation of losing 3 invincible warriors. Following the sage, the celestial sage's father also spoke up, saying he thought his son had come to his senses and begun to obey after what had happened to the chaos demon. He couldn't even imagine So Chan doing such a thing. Master Choksim no longer knew what to say and was prepared to accept his punishment. Master Shim, with a piercing gaze, declared that the father was innocent of his son's sins. After these words, he even allowed himself the audacity to remark that So Chung was somewhat like his father, fearless and full of fighting spirit. Master Shim admitted that their comrade had raised a stern dragon. Cheksim responded to him with displeasure and asked him to stop his stupid speech if he did not want to get a good punch in the face, as often happened in his youth. Continuing the meeting, Sage Hua said that the mere fact that So Chung dared to question the power of heaven and attack was already a terrible sin, but Bi Savon, who was unable to cope with only Dam So Chung, also significantly lowered the authority of heaven with his lack of talent. In the world of Kangho, the strongest devours the weak. Dam. So Jong is rapidly rising in rank and has the sympathy of the common people, so it wouldn't be surprising if he leads the formation of a new Kangho. Therefore, Seo Moon Hwa suggested postponing the punishment for a while. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that the honor of the 9 heavens had been tarnished. He understood that the heavens' authority and sanctity had to be demonstrated to maintain balance. To this end, the sage proposed sending one of them to the northern border. The option that seemed suitable to him was the demon spirit emperor. The demonic spirit master was displeased with this proposal and inquired why him in particular. He said that, upon reflection, the situation involved the children of several members of the 9 heavens. Of course, the point was that Mr. Shim Mu Wee's son was one of the commanders of the invading force, and Dam Choksim's son was the one who caused the most trouble. On the other hand, he couldn't help but notice that their strategist's granddaughter was also on the battlefield as a military advisor. Based on this, he declared that since they, too, had done nothing to pacify the heavenly sage, they could be considered accomplices. This is why he insisted that the other members of the 9 heavens should resolve the problems of their offspring. But still, his dissatisfaction meant nothing, because the decision of the 9 heavens depended on the opinion of their shadow ruler. Addressing Hyun. So, the invincible warrior said that he should go to the battlefield, since his military advisor, Seo Moonhwa, ordered it. With a terrifying look, he demanded that his ward give him an answer immediately. Master Hyun. So had no other choice. Resigned to his fate, he decided to say without losing his status that since no one was strong enough to calm the children except him, then he should intervene. At the end of the meeting, Lord Murim said that his lovely creatures were trying very hard and were going wild to honor their board master. The Northern Heavenly Clan continued its preparations to intervene in the events of the world. The head of the Jin family, taking advantage of his free moment, decided to visit his beloved. As he walked up the mountain where her house was located, he stopped as soon as he saw that she was busy training. Hasol continued to perfect her skills in moonlight techniques. Even though she had to deal with a very severe poison, she managed to survive. Even now, her skills seemed to continue to develop, despite her having regained her human emotions. Upon seeing Mu Wan, she suddenly stopped the effect of the moonlight energy, returning to her true form. Hasol has fully recovered her body, and her hair has now returned to its dark color. Mr. and Mrs. Tan made every effort to ensure Hasol's treatment and recovery. Thanks to this, her pulse and breathing, which had been in a dangerous state, returned to normal. Mu Wan understood that the situation he had dragged the Tang family into was quite dangerous, and yet he did everything he could for the sake of his beloved. However, Hansol didn't wake up for a long time. It seemed as if she had plunged herself into an endless sleep, wanting to escape, denying the terrible reality that was causing her so much pain. And yet there was a person next to her who always helped her, no matter what situation she was in. Mu Wan was always by her side, and now, after a year and a half, she finally woke up. The head of the Jin clan felt greatly relieved and thanked Hasol for not giving up and coming back to her senses. After waking up, Hasol did nothing for a while, like a doll whose soul had been taken away. It was understandable, as her life had been suddenly destroyed by an unexpected betrayal. Her spiritual support, the one she had revered all her life, considering him absolute, abandoned her. Mentor So Gyumyang abandoned her and even gave the order to eliminate her only heir. The one who was always there and protected her, the spirit of death, who almost replaced her mother, almost killed her. Despite all this, Hasol plucked up her courage and woke up, but it was still extremely difficult for her. Moreover, even in her homeland, on a quiet night, she had nowhere to return to, so she, left in an ocean of loss and emptiness, belonging to neither, could not grasp the thread of understanding. She was also filled with gratitude to those who, despite all the complicated connections, had accepted her and helped her. Hasol was filled with guilt for the sacrifices made during her training, which made her soul even heavier and more confused. Mu Wan always supported her, telling her that she shouldn't rush back to normal life because it could hurt her even more. He promised that he would always be there and help her, so he suggested gradually overcoming all the problems together. Now that she was in the Northern Heavenly Clan, she gradually came to her senses. The caring head of Jin, who was by her side every moment when he was free, was always interested in how she was feeling. Thanks to everyone who was nearby, Ha-Sol's state of body and soul noticeably improved, and she always felt immense gratitude towards her saviors. Moreover, thanks to the chakras crafted by the master of the Northern Clan's forge, she was able to fully master and control the energy of Silver Chaos, even while retaining her human emotions. While she wasn't sure she could come out and face reality yet, she believed that someday she would definitely repay Mu Wan and everyone who had helped her all this time. Master Jin responded with a smile to her words about how she saw her future. Yet he couldn't warn her that they themselves were about to take action to push the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Silent Night into conflict. It was hard for him to say that during this war there would be many casualties on both sides, which could hurt her feelings. And yet the caring girl, understanding his heavy burden of responsibility, only noted that he had now grown noticeably. She asked where the young man they had met in the previous Northern Heavenly Clan had gone. Mu Wan has really matured so much, he's unrecognizable. Hugging him, she said that she understood that it was not easy for him, because it was hard to imagine how difficult his path was and how heavy his burden was. Only to her could he tell that the cries of the dead had not ceased in his ears all this time. Looking at his calloused, tired hands, he said that the bitter smell did not disappear from his hands, which had been stained with blood countless times, but despite this, he needed to become even more patient. When Mu Wan said that he would eventually go to hell, Ha-Sol took his hand and said that they were the same in that way. Kissing his finger, she invited him to go to hell together when they finished all their business on this sinful earth. This was exactly the support the Jin clan leader had truly been missing. He'd been alone all this time, but now he felt better. Madame Tang watched them from afar. Mireille visited Ha-Sol frequently as she continued to monitor her health. With a smile on her face, she said that the potion would no longer be needed, which was a relief. Most likely, she had already come to terms with the fact that Mu Wan already had someone with whom he had decided to go through this difficult journey. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Demonic Wind did not stand still and reached the Ami clan, which was located in the vicinity of Sichuan province. Having eliminated all their forces, along with the head of the Muensate clan, he was surprised that even this place was nothing special. Having exterminated numerous clans of the Central Plains during his unpunished travels, he admitted that compared to the Blue Fortress clan, they were slightly better. Danger was approaching as he eagerly awaited the fate of the Tang clan of one of the Murim chieftains in Sichuan province. The Sichuan fortress boasts impressive natural defenses and is renowned for its 3 main clans, 2 of which the Lord of the Silent Night had already personally destroyed. Because their influence extended far beyond the surrounding area, the fortress began to strengthen its internal cohesion, preventing outsiders from entering their territory unhindered. This is why the Sichuan fortress became known as the local Murim. However, the Sichuan fortress was defeated, and their last support was the Tang clan, led by Tang Guonu. The Blue Fortress clan had fallen. The old man sent messages to the Ami clan, but there was no response. He knew this could only be the consequences of the Silent Knight's actions. At that moment he had an unexpected guest. It was Lady Tang who took the time to secretly visit her home clan. In such turbulent times, Mr. Gonu was overjoyed at her arrival, even though he hadn't known she was coming. The girl ran to her grandfather to hug him, expressing how much she missed him. After exchanging pleasantries, the head of the Tang clan inquired about Master of 10,000 Poisons, Gi Moon. While Lady Mireille visited them once every couple of months for 3 whole years, Mr. Gi Moon had never left the Northern Blades detachment. Maya replied that her uncle was doing well, but his arrival in this place could still damage their disguise. For 3 years, Gi Moon has been confined to the Northern Heavenly clan to avoid bringing disaster to the Tang family. Although Mirai has suggested he visit their home fortress one day, the Master of 10,000 Poisons is too stubborn to take such a risk. During the conversation, Mirai asked the leader whether the oppression from the Central Heavenly Alliance was as severe as before. As it turns out, because Master Ganu publicly supported the Northern Blade, they continue to obstruct them politically and try to uncover the truth to the very end. However, as the war dragged on, the Alliance largely stopped paying attention to them. Then the old man invited her to sit down so that Mira could rest after the difficult journey and tell him how things were going in the new Northern Heavenly clan. The lady told about everything that had happened over the past 3 months. However, the old man saw that she was not in perfect order. The piercing old man said that he, as her grandfather, could clearly see that something was troubling her soul. The shy girl couldn't admit it, but the clan leader hit the nail on the head when he suggested that it was because of Chief Jin. In response, Mireille confessed what was wrong. After learning that Mu Wan had a girlfriend, she thought she'd given up on her feelings, but it turned out things weren't so simple. Even though she'd cleared her head, she realized that sometimes she was bothered by this heavy feeling in her chest. The old man understood perfectly well her anxiety and the difficult situation she found herself in. Hugging his granddaughter, he said that she was a real beauty. He then backed her up by shouting that Jin Mu Wan had completely wrong taste, since he'd rejected such a beautiful and intelligent woman, Mirai. He even said that as soon as he saw the head of the Jin family, he immediately realized he was a devious bastard. Gonu, trying to cheer up his granddaughter, even said that Jin is the only one who should be sad, because Mirai will meet an even more worthy young man since she deserves it. She seemed to feel a little better about this support, since Grandfather Gaon was the only one who saw right through her. Saying that they all become weak-willed in love, he suggested she return to the Tang clan, saying that Ki Moon would take care of the head of the Jin family himself. However, Mira replied that it was her personal choice and that the northern clan still needed her, but once she completed it, she would quickly return to the family. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by the sudden appeal of one of the warriors of the Tang family. He shouted anxiously that there had been an invasion of their fortress. All the forces of the Tang family rushed into such a difficult battle without permission. As expected, they were powerless to stop such a terrifying opponent. However, just a moment later, the Lord of the Silent Night felt the approach of a formidable force. The clan leader's staff was aimed at him with incredible speed. Now Gonu entered into battle with him, seeing who exactly had raised a commotion throughout the entire Sichuan province. One of the demonic commanders of the Silent Night barely managed to dodge this attack, losing his hat. He was astonished by this power, admitting that the head of the Tang family had nearly taken his head off. Addressing the old man, he declared that he was certainly many times more powerful than the two previous clans he had wiped off the face of the continent. Brandishing his sickles, he declared that he expected nothing less from the head of Murim in Sichuan. One of the four supreme commanders of the Silent Night, a shadow of a fresh wind named Nam Cheonmyeon, greeted his worthy opponent. He was looking forward to a worthy battle that would at least slightly satisfy his thirst for blood. Then he, creating a whirlwind with the swings of his scythes, rushed into the attack with destructive force. He had a wild look in his eyes and was eager to test his strength against the one who was the strongest master in Sichuan. Lord Gonu, using his wind control techniques, was determined to confront such a formidable opponent. However, suddenly for them, a girl appeared behind the Lord of the Silent Night. Meyer rushed to attack the enemy, ending up behind him. Master Nam could not help but sense her presence. Grandfather Gonu understood that his beloved granddaughter was interfering in a battle where she had no chance. Within a moment, he changed his attack, and instead of resisting the whirlwind of the quiet night, he grabbed his granddaughter with a stream of leaves. He threw her as far away from the epicenter of the battle as possible, as he could not allow her to suffer along with him. With his back to the enemy, he paid no attention to the formidable ruler of the Silent Night, because his granddaughter was more precious to him than life. Meyer couldn't accept the fact that her grandfather was going to fight alone against the one who had already destroyed a dozen clans throughout Murim. Having thrown his granddaughter as far away from the fortress as possible, Gonu, knowing that he had no chance, entered into a fierce battle with the shadow of the fresh wind. Meanwhile, the northern clan was discussing the situation. The commander and the clan leader said that Lady Yun's information had been of great help. They both understood that she was an absolute master, which could give them great strength, but there were still difficulties. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the head of the secret detachment. Master Seo brought with him a worried Mirai, whom he found near the northern clan. Ms. Meyer, with tears in her eyes, reported that the Tang clan was under attack. This sudden and unexpected threat brought the Northern Blade clan into action. The Northern Heavenly clan's forces immediately set out for Sichuan province. As she approached the landmark where the battle was taking place, Lady Tang saw that the fervor of the battle had suddenly died down. She suddenly stopped when she saw what had happened. She was shocked and couldn't move, realizing that they were late. Lord Gonu was slain by the demonic Lord of the Silent Night. With tears in her eyes, she screamed the name of the clan leader in panic. However, at that very moment, Mu Wan flew past her at lightning speed. Nam Cheonmyeon immediately sensed the approach of a formidable force. A moment later, he jumped back from the devastating attack, letting go of the old man whose body he held on his scythe. Mu Wan had planned to retrieve the body of the seriously injured head of the Tang family from the very beginning. He was very serious in the face of such a formidable opponent. Just as he was able to capture the head of the Tang clan, Lady Meyer headed towards him. Holding her seriously wounded grandfather, she tearfully begged him not to die. Their best healer, the master of 10,000 poisons Gi Mun, also went with them to the Tang clan. Mu Wan didn't have to worry about the head of the Tang family, because Gi Mun and Mi Rei were the best doctors in their clan. Now he had to focus on the enemy. To keep his comrades safe, he had to put an end to the shadow of the fresh wind with his own hands. The terrifying enemy had no intention of retreating, for he had finally felt the power of the one who could satisfy his immeasurable thirst for blood. Addressing his opponent, Master Nam playfully asked him not to say anything and to let him guess for himself who he was dealing with. Pointing his finger at the head of the Jin family, he said that seeing the extraordinary energy and taking into account his intuition, he was willing to bet that this was a northern blade. Silently agreeing with his guess, Mu Wan said that before him was the one known as the Fresh Wind Demon Shadow of the 4 Supreme Commanders of the Silent Night. Master Nam threw back his head with a laugh and declared that he couldn't help but guess Jin Kwang Ho's son. Calling his instincts astounding, he declared Mu Wan to be the long-awaited adversary who had first caused a stir on the mainland and then suddenly vanished. Looking piercingly at the youth, he guessed that he was the one behind the false rumors regarding his activities within the Central Alliance. In response, Mu Wan did not say a word. Realizing that this was the case, Nam Cheonmyeon decided to satisfy his curiosity by asking the reason for such behavior. He further speculated that the Northern Heavenly Clan's 5th head's true goal was to bring about the downfall of the Central Heavenly Clan. It was a piercing suggestion, and realizing he had hit the nail on the head, Master Nam asked his opponent how he viewed a temporary alliance, saying that since they had the same goal, they had no need to waste their energy on each other. With a thoughtful expression, Mu Wan admitted that his words were true, because if it was strategically effective, then perhaps such an alliance would be the right decision for the time being. But after these words he clarified that there is one nuance in this matter. Master Nam did not understand what else was not satisfying the impudent heir of the clan, what had prevented them from achieving their goal for a century. Speaking about the Tang family, Master Jin coldly said that Master Fresh Wind had disturbed those who should never have been disturbed. He brought the enemy up to speed, telling him that he had nothing but the stigma of being the son of a traitor, yet the Tang family was the only one who had given him shelter, despite the danger. Seeing the gravity of the situation they found themselves in due to the actions of one of the commanders of the Silent Night, he could not accept such an offer so easily. The Tang family were the ones who risked their name and position in the alliance by officially supporting the heir of the Northern Clan, who was branded as traitors. Speaking of this, Mu Wan pointed out to the enemy that he was the one who had disturbed his benefactors, who was dearer to him than anyone else in the world. Showing off his terrifying aura, the head of the Jin family said the words of the Tang clan, that they repay kindness 10-fold and repay offense 100-fold. As he released his power and removed the seal from his blade, he stated that based on these words, one could understand how high a price the Silent Night commander must pay for disturbing the Tang clan. With a menacing and threatening look, he said that right now he would clearly show what happens to those who disturb the peace of his comrades. With the same cunning and calm smile, one of the demonic rulers of the Silent Night admitted that he was sorry, but even after generations, the Silent Night and the Northern Heavenly Clan could not avoid enmity. Realizing that battle was inevitable, he ordered the Flaming Demon Squad to engage in battle. Within a moment, a dozen well-trained masters, followers of the Shadow Commander, appeared around him. Without moving from his spot, Mu Wan spoke the name of his blood and sword squad. Without delay, a secret detachment of the Northern Clan, led by Master Seo, appeared next to him. Mu Wan ordered them to protect the Tang clan from those who follow the Silent Night commander. Now that all of their comrades were safe from Master Nam's followers, the two terrifyingly powerful martial artists were ready to fight. With incredible speed, they rushed into a furious attack. In the face of such a powerful opponent, Mu Wan unleashed the power of 10,000 shadows without hesitation. The energies of the destructive techniques of both masters collided in a terrifying whirlwind that turned everything around into ruins. Inside, the Lord of the Silent Night, Nam Cheonmyeon, felt himself losing ground for the first time in decades. Within a moment, a small cut wound appeared on his forehead, and he was surprised that his opponent was even able to inflict injuries that could have killed him if he had not leaned back in time. The old man admitted that Mu Wan was very dangerous, and his technique was indeed very powerful and destructive. Seeing the mighty blade at his side, he recognized with anticipation of a worthy battle that all the former might of the northern heavenly clan had been transferred to this brat. For him, this was an excellent opportunity to once again experience the thrill of battle against enemies whose strength he respected. Within a moment, he had taken up the fight more seriously and demonstrated his extraordinary speed, for which he was nicknamed the Demon of the Fresh Wind. Mu Wan didn't expect such incredible speed from his opponent and barely managed to block his attack from behind. The pressure from the Fresh Wind Master increased as he continued to move quickly and strike countless times with his flawless sickles. Mu Wan, despite the tension, managed to dodge the enemy's attacks. He continued to analyze the abilities, trying to figure out what attack patterns the enemy was using. But a moment later, the enemy disappeared from his sight. At that moment, he appeared behind the head of the Jin family, swinging his arm hard before delivering a surprise blow. Before striking, the Fresh Wind Demon Shadow of the 4 supreme commanders of the Silent Night said that the clans of Sichuan province had lived in peace for too long, which is why he dealt with them all too easily, which is why he started the battle so sluggishly, because he relaxed for a moment. Now he was completely serious. Directing a destructive whirlwind of his sickles at Master Jin, he apologized, saying it was worthy of him to fight the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Mu Wan was able to withstand this attack by blocking it with his blade. His opponent acknowledged his skills, saying that he was quite good for being able to block that punch. Mu Wan escaped with only a light scratch on his face, but he was convinced that his guesses were correct, and the Fresh Wind Demon Shadow was even faster than expected. Now he had to speed up too. In order to fight on equal terms with such a fast opponent, Mu Wan resorted to using Wind Lord techniques. A moment later, he suddenly disappeared from sight. With incredible speed, he found himself behind his opponent. Master Nam didn't even have time to see how Mu Wan appeared behind him. But when the heir of the Northern Clan struck, the Demon of Fresh Wind managed to sense his energy and repelled his attack. After that, they began to fight with incredible speed throughout the entire territory of the Tang family fortress. Their strength was equal, and their speed was beyond the comprehension of the masters present. Their battle turned into a rapid movement of 2 energies, which brought with it the complete destruction of the buildings around. And yet none of them gave in. Master Nam was completely serious, having met a worthy opponent. Looking at the heir of the Northern Clan, he was surprised that this guy was full of surprises, because he even managed to cope with his speed. At one point, Mu Wan, despite his incredible speed, managed to suddenly appear in front of the commander of the Silent Night. With incredible speed, he released his energy and directed it at his opponent. Using a whirlwind of sickles, Nam Cheonmyeon managed to stop his attack. He was already beginning to understand how Mu Wan was able to attain speed equal to his own. Looking at the young master, he guessed that he was using the Wind King's step from the 4 pillars of the Northern Clan. Nam Cheonmyeon could not even imagine that he would again encounter the steps of the King of the Wind, whose speed was not inferior to his own. In just a moment, Mu Wan, using his gate, appeared behind his opponent, giving him the feeling that he was actually fighting the Wind King again. Mu Wan once again pointed his blade towards his opponent's head. The blade of the sword was right in front of the eyes of one of the commanders of the Silent Night. In that split second, Master Nam considered the idea of seeing the Wind King in this young man. It was astonishing and extremely intriguing. He knew he should speed up as well, but his joints had been so worn down by this time that he wasn't sure they could handle it. And yet there was no other option. Asking his joints to hold on a little longer, he accelerated to the point that he disappeared right before colliding with the blade of the heir of the Northern Clan. Immediately after this, when he was out of sight of the young master, he pointed his sickle in his direction. Mu Wan managed to dodge this attack. However, this was immediately followed by several more sickle throws, which Mu Wan was forced to parry while in an unstable position. At that moment, he felt that all these attacks made logical sense, because the sickles were trying to surround him with their ropes. In just a moment, Mu Wan found himself inside the Wind Squalor prison technique, and was being attacked by numerous sickle attacks from all directions. Mu Wan barely managed to block the attacks. They were so fast that he couldn't dodge some of the cuts. For the first time, he encountered a speed that was impossible to follow with his keen eyes. It seemed impossible, but the demon of the fresh wind had yet to reach its speed limit. At one point, Mu Wan saw that the enemy had been running around him the whole time, dealing an incredible number of blows. Directing a fierce hurricane blow at the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, the user of the spiritual technique urged him not to stand still and to continue to amaze with his abilities, which were unimaginable for his age. Hearing the enemy's voice, Mu Wan managed to control the speed of his movement. Now he could clearly see the fresh wind demon moving next to him. Yet this was not enough, for the bloodthirsty sickles continued their endless attacks towards him. After repelling another attack, Mu Wan became distracted and lost sight of his enemy. Within a moment, the enemy appeared in front of him, again using long-range attacks with sickles. Despite this surprise, the heir of the Northern Clan repelled the attack. However, these strikes were only to confuse the fresh wind demon's true intentions. Continuing to move around, Master Nam managed to leave some of his sickle rope behind so that he could tie up his opponent's body in one movement. Mu Wan managed to feel the energy emanating from the surface at his feet. At the last moment, before his opponent's clever trick, he jumped into the air. But being in a disadvantageous position, Mu Wan, who was in the air, again met the attack with a sickle. He didn't have time to dodge such incredible speed. Even knowing that it could be part of another trap, he had no choice but to disrupt the trajectory of the weapon that was aimed at him. Within a moment, the enemy took advantage of the situation, and the sickle that had been knocked away made several circles around Mu Wan's body. The enemy's rope suddenly bound the entire body of the head of Jin, pressing his blade against his body. Taking advantage of the moment, the terrifying fresh wind demon rushed to attack, closing the distance between them with incredible speed. However, Mu Wan quickly got his bearings. A moment before the enemy approached, he jumped into the air. While in mid-air, he delivered a swift kick, knocking his opponent back. He bounced off his opponent's body, then leaped back himself. At that moment, he used the Wind King's Gate to free himself from the enemy's rope. He finally managed to break the series of dominant pressure from one of the commanders of the Silent Night. Spinning his sickles, the enemy slowly began to walk towards him. With an arrogant smile, he asked if the young warrior was really tired already. There was nothing surprising about this, as Master Jin had little experience fighting such opponents. Although much time had passed since he began his journey as a Wind Master warrior, he still developed incredible speed even at such an advanced age. Even the sickles, which made his head spin, seemed as if they were part of the body of one of the rulers of the Silent Night. Mu Wan was convinced that it was no coincidence that he was one of the key military forces of the Alliance's enemies. Mu Wan was well aware that he was currently inferior to his opponent, and could make a mistake if he continued to wait for an opening in the defense of such an experienced warrior. But looking around, he remembered that he could still improve his position due to the terrain. Now all that was left was a small matter. The Master of Sickles and incredibly fast gait expected a counterattack from the heir of the Northern Clan. However, suddenly for him, Mu Wan simply disappeared from sight. Nam Cheon-myeon was able to follow him and saw him begin to retreat toward the ruined buildings. Filled with battle fervor, he began pursuing him, shouting that he couldn't believe Mu Wan had chosen to escape, despite his ferocity in battle. The enemy, feeling his superiority, decided to play by the rules of the Northern Blade. Everything went according to plan, and Mu Wan accelerated even more. Struggling to match the Northern Blade's speed, the pursuing demon of the fresh wind acknowledged its speed and gait. But he still felt it wasn't enough against him. Seeing Mu Wan approaching the barrier, he pointed his sickle towards him. Mu Wan managed to dodge, while the building opposite him was destroyed into pieces. At the same moment, he had new opportunities for maneuvering. Being in such terrain was somewhat of an advantage, as he could now quickly move between different supports. He managed to slip away from attacks just before his support was destroyed by the enemy's bloodthirsty sickle. Yet, being among these ruins while continuing to evade was not the true plan of the head of the Jin family. The fierce master of sickles continued to follow him, not yet understanding where the enemy was leading him. Excited by the intense battle, he whirled his sickles for further attacks and asked Mu Wan how long he would be running. All Nam Cheon-myung wanted was to have a good time with the last heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, who had managed to match his speed. But at one point he was forced to stop. Mu Wan disappeared from his sight. At that moment, he realized that all this time he had been blindly pursuing the enemy, that he had been trying to lead him to a place that would give him some advantage. After looking around, Nam Cheonmyeon came to the conclusion that Mu Wan had decided to use obstacles to create restrictions for the sickles that were spinning on long ropes. Moreover, these trees were good for hiding and launching surprise attacks. The old man admitted that it was an excellent decision, but noted that there was one caveat to this plan. The fresh wind demon shadow called it just a momentary obstacle, believing that the dense forest would not be a big problem for him. He said out loud that it would be enough to simply clear the entire area around him in order to prevent the enemy from making sudden maneuvers at high speed. But at the same moment he felt a rapid movement along the branches of the trees located nearby. Mu Wan heard his reasoning out loud and responded coldly that even this minute's delay would be enough for him to end this battle. Using the bloody flash of the 10,000 shadow technique, he rushed to attack with lightning speed. Due to the limited visibility due to the dense forest, the fresh wind demon barely managed to dodge. At that moment he realized that this was not the end. Mu Wan disappeared from his line of sight again. But literally, a split second later he saw a purple flash of shadow energy. Mu Wan once again directed his destructive attack at him with incredible speed. However, this time too, Master Nam managed to dodge. The heir of the Northern Clan continued to move nearby at great speed, leaving behind only a light of energy. By trying to catch the enemy's trajectory, the commander of the Silent Knight hoped that he could break the series of unpunished attacks in order to launch a counterattack. However, Mu Wan kept disappearing from his sight. Seeing him in one of the directions, Nam Cheonmyeon decided to calculate his further movement. Expecting to see him 20 meters away, the demon of the fresh wind threw his sickle at him in advance. Mu Wan managed to notice the enemy's weapons approaching. His opponent was right. He only miscalculated slightly and easily destroyed the tree that Master Jin managed to get around. Trying to control the situation, Nam Cheonmyeon said that no matter how hard Mu Wan dodged, even if he ran with all his might, he would still be caught one day. He urged him to continue his attacks, saying that such speed was useless against him and that he could dodge everything. However, just a confident speech was not enough to gain the upper hand, because Mu Wan was once again behind him and ready to strike. Only at the last moment did the fresh Windmaster see that he was under attack. A huge pillar of energy from 10,000 shadows fell upon him, following the blade of the Northern Clan leader. Within a moment, they had switched to close-range combat at such a speed that they could not be seen through the thick dust, but from time to time, flashes of their energies would appear in that area. Mu Wan continued to spin around his opponent at incredible speed, trying to find a hole in his defense. Surprisingly, Nam Cheonmyeon was still able to cope with his speed and blocked his attacks in every possible way. However, the situation was not the best for him. He wasted a lot of time defending himself without the opportunity to strike back. In turn, Mu Wan held his ground well and continued to put enormous pressure on his opponent. At one point, the old man from the quiet night could not bear it any longer and began to spin his sickles at great speed. He flew into the air, directing a blow of anger and the radiance of the spirit of thunder towards the enemy. A terrifying destructive force was present just before the collision with the heir of the Northern Clan. The wrath of the great ruler of the Silent Night was unleashed upon the earth, destroying everything around. His attack was like a whirlwind of sickles that destroyed everything around him in an instant. But when he landed on the ground, the old man did not see the wounded enemy. Mu Wan managed to escape and returned to the dense forest again. The situation remained the same. Nam Cheonmyeon was still limited by the trees around him, so he could only defend himself. To give himself free rein, he spun his sickles and launched a blow called the Flash of the Cutting Wind. The terrifying force of the sharp sickles cut the forest around him into small logs. A huge column of dust rose up around him, but it should have been enough to make it easier to track the enemy. Despite the logic of his actions, the fresh wind demon regretted doing something like that. Mu-Won took advantage of the situation and closed the distance with great speed to plunge his blade into his opponent's body at the exact moment he least expected it. The old man was worried, as he'd previously thought Mu-Won was using obstacles to impede the progress of his spinning sickles. However, all this time, he'd been waiting for a wide-area attack, the moment when he'd swing his sword with greater force. Nam Cheonmyeon regretted his carelessness. Suddenly, Mu-Won, who had pierced his stomach, spun his blade with great force. This was done not only to cause terrible pain to the enemy and increase his bleeding. The head of the northern clan clenched his teeth and released a huge amount of energy through the blade. The heavenly destruction demonic shadow sword released a terrifying shadow power to destroy the opponent's body. Fierce fighting continued in the main square of the Tang fortress. The flaming demon squad, hardened by fierce battles across the continent, was very experienced and strong. However, even such warriors could not resist the united work of a detachment of iron and blood. The guys worked well as a team, and covering each other, found ways to reduce the number of the enemy squad. The stormy battle did not stop for a minute. The enemies were melee weapons users, which had sharp blades like claws. The Iron and Blood squad leader, who used 2 swords, fought without any problems even at the distance imposed by the enemy. His level was significantly higher than that of his enemies, so as a master of enlightenment, he could easily eliminate his opponents one after another. Thanks to their work, Mr. and Mrs. Tan were safe. The head of the family was mortally wounded, but it was a relief that he was, fortunately, still breathing. Lord Ki-moon was filled with anger at the sight of the Tang clan in such a state. He couldn't believe that the villains from the Silent Night, who roamed freely throughout the territory of the Central Heavenly Alliance, were so powerful. Since ancient times, no external force has been able to easily penetrate the natural fortifications of the Tang clan. It used to be an impenetrable fortress, but under pressure from one of the commanders of the Silent Night, the situation here turned into complete chaos. Looking around at the sad destruction, Ki-moon wondered with hatred how they dared to do something like this to their inheritance. He was so furious that he began to lose control of himself, seeing the enemies trying to break through the defense of the Iron and Blood squad. Although Mr. Ki-moon remembered his oath that he would no longer use poison to kill, his hand automatically reached for the vessel hanging on his belt. At that moment, he remembered the cruel but true words of the sage Hua, who said that in order for the Tang clan to take its primacy in Sichuan province, a large number of smaller clans had perished at their hands, and thousands of their followers had also perished. The memory of the devoted disciple who sacrificed his own life to save them was also one of the painful remnants of the past. The poison Ryu-san used was a horrific mixture that Lord Ki-moon no longer made, as he had vowed to become a physician. However, in the moment when rage overwhelmed him, he forgot his words and released the poison. The masters of the flaming squad of the commander of the Silent Night sensed danger from him. They rushed towards him furiously, realizing that the poison user had to be eliminated immediately. All this time, Seo Musang tried to keep them away from Mr. Ki-moon. Seeing the enemies rushing towards them, he whistled loudly to his team. The boys immediately understood what danger was being discussed. In just a moment, they found themselves at the Master of Poisons, protecting him from several enemies at once. Once the enemies realized that it was useless to break through them, they jumped back again to regroup. Addressing the elder of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Master Seo said that he should keep the word he gave himself by allowing the Iron and Blood squad to take on this dirty business. Remembering the tears he shed over the body of his dead disciple, Mr. Tang came to his senses. He thanked Mr. Seo for his support and for stopping him in time from doing something he would regret in the future. At that moment, Master Seo coldly said that they could not drag it out any longer. Addressing his soldiers, he ordered them to finish off the enemies. After these words, the guys rushed into the attack, taking the initiative. Now they were seriously focused on eliminating their opponents. The pressure from their side drove the enemies into the center, and they found themselves surrounded. The Iron and Blood Squad masters began to block their escape route, moving quickly around their gathering point, narrowing the center of the circle. Suddenly, for the enemies who were distracted by the fighters of the Northern Clan detachment, Commander Seo appeared above them. Using a two-handed sword technique, he launched an attack of 8 blue blood swords, decapitating all the enemies who continued to resist their inevitable death. Having finished with the enemy detachment, Seo Musang gave orders to his subordinates to clean up the area and help the Tan family's doctors. He sighed heavily and looked around, hoping to find out how his master was doing. The situation in the square was almost resolved, so he expected good news from the dense forest, where Mu Wan had transferred his battle with the commander of the Silent Night. Warriors from the Central Heavenly Alliance appeared on the other side of the Tang family fortress. They arrived belatedly in Sichuan province, which had been almost completely destroyed by the forces of the Fresh Wind Demon. However, the Northern Heavenly Clan had taken the protection of the Tang family upon themselves, so they could not allow interference from the government. Ma Dokwan, nicknamed the Crazy Tiger, gave the command to his fighters to begin an operation to intercept the troops of the Central Heavenly Clan. The dense forest was overflowing with fighters from his squad, which had previously been engaged in false robbery in the north. Their task was to lure the enemies away from the Tang clan. In just a moment, they stopped a squad belonging to the Central Heavenly Alliance. The government squad's fighters began to panic, but they mistook the Northern Clan's squad for a quiet night, so they followed them, moving away from the Tang clan's fortress. Looking around, Ma Dokwan saw flashes of a furious battle between the commander of the Silent Night and his master. He hoped that their battle would end soon, because if they kept shining like that, then their diversion operation wouldn't work for long. The battle between two masters with terrifying power was in full swing. Let's go back to the moment when Mu Wan, plunging his blade into the enemy, released a huge amount of energy. The experienced opponent managed to avoid this power. Using a ferocious hurricane of his sickles at the last moment, he delayed the attack of the bloodthirsty shadows, throwing the enemy further away. Mu Wan was forced to jump back to a safe distance to continue putting pressure on his weakened opponent. For the first time in decades, Nam Cheonmyeon was seriously injured in a fight. But Master Jin had no intention of stopping there. He concentrated again before continuing the fight. In just a moment, he, using the Gate of the Wind King, disappeared from sight, moving at tremendous speed. Fully focused on the enemy that could not be underestimated, the Fresh Wind Demon tracked his trajectory. Mu Wan rushed towards the enemy with incredible speed. Nam Cheonmyeon rushed at him with fury, boosting his speed with his own wind energy. His movement created a huge area attack, a destructive hurricane that swept away everything around him. However, the user of the Heavenly Destruction Demonic Shadow Sword was not stopped by such a formidable barrier and rushed inside. Using the Falling Star Soul attack, he began to destroy the enemy's technique and finally reached his body. With this terrifying power, he managed to destroy the enemy's body. Having lost his limbs in an instant, Nam Cheonmyeon couldn't believe that there would be someone who could defeat him at such a high speed. Mu Wan finished off one of the Silent Night commanders, who dared to appear among the clan of his saviors. The storm of battle died down and silence fell among the badly battered dense forest. The dying old man lying on the ground in the quiet night admitted that during the last blow he could no longer move his legs properly, so he was unable to even react. However, over the course of a long time it exhausted its resources. The end of his intolerable joints came at the most inopportune moment, during the hardest battle of his life. Despite these words, he admitted that even if his joints were fine, he couldn't be sure that he would have withstood the final attack of the Jin family's 10,000 shadow user. Looking at the frigid, cold head of the Northern Clan, he declared that he was the face of their strength, passed down through generations. Although this angered him, Master Nam nevertheless declared that Mu Wan was worthy of his father, known as the Northern Wall of Jin Kwang Ho. The moment before death was the only opportunity for sincerity, so the demon of the fresh wind acknowledged that the legend of the free spirit of the silent night was coming to an end. In the end, he met his death not at the hands of the Central Alliance, but at the hands of an enemy they had long respected. Looking at the one who had overcome his turbulent wind power, he decided to speak frankly and even admitted that he wasn't as free as his nickname suggested. He simply put a lot of effort into letting everyone know it. He was forced to become like this because of the state in which their overly weakened leader found himself. The elders abandoned everything while in the lands where the Central Alliance had exiled them. Even the 4 supreme demon commanders lost their targets. In a place where the silent night dwelt, only the vanquished gathered, doing nothing but repenting. Nam Cheomyeon couldn't accept their fate, as he didn't want to appear so pitiful. He believed that at every gathering where he didn't appear, they probably only scolded him. This didn't make reality any better. Meanwhile, the demon of the fresh wind secretly went to the fields and cut down the crops with his sickles, which he used to destroy those he considered enemies of his exiled people. He struggled to find food on the barren land of the quiet night. All this was for the sake of a quiet night dying of hunger. He personally walked on foot among his people, because this is real struggle. On the other side was a ray of light, Dan Yep, the heir of the master of 1,000 sounds of light, who had become tainted with defeatist ideas and abandoned everything, remaining on the sidelines. Yet he was far better than those at the top, possessing an extraordinary intellect and capable of leading the silent night. He did indeed lead them, for his death awakened the quiet night and led them forward. Speaking of the fate of the silent night, the dying old man, who had previously frightened the entire alliance, said that because of the vile truth, they were forcibly and humiliatingly pushed into the barren lands, and they simply went out of their way to at least survive. When asked about the sins of the silent night, the first thing that came to mind was the countless murders and robberies of people from the central heavens. However, Nam Cheonmayan sincerely believed that the best answer was to say that their weakness was the true sin. He had long since ceased to believe that truth mattered in a world ultimately driven entirely by the opinions and interests of each individual. No one could judge what was right and what was wrong. There was no one to administer justice. Continuing his speech, he again uttered the words that were familiar to the head of the Jin family, that the one who has power, although he will be a murderer for someone else will call him a hero. This was Kanko, and even the commander of the Silent Night acknowledged this obvious truth. He believed that Silent Night and the Northern Heavenly Clan were linked by a long-standing feud, but they were both simply used and fell prey to the ambitions of the terrifying ruler. With his last words, he asked the Northern Blade to deal with the Central Heavenly Alliance at all costs. As soon as Nam Cheonmyeon stopped breathing, the place where they had recently fought fell silent. Clutching his head, Mu Wan looked up at the sky, wondering why Moen Yuljong created this hell-like world. The end of this battle in Sichuan province led them to a decision that turned out to be quite unexpected. Representatives of the new Northern Heavenly Clan went to the Gumcheonsa Temple, which carries the 1,000-year history of the Ami clan. Representatives of the provincial families gathered here, and the deputy head of the Ami clan, Yan Ha, appeared. The Blue Fortress clan, which also lost its leader, was represented by Deputy Quan Sun. No one could believe what had happened. The deaths of the Blue Fortress clan leader, Kwangmu Jinin, and the Amu clan leader, Muen Sate, were devastating. Only a miracle saved the head of the provincial ruling family. The representative of the Northern clan said that they would not have even dared to imagine such a tragedy, which became such a great grief for all of them. He also reported that the head of the Sichuan Union, Murim, was in a deplorable condition due to a fight with the fresh wind demon Shadow. During this meeting, representatives of the Northern clan revealed the secret that they were long-standing allies of the Tang clan and were hiding in the lands of the province under the protection of their leader. They could not but wallow in sadness and despair as they watched Sichuan Murim crumble before their eyes. The Northern Clan's warlord believed that in this troubled time, when a monstrous 3-year war was going on, the fall of Sichuan province would plunge the entire world into terrible chaos. During this discussion, he also touched upon the truth of this world, that in the relationship between the Central Heavenly Alliance and the Silent Night, the Northern Lands clan was used as a tool that was disposed of in order to eliminate the growing danger. The Three Minds scholar admitted that he couldn't even say for sure whether the attacks in Sichuan were planned by the Central Heavenly Alliance or whether it was a unilateral decision on a quiet night. Yet even this fact did not change the fact that Sichuan province was mercilessly trampled. They couldn't just turn their backs on what was happening inside Kanho, so they declared that they had to actively intervene in the situation. Hajin Wol also reported that the one who had transcended human capabilities, an unstoppable disaster among the supreme commanders, was the culprit of this tragedy. His legendary time, seemingly endless, had come to an end. The legend that had terrified Kanho for so long was brought to an end by the commander of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The vice chief of the Blue Fortress clan lowered his gaze and said that the younger generation had started their movement, and Mu Wan was the one who had made them move. He resolutely declared that they could not remain indifferent to the merciless truths of this world. The Blue Fortress clan firmly declared that they would stand shoulder to shoulder with the new Northern clan. The deputy of the Amma clan said that they would also be the ones to enter hell, as they only survived thanks to the sacrifice of their leader. On behalf of her clan, she declared that, following the will of the chief, their Ami clan would also join the Northern clan. Hearing the allies' words, Hajin Wol warned them that from now on they would become enemies of the Central Heavenly Alliance. Many of them may be in danger, but since they recognize the Northern Heavenly Clan as the new main clan of Sichuan province, the warlord promised that they will be a reliable support for them. Now the situation has suddenly changed. The Northern Heavenly Clan had finally emerged from the shadows and was ready to show themselves to the world. Since then, an alliance of 4 clans was formed, and the warlord of the Northern Clan proposed that the allies join forces to give birth to a new storm. The world did not yet know the consequences of the clash at Tang Fortress, but events continued to unfold. In the north, where the Northern Heavenly Clan was previously located, 3 years ago there was the northern branch of the Central Heavenly Alliance, which was destroyed during the Silent Night attack. Now this place has become a Silent Night camp, which is a very symbolic event. At the head of the Silent Night's military operations stood their military advisor, the scientist Kageni. He was concerned that contact with the Shadow Demon and his flaming squad had been lost. Thoughtfully covering his face with his hand, he was sure that the fresh wind demon shadow Nam Cheonmyeon was practically invincible, because in the entire world there were no more than 10 people who could match his strength, and only 3 or 4 who could definitely defeat him. It was precisely because of such terrifying power that he was nicknamed a living disaster. That's why they sent him to Sichuan province and ordered him to inflict as much damage as possible on the Murimu. Although the 3 pillar clans of Sichuan province are considered strong, they are still no match for the fresh wind demon shadow. Based on this logic, the military advisor couldn't understand why they'd lost contact with this commander. He was forced to review the maps again and consider whether there was another variable he might not have foreseen. At first, he thought that the Moan clan might have taken action, but after dismissing that thought, he began to consider an even more likely outcome. The matter concerned the danger posed by the Northern Blade, which had inherited the entire legacy of the Northern Heavenly Clan and had haunted them for 100 years. From the very beginning of the war, Silent Night had been rife with rumors that Mu Wan had disappeared 3 years ago. The risk of such a variable appearing made the Quiet Night warlord think that the Northern Clan's strength was quite sufficient to fight the fresh wind shadow demon. Sighing heavily, he decided not to burden himself with such thoughts, and give one of the commanders a little more time to get in touch. He didn't even want to think about such a loss, as they were already in a difficult situation after the elimination of one of their elders, Master Yun of the Thousand Sounds of Death. In such a situation, every single combat unit was precious to them. At the front, where the heavenly sound demon had vanished, stood the piercing black spear and the heaven-destroying demon. Since this was the main battlefield, the commander couldn't weaken that army. Moreover, he couldn't recall the White Knight Witch, who was in the Central Lands on a special mission. If he recalled her, he would have wasted a great deal of time and resources allocated to preparing for her mission. Their puzzle was missing one more piece, the Lord of the Night. Although the Night Lord was able to move into a new body, it took him longer than expected to get used to it and regain his combat skills. The Silent Night was now losing its fighting strength, so continuing such a long war was too difficult. The Night Lord had to get used to his new body as quickly as possible and personally intervene in this conflict. On the other hand, the Alliance's minions, inspired by their victory over the Master of Sound, were preparing to attack, so the Silent Night Warlord prepared for this and tried to determine what change had appeared in Sichuan. He gave the order to consolidate the global situation for the big picture. All these events also affected the military department of the Central Celestial Alliance. Kwang Dai-sung, who was the head of this department, was extremely worried. The center of the continent had been breached. He already knew that the fresh wind demon Shadow had attacked Sichuan province, and that the heads of the two strongest clans in that province had been brutally killed. This was the first time anything like this had ever happened in history. Even stranger was the fact that the head of the Tang family, with the help of the second-in-command of the Ami and Blue Fortress clans, had managed to withstand such a terrifying force. The Alliance Minister was deep in thought, as it seemed to him that all this smelled bad. The worst thing he reacted to was the situation around the 9 heavens, because only 3 of them remained in the capital. With incredible anger, he slammed his fist on the table, blaming the actions of the younger generation for their failures. Things did not go according to plan, even though they had promised the heavenly sage that if he meekly followed their orders, he would gain influence like the 9 heavens. Despite this, he committed an act of unimaginable madness by the government's standards. Even Master Shim and Lady Heron failed to stop him when he raised his weapon against one of the 9 heavens. The minister had anticipated some trouble from Master Dam in advance, so he personally approached Mrs. Heron and Master Shim, requesting that they take special care of his intentions. Now it was logical to assume that So-moon Hyrian had not yet been able to forget the past and had been harboring similar aspirations all this time. Though Hyrian wasn't as powerful as her grandfather, Daewon now realized she wasn't to be underestimated. She was quite extraordinary, and obedience wasn't to be expected from someone so beloved by So-moon's family. The minister assumed that she had simply been fooled, since it was hard to believe that she would voluntarily decide to act so ignorantly towards the heavens. The last straw in his sea of grief was that there was no sign that the lost popular faith in the 9 heavens would return to its original position. Due to the attempt to capture the Northern Blade 3 years ago, as well as the protracted war, opponents of the Central Celestial Alliance's actions have emerged in the hinterlands. They have been actively negotiating unification treaties and are acting in a highly organized manner. The minister was full of hatred towards them, considering them to be nothing but miserable bugs, who knew nothing of their benefactor, thanks to whom such a world existed. Gritting his teeth nervously, Daewon thought about how much he wished he could send all the naive masters of the mainland into the silent night so they could feel what it was like to be their enemy. What he could plan for now was to quickly end the war and bring back the people's faith at any cost in order to restore the stability of the Central Heavenly Alliance. The minister was simply on the verge of madness at the mere thought that his master was not satisfied with the events taking place on the mainland. After another tactical failure, he was forced to visit the Invincible clan again. This time his meeting with the ruler was quite tense. Speaking about the events on the mainland, Mo Yul Chon wanted to hear why the world was in such disarray, and why their war, in which the minister had predicted a quick victory from the very beginning, was beginning to drag on. In response, Dae Sen, terrified to death, shouted that all these events were the fault of his carelessness. He promised to try to settle everything as quickly as possible and finish it, no matter the cost, by any means necessary. The true ruler then inquired whether Dam Su Chong's authority was truly increasing, even though he had gotten rid of one of the 9 heavens. As Minister Dae Sen, his voice trembling, attempted to respond, he heard the master say that he found it amusing. In truth, Yul Chong was interested in Master Dam Su Chung, believing he would certainly be useful. He then shared with his protege the information that Henhenso had been sent to the battlefield on some interesting mission. Raising his head slightly, the minister said that it was a wise decision. In response to the ridiculous compliment, the ruler looked at his subordinate with a thirst for blood and asked whether he had to personally intervene in this. Within a moment, the minister felt on his own skin what his master's anger was like. Without even moving, Yul Chong created a stream of wind that blew his charge in the opposite direction. Dae Sen hit his back against the column with great speed. Despite this, he immediately rose to his feet and ran again towards his ruler. Bowing before him again, he looked down at the ground, shouted out words of apology, and promised that he would immediately deal with the situation with even greater effort. In response, the ruler coldly stated that anyone could talk about their efforts, but his minister had to respond and prove everything with results. He then inquired about the status of the one they wanted to raise as the next Chaos Demon. The minister reported that the next Chaos Demon would be Jo Un-kun. In order to accommodate the blood-cross demonic technique into his body, it was necessary to infuse the body with the Chaos Flame demonic technique, which took some time, but the process was recently completed. So sometime later they were already planning to send him on a special mission. The ruler looked sternly at his subordinate again. After this he turned away, saying that the minister was free. The situation in the Alliance camp on the northern front was changing rapidly. The warriors were full of strength and were ready to continue the war. The events that stirred up the government turned out to be beneficial for them. The preparations were complete, and Master Dam said that he would finally be able to see the end of this 3-year war. In 2 days they were going to move into battle to fight the Silent Night. Dam Choseon and the invading force were the ones who led the Alliance forces into battle. Raising his hand up, the heavenly sage shouted that this time they would finally see a victorious end to the battle with the Silent Night. Thousands of warriors shouted along with him, as if they had never been so confident in their strength. The troops' morale rose and they regained their strength. The seizure of power was also fully completed. It happened much earlier and more unexpectedly than planned, but it marked the rebirth of the previously hidden Azure Dragon Society. Their relations with the 9 heavens soon became quite hostile. But since the Central Heavenly Alliance was the one who wished to end this war as quickly as possible, the Celestial Sage's punishment was postponed. Heron understood that after the battles with Silent Night ended, the Alliance would definitely try to use Dam Su Chun again. Recognizing this threat, she felt the need to organize an independent army to repel the 9 heavens. The timing was perfect, so she intended to take advantage of the situation surrounding the 3-year war, where they had gained a certain tactical advantage. Moreover, she had no doubt that this was entirely possible with Dam Su Jong. She believed that only he could end such turbulent times with his power and establish a new order in Murim. Now she felt it was her duty to prepare a platform for this man. Wang De Sen had frantically pleaded with her to attend to the situation on the northern front, so she had no doubt the minister was furious. However, she wasn't afraid of his influence and only wondered how he would handle the situation under immense pressure from the ruler. Everything was going incredibly smoothly, and the Azure Dragon Society was confident that they had the situation under control. However, some variables were still not taken into account. The excited messenger who approached Mrs. Heron told her some unexpected news. It was about something she couldn't even imagine. The 3 junior heavens in charge of the northern front returned to camp. The news that shocked the lady seemed to be their unexpected guests. It was one of the members of the 9 heavens, as well as 2 of the lesser heavens, which were additional military power. Hyun So, who was sent to the northern front by the sage Hua, said that Dam So Jong and the others should be indebted to the grave for being born under the heel of the family of the 9 heavens, thinking only about how to repay the debt, even if it means sacrificing their lives. When asked how they dared to overthrow the military government, the demonic spirit emperor, without waiting for an answer, shouted that they were uncouth bastards. Despite his behavior, Dam So Jong was extremely reserved, as he wanted to find out more about the intentions of the 9 heavens. Heron, bowing humbly, reflected that she hadn't expected such a swift reaction from the 9 heavens. She wasn't surprised that the Central Alliance would respond to what was happening by appointing a new commander-in-chief. However, to her surprise, it turned out that Mr. Henso had not come to this place to become the new commander-in-chief. Looking at the top of the Azure Dragon Society, he said threateningly that if he had his own will, their heads would have flown off their shoulders long ago. He then said that he had come to the front on another matter, after which he asked them to focus only on ending the war. Pointing his finger at 2 warriors behind him, he announced that while the main forces were busy at the front, he and these guys would stealthily attack the Silent Night base and burn it to the ground. The member of the 9 heavens did not come to lead the northern front or punish their leadership, but to personally attack the enemy on their territory in order to quickly elevate Dam So Jong's status and end the protracted war. He took 2 members of the 7 lesser heavens with him. Sol Gong, a monk of phantom blood, is a disciple of Master Pullen. Since the demonic spirit emperor of the 9 heavens had taken up the matter, the Shaolin Temple couldn't stand by, so he was sent as reinforcements. On the other side stood Nam Suren, the Wushan priestess and heir to the clan. The Wushan clan rarely makes public appearances, but she was likely dragged here by force, as she had helped Jin Mu Wan 3 years ago. The only one who had the courage to respond to one of the 9 heavens was Dam So Jong. He asked if Mr. Hyun was sure it was a good idea to attack the Silent Night base with only 2 companions. In response, Hyun Seo declared that he had no intention of repeating the incident. He believed that, in 3 years, So Jong had not only failed to quickly end the war and restore stability, but had also proven himself an incompetent commander, provoking rebellion. Therefore, he had personally arrived to end the war. Continuing to defend his mission, the old man suggested the young warrior engage the 4 Silent Night Supreme Commanders who had broken into open combat. He believed that during this time, he could burn their base to the ground and perhaps even destroy the Night Lord himself. Lord Dam accepted his words with understanding and wished him success in the battle, saying that this battle would end in defeat and a silent night retreat, so it would be better if Master Hen really finished off their base once and for all. In response, the old man called Master Dam an arrogant youth and asked him to be grateful that his father was one of the 9 heavens, since that was why he was still alive. Heron already understood that by elevating Su Chong's status, Master Hyun wanted to take advantage of the situation without assuming a commanding position. His goal had always been to strengthen the well-being of the 9 heavens and restore the lopsided balance. To the boy's surprise, the old man remembered another detail. He said he had brought reinforcements for those he considered pathetic losers, incapable of ending the war. A special detachment had been dispatched, which would definitely see the matter through to the end, along with them. At that moment, a woman with terrifying energy approached their tent, and Master Heng said that the members of the 7 heavens should not forget to greet them, for these guys would stand with them on the battlefield until the very end of the war with the Silent Night. A moment later, the elite army of the invincible renowned family appeared, led by Lady Moen Hyun, the daughter of Moen Yul Chong of the 9 heavens himself. This is the main force and backbone of the invincible renowned family. 36 invulnerable swordsmen and Lady Hen joined the alliance forces to end the Silent Night. Master Shim literally swallowed his tongue in shock because before him appeared those whom no one had ever seen in the flesh. Before this meeting, Master Shim cannot even think that the legends about their existence are true. Mrs. Hiren felt incredible pressure from their presence, as the invincible, illustrious family had never before revealed itself to the world. Moen Yuljung from this family, who secretly controlled everything from behind the scenes and hid from the world, sent his daughter into this battle. For the military advisor, this meant that their main threat was no longer Hyun Hyun Seo, but Lady Moen Hyun. As expected, Madame Hen immediately headed to the commander-in-chief. Dam Sojong was wary, seeing her special interest. Addressing the heavenly sage, Lady Hen suddenly said arrogantly that he was not living up to his reputation, which made her disappointed. The invulnerable and illustrious family was literally reborn from the ashes by its current head, who is the true ruler of the continent. The Moen family were outsiders, not native to the Central Plains. They were a nomadic tribe that grew stronger as they wandered the world. At one point, they prospered enough to establish an independent state, but ultimately the Central Plains swallowed them up. They barely managed to survive. For foreigners to settle on the plains, they had to confront all the prejudices and barriers of this world. Before achieving their status as an invincible and renowned family, the Moen family went through many trials, but in the end, they earned their current title and rose to the top. And then one day, though all the details remain unknown, a man named Moen Yuljong appeared. For him, levels of mastery of internal energy were nothing, for he had finally mastered the spiritual technique of the 9 eternal spirits, and his energy had completely merged with his body. Eventually, he even mastered the art of restoring the energy of youth. He dreamed of creation, domination, and control, but was always rebuffed by the Kanho warriors. Warriors who lived by the Kanho values simply did not want to submit to anyone. They dreamed of freedom and resisted anyone's control over them. Moreover, from someone belonging to a different nation, not the indigenous people of the Central Plains. After several careful attempts and at great human cost, Moen Yuljong finally realized that he would never be able to rule over Gangho by brute force. From then on, he began thinking about the distant future and began developing a grand plan, a necessary evil that would become a common enemy. The enemy would have to be strong and ruthless, uniting the alliance around a single goal. Thus, Silent Night was created. A gigantic abyss of provisions, resources, and books on military matters quietly flowed into the hands of the Silent Night. Created for this purpose, the Silent Night invaded the Central Plains only out of the Moen family's need. Unstable times forced people to seek new paths, and fear and terror forged unity. During this, a central alliance spontaneously emerged, and the 9 heavens were created, a natural intervention in Moen Yul Chan's process. All participants were devotees of incredible martial arts, challenging the strongest and losing. When complaints about the Central Alliance crossed the line, Yul Chung had no problem distracting people's attention with his quiet night activities. However, at some point, the Silent Night broke free from his control and began to act independently. A virtuous force was needed to maintain the necessary tension in the Central Plains and prevent the Silent Night from acting on its own desires. Thus, the Northern Clan was created. Thus, the Moen family took full advantage of the Quiet Night and the Northern Clan and dealt with them. It all started with Moen Yul Chong, from an elusive, illustrious family. His penchant for secrecy was forced upon other members of the invulnerable, illustrious family, so no one, including himself, ever showed themselves to the outside world. However, they quietly amassed incredible power and continued to cultivate it. Thus, the 36 swordsmen were born. Moreover, Moen Yuljong had numerous wives and children, but all of them were destined for death. Whether this was due to his martial arts, which reached a completely different level of mastery, is unknown. Mothers and their children could not withstand the energy they inherited and died. But even in this situation, strong children emerged and survived. They were forced to live the rest of their lives within the confines of an invulnerable, illustrious family, observing the alliance from afar. They were forced to train daily and learn how to rule the world.